Yi Yin found himself transported to the enchanting world of Pokémon, where he was bestowed with a divine lottery system, beginning his journey with a luxurious 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Sky Sovereign, the shiny Rayquaza. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Aura Hero Lucario. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the power of Aura. What? His initial draw was a Rayquaza, and it was a shiny one at that? Yi Yin, this is unbeatable, isn't it? Lucario has arrived too, and with the power of Aura. Yi Yin, magnificent. Come, Lucario, let's synchronize our auras. As the number of draws increased, Yi Yin's strength grew exponentially. What champion of the league or gym leader could stand against him with mere effort? Even more exhilarating was the discovery of his younger sister, a petite girl with white hair. Yi Yin declared, "With this, I am truly the victor of life." Chapter 1. Supreme 10 Consecutive Draws, Reward, Shiny Rayquaza. If you were granted the opportunity to traverse to another world, where would you choose to go? A fantastical realm? A parallel universe? Or, slap, wake up, stop dreaming. You have no such chances. Unless, by sheer luck, you're like Yi Yin. He merely visited a foot massage parlor and sought the services of a technician for a foot rub. And then, he was transported. Incredibly absurd, yet undeniably true. The first thing he did upon awakening was, indeed, to awaken. Yi Yin opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. Dim light, dense forest. The technician was nowhere to be found. Did I overexert myself? Yi Yin felt a tad dazed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. With a scream, Yi Yin fainted once more. When he regained consciousness, the sky had grown even darker. Have I traversed into the world of Pokémon? After piecing together the memories, Yi Yin finally grasped his current predicament. Indeed, he had crossed over. He had entered a parallel world dominated by Pokémon. The original owner of this body also bore the name Yi Yin, who had ventured into the wilderness alone to capture his first Pokémon. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Instead of catching a Pokémon, he encountered a Pokémon hunter engaged in thievery. These hunters were part of a perilous organization that skirted the law, each member ruthless and cunning. Yi Yin's encounter with them led to an inevitable demise. Alongside him, another unfortunate soul lay slain, the owner of the stolen Pokémon, resting beside Yi Yin. To be honest, it was quite tragic. However, it was precisely this misfortune that afforded Yi Yin the chance to traverse. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it and learn to adapt to this world. Yi Yin was a person who found contentment in any situation, facing all matters with optimism. Even such a significant event as crossing over elicited little surprise from him. I wonder if I possess a golden finger? Yi Yin mused quietly to himself. As a modern individual, he had long grown accustomed to the notion of crossing over. Every traveler must possess some form of advantage. Yi Yin believed he ought to have one as well. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has successfully crossed over. Congratulations on binding the divine lottery system. As if on cue, a mechanical voice resonated within Yi Yin's mind. A smile graced his lips. The system had arrived. Ding! As this is the host's first system binding, a supreme 10 consecutive draw has been awarded. Supreme 10 consecutive draw? That sounds impressive. Yi Yin was elated. Quick, system, let me draw. Yi Yin was no fool. Since it was a divine lottery system, it was naturally meant for drawing prizes. Ding! Supreme Lottery has commenced. Rewards are being drawn. Please wait. The voice was enchanting, reminiscent of a maiden's delicate whisper. 3 seconds later, the system's voice echoed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a shiny Rayquaza. Uft. Yi Yin nearly spewed his soda. What on earth? A shiny Rayquaza? Did I mishear? Or is the system malfunctioning? System? Are you certain I just drew a shiny Rayquaza? Yi Yin struggled to believe his ears. A traveler. He was well versed in countless tales and familiar with the illustrious reputation of Rayquaza. A legendary deity, the Sky Sovereign, a primordial divine beast. Each title was a testament to its formidable prowess. Rayquaza was the embodiment of invincibility. Kyogre and some non-flying behemoth were no match for it. Indeed, your first draw reward is a shiny Rayquaza. Yi Yin momentarily froze, and once he processed the information, he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. He had truly drawn Rayquaza, and it was shiny. Was this the path to invincibility? Eagerly, Yi Yin exclaimed, "Quick, let me see my precious. Considering your current intimacy with Rayquaza is too low, the system does not recommend this. Yi Yin was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Not being able to behold the visage of the shiny Rayquaza was a significant loss. Then can I at least see its basic information? Certainly not. In an instant, a series of clear and legible information materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. Accompanying the information was a striking image of the majestic shiny Rayquaza. Pokémon. Shiny Rayquaza. Intimacy. 50, max 255, a potential. 5 stars, max stars, gender, genderless. Level, 75, champion level, type, dragon flying. Ability, airlock, negates the effects of all weather conditions. Held item, none moves, hurricane, dragon ascent, origin pulse, bite air slash, rest, extreme speed, dragon pulse, dragon dance, fly, dragon tail, meteor shower. Level 75? It differs somewhat from my expectations. However, a level 75 strength is still extraordinarily formidable. Yi Yun murmured to himself. In his view, a shiny Rayquaza should at least possess a level of 100. A level 75 rating seemed rather underwhelming. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, it was drawn from the system. Achieving maximum level directly would indeed be unreasonable. However, what does that champion level signify? Yi Yun glanced at the text in parentheses following the level. To the host. Champion level signifies the power tier of the Pokémon. In this world, Pokémon strength is not categorized solely by level. To facilitate your integration into this world, this system has tailored the power classification rules accordingly. How thoughtful. Yi Yun chuckled. Could you elaborate on the specific power and level classifications? In this world, the prowess of Pokémon corresponds to that of their trainers, categorized into 11 distinct levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, semi-champion, champion, master, and Pokémon master. Each level is further subdivided into 10 sublevels, wherein levels 0 to 10 represent novice, levels 11 to 20 denote intermediate, levels 21 to 30 signify advanced, and so forth. Yi Yun nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the intricacies of this classification. The divisions are rather meticulous, he mused. However, isn't it rather perplexing? Once one attains the rank of Pokémon Master, wouldn't that imply that Pokémon levels surpass 100? Yi Yun, possessing a remarkable intellect since childhood, was a prodigy in mental arithmetic. Indeed, came the reply. 100 is a significant milestone, yet does not represent the ultimate cap for Pokémon levels. Certain exceptionally potent Pokémon can transcend this limitation, exceeding the 100 level. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. For instance, mythical creatures, legendary beasts, semi-divine entities, and some Pokémon that have surpassed their inherent racial constraints. The explanation continued. I see, Yi Yun acknowledged. So, does this imply that my shiny Rayquaza still holds the potential to surpass level 100? Precisely, quite promising indeed. Alas, the matter of intimacy is rather vexing, Yi Yun lamented, furrowing his brow in distress. Intimacy signifies the emotional bond between a Pokémon and its trainer. Should the intimacy be insufficient, the trainer cannot command the Pokémon effectively. This was particularly true for Yi Yun's Rayquaza. If released, it would likely vanish in an instant, never to return. Chapter 2. 10 Shots to the Soul, Rewards Beyond Measure. Friendly reminder. You can utilize corresponding items to enhance your Pokémon's intimacy. At this moment, the system provided Yi Yun with a solution to his predicament. Items. Yet, apart from the shiny Rayquaza, he possessed nothing else. Yi Yun felt quite vexed. You still have 9 unused lottery chances. Yi Yun's expression brightened instantly. Indeed, in his earlier excitement, he had almost forgotten. Hurry, fire away. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Pokémon Riolu. Riolu? The brave wielder of aura? No, that is its evolved form. Yi Yun immediately lost interest. While Riolu is indeed commendable, both in potential and strength, he had just acquired a level 75 shiny Rayquaza. In comparison, Riolu seemed rather superfluous. He decided to store it away for now. Yi Yun continued his lottery endeavors. Riolu, are you not courteous? Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the special ability Aura Power. Yi Yun's heart leaped with joy, a smile gracing his lips. This is splendid. It not only allows him to sense changes in the surrounding environment, but, if employed correctly, could even enable him to utilize Aura Sphere, making it possible to engage in a battle of auras with Lucario. Yi Yun gleefully accepted this special ability. Immediately, a wave of mysterious energy coursed through him, leaving him with an extraordinary sense of comfort, involuntarily eliciting a soft moan. Oh. Moments later, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him appeared significantly clearer. He could effortlessly perceive the aura energy of the flora and fauna. Quite impressive. Onward. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the special ability Evergreen Power. Another special ability? Is this the system's way of nurturing me towards becoming a human Pokemon hybrid? Yi Yun's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Evergreen Power differs from Aura Power. Its primary function lies in healing Pokemon and facilitating mental communication with them, a truly remarkable support skill. He accepted it without hesitation. Yi Yun then fused with Evergreen Power. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a sweet candy. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. Sweet candy. What a familiar name. System, could you enlighten me regarding its effects? Sweet candy, a consumable item that, when used, can elevate a Pokemon's intimacy to the maximum level, rendering them obedient and compliant. Yi Yun suddenly understood. No wonder it is called sweet candy. It all makes sense now. Indeed, just as he had envisioned. In that case, could he not administer it to his shiny Rayquaza? Subsequently, it would have no choice but to heed his every command, doing whatever he asked of it. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth began to curl into a mischievous grin. Host, please exercise restraint. While intimacy does reflect the bond between a Pokemon and its trainer to some extent, it does not imply that the trainer can act with impunity. The Pokemon will not obey every command unconditionally. Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly. System, you have misunderstood me. I merely wish to command the shiny Rayquaza, and perhaps to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies. Silence reigned, a deathly hush. Ahem, well then, let us give the sweet candy to the shiny Rayquaza. Yi Yun cleared his throat to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Ding. Your Pokemon shiny Rayquaza's intimacy has been raised to 255. Yi Yun rejoiced, eagerly releasing his shiny Rayquaza. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, sending millions of Pokemon into a frenzy. Majestically, the shiny Rayquaza soared into the sky, circling above Yi Yun. Its sleek black body, piercing gaze, and iconic X-shaped horns all exuded an aura of power. Wow, so dashing, exceedingly dashing, just like me. Yi Yun couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration. Even though he had traversed into another world and his body was no longer his original form, he still felt remarkably impressive. All right, come back now. After a moment of admiration, Yi Yun recalled the shiny Rayquaza. It wouldn't do to let others see it. System, I still have 5 lottery chances left, correct? Yi Yun inquired. Indeed. Then let us use them all at once. Drawing one by one is rather tedious. Understood. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Master Ball. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 sweet candy. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 super experience candy. After a series of draws, Yi Yun ultimately received 5 rewards, 1 Master Ball, 1 sweet candy, 1 Great Ball, and 2 super experience candies. It seems, upon reflection, that even the Supreme Lottery does not yield exclusively high-tier items. Yi Yun mused as he examined his remaining rewards. At least in his opinion, the Great Ball hardly qualifies as a premium item, despite its name. The sweet candy could be given to Riolu, and he might as well bestow the super experience candies upon Riolu too. Given the current level of his shiny Rayquaza, the super experience candies would have little effect on it. Furthermore, he could not rely on the shiny Rayquaza as his primary battle Pokemon. Yi Yun understood the principle that the taller the tree, the more likely it is to be toppled. With a distribution plan in mind, he administered the sweet candy to Riolu. Despite Riolu's initial resistance, its intimacy successfully reached 255. However, Yi Yun refrained from giving Riolu the super experience candies. For Riolu to evolve into Lucario, not only must its intimacy reach 220, but it also requires leveling up during the daytime. Thus, Yi Yun resolved to wait until tomorrow to give Riolu the super experience candies. This way, Riolu could directly evolve into Lucario. Perfect. Yi Yun smiled faintly and stood up, preparing to leave the premises. The night had fallen. He needed to return home, where a certain adorable someone awaited him. Yi Yi, his younger sister. Not the kind with blood relations. Orphaned, yet he had a sister and a house. He was indeed that very person. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall take care of your sister, Yi Yun promised, though the words felt somewhat awkward. The journey home was long, so during this time, Yi Yun delved into studying the system. After thorough examination, he gained a basic understanding of the system's functionalities. The system primarily serves 2 purposes: issuing tasks and facilitating lotteries. Completing tasks grants points and rewards, which can be utilized for lottery draws. There are 2 types of lottery draws: the ordinary lottery, which yields common items such as Pokeballs, Alliance coins, and ordinary Pokemon, and the Supreme Lottery, which offers many super rare items such as Ultra Balls, special abilities, legendary Pokemon, and mythical creatures. A single draw from the ordinary lottery costs 100 points, while the Supreme Lottery requires 1,000 points per draw. Points can be acquired not only through tasks, but also through Pokemon battles, making them relatively easy to obtain overall. Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter with an enemy, and the emergence of shiny Rayquaza. System, do I have any tasks at present? Yi-Yan pondered, eager to accumulate more points for a chance to draw prizes. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, he might even acquire a level 1 deity to play with. Beep. A novice task has been issued. Please check it at your convenience. Yi-Yan opened the task details. Task description. Engage in a Pokemon battle with a trainer and emerge victorious. Task type. Standard task. Task difficulty. Beginner level. Task reward. 1 standard lottery ticket. Task deadline. 3 days. Yi-Yan clicked his tongue in disappointment. While the task was undeniably simple, the reward was rather paltry. A mere standard lottery ticket would hardly yield anything of value. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. Even a mosquito, no matter how small, was still flesh. Yi-Yan resolutely accepted the novice task. Beep. Congratulations on accepting the novice task. Kind reminder, the task list will not refresh until this task is completed. Yi-Yan was taken aback. It appeared that he was limited to accepting only 1 task at a time. Regrettably, there was currently no one available to battle against, or he could have completed the task right away. Amidst his frustrations, a voice abruptly roused him from his thoughts. You, how are you still alive? A shadow ahead pointed at Yi-Yan, incredulity lacing its tone. Yi-Yan furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice. After a moment's contemplation, realization dawned upon him. This voice belonged to one of the Pokemon hunters who had once taken his life. When enemies meet, their animosity is palpable. Yi-Yan's expression immediately turned frigid, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Impossible. You were clearly devoid of life. I confirmed it myself. The Pokemon hunter stammered, his voice trembling with unease. He had returned to dispose of Yi-Yan and another unfortunate soul's remains, only to stumble upon this inexplicable occurrence. The dead had seemingly risen, a phenomenon that would unnerve anyone. Yi-Yan did not respond to his query, but instead sneered, countering, what happened to the other 2? There had been 3 assailants in total, and the one before him was merely one of them. Are you a human or a ghost? The 2 exchanged words that seemed to miss the mark. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the ominous clouds overhead. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating both figures and rendering their faces ghostly pale, allowing them to scrutinize one another. Is that a shadow? The Pokemon hunter paused, then, as if grasping a sudden revelation, his expression darkened. You crafty little brat, trying to fool me with your tricks. Today, I shall see you perish once more. It is well known that ghosts lack shadows. This realization enabled the Pokemon hunter to deduce that Yi-Yan was very much alive. The reason behind Yi-Yan's revival became irrelevant, for he was destined to die again. Come forth, Abra. The Pokemon hunter summoned his Pokemon. Utilizing the system, Yi-Yan gleaned information about Abra. Pokemon, Abra, affinity, 200, potential, 2 stars, gender, female, level, 28, intermediate, type, poison ability, shed skin, occasionally heals status conditions by shedding its skin. Held item, none skills, bite, bind, poison sting, glare, bite, crunch, thunder fong, ice fong, fire fong, snake eye, screech, acid, charge, spit up, swallow. With its intermediate strength, Abra was beyond the capabilities of his Riolu. It seemed that only his shiny Rayquaza could take the stage now. Yi-Yan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Although deploying shiny Rayquaza against an Abra felt beneath his dignity, he had no other choice. Riolu was merely level 5 and lacked any combat capability. The only viable fighter available was shiny Rayquaza. Abra, use acid. I will turn it to mush. The Pokemon hunter bellowed, his expression twisted with mania. Abra opened its foul maw, unleashing a stream of corrosive purple liquid that surged toward Yi-Yan. Calmly, Yi-Yan retrieved a Pokeball and released shiny Rayquaza. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Shiny Rayquaza transformed into a streak of dark light, soaring into the clouds, leaving both Yi-Yan and the Pokemon hunter momentarily stunned. Was that a large black rat that just zipped past? The Pokemon hunter exclaimed. Hey, where are you going? I summoned you to battle, not to chase after girls. Yi-Yan shouted. The acid continued its relentless advance toward Yi-Yan. In a critical moment, shiny Rayquaza suddenly returned, descending from the sky to shield Yi-Yan. The acid splashed against shiny Rayquaza, only to be repelled by an invisible, enigmatic force, cascading harmlessly to the ground and corroding a crater into the earth. Yi-Yan gazed at the devastation beneath him, instinctively swallowing hard. Had shiny Rayquaza been a fraction slower, his life would have been forfeit. Roar. Shiny Rayquaza unleashed a furious roar, the terrifying sound waves coalescing into a tangible attack that sent both Abra and the Pokémon hunter flying. With another roar, Shiny Rayquaza seemed to assert its dominance. Keep it down. Another roar and you'll attract every other creature in the vicinity, Yi complained. Roar. Understood. Once more, a deep, resounding roar echoed. Yi approached the Pokémon hunter, who was now unconscious from fear. Yi wasted no time and splashed a concoction of iced red tea to rouse him. The Pokémon hunter awoke, kneeling on the ground and retching violently. Yi interrupted him, inquiring, "Where are the others?" Struggling to lift his head, the Pokémon hunter caught sight of Shiny Rayquaza beside Yi, and he nearly lost control of his bladder. "Please, don't kill me. Let us talk this out. You wanted to know about the other two, right? I'll tell you. They've already departed. I returned to prepare for handling your corpses, but I never anticipated this." The Pokémon hunter, trembling uncontrollably, spilled everything he knew without hesitation. "If you wish to find them, you can go to the Pokémon black market in 2 days. They will be there selling captured Pokémon. Oh, and here, take this black card. It's your pass to enter the black market. It's on the house. And that Abra? It's yours now. Please, I beg you spare me. The ones who attacked you were those 2 scoundrels. I had no part in it." Yi chuckled coldly as he accepted the black card. "I'll take your offering. Will you let me go?" The Pokémon hunter's expression brightened momentarily. "Also, I'll be taking this." With a swift motion, a flash of white light cut through the air, and a gaping wound appeared in the Pokémon hunter's chest. Courtesy of Shiny Rayquaza, a swift and lethal strike. Yi then approached Abra, seizing the Pokémon hunter's Pokeball and capturing the unconscious Abra within. Surely, it would fetch a handsome price. After all, nurturing an intermediate-level Abra required a significant investment of resources. Yi swiftly sold the item in the Elfin black market. Although the price was somewhat diminished, it still constituted a substantial reward. Chapter 4. Extraction of Rewards, Recipe for Crafting Basic Energy Cubes. After vanquishing the Elfin hunter, Yi meticulously stowed all the valuable belongings from his adversary into his own satchel. He then commanded his Pokémon, Rayquaza, to unleash a Dragon Pulse, effectively obliterating any evidence of the encounter. Once satisfied with his handiwork, Yi clapped his hands together, reveling in his achievement. 1 foe had been slain, leaving 2 remaining. However, their demise was imminent, as the day after tomorrow marked their end. Yi toyed with the black card in his hand, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He then turned to depart with Rayquaza by his side. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. You have received 1 ordinary lottery ticket as a reward." Yi, momentarily taken aback, realized the significance of the announcement. Previously, the Elfin hunter had unleashed an Abra in an attempt to ambush him, and he had countered with Rayquaza. In a strict sense, it had indeed been a battle between trainers, and he emerged victorious, decisively ending the confrontation. "System, I wish to proceed with the ordinary lottery." With the lottery ticket in hand, Yi had no intention of allowing it to languish in his backpack. Useful items ought to be utilized to their fullest potential. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a recipe for crafting basic energy cubes. No sooner had the system announced this than a new memory materialized within Yi-Yun's mind, detailing the recipe for the basic energy cube. This was fortuitous. With this knowledge, he could craft his own basic energy cubes rather than paying exorbitant prices for them, thereby saving a considerable amount on training expenses. A smile crept across Yi-Yun's face as he adeptly absorbed the crafting technique. Should he find the requisite materials, he could create one at this very moment. Let us go home. With a light heart, Yi-Yun embarked on his journey homeward. Meanwhile, in various locales within the wild forest, the crowd buzzed with whispers. Did you see that? There seemed to be a black flying Pokémon that soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I saw it too. Its body was elongated, reminiscent of a legendary dragon. I can't shake the feeling it resembled a four-legged creature. Is there a chance you misidentified it? Perhaps it was just a large black rat? Does your large black rat possess the ability to fly? It couldn't have been a large black rat. While I couldn't discern its appearance, I heard its roar, a wild, savage sound, utterly unlike that of any ordinary rodent. Indeed, I too heard it. The sound was deafening, akin to a true dragon's roar. I concur. Yet, amidst all this commotion, Yi-Yun remained oblivious. Upon returning home, he opened the door to be greeted by his younger sister, a white-haired lowly no taller than his waist, who rushed forward and embraced him. This was Yi-Yun's sister, Yi-Yi. She was extraordinarily adorable, her silvery white hair exuding an ethereal beauty, seemingly a gift of genetics, drawing the gaze of passers-by whenever she ventured outside. Yi's features were delicately crafted. Her large eyes sparkled like stars, her petite nose appeared as translucent as fine jade, and her soft, rosy lips were utterly charming. Her round, cherubic face was fair and supple, making her irresistibly huggable. Yian often found himself pinching her little cheeks during idle moments, much to her chagrin, as she retaliated with playful punches to his chest. "Brother, where have you been? Why did you come back so late?" Yi inquired anxiously, tilting her little head upward as she released him. Yian gently flicked her little nose and chuckled. "Tomorrow, I must register my Pokémon. So I went to the wild forest to catch one." Yi nodded thoughtfully, her gem-like eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "Did you manage to catch a Pokémon?" Although she had just begun elementary school and was only acquainted with the most fundamental theories of Pokémon, she still possessed a rudimentary understanding of the creatures. "Of course. Who do you think your brother is? A prodigy. A mere wild Pokémon wouldn't dare resist," Yian boasted, eliciting a fit of laughter from Yi. "What? You don't believe me?" Seeing her in fits of giggles, he playfully pinched her cheek, pretending to be annoyed. "Humph. Brother is the worst, always picking on Yi." Yi pouted, revealing her pearly teeth, ready to nibble on Yi-yun. He quickly released her and retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. "Yi, watch closely." Yi-yun activated the Pokeball, and a burst of white light illuminated Yi's face. Soon, a small, humanoid Pokemon appeared before her. It was Riolu. "Look, this is the Pokemon I caught," Yi-yun proclaimed with pride. "Wow, it's so cute." Yi's eyes sparkled as she scooped Riolu into her arms, affectionately rubbing her head against its cheek. Riolu's expression was one of exasperation, as if to say, "My little ancestor, could you please refrain? Your drool is dripping onto me." Yi-yun, possessing the power of the Everstone and having achieved maximum intimacy with Riolu, could easily sense its emotions, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Brother, what kind of Pokemon is this? It looks like the little black one from next door." Yi inquired with bright, curious eyes. Yi explained, "This is Riolu, a very rare Pokemon." Yi nodded, seemingly understanding. "Can I call it Little Black from now on?" Yi smiled gently, "Of course." Yet, Riolu gazed at him with a perplexed expression, as if questioning, "What is this Little Black?" Yi clarified, "A dog." "Riolu, I am not a dog. I am a Pokemon, a brave wielder of the aura, capable of toppling mountains with a single punch." Riolu's inner voice roared in protest, but to no avail. Yi was oblivious, and Yi-yun feigned ignorance. "Brother, can it sleep with me tonight?" Yi looked at Yi-yun with a pitiful expression that made it hard for him to refuse her. Yi smiled softly, "Of course. If you're scared, your brother can stay with you too." Yi pouted, her pride evident as she replied, "Humph, I'm not scared. Brother is smelly. I don't want you to stay." With that, she dashed back to her room, cradling Riolu. Yi-yun, sniffing his own body in confusion, murmured, "I don't smell. I actually smell quite nice. This little girl must have an issue with her sense of smell. I should check on her health later." With that thought, Yi-yun returned to his own room. Chapter 5. Riolu is exhausted from playing. The night was as still as water. The moonlight was shrouded by clouds, plunging the earth into darkness once more. Meanwhile, deep within the wild forest, two figures traversed the woods, seemingly in search of something. "Boss, what is up with that guy? The third member? Why hasn't he returned after such a long time just to handle a corpse? No one answers when I call. Could he have encountered some form of peril?" The stout figure furrowed his brow and inquired. Both of them were notorious elf hunters, and they had previously dispatched their third member to deal with the body, yet he had not returned up to this point. Fearing that something had befallen their companion, they had come together to investigate the situation. "Let us not panic just yet. Let us search further." The lean figure spoke with a calm demeanor. "Although our third member may not possess great strength, when it comes to the art of escape, he is unparalleled. Perhaps he has simply encountered some obstacles that temporarily hinder his return. In truth, he harbored a foreboding feeling deep within, but out of consideration for his companion's feelings, he refrained from voicing it aloud." "Heh, your analysis is indeed sound, leader." The second member chuckled foolishly, scratching his head, and chose not to press further, instead immersing himself in the search. Suddenly, as if witnessing something horrifying, the second member let out a shriek. "Leader, this is dire. You must come and see. The corpse we were handling has vanished." He pointed frantically towards a nearby spot. Upon hearing his companion's cry, the leader rushed over. As he beheld the area, where only a corpse remained, his expression darkened instantly. "This is bad. That young man may have feigned death, and we have been thoroughly deceived." The second member's face paled as he recalled their third member's earlier venture to handle the corpse. "Leader, do you think the disappearance of our third member could be linked to that individual? It's entirely possible he has turned the tables and killed him. Our third member might now be lying lifeless in some forsaken corner." As he spoke, the second member's voice began to tremble. Slap. The leader swiftly delivered a resounding blow to him, chiding, "Why are you crying? Our third member might not even be in danger. That young man is weak. He could never be a match for our third member. I believe he simply encountered that young man while handling the corpse, and upon seeing him flee, our third member pursued him, which is why we have lost contact." The leader's reasoning was logical and compelling. After a moment of contemplation, the second member realized the validity of the leader's deduction. Indeed, that young man is merely a weakling. He could never stand against our third member. Brother, you are truly insightful. I was so anxious that I lost my wits. The second member offered an awkward smile, ceasing his weeping. What shall we do now, leader? The leader pondered for a moment, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. We will pursue. I refuse to believe we cannot locate those two living beings. Understood. I shall follow your lead. The following day, Yi Yun arose early and prepared breakfast. Yi, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes, descended the stairs clad in a loose nightgown, dragging behind her a fluffy little elf. Yi Yun cast a glance and immediately felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The creature that lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, being dragged downstairs by Yi, was none other than his own elf, Riolu. Yi, what on earth did you do yesterday? Why does my Riolu look as though its very essence has been drained? Yi Yun asked in a low voice, filled with concern. Yi lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting as she mumbled, I just had it play games with me all night. Curiosity piqued, Yi Yun inquired, what kind of games? Yi's voice dropped even lower. The ball-throwing game. Yi Yun slapped his forehead, collapsing into a chair in exasperation. The ball-throwing game, simply put, involves the owner tossing a ball for their pet to retrieve, a never-ending cycle. This game is typically favored by dogs, and it was clear that Yi had treated Riolu as if it were a puppy. As if sensing the aroma of the breakfast, Riolu mustered a modicum of strength, emitting a plaintive sound that seemed to plead, Master, save me. This little girl is too intense. I am on the verge of being overwhelmed. Yi Yun cast a sympathetic glance at Riolu, feeling deeply for its plight. To make amends, he unilaterally returned Riolu to its pokeball for restoration, without consulting Yi. Upon seeing Riolu being recalled, Yi fell silent, her expression one of disappointment as she sat in her chair, refusing to eat, instead fidgeting with her clothing. The already loose nightgown became even more disheveled, revealing ample expanse of her delicate skin. Yi Yun, noticing this, felt a wave of frustration and feigned seriousness, stating, Put your clothes in order, we must head to school soon. Okay, Yi responded softly, yet continued to fiddle with her outfit, wholly ignoring her meal. Yi Yun shook his head in disbelief. The little girl was undeniably adorable, but once she threw a tantrum, she was quite difficult to appease. Hurry and finish your breakfast. In a few days, I shall procure you another Riolu. Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Yi Yun smiled slightly. When have I ever deceived you? Yi pouted slightly. Last time you said you would join me. Coughing violently, Yi Yun nearly spat out his rice soup, hastily interrupting her. The words spoken from the lips of a little girl were utterly embarrassing. Ahem, this time it's true. Whoever lies is a little puppy, Yi Yun quickly assured her, anxious that she might mention his past immaturity. Wow, that's amazing. You're the best, brother. Yi exclaimed, jumping up in excitement and launching herself into Yi Yun's embrace, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Yi Yun, however, wore an expression of disdain. Enough, your saliva is all over my face. Yi shrugged off his concern. Humph, I'm going to kiss you, and there's nothing you can do about it. With that, Yi planted a few more kisses, leaving Yi Yun in a state of mixed enjoyment and discomfort. After sending Yi off to school, Yi Yun made his way alone to Yinxing No. 1 High School. Today marked the day of Pokémon registration, a significant event influencing their future examinations, and he could not afford to be negligent. As he gazed upon the bustling campus, a smile crept across his face as he stepped inside. Good morning. Morning. Along the way, various girls greeted Yi Yun, to which he responded courteously. Sometimes, being handsome could be quite a burden. Yi Yun bypassed his classroom, heading directly to the registration office. Today was a day for registration, not for classes. Once the registration was complete, he would have the freedom to arrange his time as he wished. The registration office was situated in the square, and instead of joining the queue, Yi Yun strolled to a secluded spot, releasing Riolu. Now, it was time for Riolu to evolve into Lucario. Chapter 6, Evolution Lucario. System. Allow Riolu to consume both super experience candies, Yi Yun thought, silently summoning the system. Ding. Your Pokemon Riolu has successfully consumed the super experience candies. Ding. Riolu's level has been elevated. Ding. Riolu has met the conditions for evolution. Would you like to evolve now? Yi Yun smiled slightly. Evolution. He had awaited this affirmation from the system. Ding. Your Pokémon has successfully evolved into Lucario. Yi Yun's expression brightened with joy as he eagerly released Lucario from its Pokeball. Instantly, a bipedal humanoid Pokémon materialized before his eyes. Its appearance bore some resemblance to a dog. While it may sound unflattering to describe it as a human-like canine, it was, in essence, accurate. The only notable distinction was that, post-evolution, Lucario exuded a sense of authority, shedding its puppy-like innocence for a more solitary and proud demeanor. Yi Yun greatly appreciated Lucario's current form. This was the visage befitting a warrior of the aura. With a gentle smile, Yi Yun glanced at Lucario's updated statistics. Pokémon. Lucario. Friendship, 255. Potential, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, 30, intermediate. Type, fighting steel. Ability, inner focus. Each time it flinches, inner focus ignites, enhancing its speed. Hidden ability, justified. When struck by dark-type moves, its sense of justice boosts its attack power. Item none. Moves, Aura Sphere, Quick Attack, Detect, See-Through, Metal Claw, Swords Dance. Double Team, Feint, Power-Up Punch, Metal Sound, Bone Rush. Indeed, being at level 30 was already the pinnacle of intermediate strength. One foot was firmly planted at the threshold of advanced prowess. Even within the confines of the entire school, it was unlikely that anyone could rival him. Yi Yun felt quite satisfied with Lucario's current capabilities. Let us proceed, Lucario, we must register. Accompanied by Lucario, Yi Yun made his way to the registration office. The place was bustling with people. After receiving a form, Yi Yun settled in a shaded area to await his turn. Would you care for some juice? He inquired, producing a bottle of fresh orange soda and waving it before Lucario. Lucario shook its head, appearing somewhat lethargic as it rested on the ground. Not even evolution could revive your spirits? Just how long did that little girl keep you entertained yesterday? Yi Yun mused, bemused by Lucario's lackluster demeanor. Lucario emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement. Yi Yun understood at once. It had been an entire night. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Lucario. Perhaps you should return to your Pokeball for some rest. I'll call for you when we're done. The power of eternity could mend physical wounds, but it could not alleviate mental fatigue. Lucario nodded, transforming into a beam of light as it returned to its Pokeball. Yi Yun quietly sat nearby, sipping his juice while admiring the vibrant, youthful beauties of summer. Short skirts, long legs, and lively bunnies hopping about, truly a feast for the eyes. Just as he was engrossed in his admiration, a pair of tall, fair legs appeared before him, adorned in enticing black stockings. Excuse me, may I sit here? Yi Yun looked up to find a perfectly oval face invading his view, complemented by large, expressive eyes, a high nose, and lips as red as cherries. She was undeniably beautiful, a quintessential beauty. However, her reputation was decidedly sullied. One could almost sense her presence from miles away. This was Pan Lian, a well-known figure at Yinqing High School. Every affluent and influential individual in the school seemed to have had some sort of affair with her. Rumor had it that explicit videos had even circulated online. Unfortunately, Yi Yun had seen one, sent by his good friend, and the imagery was quite unsightly. Consequently, Yi Yun harbored an exceedingly poor impression of Pan Lian, one that could only be described as utterly abysmal. Please do not obstruct my view of the scenery. Yi Yun replied coldly, his rejection unmistakable. Pan Lian's body trembled slightly, taken aback by Yi Yun's blunt dismissal. Despite her tarnished reputation, she was still a campus beauty, and many had gone to great lengths to win her favor. The fact that Yi Yun did not even spare her a glance irked her considerably. What is so captivating about the scenery? You ought to be looking at me instead, Pan Lian said, flashing a flirtatious smile as she subtly tugged at her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin. Yi Yun frowned slightly. You? I fear it would tarnish my vision. Pan Lian froze, her expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. Yi Yun's words stung like a slap, leaving her face burning with humiliation. You pathetic loser, what makes you think you can act so high and mighty? Countless people desire me, and you dare to look down on me? Who do you think you are? Pan Lian's inner turmoil raged, her expression twisting in anger. Yet, mindful of the many onlookers, she maintained her facade of grace. Leave. Yi Yun's voice grew colder as he noticed Pan Lian's continued presence. You. Pan Lian's body shook with fury, finger pointing at Yi Yun, struggling to articulate a response. Very well. Yi Yun, you shall regret this. Dare to humiliate me, and I will ensure you suffer the consequences. With a haughty declaration, Pan Lian turned on her heel, though her steps seemed somewhat unsteady, likely due to her escapades with some wealthy suitor the previous night. Ugh, what a nuisance. Yi Yun spat, watching Pan Lian's retreating figure. Her intrusion had dampened his spirits, prompting him to close his eyes and silently channel his aura, beginning his practice. Time passed swiftly. When Yi Yun finally opened his eyes, it was his turn. Yi Yun, he announced with a slight smile as he approached the desk. Class. Senior Class 1. Age. 18. Gender. Male. Pokémon. Lucario. Suddenly, the registration teacher paused, lifting her gaze to scrutinize Yi Yun. Your starter Pokémon is Lucario? Doubt was evident in her eyes. Yi Yun nodded calmly. Indeed. This statement left the registration teacher momentarily stunned. The surrounding students erupted in laughter, their gazes filled with derision directed at Yi Yun. Haha, Lucario. Why not claim your starter is Rayquaza? Oh, wait, better throw in a shiny one too. Otherwise, it wouldn't match your pretentiousness. Seriously, this is too much. I've never laughed harder. The audacity of some people. I doubt he has ever even seen a Lucario up close. The jeers and mockery echoed incessantly. Yet, Yi Yun remained unfazed by their disdain. Laugh all you wish. Soon enough, it will be your turn to weep. Student, such jokes are ill-advised. If you lack a starter Pokémon, you should state that plainly. The consequences of deceit can be severe. The registration teacher, regaining her composure, issued a stern warning. I am not joking, Yi Yun replied, his expression resolute. Since you all are skeptical, allow me to demonstrate, Yi Yun remarked, his patience wearing thin as he found himself unwilling to squander time on such trifles. Upon hearing that Yi Yun intended to reveal his Lucario, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, what? Did I hear that correctly? This fellow actually claims to possess a Lucario? I hope he doesn't just produce a toy. Indeed, who does he think he is? The chosen one? A Lucario? He'd be lucky to have a cater pie. Honestly, I doubt he could even manage to bring forth a mere cater pie. Humph, a penniless nobody, pretending to be someone he's not. If he truly has a Lucario, I'll perform a handstand and take a dump right here. What a brilliant display of recycling. I must commend him. With the crowd's jeers ringing in his ears, Yi Yun calmly pressed the button on the Pokeball. A brilliant flash of white light erupted, and before their astonished eyes, Lucario materialized. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene, as every onlooker stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Holy moly, it really is a Lucario. Wait, wasn't it said that this guy is an orphan, living in abject poverty? Aside from a house and a sister, he possesses nothing. How on earth did he acquire a Lucario? Don't tell me he found it. Can someone explain what the hell is going on here? What about the two who were just boasting about handstands and defecation? I'd like to see them fulfill their promises. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the registration teacher stood dumbfounded, his face a canvas of astonishment. The reality of Yi Yun owning a Lucario was simply unfathomable. As a Pokémon of extreme rarity, encountering a Lucario is a monumental feat, and capturing one is even more arduous. Thus, it is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to possess a Lucario unless they are exceptionally wealthy, having purchased it from a Pokémon market. Yet Yi Yun clearly did not fit that mold. May I proceed with the registration? Yi Yun asked nonchalantly, snapping the registration teacher from his stupor. Not yet. Your Pokémon is far too rare. I must notify the principal. Please hold on. With that, the teacher pushed through the crowd and hurried away. Yi Yun stood there, shaking his head in disbelief. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a simple registration? It's just a Lucario, after all. A bunch of unworldly fools. He scorned the crowd internally, even pondering how they might react if they knew he also had a shiny Rayquaza. Would they be so envious they'd deconsider self-harm? Quite possibly. In the principal's office, Principal Zhang Tianzheng sat in his chair, absently watching a cigarette burn without taking a puff, lost in contemplation. Who should receive this quota? He mused. Just moments ago, he had received a call from Huadu Pokemon University, which expressed admiration for the impressive Pokemon examination results from Yinqing No. 1 High School last year, particularly among the top students. Consequently, Huadu University decided to grant Yinqing No. 1 High School an internal recommendation quota. This quota would allow a student from Yinqing No. 1 to participate in Huadu University's independent admission test. Success in this test would secure them a spot at the university without needing to take the Pokemon entrance exam. This opportunity was nothing short of a golden ticket for Yinqing No. 1 students. As a top-tier institution in the Dragon Kingdom, Huadu University, alongside Magic City Pokemon University, stood as the two most prestigious academies. In recent years, Huadu University had gained momentum, seeming to overshadow Magic City University. Gaining admission to Huadu University would be a matter of immense pride for any student and could unlock boundless future possibilities. However, only one such quota was available. Thus, Yinqing No. 1 could only send one student to the independent admissions test. As the principal, Zhang Tianjing had to weigh not only individual student potential, but also the interests of the entire school. Therefore, he regarded this internal recommendation with utmost seriousness, reluctant to make a hasty decision unless he could identify an exceptionally talented student guaranteed to pass Huadu University's test. The child from the Luo family was promising. Possessing a Charmeleon reportedly at an intermediate level, he could be a contender. Zhang Tianzheng narrowed his eyes, considering the viable candidate. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a clatter. A middle-aged man burst in, panting heavily, clearly agitated. "What's the matter, Teacher Li? Weren't you tasked with overseeing today as Pokémon registration? Why have you come here in such a hurry?" Zhang Tianzheng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Li Zhengfu gasped for breath, disregarding the need for rest as he hastily explained, "Principal, it's bad. There has been a major incident." Zhang Tianjing's expression shifted, his heart racing. What happened? Did a student jump off a building? The mounting pressure on students had led to an increase in such tragedies, and even Yinqing no one had not been immune. Li Zhengfu shook his head emphatically. "No." Zhang Tianzheng exhaled in relief, slumping back into his chair. "That is a relief. Then what exactly has transpired?" "While overseeing the Pokémon registration, I discovered an exceptional talent." Li Zhengfu swallowed hard, stating. Zhang Tianzheng scoffed, lighting another cigarette. "Exceptional talent? How exceptional can it be? His starter Pokémon is Lucario." Clatter. The lighter slipped from Zhang Tianjing's grasp, his expression frozen in shock. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet, seizing Li Zhengfu and rushing out. "Quick, take me to him. We mustn't let him escape." Chapter 8. The Principal's Astonishment. Securing the internal recommendation quota. In the square, Yi Yun was engaged in lively conversation with several charming young ladies. He was quite the conversationalist, leaving the girls flustered and clamoring to add him on WeChat. At that moment, a robust figure pushed through the crowd, making his way forward. It was none other than Zhang Tianzheng, the principal of Yinqing No. 1 High School, followed closely by the registration teacher, Li Zhengfu. "Which one of you is Yi Yun?" Zhang Tianjing's voice reached Yi Yun's ears before he arrived. "I am," Yi Yun replied, standing to approach. Upon seeing Yi Yun advance, Zhang Tianjing's eyes lit up with awe, a sense of admiration washing over him. What a handsome young man. How is it that Yinqing No. 1 has such a prodigy, and even I, the principal, was unaware? Truly, it is a hidden gem. Zhang Tianjing couldn't help but express his wonder as he formally introduced himself. "I am Zhang Tianzheng, the principal of Yinqing No. 1 High School. I've heard your starter Pokémon is a Lucario. May I have the honor of seeing it?" Yi Yun nodded and released Lucario once more. The newly emerged Lucario surveyed its surroundings with a bewildered gaze, only to find a group of individuals staring at it with glimmering eyes, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Instantly, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within, forcing those around it to stagger back several steps. Zhang Tianzheng, witnessing the spectacle, could hardly contain his delight. Splendid. From the earlier display of power, he sensed a regal presence. It was clear that this Lucario was far from ordinary. It was likely the sovereign of its kind. Naturally, the combat prowess of a ruler would surpass that of its peers by a considerable margin. However, Zhang Tianjing found himself perplexed by Lucario's condition. It appeared rather unwell, almost sickly. Could it be that this Lucario bore some flaw? If that were indeed the case, it would be a great pity. A hint of disappointment crept across Zhang Tianjing's face as he turned to Yi Yun, tentatively inquiring, "This Lucario of yours is impressive, but its mental state." Although Zhang Tianjing's brow furrowed with concern, Yi Yun understood the underlying implication. He offered a brief explanation. "Oh, it didn't sleep at all last night, hence its current state." "Didn't he sleep at all?" Zhang Tianjing looked at Yi Yun in astonishment, his expression still clouded with skepticism. It seemed he harbored doubts about Yi Yun's words. Noticing this, Yi Yun chose not to argue, instead casting a knowing glance at Lucario. "You may call me poor, but you cannot question my capabilities, nor can you doubt the prowess of my Pokémon. That is the bottom line for a male trainer." Lucario understood the unspoken message and took a few steps forward, gesturing to the crowd to make way, exuding an air that commanded attention, as if to say, "Stand aside. I am about to display my might." The onlookers, intrigued by Lucario's intentions, prudently stepped back. Once the distance was deemed sufficient to avoid any unintentional harm, Lucario's aura intensified, and a pale blue energy sphere materialized in its hand, radiating a terrifying energy that warped the very space around it. In the next instant, Lucario hurled the energy sphere with tremendous force. It soared through the air like a cannonball, striking the distant spectator stand. With a thunderous explosion, the stand was obliterated, scattering into fragments that rained down from the sky, leaving devastation in their wake. A mushroom cloud of dust ascended, reaching towards the heavens. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Jaws agape, their faces etched with disbelief. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. The sheer destructive power was staggering, rivaling that of a high-explosive grenade. Gulping audibly, Zhang Tianjing struggled to swallow. Astonished by the display. Impressive. Just moments ago, he had harbored doubts about Lucario's state. Now, he was thoroughly impressed. Splendid, splendid, splendid. He repeated the word thrice. Excitement still shining in his eyes. A genius has emerged from Yinqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Tianjing laughed heartily, his grip on Yi Yun's hand trembling with exhilaration. Yi Yun offered an awkward smile, humbly replying, "You flatter me, principal." After a considerable time, Zhang Tianjing finally calmed his excitement, his admiration for Yi Yun growing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, recalling the troubling quota issue he had faced earlier. A smile crept across his lips. "I have an internal recommendation quota for Huadu Pokémon University. Would you be interested in participating?" Zhang Tianjing asked with a beaming smile. Yi Yun paused for a moment, taken aback. He was well aware of Huadu Pokémon University, a prestigious institution in Longhua, known to nearly every student. It was a place that countless individuals aspired to attend, yet the acceptance rate was less than 1 in 10,000. This underscored the university's esteemed status and the difficulty of admission. Now, an opportunity to bypass the arduous application process had arisen. Any student would be hard-pressed to decline such an offer. Yi Yun contemplated for a moment, not immediately responding. He did not harbor strong feelings about which Pokémon University to attend, for his theoretical knowledge rendered external instruction unnecessary. The only advantage of attending university would be the financial support it provided, as successful applicants received monthly allowances and resources for nurturing their Pokémon. The higher the institution's rank, the greater the resources allocated. Reflecting on this, Yi Yun recognized that this was the sole benefit that justified his potential enrollment at Huadu Pokémon University. Unfortunately, the distance from home posed a challenge, making it difficult to care for his younger sister. Yi Yun sighed in disappointment. Huadu Pokémon University was indeed exceptional, yet it was far from his home. However, should he gain admission and perform admirably, renting a nearby residence would not be insurmountable. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun agreed. "All right, follow me to fill out the application form. Once you have it, you can take it to Huadu Pokémon University for the internal assessment exam." Zhang Tianjing excitedly instructed, seemingly envisioning Yi Yun's future success at the university. At that moment, the entire Yinqing No. 1 High School would share in the glory. And as its principal, the benefits for Zhang Tianjing would be unmistakable. Yi Yun nodded and followed Zhang Tianjing, inquiring further, "When does the internal assessment exam commence?" Zhang Tianjing replied, "In 2 days." Yi Yun did not elaborate further. 2 days was ample time for him to enhance his strength. Chapter 9. Pan Lian's Revenge. After receiving the application form, Yi Yun bid farewell to Zhang Tianjing and departed from the school. Time was of the essence, and he intended to focus on strengthening his abilities. He decided to train at a nearby dojo first. According to the system's prompts, engaging in Pokémon battles would yield corresponding points. Gazing at the application form in his hand, he murmured to himself and prepared to head to the closest water-type dojo. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a new task." Task description: participate in the internal assessment of Huadu Pokémon University and successfully pass. Task type: ordinary task. Task difficulty: beginner. Task reward: 500 points. Task deadline: 3 days. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The task had finally arrived. Passing the assessment of Huadu Pokémon University? Given the task's difficulty, it should not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he resolved to further bolster his strength. With that thought, Yi Yun continued on his way. However, he had not traveled far when a group of individuals pursued him from behind, blocking his path. Leading the charge was none other than Pan Lian. "Brother Hua, this is the brat who bullied me. You must stand up for me," she exclaimed, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Tonight, I'll unlock a new position for you." Pan Lian lay nestled in the arms of a burly man, gently caressing his chest while speaking in a sultry tone. She even glanced back at Yi Yun, her eyes filled with resentment. Clearly, Pan Lian harbored a grudge against Yi Yun due to previous events. Initially, she had intended to seek assistance from the wealthy heirs at school. However, despite their bravado in private, they proved to be spineless in reality. The moment they learned she wanted to create trouble for Yi Yun, they all feigned ignorance and refused to help. After all, they were not fools and were well aware of the rumors circulating around the school regarding Yi Yun's esteemed status, bolstered by his possession of a Lucario and the principal's favor. Seeking trouble with Yi Yun now would not only be foolish but also a senseless endeavor. Moreover, in the eyes of these wealthy heirs, Pan Lien was merely a disposable plaything. No one would risk their own neck for her. Aware of this, Pan Lien refrained from approaching them again, and instead sought out a local thug to exact her revenge. Fear not, beautiful, as long as you serve me well tonight. I assure you I shall help you settle this score, Lu Hua leered, groping Pan Lien's shapely rear before turning to face Yi Yun with an air of arrogance. You, boy, come here and face your doom. Otherwise, once I unleash my Pokémon, you shall be finished. Yi Yun let out a scoff, teasingly inquiring. Did he not inform you of the nature of my Pokémon? Lu Hua dismissed the concern, brimming with arrogance. What do I care what it is? In front of me. They are all mere trash. Yi Yun chuckled derisively, shaking his head. How lamentable. After resolving the matter, he instructed his Lucario and then departed, uninterested in wasting time on such garbage. Upon seeing Lucario, Lu Hua's expression instantly froze. Damn, how could it be a Lucario? Good grief. Am I truly in over my head this time? He quickly retrieved a combat power detector to assess Lucario's strength. Target combat power, peak intermediate. Damn. Lu Hua could not help but curse, slapping Pan Lien hard, his face turning ashen. A peak intermediate Lucario was far beyond his capabilities. This wretched woman was pushing him into a fire pit. With a thud, Lu Hua fell to his knees, pleading before Lucario. Bro, spare me. I was blinded by this dog woman. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Hua's desire to kill Pan Lien was palpable. Yet, Lucario showed no mercy to Lu Hua's pleas, obeying only Yi Yun's commands. In an instant, Lucario appeared before Lu Hua, delivering a powerful strike that left him crumpled on the ground. Pan Lien fared no better, suffering severe injuries and collapsing in a convulsion. After executing its task, Lucario turned and swiftly followed Yi Yun. Once Lucario departed, Lu Hua staggered to his feet, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Pan Lien. You filthy wretch. You brought this upon me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he dragged her into a narrow alley, and fear flickered in Pan Lien's eyes as she anticipated the horrors to come. At the entrance of the Yinqing Water-type gym, Yi Yun perused the challenge rules posted on the bulletin board before stepping inside with Lucario. Hello, I am here to challenge, he announced at the counter. Producing the challenge fee, the young lady at the counter greeted him with a sweet smile as she processed his challenge. All right, you may proceed through there to challenge our gym. However, little brother, I must warn you, our gym leader is quite formidable. Do not end up crying from the defeat. Yi Yun smiled faintly, retorting, let us hope your gym leader does not end up weeping from my prowess. He added with a smirk, and just to clarify, I am not small. With that, he turned and entered the challenge room, leaving the girl momentarily stunned before muttering to herself. Humph, how big could he possibly be? Inside the challenge room, Yi Yun found the gym leader seated regally upon a crystal chair, clad in a flowing blue gown that draped gracefully to the floor, her fair, supple legs peeking out. Her ample bosom was prominent, suggesting an impressive figure. Her exquisite features and noble demeanor spoke volumes of her perfection. Greetings, I am Lon Xiner, the leader of the water-type gym, she announced, rising from her seat and gliding gracefully toward Yi Yun, ultimately stopping on the opposite side of the arena. In a 1v1 battle, if you win, you shall earn this blue badge from my hands. Lon Xiner extended her palm, revealing a sky-blue, droplet-shaped badge resting within. Very well. Yi Yun nodded, signaling his Lucario behind him. Go forth. Lucario acknowledged with a nod, leaping into the arena. Oh, a Lucario? Quite impressive, Lon Xiner remarked. In that case, allow me to introduce my Pokémon. She produced a Pokeball, declaring, come forth, Starmie. Chapter 10, Starmie vs. Lucario. Pokémon, Starmie. Affection, 200. Talent, 3 stars. Gender, genderless. Level, 25, intermediate. Type, water psychic. Ability, natural recovery, heals status conditions upon returning to the team. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, harden, water gun, hydro pump, Psywave, bubble beam. Camouflage, rapid spin, recover, rapid spin, light screen. Upon reviewing Starmie's details, a confident smile crept across Yi Yun's lips. A mere level 25? Not worth mentioning. Lucario, unleash your bone rush. Yi Yun commanded. Although Lucario faced a type disadvantage, with both fighting and steel-type moves being ineffective against Starmie, Yi Yun remained unfazed. After all, battling against type mismatches merely required skill. Lucario gathered the aura within its grasp. Under its control, the aura coalesced into 2 bone-like weapons, which it wielded with determination. With a fierce roar, Lucario charged forward towards Starmie, undeterred by the aquatic environment of the arena, which consisted of scattered rocks amid the sea. Lucario's balance and agility proved advantageous, allowing it to navigate effortlessly through the complex battlefield. The figure moved like a specter, elusive and uncertain. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside the gem starfish. Raising the bone staff in its hand, Lucario struck decisively at the gem starfish's head. Gem starfish, spin at high speed. Blue Exiner commanded, observing the unfolding scene. The gem starfish whirled rapidly, transforming into a whirlwind of wind and fire. Colliding with the bone staff wielded by Lucario, sparks flew as both sides remained evenly matched. Utilizing the force of their collision, the gem starfish distanced itself from Lucario. However, it was unprepared for Lucario's swift reaction. In the same instant that the gem starfish propelled itself away, another bone staff from Lucario soared through the air. Gem starfish, watch out for the bone staff coming your way, Blue Exiner urgently warned. Yet, it was too late. By the time the gem starfish realized the danger, the bone staff had already struck its head. A sharp sound echoed as the gem starfish felt a sudden jolt of pain. With a splash, it plunged into the water. Use self-recovery to mend your injuries. Blue Exiner remained calm despite the setback, continuing to direct the gem starfish. Lucario, don't give it a moment to breathe. Unleash Aura Sphere. Yiyun would not allow the gem starfish a reprieve and commanded further. Lucario nodded, gathering an Aura Sphere and launching it directly into the water below. A resounding boom erupted, sending gigantic waves rippling across the surface. A towering column of water shot skyward, dispersing into a torrential downpour. Lucario's gaze was sharp as he fixated on the water's surface, standing resolute as raindrops the size of peas cascaded upon him. Suddenly, the tumultuous waves surged again, giving rise to a water column. A blue-purple creature leapt from the depths, unleashing a powerful water gun straight at Lucario. It was none other than the gem starfish, executing its formidable attack. Lucario stood firm, opting to counter with an Aura Sphere. The clash was explosive. Water splashed everywhere. Energy radiated, and the arena was left in disarray. The torrential rain fell as the fierce battle between Lucario and the gem starfish intensified. Gem starfish, use Light of Ruin. Blue Exiner relentlessly issued another command. The gemstones adorning the gem starfish glimmered with an ethereal blue light before emitting a bizarre ray. Lucario reacted swiftly, aided by the forewarning of the aura, sidestepping the attack with ease. He then launched a fierce counteroffensive. Observing this, Blue Exiner furrowed her brows, with the aura providing forewarning. Lucario found it challenging to land a hit on his opponent. This predicament placed the gem starfish in a precarious position. Just then, Lucario's relentless assault finally bore fruit. Striking the gem starfish, the creature felt a sudden heaviness in its head, causing its body to uncontrollably plummet. Now's your chance. Finish it with Aura Sphere. Yiyun exclaimed with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment to conclude the battle. Lucario leapt above the gem starfish, channeling an Aura Sphere and slamming it downwards. A deafening roar echoed as water exploded in a magnificent spray. The gem starfish plummeted like a meteor, swiftly submerging into the water. Moments later, a blue-purple form bobbed to the surface. The gem starfish, now devoid of combat capability. Come back, gem starfish. You performed admirably, Blue Exiner said, withdrawing the gem starfish and turning to Yiyun with a smile. Your strength is impressive. You are deserving of this blue badge. With a gentle motion, Blue Exiner sent the blue badge soaring towards Yiyun. He grasped it eagerly, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Thank you. After securing the badge, Yiyun didn't linger, departing with Lucario. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the water-type gym leader and earned the blue badge, along with a reward of 100 points. Just as Yiyun exited the water gym, the system's voice resonated in his mind. One badge grants 100 points. If I challenge 10 gyms, won't I be eligible for a supreme lottery? Yiyun pondered, his spirits lifting considerably. He had long coveted the supreme lottery, and now, hope glimmered on the horizon. With this newfound joy, Yiyun resumed his journey of conquest. Yinqing boasted more than just one water gym. There were 4 additional gyms: the Fire Gym, Steel Gym, Grass Gym, and Rock Gym. Yiyun's goal was to conquer all 4 remaining gyms. Indeed, he intended to sweep through all 5 gyms of Yinqing. Chapter 11. Securing all badges and crafting energy cubes. Congratulations, Challenger. This red badge is yours. Congratulations, Challenger. This gray badge is yours. Congratulations, Challenger. This green badge is yours. As the voices echoed continuously in Yiyun's mind, he felt no joy in his victories, only a hint of sorrow etched on his face. He had completed challenges at all the gyms, but still lacked 500 points. The system's tasks could indeed earn him those points. Yet the internal examination at Huadu Pokemon University wouldn't commence until the day after tomorrow. Must he truly wait another 2 days? Yi Yun realized he had traversed all the gyms in Yinqing, but still fell short of 1,000 points. Opening the system panel, he examined his personal attributes. Host, Yi Yun. Points, 520. Pokemon, Lucario, Shiny Rayquaza. Personal skill, Basic Energy Cube Crafting Technique. Special abilities, Tokiwa Power, Novice, Aura Power, Novice. With only 480 points remaining for the lottery, he mused, I must seek out another venue for a true test of strength. Wouldn't you agree, Lucario? Yi Yun flashed an innocuous smile at his companion, Lucario, who had been instrumental in their prior victories at the gyms. Indeed, Lucario's prowess was formidable. Its aura sphere could be deemed unrivaled, as few could withstand its might. Following the trials of battle, Lucario's strength had risen to level 32, marking its entry into advanced ranks. Lucario cast Yi Yun a resentful glance, as if to say, if you're so capable, why not take the lead next time? Immediately, Lucario's stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Yi Yun chuckled awkwardly, realizing that after an intense series of battles, neither of them had eaten anything. Come, let me treat you to a meal and showcase my culinary skills. With that, Yi Yun took Lucario by the hand and headed towards the largest energy cube buffet restaurant in Salt City. This establishment, named BUN, was reputedly founded by a formidable grass-type trainer. BUN not only offered energy cubes suitable for Pokemon, but also boasted specialized machines designed for crafting these cubes, allowing knowledgeable breeders to experience the process firsthand. Since obtaining the basic energy cube crafting technique, Yi Yun had yet to try his hand at it. This presented the perfect opportunity to experiment, and perhaps he could even earn some extra income with his newfound skill. By the time the clock struck 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Yi Yun and Lucario arrived at BUN. Gazing at the grand and imposing structure before him, Yi Yun felt a swell of ambition rise within. In the past, a place like BUN was beyond his wildest dreams. 1. Due to a lack of Pokemon, and 2. Due to insufficient funds. Now, not only could he envision it, but he was also standing there in person. As someone who had traversed dimensions, he was determined to relish this experience. However, as he patted his pockets, he awkwardly realized that he seemed to be out of money. Blast it. I almost forgot that I'm still a penniless wanderer, Yi Yun muttered to himself. Despite having the support of a system and a powerful Pokemon, he found himself utterly broke. After all, he was the sole breadwinner in his household, responsible for covering daily expenses and funding his sister's education. It was no wonder his pockets were empty. Yet, having made the journey, he couldn't possibly turn back now. Moreover, Lucario was genuinely hungry. No matter the hardship, he could not let his Pokemon suffer. As he pondered, the thought of the system's lottery struck him. Though his current points were insufficient for a supreme prize, he could still partake in a regular draw. From the system's initial introduction, Yi Yun had learned that the ordinary lottery held a substantial chance of yielding alliance coins, though the exact amount remained uncertain. With this in mind, he opened the system and initiated a regular draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000 alliance coins. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. He had indeed struck gold with the alliance coins. After counting the zeros, a gleeful smile spread across his face. 10,000 alliance coins was a considerable sum, enough to last him quite a while. Elated, Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised by the generosity of the ordinary draw. With money in hand, he felt like royalty. Come on, Lucario, let's indulge in some delicious food. This time, it's on me, Yi Yun proclaimed with grandiosity, striding confidently into BUN. At the mention of delectable fare, Lucario's previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Licking his lips, Lucario mimicked Yi Yun, striding boldly into BUN alongside him. Inside, the restaurant was bustling with activity. Countless trainers and their Pokemon milled about. Yi Yun even spotted the rare trio of starters, the water turtle, the garlic toad, and, oh, a fire lizard. Yi Yun's presence naturally drew the attention of others. After all, possessing a Lucario, which was even rarer than the starter Pokemon, was bound to raise eyebrows. Who is this? How could they possibly own a Lucario? Perhaps they are a wealthy heir? Some speculated. That shouldn't be the case. I know most of the affluent young masters in Salt City, and I've never seen this one before. Could they be from another city? But they don't seem to fit the profile of a high society individual, nor do they appear to be from out of town. As Ian strolled around, he captured nearly everyone's gaze. Just then, a waitress approached, kindly inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you?" The waitress was charmingly lovely, the type that exuded warmth and comfort. "I would like to try my hand at making energy cubes," Ian replied. The waitress's expression shifted to one of surprise, her beautiful eyes widening. "You can make energy cubes?" Few in Salt City possess such knowledge, especially someone as young as you. I have a basic understanding. Yi Yun humbly smiled. Very well. Please follow me. The waitress nodded with a smile, leading Yi Yun to another section of the restaurant. Here, several self-service energy cube machines awaited eager breeders. To your left is the berry section, and to your right is the seasoning area. Once you've selected your berries and seasonings, simply place them into the mixing machine. If you're unsure about your recipe, we also provide some common basic formulas for you to check out over there, the waitress explained. Chapter 12, Effortlessly Accomplished. Renowned far and wide. Thank you, Yi Yun replied, making his way to the berry section. What flavors do you prefer? He asked Lucario, gazing at the myriad of berries before him. Lucario, sour. The sourer the better? Or perhaps a sweet and sour blend? Yi Yun inquired further. Energy cubes come in 5 distinct flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and astringent. The flavor largely depended on the berries selected, with a stronger emphasis on the chosen berries leading to a more pronounced taste in the resulting energy cube. Therefore, understanding Lucario's flavor preferences was crucial before proceeding with the crafting process. Lucario, the sourer, the better. Yi Yun looked at Lucario in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a strong preference. Most Pokémon would find sour energy cubes quite challenging to handle. In that case, I shall select sour pear berries, sour papaya, and blue root algae berries, Yi Yun murmured, finalizing his selection. These 3 berries boasted the highest sourness rating of 10. The energy cubes crafted from them would undoubtedly be overwhelmingly sour, so much so that the scent would waft through the air from a distance. Next came the seasonings. Yi Yun approached the seasoning area and chose a few supplementary ingredients to balance the flavor of the energy cubes. Once all components were selected, Yi Yun, recalling the knowledge in his mind, adjusted the self-service machine's speed, stirring force, and other parameters. When everything was set, he placed the berries and seasonings in order into the machine. Then, he firmly turned the switch. The machine whirred to life. Let us wait a bit. I'll prepare some energy cubes of different flavors, Yi Yun said as he returned to the berry section. Besides Lucario, his Rayquaza also required sustenance. After some inquiries, Yi Yun learned about Rayquaza's flavor preference. Spicy. That's a flavor I enjoy. Those who possess a penchant for spicy cuisine often exhibit a certain boldness, and Yi Yun exemplifies this trait. After selecting a variety of piquant fruits and seasonings, he activated another self-service machine. Approximately 10 minutes later, tantalizing energy cubes emerged, exuding an irresistible aroma. Yi Yun retrieved a fruit plate and filled it with the delectable cubes. Lucario picked up a piece and savored it, allowing the tart flavor to spread across its palate, cascading into its taste buds. The exquisite taste compelled Lucario to close its eyes in sheer enjoyment. Noting Lucario's blissful expression, Yi Yun felt a surge of confidence in his culinary skills, contemplating the prospect of opening a small eatery in the future. Momentarily, Lucario let out a satisfied burp, a smile of contentment gracing its face. Yi Yun had already prepared the energy cube portion for Rayquaza, and after settling the payment, he departed from the BUN establishment. Time was of the essence. He needed to pick up his younger sister from school. Shortly after Yi Yun's departure, the proprietress of BUN returned. Detecting the unique sour aroma wafting from the kitchen, she keenly recognized it as an unfamiliar recipe. Xiaoyu, did someone make energy cubes here earlier? She inquired, summoning the waitress Xia Xinyu. Yes, a young man visited our shop this afternoon and crafted the energy cubes, Xia Xinyu confirmed. A young man? The proprietress was taken aback, as she could not recall any youth from Yinxing capable of producing such distinctive flavors. Could he be an outsider? She pondered. Turning to Xia Xinyu, she asked, do you know his name? Xia Xinyu smiled awkwardly. I'm not quite sure, but he was rather handsome and appeared quite young, likely still a student. A student? This piqued the proprietress's interest, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she contemplated the implications. Make sure to inform me the next time he visits. She instructed Xia Xinyu before gracefully ascending the staircase. At the entrance of Yinxing Primary School, Yi Yi beamed brightly, her large eyes crescent-shaped as she leaped into Yi Yun's embrace. He lifted her effortlessly, ruffling the tuft of hair atop her head, and cheerfully declared, let us head home. Yay, homeward bound, Yi Yi exclaimed, joyfully skipping alongside her brother. Upon returning home, Yi Yun prepared a sumptuous feast. Wow, there's meat, Yi Yi remarked, her eyes wide with excitement. Isn't this a bit extravagant? In the past, they could scarcely afford meat. Yi Yun's heart quivered momentarily, but he steadied himself and gently reassured her, it's perfectly fine. I've come into some money, and I'll make sure you enjoy delicious meals every day from now on. Yi Yi's eyes sparkled like stars. Really? Absolutely. Yay, that's wonderful. You're the best, brother. After their meal, Yi Yi headed off for a bath. Initially, She wished for Yi Yun to assist her, but he insisted she manage on her own. In his room, Yi Yun released Rayquaza. "This is for you. Give it a try." Rayquaza sniffed the offering with disdain, but upon tasting it, its demeanor shifted. Delightful. Indeed, no one can escape the allure of true deliciousness. Not even a legendary Pokémon. The following day, while having breakfast, an early news report captured Yi Yun's attention. Yinqing Express. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen a dragon soaring through the wild forest, with dragon-type Pokémon in the vicinity. Experts speculate that such sightings are unlikely, suggesting instead that the witnesses may have observed an exceptionally large avian Pokémon. It seemed the commotion caused by Rayquaza had not gone unnoticed. Yi Yun pondered briefly, relieved that the experts often concoct unusual explanations, thus alleviating his concerns about Rayquaza's exposure. Shortly after, another local news item caught his eye. Shock. A high school student reportedly overran 5 major gyms overnight, demonstrating terrifying prowess. According to our exclusive report, this student is none other than Yi Yun from Yinqing No. 1 high school senior class. Yi Yun was taken aback. Already famous? He realized he had inadvertently become the center of attention in Yinqing. Chapter 13. School Rewards and Wilderness Training. Yi also caught wind of the report, her innocent face glowing with admiration, her gem-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yi Yun in awe. "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Though Yi was yet to become an official Pokémon trainer and lacked her own Pokémon, years of exposure at school had made her aware of the formidable strength of the Yinqing gym. It was evident that Yi Yun had reached an impressive level of skill. "Not too shabby," Yi Yun replied modestly with a smile. "Do you want to be as strong as your brother one day?" Yi nodded vigorously. "Yes." Yi Yun laughed heartily. "Then you must study hard." "Absolutely," Yi declared, shaking her tiny fist with determination. After breakfast, Yi Yun escorted Yi to school. On his way back, he had no intention of attending classes. In preparation for the upcoming entrance exam at Huadu Pokemon University, he decided to train in the wild forest. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a message from Principal Zhang Tianzheng. "Good luck. I've heard about your remarkable achievement in overcoming 5 gyms. The school has awarded you 30,000 Alliance coins as recognition, which I have transferred to your bank account. Please check it when you have a moment. Tomorrow is the entrance exam at Huadu Pokemon University. Make sure to give it your all, and don't underestimate your competitors." Yi Yun was slightly astonished. He hadn't anticipated receiving such a substantial scholarship. 30,000 Alliance coins would allow him and Yi to indulge several more times. "I understand. Thank you, Principal." After responding to Zhang Tianzheng, Yi Yun set off towards the wild forest outside Yinqing. Meanwhile, at the admissions office of Magic City Pokemon University, the admissions officer Zhao Tianyu watched the news report with an appreciative glint in his eyes. "Yi Yun, this student's abilities are quite impressive. He shows great potential. If I could recruit him to the Magical City Spirit University and nurture him diligently, he might very well become a formidable master of the Quasi-King level in the future." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Tianyu dialed the number of Zhang Tianzheng from Yinqing No. 1 High School. "Hello, is this Principal Zhang? I am Zhao Tianyu, the admissions officer from Magical City Spirit University. I have an opportunity for an internal examination slot at our university that I would like to discuss with you." In a dilapidated rental apartment, the elder brother said, "Look at this person. Doesn't he resemble that kid we encountered in the wilderness before?" The younger brother pointed at a photo of Yi Yun on the television screen, terror etched across his face. Previously, they had personally killed Yi Yun, and now, unexpectedly, they were seeing news about him on TV. Just 2 days prior, while searching for their third accomplice, they had inadvertently discovered that Yi Yun's corpse had vanished. Connecting the dots, their expressions grew grim as they realized they had yet to locate Yi Yun. "Elder brother, do you think it's possible that the third one was truly eliminated by this kid? After all, he single-handedly overthrew the 5 great halls of Yinqing overnight. Even if the third one aimed to achieve such a feat, it wouldn't have been an easy task," the younger brother said, worry evident in his voice. To be honest, he had a good relationship with the third one, and now that his fate was uncertain, he felt uneasy. The elder brother narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his gaze as he fixed his stare on the photo of Yi Yun, remaining silent for a long while until he finally exhaled. "This kid is no ordinary individual. It is highly likely he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity that led to his current achievements. Let us not forget, when we killed him, he was merely an unremarkable individual. Yet now, he has transformed into a master capable of toppling the 5 great halls. To claim that he hasn't encountered a significant opportunity would be utterly unbelievable. Moreover, I suspect that the third one must have discovered his opportunity, which is why he was silenced," the elder brother analyzed, each word deepening the growing sense of dread. Upon hearing the elder brother's analysis, The younger brother couldn't help but shiver, a chill creeping down his spine as he trembled and asked, "Elder brother, what should we do now? Are we to let the third one's grudge go unavenged?" With a cold chuckle, the elder brother replied, "Let it go? How could we possibly do that? I intend not only to make this kid pay in blood, but also to seize his opportunity. However, we have more pressing matters to attend to tonight, after this evening. We shall take action against him." The younger brother's face darkened with a fierce expression. "All right, I will follow your lead." At midday, Yi Yun arrived at the Yinqing Wilderness Forest. The Yinqing Wilderness Forest is a vast expanse of primordial woodland, a boundless sea of lush greenery that undulates with the gentle breeze. As the largest training ground in Yinqing, the forest is home to countless wild spirits, making it an ideal location for trainers to hone their skills and capture spirits. It is said that long ago, someone even encountered the legendary lightning bird deep within the forest, though the truth behind this tale remains ambiguous. As a refreshing breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass, Yi Yun felt invigorated. He set forth on his training journey, not lingering at the periphery, but heading straight into the heart of the wilderness. The outer areas of the forest generally host rather ordinary and common spirits, lacking the necessary strength for Yi Yun's training. To find more suitable opponents for his practice, he needed to venture deeper into the forest, where powerful spirits abound. As Yi Yun advanced, the number of trainers around him gradually diminished. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the depths of the wilderness. At that moment, the nearby grass began to sway violently, producing a rustling sound. Yi Yun's expression sharpened, realizing he might be encountering a wild spirit. This place was different from the outskirts, and he could not afford to be careless. He quickly summoned Lucario, his eyes fixated on the rustling grass, waiting for the wild spirit to reveal itself. Chapter 14. Unexpected Gains, Collaborative Exploration. Here it comes. Suddenly, the grass shook violently, and a shadow darted out. Stunky. The creature that emerged was particularly unsightly. Adorned with a rather unattractive flower atop its head, drool dripping from its mouth onto the ground. Spirit, Stunky. Affinity, 0. Potential, 2 stars. Gender, male. Level, 25, intermediate. Type, grass poison. Ability, chlorophyll, speed increases in sunny weather. Hidden ability, none. Item, oranberry, a wild fruit that can heal burns. Skills, acid, absorb, growth, sweet scent. Poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, mega drain, lucky chant. Surprised by the information regarding this Stunky, Yi Yun's expression brightened. It wasn't merely due to the Stunky's intermediate level. Rather, it was because it was carrying an oranberry. Most wild spirits do not carry items, but a small number do possess such treasures. To encounter one is indeed a stroke of good fortune. The value of an oranberry is considerable, even if I choose not to sell it. It can be quite useful for myself, Yi Yun thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Lucario defeated. Lucario stepped forward, sensing Yi Yun's intent. Stunky initiated its attack, spewing forth a foul-smelling acid directly at Yi Yun. How audacious of such a small Stunky to spit at me. What position do I hold? And who are you to dare challenge me? Yi Yun found the situation somewhat amusing, and he decided not to hold back, commanding Lucario to unleash its most ferocious assault. Use Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere is Lucario's signature move, possessing extraordinary power. Lucario formed its hands into a lotus position, gathering energy to conjure an Aura Sphere that it shot directly at Stunky. With a resounding boom, the Aura Sphere exploded as it neared Stunky, sending a violent column of energy soaring into the sky with a deafening roar. The shockwave from the explosion was terrifying, snapping several nearby young trees in half, which fell in disarray. Stunky, the unfortunate victim, had already rolled its eyes back and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Well done. Yi Yun smiled in satisfaction. Ping. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Yi Yun's mind. Earning 20 points from an intermediate level battle may not seem substantial, but it was certainly a decent gain. With a few more victories, I will soon gather enough points to reach 1,000, Yi Yun thought, a smile adorning his face as he approached the fallen Stunky. Atop the stinky flower's crown, a rather exquisite berry lay quietly ensconced within its bud. Yi Yun delicately extracted the berry and placed it into his satchel. He intended to continue his search, eager to discover if there were any other formidable wild spirits nearby. Just as Yi Yun was preparing to set off, a group of individuals suddenly approached from the distance. It was indeed them. Upon catching sight of Yi Yun's visage, accompanied by his Lucario, a flicker of excitement danced across their faces. Greetings, may I inquire if you are the esteemed Yi Yun? A tall, imposing middle-aged man stepped forward from the group, his demeanor exuding authority, while the others followed closely behind him. Do you require my assistance? Yiyan furrowed his brow slightly, regarding the newcomers with caution, for he did not recognize them. The middle-aged man, with a genial smile, introduced himself. I am Sun Ying, and we are. Following a brief introduction, Yiyan gleaned a general understanding of the four individuals. They comprised an exploration team from Yinqing, who typically made their living by capturing wild spirits and foraging for forest fruits, exchanging them for monetary gain. Such exploration teams were plentiful in Yinqing, and Yiyan had previously acquired some knowledge about them. In total, there were 4 members. The middle-aged man, Sun Ying, was their leader. The diminutive man was named Ma Hou, while the one with a slightly plump physique was called Fei Bo. The group also included a solitary female member, named Mei Hu. Although she was not conventionally attractive, her figure was quite ample, particularly her pronounced bosom, which swayed enticingly as she walked, captivating the attention of those around her. Despite acquiring some insight into these individuals, Yiyan remained uncertain of their intentions. At that moment, Sun Ying continued. The matter is thus. We came across news about you online and learned of your considerable prowess. Thus, we wish to extend an invitation for you to join us in exploring a particular location. According to the information we possess, it is home to numerous rare fruits, and should we manage to harvest them, the profits would be substantial. At this, a glint of greed illuminated Sun Ying and his companion's eyes. Yiyan felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he was not so easily swayed by temptation and countered with a question. If it is indeed a treasure trove, why do you not venture there yourselves, instead of seeking my assistance? Sun Ying chuckled awkwardly, explaining, the site lies deep within the forest, and our abilities are limited. We fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. Thus, we sought a skilled individual to accompany us. It was fortuitous that we discovered you online. Rest assured, should you join us, you will not be shortchanged. We shall share the spoils, granting you 1/5 of the fruits. What do you say? Yiyan remained silent, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he assessed the group. Noticing his hesitation, Sun Ying added, if you decline, we shall not press the matter. We can always seek others. With that, he began to turn away. At that moment, Yiyan spoke up, halting their departure. Wait, I shall collaborate with you. Ultimately, Yiyan acquiesced. The allure of the rare fruits was indeed irresistible, though he was aware that obtaining them would likely not be a simple task. Furthermore, he suspected these individuals might not be as benevolent as they appeared. Once the fruits were located, it was conceivable they might resort to foul play to eliminate him and seize the bounty for themselves. Yet, Yiyan harbored no fear. He had his shining Rayquaza to safeguard him, and should anyone harbor malicious intent against him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Ha ha ha, little brother, you are quite forthright. Sun Ying halted, turning with a hearty laugh. Fear not. You shall not find yourself at a disadvantage by partnering with us. Sun Ying further bolstered Yiyan's confidence. However, Yiyan remained skeptical of his assurances. One must maintain vigilance against betrayal, yet one must also be wary of naivety. Now that we've secured our ally, let us not delay any longer. The paths within the forest are treacherous. We aim to return before nightfall, Sun Ying declared, glancing at his companions, who nodded in agreement without dissent. What say you, little brother? Sun Ying turned to Yiyan once more, seeking his opinion. Very well, Yiyan nodded in agreement. Thus, the quintet ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 15, Ma Hou's Trouble, Yiyan's Escape. Hey, little brother, your Lucario appears to be quite splendid. Could you share where you captured it? Along the way, Ma Hou sidled up to Yiyan, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he scrutinized Lucario from head to toe. Right here in this forest, Yiyan casually fabricated, knowing full well that whatever he claimed would be taken at face value. There was no way they could verify his words. Right here in the wilderness? Ma Hou's face registered surprise, and he smacked his lips, muttering to himself. They say this forest is home to many rare spirits, and it appears to be true. He then turned his gaze back to Yiyan, a hint of envy in his eyes. But little brother, you are indeed fortunate to encounter a Lucario. I've been living in this forest for over half a year and have yet to encounter a single rare spirit. Yiyan offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Mei Hu interjected, Hee, with your penchant for luring innocent women into mischief, how could your luck possibly be good? Ma Hou, slightly indignant, retorted, I merely advised those wayward women to come ashore. Isn't that a balancing act of virtue and vice? How could that not be considered good luck? Mei Hu scoffed, so that's your daily excuse for visiting widows? Ma Hou's face flushed with embarrassment, and he fell silent. I was merely quenching their thirst. He muttered defensively. The group continued onward for a while, engaging in casual banter. Suddenly, a wild talon flame, adorned in fiery red plumage, erupted from the nearby underbrush, startling everyone. Damn it, that pesky bird nearly gave me a heart attack. Do you dare believe I won't pluck every feather from your body and roast you over a fire? Maho, startled by the talonflame, stumbled and, once regaining his composure, unleashed a torrent of curses at the bird. The talonflame glanced back at Maho, seemingly comprehending his words, and with an enraged screech, lunged at him. Maho instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, yet lost his balance and fell to the ground. Mayhu stifled a laugh, teasing, Hee, Maho, did you overindulge yesterday? You seem rather unsteady on your feet. Next time, will it be a rattata that sends you sprawling? Maho's expression darkened, incensed by Mayhu's remarks, and a fiery rage ignited within him. Damn it, you insolent woman. I've bedded 10 women without faltering. He shot back, glaring daggers at her. In the realm of men, nothing is more intolerable than being branded as weak, especially by a woman. Though the enraged Mammon knew better than to unleash his fury upon the charming fox spirit, he turned his ire towards the skyfire sparrow above. Mongrel bird, how dare you humiliate your grandfather? I shall take you down today. Mammon gritted his teeth, one hand already reaching for his waist. With a sharp crack, he summoned his Pokémon, a Galarian Corviknight. Galarian, bring that mongrel down. I intend to pluck its feathers and roast it. Fueled by anger, Mammon disregarded the consequences and commanded Galarian to attack. Yun, witnessing this folly, furrowed his brows and retreated behind the others. Recklessly provoking the Skyfire Sparrow was hardly a prudent choice, especially in the wild. Wild Skyfire Sparrows were typically social creatures, harboring grudges. If angered, they would unleash relentless assaults from their entire flock. As an adventurer, Mammon ought to have known this, yet his rage clouded his judgment, casting aside all caution. The others, however, remained composed. Upon seeing Mammon's reckless attack, their expressions shifted dramatically. Mammon, cease this madness. Do not attack it. Sun Ying, the first to react, hastily intervened. But it was too late. Galarian had already hurled its bone club, striking the airborne sparrow down. The sparrow let out a hoarse cry, filled with unbridled fury. Instantly, the forest erupted into chaos, a cacophony of rustling as numerous Skyfire sparrows surged from the trees, a dark mass converging upon them. Without hesitation, Yiyun turned and fled. With such a multitude of Skyfire sparrows, there was no chance of victory, even if they all banded together. Look at what you've done. Sun Ying chastised Mammon, who trembled in fear at the sight of the approaching flock, realizing he had stirred a monumental disaster, and he dared not retort. Let us leave. Do not confront them head-on. Sun Ying knew that now was not the time for blame. With a sharp reprimand, he led the group away. At that moment, Feibo suddenly noticed that Yiyun had distanced himself from the group and promptly reported this to Sun Ying. Boss, that kid has left us behind. Sun Ying turned back, realizing Yiyun had indeed run off. Damn, that scoundrel, abandoning us. When he caught up to Yiyun, he would surely teach him a lesson. Mammon, already seething with suppressed anger, now directed his ire at Yiyun for abandoning them. Sun Ying's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with determination as he stated, Follow him. We must escape this onslaught. Their most pressing concern was to evade the pursuit of the Skyfire Sparrow flock. The group moved swiftly, darting through the underbrush. Yet, the Skyfire Sparrows proved equally nimble, relentlessly trailing them, refusing to be shaken off. Mammon's countenance darkened further. Boss, what now? These sparrows cling to us like a leech. We cannot shake them. Continuing in this manner would surely exhaust them, leaving them defenseless. Sun Ying furrowed his brows, momentarily at a loss. He glanced ahead at Yiyun, recognizing that as a student from Yinqing No. 1 High School, he likely possessed knowledge far beyond their own rugged experience. Perhaps he had a way to evade the sparrow swarm. Stay close. I will consult that kid to see if he has any viable strategies. Sun Ying instructed the others before accelerating his pace to catch up with Yiyun. Chapter 16. Ingenious Ideas to Avert Crisis. Upon catching up with Yiyun, Sun Ying did not linger on pleasantries and continued to run. Little brother, with your vast knowledge, do you have any effective strategies against that flock of Skyfire sparrows? Running indefinitely is not a solution. We will eventually be overtaken. Sun Ying approached, urgency in his voice. While they may have more combat experience, collectively, they could not match Yiyun's breadth of knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Yiyun proposed a potential solution. Do you have any insect repellent spray? Insect repellent spray was a specialized concoction designed to deter wild Pokémon. When applied, it would prevent nearby wild creatures from approaching. Though Sun Ying did not fully grasp Yiyun's intentions, he replied, Yes, how much do we have? Approximately 10 bottles, Sun Ying estimated. 10 should suffice, Yiyun mused, believing his plan might be feasible. He turned to Sun Ying, instructing, "Fetch all the insect repellent. I may have a way to deal with these skyfire sparrows." Sun Ying's heart leaped at the prospect. If it meant driving away the flock, he would not hesitate to procure even 100 bottles. "All right, I'll retrieve them immediately." Without a moment's delay, he returned to the team, collecting all the insect repellent before handing it to Yiyun. 11 bottles in total. Is this enough? Sun Ying inquired. Concern etched on his face. Yiyun nodded. This should be sufficient. He proceeded to open all the bottles, pouring the contents into a single container. Lucario. Encapsulate this within your aura. Yiyun summoned Lucario, who nodded and utilized its aura to envelop the entire contents of the repellent. Turning to Sun Ying, Yiyun instructed, "Call everyone over. They should stay behind me." Sun Ying understood Yiyun's intentions and, without hesitation, gestured to Mammon and the others to gather closer. Once everything was prepared, Yiyun halted, facing the swarm of skyfire sparrows. The flock, exhilarated by the chase, squawked excitedly as they dove towards the group in a flurry of feathers. "Lucario, launch it." As the birds approached, Yiyun commanded without hesitation. Lucario reacted swiftly, throwing the aura-infused energy sphere into the air, trailing the repellent as it arced towards the flock. As the energy sphere reached the center of the skyfire sparrows, Yiyun commanded, "Now, detonate it." Lucario attuned its aura to the energy sphere among the sparrows, and with a thunderous explosion, the sphere erupted. The repellent transformed into a thick mist, permeating the air with a pungent odor, rapidly expanding outward. The fiery sparrows, upon sensing this peculiar aroma, reacted as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Their expressions shifted dramatically, scattering in every direction, fleeing in utter disarray. In an instant, the entire flock was in disarray, hastily retreating, their focus no longer on Yiyun and the others below. The imminent threat posed by the fiery sparrows was effortlessly averted. "Damn, this is quite remarkable, truly ingenious," chuckled one onlooker. "Oh, little brother, how impressive. I can't help but wonder if his prowess extends to other areas as well." It was undeniable that those who had received formal education, like Sun Ying and his companions, exhibited a wisdom that surpassed the rusticity of their peers. However, amidst the praise, only the monkey remained sullen, his eyes smoldering with rage and resentment, fixated on Yiyun like a viper ready to strike. "Let us make haste. The fiery sparrows may return at any moment," Yiyun suggested, approaching the group. The others tensed, nodding in agreement. They had managed to repel the sparrows with their insect repellent spray this time, but they might not be so fortunate in the future. Just then, the monkey stormed over. Seizing Yiyun by the collar, his voice a furious growl. "What was that about? You didn't even bother to warn us before fleeing." Yiyun frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he pushed the monkey away, straightening his attire. "Heh, it's astonishing that you all are an exploration team. Must I remind you not to provoke wild fiery sparrows in the wilderness?" "You." At this, the monkey's face turned a deep shade of purple, his breathing growing heavier. Yiyun's words lodged in his throat like an unwelcome obstruction, leaving him in an uncomfortable state. Indeed, as members of an exploration team, they were fully aware of the dangers of provoking wild fiery sparrows. Yet, in the heat of the moment, his anger had clouded his judgment. At that moment, Lucario stepped beside Yiyun, casting a cold gaze at the monkey, its aura of power swirling ominously. If the monkey dared to disrespect Yiyun again, it would not hesitate to act. Tension enveloped the atmosphere. In this critical moment, Sun Ying intervened, admonishing the monkey, "Get back here. Do you want to embarrass us even further?" "Boss," but the monkey, unable to contain his indignation, attempted to defend himself, but Sun Ying cut him off. "No buts. You must face the consequences of your actions. Now, return at once." Though the monkey was fearless, he held great respect for his leader. Realizing Sun Ying was on the verge of anger, he dared not retort further and shot a fierce glare at Yiyun before sulking back to the group. "My apologies on behalf of the monkey," Sun Ying said to Yiyun, his tone laced with regret. Yiyun was not one to harbor grudges. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let us continue our journey." Sun Ying sighed in relief. All right. Had Yiyun decided to sever ties with them at that moment, all their efforts would have been in vain. The quartet soon resumed their expedition, though this time a somber silence enveloped them, with no one daring to engage in idle chatter. Chapter 17, Sun Ying's Schemes. The trails through the wilderness were far from easy, becoming increasingly treacherous the deeper they ventured. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild spirits obstructing their path. Fortunately, these spirits, while formidable, remained within a manageable range and were dealt with by the combined efforts of Sun Ying and his companions. It was unclear whether Sun Ying's reluctance to involve Yiyun stemmed from guilt for previous events or an attempt to express gratitude for Yiyun's earlier assistance. or perhaps some other motivation. Regardless, he refrained from letting Yi Yun engage, opting instead to tackle the wild spirits himself alongside his team. Yi Yun, content to remain uninvolved, said little as he enjoyed the respite. Not much further now. We should be arriving soon, Sun Ying remarked, glancing at the map and surveying his surroundings with delight. The others, upon hearing this news, felt a surge of excitement. Finally, after such a long trek, we're about to reap our rewards. Right, boss? Once we harvest those tree fruits, may I have one? My stomach is already growling. Uff, you glutton. If you keep eating, you'll turn into a pig. Well, I'm not like you, afraid to eat for the sake of your figure. Are you asking for a beating? Come here, and I'll teach you a lesson. I'm not going over there. I don't want to end up as your dry husk. Just then, a furious roar echoed from ahead, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive, purplish Nidoking. Wow, it's enormous. No one can take this Nidoking from me, the alluring fox exclaimed, eyes gleaming at the sight of the formidable creature's horn. The monkey smirked with a hint of mischief, teasing, if the other men can't satisfy you, you can always come to me. The alluring fox rolled her eyes, scoffing, please, you're just a one-hit wonder. The monkey's expression darkened, anger flaring within him as if someone had stepped on his tail. You're the one who's a one-hit wonder. Your whole family is. Enough. Let us focus on how to deal with this Nidoking, Sun Ying interjected, his voice steady. He held an electronic device, scanning the looming creature before them. The monkey and the alluring fox ceased their banter, leaning in to observe. Boss, what is its strength like? The monkey inquired. Sun Ying's device, a combat power detector, assessed the spirit's capabilities. It's a bit troublesome. It possesses advanced late-stage power. Upon hearing the term advanced, the faces of the monkey and the alluring fox grew solemn. Yi Yun, too, felt a flicker of surprise at Sun Ying's assessment. Advanced late-stage power roughly equated to levels 37 or 38, indeed a formidable opponent. Clearly, Sun Ying and his team had not yet reached such heights. Unless they fought in unison, they had little chance of victory. Do you need my assistance? Yi Yun offered. Throughout their journey, it had been Sun Ying and his companions handling the wild spirits. Should he continue to refrain from participating, there might be dissatisfaction when it came time to divide the spoils. Sun Ying smiled gently, waving his hand. No worries, little brother. We can handle this minor issue ourselves. The lean monkey chimed in. Yes, just watch us. Yet, the tone carried a hint of mockery. Yi Yun, not one to seek unnecessary conflict, decided to stand aside and observe, content to enjoy the moment. This time, we'll work together to take it down with minimal effort, Sun Ying instructed. If you wish to capture it, be prepared for the task at hand. Rest assured, boss, I know exactly what to do. The alluring demon nodded solemnly. Very well. Let us proceed. Without uttering another word, Sun Ying unleashed his Pokémon, the Crossbat. The others followed suit, summoning their own Pokémon as well. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from Nidoking, charging directly towards the group. Crossbat, unleash Cross Poison. The Crossbat expelled a concentrated jet of venom in the shape of a cross, aiming to subdue Nidoking. In response, Nidoking opened its gaping maw and unleashed a barrage of tiny poisonous needles in retaliation. Gala Gala, employ Bone Boomerang. Gala Gala launched its bone staff with precision, transforming it into a whirling blade of wind aimed at Nidoking. Nidoking dodged to the side but was taken by surprise as the bone staff returned unexpectedly, striking it unawares. With a resounding thud, Nidoking lost its balance, staggering unsteadily on the ground. Seizing the opportune moment, the alluring demon executed a decisive strike. Tongue Lick, deliver a powerful whip. With a swift motion, vibrant green vines erupted from Tongue Lick's back, transforming into formidable whips that lashed fiercely against Nidoking, producing a series of resounding cracks. Consequently, Nidoking was sent sprawling to the ground. The alluring fox, recognizing the moment, unhesitatingly tossed forth a pokeball. This was a coveted item she had traded with an old merchant after 3 long days and nights. It simply had to succeed. With her hands clasped together, she silently prayed. The ball she threw was a great ball, boasting a capture rate significantly higher than that of a standard pokeball. Such great balls were exceedingly rare, often unattainable even with wealth in Salt City. The alluring fox had fortuitously encountered an elderly merchant and, after an intense rendezvous, had acquired this prized great ball. With a crisp click, the great ball lay quietly on the ground, akin to a defeated maiden, motionless and devoid of resistance. Success! The alluring fox rejoiced, dashing over to retrieve the great ball, rubbing it against her chest several times before stowing it away with satisfaction. Oh ho ho, look at your little flirty self. Is it true that the water curtain cave is flooding? Shall I use the sea stabilizing needle to plug it up for you? The mischievous monkey unabashedly eyed the alluring fox's ample assets, leering with a smirk. Oh really? The alluring fox responded with a beguiling smile, swaying her waist like a serpent as she approached the mischievous monkey. Then, with a swift kick, she struck between his legs. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, sending flocks of birds scattering. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us continue our journey. Sun Ying scolded with a furrowed brow, leading the group onward. Meanwhile, Yi Yun discreetly distanced himself from the alluring fox, trailing behind the others. Chapter 18. A Rift Unveiled. The fiery sky appears. This time, the group had not ventured far before reaching their destination. Do you see those fruit trees ahead? The fruits they bear are precisely what we seek. Sun Ying crouched behind a clump of grass, pointing towards the 3 fruit trees not far off. Compared to the towering ancient trees surrounding them, the 3 fruit trees were not particularly tall, but were remarkably stout. Their branches were similarly robust, with each tip as thick as an arm. They were laden with vibrant, colorful fruits, and even from a distance, the enticing aroma wafted through the air with the gentle breeze. I see them. However, they are too far away for us to discern the kinds of fruits they bear. The mischievous monkey replied. Gazing at the fruits so tantalizingly close, he darted up and down anxiously, yet hesitated to approach recklessly. As a member of the exploration team, he was well aware of the basic prohibitions regarding foraging for fruits in the wild. Generally, wild fruits, being delectable and nutrient-rich, possess immense allure for wild Pokémon. Consequently, wild Pokémon often guard the areas surrounding these fruits. Once the fruits ripen, the guardian Pokémon will harvest them for their own consumption. The fruits on the trees they observed were ripe, yet they remained unpicked. This situation could imply 2 possibilities. Either these wild fruit trees lacked guardians and were unclaimed, or the guardian Pokémon were biding their time, awaiting the fruits to naturally fall before indulging. As Sun Ying and the others were uncertain which scenario applied, they dared not act recklessly. After all, the wild Pokémon that protect these fruits are typically formidable, and a minor misstep could land them in dire straits. We need someone to ascertain the specific situation regarding the fruits before we proceed to harvest them. Sun Ying addressed the group. Who is willing to volunteer? Silence enveloped the group. All eyes converged on Yi Yun, who lingered at the back. Even Sun Ying, who had previously been courteous towards Yi Yun, now regarded him with expectation. Sensing the weight of their gazes, Yi Yun furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. You all must be aware of the dangers of recklessly investigating wild fruit trees. The mischievous monkey scoffed, a mocking tone evident in his voice. Of course we know that. But someone has to go, don't they? We have faced numerous dangers, all of which were handled by my teammates and me. You have yet to lift a finger. Now that the team faces a challenge, it is time for you to contribute. The alluring fox, her eyes sparkling, adjusted her ample bosom and chimed in. Yes, little brother. You haven't done anything on this journey. It's your turn now. But don't worry, when you return, I can reward you. The choice of position is entirely yours. Although Fei Bo said nothing, he nodded in agreement, his stance unmistakable. Yi Yun maintained a calm demeanor, turning to Sun Ying to gauge his opinion. Little brother, go ahead. Wouldn't you want to ensure you get your share of the fruits? Sun Ying said, his tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with a hint of veiled threat. Yi Yun's heart harbored cold laughter. He had suspected for some time why these individuals seemed overly kind, preventing him from participating in battles. Now, the truth was laid bare. It was all a calculated scheme against him. Yi Yun's gaze swept across the group, gradually growing colder, with a faint hint of murderous intent. Quite the scheme. Was this your plan from the very beginning? The earlier encounters where you kept me from fighting were likely to set up this very moment. In this way, you have ample justification for me to take action, and I have no grounds to refuse. He laid the truth bare, no longer willing to dance around the subject. Upon having their scheme exposed, Sun Ying and the others ceased to mask their true intentions. I must say, you're not entirely foolish. The mischievous monkey sneered, then swiftly changed his tone. But even if you figured it out, what of it? It won't alter the outcome. Today, you will go, whether you wish to or not. The mischievous monkey's tone was resolute, his face contorted into a menacing grimace. Yi Yun remained unfazed, meeting their gazes head-on. And what if I refused to go? He was eager to see what capabilities these individuals possessed. Young man, I advise you against resisting, he warned. Instead of responding, the monkey demon fell silent, and it was Sun Ying who spoke up. Yi Yun cast a surprised glance at Sun Ying and remarked, Oh, your collective prowess and spirit abilities scarcely surpasses mine. After enduring a fierce battle, your strength is likely diminished to a mere fraction. If I resolutely refuse to comply, do you truly think you can overpower me? Given your current capabilities, even united, I doubt you will gain any advantage over me. Sun Ning exchanged glances with his companions, all of whom snickered derisively. You are far too naive, underestimating us, scoffed the monkey demon, directing his gaze towards Sun Ning. Quietly, Sun Ning retrieved a pokeball from his pocket and released the spirit contained within. This electric dragon possesses elite-level strength. It would be wise for you to refrain from futile resistance and comply. Yi Yin utilized the system to examine the electric dragon's information. At level 45, it indeed was an elite Pokémon. But so what? Even if a champion-level spirit were to arrive, it would not suffice. Do you truly think you are the only ones capable of concealing your true strength? Yi Yin maintained an air of nonchalance. Sun Ning froze, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind. Could it be that you also? Before Sun Ning could finish his thought, Yi Yun's eyes suddenly radiated with two beams of divine light. In an instant, a pokeball appeared in Yi Yun's hand. Come forth. The pokeball sprang open, and a black spirit descended, enveloped in an overwhelming aura that resonated with the surrounding space, creating a thunderous sound. With a deafening roar, the black spirit soared into the air, letting out a dragon's cry as it hovered above the onlookers. Its piercing gaze felt like twin blades stabbing into their hearts. In that moment, Sun Ning and his companions' minds went blank, their bodies frozen in place, their faces betraying nothing but sheer terror. Rayquaza. It's Rayquaza. Chapter 19. Not a single one spared. The capture of the Sovereign Serpent. How could a legendary first-tier deity fall into your hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are merely a boy. How could you earn Rayquaza's recognition? Sun Ning, as if driven mad, pointed at Yi Yun and muttered to himself, unable to accept the reality before him. He had encountered references to Rayquaza in ancient texts, describing it as a super-ancient deity, the sovereign of the skies. With unparalleled strength, towering over all, it was unfathomable that such a being would willingly submit to a mere boy. Yi Yun scoffed, casting a look of disdain at him. If it does not acknowledge me, why would it acknowledge you? I had initially intended to offer you a chance for redemption, but you are utterly inept. You forced my hand. Now you shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yi Yun's voice turned icy. Rayquaza, engage. Obliterate them. Leave none alive. As these words left his lips, an ominous wind of death swept through the air. The monkey demon, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. The charming fox trembled, her eyes vacant. Little brother, spare me, please. I can do anything for you. Surely. You have yet to experience a woman's embrace. I can provide that for you. My skills are top-notch, guaranteed to bring you ecstasy. In a desperate bid for survival, the charming fox was willing to forsake her dignity. Get lost. Yi Yun kicked her away with disdain. Such filth is nauseating. He coldly commanded Rayquaza to act. With a furious roar, Rayquaza unleashed a meteor shower, ending the lives of all present, spirits included, consumed in flames. Yi Yun shot Rayquaza a reproachful glance. Ray, your understanding requires refinement. I commanded you to eliminate them, not to incinerate their spirits as well. You've wiped them out entirely. How am I to profit from this? Rayquaza roared in response, seemingly displeased with Yi Yun's admonishments. Oh, you're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? Not only do you disobey, but you dare roar at me? Come here, and see if I won't remove your dragon horns. Yi Yun feigned a grab for Rayquaza's horns, but it gracefully evaded his grasp, transforming into a beam of light and retreating into the pokeball, unresponsive to Yi Yun's calls. Fuming, Yi Yun gritted his teeth. So the sovereign of the skies thinks itself impressive? Just wait until I catch an Arceus next time. I shall teach you a lesson. After storing the pokeball within the system, Yi Yun approached a wild fruit tree. Earlier, he had sensed the presence of a not-so-powerful spirit residing nearby, likely the guardian of the fruit tree. Indeed, as he drew near, a sovereign serpent slithered gracefully from the bushes, exuding elegance and beauty, reminiscent of Medusa, though regrettably, it could not take human form. Spirit, sovereign serpent. Affinity, 0. Potential, 3 stars. Gender, female. Level, 38. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow, when health is below 1/3. Grass type moves increase in power by 50%. Hidden ability. Contrary, ability changes are reversed, boosts become reductions, and reductions become boosts. Item, large root. Increases recovery by 30% for moves that absorb health. Moves, Vine Whip, Tackle, Bind, Glare, Growth, Grass Mixer, Mega Drain, Slam, Leaf Blade, Coil. Inherited move, Magical Leaf. Yi Yun smacked his lips in contemplation. The hidden ability adds an intriguing twist. While it can be advantageous, allowing for unexpected power boosts when opponents attempt to weaken it, it also poses challenges, rendering the use of ability-enhancing moves detrimental. Nevertheless, its appearance is appealing, its power acceptable. And with an inherited move, it might as well be captured. As Yi Yun assessed the sovereign serpent, she narrowed her eyes, coldly scrutinizing the boy before her. This human youth was indeed intolerable, brazenly contemplating whether to capture her, utterly dismissing her significance. This could not be tolerated. She must teach him that the weak must acknowledge their position. The sovereign serpent coiled and advanced toward Yi Yun. Without hesitation, he summoned the gleaming Rayquaza. Occasionally indulging in minor tantrums is permissible, yet in critical moments, the synergy between Yi Yun and Rayquaza is undeniably harmonious. With a fierce roar directed at the sovereign serpent, Rayquaza unleashed a tempestuous wave of wind and tumult, leaving the sovereign serpent momentarily bewildered. At this juncture, Yi Yun interjected, articulating with a certain gravitas, "I am not devoid of reason. Hence, I present you with two choices. First, submit to me and become my Pokémon. Second, I shall compel your submission through force, and then you shall become my Pokémon." The sovereign serpent, taken aback, pondered, "Is this what you call humanity?" This is devoid of any semblance of compassion. A sense of indignation washed over the sovereign serpent, akin to being forced into servitude. Oh, how fearsome this human is! Not even sparing a serpent, it lamented, resigning itself to fate, lowering its head, and emitting a soft sound as a gesture of submission. Yi Yun, witnessing this, felt a swell of satisfaction. That's more like it. Those who recognize the prevailing circumstances are indeed wise. Follow me, and you shall not suffer. He produced a Pokeball, capturing the sovereign serpent within. Rayquaza, casting a glance at Yi Yun, left behind a parting remark before retreating into its Pokeball. Next time, do not summon me for such displays of bravado. It is beneath my dignity. Initially, Rayquaza anticipated a battle, only to find itself summoned merely to bolster Yi Yun's presence and intimidate a small serpent. Rayquaza felt that, as a revered divine beast, such behavior was unbecoming and diminished its stature. However, Yi Yun dismissed these concerns. "You are my Pokémon, and I am your master. It is entirely reasonable for a Pokémon to assist its master." Having secured the sovereign serpent, Yi Yun made his way towards the fruit trees, which were laden with an abundance of fruit. 3 trees in total. All bore the rare sandscale fruit. Indeed, this was a fortuitous find. A smile graced Yi Yun's face. The sandscale fruit, with its vibrant green hue and sweet tart flavor, is a mysterious fruit seldom encountered in the wild. It is said to harbor the power of the sky, granting a slight increase in speed to those who consume it when faced with peril. As Chapter 20 unfolds, laden with bounty, Yi Yun set his sights on the sandscale fruit, which had nearly ripened, and resolved to embody the spirit of resourcefulness by harvesting every single one. The art of fruit picking requires finesse that the average person might lack. Excessive force could ruin the fruit's appearance, while insufficient force would fail to dislodge it. Lacking formal training in the delicate balance of strength, Yi Yun opted for an alternative method, wave resonance. This technique, of his own devising, stems from the principle that all entities possess a unique wave guide, a form of energy characterized by a distinct vibrational frequency. When 2 wave guides resonate at the same frequency, a wondrous phenomenon occurs. Utilizing this resonance, Yi Yun could effortlessly harvest the fruits without damaging them. Focusing intently, Yi Yun endeavored to attune himself to the vibrational frequency of the fruit's waveguide energy. After approximately a minute, he discerned the frequency he sought. A hint of pride danced upon his lips as he commenced channeling his waveguide power to create resonance with the fruit's energy. A faint hum echoed, prompting Yi Yun to glance upward at one of the sandscale fruits. With a swift motion, the fruit, seemingly guided by an unseen force, detached itself from the tree. Yi Yun extended his hand, and the fruit landed precisely within his grasp. Savoring its enticing aroma, he took a hearty bite. The sandscale fruit not only benefits Pokémon, but humans as well, and with so many available, Yi Yun felt no remorse in indulging. "Delicious," he mused, eyes squinting in bliss as the sweet and tangy flavor burst forth, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air. With no one around, Yi Yun summoned Lucario, the sovereign serpent, and Rayquaza, inviting them to partake. "Don't hold back, it's on me," he declared generously, gesturing towards the sandscale fruits. The sovereign serpent, with an air of indignation, regarded Yi Yun's proclamation with disdain. "What do you mean it's on you? Those are my sandscale fruits, you thief." Yi Yun cast a dismissive glance at the sovereign serpent. "Do not forget, not only are these fruits mine, but so are you now. What grievance do you have?" The sovereign serpent seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless against the might of Rayquaza. Resigned, it thought, "If I cannot retaliate, I might as well indulge. If you claim to treat me, I shall consume every last sandscale fruit and infuriate you." Without further ado, the sovereign serpent lunged forward, devouring the fruits with little regard for decorum. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the creature was enacting revenge. His expression darkened. In an instant, he dashed forward, seizing the sovereign serpent by its tail and yanking it down. Return to your pokeball for reflection. Otherwise, I shall treat you to A7 Wolf Special. He feigned drawing his belt to administer a playful reprimand. The sovereign serpent emitted a soft hum but offered no resistance, retreating into its pokeball with a sulky demeanor, pausing only to snatch another sandscale fruit before disappearing. I shall rectify your behavior upon return, Yi Yun grumbled, resuming his practice of wave-guide energy while plucking sandscale fruits. Meanwhile, Rayquaza and Lucario reveled in the delectable fruits. To Yi Yun's surprise, Lucario's eating manners were rather refined, while Rayquaza's were unexpectedly gluttonous. The divine beast consumed the fruits with a fervor that surpassed even that of the sovereign serpent, devouring 3 at a time and carelessly scattering remnants about, a shocking display of wastefulness. Unable to contain his disapproval, Yi Yun admonished, as a divine beast, "Can't you exhibit a modicum of dignity?" Rayquaza merely shot him a nonchalant glance. "What of it? If anyone dares to criticize me, I shall retaliate." Its demeanor was more brazen than regal. Yi Yun's expression twitched in irritation. He yearned to confront the system, questioning the utility of the so-called candy that was supposed to enhance his bond. What good is maxed intimacy if it leads me to this? The system, however, remained silent. Cease your feasting. At this rate, there will be nothing left. Yi Yun lamented, watching as Rayquaza devoured 3 fruits in mere seconds, his heart aching at the sight of the rapidly dwindling bounty. With a disdainful spit, Rayquaza discarded the remnants onto the ground and leisurely retreated into its pokeball, as if to declare, "This fruit is beneath me. Even a dog wouldn't eat it." Yi Yun's countenance darkened further. Even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Yet you consumed 3 in one go. After bidding farewell to the formidable Buddha, the fierce Kozo, Yi Yun finally found the tranquility to harvest the remaining fruit from the trees. By the time he had gathered all the fruits, darkness had already descended. The day had yielded a bountiful harvest, and it was time to return home. Yi Yun raised his gaze to the sky and, with the fruits on his back, began his journey back. This experience of fruit gathering had significantly enhanced his mastery over the power of waves. He felt that it would not be long before he could attempt to launch a wave missile. As the sun set in the west, the fruit bearer journeyed to the horizon. Upon returning to Salt City, Yi Yun visited the elf supermarket, selling a portion of the sand phosphorus fruits for money while reserving some for unforeseen circumstances. This endeavor proved to be highly lucrative, netting him a staggering 100,000 alliance coins. With 10 crisp bills in his hand, Yi Yun's face radiated with joy. It was the first time he had encountered such a sum, enough for him and Yi to indulge for a while. Ah yes, the 2 elf hunters should be appearing in the black market tonight. I must hasten there, for should I miss them, locating them again could prove quite the challenge. The 2 elf hunters who had once tried to take his life still lingered in Yi Yun's memory. The elf black market was situated in a highly clandestine area of Salt City, a place that would be nearly impossible for the average person to discover. Yi Yun had managed to find it thanks to the location details on his black card. There existed an unspoken rule within the black market. All who entered must wear a mask to prevent the exposure of their identities, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. For this reason, Yi Yun had procured a Pikachu mask from the supermarket. Why a Pikachu mask, you ask? Perhaps it was simply because he had an affinity for the color yellow. Upon arriving at the entrance of the black market, Yi Yun adjusted his attire, donned the mask, and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Chapter 21, A Minor Interlude. Unexpected gains. Good day. Please present your black card. As he approached the entrance, Yi Yun was halted by a man in a suit stationed at the door. Certainly. Yi Yun extracted a black card from his pocket and handed it to the suited man. The black card required no special processing and bore no real name registration, so Yi Yun was unconcerned about being unmasked. After a brief inspection, the suited man returned the card to Yi Yun and inquired, "May I ask if you are here to sell or to buy?" The terms outgoing and incoming referred to selling and buying, respectively. Although the coded phrases were simple, Yi Yun managed to comprehend. Outgoing. Without much deliberation, Yi Yun replied. While his primary objective for visiting was to locate individuals, he also had items to sell. Very well. Here is your stall card. You may proceed. The suited man handed Yi Yun a black card bearing a numerical designation. Thank you. Taking the card, Yi Yun ventured into the black market. The black market was vast, rivaling that of legitimate elf markets. Arriving early, Yi Yun found the place relatively empty, with only a few stalls set up along the streets. He cast a fleeting glance at the wares but quickly returned his focus, continuing forward. Most items for sale were illicitly obtained elves, which held little allure for him. At that moment, a figure wearing a Rattata mask suddenly called out to him. "Hey there. Please hold up. I have a superior Shinado for sale. Would you be interested?" The individual's voice was slightly hoarse, as though their throat were lined with bristles, making speech a challenge. Yi Yun paused and turned to regard the individual. By their voice, they did not seem particularly old. "What do you go by?" Yi Yun inquired nonchalantly. "Just call me Stealthy Mouse." In this realm, individuals typically referred to one another by aliases. These aliases were not fixed and could change at will. Depending on personal preference, one could be Mighty Beer one moment and Mighty Beer grows up the next. "May I see the Shinado?" Yi Yun nodded, asking. He was not particularly interested in acquiring a Shinado for himself, but rather aimed to procure one for his sister, Yi Yi, to ensure her safety in case of future dangers. "Of course. I assure you, this Shinado is of the utmost quality, both in feel and technique," Stealthy Mouse enthusiastically proclaimed, unveiling one of the cages draped in black cloth. Inside, a voluptuous Shinado gazed at Yi Yun, her eyes brimming with allure. As Yi Yun approached the cage, the Shinado boldly flaunted her ample assets. "What do you think? Quite enticing, isn't it? I spent considerable time training her. Rest assured, she remains untouched. I guarantee that should you purchase her, your nights will be profoundly enjoyable," Stealthy Mouse exclaimed, his excitement palpable, spitting as he spoke. Were it not for financial gain, he would have claimed the Shinado for himself long ago. After all, societal norms were becoming increasingly permissive, with all manner of indulgences available. As a goddess-level elf, Shinado was certainly a coveted prize. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, a wave of pity washing over him as he sighed softly. Such a fine Shinado, reduced to this state. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Stealthy Mouse was the Shinado's owner, and how he treated her was of no concern to Yi Yun. Moreover, possessing the power of eternity, Yi Yun could perceive the Shinado's emotions at that moment. There was no sadness, no despair, only a sense of willing acceptance. It seemed that, in the eyes of the Shinado, no matter what Stealthy Mouse subjected her to, she was more than willing to comply. It was akin to a lovesick maiden, eager to offer everything to her beloved. Yi Yun found it difficult to comprehend why the Shinado harbored such feelings, so he simply asked, "What is your relationship with this Shinado?" Stealthy Mouse paused, seemingly taken aback by Yi Yun's unexpected inquiry. Yet, as the adage goes, the customer is king, and this was hardly a secret that could not be divulged, so he candidly replied, "I would consider myself half her savior. I chanced upon her being besieged by a pack of fiery monkeys on a cliff and rescued her. At that time, she was merely a small creature, a Ralts." As Stealthy Mouse reminisced, he unwittingly shared much, his voice tinged with happiness, a sentiment he himself seemed unaware of. Yi Yun chose not to interrupt, listening in silence until the tale reached its conclusion. Eventually, Stealthy Mouse's voice dwindled. Yi Yun's lingering queries evaporated, and he finally grasped the Shinado's emotions. A single act of kindness could outweigh all else. Perhaps, at the very moment she was saved, the Shinado had silently vowed to regard Stealthy Mouse as the one person she would dedicate herself to in gratitude. Meanwhile, Stealthy Mouse viewed the Shinado merely as a means to financial gain. In the quest for her amidst the throngs, I turned around unexpectedly, only to find that she was there, amidst the dim light of the lanterns. Sometimes, the most precious treasures are nestled quietly beside us. Yi Yun gently patted the shoulder of the stealing mouse, uttering some enigmatic words before turning away. This left the stealing mouse in a state of bewilderment. Ah, truly absurd. What precious thing could possibly be near me? After searching high and low, what have I found? The stealing mouse scoffed, preparing to cover up the black cloth. Yet, at that very moment, a pair of soulful eyes locked gazes with his. Suddenly, in a moment of realization, that person was indeed present. In that instant, memories surged through the stealing mouse's mind, flitting about like a series of photographs that refused to fade. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes began to glisten, as if something had unshackled his heart, which had been shrouded by the allure of wealth. Alas, I shall not sell it, not today. How bizarre. For some reason, it feels as if sand has entered my eyes. Come, Shinado, let us return home. The iron cage was opened. Yet, it was not merely the cage that had been released. Amidst the crowd, Yi Yun observed the stealing mouse, who was leaving while holding Shinado's hand, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. System, does this count as a good deed? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 points. The reward is the finest affirmation. Yi Yun glanced at his attribute panel, feeling immensely satisfied. His points had reached an impressive total of 1080. Chapter 22. The Sale and the Senses of the Fierce Sky Seat. Yi Yun did not immediately use the 1,000 points for a lottery draw, opting instead to save them for later. The lottery could be conducted at any time, but trading was time-sensitive, with the crowd still sparse. And not sensing the presence of the two elven hunters, he decided to sell the abai monster he had on hand. Glancing at the number tag, Ian made his way toward a nearby stall, which was designated for selling items. It was officially sanctioned by the black market. Upon reaching the stall, Ian promptly took out the pokeball containing the abai monster, affixing a price tag along with some basic information about it. He labeled the abai monster's strength as intermediate, refraining from using levels, as the people of this world did not categorize Pokémon strength in such a manner. After about half an hour, a customer arrived. The newcomer appeared frail and hunched, and it was evident from his appearance that he was an old man. The old man seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, avoiding eye contact with Ian as he approached the stall. Crouching down to examine the pokeball on the ground and the accompanying information, Ian patiently waited silently by the side. Suddenly, the old man unexpectedly asked, "Is it female?" Ian nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, it is." A lecherous smile appeared on the old man's face, hidden beneath his mask. Licking his lips, he looked up at Ian and extended 2 fingers, stating, "Make it cheaper, 20,000. Ian shook his head. 30,000. The old man's brow furrowed. And after a moment of contemplation, he replied, 25,000. Ian remained steadfast. 30,000. The old man's frown deepened, and with a clenched jaw, he declared, 28,000. Ian held his ground. 30,000. With a sudden motion, the old man sprang to his feet, glaring at Ian with fury and growling. "Do you even know how to conduct business?" Ian calmly shook his head, responding, "No, I do not." The old man realized he had encountered a tough opponent. No matter how he pleaded, the other party stubbornly refused to lower the price. The old man was somewhat angered. Spending 30,000 on an intermediate strength abai monster was not a bad deal. Moreover, it was a female abai monster, which perfectly suited his preferences. Yet, it was by no means a bargain. The price was approaching that of legitimate Pokémon on the market. The black market was a place shrouded in secrecy, and items sold there typically had questionable origins, thus their prices were generally lower than those in the mainstream market. Ian's price for this abai monster was indeed a tad high. Nevertheless, the old man was particularly fond of it and was unwilling to concede. After all, female abai monsters were not commonly found in the market, especially in recent days. The reason for this scarcity could be traced back to a certain incident involving a lizard king from Curry Country. Ian had accurately deduced, based on the fluctuations of the old man's aura, that he would purchase this abai monster, which emboldened him to set a high price and remain resolute. "Have you made a decision? If you do not wish to buy, please do not obstruct my business," Ian said impatiently, noticing the old man's indecision. The old man's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly pulled out 3 10,000 yuan bills. "I'll buy it." It was merely 30,000 yuan, after all. He thought to himself that he could indulge for a month, which made it worthwhile. With a steely resolve, the old man paid the money. Ian promptly handed over the abai monster to him. The old man, elated, had his eyes gleaming with joy, as if a wild beast within him was awakening. Without pausing for a moment, the old man dashed away, disappearing from sight. Ian watched the old man's retreating figure and quipped, "It seems that not only Xiaoyan enjoys playing with snakes." After selling the item, Ian began to explore the black market. Firstly, he sought traces of the 2 elven hunters, and secondly, he wished to see if there were any items of interest to him. With money in hand, Ian felt a spring in his step. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had slipped by. He had nearly scoured the entire black market but had yet to detect any signs of the elven hunters, let alone find anything that piqued his interest. Could it be that they were preoccupied and did not arrive? Ian pondered. Otherwise, why could he not sense the presence of those 2 elven hunters? At that moment, as he passed by an inconspicuous stall, his heart suddenly trembled. The fierce sky seat became agitated, establishing a connection with him. "What is the matter with you?" Ian asked irritably, taken aback by the sudden shift in mood. The fierce sky seat's emotional surge startled him. "I sense a treasure. It resonates with the energy within me." The fierce sky seat's thoughts were effortlessly captured by Ian. Are you serious?" Ian's heart raced, his expression turning grave. The ability to resonate with the energy within the fierce sky seat was no trivial matter. It could very well be a super evolution stone that enabled the fierce sky seat to undergo a super evolution. Breathing hastily, Ian realized the significance of this. "Of course, as a first-level god, would I deceive you, a mere novice? Do you see that stone box on the adjacent stall? I have a strong feeling that what lies within it would be immensely beneficial to me." The fierce sky seat exclaimed excitedly. Ian turned to look at the stall next to him. Indeed, there was a square stone box that appeared quite worn, still caked with a bit of dirt, as if it had just been unearthed. Yi Yun approached nonchalantly and inquired, "How much for this stone box, good sir?" The proprietor glanced up and, upon seeing Yi Yun donning a Pikachu mask, surmised that he was a youthful individual of modest means. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Offer me 10,000. And you may take it." Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the unexpected affordability of the stone box. It appeared that the owner was oblivious to its true worth. Otherwise, it could not possibly be sold at such a meager price. Yi Yun felt a surge of exhilaration, sensing he had stumbled upon a remarkable bargain. Acquiring this stone box for merely 10,000 was undoubtedly a windfall. "Very well, I shall take it," he stated, retrieving a banknote of 10,000 and presenting it to the owner. The proprietor, momentarily dumbfounded by Yi Yun's decisiveness, accepted the currency without further ado, content with the profit. At that moment, a figure adorned with a Zapdos mask approached. "Hold on, my good sir, this stone box is destined for me. I shall offer you 20,000 for it." The elder leaned heavily upon a pearwood cane, clearly advanced in years and in frail health. Yet, individuals of his ilk often possessed a wealth of experience and discerning insight, capable of uncovering secrets that eluded the average person, such as the true nature of the stone box. Otherwise, he would never have offered such a sum. Yi Yun's mood soured instantly as this unexpected interloper threatened to thwart his acquisition. "Old man, first come, first served. I have already purchased this stone box, so kindly refrain from complicating matters." Yi Yun scoffed, his tone decidedly brusque. The elder, however, remained unfazed, chuckling softly. "A transaction is only complete when both money and goods have exchanged hands. Your money has yet to reach the proprietor. How can you claim it is yours?" He then turned to the owner. "Surely, you recognize my dragon staff, even if you do not know me? Let me be clear, this stone box is mine. Should you dare sell it to another, well, I have heard whispers of your daughter attending high school. You would not wish for her to suddenly vanish, would you?" The elder's laughter was eerie, laced with menacing undertones. The proprietor trembled, clearly intimidated by the elder's words. He cast a wary glance at the dragon staff, his complexion paling significantly. "Why, you are Mr. Long." Mr. Long, a notorious figure in the black market, wielding a powerful dragon-type Pokémon, was said to have connections to the shadowy forces behind it. Both his background and strength were formidable, presenting a danger that the average person could not afford to confront. The owner, merely an adventurer trading artifacts unearthed from ruins for a modest profit, recognized he could not afford to offend Mr. Long. However, integrity in business demanded that he honor the transaction. Yi Yun had already secured the stone box. If he were to renege and sell it to someone else, his reputation would plummet, making future dealings exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Yi Yun, suggesting that the young man might also be a formidable opponent. Offending either party would certainly lead to dire consequences for him. I no longer want it. You can divide it among yourselves," the proprietor blurted, summoning his resolve as he hastily gathered his remaining belongings and fled, abandoning both the money and the stone box. Yi Yun and the elder exchanged incredulous glances at the proprietor's sudden retreat. Yi Yun sighed, a wry smile forming on his lips as he understood the proprietor's plight. He released his monarch serpent and produced 2 10,000 yuan banknotes, instructing, "Catch up to him and give him this money." The monarch serpent nodded and darted off like a flash. Meanwhile, the elder turned his steely gaze upon Yi Yun. "Name your price, relinquish the item to me, or I shall demonstrate the consequences of defiance." The elder's tone left no room for dissent, as if his words were an edict not to be contested. "Not for sale. Best take your leave," Yi Yun replied coldly, showing no sign of fear. The elder's expression darkened, his grip tightening around the dragon's staff, which creaked ominously. Onlookers had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, casting disdainful glances at Yi Yun. "This fellow is finished. Does he not realize Mr. Long cannot be trifled with? Mr. Long is a powerful man with a dragon-type Pokémon. Extinguishing this boy would be as trivial as squashing an ant. It's unfathomable that he would dare to provoke Mr. Long. I wager he won't survive 3 days. The last person who crossed Mr. Long is now 6 feet under." The crowd buzzed with judgment, their scorn directed at Yi Yun's audacity. Mr. Long's voice cut through the murmurs, icy and authoritative. "I shall give you one final opportunity. Are you certain you will not sell?" Yi Yun, growing impatient, retorted, "Are you deaf, old man? I said I am not selling. Now be gone. Your presence irritates me." The elder's previous demeanor had ignited a fire within Yi Yun, which he now unleashed without restraint. The elder's expression darkened further. "Ah, commendable courage. You appear quite young. Let me impart some wisdom. Do not let your youthful arrogance lead you to ruin." Yi Yun retorted with a sardonic grin. "Is it even possible to be a young person without a touch of arrogance?" A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes riveted on Yi Yun. This kid is bold, truly impressive, was the unspoken sentiment shared among the onlookers. Old man, you are nearing the grave. Cease your attempts to intimidate others, or you may find yourself at death's door sooner than you think. Yi Yun quipped, his derision palpable. The elder's countenance darkened to an ominous shade, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with suppressed rage. With a sudden explosion of fury, he crushed the dragon's staff in his grasp. Yet, he refrained from striking, for violence was strictly forbidden in the black market. Here, one must tread carefully, whether as a dragon or a tiger. The forces behind the market were not to be trifled with. Even with his connections, he could not afford to breach the established decorum, lest he pay with his life. You are quite something, young man. We shall see what the future holds. This stone box will be mine sooner or later. The elder's voice dripped with coldness as he uttered his final words, melting back into the throng. At that moment, the monarch serpent returned. Did you deliver the money? Yi Yun inquired. The monarch serpent nodded affirmatively. Well done, Yi Yun praised, recalling the serpent to his side. Suddenly, an instinctive awareness gripped him, prompting him to scan the crowd intently. His eyes narrowed as he spotted two individuals donning a Duduo mask and a Kintoro mask, their presence stirring a sense of familiarity. It was unmistakable. They bore the unmistakable aura of adversaries. Ah, how fortuitous that you have presented yourselves so conveniently, he mused with a sly grin. Yi Yun harbored a cold smile within, yet maintained an outward composure. This was not the opportune moment to settle scores. He needed to lead these two individuals away. Accidentally, Yi Yun allowed some coins to slip from his pocket, immediately capturing the attention of both men. Boss, that's a considerable sum, remarked the second man, his eyes gleaming with avarice at the sight of the mysterious stone box. If we could seize this kid, we would undoubtedly make a fortune. The first man's eyes sparkled with greed as well. Indeed, this lad is quite audacious, lacking even the wisdom to conceal his wealth. Let us teach him a lesson. It was evident that the first man was also harboring ulterior motives, whether it was the money Yi Yun possessed or the enigmatic stone box. Both held tremendous allure for them. However, they could not afford to be careless. This youth was accompanied by a monarch serpent, indicating that his strength was likely formidable. We must employ cunning. The first man analyzed with a calm demeanor, not one to act recklessly. I'll follow your lead, the second man replied, lacking in intelligence. Just as they whispered to one another, Yi Yun suddenly made his move. Boss, he's leaving. The second man exclaimed in alarm. Follow him. The first man commanded without hesitation, trailing after Yi Yun. Chapter 24. Luring the snake from its hole, baiting the trap. Upon exiting the black market, Yi Yun effortlessly sensed that the two Pokémon hunters were tailing him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, how fearless they are. Very well, I shall indulge you. Yi Yun feigned ignorance of their presence and proceeded towards the wilderness. On this moonless night, the darkness was particularly profound. The cold wind swept through the streets, dispersing the scant few passers-by. The entire Salt City was eerily silent, as if ensnared in a deathly stillness. Tick-tock. Unbeknownst to him, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The icy rain struck Yi Yun's shoulders, invigorating him rather than chilling him. He was exhilarated. At long last, he would avenge his great grievance. Unbeknownst to the three, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing everything. A mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Hee, you dare insult me? Today, I shall ensure you find no rest in death. Yet, before that, let those two fools scout the path for me. The old man let out a sinister cackle, vanishing into the darkness. Yi Yun walked at a leisurely pace, not due to fatigue, but rather to ensure the two behind him could keep up. Eventually, around 8 o'clock in the evening, he reached the depths of the wilderness. Big brother, what could this kid possibly want at this hour in the wilderness? The second man questioned, bewildered as he watched Yi Yun head deeper into the forest. Who cares? This is just convenient for us, the first man replied with a sneer. Since he seeks his own demise, we shall grant him that. His mind was clouded by greed, and he no longer considered the unusual behavior of Yi Yun. Let us follow him. Not long after their departure, an old man appeared. Intrigued. Interesting, it seems this lad is intentionally leading those two here. Does he mean to turn the tables on them? My interest grows. The old man licked his lips and also vanished into the wilderness. The rain intensified. Half an hour later, Yi Yun successfully lured the two into the heart of the forest, an isolated spot, perfect for a silent kill. He paused, turning to gaze into the dark behind him. Empty, he mused. Yet, eyes can often deceive. Come out. I have known of your pursuit all along. Yi Yun smiled faintly and removed his Pikachu mask. As the two men hiding in the shadows beheld Yi Yun's visage, their faces fell in shock. It's him, boss. It's the one we thought we had killed. The second man gasped, his expression shifting from fear to rage. The first man's countenance darkened as he scolded. Stop your shouting. I'm not blind. Who would have thought this lad would dare appear here? A cruel smile crept across the first man's face. Let us go? We can avenge our brother. Yes, for our third brother, the second man declared, filled with fury. However, the second man did not realize that the first had not followed him out, but was retreating slowly into the shadows, turning to flee. He was no fool. The cold rain splashing against his face had sharpened his senses. Yi Yun's willingness to draw them here indicated he had considerable confidence in dealing with them. Though uncertain of the exact extent of Yi Yun's confidence, the first man was unwilling to take the risk. He valued his life above all else, which had allowed him to survive for so long. You brat, return my brother's life to me. The second man bellowed, charging towards Yi Yun, only to be met with Yi Yun's taunting voice. What, is it just you? The second man faltered, not understanding Yi Yun's meaning, scoffing. Humph. My big brother is here too. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh, where's your big brother? Right here. The second man turned to find nothing but darkness behind him. His brother was gone. Big brother, he though simple-minded. The second man quickly realized that his brother had fled. Yi Yun laughed mockingly. No need to panic. I'll help you retrieve him. With a snap of his fingers, a shadow was hurled from the darkness. It was none other than the first man, who had attempted to escape. Yi Yun had previously released Lucario and the monarch serpent to conceal themselves nearby, preventing anyone from fleeing. The first man tumbled to the ground, rising to meet the bewildered gaze of his brother, embarrassment washing over his face. Why did you? The second man's eyes widened in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, the first man replied sternly, now is not the time for such matters. Our greatest enemy stands before us. Don't forget, he is the one who killed your brother. The first man adeptly shifted the focus of their attention. Indeed, the second man's gaze ignited with fury as it turned back to Yi Yun. You may think you have us cornered, but a mere Lucario and monarch serpent do not instill fear in us. The first man declared coldly. Having navigated the world of Pokémon hunters for years, he relied not solely on his ruthlessness and betrayal, but, more importantly, on his own strength. Come forth, Tauros. The first man bellowed, summoning his prized Pokémon, Tauros. Yi Yun cast a glance at it before returning his attention elsewhere. A level 42 Tauros, merely elite-level strength, was insufficient in his presence. Soon after, the second man summoned his own Pokémon, a level 38 Doduo. Two elves, when assessed solely on their levels, undoubtedly surpassed Lucario and Superior. Heck kid, your Lucario and Superior are merely of advanced strength. How can they possibly contend with us? The boss sneered coldly. He had already confirmed the power of Lucario and Superior through the combat power detection watch on his wrist. Well then, let us put that to the test. Yi Yun wasted no time and commanded Lucario and Superior to launch their assault. His reason for not summoning Latios was to hone Lucario's practical combat skills and simultaneously evaluate Superior's battle prowess. In an instant, Lucario dashed forward, conjuring a wave missile in his hand, which he hurled towards Tauros's head. Tauros used tackle. The boss was not one to show leniency and chose to confront head-on. With a powerful moo, Tauros charged towards Lucario, its hooves pounding the ground. Boom. The wave missile collided violently with Tauros's horns, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Lucario utilized the shockwave generated by the blast to leap atop Tauros's head. Tauros staggered backward, shaking its head in confusion. Sizzling with energy, Lucario formed an even larger wave missile, launching it towards Tauros. Given the proximity, Tauros had no time to react. Just as it raised its head, the wave missile struck directly. With a thud, Tauros's face met the wave missile, its features caving in. A pained moo echoed as Tauros collapsed, its limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. The boss's expression shifted dramatically, astonished. So powerful. He had not anticipated that Yi Yun's Lucario, despite being of advanced level, could so effortlessly vanquish his elite Tauros. Boss. Witnessing his leader's retreat, the second-in-command roared, his visage contorted with fury, commanding Doduo to launch a fierce attack. However, Superior was no pushover. Its level was comparable to Doduo's. Coupled with its superior speed, Doduo found itself at a distinct disadvantage, especially as it lost its composure, attacking erratically. Superior quickly identified Doduo's vulnerabilities and, without hesitation, executed a rap attack, coiling around Doduo's neck and applying relentless pressure. In mere moments, Doduo's breaths grew shallow. With a thud, Doduo succumbed to unconsciousness, its fighting spirit extinguished. Within 5 or 6 minutes, Yi Yun had effortlessly secured victory. The strength displayed was indeed formidable. As the second-in-command fell, the boss turned pale, realizing they were likely facing certain doom. Yet, a strong instinct for survival kept him from abandoning hope. While Yi Yun remained focused on the battle, the boss abruptly pivoted and charged at him, intent on capturing the leader first. Heh, kid, while I may not match you in Pokemon battles, in terms of personal strength, you are no match for me. Once I have you in my grasp, your powerful Pokemon will have no choice but to submit. The boss's confidence was misplaced. As he lunged at Yi Yun turned to face him, as if he had anticipated this move. Startled, the boss considered his lack of options and pressed forward, shouting, "Kid, prepare to meet your end." Raising his massive fist, he swung at Yi Yun's face. A mocking smile graced Yi Yun's lips as his body began to emanate a faint blue glow. In the next instant, he thrust his hand forward, delivering a punch imbued with blue light, akin to the stars in the sky, carrying an invincible force that collided with the boss's fist. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated as the boss felt excruciating pain shoot through his arm, as if it were fractured. Ah! A cry of agony escaped him as he was sent flying, crashing into a distant tree. Pathetic, is that all you've got? Yi Yun taunted mercilessly. He was a man with the power of aura. While he could not yet unleash wave missiles, he could channel the aura within him at will. Just moments ago, he had harnessed this inner power, concentrating it in his fist, resulting in a breathtaking display of strength that sent the boss staggering. You killed my brother. I will avenge him. The second in command, witnessing the defeat of his leader, roared in fury and charged at Yi Yun. However, this time, Yi Yun refrained from intervening, allowing Superior to take action, swiftly dispatching the opponent with a throw. Since Yi Yun had aided the shiny Gardevoir in the black market, Superior's attitude towards him had shifted. It realized that while Yi Yun was not as benevolent as it had once believed, he was certainly not as malevolent either. At the very least, Yi Yun was sincere towards his Pokemon. Consequently, Superior acknowledged Yi Yun, willingly becoming his companion. Yi Yun sensed the change in Superior's emotions, a proud smile creeping onto his face. It seemed his personal charm was quite substantial. Just then, a hoarse voice echoed from the shadows. Heh, kid, impressive strength, but alas. Slowly, a figure emerged from the darkness. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had failed to notice this person following him. However, with the individual revealing himself, matters could now be addressed. Old man, I've told you before, at your age, you shouldn't be roaming about. It's a recipe for disaster. Why do you never listen? Yi Yun jested. The old man was none other than the one who had contested him for the stone box in the black market, the so-called Mr. Dragon. The elder scoffed, his eyes sharp and venomous, fixating on Yi Yun. The rain around them began to cease, yet the sky deepened into an inky blackness that seemed impossible to dissolve. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the stone box, and I shall spare your life. The elder narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with menace. Yi Yun retorted sharply, Old man, I also offer you a chance. Get lost, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Boom. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky. The lightning illuminated the elder's eyes, casting a chilling glare. You seek death. Today, you shall learn that some individuals are not to be trifled with. The elder's voice rasped, evidently seething with rage. Come forth, dual axis dragon. The elder removed a pokeball from around his neck, releasing the creature within. Heh, kid, do you know why I am called Mr. Dragon? It is because I possess a genuine dragon-type Pokemon. At this point, the elder's voice rose, filled with pride and arrogance. After all, dragon-type Pokemon are exceedingly rare. Not everyone is fortunate enough to possess one. Among all dragon-type Pokemon, his dual-axe dragon can be considered quite remarkable. Yet, Yi Yun scoffed at this dual-axe dragon, mercilessly mocking. Is this it? Merely a larger reptile, and you dare call it a dragon? You, arrogant. The elder's eyes bulged with fury as he glared at Yi Yun, the fury within him surging forth, causing the few remaining strands of his hair to stand on end. Even the dual-axe dragon seemed to comprehend Yi Yun's insult, letting out a furious roar in response. Yi Yun's gaze suddenly turned icy. What are you roaring at? Calling you a reptile is already a compliment. Today, let me show you what a true dragon really is. With that, Yi Yun boldly withdrew a pokeball. Rayquaza was about to make its grand entrance once again. Chapter 26, A Single Slap to Conquer. With a crisp sound, the pokeball was opened. A beam of white light shot forth into the sky. Both Mr. Dragon and the dual-axe dragon instinctively looked upwards. Before them appeared a magnificent, pitch-black, dragon-like creature. Roar. The very first action of Rayquaza was to let out a deafening roar directed at the dual-axe dragon, as if to say, You little reptile, daring to roar before me. Are you tired of living? Rayquaza towered above, casting a disdainful glance at both the dual-axe dragon and Mr. Dragon, leaving them utterly bewildered. Dragon-type Pokémon. This was Rayquaza. A dragon-type Pokémon. No, this is impossible. How could he possibly have Rayquaza? Absolutely impossible. No one can capture Rayquaza. Mr. Dragon frantically reasoned with himself, desperately searching for an explanation for this inexplicable phenomenon. In the end, he concocted a not-so-credible excuse. The most absurd part was that he actually believed it. Ha ha ha, what bluster. Young man, you almost fooled me. Mr. Dragon regained his confidence, excitedly commanding, Dual-Axe Dragon, use Dragon Claw to shatter this illusion. The Dual-Axe Dragon roared back, overcoming its fear, leaping into the air, and raised its sharp claws to strike at Rayquaza. However, Rayquaza did not even spare a glance at the approaching attack, simply slapping the Dual-Axe Dragon down to the ground with a single blow. The creature's head hit the ground, embedded like a radish in the soil. The disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Rayquaza sat majestically in midair, resembling an omnipotent judge, mockingly surveying the stunned Mr. Dragon and the unconscious Dual-Axe Dragon. Humph, something easily dealt with by a single slap dares to be called a dragon? Rayquaza defended the dignity of dragons with its might. Not just any common creature is worthy of being called a dragon. Enough of this pretense. Finish them off quickly. I wish to return home early. Yi-Yun impatiently urged as Rayquaza roared again, asserting its dominance. Rayquaza unleashed a devastating meteor shower, annihilating everything in its path. Yi-Yun had no time to intervene, and his face darkened instantly. Watching the Dual-Axe Dragon charred by the meteor shower, his heart bled. A perfectly good Dual-Axe Dragon was lost just like that, costing him tens of thousands, perhaps even over 1 million. How could he not feel the pain? Yi-Yun cast a forlorn glance at Rayquaza, resembling a sulking maiden. Next time you decide to fight, could you please inform me first? I meant for you to deal with them, not to obliterate them entirely. Must you always resort to meteor shower? It's such a waste. Rayquaza huffed dismissively, exhaling 2 puffs of white smoke from its nostrils. I do as I please. Why should I care for your opinion? Then, it leisurely retreated into its pokeball. Yi-Yun was left grinding his teeth in frustration, powerless to tame it. While others nurtured Pokémon, he was essentially raising a tyrant. System, is there any way to make that rogue dragon obedient? Yi-Yun sought assistance from the system. Yes. Yi-Yun's spirits lifted. They say the system knows everything, and it appeared to be true. What method? Love. Yi-Yun. After a grueling battle, Yi-Yun's spoils were not particularly abundant. 1 Doodoo and 1 Kintaro. Though injured, he managed to heal them using his powers. Once he sells them in the Pokémon black market, he could make a substantial profit. Having avenged his grievances, Yi-Yun felt significantly lighter in spirit. With a buoyant heart, he hastened home, where a charming little white-haired girl awaited him. Upon returning home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. At that moment, Yi-Yi lay on the sofa, clutching a Pikachu pillow, fast asleep. Clearly, she had been waiting for Yi-Yun's return. A warm feeling surged within Yi-Yun as he approached her and gently kissed her forehead. He then carried her back to her room. After settling Yi-Yun returned to his own room, pondering the purpose of the stone box. Sitting on his bed, he curiously examined the stone box in his hands. The box was square and sealed tightly, with no visible seams. Upon inspection, he found only a small hole resembling a keyhole on the front. Could it possibly require a specific key to open? Yi-Yun speculated, rising from his bed to find a piece of wire, attempting to tinker with it. After a lengthy struggle, the wire snapped without making any progress. Yi-Yun surrendered. This stone box was peculiar. Brute force would likely not suffice. He hesitated to smash it, fearing he might damage whatever lay within. Reluctantly, he decided to store the box for the time being, awaiting further clues before taking action. Perhaps it's best to sleep now. I have to participate in the entrance exam for Huadu Pokemon University tomorrow, Yi-Yun murmured, preparing to drift off. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Upon recognizing it as Yi-Yi's voice, he hurriedly dashed out, disregarding his shoes. Arriving at Yi-Yi's room, he found her curled up on the bed, trembling with fear. Yi-Yun rushed over, concern etched on his face. Yi-Yi, what's wrong? Seeing Yi-Yun approach, Yi-Yi clung to him tightly, refusing to let go. Brother, I'm afraid of thunder. Will you stay with me tonight? She whimpered, her eyes glistening with tears, clearly frightened. Outside, rain had begun to pour once more, accompanied by intermittent thunder that illuminated the night sky. All right, I'll stay with you tonight, Yi-Yun replied with a wry smile. Resigned to her request, Yi-Yi has harbored a fear of thunder since childhood. Whenever a storm brews, she insists on having her brother, Yi-Yun, stay by her side as she sleeps. This ritual has long since become customary for Yi-Yun. Oh, brother, you are the best. Yi murmurs, her eyes glistening with moisture, clinging to Yi like a koala, her small head nestled against his chest, her cheeks faintly flushed. Before long, she drifts off to sleep, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Yi, with a gentle smile, steals a soft kiss on her cheek and joins her in slumber. This night is destined to be unforgettable. Chapter 27. Journey to the Elven University. As dawn breaks, Yi awakens to a sensation of heaviness upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovers that Yi has somehow climbed onto him during the night. The position is peculiar, igniting one's imagination. Yi carefully shifts his body, striving not to disturb her slumber. It is not until breakfast is prepared that he rouses her from sleep. After their meal, Yi prepares to head to Huadu Elven University for the entrance examination. Unbeknownst to Yi, she only knows that Yi has the day off and, with a playful tug at his arm, she pleads, "Brother, can you accompany me to the amusement park today?" Yi, with a wry smile, replies, "I'm afraid not. I must attend the examination at Huadu Elven University today." Yi tilts her head, her errant hair standing on end, curiously inquiring, "Huadu Elven University? What kind of place is that? Can I come along?" "Brother, please, I don't want to stay home alone," she implores, her gemstone-like eyes blinking in a pitiful manner. In desperation, she climbs onto Yi once more. "All right, I'll take you with me, but you must come down first." Ultimately, Yi can no longer withstand her persistence and acquiesces. "Yay, you're the best, brother," Yi exclaims, planting a firm kiss on Yi-yun's cheek before finally climbing down. Yi-yun is both amused and contemplative, realizing that Yi is becoming increasingly enchanting. How could she not captivate hearts as she matures? After breakfast, Yi-yun and Yi take a bus to Huadu Elven University. Before they depart, Principal Zhang Tianjun calls to remind Yi-yun not to forget the entrance examination. Upon learning that Yi-yun has set off, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. On the bus, the morning rush hour brings a throng of passengers, and Yi does not occupy a seat alone. Instead, she obediently sits beside Yi-yun, sharing a seat. Dressed in a white dress and sporting twin ponytails that beautifully complement her silvery hair, Yi radiates a captivating charm. Moreover, she carries a unique fragrance that delights Yi-yun, making him feel as though he is floating. Thankfully, Yi remains still as the bus glides smoothly along, allowing Yi-yun to maintain his composed demeanor. After more than 10 minutes, they arrive at their destination. As Yi-yun holds Yi's small hand while disembarking, he notices her cheeks are flushed and inquires, "What's wrong?" Yi fidgets for a moment before stammering, "I need to use the restroom." Yi scans the vicinity and spots a public restroom nearby. "Then hurry along. I'll wait for you here." Yi replies softly, dashing towards the restroom. Yi patiently awaits her return. At that moment, a vendor selling candied hawthorns catches his eye. Yi adores candied hawthorns, so he decides to buy a few for her. After purchasing 5 sticks of the delightful treat, he returns to find Yi surrounded by a group of unruly youths. One particularly brazen boy with yellow hair strokes Yi's chin, his eyes glinting with lewd intent as he sizes up her petite form. "Hey, little sister, come play with your brother. I'll buy you some candy." "Wow, this little girl is quite a looker." Upon witnessing this, Yi-yun's fury ignites. He lunges forward, delivering a powerful kick to the yellow-haired boy's face. The force augmented by his energy, shattering the boy's teeth in the process. "Yi, are you alright?" Yi pulls Yi close, concern etched across his features. Yi shakes her head, but the fear in her eyes drives her to hide behind him, clearly shaken by the boy's sudden appearance and brazen behavior. Yi-yun's anger intensifies, and he casts a menacing glare at the remaining youths. Terrified by his fierce demeanor, they retreat hastily, abandoning their fallen companion. Yi strides towards the yellow-haired boy, delivering another blow to his face. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you touch my sister?" Finally, he delivers a crushing strike to the boy's hand, the very hand that had dared to caress Yi, rendering it useless. The yellow-haired boy writhes in agony on the ground, howling in pain, drawing the attention of onlookers. "Brother, let us go. I'm scared." Yi clutches Yi-yun's clothing tightly as more people gather. "Do not fear. I am here," he assures her, lifting Yi into his arms. Not wishing to escalate the situation further, he delivers one last kick to the yellow-haired boy before departing with Yi. To alleviate the psychological trauma Yi has just experienced, Yi takes her on a brief excursion before heading directly to Huadu Elven University. He treats her to some of her favorite candied hawthorns, allowing her spirit to lift before they finally arrive at the university. After submitting his application, Yi leads Yi into the institution, only to be unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. Chapter 28. A small Huadu, better left untouched. At the assessment area, several youths stand together, visibly trembling as they exchange hushed discussions. Yi Yun recognizes them as the same individuals who had previously associated with the yellow-haired boy. What a twist of fate. Yi Yun smirks coldly, preparing to confront them once more for a lesson they would not soon forget. Just then, Yi tugs at his sleeve, shaking her head vigorously. Brother, please don't. She fears for his safety, knowing the group outnumbers him. Feeling a pang in his heart, Yi Yun notices Yi's eyes glistening with unshed tears and restrains his fury, choosing not to confront the boys. Sensing Yi Yun's menacing presence, the group turns to see him and Yi, their faces paling in terror. One even collapses to the ground in fear. Yi Yun scoffs, guiding Yi away to spare her from further sight of these scoundrels. As they depart, the boys collectively exhale in relief. Damn it, I thought we were done for. Is that guy really a student? A sense of dread enveloped him, akin to that of a cold-blooded killer. The murderous aura he exuded was nothing short of terrifying. I am certain that this young man has a dubious past, his hands stained with unspeakable deeds. It would be prudent for us to avoid provoking him in the future, especially considering his sister. Indeed, even Huang Xiao fell victim to this brute. We are certainly no match for him. However, Huang Xiao will not let this transgression go unpunished, and this young man is likely to face dire consequences. In fact, it is not a matter of likely, it is imminent. Mark my words. It won't be long before someone confronts him. Had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Today, the assessment is overseen by Huang Xiao's grandfather. That old man will not take kindly to the news of Huang Xiao's beating, and he will ensure that this young man faces repercussions. Moreover, it appears that this fellow is also here for the assessment. How intriguing. He may not only suffer a beating, but also lose his chance at the assessment altogether. The group, having momentarily forgotten their own aches, began to revel in the misfortune of others. Just as their chatter subsided, the teacher responsible for the registration suddenly called out amidst the crowd, "Who is Yi Yun?" Yi Yun furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "I am." The registration teacher scrutinized him, seemingly verifying his identity. Upon noticing Yi beside him, his expression turned cold as he coldly declared, "I'm sorry. Your assessment eligibility has been revoked." "Why?" Yi Yun asked, utterly perplexed. He had not even registered yet. How could his eligibility be revoked? The teacher, growing impatient, retorted, "Revoked is revoked. There is no need for questions." Yi Yun's gaze sharpened, yet he refrained from further comment, turning to leave with Yi. "If this place does not welcome me, another will." The mere notion of the Huadu Elven University held no allure for him. At that moment, the registration teacher interjected once more, "Wait, you cannot leave yet." Yi Yun found the situation amusing and turned back, asking, "What? Am I not allowed to leave if I am not participating?" The teacher sneered. "Do you think Huadu Elven University is a place you can enter and exit as you please? Let me be frank. You have crossed paths with the wrong person. Unless this matter is resolved today, you will not be allowed to leave." Yi Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Am I, a dignified individual with a divine beast, to endure such indignities?" Even the usually recalcitrant Li Kangzuo felt a surge of anger, had Yi Yun not restrained it. The invigilator would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. "Brother, what should we do?" Yi gripped Yi Yun's hand tightly, fearfully glancing at the onlookers, who appeared to her as ravenous beasts. Yi Yun gently patted her head, offering soothing words. "Do not be afraid, Yi. Even if the heavens were to fall, your brother would hold them up." His words significantly eased Yi's anxiety. Just then, an elderly man with a grizzled beard stormed onto the campus. "Which scoundrel injured my grandson?" "Step forward." His imposing presence was undeniable, his brows bristling with fury. He was Huang Xiaojun, a mentor at Huadu Elven University and the examiner for this internal assessment. Moments earlier, he had arrived to organize the assessment when he stumbled upon his grandson, Huang Shan, battered and bruised on the ground, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Huang Shan was the cherished grandson of the Huang family, deeply adored by his kin. Seeing his grandson in such a state ignited a fierce rage within Huang Xiaojun. He first arranged for Huang Shan to be taken to the hospital, then inquired among passers-by. Learning that the assailant was a youth named Yi Yun, accompanied by a silver-haired girl, presumably here for the university's assessment. Armed with this information, Huang Xiaojun had contacted the registration teacher in advance, instructing him to revoke Yi Yun's assessment eligibility and detain him until he arrived. Now, he had arrived, seething with indignation, determined to avenge his grandson. Scanning the crowd, Huang Xiaojun soon spotted a young man accompanied by a silver-haired girl. Without a doubt, this was the one who had harmed his beloved grandson. Without hesitation, he approached and demanded, "You dare harm my grandson? Come here and apologize." or I shall ensure you do not leave Huadu Elven University. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Yun considered the implications but feigned ignorance, asking, "Who is your grandson? Surely you don't mean that yellow-haired ruffian lying on the ground outside? You seek death." Huang Xiaojuan's fury erupted instantly. Yi Yun's words were not merely an insult to his grandson, but an affront to him as well. As a mentor at Huadu Elven University, he had never been spoken to in such a manner. In that moment, Huang Xiaojun prepared to summon his Pokémon to teach Yi Yun a lesson. However, just as he made a move toward his belt, a blue fist collided with his face, sending him sprawling. In quick succession, several vine whips emerged from the ground, coiling around Huang Xiaojun, binding him tightly. It was Lucario and Superior who had intervened, swiftly subduing Huang Xiaojun. At the mere command of Yi Yun, they would not hesitate to take his life. Yi Yun was taken aback. He had no intention of summoning Lucario or Superior. This meant they had acted on their own accord, sensing his danger without any directive from him. A bittersweet smile crossed Yi Yun's face. He felt a surge of warmth. It seemed that Lucario and Superior had sensed the peril he was in, prompting them to act without hesitation. Chapter 29. Paths diverged, no alliance to be made. Lucario had already gathered a wave bomb in his grasp, hovering ominously above Huang Xiaojuan's head, seemingly awaiting Yi Yun's command on whether to eliminate him. Huang Xiaojuan's face paled at the unexpected turn of events, his previous bravado evaporating. In a direct confrontation, given his abilities, he knew Lucario and Superior were no match for him. After all, he was a mentor at Huadu Elven University, possessing adequate strength. Yet, he had not anticipated Yi Yun's unconventional tactics. Before Huang Xiaojun could even release his Pokémon, he found himself subdued, denied the opportunity to retaliate. Normally, even if he could not release his Pokémon himself, they would instinctively emerge from their Pokeballs upon sensing their trainer's danger. Yet, inexplicably, the Pokeball at his waist remained completely inert. Even as Lucario's wave bomb loomed overhead, ready to strike, the Pokeball showed no signs of responding. This was the work of Lucario, who had utilized his wave-sensing ability to prevent Huang Xiaojuan's Pokémon from emerging. Unless someone externally released the Pokémon, Huang Xiaojun would face his demise without a single reaction from his Pokémon inside. "Release me at once. Do you have any idea who I am? As a mentor at the illustrious Huadu Spirit University, you dare to harm me? If you do, consider yourself barred from ever entering its esteemed halls again." In this dire situation, Huang Xiaojun cast aside his pride and began to reveal his identity, hoping to intimidate Yi Yun with his status. After all, he was aware that Yi Yun was also among the candidates for the university's internal assessment. Being the pinnacle of academia in the Dragon Kingdom, who would not desire admission to Huadu Spirit University, Huang Xiaojun was confident that, in his quest to secure a place within its prestigious walls, Yi Yun would undoubtedly release him, perhaps even offering a respectful apology. Unfortunately, he was gravely mistaken, completely and utterly wrong. To Yi Yun, Huadu Spirit University held no significance. It was of no consequence to him. Were it not for the system assigning him a task, he would not have even considered attending. "My apologies. But I currently have no desire to join Huadu Spirit University. Moreover, I detest being threatened." Yi Yun's icy voice sent a tremor through Huang Xiaojuan's heart. At that moment, he felt like a fish on the chopping block, truly fearing that Yi Yun's impulsiveness might lead to his demise. The onlookers were equally stunned, unable to fathom that a mentor from Huadu Spirit University could be so easily subdued by a mere youth. They were even more astounded to witness this young man openly scoff at the university and threaten one of its mentors. It was utterly shocking, an upheaval of their worldview. When had high school students become so formidable? "Lucario, take action," Yi Yun commanded. Yet, he had no intention of killing Huang Xiaojun. He merely sought to impart a lesson. After all, with so many witnesses present, committing murder would surely invite legal repercussions. The aura of the aura sphere in Lucario's grasp dissipated, replaced by a swift strike aimed at Huang Xiaojuan's neck. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. "Young man, please refrain from violence." A striking figure emerged from the crowd, adorned with a prestigious emblem of the Spirit University. It was Feng Zhong, the esteemed dean of the university. Recognizing his identity, someone gasped in astonishment. "Goodness! Even the dean has been alerted. How incredible is this?" Now, everyone was eager to see how the dean would respond. Yi Yun furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a formidable threat emanating from Feng Zhong. Lucario and the monarch serpent shared his solemnity. "Young man, for my sake, please release him. I can assure you of a direct admission to Huadu Spirit University without examination. Furthermore, I will arrange for you to be placed in the elite class for your studies. What do you say? Your exceptional talent deserves a home at Huadu Spirit University. I extend to you a sincere invitation to join us. Fang Zheng coaxed, showing Yi Yun the utmost respect. He had observed the earlier confrontation and recognized Yi Yun's extraordinary potential. He was a promising candidate worthy of cultivation. Thus, he made this generous offer. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly dismissed with a mere flick of his wrist. Yi Yun let out a cold laugh, showing no gratitude but also refraining from dismissing Fang Zheng's offer outright. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who bear a smile. I am open to joining Huadu Spirit University, but I have one condition. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Fang Zheng relaxed and inquired with a faint smile. What is your requirement? As long as it is within my power, please, do not hesitate to speak. Yi Yun turned his gaze toward Huang Xiaojun, sneering. Such a misuse of authority is unworthy of Huadu Spirit University, is it not? His meaning was clear. Either expel Huang Xiaojun or I shall depart. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Choose wisely. Fang Zheng's brow furrowed, and he hesitated to respond. He understood Yi Yun's implication. However, despite Huang Xiaojun's questionable character, he was still a mentor at Huadu Spirit University and had connections within its ranks. To expel him directly would not be prudent. And Fang Zheng was uncertain if Yi Yun's potential warranted such a drastic measure. Just as Fang Zheng grappled with his decision, Yi Yun took hold of Yi Yi and turned to leave without hesitation. In that moment of indecision, the outcome had already been sealed. Lucario, proceed. Yi Yun did not relent, instructing Lucario to deliver a profound lesson to Huang Xiaojun. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They could hardly comprehend that Yi Yun had not only resolutely rejected Fang Zheng's invitation, but had also mercilessly retaliated against Huang Xiaojun. Such audacity was beyond the courage of any among them. Even Fang Zheng's expression darkened, yet he refrained from interfering with Yi Yun, aware that as the dean, to strike a junior would only invite ridicule. Remove Mentor Huang from the premises. The assessment shall continue. With this remark, Fang Zheng turned and departed. Chapter 30. The Invitation from Modu and Task Modification. Brother, I am so sorry. It is because of me that you were unable to participate in the assessment. As they left Huadu Spirit University, Yi Yi's eyes were red and brimming with tears, yet she held back her emotions with remarkable strength, evoking deep sympathy. Yi Yun felt a pang in his heart and gently ruffled Yi Yi's hair, speaking softly, "You are my dear sister. How could you ever be a burden to me? As for that ridiculous assessment, I have no desire to partake. With my talents, I would only be overlooked there." A smile graced Yi Yun's face, showing no hint of regret for missing the opportunity with Huadu Spirit University. However, Yi Yi still felt guilty toward Yi Yun, pouting and wanting to say more. Yet, Yi Yun gently placed a finger over her lips, earnestly stating, remember, it is my duty to protect you, and I shall always do so. No matter the challenges or dangers you face, you must tell me immediately, understood? Do not worry about burdening me. Your well-being is my greatest joy." His heartfelt words moved Yi Yi deeply, causing her tears to cascade uncontrollably. She clung to Yi Yun, weeping profusely, and eventually, she fell asleep in his embrace. Yi Yun let out a rueful smile. She was still just a child. Cradling Yi Yi, he returned home. Once he had settled her comfortably, he dialed Zhang Tianjing's number. "Ah, is that you, little Yi? How did the assessment go today? Did you pass?" Zhang Tianjing inquired eagerly upon recognizing Yi Yun's call. If Yi Yun truly gained admission to Huadu Spirit University, it would undoubtedly bring fame to Yin City No. 1 High School as well. "No, I had a falling out with the people from Huadu Spirit University." Yi Yun recounted the events he had encountered succinctly. Zhang Tianjing listened, his indignation boiling over. "All right, Xiaoya. You have done nothing wrong in this matter. I, the principal, fully support you. What is a mere Huadu Elven University, after all? A trifling institution, indeed. And we shall not attend. Just wait. I will contact the Magic City Elven University immediately and ensure that those inept students from Huadu Elven University regret their decision." Zhang Tianjing received a call yesterday from the admissions office of Magic City Elven University, specifically inviting Yi Yun to join them. And he wouldn't even need to take an entrance examination. His admission would be processed directly. In comparison, Huadu Elven University pales significantly. Regrettably, Yi Yun had already participated in the internal examinations for Huadu Elven University, and this institution has indeed held a slightly superior reputation over the past few years. Thus, Zhang Tianjing had tactfully declined the invitation then. Little did he expect that such a situation would arise now. Nonetheless, Zhang Tianjing felt that it was not beyond possibility to reach out to the people at Magic City Elven University once again, if necessary. He could even treat them to a meal. There must be a way. "Thank you, Principal." Yi Yun was equally astonished that Magic City Elven University had extended an invitation to him, and their offer was even more appealing than that of Huadu Elven University. Had he known this would occur, he would have opted for Magic City Elven University right away, rather than waste time with the inferior Huadu Elven University. Furthermore, Magic City Elven University was conveniently located, only a 30-minute bus ride from his home, making it exceedingly accessible. Once enrolled, he wouldn't have to worry about picking up Yi anymore. It seemed to be the perfect choice. Alas, it was a pity that he could not fulfill the system's task. Yi Yun let out a sigh. The task assigned by the system was to pass the entrance examination of Huadu Elven University, and now that he no longer qualified for the examination, completing the task was out of the question. Just then, as Yi Yun was feeling dejected, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Strong will detected from the host. Task objective has been automatically modified. Task description: pass the internal assessment of Magic City Elven University. Task type: regular task. Task difficulty: beginner. Task reward: 500 points. Task deadline: 3 days. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Wow, system, you truly are amazing. I could just fall in love with you. Unable to contain himself, Yi Yun exclaimed in a fit of enthusiasm. The system had indeed considered his current predicament and humanely adjusted the task objective. It must be said, such an excellent system is hard to find anywhere. Moreover, it even has a charming lowly voice. The host need not be overly excited. This is the responsibility and obligation of this system. The mechanical voice of the system, intermingled with a youthful lowly tone, created a unique auditory experience that Yi Yun thoroughly enjoyed. System, your voice is truly delightful. Could you call my name a couple of times? Preferably with a little tremor in your tone. Yi Yun found himself thinking such thoughts inexplicably, perhaps a reflection of his inherent nature as a man. Yet, he believed that it was unrelated to his character at all. The system fell silent, leaving Yi Yun to wonder whether it was shy or simply unresponsive. He felt a tinge of disappointment. In truth, he had a little lowly by his side who could cater to his whims. However, Yi Yun felt it inappropriate, at least for now. Considering Yi was still quite young, he would wait until she matured a bit more. Yi Yun chastised himself for such thoughts. Just then, his phone rang. Displaying Zhang Tianjing's number, Yi Yun answered the call. Xiaoya, I just contacted the people at Magic City Elven University, and they agreed to accept you. But it is not without conditions. You must pass their assessment first, Zhang Tianjing stated awkwardly, recalling that he had previously assured Yi Yun of direct admission. I understand. I accept, Yi Yun responded calmly, feeling no qualms. After all, Magic City Elven University had invited him once before, only for him to decline. Now, approaching them again without facing ridicule was already a stroke of good fortune. The fact that Magic City Elven University was willing to accept him and allow him to participate in the assessment was quite generous. Very well, I will inform them. You can go there tomorrow, Zhang Tianjing concluded. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. After hanging up, Yi Yun felt a significant weight lift from his heart. By the way, I still have over 1,000 points. I can make a supreme draw now, Yi Yun suddenly recalled with excitement. To ensure he would pass the assessment tomorrow, he deemed it necessary to indulge in another supreme draw. Without hesitation, Yi Yun summoned the system once more. System, let me have a supreme draw, Yi Yun declared with grandiosity. Detected that your current points balance is 1080. A single supreme draw requires the consumption of 1,000 points. Would you like to proceed? Proceed, Yi Yun replied emphatically. Is 1,000 points a lot? Who do you think you're looking down on? Drawing in progress. Please hold on. 3 seconds later, the system's lowly voice chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 supreme draw ticket. Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly. Are you playing games with me? Continue drawing. Ding. Consuming 1 supreme draw ticket, rewards are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Lucario Megastone. Huh? Yi Yun was taken aback, then filled with joy. A Megastone? Does this mean Lucario can undergo Mega Evolution now? It seems my luck is quite favorable this time. A smile of excitement crept across Yi Yun's face. A Megastone is a rare and coveted item. One that cannot simply be purchased even with wealth. Trading 1 supreme draw for a Megastone is certainly not a loss. Oh no, I got too carried away with my excitement. I almost forgot that I don't have a Mega Keystone. Yi Yun slapped his forehead in frustration. The Mega Keystone and Megastone are complementary items, much like a lock and its key. The Megastone is a unique lock, while the Mega Keystone is the universal key. This means that possessing a Mega Keystone would allow him to enable any Pokémon holding a Mega Stone to undergo Mega Evolution. However, the pressing issue remains that he currently does not possess a Mega Keystone. As Yi Yun wallowed in disappointment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Detected that the host does not possess a Mega Keystone. The system will custom make one for you free of charge. Please select the form of the Mega Keystone. Yi Yun's spirits lifted, a radiant dawn breaking through the clouds of his earlier discontent. System, you truly are my dear benefactor, or rather, my esteemed elder brother. I have a question. You are genuinely here to help me. Yi Yun felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Such a considerate system is hard to come by. Wiping away non-existent tears, Yi Yun eagerly turned his attention to the system panel. The Super Keystone manifests in various forms. There are rings, bracelets, and necklaces. Anything imaginable is achievable by the system. One cannot help but commend the system's exceptional service in this regard. After considerable contemplation, Yi Yun ultimately resolved to acquire a ring-shaped Super Keystone. There was no ulterior motive. He simply cherished the act of wearing rings. Following a series of operations, Yi Yun found himself in possession of a Super Stone and a Mega Evolution Ring. He donned the ring on his finger and summoned Lucario, adorning it with the Super Stone, albeit in a rather unseemly manner, as it hung around its neck. Yi Yun felt indifferent, yet Lucario exhibited a degree of dissatisfaction. Am I your friend, or your pet? Lucario seemed to convey. Sensing Lucario's sentiments, Yi Yun patiently elucidated the situation. However, Lucario remained resolute, declaring that it would rather perish than wear such an accessory. To bolster his argument, Yi Yun assertively placed the Super Stone upon Lucario and initiated its Mega Evolution. Instantly, a radiant white light enveloped Lucario, initiating a remarkable transformation. How to describe it? Well, it became more humanoid in appearance. Lucario, acutely aware of its metamorphosis, was enveloped by a surge of power that vastly amplified its confidence. It even entertained the notion that it could challenge Rayquaza single-handedly. This feeling was overwhelmingly potent. To validate its newfound prowess and unleash its internal energy, Lucario communicated its desire to spar with Rayquaza. Initially, Yi Yun was reluctant, fervently dissuading Lucario. Yet, Lucario was unyielding, convinced of its invincibility. With no alternative, Yi Yun reluctantly released Rayquaza. Subsequently, a friendly bout ensued. 3 seconds later, Lucario lay prostrate on the ground, reverted to its original state, its tail thoroughly incapacitated. Rayquaza let out a few roars, asserting its dominance before strutting back into its pokeball. I told you not to engage it, yet you wouldn't listen. Now look, your tail is broken. Let us see how you act all high and mighty now, Yi Yun remarked with an air of exasperation, though his hands continued to move, employing the power of restoration to heal Lucario. In no time, Lucario was rejuvenated. How do you feel now? All better? Yi Yun inquired. Lucario nodded in agreement. Will you still wear that Super Stone? If not, I shall dispose of it, Yi Yun added. Lucario nodded fervently, as if afraid Yi Yun might indeed cast the Super Stone aside. Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Thus, the allure of the Super Stone proved irresistible. Due to a holiday from school, the evaluations at the Magic City Pokémon University would not commence until the following day, leaving Yi Yun with a day of leisure. With time on his hands, he decided to practice his aura abilities, aiming to attempt the aura sphere. In the courtyard, Yi Yun took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and focused intently, striving to harness the aura within him. Gradually, he directed the aura energy to coalesce in the palm of his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Simultaneously, he shaped his hands like a lotus flower and swiftly thrust them outward, exclaiming, "A dugong." A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves. Yet, nothing transpired. Yi Yun surmised that his incantation must have been incorrect and repeated it. Hazage. The flowers bloomed and withered in the tranquil courtyard, while clouds drifted lazily outside the window. This shouldn't be happening, he mused, scratching his head in confusion. He distinctly felt capable of unleashing the energy. Yet no result materialized. Yi Yun attempted several more times, only to face failure each time. Ultimately, he had no choice but to seek guidance from Lucario. Indeed, he humbled himself to inquire. After some insightful advice, Yi Yun experienced a moment of enlightenment and resumed his practice. This time, he made progress. Aha, it worked. Yi Yun exclaimed, discovering that he could now condense aura energy in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully pushed his hands outward. Kamehameha. With a resounding clap, the aura sphere advanced a mere meter before plummeting to the ground. The mission was a premature demise. The range was rather limited. Nonetheless, he considered it a small victory and resolved to consolidate his skills further. Yi Yun felt he was one step closer to successfully executing the aura sphere. Chapter 32. Yi Yi's initial Pokémon. Having practiced until noon, Yi Yun made modest gains. At last, he could project the aura sphere, albeit only 2 to 3 meters. While it might lack long-range damage, it could certainly deliver a fatal blow in close combat. After a bit more practice, Yi awoke, roused by hunger. Yi initially intended to prepare a meal for her, yet reconsidered, believing it would be detrimental to her health. Therefore, he decided to take her out for a grand feast. The duo arrived at a McDonald's, where a welcoming fire chicken clad in a red and white clown costume greeted them at the entrance. The presence of a fire chicken as a greeter spoke volumes about the establishment's prestige. Upon seeing the fire chicken, Yi's eyes sparkled with envy. "Brother, when can I have a Pokémon of my own?" she eagerly inquired, gazing up at Yi with anticipation. Previously, Yi had promised to gift her a Riolu. Ruffling her hair affectionately, Yi replied, "If you truly desire one, we can visit the Pokémon market after our meal." Now, Yi considered himself somewhat affluent. Purchasing a Pokémon was within his means. "Really?" Yi's eyes shone with excitement as she earnestly scrutinized Yi. Yi thumped his chest, assuring her, "Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Yay, I love you the most, brother," Yi exclaimed, dancing with joy. Yi devoured her meal rapidly, leaving remnants all over her face, resembling a little kitten. In the end, Yi meticulously wiped her face clean before they exited. As soon as they stepped outside, Yi eagerly tugged at Yi, hurrying towards the Pokémon market. To save time, Yi rented a shared bicycle. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the Pokémon market. The scorching heat of summer rendered the market relatively sparse. What kind of Pokémon do you wish for?" Yi inquired as they meandered through the market. Yi tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "Riolu." Yi's lips twitched in mild exasperation. "Can we perhaps choose another? Riolu is a bit beyond our current budget." Yi looked perplexed. "But didn't you promise to gift me a Riolu?" Yi found himself momentarily speechless. He had intended to fulfill that promise, but the reality of their situation was an undeniable hurdle. Seeing Yi in a predicament, Yi chose not to press further. After pondering for a moment, she remarked, "I desire a Pokémon as adorable as Riolu." Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed a more manageable request. There exists an abundance of charming Pokémon. Riolu, after all, is merely one among many. "This is simple. Brother will take you to see a delightful Pokémon," he said, gently taking her small hand and leading her toward one of the stalls. "Boss, how much for this Ralts?" Yi inquired, pointing to the Ralts nestled in a cozy nook, soundly asleep. Ralts is an exceptionally endearing Pokémon, even cuter than Riolu, particularly with its petite horn, which is irresistibly playful and captivating. Yi was confident that Yi would fall in love with this Ralts. 200,000, the proprietor replied, nonchalantly. Yi turned to Yi and asked, "What do you think of this Pokémon? Do you like it?" Her eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded vigorously. "I like it, it's so cute." Relieved by her enthusiasm, Yi then addressed the owner, saying, "Can you lower the price a bit? I'll take it." The vendor fanned himself, wearing a face of feigned distress. "Brother, we're running a small business here. I truly can't go lower." Yi, shrewd and seasoned, was not easily swayed by such tricks. 150,000, and I'll take it. Consider it a gesture of friendship." The owner hesitated, displaying a moment of struggle before conceding. 190,000, you take it, and I'll count it as a good deed. Yi shook his head resolutely. "Just 150,000, 180,000, 150,000, 170,000, 150,000. Come on, brother, can't you add a little?" Yi nodded thoughtfully and replied, 150,001. "Deal." The owner exclaimed, and Yi sighed internally, acknowledging the wisdom of experience. Nevertheless, acquiring a Ralts for 150,001 was not a loss. The proprietor carefully placed Ralts into a Pokeball and handed it to Yi. Elated, she hugged Yi tightly and showered him with kisses, leaving the owner momentarily bewildered. "Buddy, your sibling bond is quite extraordinary," Yi remarked cryptically. "We're not related by blood." The owner, suddenly enlightened, gave Yi a thumbs up. "Young man, you have ambition." After departing from the Pokemon market, Yi took Yi to Bai Yuan, the largest energy cube restaurant in Yancheng. They intended to create some energy cubes to bring back for their Pokemon to enjoy. The same young lady greeted Yi upon his return, her face lighting up with excitement at his arrival. The proprietress had previously instructed her to keep an eye on Yi, and his absence had filled her with worry, fearing she could not fulfill her task. Now, his sudden appearance felt like the dawn dispelling the surrounding shadows, revitalizing her spirit. "Please, come in," she said, knowing Yi was there to make energy cubes, and directly led him to the workshop. Having gone through the process before, Yi was now adept and navigated to the materials area without needing her guidance. Observing this, she chose not to interrupt and instead called the proprietress. "Madam, the young man you asked me to watch has returned today and is currently in the workshop, making energy cubes." "Good. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave." "I'll be there shortly." "Understood." In the materials area, Yi skillfully gathered fruits and ingredients, placing them into the mixer, eagerly awaiting the fresh concoction. "Brother, what flavor does my little Ralts prefer for the energy cubes?" Yi, cradling Ralts, asked with sparkling eyes. "Sweet," Yi replied. Yi's eyes brightened. "I like sweet flavors too. I'm just like little Ralts." "Indeed, you two adorable ones are quite fated," Yi chuckled in agreement. If Shinado embodies a graceful and sweet maiden, then its initial form, Ralts, is a petite and charming little girl, evoking a protective instinct in those who behold her. In this regard, Ralts and Yi share a striking resemblance. Content: Yi planted a few more kisses on Ralts. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yi had completed all his energy cubes. After packaging them, he prepared to leave with Yi when a stunning woman clad in a qipao entered the shop. She possessed an enchanting beauty, her skin luminous as that of an infant. Her alluring peach blossom eyes drew attention like a captivating fox spirit, impossible for men to resist. Her cascading hair framed her shoulders as she approached Yi with a graceful sway, revealing glimpses of her exquisite form beneath the qipao, tempting onlookers to unveil the mystery concealed within. Even Yi, with his composed demeanor, found himself momentarily entranced, swallowing hard. A beauty can be a double-edged sword. Noticing Yi captivated state, Yi immediately pouted, displeased, and pinched him sharply at the waist. "Brother, you're a bad egg. I'm not talking to you anymore," she huffed, turning away in a sulk. The sudden sting at his waist brought Yi back to reality, adopting a gentlemanly facade. He gently ruffled Yi's hair to ease her frustration, though she still pouted defiantly, refusing to engage with him. Yi, amused yet aware that this was not the moment to placate her, opted to ignore her. "Hello, young man. I am the proprietress of this establishment, Mu Qingqiu. But you may call me Mu Air." She approached Yi, her voice soft and inviting. A unique, delightful fragrance surrounded her, intoxicatingly pleasant. Yi composed himself and responded with a courteous smile. "Hello, Miss Mu. My name is Yi. You may call me Xiaoyi." He felt too formal to adopt such an intimate nickname as Mu Air. Though captivated by Mu Qingqiu's beauty and charm, he was not the type to lose his composure in front of a woman. The principles of a gentleman were firmly instilled in him. With a melodic laugh, Mu Qingqiu swiftly got to the point. "Did you create all these energy cubes?" Yi nodded, and though she had an inkling before, the confirmation brought her surprise. At such a young age, to produce such high-quality energy cubes showcased undeniable talent. He might one day become a renowned master in the art of energy cube creation. Mu Qingqiu felt a stirring of interest. "Your skills are quite impressive. Have you ever considered transitioning to become a master of energy cube production?" Previously, Mu Qingqiu had gathered some information about Yi and was aware that he was a formidable Pokémon trainer. Yi shook his head, expressing disinterest. "I prefer battling. The creation of energy cubes is merely a means to facilitate the training of my Pokémon. I am well aware of what truly matters." A flicker of disappointment crossed Mu Qingqiu's face, but it quickly dissipated like mist. Since the other party was disinclined to pursue this path, forging a friendship would not be a bad alternative. "I truly admire your production skills. How about this? I would like to invite you to be the energy cube production master at our shop. You would only need to come in daily to create various flavors of energy cubes, and feel free to use the materials and fruits as you wish. I will handle the sales, and we can split the proceeds 70-30. What do you think?" Mu Qingqiu proposed. The basic energy cubes crafted by Yi hold considerable market value and could potentially become a bestseller, thereby revitalizing her shop, Bun. After contemplating, Yi nodded in agreement. To be honest, the terms proposed by Mu Qingqiu were already quite generous. He would need to prepare nothing. He would simply create the cubes and earn a 30% share of the profits, which was quite favorable. After all, the production process was not particularly challenging. It was rather simple, requiring just a bit of manual effort. He relished such a deal where he could earn more with minimal effort. However, I will be attending school in the future, so I may not be able to come to the shop often, and I probably won't be able to produce many in a single day. Yi candidly acknowledged his limitations. Mu Qingqiu responded with great generosity, saying, "No problem. You can come whenever you have time. Just produce as much as you feel comfortable with." It can be said that Mu Qingqiu's conditions were exceptionally lenient. Yi nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. After exchanging a few more words and contact information, they bid each other farewell. Upon returning home, Yi released his Pokémon, allowing them to indulge in the energy cubes. Meanwhile, He ventured alone into Yi Yi's room. Yi Yi was still upset with him, which left him feeling quite helpless. Yi, I'm coming in. No. Despite her protest, Yi Yun entered. After a challenging attempt to comfort her, Yi Yi finally calmed down. It is truly not easy to cheer up a girl, especially a little one. At that moment, in the living room, the superior was relishing the delightful energy cubes. Yet Lucario and Ralts were notably absent. After a brief search, Yi Yun discovered Lucario and Ralts on the sofa. At that moment, Lucario was feeding Ralts energy cubes with a grin, resembling a rather dubious uncle. This scene was somewhat peculiar. Yi Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, surprised that Lucario had developed such a taste. Truly, it was his Pokémon. Where had Rayquaza gone? Yi Yun scoured the living room, but found no trace of Rayquaza. After some inquiries, he learned that the creature had retreated to his bedroom. Upon ascending the stairs and opening his door, he found Rayquaza lounging on his bed, perusing a magazine. It was one of Yi Yun's long-kept treasures. He wondered where it had found such a relic. At that moment, Yi also came upstairs. Upon seeing a great dragon lying on the bed, her eyes lit up with excitement. Brother, I want to ride the little dragon. Chapter 34, The Magic City Test. Rayquaza turned to glance at Yi Yi, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Little girl, take note. I am a true dragon, the sovereign of the skies. I am not merely a little dragon. Rayquaza's inner voice roared. To think that this esteemed first-level deity would be referred to as a little dragon by a mere human child. If word of this got out, other divine beasts would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. This cannot stand, absolutely not. Yi Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, slightly pulling Yi Yi back behind him. Why must you provoke this rascal dragon? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Yi, shall we head downstairs? I can play a bath game with you. Yi Yun forced a smile. Rayquaza was not yet entirely under his control. If provoked, he might find himself in dire straits as well. No, brother always bullies Yi. I want to ride the little dragon. Yi Yi pouted, then dissatisfied. She wriggled free from Yi Yun's grasp and climbed onto the bed. Rayquaza cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yi, snorting 2 puffs of white steam from his nostrils. His large eyes fixed intently on her. Yi Yi, seemingly unfazed by Rayquaza's imposing presence, found the situation amusing and widened her eyes in mimicry, engaging in a heartfelt gaze with Rayquaza. In an unexpected turn, Rayquaza yielded. Humph, a mere little girl. This dragon cannot stoop to her level. Rayquaza muttered to himself. Seeing this, Yi Yi grew bolder, climbing onto Rayquaza's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face brimming with delight. Yi Yun watched in astonishment. Yet, surprisingly, Rayquaza did not resist. In fact, he seemed to relish the attention. What has caused this sudden change in Rayquaza's demeanor? Yi Yun mused. Normally, anyone daring to ride upon him would surely be met with a fierce reprimand. Could it be that he has had an epiphany and learned to respect his master? A glimmer of hope flickered in Yi Yun's eyes. No, I must also give it a try. I have never ridden Rayquaza in all my life. Yi Yun chuckled, quickly approaching, intent on joining the playful scene. However, he was met with a fierce glare from Rayquaza, instantly freezing him in place, his expression darkening. What is the meaning of this? Do you look down upon me? Is it only permissible for the little girl to ride you? Is this gender discrimination? Just wait. I will conquer you one day. Yi Yun felt a surge of indignation. However, when he noticed the magazine Rayquaza was perusing, realization struck him. The Chronicles of Raising a Little Girl. A magazine he had cherished for many years, reluctant to part with it. Damn that rascal dragon. Yi Yun cursed under his breath and turned to take a shower. Half an hour later, Yi Yi entered the bathroom, her little duck in tow, claiming she wanted to play the bath game with her brother. Happy times always seem fleeting. The following morning, after dropping Yi Yi off at school, Yi Yun set off alone for Magic City Pokémon University. Yinqing is part of Magic City, and the university is situated not far from it. Yi Yun took the bus, which took him nearly half an hour to reach. On the bus, Rayquaza suddenly engaged him in conversation. Kid, help me buy a few magazines. Something similar to those from yesterday. Yi Yun ignored him. Kid, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Rayquaza pressed, growing impatient. Yi Yun replied coolly, call me master. What nonsense is this? I am a dignified first-level deity. I would never bow to you. Forget about those magazines. Master. More frequently, please. Yi Yun relished the joy of being the master. In the future, remember to heed my words and refrain from displaying arrogance before me. Did you hear me? Yes, master. Quite good. You show awareness. Soon, I shall procure a magazine for you, not for myself. The bond between trainer and Pokémon is indeed simple yet profound. Upon arriving at the Pokémon University in the magical metropolis, Yi Yun was greeted by Zhou Yin, the head of the admissions office. Zhou Yin was a stern-looking middle-aged man with a square face and short hair. Although not particularly large in stature, he possessed a robust physique. Unmistakably a person not to be trifled with. "You must be Yi Yun," Zhou Yin approached and inquired. "Indeed," Yi Yun replied. "Please follow me." Zhou Yin led Yi Yun to the indoor arena of the Pokémon University. "The testing procedure is quite straightforward. We shall each send forth a Pokémon to battle, and I will assess your performance based on the outcome." Zhou Yin briefly outlined the test. Yi Yun nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What if I defeat you? Does that mean I can bypass the assessment?" Zhou Yin was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, young one. Your confidence is commendable, but defeating me will not be so simple. If you truly manage to best me, not only will you gain admission, but you will also be granted immediate placement in the elite class." Zhou Yin, rather than chastising Yi Yun for his audacity, found himself intrigued by the boy. Individuals who exhibit such arrogance typically fall into one of two categories: those with genuine skill or those who are simply foolish. Zhou Yin was inclined to believe that Yi Yun belonged to the former. Yi Yun merely nodded, refraining from further banter, and summoned his Lucario. In response, Zhou Yin released his own Pokémon, a level 45 Machoke, which was both shiny and female. "Your Lucario is indeed impressive, possessing advanced strength. However, it unfortunately pales in comparison to my elite Machoke," Zhou Yin stated flatly, harboring no belief that Yi Yun could prevail. Yi Yun did not dispute this, instead extending his right hand and murmuring, "Evolve beyond limits, Lucario." In the next instant, a brilliant white light erupted from the ring on Yi Yun's hand, transforming into a white chain that resonated with the Mega Stone on Lucario. Boom! A dazzling explosion of white light surged forth, enveloping Lucario entirely. Lucario let out a roar as its form began to transform. Witnessing this, Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed, a serious expression crossing his face. Mega Evolution. Being a staff member at the Pokémon University, he was well aware of its significance. It allowed a Pokémon to unleash its inherent potential, manifesting extraordinary power. The might of Mega Evolution was a coveted aspiration for many trainers. Zhou Yin had not anticipated that Yi Yun, a mere student, would possess such power. The situation had become dire. The potential of Mega Lucario was now comparable to that of certain legendary Pokémon, while Machoke, though commendable, seemed inadequate in comparison. However, Zhou Yin took solace in the fact that Yi Yun's Mega Lucario was not overwhelmingly strong, merely at the late advanced stage of power, while his Machoke was undeniably elite. This presented him with a potential opportunity for victory. Zhou Yan's countenance turned increasingly grave, a glint of determination gleaming in his eyes. He was ready to strike. "Machoke, leap atop its head and execute a karate chop." Machoke roared, propelling itself like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it was above Mega Lucario, its palm poised to deliver a decisive blow. Unfazed by Machoke's assault, Yi Yun merely smiled slightly. "Use Aura Sphere, Lucario." Mega Lucario swiftly condensed a blue aura sphere in its hands, clashing against Machoke's hand strike. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the aura sphere detonated mid-air, unleashing a tempest of energy that sent both Machoke and Mega Lucario reeling. Machoke spun gracefully 3.5 times in the air before landing deftly, dissipating the force. Mega Lucario, after 3 consecutive leaps backward, stabilized its form. Neither side had gained an advantage from the encounter. Close in and unleash a series of karate chops. Whoosh! Machoke morphed into a streak of lightning, instantaneously appearing beside Mega Lucario, its palms slicing down in rapid succession, leaving afterimages in its wake. Yet Mega Lucario was no novice. Its evasive maneuvers matched Machoke's speed. Several of Machoke's attacks missed their mark entirely. Use low kick. Failing in one tactic, Zhou Yin switched strategies. Machoke concentrated its strength into its legs, launching a powerful kick toward Mega Lucario's lower body. Jump to evade. Mega Lucario effortlessly leaped into the air, avoiding the kick as if anticipating each of Machoke's moves. Truly, a champion of aura, it could foresee its opponent's attack trajectory through the fluctuations of the surrounding aura. Consequently, hitting the target became increasingly difficult for Zhou Yin. He squinted, intently observing Mega Lucario as he murmured, aware of the rarity and prowess of Lucario. Yet faced with the extraordinary capabilities of Mega Lucario, he found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. The only means to breach Mega Lucario's predictions would be through an element of surprise. Lucario, having evaded Machoke's assault, Mega Lucario unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike radiating a soft white glow that augmented its power with each connection. Zhou Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Create distance. Do not engage in close combat." Seasoned by countless battles, Zhou Yin quickly recognized that Mega Lucario was employing a technique known as Power-Up Punch. As the name implies, each punch that landed increased its attack power by 1 level. Engaging in a fistfight merely served to bolster Mega Lucario's strength. Machoke, sensing the shift, distanced itself from Mega Lucario, but it was already too late. In an instant, Mega Lucario had landed several punches, elevating its attack power by 4 levels. Simultaneously, a hint of triumph surfaced on Yi Yun's face. Their scheme had succeeded. At this very moment, with a flash of electricity, he approached it and then unleashed a wave-guiding bomb to conclude the battle. Yi Yun smiled lightly. Lucario suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of lightning, swiftly closing in on Machoke. Machoke, caught off guard, had no time to evade. Super Lucario gathered 2 wave-guiding bombs in its hands, launching them from either side towards Machoke. Under this simultaneous assault, Machoke had no choice but to leap to avoid the onslaught. However, Super Lucario had anticipated this maneuver. Suddenly, it concentrated its energy once more, creating a single, more powerful wave-guiding bomb that struck upward at Machoke's lower body. Fortunately, Machoke was a female, otherwise, the impact would have been unbearable. Even so, the female Machoke found herself overwhelmed, feeling a sharp pain emanating from beneath. In an instant, her strength dissipated, and she plummeted from the air. At that moment, the 2 wave-guiding bombs in Super Lucario's grasp were already primed and hurled forth. Boom! The 2 wave-guiding bombs detonated upon contact with Machoke, sending her flying. Thud! Machoke crashed heavily to the ground, rolling for several meters before coming to a halt, incapacitated. Zhou Yin watched in astonishment. He never anticipated that a student could synchronize so seamlessly with their Pokémon. What shocked him even more was Yi Yun's meticulous thought process and the insidious nature of his strategy, sending shivers down one's spine. This was not the cunning one would expect from a high school student. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning 500 points. The system's melodious voice resonated in his mind, and Yi Yun smiled faintly. I have prevailed. There was no arrogance in his tone, merely a calm acceptance. Zhou Yin let out a wry smile, acknowledging, yes, you have won. Congratulations on entering the elite class of Magic City Pokémon University. Now, let me assist you with the enrollment procedures. Yi Yun nodded and followed Zhou Yin out. By midday, Yi Yun emerged from Magic City Pokémon University, student ID in hand, accompanied by Zhou Yin. In 3 days, you will officially report for class. By the way, there's one more thing I must tell you. After new students enroll, our Magic City Pokémon University will hold an exchange competition with Huadu Pokémon University. This has been a long-standing tradition between our 2 institutions, though in recent years, Magic City Pokémon University has been overshadowed by Huadu Pokémon University. This year, I see hope in you. I believe we may break this curse. I hope you can grow stronger in these 3 days. Zhou Yin earnestly expressed his expectations for Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded and turned to wave goodbye. At the last moment, he gave Zhou Yin an encouraging injection of confidence. Rest assured, 3 days from now, I will ensure Huadu Pokémon University cannot hold its head high on the battlefield. Chapter 36, Sibling Affection. After leaving Magic City Pokémon University, Yi Yun found himself with some free time and decided to visit a convenience store to purchase a couple of magazines. Of course, it was not for his own enjoyment, but rather at the behest of his Pokémon, Rayquaza, to whom he had previously promised. One must not be untrustworthy, after all. Navigating the familiar aisles effortlessly, he eventually arrived at a secluded convenience store. Boss, the usual, Yi Yun called out as he entered. He was well acquainted with the shop owner, so a simple shout sufficed for the owner to understand his request. Moments later, a portly middle-aged man ambled out from the back, his face flushed and breathing heavily. The unmistakable sounds of activity filtering from the room, leaving little doubt about what he had been up to. Ah, it's you, Xiaoyi. The magazines you wanted have already been set aside for you. They're right on that table. Feel free to grab them, the owner panted, adjusting his pants. Yi Yun chose not to address the obvious, wishing to spare them both the embarrassment. Approaching the table, he indeed found 2 magazines. Their covers adorned with a white-haired little girl, alongside elegant text that read, The Chronicles of Little Loli 2 and The Chronicles of Little Loli 3. He paid for his items and exited the store. Just as he stepped through the door, a lecherous man hurriedly collided with him. Watch where you're going, you blind fool. The man unleashed a torrent of insults without hesitation. Yi Yun frowned, refusing to tolerate such rudeness. He delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling. Do you dare bark again? Do you believe I won't shatter your teeth? Yi Yun's voice was cold and menacing. Dealing with such individuals required a firmer hand. Otherwise, they would only take advantage of your leniency. A thin rope breaks at its weakest point. Misfortune seeks out the wretched. Yi Yun resonated deeply with this sentiment. Seeing the ferocity in Yi Yun's expression and the palpable aura of intimidation surrounding him, the lecherous man immediately lost his nerve. Typically, he would bully the meek. But someone like Yi Yun was beyond his reckoning. Brother, I apologize. Please, spare me. I was blind to your greatness. I underestimated you. The man quivered, groveling on the ground for forgiveness. Yi Yun, uninterested in further conflict, turned away without a glance and departed. Once Yi Yun was out of sight, the man rose, a sinister glint flashing across his face. How dare you make a fool of me? Just wait, I will make you pay? He seethed. Though he thrived on intimidation, he was equally vengeful. Anyone who crossed him would not escape unscathed. If faced directly, he would resort to underhanded tactics. He was determined to find a way to make his adversary suffer. Spitting contemptuously at the spot where Yi Yun had stood, he then sauntered back into the store. Boss, give me some action magazines, something with an American flair. At 3 in the afternoon, Yi Yun visited BUN, intending to create some energy cubes for sale, hoping to earn a little extra cash. Although he was not in need of money, who would ever say no to more wealth? Yi Yun swiftly produced several energy cubes. And to his delight, their sales were remarkable. They were snatched up immediately upon display, reflecting a clear disparity between supply and demand. The young waitress's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Yi Yun. Previously, she had thought her boss had overestimated him, but now she realized how mistaken she had been. And quite profoundly so. Feeling a pang of guilt, she approached Yi Yun with admiration. I'm so sorry, I underestimated you before. I now realize I was the one with poor vision. Please forgive my rudeness. She sincerely expressed. Yi Yun waved his hand, generously responding, no worries. I hold no grudges. My heart is ever so forgiving. Seeing Yi Yun's nonchalant demeanor, the young woman felt a wave of relief wash over her, adjusting her attire as she did. Could we exchange WeChat? The young lady shyly inquired, her admiration for Yi Yun palpable. Yi Yun regarded her with surprise, shaking his head as he replied, I'm sorry, but I do not engage in romantic relationships. A flicker of disappointment crossed the young lady's face, yet she stubbornly pressed on, why not? Yi Yun responded with an air of melancholy, I harbor no interest in women. The young lady paused, a chill coursing through her, and with her cheeks aflame, she fled. Yi Yun, undeterred, resumed his task of crafting energy cubes. When evening arrived, signaling the time to fetch Yi Yi from school, Yi Yun departed from the Baiyuan. Just before leaving, the young lady, still unwilling to give up, slipped a note into his hand. It bore an address and a message, if you wish. Come to this place tonight, and I will offer you everything I possess. Yi Yun cast a glance at the note before casually discarding it into a trash bin. How could a man of his stature be swayed by mere beauty? After all, a fleeting beauty ultimately crumbles to dust. Yi Yun aspired to loftier pursuits. At the entrance of Yinqing Primary School, Yi Yun witnessed an irksome scene. An oblivious young lad was persistently pestering Yi Yi. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? He declared, sporting a flamboyant slicked-back hairstyle and clutching a fresh flower, his tone dripping with affection. Clearly, he was a privileged scion. Yi Yi regarded him with disdain, completely ignoring his advances. In her heart, there was only her brother, Yi Yun. Undeterred by her indifference, the boy attempted to seize Yi Yi's small hand. Just then, Yi Yun approached. Although he spoke not a word, his formidable presence sent a shiver down the boy's spine, causing him to retract his hand in haste. Upon noticing Yi Yun's arrival, Yi Yi's face lit up with joy as she hurried towards him. Yi Yun took her small hand in his, cradling her in his arms, and coldly glared at the boy, warning, should I see you harassing my sister again, I shall twist you like a pretzel. The boy, pale with fright, screamed and bolted, discarding the flower in his wake. Satisfied, Yi Yun embraced Yi Yi and departed. You won't hold it against me for scaring off that boy, will you? He casually inquired on their way home. Yi shook her head, her face aglow with happiness. No, brother is protecting me. Yi Yun exhaled in relief. As long as Yi bore him no ill will, all was well. Chapter 37. Return to the black market, the secret of the stone box. In the evening, after dinner, Yi Yun gave Yi a brief admonition before venturing out alone. He intended to revisit the black market to seek out the man who had sold him the stone box, hoping to extract some valuable information from him. The stone box had remained a troubling enigma for Yi Yun. Had he not been preoccupied with the internal testing these past few days, he would have investigated it sooner. Now that the testing had concluded, he had a generous 3 days to delve into the matter. Upon arriving at the black market, Yi Yun donned a Squirtle mask, perhaps chosen for its ample size. Once inside, He roamed about and soon spotted the man from his previous encounter at an inconspicuous stall. "Boss, may I have a word?" he asked, wary of revealing his identity in the crowded space. The vendor, recognizing the familiarity in Yi Yun's voice, scrutinized him closely and suddenly recalled a figure from the past. "You're the one who bought." Yi Yun nodded, interrupting him. "Let us get straight to the point. I have some inquiries about the stone box." After a moment of contemplation, the vendor began to pack up his wares, enthusiastically suggesting, "Brother, let us find a restaurant to sit down and discuss this properly." Initially, the vendor had intended to abandon the stone box and earn nothing from it. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Yun had insisted, prompting the monarch snake to pursue him and ultimately pay him 30,000 union coins. While this sum may have been trivial for Yi Yun, it was a significant reward for the vendor, fostering a sense of gratitude towards him. The two soon exited the black market. However, shortly after their departure, a figure clad in black stealthily followed them. Meanwhile, in a high-rise within the black market, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe and adorned with a purple gold mask sat in a commanding position, surveying those below. "Chief, the boy who purchased the stone box has returned. He has located the original seller, and they have left together," a subordinate reported. Ever since Mr. Long's unexpected disappearance days prior, they had been monitoring Yi Yun, tracing leads regarding the stone box, in pursuit of uncovering its secrets. They had kept a close watch on Yi Yun's every move. Now, it seemed he had finally taken the bait. "Very well, continue to keep them under surveillance. The moment that boy makes a move, report to me immediately," the middle-aged man coldly instructed, a sinister smile creeping beneath his mask. At a high-end restaurant in Yinqing, Yi Yun and the vendor settled into a private room. After a brief exchange, Yi Yun learned the man's name, Huang Yunsheng, a rather commendable name. Huang Yunsheng removed his mask, revealing a face marked by the passage of time. Yi Yun, after a moment's hesitation, also removed his mask, unveiling a strikingly handsome visage. "Only through open honesty can we communicate effectively," he asserted. Upon seeing Yi Yun's countenance, Huang Yunsheng was taken aback. "You're Yi Yun, the genius student from Yinqing No. 1 High School," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Yi Yun nodded, his curiosity piqued. "You know me? Who doesn't he know of you?" Huang Yunsheng jested. "You single-handedly dominated Yinqing's 5 great pavilions and became one of the evaluators for Huadu Elf University's internal assessments. You publicly challenged a mentor from Huadu Elf Academy. Your name has been quite the sensation these past few days." Yi Yun managed a sheepish smile. He had not anticipated his newfound fame. "But I have a question. Why did you choose to challenge a professor from Huadu Elf University?" Huang Yunsheng queried, perplexed. "That old fellow deserved a beating," Yi Yun replied candidly. Huang Yunsheng paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, he did deserve it. Those folks always look down on others. They ought to be taught a lesson." Huang Yunsheng felt a surge of vindication. He had often been belittled by the elite of Huadu Elf University, and now, finding a kindred spirit, he felt fortunate beyond measure. "However, this means you can't join Huadu Elf University. That's a bit of a loss," he mused. "In my opinion, you should endure for now. It's not shameful to lower one's head for the sake of one's future." He took a swig of his drink, seemingly lost in painful memories. Yi Yun, however, shook his head resolutely. "My future is mine to carve. No one can force me to bow." Huang Yunsheng was taken aback by Yi Yun's words, and upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Yi Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling that such praise was unnecessary. He then inquired, "Enough about me. Let us discuss that stone box. Could you enlighten me on its origin?" As the topic of the stone box arose, Huang Yunsheng's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, he began, "The stone box, as fate would have it, was unearthed by me at a certain ruin." Upon hearing Huang Yunsheng's account, Yi Yun fell into deep thought. According to Huang Yunsheng, this stone box was discovered in an abandoned ruin located 50 miles from Yinqing. The ruin, having succumbed to the ravages of time, was barely recognizable, and its exact era was challenging to ascertain. However, it bore a striking landmark, a towering stone pillar that pierced the heavens. This pillar was majestic and imposing, featuring a series of interlaced steps leading to its pinnacle. Unfortunately, when Huang Yunsheng visited, the pillar had already collapsed, leaving only a small segment still standing amid the debris. The stone box was found in the vicinity of the fractured pillar. Could it be the Pillar of Heaven? Yi Yun mused quietly to himself. From Huang Yunsheng's description, the pillar indeed bore a resemblance to the legendary Pillar of Heaven. If that pillar were indeed the Pillar of Heaven, the contents of the box would be quite predictable, the superstone of Li Kongzuo. This would explain Li Kongzuo's strong resonance with the contents of the stone box. "No, I must journey to that ruin." Yi Yun resolved within himself. Whether it was to quell his own curiosity or to unravel the mysteries of the stone box, it was imperative that he go. Just as Yi Yun solidified his determination, the voice of the system resonated suddenly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new quest. Quest description: unravel the mystery of the stone box. Quest type: ordinary. Quest difficulty: difficult. Quest reward: 1,000 points. Quest deadline: 3 days. Upon glancing at the new quest issued by the system, Yi Yun couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. It seemed a visit to the mysterious ruins was unavoidable. Chapter 38. Journey to the Mysterious Ruins. After bidding farewell to Huang Yunsheng, Yi Yun returned home. He informed Yi Yi of his impending journey, which left her quite distraught. Yi Yun went to great lengths to console her, managing to alleviate her sorrow somewhat. The following morning, after they had breakfast, Yi Yun took Yi Yi to Biyuan, where they sought out the proprietress, Mu Qingqiu. Concerned for Yi Yi's safety while alone at home, Yi Yun entrusted her care to Mu Qingqiu, who graciously agreed to his request. To express his gratitude, Yi Yun prepared 30 assorted basic energy cubes for her. Once everything was arranged, Yi Yun set off towards the mysterious ruins. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the black market organization, the leader, Liang Wan, sat upon a high platform, patiently awaiting reports from his spies. At that moment, a shadowy figure burst in. Report, leader. The target has left the city. The shadow spoke calmly from below. Ha ha ha, splendid. The operation has finally commenced. Relay my orders. Have the third elder take a few skilled members and accompany me outside the city. Liang Wan exclaimed, rising abruptly from the platform, his excitement palpable. He had awaited this day for far too long. Yes, on the outskirts of Yinqing, Yi Yun had been traveling for 3 to 4 hours. He estimated that within the next hour, he would reach his destination. As he continued on his way, he suddenly sensed something unusual behind him. He turned sharply to look, only to find nothing there. Strange, could it be a false alarm? Yi Yun muttered to himself, dismissing it and pressing on. Not long after he departed, a shadow emerged from the trees. That was close. I almost got discovered. The shadow sighed in relief, still shaken. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Yun's voice rang out from behind him. Heh, I've already spotted you. The shadow whipped around, his face paling in shock. How could Yi Yun have appeared behind him? It was inconceivable. He had just witnessed Yi Yun leaving. Yi Yun scoffed, not intending to address the shadow's bewilderment. What is your purpose in following me? Yi Yun's gaze bore into the shadow, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic depth that seemed to see through him. The shadow felt increasingly uncomfortable under Yi Yun's scrutiny. Summoning his courage, he retorted, You brought this upon yourself. Prepare to meet the king of hell. With a flick of his fingers, a pokeball materialized in his hand. Almost instantly, a beam of white light shot forth from the ball, revealing a steel mask ninja between the two. Yi Yun utilized the system to scan the steel mask ninja's information. Pokémon, Steel Mask Ninja. Affinity, 200, with Trainer. Potential, 2 stars. Gender, male. Level, 40. Types, Bug Flying. Ability, Speed Boost. Increases speed each turn. Hidden ability, none. Item, Ninja Mask. Upon equipping, it conceals 1's presence, making it harder for opponents to detect. Highly effective when using ambush techniques. Skills, Screech, Shadow Clone, Slash, Scratch, Sand Attack, Absorb, Harden, Bug Bite, Fury Cutter, Agility, Cut. Mind's Eye, Baton Pass. Inherited skills, Critical Hit, Night, Slash. Acquired skills, Swords Dance, Solar Beam, Leech Life. Yi Yun gazed at the steel mask ninja before him, marveling at its impressive configuration. It was undeniable that this steel mask ninja was exceptionally well equipped, boasting 2 dark-type skills that complemented its abilities and an extensive repertoire of learned skills, including Swords Dance to boost attack power, the formidable Solar Beam, and Leech Life for self-recovery. The investment made to cultivate a steel mask ninja to this level was considerable. Typically, steel mask ninjas were deployed for reconnaissance, rarely engaged in battle due to their relatively low combat prowess. However, this lavish configuration significantly enhanced the steel mask ninja's combat capabilities, transforming it into a more formidable scout. Yi Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Acquiring this steel mask ninja would undoubtedly be advantageous. Regrettably, it already had an owner. Even though Yi Yun had slain his master and acquired the iron-faced ninja, the latter would never acknowledge him, nor could he subdue it. This left Yi Yun with a tinge of regret. If subjugation was unattainable, then destruction was the only alternative, he coldly declared. When faced with an enemy that could not be made to yield, one must eradicate it entirely. If the roots are not severed, new shoots will sprout with the spring breeze. Yi Yun had no desire to be constantly watched by an iron-faced ninja. Lucario, emerge and achieve an evolution beyond limits. Yi Yun, unwilling to squander time, summoned Lucario to undergo Mega Evolution. What? It's a Mega Evolution. The shadowy figure's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. Even for him, Mega Evolution was a distant dream, and he was astounded that it had manifested in the hands of a mere youth. An overwhelming surge of jealousy and envy welled up within him. Iron-faced ninja, attack. Ultimately, jealousy morphed into a furious blaze, and the shadow commanded the iron-faced ninja to strike. Whoosh! The iron-faced ninja moved with incredible speed. Even Mega Lucario could not match its velocity. This was attributable to the iron-faced ninja's inherent racial traits. As a reconnaissance Pokémon, its speed was unparalleled, surpassing even many legendary beings. However, correspondingly, its offensive and defensive capabilities were significantly inferior to those of ordinary Pokémon. Faced with the lightning-fast iron-faced ninja, Yi Yun remained unperturbed. Perhaps for other Pokémon, the high-speed state of the iron-faced ninja would be quite daunting. Yet for Mega Lucario, endowed with the power of Aura, it posed little challenge. No matter how extravagant its maneuvers, they would be rendered futile in the face of Aura. Chapter 39. The Betrayal of Huang Yunsheng. The Aura flowed through the surrounding space, and Mega Lucario, attuned to the fluctuations of the Aura, successfully anticipated the position of the iron-faced ninja. Lucario. Mega Lucario's eyes widened suddenly, as it swiftly conjured an Aura sphere in its hands and hurled it towards its right front. Boom. The timing was impeccable. The Aura sphere collided directly with the incoming iron-faced ninja. With a resounding explosion, the Aura sphere erupted in a brilliant blue light, detonating in Mega Lucario's grasp. A torrent of violent energy surged forth in an instant, creating a fierce tempest that swept in all directions. Mega Lucario skillfully retreated to a distance, leveraging the power of the storm. However, the iron-faced ninja, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, was far less fortunate. It was blasted into charred remains, its body exuding a scent of scorching embers. Its life force flickered, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In a single move, Mega Lucario had dispatched the iron-faced ninja. The shadow's countenance paled. He had known of Yi Yun's abilities, yet he never anticipated such formidable prowess. The iron-faced ninja he had painstakingly nurtured had fallen in less than a round. The shadow felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation, but more than that, fear began to creep in. With the iron-faced ninja gone, would he be next? As the realization dawned, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, summoning all his strength as if battling a woman in bed. But human potential is ultimately finite. How fast could he truly run? In the blink of an eye, Mega Lucario caught up with him, delivering a thorough beating before bringing him back. With a casual toss, the shadow lay crumpled at Yi Yun's feet. Speak. Why did you follow me? What is your purpose? Yi Yun sneered. The shadow trembled, glaring at Yi Yun with malice. Cursing him, you will die a miserable death. A moment later, he let out a shriek, his head tilting as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. He had taken his own life. Yi Yun furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. The audacity with which this man had ended his own life spoke volumes about the terrifying forces behind him. It seemed he had unwittingly entangled himself with a formidable entity. However, upon reflection, he took solace in the fact that he possessed the power of Rayquaza, which quelled his fear. Humph, daring to provoke me? I shall obliterate you with a single stroke, Yi Yun muttered with a commanding presence. He approached the iron-faced ninja, confirming that it was not entirely dead before capturing it in a pokeball. While he could not subdue this iron-faced ninja, selling it on the black market would certainly yield a handsome profit. With the iron-faced ninja in tow, Yi Yun continued on his journey. Half an hour later, a new group arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the remnants of the battle and the bodies carelessly discarded in the nearby bushes, their expressions darkened. Xiao Wu was dead, and his iron-faced ninja was nowhere to be found. After confirming the situation, one voice coldly proposed, "Is it possible that this young man did it?" After all, Xiao Wu had been shadowing him all along. This suggestion was met with swift rebuttal. Impossible. Xiao Wu's tracking skills are top-notch within our organization. How could he be discovered by a mere boy? Moreover, even if he were detected, with the strength of Xiao Wu's iron-faced ninja, a mere youth could not possibly contend with it. Once these words were uttered, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yet, this only deepened the mystery. If it were not the young man who had slain Xiao Wu, then who could it be? Could there be others coveting that stone box, inadvertently stumbling upon Xiao Wu and leading to his demise? Some daringly speculated, showcasing the boundless imagination of humanity. It's hard to say. At that moment, the usually silent third elder finally spoke, his murky eyes gleaming with insight. Leader, this operation may not be as simple as we imagined. We must proceed with caution. He directed his gaze toward the leader, Liang Wan. As the strategist of the black market organization, he was known as a modern-day Zhuge Liang, having made significant contributions to the organization. During major events, Liang Wan would always seek his counsel. This time was no exception. Indeed, Liang Wan nodded, his deep-set eyes revealing an inscrutable train of thought. Leader, with Xiao Wu dead, we have lost our lead on that young man. What shall we do next? Someone lamented, stepping forward with concern. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wu had been their informant, relaying Yi Yun's movements. With his sudden demise, they found themselves adrift without a target. The atmosphere grew heavy with frustration and dismay. Liang Wan turned to the third elder, awaiting his guidance. With a composed smile, the third elder confidently replied, "There is no need for concern. I have made preparations." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. Third elder, what brilliant plan do you have? Please share it with us. One individual eagerly implored. The third elder smiled mysteriously and explained, "Before our departure, I anticipated the possibility of this scenario. Thus I took precautionary measures. I arranged for Huang Yunxing's wife and children to be held captive and monitored Huang Yunxing's every move. Should we lose contact with Xiao Wu, we can compel Huang Yunxing to reveal the whereabouts of that lad." Upon hearing the third elder's words, the crowd's eyes brightened, and they unanimously raised their thumbs in admiration. Truly, the third elder is a modern-day Zhuge Liang. His strategies are remarkably astute. Indeed, the preparations made by the third elder are nothing short of flawless. A stroke of genius. With the third elder on our side, our mission is bound to succeed. The crowd erupted in praise for the third elder, who felt a slight sense of pride, though he did not show it outwardly. "Please remain quiet for a moment while I make a phone call," he instructed, signaling for silence before dialing a number. "Commence the operation, execute Plan B." With those few words, the sounds of battle echoed from the other end of the line. 3 minutes later, a raspy voice reported, "We have captured them." The third elder smiled slightly. "Good. Pass the phone to him. I wish to speak with him." Huang Yunxing, bewildered, was forced to take the call. "Huang Yunxing, you wouldn't want your wife and children to end up as corpses on the streets, would you? Tell me where that lad named Yi Yun is gone." Huang Yunxing cursed vehemently. He was not a man of betrayal. However, upon hearing the cries of his wife and children pleading for mercy, he relented. "Young friend Yi Yun, I am truly sorry. He is at the ruins." Chapter 40. The Secret of the Pillar of Heaven. The dilapidated ruins lay in a state of decay. The sand and wind engulfed the area, with only a few structures standing proudly against the ravages of time, awakening from the dust to face the golden divine light. As Yi Yun traversed the ruins, he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of melancholy rising within him, a reverence and lamentation for the power of time. Suddenly, an imposing structure caught his eye. Before him stood a slightly tilted, crumbling ancient tower, solitary amidst the swirling sands, glistening faintly in the sunlight. It appeared to be a sacred tower, or more accurately, a massive stone pillar. "This must be the pillar Huang Yunxing spoke of," Yi Yun murmured and quickened his pace. The swirling yellow sand blurred his vision of the pillar, and its dilapidated state made it difficult to ascertain if it resembled the pillar of heaven he had in mind. It was only upon approaching the pillar and looking up that he could make an accurate judgment. Indeed, it was the pillar of heaven, though he had suspected as much. The confirmation filled Yi Yun with a sense of awe. He circled the pillar of heaven and ultimately discovered an unassuming stone door leading inside. The door was not tall, roughly his height, and had succumbed to years of erosion from the wind and sand. With a gentle push, the door collapsed with a thunderous crash, releasing a cloud of dust. Yi Yun covered his nose, furrowing his brow as his eyes involuntarily squinted. It seemed no one had visited this place for quite some time. "I suppose I should go in," Yi Yun murmured, bending down to enter. The interior of the pillar of heaven was dimly lit, and the sound of the wind outside was distinctly audible, reminiscent of ghostly wails from the depths of hell. Yi Yun blinked a few times, gradually acclimating to the gloom. There should be a way up. As he looked up, he could see a beam of sunlight pouring in. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a staircase not far from him. These stairs were made of a dark bluish-black stone, remarkably durable. Even after enduring the test of time, they showed no signs of wear. The staircase spiraled upward in a continuous helix, connecting with the surrounding walls until it reached the ceiling. Yi Yun ascended cautiously. After a few tentative steps, he confirmed the stairs were solid and reliable, allowing him to proceed with confidence. As he climbed, he took note of the stone walls beside him, which were adorned with numerous fragmented murals. Some were easily comprehensible, while others posed a challenge to decipher. However, one particular mural struck him as familiar. It depicted a group of people fervently kneeling in prayer to their deity, the mighty sky sovereign Rayquaza. This mural likely illustrated the story of the meteor people harnessing Rayquaza's power to save the Pokémon world. Reflecting on the mural, Yi-Yun murmured to himself. He had some knowledge of the meteor people and Rayquaza. Continuing his gaze downward, he noticed the second mural had shifted in focus. The protagonists were no longer Rayquaza, but rather the ancient Pokémon Kyogre and Groudon. The mural depicted the fierce battle that erupted between the two titans upon their awakening. Their conflict ravaged the land and raged into the seas, spanning from plains to mountains. Ultimately, it was Rayquaza who appeared to quell their strife, bringing an end to the calamity. While the mural did not specify the final outcome, Yi-Yun was well aware of it. Ascending further, he examined several more murals, becoming increasingly intrigued. The subsequent murals recounted the tale of the stone box. After a cursory glance, excitement coursed through him. His suspicions were confirmed. The stone box contained the Mega Stone capable of enabling Rayquaza's Mega Evolution. Following Rayquaza's transformation, he returned to his dwelling, while the Mega Stone was returned to the Meteor People, to ensure that future generations could wield the power of Rayquaza's Mega Evolution. The Meteor People sealed the stone within a box crafted from a millennium's worth of meteorite iron, accompanied by a key entrusted to each successor of the Meteor lineage. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Meteor People gradually faded from the annals of history, the last of their line. Wishing to prevent the Mega Stone from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals, took the box and key to the highest point of the Pillar of Heaven, where Rayquaza watched over them personally. As Yi-Yun reached the end of the murals, he grasped an important truth. Both the box and the key lay at the pinnacle of the Pillar of Heaven. However, it was unclear why. But the Pillar of Heaven eventually collapsed, and Rayquaza did not take the box or key with him. Thus, the box and key were buried alongside the Pillar of Heaven in this desolate ruin. By a stroke of fate, Huang Yunsheng arrived here on an expedition and stumbled upon a stone box, which he subsequently took back with him. This suggests that the key to unlocking the stone box must also be nearby, thought Yi-Yun, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face. If he could uncover the key, he would be able to facilitate the super evolution of his Pokémon, Rayquaza. Post-evolution, Rayquaza's power would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Furthermore, he would ascend to become a veritable powerhouse in this world. Historically, the Meteor People had placed the stone box and its key together. Thus, when the Pillar of Heaven collapsed, the stone box and key must have fallen in close proximity to one another. After a brief analysis, Yi-Yun deduced the likely location of the key. If he could ascertain where Huang Yunsheng had found the stone box, he could commence his search for the key from that point, expanding his search outward step by step. With that thought, Yi-Yun felt a surge of excitement and prepared to retrieve his phone to call Huang Yunsheng and inquire about the origin of the stone box. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from above the steps. The ground began to tremble violently, causing the entire Pillar of Heaven to sway. Yi-Yun looked up, and his expression shifted dramatically. A colossal stone sphere was hurtling down towards him with alarming speed. Chapter 41, The Revenge of the Creep. The massive stone sphere accelerated under the force of gravity, closing the distance to Yi-Yun in an instant, now less than 10 meters away. In a moment of desperation, Yi-Yun rolled swiftly to the other side of the steps. However, the stone was so immense that it nearly occupied the entire staircase. Even clinging to the edge, Yi-Yun could hardly ensure he wouldn't be struck. Even if he managed to evade the impact, the tempestuous winds generated by the rolling boulder could easily topple him. With no other choice, Yi-Yun leaped downward, grasping the edge of the steps to evade the crushing stone. Fortunately, endowed with the power of aura, his physical prowess allowed him to navigate this precarious situation with relative ease. Boom! The stone rolled down with a resounding thud, the deep sound akin to thunder reverberating painfully in Yi-Yun's ears. He persevered for what felt like an eternity, roughly 10 seconds, until the massive stone finally receded. Only then did he manage to pull himself up from the edge of the steps. What could have caused such a sudden rockfall? Dusting himself off, Yi-Yun furrowed his brow and glanced upward, only to have his expression darken ominously. Standing atop the steps was a man, his face twisted in malice, wearing a derisive yet enraged smirk. It seemed he was lamenting the fact that the stone had failed to crush Yi-Yun. A surge of fury erupted within Yi-Yun. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. The audacity of someone lying in wait to take his life left him incensed. If only he had eliminated you back then. Yi-Yun's icy voice pierced the air. He recognized the man on the steps as the very creep he had encountered during a trip to the convenience store to purchase magazines. At that time, they had shared a brief altercation that Yi-Yun had dismissed. Little did he expect to find himself in this desolate place. nearly falling victim to the creep's murderous intentions. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, and in an instant, he charged furiously towards the creep. The creep, upon witnessing Yi Yun's approach, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic on his otherwise grim visage. Yet, recalling a mysterious potion he had acquired in this ruin that had enabled his Pokémon to evolve, he regained his confidence. His face contorted with madness as he gazed at Yi Yun. Damn you for humiliating me before. Today, I shall ensure you meet your demise in this ruin. Rhinoceros beetle. You stomp. The creep bellowed, veins bulging from his neck. The rhinoceros beetle raised its foreleg and slammed it down with tremendous force, causing the ground to quake violently. The entire pillar of heaven trembled precariously, and a cascade of dust and debris began to rain down like hail. Yi Yun deftly dodged left and right, leveraging his aura to evade the falling rocks. Superior, come forth. Use Leaf Blade. Yi Yun summoned Superior, who, as a grass-type Pokémon, possessed a distinct advantage against the rock and ground-type rhinoceros beetle. The intricate terrain of the area also favored Superior's agility in battle. With a flourish, several emerald green blades materialized around Superior, spinning swiftly as they slashed towards the rhinoceros beetle. Use Knockdown. The creep countered, his expression turning frantic. Roar. The rhinoceros beetle summoned rocks from its surroundings, launching them as projectiles. The rocks collided with the leaf blades, but rather than knocking them down as anticipated, they were severed effortlessly and fell to the ground. Quick. Use Spike Attack. Don't let it near. The creep shouted, panic now evident in his voice as he watched Yi Yun advance. A larger, sharper rock materialized before the rhinoceros beetle, now under its control, resembling a colossal drill aimed at Yi Yun and Superior. Even the previously formidable leaf blades paled in comparison to this new threat, being easily scattered by the sharp rock. Yi Yun assessed his surroundings and quickly devised a strategy. Superior, use Vine Whip. Let us swing across. He commanded. In perfect synchrony, Superior understood Yi Yun's intent. Vines sprouted from Superior's body, two of which wrapped around Yi Yun, binding him securely. The remaining vines anchored themselves to protruding rocks, serving as fixed points. As the sharp rock lunged toward them, Superior swung Yi Yun away with a swift motion. Stop him. He is coming over. The creep's face was a portrait of dread, as he frantically commanded the rhinoceros beetle to attack. A barrage of rocks rained down like bullets toward Yi Yun and Superior. Yet, Superior dispatched several leaf blades effortlessly, neutralizing the threat. The creep, now utterly deranged, altered his tactics in a frenzy. Use Rock Blast. Obliterate them. He roared, his eyes glowing red. Rocks detonated midair, showering countless fragments toward Yi Yun. Yi Yun shielded himself with his hands, and in that instant, he commanded Superior to release him. He transformed into a comet, plummeting toward the steps. Thud. Yi Yun's right foot struck the creep's face with unyielding force, compounded by the momentum of his descent and the power of aura. The impact was enough to send the creep's face askew. A torrent of blood mixed with yellowed teeth erupted from the creep's mouth. Yi Yun, however, felt no sympathy. At that moment, the diamond-horned rhinoceros, upon witnessing its master wounded, descended into a frenzy. With a deafening roar, it charged towards Yi Yun, its formidable horn radiating a brilliant white light, dazzling and capable of effortlessly piercing through any material. Rather than confronting it head-on, Yi Yun executed a deft roll, evading the beast and positioning himself behind it. The rhinoceros, undeterred, continued its momentum, crashing into the stone wall. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The already dilapidated wall shattered, fissures appearing like gaping mouths. In the next instant, it crumbled catastrophically, the entire staircase collapsing in tandem. Both the diamond-horned rhinoceros and the incapacitated lecherous man plummeted downwards. Splash. A gruesome spray of blood erupted, staining the stone wall below a vivid crimson. The lecherous man was reduced to a bloody pulp, utterly lifeless. The rhinoceros, too, was unfortunate, landing headfirst and spilling its brain matter across the ground, creating a horrific scene. Chapter 42. The marvelous use of wave guidance power and the multicolored pattern meteorite. The rumbling continued. The surrounding walls were incessantly collapsing, debris cascading like torrential rain. The interior of the sky pillar was engulfed in dust, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. The air was thick with particles, each breath filled with the heavy scent of earth. Yi Yun instinctively covered his nose with his hand. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted as a large chunk of the wall detached and fell to the base of the sky pillar. The structure swayed perilously, threatening to collapse at any moment. It was imperative to leave immediately, Yi Yun murmured to himself, turning swiftly towards the exit. The Sovereign Serpent, finding Yi Yun too slow, ensnared him with its vines, propelling him through the sky pillar's interior, reaching the exit in mere seconds. Come back, you did well. Yi Yun recalled the sovereign serpent into its pokeball. Casting a glance upwards at the sky pillar, his expression grew increasingly grave. Without uttering a word, he dashed towards the exit. The sky pillar was on the verge of collapse. Boom. Just as Yi Yun awkwardly escaped through the exit, the sky pillar crumbled behind him, swiftly transforming into a heap of ruins. A gust of dust surged forth, rendering Yi Yun unable to open his eyes. When the dust finally settled, and he managed to reopen his eyes, the entirety of the sky pillar lay in ruins beneath him. The once sacred relic had dissipated into smoke, stirring within Yi Yun a profound sense of nostalgia and reflection. After a moment of silence, he dialed Huang Yunxing's number, seeking to inquire about the location where the stone box had been discovered, hoping to ascertain the whereabouts of the key. The line rang with a prolonged, busy tone. No one answered. Was he still out exploring? Yi Yun pondered with uncertainty. After waiting a while longer, he attempted to call Huang Yunxing again, yet still received no response. Yi Yun's brow furrowed in confusion. What could be the matter? Was he preoccupied with some urgent affair? He speculated inwardly. He tried once more, but to no avail. Forget it, I shall search on my own. Yi Yun resolved to forego his persistence and opt for a personal quest. Though he was unaware of the exact location where Huang Yunxing had discovered the stone box, he reasoned it could not be far from the sky pillar. As long as he circled the ruins in search, he should be able to locate it. With this thought, Yi Yun began meticulously scouring the remnants of the sky pillar. He examined every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. However, this thoroughness resulted in a painfully slow search. Nearly half an hour had passed, and he had only covered less than half of the area. This is far too slow. I must devise a different strategy. Yi Yun halted, standing amidst the ruins, muttering to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to employ the power of wave guidance for his search. Wave guidance possessed a multitude of applications, extending beyond mere offensive and defensive capabilities. In certain respects, it could yield remarkably effective results, such as in locating objects. Yi Yun first retrieved the stone box, closed his eyes, and concentrated on sensing the wave guidance power surrounding it. Then, he released his own wave guidance power, attuning himself to the energy emanating from the ruins. If he could identify a wave guidance signature that resonated with that of the stone box, he would be able to ascertain the key's location. However, while the concept was promising, reality proved to be less forgiving. Although Yi Yun's method was commendable, he overlooked a critical issue. His wave guidance power was insufficiently robust to encompass the vast expanse of ruins. His heart yearned, yet his strength fell short. Yi Yun retracted his wave guidance power, opening his eyes in resignation. Lucario, it's your turn. He summoned Lucario, the embodiment of wave guidance prowess, whose abilities far surpassed his own, capable of enveloping the entire ruin. To enhance efficiency, Yi Yun facilitated Lucario's mega evolution. The newly evolved Lucario's wave guidance power surged significantly, effortlessly encompassing the entire area. A veil of pale blue energy mist rose from the ground, enveloping the surface and tinting the ruins a serene blue, transforming it into a tranquil pool. As Yi Yun patiently awaited the results, Mega Lucario's tightly shut eyes suddenly flared open, emitting two radiant beams of blue light. Found it! Yi Yun exclaimed with exhilaration, hastily inquiring, where? With a mere thought, Mega Lucario summoned a wave guidance power that gently lifted a stone key from the debris. The key, entirely obsidian in hue, was composed of an unknown material, yet its color and pattern suggested it bore a resemblance to the stone box. Upon sighting the key, Yi Yun was certain it was the crucial element to unlocking the stone box. With hurried steps, Yi Yun dashed forward, grasping the key firmly in his hand. The key was cool to the touch, yet Yi Yun's gaze burned with fervor. With this key in hand, he could unlock the stone box and unveil its secrets. Within, there was a strong likelihood of discovering a mega stone capable of facilitating Rayquaza's mega evolution. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Yi Yun. The moment of witnessing a miracle was imminent. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the storm within his heart. Retrieving the stone box, Yi Yun aligned the small hole on its surface with the key, gently inserting it. His movements were practiced and graceful. Click! With a resonant sound, the stone box began to open slowly. The first sight to greet him was a dazzling array of multicolored light. The brilliant hues were so radiant that they were almost divine, compelling Yi Yun to squint instinctively. After a brief moment, as the vibrant glow began to dim, he adjusted to the spectacle before him. Nestled within the stone box was a mysterious gem, shimmering with a mesmerizing luminosity. The stone was exquisite, and at first glance, Yi Yun was captivated by its beauty. Its surface glimmered with iridescent colors, while the internal spectrum flowed, reflecting enchanting patterns. It is indeed the Mega Stone. At this moment, Yi Yun's breath began to quicken. As he had anticipated, nestled within the box was the very stone capable of facilitating the mega evolution of Rayquaza. Also known as the Rainbow Pattern Meteorite, it could interact with Rayquaza's royal organ, unleashing the dormant power sealed within. Roar! Rayquaza emitted a deep, rumbling growl from within its pokeball. It too sensed the presence of the Mega Stone, yearning to break free and undergo a groundbreaking evolution. Chapter 43, The Champion Strikes. Rayquaza unleashed. However, at that very moment, a dark purple energy sphere suddenly descended from the heavens, akin to a meteor crashing down, hurtling towards Yi Yun. Super Lucario, standing nearby, sensed the impending danger and abruptly glanced up at the sky. Simultaneously, it conjured a radiant aura sphere, infused with tremendous energy, and hurled it towards the approaching energy sphere. Boom! The aura sphere collided with the energy sphere in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. Crimson flames licked the sky, engulfing it in a fiery tempest. Waves of shock surged from the epicenter of the blast, rushing forth in a tumultuous tide. Yi Yun gazed upward, his eyes as cold as millennium-old ice. A wild beast's roar echoed through the air as a colossal Pokémon, with wings that overshadowed the sun, circled high above. Fixating its gaze on Yi Yun below, it was a fossil pterodactyl. The terrifying blow just moments ago had originated from it. Yi Yun squinted, fixated on the pterodactyl in the sky. This particular fossil pterodactyl was no ordinary specimen. It boasted a formidable level of 55, igniting a flicker of caution within him. A level 55 Pokémon was already equivalent to gym-level prowess. Without undergoing Mega Evolution, Lucario would undoubtedly fall short against this gym-level fossil pterodactyl. Even if it did evolve, Super Lucario would find it a formidable opponent. Boom! As Yi Yun pondered, Super Lucario and the fossil pterodactyl engaged in another clash. However, both sides were merely testing each other, refraining from unleashing their full might, resulting in a stalemate. Fossil pterodactyl, hold your fire. Just then, a group of individuals suddenly approached from a distance. Clad in black robes, their fierce countenances suggested they were far from benevolent. Yi Yun quickly discerned that the middle-aged man at the forefront was the owner of the fossil pterodactyl. It was he who had commanded the pterodactyl to attack him moments before. Fixating his gaze on the middle-aged man, Yi Yun's expression turned icy with an unsettling chill. Lucario, unleash Aura Sphere and obliterate them. Without hesitation, Yi Yun coldly commanded Super Lucario to attack the approaching figures. Lucario, infuriated by the sudden ambush, Super Lucario retaliated with an Aura Sphere Plus. It soared through the air like a miniature sun, arcing gracefully towards the group. The leader of the Black Market Organization, Liang 1, released a Pokémon in response. Charizard, use Air Slash. This time, he summoned a well-known starter Pokémon, Charizard. Yi Yun was astonished to discover that this Charizard was at a terrifying level of 72, indicative of champion-level strength. Moreover, through system detection, Yi Yun realized that this Charizard bore an X-shaped Mega Stone. This meant that this champion-level Charizard, like his Lucario, could also undergo Mega Evolution. The power of a Mega Evolved Charizard would undoubtedly be top tier, potentially surpassing many legendary Pokémon. Yi Yun's expression grew profoundly grave. The foes he faced were exceptionally strong. He had never anticipated attracting the attention of such formidable opponents. Moreover, it was evident that this was not the only threat. While the others had yet to reveal their Pokémon, their strength remained uncertain, but it was assured that they would not be easy to deal with. Given this predicament, there was no choice but to unleash his trump card. Yi Yun's lips curled into a manic smile, his demeanor reflecting a hint of madness. Even in the face of champion-level adversaries, he bore no trepidation, for he possessed the ultimate ace up his sleeve, Shiny Rayquaza. And now, he also held the Mega Stone that would allow Shiny Rayquaza to undergo Mega Evolution, let alone contend with a single champion-level Pokémon. Even if faced with 10, Yi Yun would remain unperturbed. After all, Rayquaza had once stood firm against the might of 6 supreme beings. A mere Mega Charizard would hardly warrant its attention. Hand over the contents of that stone box, or you shall meet a fate worse than death. Just as Yi Yun prepared to summon Shiny Rayquaza, the third elder rasped, his voice gravelly. Yi Yun sneered, retorting without hesitation, "You old relic, half buried in the ground. Dare to rob me? Today, I shall send you on your way to a swift liberation." Yi Yun's expression grew increasingly exhilarated and frenzied. "Arise, Rayquaza! Roar!" As his words fell, the divine dragon manifested. releasing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies. The third elder and his cohorts stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to flee, gazing upward in awe. It was Rayquaza. Heavens! It's the sky's sovereign Rayquaza. How is this possible? They were left in disbelief, grappling with the impossibility of a mere youth having tamed Rayquaza. The crowd fell into a stupor, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Even Liang was no exception, standing frozen in place, as if his very soul had been siphoned away, staring at the roaring Rayquaza above. Rayquaza, it's truly Rayquaza. This kid's trump card is Rayquaza, and a shiny one at that. Ha ha ha, I understand now. It seems that Mr. Dragon was slain by this brat. Rayquaza, the supreme entity of the skies. How could such a powerful Pokémon be wielded by a mere child? No, such an extraordinary Pokémon ought to be controlled by someone far more potent, like me. Liang 1. The leader of the black market organization quickly regained his composure from the shock. Greed and madness replaced his astonishment. He sought to kill and seize treasures. He aimed to capture Rayquaza. Charizard Mega Evolve. Liang bellowed without a shred of hesitation, opting to have Charizard undergo Mega Evolution. He understood all too well that even among the supreme beings, Rayquaza's strength was unparalleled. A mere Charizard could not hope to contend with it unless it underwent Mega Evolution. Roar. Charizard responded to its master's command with a roar, simultaneously issuing a challenge to the shiny Rayquaza in the sky, as if to say, "We are both dragons. Do not be too arrogant, lest I annihilate you once I evolve." Huh! Shiny Rayquaza disdainfully spat, expressing utter contempt towards Charizard. This infuriated Charizard, which exhaled 2 fierce jets of flame in retaliation. At that moment, a beam of white energy enveloped Charizard. Immediately, Charizard's form began to undergo a rapid transformation. Its body shifted from a vibrant red to a majestic blue, and its wings grew more formidable and expansive. Even the flames it exhaled transformed from crimson to sapphire. It achieved its Mega Evolution, becoming Mega Charizard X. Chapter 44. The Elite Four vs. Mega Shiny Rayquaza. With a fierce roar, Mega Charizard X unleashed a torrent of blue flames, charging directly at Rayquaza. With a subtle twist of its body, Rayquaza effortlessly evaded the oncoming inferno. In response, Rayquaza concentrated a pillar of fiery energy in its maw and launched it towards Mega Charizard X. Unyielding, Mega Charizard X opted to confront Rayquaza head-on rather than retreat. It expelled a surge of blue flames, colliding with Rayquaza's fiery beam in a spectacular clash. Boom! The two formidable energies collided, resulting in an explosive eruption. Flames soared into the heavens, intertwining blue and red, their fiery tongues licking the surroundings and painting the sky in stark contrast. However, what Mega Charizard X did not anticipate was the overwhelming ferocity of Rayquaza's attack. The crimson flames did not dissipate. Instead, they broke through the fiery barrier and surged forth from the inferno. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Mega Charizard X found itself unprepared. By the time the colossal flame dragon emerged, it was too late to evade. Boom! The flame dragon roared with wrath and cataclysmic energy, crashing into Mega Charizard X. Roar! Mega Charizard X let out a pained cry, staggering as it lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it abruptly regained its composure, executing a swift 180-degree turn and soaring back into the sky. Observing from the sidelines, Liang let out a brief sigh of relief. The sudden fall of Mega Charizard X had startled him, leading him to believe that Rayquaza had taken it down in a single blow. Fortunately, Mega Charizard X merely suffered a momentary setback and quickly regained its fighting spirit. However, after this initial clash, Liang recognized the formidable strength of Rayquaza. Even as a master of the Elite Four, he could not face it alone. He turned to his companions and shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Let us attack together." Only then did the others snap out of their shock. Realizing that Mega Charizard X and Rayquaza were engaged in battle, they no longer hesitated and summoned their most powerful Pokémon. Come forth, Alakazam, and undergo your ultimate evolution. Arcanine, arise. Dragonite, join us. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with excitement. Yi Yun squinted, surveying the formidable Pokémon in the sky, his expression growing increasingly serious. Ah, this is quite remarkable. He noted that the Pokémon above possessed terrifying levels of power, with the weakest being at the quasi-elite level. The strongest among them were 3 elite-level Pokémon, Mega Alakazam, Arcanine, and Dragonite. The rest were all quasi-elite level. Such a lavish assembly would surely pose a challenge for Rayquaza. Consequently, Yi Yun resolved to use the multicolored meteorite in his possession to facilitate Rayquaza's Mega Evolution. The power gained from this transformation would elevate Rayquaza to an unprecedented level, enabling it to contend with even the 4 elite-level masters and several quasi-elite level fighters. With this thought in mind, Yi wasted no time and hurled the multicolored meteorite into the sky. Rayquaza sensed the immense energy radiating from the meteorite, realizing it could assist in its breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, Rayquaza caught the meteorite in its maw. Instantly, the meteorite reacted with Rayquaza's divine essence, emanating a brilliant spectrum of light. The radiant hues illuminated the entire sky, enveloping Rayquaza in a cocoon of divine energy. It felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as every cell within it rejoiced, greedily absorbing this wondrous power. Soon after, Rayquaza's form began to change. The corners of its mouth sharpened, sprouting long golden whiskers that danced gracefully in the air. The golden horns adorned its head, exuding a solemn majesty akin to that of royalty, symbolizing Rayquaza's unparalleled nobility. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking both the skies and the underworld, instilling awe in all beings. The Mega Shiny Rayquaza had arrived. Witnessing the majestic and imposing Mega Shiny Rayquaza before them, Liang 1 and the others gaped in astonishment, their eyes as wide as saucers, filled with shock and trepidation. How is this possible? Rayquaza can achieve Mega Evolution? Liang 1 murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. In his understanding, a first-tier divine beast could not undergo Mega Evolution. This was a universally acknowledged rule within the realm of Pokémon. Yet, what he beheld was undeniable. The so-called ruler of the skies, Rayquaza, a pinnacle among first-tier deities, had indeed achieved Mega Evolution. The expressions of the others mirrored Liang 1's disbelief, astonished by the emergence of Mega Shiny Rayquaza. Like Liang 1, they could scarcely believe that a top-tier divine beast could undergo such a transformation. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Pokémon world. Boss, I've observed that young man closely. He seems to have known about Rayquaza's ability to Mega Evolve all along. If we could capture him, perhaps we could extract the secrets of Rayquaza's Mega Evolution from him. Elder 3 suddenly spoke, his voice raspy. Liang 1 nodded, recognizing the truth in the observation. However, the pressing question remained. How could they capture Yi? At present, Yi was safeguarded by Mega Shiny Rayquaza. Capturing him was no easy feat, and even defeating Mega Shiny Rayquaza posed a significant challenge. One misstep could lead to their downfall. Elder 3 appeared to sense Liang 1's apprehension and reassured him. There's no need for concern, leader. Although this Mega Rayquaza has achieved Mega Evolution, it remains somewhat isolated and can only fight alone. Meanwhile, we possess 3 or 4 elite-level Pokémon and 3 quasi-elite-level Pokémon. Even if it considers itself the ruler of the skies, it is unlikely to withstand our collective might. Today, it is destined to face catastrophe. After Elder 3's words, Liang 1's spirits lifted slightly, though only marginally. The power of Mega Rayquaza could not be underestimated. Despite their numerical advantage and comparable strength, the battle prowess of a single Pokémon could not be measured by these factors alone. Whether Mega Shiny Rayquaza would falter or whether they could defeat, it remained uncertain. Chapter 45. The finishing touch of the dragon. Roar. As the discussions among the crowd unfolded, the resplendent hues of the sky began to fade. The majestic shining Rayquaza made its spectacular entrance. A thunderous roar proclaimed its unparalleled status. After circling the skies, the shining Rayquaza launched a fierce assault on the 7 Pokémon, including the formidable Charizard. Undaunted by the odds, this legendary creature faced its adversaries head-on. Boom. With a classic move, the Destruction Ray was unleashed, marking the commencement of the battle. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Alakazam, cast Psybeam. Dragonite, employ Destruction Ray. Volcarona, use. Faced with the overwhelming might of the shining Rayquaza, the onlookers dared not be complacent, summoning their strongest techniques in response. The 7 Pokémon coordinated their attacks, converging energy beams to collide with the Destruction Ray. Initially, the force of the shining Rayquaza's attack seemed insurmountable, overpowering the combined efforts of its foes. Yet soon, the tide turned as the 7 Pokémon's assault pushed back against it. Roar. The shining Rayquaza seethed with fury. How dare these insignificant creatures challenge its supremacy? Boom. The energy emanating from the shining Rayquaza intensified, decisively quelling the joint assault of its opponents. Stay strong, Dragonite. One of the elite trainers gasped, taken aback by the sheer power displayed. This is insane. Truly the master of the skies, it faces 7 foes without a hint of trepidation. Another elite trainer echoed the sentiment, astonished by the might of the shining Rayquaza. Enough lamentation. Let us unleash our full power, or we shall all perish here today. At this moment, Liang Wen's expression twisted with intensity as he urged his companions. The atmosphere grew serious as each trainer commanded their Pokémon to summon their utmost strength. Boom. After a prolonged clash of formidable energies, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Fiery flames engulfed the skies, casting a crimson glow reminiscent of blood. Tendrils of flame lashed out, evoking a sense of dread. The subsequent mushroom cloud ascended, carrying thick smoke that reached the heavens. The shockwave and fierce winds from the explosion ravaged the nearby structures, reducing them to mere rubble. The battlefield lay in utter disarray, a scene of desolation. Yet this was merely the first encounter between the two forces. Roar! The shining Rayquaza bellowed, its eyes ablaze with wrath. How dare these insects defy it? Rayquaza, execute the finishing touch. Yi Yan interjected at that moment. Though the shining Rayquaza was indeed powerful, even when facing 7 foes, swiftly overcoming them would not be a trivial task. Thus, Yi Yan aimed to eliminate the 4 elite Pokémon first before dealing with the remaining lesser ones. The finishing touch, Rayquaza's signature move, was the perfect instrument for executing this strategy. Renowned alongside the infamous Sword of the Cliffs, the greatest advantage of the finishing touch lay in its astonishing speed, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Furthermore, its overwhelming power could incapacitate any foe struck by it. This technique was particularly suited for scenarios where one could seize the head of the enemy amidst chaos, much like the present situation. Roar! The shining Rayquaza, proud and defiant, was even more so after its mega evolution. Though it resented Yi Yan's commands, it ultimately complied, for Yi Yan remained its master, having even procured magazines for it. Buzz! A faint azure aura enveloped the shining Rayquaza, its form seemingly frozen in time, radiating with explosive potential. This is bad. It's about to use the finishing touch. Get away. The third elder was the first to react, urgently shouting at the others, his aged face etched with tension. His eyes bulged, bloodshot with alarm. However, scarcely had his warning left his lips when the shining Rayquaza transformed into a streak of green light, darting forward with such velocity that it left behind an afterimage, catching everyone off guard. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Volcarona was engulfed in a searing wave of heat, trapped within a fiery inferno. The target of this attack was none other than the elite Volcarona. Alas, Volcarona emitted a piercing cry, thrashing in the flames before succumbing to its power. Plummeting from the sky, Volcarona, its trainer, witnessing the tragic fate, wore a grief-stricken expression as he hastily recalled it. The others, however, bore grim countenances, their gazes fixed on the imposing figure of the shining Rayquaza above. It was it, the one that had effortlessly dispatched the elite Volcarona in a single blow. The disparity in strength was staggering, as if the realms themselves were worlds apart. Attack! Keep attacking! Do not relent! Liang Wen bellowed frantically. The sheer impact of the shining Rayquaza's previous strike left him profoundly shaken, his heart racing with trepidation. It had been years since he felt such a sensation. Give it everything you've got. Do not allow it to use the finishing touch again, he implored, a deep-rooted fear of the shining Rayquaza's power gripping him. In a desperate bid to prevent the shining Rayquaza from executing the finishing touch once more, he commanded his Pokémon to unleash a tempest of attacks, denying the legendary creature a moment's respite. Swish! The remaining trainers, possessing commendable composure, quickly regained their focus, ordering their Pokémon to strike the shining Rayquaza with fervor. The 6 Pokémon united, unleashing a barrage of dazzling moves that illuminated the sky with brilliance and fire. Yet, to their relief, the shining Rayquaza refrained from using the finishing touch again, engaging instead in a fierce melee with the 6 Pokémon, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, atop a secluded mountain peak, a magnificent emerald dragon lay coiled. This mountain towered into the clouds, resembling a divine pillar connecting the heavens and the earth. Nearby, a quaint pavilion housed a stone chessboard, intricately carved with 19 lines, embodying the infinite cosmos. Clap! At that moment, a delicate white hand, possessing only 3 rounded fingers, clearly not human, placed a piece onto the center of the board. Yet, despite its peculiar form, this entity bore striking resemblances to humanity in other aspects. Chapter 46, The Primal Rayquaza. The figure stood before them, its eyes deep and enigmatic, shrouded in a mist of violet that lended an air of formidable majesty, inciting an instinctual desire for reverence. As the chess piece fell, an intangible breeze swept through, dispersing the surrounding fog and rousing the slumbering emerald-hued silhouette. Slowly, The emerald figure opened its profound eyes, gazing into the distance. Its gaze was even colder and more inscrutable, seemingly harboring boundless power. A single glance left one feeling as though struck by lightning, unable to meet its stare. "Has it appeared?" inquired the white figure as it placed another chess piece on the board. "It has manifested," the emerald figure nodded, lightning flickering in its eyes, causing the surrounding mist to retreat 1,000 miles at its presence. "Shall we go and see?" the white figure asked once more. "Let us proceed," replied the emerald figure. Their dialogue was deceptively simple, yet intricately profound. The emerald figure ascended into the air, vanishing into the sea of clouds, with the white figure following closely behind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Before their departure, however, the white figure waved its hand towards the mountain peak, summoning a vast expanse of clouds that enveloped the summit. After completing this act, the white figure murmured softly before vanishing entirely. The ruins of the Sky Pillar. Yi Yun and the members of the Black Market Organization were locked in fierce combat. However, during this interval, the super shiny Rayquaza achieved victory, triumphing over a king-level Super Ho-Oh and 2 quasi-king-level Pokémon. At this moment, the battle was nearing its conclusion, evidently culminating in the total annihilation of the Black Market Organization. "Curse it! Why is it so powerful?" someone lamented bitterly, watching the super shiny Rayquaza battle in the skies with a sense of resentment. Despite their numerical superiority and comparable strength levels, they found themselves unable to overcome that haughty presence. This left them feeling immensely frustrated and infuriated, even engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. At this point, only 3 Pokémon remained in the fray: a king-level Super Charizard X, a king-level Dragonite, and a quasi-king-level Super Houndoom. They had endured a fierce battle. Although they had not yet fallen, their strength was waning. In stark contrast, the super shiny Rayquaza remained in prime condition, seemingly invigorated by the fight, as if fueled by inexhaustible energy. Undoubtedly, this was largely attributable to Yi Yun. Throughout the combat, Yi Yun adeptly harnessed the power of Aura, delivering waves of restorative energy from a distance to the super shiny Rayquaza, healing its wounds with the energy of life itself. Yi Yun resembled a perpetual spring, continually replenishing the super shiny Rayquaza's vitality. This allowed the super shiny Rayquaza to maintain its vigorous fighting spirit, even after prolonged, intense combat. With no reservations, the super shiny Rayquaza fought with reckless abandon, launching fierce assaults without any semblance of defense. Each attack was a manifestation of pure power, eliciting cries of despair from the Black Market's Pokémon. The super shiny Rayquaza could regenerate indefinitely, but they could not. As the battle progressed, the super shiny Rayquaza gradually established absolute dominance, systematically eliminating them all, reminiscent of the legendary battles of yore. "Elder Third, what shall we do now?" Liangwen inquired, his face etched with grave concern, his voice low and foreboding, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Elder Third wiped the sweat from his brow, his body trembling uncontrollably. Given the dire circumstances, even if he were the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, there would be little hope for salvation. Perhaps we should." Elder Third hesitated, struggling to articulate the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. However, if he remained silent, they risked total annihilation, their lives squandered in vain. While the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. He believed Liangwen understood this principle. Pokémon could be cultivated anew. But once life was lost, everything was irretrievably gone. Having come to this realization, Elder Third took a deep breath, preparing to voice his thoughts. "Leader, we should." Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, a dragon's cry that resonated with a familiar timbre to that of the super shiny Rayquaza. But upon closer inspection, distinct nuances could be discerned. The sound was sudden, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Even the super shiny Rayquaza and the other battling Pokémon paused mid-fight, turning their gaze toward the source of the sound. At this juncture, Yi Yun felt his heart racing violently, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Possessing the power of Aura, he sensed an immense energy rapidly approaching. It was a force that filled him with trepidation and even a hint of dread. He recognized that this energy surpassed that emitted by the super shiny Rayquaza by a significant margin. The two were not even in the same league. Could it be a master-level Pokémon? Or perhaps a leader-level Pokémon? No, it could even be a creature far more formidable than a leader-level Pokémon. The mere thought sent shivers down Yi Yun's spine. If that were true, it would not be a Pokémon that a trainer could cultivate. It was likely a powerful divine beast, existing in the natural world since time immemorial. As he recalled the earlier dragon's roar, Yi Yun quickly formed a bold and audacious hypothesis within his mind. The sovereign of the skies, Rayquaza, was coming. Yi Yun understood that the rewards from the system would not affect this world. Thus, the Rayquaza granted to him by the system was not the same entity as the one in this world. There must be an original Rayquaza residing here. Yi Yun surmised that what was approaching was likely the original Rayquaza of this world. As for the reason, he had his suspicions. It must be the result of the calamity caused by the rainbow-patterned meteorite. Perhaps the shiny Rayquaza had undergone a super evolution using the rainbow-patterned meteorite, alerting the original Rayquaza to its presence, prompting it to pursue the aura to this location. But what was the original Rayquaza's purpose for coming here? To seize the rainbow-patterned meteorite. If that were the case, they would be adversaries. Contemplating this, Yi Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. If there were any other choice, he truly did not wish to become an enemy of the original Rayquaza of this world. That would be a most unfortunate predicament. While Yi Yun pondered this, the sky suddenly darkened as ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the heavens. The world was instantly plunged into a murky gloom, heavy with foreboding. Thunder roared and lightning cleaved the heavens, while fierce winds howled, stirring up clouds of dust. With another resounding dragon's roar, an emerald figure materialized from the depths of the clouds. It was none other than the sovereign of the skies, Rayquaza. Chapter 47. Super Rayquaza versus Original Rayquaza. It truly was Rayquaza, though Yi Yun had sensed it earlier. The reality of the moment left him truly astonished. Not only he, but also Liang Wan and the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Rayquaza. Lugia? How could this be possible? Isn't Lugia supposed to be unique? Why are there two appearing simultaneously? Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening? Can anyone enlighten me? It's over. We are doomed. One Lugia has already left us in a state of utter despair, and now another has arrived, leaving us with no hope of survival. Some are in shock, while others wail in anguish. The pervasive gloom among the crowd expands, enveloping everyone like an invisible mountain, crushing any semblance of resistance. Let us not panic just yet. There may still be a glimmer of hope, the third elder reassured, despite the crowd's spirits being at their lowest. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in their expressions, as if a spark of life had been rekindled. Elder, do you possess some miraculous strategy to extricate us from this predicament? Someone eagerly inquired. The third elder stroked his grizzled beard, narrowing his eyes into slits, and took a deep breath before stating, "This Lugia might not be our adversary." At those words, the crowd fell silent, their hearts filled with confusion. Not our adversary, are you suggesting? The third elder nodded with a slight smile. Indeed. This Lugia is likely here for that young man. From my observations, since its arrival, its gaze has been fixated solely on him and his shiny Lugia, completely disregarding us. As he spoke, a slight twitch betrayed his annoyance at being overlooked, a sentiment particularly irksome for those of high standing. Yet, in this moment, they felt a sense of relief, thankful that Lugia had not acknowledged their presence. Thus, I surmise that an inevitable confrontation is on the horizon between this Lugia and that young man. In that chaos, we may find our opportunity to escape. The third elder concluded, eliciting expressions of exhilaration among the crowd. Joy eclipsed despair, reclaiming its rightful place. Even Liang Wan, who had been laden with worry, breathed a sigh of relief after the third elder's words, his complexion brightening. Their gazes instinctively turned skyward to the Lugia, silently praying for it to provide them with the time needed to flee. Meanwhile, Yi Yun too focused his attention on the Lugia. He activated the scanning feature of his system, conducting a meticulous assessment of the legendary creature, ultimately gleaning some essential information about it. Species, Lugia. Affinity, 0, wild. Potential, 5 stars. Gender, genderless. Level, 200. Type, dragon flying. Ability, pressure, nullifies all weather effects. Item, none. Moves, hurricane, phantom force, origin pulse, crunch, air slash, rest, quick attack. Dragon pulse, dragon dance, fly, roar, outrage, hyper beam, dragon tail, meteor shower. Upon noting Lugia's level, a twitch of disbelief crossed Yi Yun's lips. This was an ancient Lugia of this world. Level 200, it transcended human comprehension of Pokémon power levels. Even his shiny Lugia paled in comparison before it. The disparity in their levels was nearly double, placing them in entirely different realms of strength. Even if his shiny Lugia achieved Mega Evolution, it would stand no chance against this ancient being. At this moment, Yi Yun could only fervently pray that this ancient Lugia would not seek to trouble him. However, life often unfolds contrary to one's wishes. Just as he sought to avoid provoking the ancient Lugia, his own shiny Lugia, perhaps in a bid for attention, began to bellow at it with wild abandon. It seemed to boast, "Look at you, little caterpillar, bare and lacking even a whisker. Then gaze upon me." adorned with splendid golden whiskers, a true marvel. In a tone reminiscent of a spoiled heir, it proclaimed, "Given that we are of the same kind, I shall begrudgingly accept you as my subordinate. Come forth and pay your respects." Yi Yun's heart quaked, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This insufferable rogue was courting disaster. As the saying goes, knows when no die. The shiny Lugia was a living testament to this adage at that moment. As a revered deity of this world, the ancient Lugia's majesty was not to be trifled with. Presently, an audacious individual dared to provoke it, flaunting its own dazzling patterns, an act utterly unforgivable. The ancient Lugia felt compelled to teach this presumptuous green caterpillar a lesson, reminding it who the true sovereign was. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies, the ancient Lugia emanated a luminous green aura, as radiant as emerald. It unleashed its signature move, Draco Meteor. In an instant, the ancient Lugia vanished, moving with the swiftness of lightning towards the shiny Lugia. Boom! The speed was astonishing, nearly impossible to perceive. The shiny Lugia barely registered what had occurred before it was sent sprawling. Moments later, an explosion reverberated, sending a fiery blossom into the heavens. Enveloped in flames, the shiny Lugia felt the searing heat, eliciting a fierce roar of defiance. Roaring in fury, the shiny Lugia, battered and bruised, retaliated with its own Draco Meteor, seeking to reflect the ancient Lugia's ferocity in kind. Unfortunately, its signature move faltered. The shiny Lugia surged forward with remarkable speed, but the ancient Lugia's reflexes were swifter, countering with a devastating hyper beam that sent the shiny Lugia crashing back. Boom! The shiny Lugia hit the ground with tremendous force, raising a cloud of dust. The surrounding ruins crumbled under the weight of its impact, a testament to the sheer power of the collision. Roaring in defiance, the shiny Lugia struggled to rise and continue the battle, yet its body was pinned beneath rubble, and after enduring two of the ancient Lugia's formidable moves, it was battered and immobilized. Chapter 48, The Arrival of Mutual. The shiny Lugia glanced at Yi Yun, letting out a cry that seemed to plead for assistance. As if saying, "What are you waiting for? Come and heal me." With a scowl, Yi Yun approached, delivering a firm tap to the shiny Lugia's horn. "What are you shouting for? Know your place," he retorted. It was a jest, for outside, as a trainer, he could not allow his Pokémon to bully him. That was simply unacceptable. Even if it were a shiny Lugia, it mattered not. "Without me, would you not yet be lying obediently on the ground?" The super flashing Rayquaza, filled with fury, bellowed at Yi Yun, venting its inner dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, Yi Yun delivered a sharp reprimand. "What are you shouting about? Do you think I'm deaf? Dare to roar at me again, and you can forget about me buying you magazines in the future." Upon hearing this, the super flashing Rayquaza promptly wilted. It was willing to endure any injury, to bleed if necessary, but it could not compromise on the matter of magazines. This was the bottom line of a divine dragon. Having always held itself to high standards, the super flashing Rayquaza had no choice but to temporarily swallow its pride and suppress its temper. Seeing the super flashing Rayquaza become much more docile, Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction and began to tend to its injuries. The reason Yi Yun dared to treat the super flashing Rayquaza so openly, without a care for the ancient Rayquaza soaring above, was not due to recklessness. Rather, he sensed that the ancient Rayquaza bore no ill will. Otherwise, the earlier two attacks would have swiftly dispatched the super flashing Rayquaza, leaving no room for their banter. In fact, Yi Yun felt that the ancient Rayquaza was more like a mentor, honing the skills of his super flashing Rayquaza. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity for his companion to enhance its strength, believing it too valuable to overlook. Moreover, it could even serve to temper the super flashing Rayquaza's haughty demeanor. A dual benefit, indeed. Thus, Yi Yun was more than willing to treat the super flashing Rayquaza's wounds, encouraging it to undergo further trials. After all, such rare opportunities were few and far between. In the sky, the ancient Rayquaza observed Yi Yun tending to the super flashing Rayquaza, a flicker of surprise glimmering in its eyes. How intriguing. This human youth had mastered the power of eternity. The ancient Rayquaza developed a keen interest in Yi Yun, choosing not to intervene any further. Just as Yi Yun surmised, it harbored no malice towards him or the super flashing Rayquaza. It merely wished to ascertain who had taken its colorful meteorite. However, it had not anticipated that the super flashing Rayquaza would be so unruly as to dare provoke it, thus compelling it to step in and teach the creature a lesson. During the course of treatment, Liang Wan and the others seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The ancient Rayquaza saw them, yet made no attempt to thwart their escape. Yi Yun, not oblivious, also noticed their departure, but with the super flashing Rayquaza still injured, he could not afford to pursue them. Furthermore, since the ancient Rayquaza did not hinder Liang Wan and his companions, he felt it unwise to insist on any intervention. 10 minutes later, the super flashing Rayquaza's injuries were healed, and it regained its vitality. With a fierce roar, it launched itself once again at the ancient Rayquaza. In an instant, the two Pokémon were entangled in a fierce struggle once more. Meanwhile, not far from the ruins, Liang Wan and his group successfully escaped the perilous vicinity. "We made it out. Ha ha, we are free," someone exclaimed, laughing exuberantly to express their exhilaration. The thrill of having narrowly escaped death was exhilarating, far more so than any outdoor adventure. "Elder, your foresight is commendable. You immediately recognized that Rayquaza was after Yiyun, which allowed us to escape. Otherwise, we would have surely perished." Others echoed their gratitude towards the elder. The elder smiled modestly, gesturing that it was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of mention. Yet, the joy radiating from his face belied a sense of pride. Just then, someone suddenly posed a question. But why didn't that Rayquaza simply slay that boy and his Pokémon? Why did it allow him to assist the super flashing Rayquaza in recovering? Once this question was raised, all eyes turned to the elder, each harboring the same curiosity. Seeking an explanation, the elder's expression shifted, the smile vanishing from his face. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He too struggled to comprehend the situation, unable to provide clarity to the others. At that moment, Liang Wan, who had been silent until now, addressed the group. "Enough of this speculation. Let us return first to avoid any further mishaps." Liang Wan sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as the elder had suggested. Perhaps there were secrets yet to be uncovered. The group nodded in agreement. Although they had escaped, an undercurrent of unease lingered, compelling them to hasten their return. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. The figure stood with arms crossed, leaning against a large tree, a blade of grass clamped between its teeth, exuding an extraordinary presence. What kind of Pokémon is this? Someone wondered, recognizing that the being was not human, but rather a humanoid Pokémon. However, they had no recollection of such a creature. "Is that Mewtwo?" The elder furrowed his brow, puzzled, before a realization struck him, his eyes widening with shock and disbelief. He had encountered references to this Pokémon in ancient texts. It was said that Mewtwo was a synthetic Pokémon, created through the manipulation of Mew's DNA and human genes. Possessing unparalleled power and having bested numerous legendary Pokémon in battle, even Mew found itself at a disadvantage against it. Yet one day, this formidable creature mysteriously broke free from human control and vanished from sight, gradually fading from human memory. Even the records of its existence were purged. The elder had stumbled upon this secret in an ancient tome. "Run! Run for your lives!" the elder exclaimed in terror, bolting away. He understood the menace of Mewtwo and its deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Its nature was exceedingly ferocious. Should they encounter it, their lives would be in grave danger. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to flee, even if it meant facing the Rayquaza instead. At least, the Rayquaza would not indiscriminately take lives. Mewtwo, however, was a different story entirely. The elder's uncharacteristic behavior left the others bewildered, and once they regained their wits, they too fled. Though they did not comprehend the significance of Mewtwo, the elder's actions were enough to signal that this entity was not to be trifled with. Panic ensued as they scattered in all directions. However, Mewtwo was not inclined to let them escape. It slowly raised a hand, and a purple mist began to emanate from its deep-set eyes. In an instant, time itself appeared to freeze. The movements of the elder and his companions were suspended, as if they had become mere statues. Mewtwo's fingers twitched slightly, and Liang Wan and the others were lifted into the air, drawn together and ensnared within a colossal purple energy sphere. Mewtwo had initially intended to eliminate them outright, but suddenly halted its actions. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, eliciting a smirk of playful mockery. It was unclear whether he was reminiscing about some amusing incident or had received a message from the primal Rayquaza. He halted his actions, opting not to eliminate Liang Wan and the others, but instead altered their memories in subtle ways. As for the specifics of these modifications, only he was privy to that knowledge. Once this was accomplished, Mewtwo gently snapped his fingers, and Liang went along with the colossal energy sphere vanished without a trace. Their destination a mystery. In the Sky Pillar ruins, a swift motion saw primal Rayquaza deftly flip the super shiny Rayquaza onto the ground. "You little brat. Ambushing me without honor." Super shiny Rayquaza longed to utter such a curse. However, contemplating the potential repercussions, perhaps a well-placed dragon ascent or a destructive hyper beam, he abandoned the thought. Panting heavily, super shiny Rayquaza lay on the ground, breathless, whether from fatigue or the recent beating, was uncertain. Yi Yun, feeling a pang of sympathy, approached and remarked, "Why not let it go? It's rather exhausting, after all. My own power isn't limitless." Super Shiny Rayquaza retorted, "I thought you were offering me comfort, and instead, you present this?" Infuriated, he yearned to retaliate against Yi Yun. Yet, for the sake of future publications, he suppressed his anger. With a defiant roar, Super Shiny Rayquaza begrudgingly conceded. Yi Yun exhaled in relief. Had the battle continued, his vitality would have been utterly drained, leaving him with not a single drop remaining. After all, wielding his power was quite a taxing endeavor. At that moment, a white figure suddenly descended from the heavens, appearing beside Primal Rayquaza. Upon glancing at this figure, Yi Yun was momentarily stunned, a look of astonishment gracing his features. It was Mutwo. The figure standing alongside Primal Rayquaza was none other than the legendary Pokémon heralded as born for battle. Could it be at level 200 as well? Yi Yun's lips twitched as a serious question crossed his mind. He then utilized the power of the system to probe Mutwo's information. Pokémon Mutwo. Affinity, 0 Wild. Potential, 5 stars. Gender, genderless. Level, 200. Type, Psychic. Ability, Pressure, imposes pressure on opponents, significantly reducing their move usage. Hidden ability, Tension, causes opponents to feel anxious, preventing them from consuming berries. Item held, Megastone Y. Moves, Confusion, Psychic, Psywave, Safeguard, Calming Mind, Swift, Future Sight, Self-Suggestion, Miracle Eye, Psycho Cut, Power Swap, Guard Swap, Recover. Mind Reader, Barrier, Aura Sphere, Instant Amnesia, Mist, Prankster, Psychic Impact, Ice Beam, Awakening Power, Shadow Ball, Meditate, Psychic Explosion. Indeed, it was level 200. Yi Yun inhaled sharply. 2 legendary Pokémon of level 200 had converged. Was this a portent of cataclysmic proportions? He was curious as to how these two seemingly unrelated beings had come to know one another. Was it as melodramatic as depicted in television dramas, where 2 Pokémon meet on a stormy night? Oh, the imagery was almost unbearable. Exchanging glances, Mutwo and Primal Rayquaza turned their attention to Yi Yun. "Human, you have earned our approval. The multicolored meteorite is temporarily yours," Mutwo spoke suddenly. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. He had initially presumed that Primal Rayquaza and Mutwo had come to reclaim the meteorite, only to discover their unexpected generosity in allowing him to keep it. This offered him a modicum of relief. However, what did temporarily imply? Would they reclaim it in the future? Never mind, he thought. He would use it for as long as he could, and deal with future matters when the time came. Mutwo continued, "However, your current strength is insufficient to stand alongside us. Should you fail to meet our standards in the future, we shall reclaim the multicolored meteorite." After a pause, Mutwo directed his gaze at Super Shiny Rayquaza. "And you, little bug, strive harder in the future. Do not disgrace the Rayquaza lineage." This statement incited immediate fury in Super Shiny Rayquaza. "What gives you the right to lecture me?" he roared, unleashing a destructive beam toward Mutwo, only for it to be effortlessly neutralized by a mere gesture from Mutwo. Subsequently, an ice beam rendered Super Shiny Rayquaza into a frozen statue. The atmosphere grew significantly quieter. "You still lack control over it. More effort is required," Mutwo remarked, furrowing his brow as he addressed Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded, his confidence radiant. "Rest assured, I have mastered the means to control it." Since discovering Super Shiny Rayquaza's peculiar fondness for magazines, Yi Yun had been able to manipulate it at will. Mutwo nodded slightly and continued, "In a month, we will return to assess your strength. If you meet our expectations, we shall bestow upon you a legendary Pokémon egg. Conversely, should you fail, we will reclaim the multicolored meteorite and erase all memories of us from your mind." Yi Yun nodded emphatically, thumping his chest in assurance. "That is no problem." He felt quite confident about enhancing his strength. "Could you specify your expectations? It would help me gauge my progress," Yi Yun inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Mutwo replied earnestly, "In a month, you shall know." "Well then," Yi Yun thought, listening to the words of the wise. He refrained from pressing further. His curiosity piqued regarding the legendary Pokémon egg Mutwo had mentioned. "We shall take our leave now. Remember, do not speak of our existence to others." With that, Mutwo and Primal Rayquaza departed. Yi Yun hastily interjected, "Could we unfreeze the Rayquaza before you go?" Super Shiny Rayquaza remained encased in ice. Mutwo coldly replied, "Figure it out yourself," before vanishing, leaving behind an impression of unfeeling detachment. Observing the frozen Super Shiny Rayquaza, a mischievous smile crept across Yi Yun's face. "Ha ha ha, just the perfect opportunity to test my pure sunshine liquid." Chapter 50, The Dragon and Snake Saga. Ow! Don't come any closer. The moment super shiny Rayquaza noticed Yi Yun removing his trousers, preparing to reveal his grand treasure, its expression darkened instantly, even displaying a hint of fear. Yi Yun was merely jesting. He had no intention of going through with it. After a brief charade, he pulled up his trousers once more. Humph, as if I would keep it from you. Yi Yun scoffed, circling around super shiny Rayquaza. Yet he couldn't devise any effective means to aid in its thawing. With a resolute heart, Yi Yun decided to take decisive action. He summoned Lucario and commanded, "Unleash your fury upon it, and do not cease until the ice is shattered." Lucario nodded in agreement, wasting no time as it unleashed a barrage of punches against the frozen Rayquaza. Remarkably, this method proved effective after just a few strikes. The ice encasing Rayquaza began to show numerous fissures, as if it were on the brink of shattering. Seeing the efficacy of the approach, Yi Yun exhaled in relief, diverting his focus towards the system. Not long ago, he had received a notification from the system. The task was complete, and 1,000 points had been credited to his account. This meant he was once again eligible for the Supreme Draw. Yi Yun eagerly accessed the system, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his points had surged to 2,300. So much. Could it be from the previous battles between Rayquaza and those elite-level Pokémon? Yi Yun pondered, and upon reflection, this seemed the only plausible explanation. This was fortuitous. He could indulge in 2 Supreme Draws, which was indeed delightful. The unexpected windfall filled Yi Yun with excitement, and he promptly instructed the system, initiate 2 Supreme Draws. Certainly, Master. Ah, the sweet, youthful voice accompanied by enchanting phrases was rather captivating. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mythical Pokémon Darkrai. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a trait optimization capsule 1. Ah, the moment had come. When Yi Yun heard the name Darkrai, his entire being trembled with exhilaration. He had finally drawn an ultra-rare Pokémon. Darkrai, the embodiment of nightmares, is a formidable Dark-type Pokémon, surpassing even Lucario in strength. To have acquired a mythical Pokémon was indeed a stroke of luck. Yi Yun was elated and thoroughly satisfied with this reward. He eagerly turned his attention to Darkrai. And immediately, information about the Pokémon materialized before him. Pokémon Darkrai. Affection, 50. Potential, 4 stars. Gender, genderless. Level, 35. Type, dark. Ability, bad dreams. Inflicts damage on sleeping opponents. Hidden ability, none. Item held, none. Skills, disable, ominous wind. Quick attack, hypnosis, critical hit, nightmare, shadow sneak. Quite impressive, though the level is somewhat lacking, Yi Yun mused. As a mythical Pokémon, Darkrai should ideally be at least level 50 or 60, yet it was only at level 35, which was indeed disappointing. At that moment, the system provided an explanation. Master, the level of the Pokémon you draw is closely linked to your current strength. The stronger you are, the higher the level of the Pokémon drawn. This statement was rather unwelcoming. Am I not strong? Yi Yun retorted. Not particularly strong. Come now, if only you could take human form. You'd see how I could best you effortlessly. Not strong? I'd be strong enough to make you weep in despair. Yi Yun scoffed defiantly. No, master. You must not think such thoughts. Yi Yun's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat. I harbor no such thoughts. You are simply overthinking it. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. After regaining composure, Yi Yun turned his gaze to the other reward, the Trait Optimization Capsule. Trait Optimization Capsule, upon use. It can eliminate negative effects from a Pokémon's ability. Yi Yun, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped its significance. For instance, the Pokémon Slaking has the ability Truant, which causes it to fall asleep after using a move. This is considered a negative effect of its ability. By using the Trait Optimization Capsule, this adverse effect would be nullified. In essence, Slaking could use its move without succumbing to slumber. Quite splendid. However, Yi Yun did not possess a Slaking. Yet, he had another Pokémon that could benefit from trait optimization. A faint smile graced his lips as the image of a graceful figure danced in his mind. Superior. Superior has a hidden ability called Contrary, which means any enhancement it receives will instead become a reduction, while any reduction will transform into an enhancement. The negative effect of this ability would vanish with the use of the Trait Optimization Capsule. This meant that regardless of whether Superior used a move that lowered its abilities or one that enhanced them, it would always see an increase in strength. This was an exceptionally advantageous trait, akin to a game-breaking existence. Yi Yun could scarcely contain his excitement as he summoned Superior and offered it the Trait Optimization Capsule. Here, my dear, consume this. 3 seconds later, Superior's ability underwent a transformation. Contrary, ability changes will only enhance, Even reductions will be converted into enhancements. Splendid. Indeed. The supreme draw is remarkable. The rewards are utterly gratifying. Yiyan could not help but exclaim. Both rewards were immensely beneficial to him, significantly bolstering his strength and elevating his mood considerably. Just then, with a cracking sound, Rayquaza broke free from the ice. Upon emerging, it entwined itself with Superior, ostensibly to warm itself. Yiyan watched in bewilderment as Superior, equally astonished, attempted to break free but found itself ensnared by Rayquaza's grasp. Thus, the dragon and the snake remained locked in their embrace for over 10 minutes before finally parting ways. Rayquaza cast a grateful glance at Superior. Having resorted to this drastic measure in its desperate attempt to avoid freezing, it bore no malicious intent. Superior, however, shyly retreated into its pokeball, ignoring Rayquaza's explanations. Rayquaza looked at Yiyan in confusion. Yiyan turned his face away. I saw nothing. However, he could not help but chuckle softly. Rayquaza, enough already. Yiyan, I merely recalled something amusing. Rayquaza, what? Yiyan, the tale of the dragon and the snake. Chapter 51, The Exchange of the Legendary Pokémon. In the primordial chaos, as heaven and earth were yet to be distinguished, and amidst the vastness where no one could be seen, a nameless mountain shrouded in mist stood. Atop this mountain was a pavilion, where two Pokémon engaged in a game of chess. Their postures were striking. One must tread carefully with their words, lest they invite trouble. A month from now, shall we assess that fellow's strength? Will you go, or shall I? Rayquaza inquired, a slight smirk playing at the corner of its mouth. I shall go, Mutuo replied. Rayquaza nodded thoughtfully. If he meets our requirements, where do you intend to procure a legendary Pokémon egg for him? Previously, they had promised Yiyan that as long as his strength reached their expectations, he would receive a Pokémon egg as a gift. This has not yet been decided. Mutuo replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Rayquaza, igniting with intensity. Can you lay an egg? Rayquaza retorted. Are you looking for trouble? Mutuo fell silent. After a moment, he could not help but add, I heard there's a dazzling shiny Bagon over in the West Sea. Exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps you could settle for that. Rayquaza's expression darkened. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a destructive beam, only for Mutuo to evade it with a quick teleport. Don't get worked up. I was merely jesting. If you're unwilling, then so be it. The two Pokémon engaged in a playful scuffle, each returning with a distinct black eye, with Mutuo's clearly larger. Seriously, do you have any way to acquire a legendary egg? We certainly won't be laying any ourselves. We need to look elsewhere. Mutuo touched his mouth, grimacing in pain. Ouch, that really hurts. Fortunately, I possess self-regeneration to heal my wounds, unlike that certain green caterpillar, who can only endure in silence. He chuckled at the thought. Rayquaza scoffed. You have quite the optimistic imagination. Those beings are notoriously stingy. Even if they had a legendary egg, they would never part with it. Then let's confront them directly. If we join forces, we would be invincible. Mutuo declared with fervor, clearly a combative spirit. Rayquaza shook his head. Do you wish to stand against the entire realm of legendaries? Mutuo awkwardly chuckled, suddenly losing his bravado. As the saying goes, two fists cannot defeat four hands. Although both he and Rayquaza were formidable, they could not contend with all the legendaries. This won't work, nor will that. What do you suggest we do? We can't leave that young lad hanging, can we? Mutuo pressed, clearly anxious. Rayquaza remained silent, deep in thought. Mutuo continued, if all else fails, I could secretly alter that kid's memories and casually gift him a Pokémon egg. What do you think? Rayquaza quickly distanced himself from Mutuo. Don't let anyone know we are allies. It would ruin my reputation. Mutuo's face darkened. Upon further reflection, he realized this idea was indeed rather unscrupulous and promptly dismissed it. I do have a splendid way to acquire a legendary egg. At that moment, Rayquaza spoke up. Mutuo's eyes brightened, eagerly asking, what is it? Do tell. Rayquaza replied slowly. Aren't you acquainted with that little Mew? Go seek it out. With its abilities, it could undoubtedly swipe a legendary egg. After all, it has a history of such mischief. Back in the day, that mischievous Mew was quite audacious, traversing the globe and claiming anything it fancied. It even nearly pilfered his rainbow meteorite. Had he not discovered it in time, it would likely have been lost to Mew's antics. Consequently, Mew's reputation in the Pokémon world was not particularly favorable. Not happening. Mutuo immediately rejected the idea, his tone resolute. He acknowledged Mew's thieving prowess, but deemed it utterly impossible to approach it for help. The reason was simple. They were not on good terms. Whenever they met, a fight ensued. While Mutuo was not afraid of a brawl, both were evenly matched. Mew had a penchant for underhanded tactics, often resorting to invisibility or transforming into other Pokémon to disguise itself before striking from behind. akin to a rogue. Mutwo had suffered greatly due to this. Once, Mew brazenly struck him from behind with a massive club. Ever since, Mutwo harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Mew. Whenever they crossed paths, there was no room for negotiation. It was always a fight. However, ever since he obtained the Mega Evolution Stone, Mew had not dared to show its face again, leaving Mutwo to wonder where it had gone to wreak havoc this time. Well, figure it out yourself. After all, you proposed the reward, so it's not my concern. Rayquaza said indifferently, washing his hands of the matter. You sly green caterpillar. Is this how you treat your brother? Mutwo exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, Rayquaza replied cryptically. Leaving Mutwo speechless, Mutwo stormed off in anger, his chest heaving. Rayquaza lifted his gaze, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he added casually, by the way. Mew is off to find Groudon, planning to learn the Cliff Blade technique. Mutwo's face flushed red with embarrassment upon having his thoughts exposed, and he promptly vanished with a teleport. The mountain peak returned to its serene quietude. Ah, Groudon is probably going to be fooled again. Truly foolish. Always dreaming of soaring through the skies. Doesn't he realize why he is called the one who cannot fly? Huh. To share the title of ancient legendary with him is quite the disgrace. In Yinxing, Yiyun returned, having picked up his sister, Ye. Perhaps due to their long separation. Ye missed Yeyun terribly, immediately wrapping herself around him like a koala, refusing to let go. After Yeyun thanked and bid farewell to Mu Qingqiu while holding on to Ye, they made their way home. By the time they returned, it was already quite late. In the dead of night, the shiny Rayquaza, restless, emerged, wishing to share the bed with Yeyun. However, Yeyun promptly kicked him off the bed. Go keep the superior company, he said, dismissing Rayquaza with a single sentence. Rayquaza felt quite aggrieved but dared not retaliate, for he discerned a message in Yeyun's gaze. If he misbehaved again, he would no longer receive magazines. Well, for the sake of the magazines, he decided to endure it. After all, he was a dragon who could bend but not break. Chapter 52, Supreme Lottery. Acquiring the Iron Mask Ninja. The following morning, Yeyun set out with Lucario and Superior to train in the wild. This was not only to prepare for the upcoming new student exchange competition, but also to meet the expectations set by the ancient Rayquaza and Mutwo regarding his strength. Although this expectation was rather vague, enhancing his power could only yield benefits. Upon arriving in the wilderness, Yeyun found a suitable spot and released Lucario, Darkrai, and Superior. There are plenty of wild Pokémon here, all of reasonable strength. Train here, but remember not to wander too far. Otherwise, if something goes awry, I won't be able to assist you. He cautioned Lucario, Darkrai, and Superior. They each set off to train independently. Just then, the shiny Rayquaza emerged from its Pokeball. Why are you out? There are no suitable training partners for you here, Yeyun asked, puzzled. Rayquaza let out a roar. Is it not permissible to step outside for some fresh air? Yeyun's lips twitched slightly, refraining from further commentary as he pondered how to assist the shiny Rayquaza in enhancing its prowess. It is well acknowledged that the higher one ascends in the ranks of Pokémon, the more arduous it becomes to elevate their abilities. This challenge is particularly pronounced for divine Pokémon, such as Rayquaza, as the pursuit of strength in later stages is akin to scaling a mountain. The crux of the matter lies in the scarcity of suitable training partners. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he eagerly addressed the shiny Rayquaza. Why not seek out the primal Rayquaza and Mutwo? They would undoubtedly aid you in your quest for power. The shiny Rayquaza turned its head away, reminiscent of a petulant child. No way. Yeyun chose not to press the matter further, softly muttering to himself. Indeed, it may not be advisable. After all, the disparity in strength between you and them is far too vast. You would merely end up being overwhelmed. A few superficial injuries might be bearable, but should your morale be shattered, it could lead to far graver consequences. Upon hearing this, the shiny Rayquaza became incensed. Nonsense. Who says I can't hold my own against them? Do you believe I wouldn't be able to knock them both into oblivion right now? Yeyun chuckled, his amusement evident, though he refrained from voicing a rebuttal. What are you laughing at? Do you look down upon me? Fine, just you wait. I will go find them both, and you can witness how I deal with them. The shiny Rayquaza declared with a swagger. A smug smile crept upon Yeyun's face. Having successfully employed a tactic of provocation to further stoke the flames, he added, if you manage to defeat either of them, I shall reward you with 2 additional magazines. The shiny Rayquaza erupted with excitement at this declaration, vanishing into the clouds in an instant, undoubtedly on a mission to confront the primal Rayquaza and Mutwo. How easily deceived. He mused, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he watched the shiny Rayquaza disappear. Time flies swiftly during training, and soon evening descended as Yeyun returned home. only to find the shiny Rayquaza absent. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Despite the shiny Rayquaza's often brash demeanor, it was still his Pokémon, and it was impossible for him not to worry. This concern mirrored a father's silent love for his child. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. Yi, frightened by the thunder, sought refuge beside Yi Yun. As the night wore on, Rayquaza finally returned. Weary and battered, its dragon horn nearly broken, its spirit visibly diminished. It was clear that it had endured both physical and psychological torment. Yi Yun rose to utilize his powers to heal its wounds, refraining from inquiring about the events that transpired, allowing it to rest within its Pokeball. The following day, the shiny Rayquaza departed early. Observing its determination, Yi Yun felt compelled to match its zeal. At dawn's light, he ventured into the wild with Lucario, Darkrai, and Superior for training. By noon, through the relentless efforts of Lucario, Darkrai, and Superior, Yi Yun's points once again reached the coveted milestone of 1,000. System. I wish to enter the Supreme Lottery, he exclaimed excitedly. Ding. The prize is being drawn, please wait a moment. 3 seconds later, ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a Pokémon Rebirth card. Yi Yun paused, somewhat taken aback, and inquired, System, what is the purpose of this Pokémon Rebirth card? Pokémon Rebirth card. Upon use, it allows a Pokémon to be reborn. The reborn Pokémon will forget all memories of its past life, but retain its level, strength, and skills, growing as a new individual. Yi Yun's eyes widened in realization, coupled with astonishment. He perceived the card's effect as almost miraculous, akin to commandeering another's Pokémon for personal use without the fear of backlash. It was a windfall of sorts. Though slightly unethical, Yi Yun was quite pleased, for he had a Pokémon in need of rebirth, the Iron Mask Ninja, the Pokémon of the shadowy figure who had once pursued him. Previously hesitant to sell it, he now felt liberated from that concern. With the Pokémon Rebirth card in hand, the Iron Mask Ninja would effectively become his own. Eagerly, he commanded the system, use the Pokémon Rebirth card on the Iron Mask Ninja. Ding. The Pokémon Rebirth card has been successfully utilized. Your current Iron Mask Ninja's basic information is as follows. Pokémon, Iron Mask Ninja, Affection, 50, Aptitude, 2 stars, Gender, Male, Level, 40, Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Speed Boost, increases speed every turn. Hidden ability, None, Held item, Ninja Mask. When held, it conceals its presence, making it harder for opponents to detect. It proves especially effective with ambush-type moves. Skills, Screech, Shadow Clone, Fury Cutter, Scratch, Sand Attack, Leech Life, Harden, Bug Bite, Fury Swipes, Agility, Cut, Mind's Eye, Baton Pass. Inherited skills, Critical Hit, Dark Ambush, Learned skills, Swords Dance, Destruction Beam, Leech Life. Gazing at the newly revealed information about the Iron Mask Ninja, a satisfied smile spread across Yi Yun's face. Not bad, though the affection level is a tad low. However, that is easily remedied with time and nurturing. He released the Iron Mask Ninja, engaging it in conversation and battles to foster their bond. Thus, the minutes trickled away, and before long, nightfall enveloped the world. Yi Yun returned home with his Pokémon, preparing for the upcoming New Student Exchange Competition. Chapter 53, The New Student Exchange Competition. The next day, at the Magic City Pokémon University. Allow me to introduce your teammates, Guoxing and Liao Bin. They are both freshers like yourself, the lead teacher, Zhou Yan, greeted Yi Yun upon his arrival and proceeded with the introductions. Hello, I am Guoxing. Hello, I am Liao Bin. Guoxing was a somewhat shy boy with fair skin and delicate features, fitting the mold of the charming type favored by many girls. In stark contrast, Liao Bin was a dark-skinned youth with a muscular build, exuding a striking visual presence. Greetings, I am Yi Yun, he replied politely, shaking hands with both. The trio had established a basic acquaintance. Now that we are acquainted, let us dispense with the pleasantries and board the vehicle. I will share details regarding the competition while en route, Zhou Yan suggested with a smile. The three were not ones to dawdle, promptly boarding the school bus. On board, Zhou Yan began to elucidate the various important aspects of the competition. The competition this time involved only our 2 universities. Hence it is commonly referred to as the Battle of Magic in Hua. The format of the match is a round-robin style. Each team sends out 3 participants for Pokémon duels. In each match, only 1 member from each team may compete at a time, and the order of participants can be adjusted at will. Contestants are restricted to using only 1 Pokémon in battle. Once a Pokémon is rendered incapable of fighting, that team is declared the loser. The victorious team may choose to either continue with the same participant or allow another member to take the stage. Ultimately, The team whose members are all defeated first will be deemed the loser. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's explanation, the others seemed contemplative. So, the rules of the competition are quite straightforward, Guoxing remarked in a hushed tone. Indeed, however, the simplest things often harbor the greatest complexities, Zhou Yan replied. Despite the apparent simplicity of the rules, the arrangement of the order of participants is a matter worthy of deep contemplation, Liao Bin interjected, voicing his opinions. Zhou Yan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Liao Bin's insights. He then turned his attention to Yi Yun. What are your thoughts, Yi Yun? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and replied. Without knowledge of the opponent's order of participants, our speculation here serves no purpose. If we were aware of their lineup, we could formulate targeted strategies accordingly. However, lacking any information regarding the participants from Huadu Pokemon University, we cannot devise specific tactics. Thus, the most prudent approach would be to determine the order based on strength. Starting with the strongest. Zhou Yan regarded Yi Yun with admiration. Your analysis is indeed objective and comprehensive, he conceded. Yet, he realized that they were not entirely ignorant of the competitors from Huadu Pokemon University. In fact, they possessed some information about the participants. Zhou Yan smiled mysteriously. At the very least, we have confirmed the identity of their leading instructor and one of the participants. Oh, the group immediately expressed heightened interest, turning their gazes toward Zhou Yan, eager for his revelation. Yi Yun was equally curious about which contestant Huadu Pokemon University would send. With a knowing glance toward Yi Yun, Zhou Yan casually remarked, you are already acquainted with these two individuals. The leading instructor is Huang Xiaojun, and one of the participants is his grandson, Huang Shan. Boom. Upon hearing these names, Yi Yun's eyes narrowed involuntarily, a surge of anger igniting within him, burning fiercely. Heh, I didn't expect that old coot and his little brat would also show up. I must give them a proper welcome. Yi Yun's voice, though barely audible, carried an icy tone, and those present could sense the shift in his demeanor. I recognize that you have grievances with these two, but this is a formal competition. I hope you can exercise restraint, Zhou Yan cautioned, sensing the chill emanating from Yi Yun. He worried that Yi Yun might not hold back, potentially confronting Huang Xiaojun and Huang Shan publicly, which would undoubtedly embarrass Huadu Pokemon University. Given the petty nature of Huadu Pokemon University, they would not let Yi Yun off easily. Rest assured, I can discern the gravity of the situation, Yi Yun replied, taking a deep breath to compose himself. Zhou Yan felt a sense of relief, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. Zhou, do you know when Huang Shan will take the stage? I wish to face him, Yi Yun inquired, his demeanor deceptively calm, though his mind was anything but tranquil. If fate dictated their encounter, he saw no reason to refrain from action. He was prepared to give Huang Shan a thorough thrashing on the battlefield, especially in front of the old curmudgeon, Huang Xiaojun. Zhou Yan shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that he will indeed participate. Yi Yun lowered his head, deep in thought, before formulating a plan. This time, I wish to be the first to take the stage. Zhou Yan was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Are you certain? I had intended for you to compete last, he mused, but observing Yi Yun's current state, it seemed he could not contain himself until the end. Very well. I'll let you go first. Perhaps it will yield unexpected results. Yes, I am certain, Yi Yun affirmed resolutely. Since we are unaware of when Huang Shan will appear, I shall confront him as soon as he does. Good. If that is your decision, you will be the first to compete, Zhou Yan declared decisively. Then turned to Guoxing and Liao Bin. Guoxing, you will follow as the second participant. Liao Bin, you shall take the third slot. Is that agreeable? Guoxing and Liao Bin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. No problem. Excellent, Zhou Yan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Let us wish for a triumphant opening for our Magic City Pokemon University. An hour later, at Huadu Pokemon University, Yi Yun and his companions arrived. Zhou Yan led them out of the vehicle. As soon as they alighted, representatives from Huadu Pokemon University approached to greet them. Their words were appropriately cordial, though their expressions bore a hint of indifference. Zhou Yan was aware that there was long-standing rivalry between Huadu and Magic City Pokemon Universities, so he considered it a small mercy that they did not show open hostility and paid little mind to their demeanor. Please, this way. A staff member from Huadu Pokemon University guided them toward the competition venue. The matches were set to take place in Huadu Pokemon University's dedicated arena. By the time they arrived, the venue was already bustling with spectators, comprising students from both universities as well as members of the public. However, the vast majority were students from Huadu Pokemon University, with even a cheerleading squad present, clad in increasingly revealing attire. Their skirts, so short they seemed to flirt with being pulled up to their waists. Clearly, they had come to support their school's competitors. Chapter 54. The past does not recur. Zhou Yin led Yi Yun and the others to their designated seats at Magic City Pokemon University. Once everyone was settled, the organizers from Huadu Pokemon University commenced the opening ceremony for the match. Meanwhile, Yi Yun took the opportunity to survey the structure of the arena. He could not help but admire the luxuriousness of Huadu Pokemon University's arena, which boasted comprehensive safety measures and exquisite decor. The venue was also highly advanced, capable of adjusting its layout to suit the differing attributes of the competing Pokemon. Truly, it was a testament to the prestige of Dragon Country's foremost Pokemon University. And he estimated the construction of such an arena must have cost several million. Just then, a venomous glare suddenly fell upon him. Yi Yun sensed it and turned to follow the direction of the gaze, only to find himself locking eyes with a familiar face. Huang Shan, the very same miscreant who had harassed his sister. A cold light flickered in Yi Yun's eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Simultaneously, a wave of chill radiated from him, pressing toward Huang Shan across the arena. Huang Shan, startled by Yi Yun's imposing aura, instinctively took a few steps back, his face paling in an instant, his body trembling involuntarily. "Grandson, what is the matter?" Seeing something amiss with Huang Shan, Huang Xiaojun, seated at the mentor's table, furrowed his brows and inquired. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Huang Shan, not wishing to appear incompetent or cowardly in front of his grandfather, replied, "It's nothing, Grandpa. Just a moment of distraction." "Very well," Huang Xiaojun nodded, dismissing his concern. "You will be the first to take the stage. Focus and do not bring shame to the Huang family." Huang Shan nodded emphatically, assuring, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I have been training diligently these past few days. And with the ample resources provided by the family, my strength has vastly improved. I am confident I can defeat even the advanced gyms now." Filled with self-assurance, Huang Shan's lips curled into a slight, triumphant smile at the thought of his powerful Pokemon. Pleased by Huang Shan's confidence, Huang Xiaojun allowed a flicker of a smile to grace his aged face. However, recalling something, he cautioned Huang Shan, "By the way, that scoundrel Yi Yun is also here. If you encounter him, make sure to give him a sound thrashing, so he understands the consequences of offending the Huang family." At the mention of Yi Yun, a chill ran through Huang Shan. The memory of Yi Yun's enigmatic grin from earlier made him waver, his previous confidence diminishing significantly. Yet, reminding himself of his own formidable strength, he dismissed the fear. He was, after all, a member of the Huang family, with his grandfather watching over him. To show any sign of trepidation towards Yi Yun would be a disgrace to the Huang name. Taking a deep breath, Huang Shan transformed his fear into strength and his anger into resolve. With a steely gaze fixed on Yi Yun, he banished all fear from his heart. Instead, he was filled with a fierce determination to avenge past grievances by decisively besting Yi Yun before all. Yi Yun, sensing Huang Shan's fervor, merely scoffed. His disregard for Huang Shan stemmed not from contempt, but from a complete lack of acknowledgement. A mere buffoon like him was hardly worthy of his attention. Incensed by Yi Yun's blatant dismissal, Huang Shan's fury ignited, flames of anger burning fiercely in his eyes. "You dare to look down upon me? I will make it my mission to trample you beneath my feet." At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. "The freshman exchange competition officially begins. Please have the representatives from both sides take the stage." The battle was about to commence. Yi Yun, with a calm and radiant smile, gracefully stepped onto the arena. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaojuan's eyes narrowed with coldness upon realizing that Yi Yun was the first representative from Huadu Pokemon University. Huh. A discarded waste expelled by Huadu Pokemon University dares to take the first stage. How the Magic City University has fallen. Huang Shan, teach him a lesson. Remember my words. Beat him mercilessly, and let him understand the price of crossing the Huang family. A glimmer of coldness appeared on Huang Shan's face as he darkly replied, "Grandpa, have no worries. Just watch how I thoroughly dominate him." Yi Yun licked his lips, his expression now one of terrifying ferocity, entirely shedding any previous semblance of fear. He had long harbored resentment towards Yi Yun, and the latter's open disregard had ignited the flames of humiliation within him. Even a mud doll retained some semblance of anger. How much more so a wealthy young master like him? At this moment, his heart burned with boundless rage, fears long reduced to ashes, fueling the flames of his anger. Soon, both sides took their places. "I declare the match officially begins." With the referee's proclamation, both Yi Yun and Huang Shan released their Pokemon. "Come forth, Lizard King. Arise, Darkrai." Simultaneously, they unleashed their Pokemon. Huang Shan's was a formidable Lizard King, while Yi Yun summoned Darkrai, a mythical Pokemon he had acquired not long ago. Why not use Lucario? Yi Yun deemed it unnecessary for such a petty contest, Sending out Darkrai sufficed to elevate their bond and enrich Darkrai's battle experience. However, Yi Yun was taken aback to see Huang Shan's choice of Lizard King. The sight of the vibrant green creature evoked a classic memory of Ash's Lizard King battling against the legendary Darkrai, which resulted in Darkrai's defeat. Yet, Yi Yun would not allow such a tragedy to befall him. He was not the legendary trainer Ash, nor was Huang Shan his counterpart. Yi Yun possessed unwavering confidence that his Darkrai could effortlessly dispatch Huang Shan's Lizard King. Very well, let me witness the prowess of this Lizard King, Yi Yun thought. A sardonic smile gracing his lips as lines of data unfolded before his eyes. Pokémon, Lizard King, Affinity, 100, with Trainer, Talent, 3 stars, Gender, Male, Level, 36, Advanced, Type, Grass, Ability, Overgrow, Grass type moves gain power when health decreases. Hidden ability, None, Item, Focus Sash, increases accuracy of moves, Dual Chop, Pound, Glare, Absorb, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Night Slash, Mega Drain, Pursuit, Leaf Blade, Agility, Body Slam. Gazing at the information of the Lizard King, a trace of mockery surfaced on Yi Yun's face. A mere advanced level Lizard King was hardly worth his consideration, were it capable of Mega Evolution. It might present a challenge to Darkrai. Alas, this was not the case. Yi Yun was convinced of his assured victory in this battle. After all, Darkrai was a mythical Pokémon, and even under level constraints, it would be more than sufficient to handle a humble Lizard King. On the other hand, Huang Shan was taken aback to see that Yi Yun had summoned Darkrai instead of Lucario. Not only did he possess Lucario, but he also had the fabled Darkrai. Known as the Nightmare Pokémon, Huang Shan was momentarily bewildered. The rarity of Darkrai far surpassed that of Lucario. How could this orphan, with no parents but a home, possibly possess such a powerful Pokémon? Was it caught in the wild? His luck seemed extraordinary. First Lucario, then Darkrai. Would he next encounter a Rayquaza? Huang Shan's emotions twisted into a tempest of fury and jealousy. How could a mere orphan enjoy privileges that he, as a wealthy young master, had never known? No. If he could not possess such power, neither should anyone else. Huang Shan's psyche warped further, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask of rage. Lizard King, attack. Use Leaf Blade. Huang Shan screamed frantically, his mind utterly consumed by his desire to defeat Yi Yun, seize his Pokémon, and claim it as his own. No. It is not merely the elf. There is also his sister. She is a delicate little beauty, long coveted by Huang Shan. Swish, swish, swish. The king of lizards conjured 2 leaf blades in his grasp, transforming them into sharp sabers, slashing towards Darkrai. Yet, Yi Yun remained unperturbed, calmly instructing, dodge it. Then unleash Dark Void. Dark Void is Darkrai's signature move, capable of forcibly dragging opponents into a realm of darkness, inducing a state of slumber. Yi Yun had only recently trained Darkrai in this technique over the past few days. As the leaf blades approached, Darkrai sidestepped gracefully. However, the king of lizards followed up with another strike. With a swift shadow clone, Darkrai summoned multiple illusions, silently positioning itself behind the king of lizards. Unaware, the king of lizards continued to vigorously swing its leaf blades, attempting to cleave through Darkrai's phantoms. A dark energy sphere began to coalesce in Darkrai's grasp, steadily expanding. In the next moment, it was forcefully propelled forward, crashing directly into the king of lizards. The creature had no chance to resist, as it was swallowed whole by the dark void. The king of lizards. Huang Shan's expression shifted drastically, anxiety swelling within him. Yet, in less than a minute, the king of lizards was expelled from the dark void, though now it lay in a deep slumber, utterly powerless. Sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Well done, Darkrai. Now use Dream Eater to finish it off. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's lips as he commanded. Dream Eater was also a recently acquired technique for Darkrai. When combined with Dark Void, it proved to be remarkably effective. Darkrai's eyes suddenly glowed a vivid crimson, and an enormous illusion surged forth, invading the dream of the king of lizards. Wake up, king of lizards! Huang Shan shouted desperately, hoping to rouse the creature. However, he was ultimately naive. The king of lizards was ensnared in slumber, impervious to his pleas. With a resounding crack, the dream shattered, and the king of lizards rolled its eyes back, losing all capacity for combat. The battle concluded. Darkrai had effortlessly dispatched its opponent in just 2 moves, spanning a mere 2 to 3 minutes. Such swiftness was astonishing. Even the referee was taken aback, and the audience was left in stunned silence. Expressions of shock etched upon their faces. Is that it? I thought we had just begun. Damn, that was fast. It rivals my own speed. What kind of rubbish did our school send to compete? This waste is tarnishing the reputation of Huadu Pokemon University. Exactly. I could perform better than him. Huang Xiaojun, seated in the instructor's area, wore a ghastly expression, his fists clenched tightly, the rage within him reaching a boiling point. Useless. Truly a disgrace. You have brought shame upon the Huang family. Huang Xiaojun had harbored considerable hopes for Huang Shan, yet was blindsided by the latter's abysmal performance, lasting barely 3 minutes before being swiftly defeated. Even though the opponent's Pokemon was Darkrai, Huang Xiaojun felt such a loss was unjustifiable. While the King of Lizards was indeed inferior to Darkrai in strength, it should not have succumbed so quickly. Ultimately, it was Huang Shan's lack of skill that led to this outcome. Meanwhile, the students of Modu Pokemon University erupted in uncontrollable laughter at Yi Yun's effortless victory. The entire arena was filled with their jubilant sounds. Notably, Zhou Yan's laughter was particularly ostentatious, practically brandishing mockery across his face. There was no denying the shock Yi Yun had instigated. Upon releasing Darkrai, he recognized that the situation was no mere coincidence. Yi Yun had never previously employed Darkrai, suggesting it might be his trump card. Given Yi Yun's already formidable prowess, deploying such a secret weapon ensured his victory. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Yun would conclude the battle so swiftly. This rapid triumph brought immense pride to Modu Pokemon University, and Zhou Yan had every reason to beam. On the other hand, the supporters from Huadu Pokemon University were incensed to witness their rivals guffawing without restraint. So what if they won a match? What is there to boast about? They are a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. They are so blinded by their fleeting victory that they have forgotten their own insignificance. Right. We were just letting them have a moment of glory before we thoroughly humiliate them. Exactly. Just think. Yi Yun is merely a discarded waste from Huadu Pokemon University. What capability does he possess to secure a victory? Perhaps that Darkrai is just a borrowed asset from Modu Pokemon University for this match. The crowd engaged in disparaging remarks, belittling Yi Yun and Modu Pokemon University. Just then, an individual interjected calmly. Actually, it was not us who abandoned Yi Yun. Rather, he was the one who kicked us to the curb. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker, their expressions filled with reproach. Brother, why are you speaking such inconvenient truths? Are you trying to get us in trouble? Chapter 56, The Divine Goddess, Shining Shinado. The victor of this match is Yi Yun from Modu Pokemon University. It was only when the referee's resounding voice echoed throughout the arena that the gathered crowd realized the battle had concluded. The first match had been won by Modu Pokemon University. The cheerleaders from Huadu Pokemon University stood frozen in disbelief, their pom-poms deflated and lifeless. They had initially planned to celebrate a victory with a graceful performance to undermine Modu Pokemon University, only to find themselves embarrassed after being struck back by their rivals. Now, they were caught in a state of awkwardness, uncertain whether to perform or not. Sister, that Huang Shan is truly pathetic. He was instantly defeated by Yi Yun's combo, utterly humiliating Huadu Pokemon University. One cheerleader exclaimed in indignation. The captain of the cheerleading squad wore an expression of disdain, mercilessly mocking. Do you really believe that the strength of such second-generation rich kids is anything to boast about? Aside from chasing women, they know nothing. Even in that regard, they are as inept as in battle, unable to endure even 3 minutes. The cheerleaders gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, how do you know all this? The cheerleading captain's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she realized her careless remarks had been ill-considered, prompting her to hastily attempt a defense. No, rather, an explanation. Actually, Yet, after a lengthy pause, she could not conjure even a feeble justification. At that moment, the dean of Huadu Spirit University, Fang Zheng, arrived to witness the competition. Initially, he had intended to observe how this year's freshman class would triumph over the Magic City Spirit University. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he arrived, the match was concluded. Magic City Spirit University had decisively defeated Huadu Spirit University. Even more intolerable to him was the fact that the competitor from Magic City Spirit University was none other than Yi Yun, the very student he had expelled. Incompetent. How could we allow a student, once cast out by Huadu Spirit University, to humiliate us in such a manner? This is a disgrace to our institution. A fiery indignation surged within Fang Zheng. Yi Yun was the one he had personally dismissed. And now he had the audacity to join Magic City Spirit University and openly slap Huadu Spirit University in the face. If he did not take action now, he would be unworthy of his position as dean. With a grim expression, Fang Zheng approached the waiting area of Huadu Spirit University. Upon noticing Fang Zheng's arrival, Huang Xiaojun quickly rose to greet him. Dean, what brings you here? Fang Zheng scoffed, replying bluntly, If if I hadn't come. Huadu Spirit University would have lost all its dignity. Huang Xiaojun was rendered speechless by the reprimand. He remained silent, continually bowing in apology. Fang Zheng disregarded him entirely and turned to another competitor, instructing, in the next match, you will take the field. At all costs, defeat him. Yes, Dean, responded a tall, handsome young man clad in a white t-shirt. He was the strongest representative among the freshmen of Huadu Spirit University, significantly more powerful than Huang Shan. In an effort to vanquish Yi Yun, Fang Zheng had laid all his cards on the table, determined to restore the honor of Huadu Spirit University. Go forth. Do not bring shame to Huadu Spirit University. Fang Zheng gestured, his expression softening slightly. The young man strode confidently toward the arena. I hereby announce, the second match officially begins. The competitors are Su Jingxing from Huadu Spirit University and Yi Yun from Magic City Spirit University. As the referee's voice echoed, the arena erupted once more with fervor. Su, give it your all. Crush them. Huadu Spirit University is invincible. Su, you must win. My idol, you must prevail. If you win, I will bear your children. Hey, Su Jingxing, did you hear that? Hurry up and flatten your opponent. If you lose, you'll be a coward. The heartfelt words of a female spectator sent the male audience into a frenzy. Even Yi Yun was taken aback, reflecting on the openness of today's women. Was it that they had become so liberated, or was he merely too conservative? Perhaps it was indeed his own conservative nature. After all, he prided himself on being a gentleman. Such actions were absolutely beyond his character. His pursuits were rooted in noble principles, undoubtedly influenced by his frequent readings of historical texts, albeit those of a modern variety, adorned with illustrations. With a sharp crack, Su Jingxing released his Pokémon, a shiny Galade. Pokémon, Galade Shiny. Affection, 255, with trainer. Potential, 3 stars. Gender, female. Level, 38. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability, Synchronize, transfers its status conditions of poisoning, paralysis, or burn to the opponent. Hidden ability, Telepathy, reads thoughts, communicates with the trainer mentally. Held item, Soothing Bell, accelerates the increase of affection between the Pokémon and trainer. Moves, Sing, Psyshock, Teleport, Shadow Clone, Wish, Helping Hand, Misty Terrain, Charm, Wish, Magical Leaf, Draining Kiss, Calm Mind, Seal, Future Sight, Attract, Thunder Wave. Upon witnessing the shiny Galade's majestic presence and its maximum affection level, Yi Yun recognized that this Su Jingxing was indeed exceptional, remarkably so. Particularly, the presence of the Thunder Wave move confirmed Yi Yun's suspicions. Generally, Galade could not learn Thunder Wave independently unless trained to do so through a move tutor. Who in their right mind would teach a Galade such a move? Certainly, one who was not of sound judgment. Thus, it was no wonder that the Galade shared maximum affection with Su Jingxing, given their deep and open interactions. If Yi Yun were to adopt a similar approach, his bond with his own Pokémon could soar to unprecedented levels. Yet, he would never resort to such tactics. He was a principled gentleman. Galade, use Misty Terrain. While Yi Yun pondered, Su Jingxing had already commanded his Galade to launch an assault. Misty Terrain would render Pokémon on the ground immune to status conditions. Darkrai, use Ominous Wind. Simultaneously, Yi Yun issued his command. While Misty Terrain protected Galade from Darkrai's Ominous Wind, it also rendered Darkrai's powerful Dream Eater ineffective. However, this did not mean that Darkrai was in a position of absolute disadvantage. On the contrary, despite losing the combination of Ominous Wind and Dream Eater, Darkrai maintained a significant advantage. After all, Darkrai was a Dark-type Pokémon, and Dark-types were immune to Psychic-type moves. This meant that all Psychic-type moves from Shiny Galade were rendered ineffective against Darkrai. Consequently, this effectively nullified Shiny Galade's psychic capabilities, considerably diminishing its combat effectiveness. At this point, Galade could only utilize Charm, Magical Leaf, Draining Kiss, and Thunder Wave for offensive maneuvers. Among these, only Magical Leaf possessed any considerable power. The shimmering Shinado found herself in a dire predicament. With a deep breath, Darkrai opened its maw wide and unleashed a chilling tempest. The storm transformed into a monstrous entity, clawing its way toward Shinado. The ferocious wind scattered the surrounding pink mist, forcing it to retreat to the sides. Shinado, too, was buffeted by the gale. Struggling to keep her eyes open, her blue skirt billowing in the wind, revealing large patches of pristine white and a pair of delicate, lovely legs. This spectacle left the audience utterly entranced. By the heavens, what blinding radiance! It nearly dazzled my titanium alloy eyes, exclaimed one onlooker. Goodness, how breathtaking! I wish I could dive in and savor her beauty. Bro, this is quite perverse. Can you take me along? Chuckled another. In this moment, many spectators felt warmth trickling from their noses, their gazes fixated on the shimmering Shinado, not daring to blink lest they show her any disrespect. Even the upright Yiyun couldn't help but steal an extra glance. Ah, indeed, it is the shimmering Shinado. I must acquire one for myself, he mused internally. He discovered that Shinado possessed an alluring charm, even if she could not serve as a primary battle Pokémon. Nurturing her as a gentle little girl would not be out of the question. At this moment, a plan concerning the cultivation of Shinado began to take shape in Yiyun's mind. Meanwhile, as Shinado's owner, Su Jingqing's face flushed crimson. His brows furrowed in fury as he gestured angrily at the crowd. Everyone, close your eyes. Do not look. Shinado was his personal treasure. How could he allow others to gaze upon her? Yet, his commands fell on deaf ears. Realizing he could not deter the crowd, Su Jingqing turned to Shinado and commanded, Shinado, use teleport to evade the storm. Do not let it approach you. Shauna. Despite the multitude of eyes upon her, a hint of shyness crept onto Shinado's face. In a flash, she vanished from her spot, reappearing beside Darkrai, successfully avoiding the oncoming tempest. At that moment, Yiyun issued his own command to Darkrai. Darkrai, use Shadow Clone to close in on her. Darkrai and Yiyun shared a mental connection, effortlessly comprehending his intent. Darkrai's form dispersed into countless phantoms, rushing toward the shimmering Shinado from all directions. In an instant, Shinado found herself surrounded, with no escape in sight. In this critical moment, Su Jingqing took a gamble, shouting, Shinado, aim to the left and use Magical Leaf. He deduced that Darkrai's true form lay in that direction. Though it was a risky wager, his resolve remained firm. Shauna. Shinado's expression turned serious as her hands danced gracefully, conjuring a flurry of emerald leaves before her. These verdant leaves, seemingly enchanted, floated in midair like a barrage of sharp, flying daggers. Shauna. With a delicate cry, Shinado unleashed the magical leaves in a sweeping motion. Swish, swish, swish. The magical leaves sliced through the phantoms of Darkrai, disintegrating them in their wake. However, after obliterating the entire left flank of illusions, Darkrai's true form remained elusive. Oh no! I miscalculated. Su Jingqing's complexion paled, urgently bellowing at Shinado, quick, evade. Yet, it was too late. Just as Shinado made a move, Darkrai had already closed in on her. Without a moment's hesitation, Darkrai enveloped Shinado in its embrace, lifting her skyward. Once they ascended, Darkrai suddenly released her. Now unleash Dark Void. Yiyun seized the opportunity, commanding without hesitation. He had anticipated this moment. Although the misty terrain rendered Shinado immune to the sleep effects of Dark Void, it did not negate its efficacy entirely. The misty terrain only shielded Pokémon on the ground. Once airborne, the protection would dissipate, allowing Darkrai's Dark Void to take effect once more. A surge of dark energy expanded, enveloping the shimmering Shinado. Su Jingqing barely had time to react, finally grasping Yiyun's true intentions. Crack! With a sharp sound, Dark Void erupted, and the shimmering Shinado lost all strength, plummeting from the sky. Use Dream Eater to finish her, Yiyun commanded coldly. In battle, there was no room for mercy. Not even for the shimmering Shinado. Darkrai materialized the colossal phantom, plunging into Shinado's dreams and devouring her whole. In an instant, Shinado trembled and succumbed, losing her ability to battle. The battle concluded with the victory of Magic City Pokémon University. The referee reluctantly announced, his face etched with disappointment and resentment. After 2 rounds, their Huadu Pokémon University had not claimed a single victory, marking an unprecedented humiliation in a century. Chapter 58. Regrets? Resentment. Not only the referee, but also Dean Fengzheng shared similar sentiments. His expression was grim, fists clenched tightly, cracking under the pressure. A person once rejected by Huadu Pokémon University had audaciously challenged their 2 finest champions, a blatant slap in the face to their institution. No, it was not just a blow to Huadu Pokémon University, it was a disgrace to Fengzheng himself. After all, it had been Fengzheng who made the choice, sacrificing Yiyun for Huang Xiaojun. Now, Yiyun had returned with a vengeance, trampling the elite students of Huadu Pokémon University, providing irrefutable evidence of how erroneous his earlier decision had been. At that moment, a confident smile illuminated Yiyun's face. Though he said nothing to Fengzheng, it felt as though 1,000 words were being hurled at him, questioning, mocking, and ridiculing his past choices. Unable to contain himself, Fengzheng shot a furious glance at Huang Xiaojun, seething with rage, wishing he could eliminate this fool with his own hands. If it weren't for Huang Xiaojun, perhaps Yiyun would now be a student of Huadu Pokémon University, and it would not be Magic City Pokemon University reaping the rewards. At that moment, Feng Zheng's insides churned with regret. Huang Xiaojun, too, was filled with impotent anger, bowing his head in fear, too terrified to meet Feng Zheng's gaze. He never anticipated that his grandson would provoke such a formidable genius, defeating their two elite students and bringing disgrace upon Huadu Pokemon University. Huang Xiaojun transferred all his fury onto Yi Yun. It's all that damn guy's fault. Not only did he get me scolded by the dean, but he also brought shame upon Huadu Pokemon University. I might even face punishment from the school's higher-ups, or worse, be expelled. As he contemplated this, Huang Xiaojun's expression darkened further. No, I cannot let this brat off easily. I must seek revenge. He shall feel the weight of my wrath and understand the consequences of crossing me. Huang Xiaojun has always been a man of vengeance, and now Yi Yun has thoroughly enraged him. He has begun to concoct schemes for retribution against Yi Yun. Moreover, he has heard whispers about Yi Yun's charming younger sister, a silver-haired maiden. Oh, how fortuitous it is that a certain influential figure has a penchant for such beauty. I could certainly exploit this. At this moment, a nefarious plot has begun to take shape in Huang Xiaojun's mind, while Yi Yun remains blissfully unaware. In the audience, the students and faculty of Huadu Spirit University were in an uproar. This is dire. How can we possibly win? Our university has already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Losing another would mean a complete shutout. They lamented. Surely it cannot come to that. We still have 1 contestant left. Although Yi Yun is formidable, he must be nearing his limit and may not be able to endure a 3rd battle. I suspect Mingdu Spirit University will send someone else into the fray. Yet even then, our chances of victory seem almost non-existent. The prospect of a comeback in such adversity appears bleak. Alas, such is fate. The faculty and students of Huadu Spirit University could only shake their heads in despair, their faces etched with despondency. At that moment, the referee announced, "The 3rd match is about to commence. May the competitors take the stage." Zhou Yin glanced at Yi Yun, initially wishing to suggest he take a breather. Yet upon seeing the confident smile gracing Yi Yun's visage, he reconsidered. Yi Yun is the very embodiment of our Mingdu Spirit University. Rather than giving others a chance to participate, it is far better to forge a legend out of Yi Yun. Of course, this is contingent upon Yi Yun winning the next match and achieving an incredible feat of 1 against 3. Zhou Yin felt optimistic. He had unwavering faith in Yi Yun's prowess. Meanwhile, Huadu Spirit University found itself at a dead end, with no options remaining. Gong Sun Chu, as the dean, I command you to ensure that Yi Yun is defeated. Our university may endure losses, but we must never suffer a 1 against 3. Feng Zheng spoke with a grave demeanor, each word punctuated with urgency. He struggled to suppress his emotions, knowing that an outburst could ensue. Gong Sun Chu bore a solemn expression, aware that he had no choice but to comply. He reluctantly nodded. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Feng Zheng replied coldly. Not your utmost, but a definitive victory. Should you succeed, I can procure a rare spirit egg from the academy for you. In his desperation to salvage the university's dwindling honor, Feng Zheng was willing to go to great lengths. The mention of a rare spirit egg ignited a spark in Gong Sun Chu's eyes. Fear not, I shall surely defeat him. He vowed earnestly. Very well, proceed. Feng Zheng said, momentarily relieved by Gong Sun Chu's confidence as he waved him off. As Gong Sun Chu made his way to the battlefield, he discreetly released his spirit. Retrieving a dark purple fruit from his pocket. Golduck, consume this. Whether I secure that rare spirit egg hinges on your performance. Without hesitation, Golduck devoured the fruit. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through its body, overwhelming its senses. Golduck let out a pained cry, its demeanor transforming as if it were a vessel of untapped power. The creature's eyes underwent a transformation, bloodshot as though it had not rested for days. After a brief moment, Golduck's erratic state began to subside, yet its aura remained potent, even intensified. All right, let us proceed. This time, victory is assured. Gong Sun Chu was pleased with Golduck's current state as they advanced toward the arena. Meanwhile, the referee furrowed his brow, noticing Gong Sun Chu's delay. What could this fellow be plotting? Is he having second thoughts? Just then, a figure emerged, striding confidently from the tunnel. It was none other than Gong Sun Chu, accompanied by a strikingly handsome Golduck, its entire body of brilliant azure. Rumor has it that Golduck is the object of admiration for many young women, with numerous female trainers secretly nurturing their own charming Golducks. Whether for admiration or deeper connections, it is an easy endeavor. As if to confirm this gossip, the girls in the audience erupted into excited shrieks. Ah, it's Golduck. So handsome, they exclaimed. Oh, How I long to engage in a romantic exchange with Golduck. The male spectators stood dumbfounded, realizing that they had been overshadowed by a mere blue duck. The profound sense of defeat washed over them, leaving tears of sorrow in their wake. If there is a next life, may I return as a duck? As Golduck took the stage, Yi-Yun's gaze was drawn to it. However, unlike the enamored girls, Yi-Yun was not captivated by Golduck's charm. Instead, he employed the system's scanning function to assess Golduck's fundamental information. Just moments prior, he had instinctively sensed an explosive power emanating from Golduck, setting it apart from other spirits. While other spirits exuded warmth and familiarity, this Golduck radiated ferocity and brutality. Yi-Yun was puzzled by this anomaly, but he trusted that the system would provide clarity. In an instant, Golduck's details materialized before him. Spirit, Golduck. Affinity, 180, with trainer. Potential, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, 35. Type, water. Ability, damp. Prevents all Pokémon from using self-destructing moves in the vicinity. Hidden ability, none. Item held, Mamba Fruit Seed, the seed of the Mamba Fruit, which enhances all abilities of the spirit temporarily when combined with the fruit's flesh. Moves, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Splash, Quick Attack, Water Jet, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse. Hypnosis, Screech, Psychic, Surf, Water Tail, Soak, Self-Suggestion, Hydro Pump. Upon noticing the item Golduck held, Yi-Yun realized the situation was more intricate than it appeared. However, he knew nothing of the Mamba Fruit Seed. This ignorance was not his fault. In his memories, the world of Pokémon did not encompass such a thing. It was likely that the Mamba Fruit was a unique creation of this realm. Thus, Yi-Yun focused his thoughts and inquired of the system. Could you provide me with a brief introduction to the Mamba Fruit? Certainly, Master. The Mamba Fruit is a type of tree fruit, classified as highly toxic. Its flesh possesses the remarkable ability to temporarily awaken a Pokémon's latent potential, thereby enhancing its strength. However, it contains a lethal poison that will result in immediate death upon consumption. Yi-Yun was perplexed. Why, then, was this Psyduck unharmed? Master, while the flesh of the Mamba Fruit is indeed poisonous, its seed can neutralize the toxin. The consumer merely needs to hold the seed in their mouth to counteract the toxicity of the fruit's flesh, came the explanation. Yi-Yun furrowed his brow slightly and inquired further, is there truly no side effect to this tree fruit? There are, the response continued. Though the Mamba Fruit can temporarily elevate a Pokémon's strength, it does so at the cost of their potential. A Pokémon that consumes the flesh will not only suffer significant physical damage, but will also see a drastic reduction in their future growth potential. Moreover, the Mamba seed must only be held in the mouth and must never be swallowed. If ingested, it interacts with the fruit's flesh and, under the influence of stomach acid, produces another form of deadly toxin. Thus, from any perspective, the system strongly advises against the consumption of Mamba Fruit flesh by Pokémon. Yi-Yun nodded, finally comprehending the situation. It appeared that this individual was willing to risk everything for a chance at victory against him. Yi-Yun sighed, his gaze sharpening. Regrettably, I shan't pity you. Nor will I show you any mercy. His voice turned icy. A trainer who would harm their own Pokémon for the sake of victory is despicable. While Yi-Yun was not the type to be overly kind, he certainly disapproved of such self-destructive tactics. Nonetheless, he chose not to expose the opponent's ruse. He intended to awaken them to the folly of their actions through battle, compelling them to submit entirely. Darkrai, use Dark Void, Yi-Yun commanded, launching his offensive with the same move once again. The effectiveness of a tactic does not diminish with repetition. This is an immutable truth. Psyduck, unleash Hydro Pump to obliterate its Dark Void. Psyduck's crimson gem radiated with a fierce red glow as a powerful jet of water erupted from its mouth, roaring fiercely as it collided with Darkrai's Dark Void. With a tremendous roar, the entire arena was enveloped in a thick white mist. The water jet was dismantled, scattering across the battlefield, while the Dark Void was torn asunder. Interesting, it seems the Mamba Fruit has significantly augmented this fellow's strength, Yi-Yun mused, a playful smile creeping onto his lips as he marveled at Psyduck's display of power. Under normal circumstances, Psyduck would surely be outmatched by Darkrai, yet now, it was managing to hold its own, even exhibiting a slight edge, underscoring the immense enhancement the Mamba Fruit provided. However, Yi-Yun remained unfazed, resolutely commanding Darkrai to attack. Use Dark Pulse. Despite Psyduck's bolstered capabilities, overcoming Darkrai would not be an easy feat. Psyduck utilized Surf. Gong Sun Chu responded in kind, switching up his tactics. A terrifying aura of darkness surged forth from Darkrai, rushing towards Psyduck with unrelenting ferocity. In turn, Psyduck conjured a massive wave beneath it, crashing towards Darkrai. With a hiss, the dark pulse pierced through the wave, striking Psyduck and sending it flying from the surf. The colossal wave then slammed down upon Darkrai. Suddenly, Darkrai roared in defiance, bursting forth from the wave's grasp, while Psyduck skidded several meters before coming to a halt, gazing intently at the soaring Darkrai. In that moment, both Yiyun and Gong Sun Chu refrained from issuing commands, yet the two Pokémon instinctively charged forward. The clash of dark energy and water energy erupted in explosions and splashes, generating shockwaves that radiated outward. The battle between the two Pokémon escalated to a fever pitch. Gong Sun Chu anxiously observed the fray, fearful of missing any detail, silently rooting for Psyduck's victory. Conversely, Yiyun remained unruffled, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match. Now unleash Dark Void. Seizing the opportunity, Yiyun once again issued his command. In an instant, a shroud of dark energy enveloped Psyduck, who barely had time to react before being drawn into the black hole. This is it, another Dark Void. Once pulled in, Psyduck will be met with the fearsome Dream Eater. No one can evade this combination attack. Alas, it seems our Huadu Pokemon University is destined for defeat. Damn it. What a disgrace to be single-handedly defeated by someone from Magic City. If I go out after this, I will be too embarrassed to declare myself a student of Huadu Pokemon University. Just as the crowd simmered with resentment, a piercing scream suddenly jolted everyone from their despair. Look, Psyduck has emerged from the Dark Void. It hasn't fallen into slumber. Chapter 60. What of eating the fruit? In the arena, Psyduck's eyes glowed a fierce red, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The chilling and vicious aura radiating from it caused Yiyun, even from a distance, to furrow his brow. The spectators were left dumbfounded, their hearts a tumult of emotions, shock mingled with fear. Has the effect of the Mamba fruit taken hold? Yiyun murmured, his brow knitting together. System, what is going on? Why is it immune to Darkray's Dark Void? Master, it is the Mamba fruit that has propelled Psyduck into an excited state, the system explained. Pokemon in an excited state are immune to sleep effects. Yiyun raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. The Mamba fruit has such extraordinary effects. Indeed. Furthermore, once in an excited state, Pokemon become immune to fear, paralysis, and various negative statuses. The system's revelations astonished Yiyun yet again. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly innocuous Mamba fruit could possess such extensive benefits. Alas, the harm it inflicted upon the Pokemon was still far too great. Were it not for this, Yiyun would have sought out a few for his own Pokemon to sample. Well done, Psyduck. Haha. Without the synergy of Dark Void and Dream Eater, how do you plan to defeat me now? Just lie down and accept your fate. Gong Sun Chu suddenly burst into raucous laughter, exuding arrogance. Psyduck's newfound strength ignited his hopes of victory, painting a vivid picture of rare Pokemon eggs cradled in his arms. Excitement coursed through him, his complexion flushed, blood surging within him, the veins in his neck visibly pulsating with fervor. Not only he, but Huang Xiaojun also became animated, his aged face contorting into a sinister grin. Excellent. Let's take him down. Let us finish off that little brat. Although Fang Zheng did not exhibit the same frenzied demeanor as Huang Xiaojun, he nonetheless breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a considerable weight lifted from his heart. At last, he had withstood the pressure. To his astonishment, Gouter, under Gong Sun Chu's command, proved to be quite formidable, managing to evade Darkray's Dark Void. Without the synergy of Dark Void, the Dream Eater move could not be executed, significantly diminishing Darkray's combat prowess. Hope for victory was rekindled at Huadu Pokemon University. Many faces within the university radiated with excitement, as if they could see the goddess of victory beckoning to them. Even the cheerleaders, previously languishing in despondency, now joyfully danced with elegance, their voices rising in a crescendo of encouragement for Gong Sun Chu. Gong Sun Chu, too, was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his body trembling with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. This was the first time in his life he had garnered such attention, a sensation he relished, soaring on a cloud of euphoria. His confidence swelled considerably. Gouter, unleash Hydro Pump. However, once one becomes overly elated, misfortune often lurks nearby. This was precisely the strategy Yiyun had in mind. Laugh and rejoice, for soon you shall discover just how fragile your so-called hope truly is. With a cold smirk, Yiyun issued a command to Darkrai. Darkrai, employ Confine. Yiyun chose not to confront Gouter head-on, but opted instead to first bind the opponent's offensive capabilities with Confine. After casting the spell, a mysterious force enveloped Gouter, rendering it unable to unleash Hydro Pump. Seizing the opportunity, Yiyun initiated his own attack. Utilize Ominous Wind. The eerie wind swirled towards Gouter. Did you think only you could use Confine? Gong Sun Chu retorted, unperturbed. Gouter, evade it, then counter with confine. Gong Sun Chu clearly intended to retaliate against Yi Yun. A mysterious force descended from above, and even the phantom beast Darkrai could not evade, falling victim to the confined spell, temporarily unable to cast ominous wind again. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a radiant multicolored light enveloped Darkrai, bathing it in a divine glow. Could it be that its abilities had been significantly augmented? Indeed, it was the special effect of ominous wind, enhancing all of Darkrai's attributes by one level. Curse it, the heavens do not favor Huadu Pokemon University. Darkrai's overall power had increased, which was undoubtedly fortuitous news for Yi Yun. Fortune smiles upon me. Since the heavens have bestowed such aid, I shall swiftly conclude this battle. Darkrai, execute a critical hit. Darkrai possessed an array of formidable attacks, and even under the influence of Confine, its combat strength remained formidable. How infuriating. Why is he able to enhance his abilities? I refuse to accept this. Gouter, unleash Surf and defeat it. Gong Sun Chu was incensed, his jealousy driving him into a frenzy. With a guttural cry, Gouter conjured a massive wave to crash upon Darkrai. In a flash, Darkrai maneuvered like a fish leaping through the waves, swiftly positioning itself behind Gouter. Extending its shadowy hand, Darkrai's claws struck Gouter's back with the precision of a razor-sharp sword. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Gouter's back was almost rent asunder. 5 gruesome claw marks oozing bright crimson blood. Its delicate muscles rolled outward, starkly contrasting against the sanguine fluid. This strike inflicted grave wounds upon Gouter. With a pained cry, Gouter retaliated with a water gun. However, Darkrai seemingly anticipated this, effortlessly dodging with a slight tilt of its head. Almost immediately, another critical hit landed upon Gouter's back. Gouter emitted a pitiful wail, staggering before plummeting from the waves, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to rise again. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Yi Yun has triumphed once more. Huadu Pokemon University has achieved a remarkable victory. Well done, Yi. You truly excelled. Yi Yun, you are incredible. Yi Yun, 666. The first to respond were Zhou Yin and the others, their faces alight with elation as they cheered for Yi Yun. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you have defeated my Gouter? My Gouter has consumed. Gong Sun Chu could scarcely accept the reality before him, staggering backward until he collapsed, mirroring the fate of his Gouter. Chapter 61. Expose and Slander? Are you implying that your Gouter consumed the Mamba fruit, yet still fell to my Darkrai? Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding the fallen Gong Sun Chu as he spoke. Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly in the ears of every onlooker. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Mamba fruit? What is that? I've never heard of it. Ignoramus, you don't even know about the forbidden fruit, Mamba fruit? I genuinely question whether you deserve to be here. Who would have thought your secret would be revealed? I confess, my uncle's second cousin's third uncle is the dean. But why is Mamba fruit considered forbidden? Because it is expressly banned by the Alliance. It can inflict unimaginable harm upon Pokemon. That sounds terrifying. If it were me, I would never allow my Pokemon to consume Mamba fruit. Not just you. Nearly all trainers would refrain from letting their Pokemon consume Mamba fruit. To us trainers, Pokemon are not merely tools for battle. They are our partners, our friends, our family. And what of Gong Sun Chu? If Gong Sun Chu truly allowed Gouter to consume Mamba fruit, he would not only incur the ire of all trainers, but also face repercussions from the school and the Alliance. At that moment, every gaze turned towards Gong Sun Chu in the arena. Losing is not shameful. Employing underhanded methods and still losing is the true disgrace. Gong Sun Chu now found himself at the center of a storm. Should he admit to it, he would undoubtedly be met with universal disdain. The crowd could drown him in their collective spittle. No, I absolutely cannot admit it. Otherwise, I'm finished. Gong Sun Chu's inner turmoil screamed as he glared at Yi Yun with venomous eyes. You are spouting nonsense. You must believe me. He is slandering me. I am an elite student of Huadu Pokemon University. How could I allow my Pokemon to consume Mamba fruit? It is Yi Yun who is defaming me, defaming our university. Gong Sun Chu vehemently denied the accusations, turning to Feng Zheng and Huang Xiaojun. Dean, Minter, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Yi Yun has no evidence and is slandering me. He has openly insulted Huadu Pokemon University and must face severe punishment. Not only did Gong Sun Chu refuse to admit guilt, but he also sought to turn the tables on Yi Yun. Huang Xiaojun harbored a deep-seated prejudice against Yi Yun. Now that he had found a suitable justification to suppress him, he was unwilling to let the opportunity pass. He abruptly rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yun, and coldly declared, Yi Yun, Your audacity to insult a student of Huadu Spirit University is utterly unforgivable. Kneel and apologize at once. Or do not blame me for being unmerciful. This time, Huang Xiaojun had learned to be cunning, releasing his own spirit first. Should Yi Yun dare utter even a single negative word, his accompanying Ducker Flame beast would undoubtedly be the first to pounce. Yi Yun responded with a derisive laugh, mocking. Old fool, if your brain is malfunctioning, that's one thing, but have your eyes also gone blind? Open your eyes wide and take a good look at whether his Psyduck has any issues. Huang Xiaojun's face turned a deep shade of purple from Yi Yun's words, his rage surging to its peak. You, little brat, how dare you insult me? I will ruin you. Consumed by fury, Huang Xiaojun disregarded the principles of respect for elders and the ethics of fairness, directly ordering his Ducker Flame beast to attack Yi Yun. At that moment, Zhou Yin unexpectedly stepped forward. Instructor Huang, isn't it a bit excessive to bully the weak? Regardless of the situation, Yi Yun is still a student of our Modu Spirit University. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first contend with me. Zhou Yin was assertive, showing no signs of retreat. He tossed out a pokeball with a single hand, summoning his main battle spirit to block Huang Xiaojun's Ducker Flame beast. Huang Xiaojun, cease this at once. Just as tensions reached a critical point, Fang Zheng suddenly intervened, halting the conflict between the two. He turned to Yi Yun, his voice grave. You claim that Gongsun Chu's Psyduck has consumed a mamba fruit. Do you have any evidence to support this? As the president of Huadu Spirit Academy, Fang Zheng could not act rashly like Huang Xiaojun, even if Yi Yun were indeed slandering Gongsun Chu. He was determined to adhere to protocol and handle the matter with fairness. Otherwise, he would inevitably become the subject of gossip. Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly. Of course, I have evidence. Huang Xiaojun, seething with indignation, interjected, Brat, don't speak carelessly. If you cannot produce evidence, I will ensure you kneel and apologize today. Yi Yun retorted sharply, Old fool, if I provide evidence, will you not also have to kneel and apologize to me? The words left Huang Xiaojun speechless. In truth, he had noticed that Gongsun Chu's Psyduck was somewhat peculiar, hence he dared not gamble with Yi Yun. Seeing Huang Xiaojun at a loss for words, Yi Yun scoffed, showing no mercy. Humph, coward. If you lack the courage, do not imitate others in making a fuss. It's as if a wild dog has wandered out. Yi Yun's words were laced with provocation, igniting Huang Xiaojun's fury to a boiling point. You seek death. Huang Xiaojun roared, ready to attack Yi Yun once more, but was restrained by Fang Zheng. Go back. You have completely disgraced Huadu Spirit University. If you dare to act shamelessly again, do not blame me for turning against you. Fang Zheng's admonition startled Huang Xiaojun, extinguishing his fiery rage in an instant. President, Huang Xiaojun stammered, too frightened to continue his tirade. At that moment, Fang Zheng turned his attention to Yi Yun. Since you claim to have evidence, let us see it. However, I must warn you, if you cannot substantiate your claims, do not blame me for punishing you for publicly insulting Huadu Spirit University. Yi Yun remained unfazed, glancing at Psyduck and stating, the evidence lies within Psyduck's beak. It is widely known that mamba fruit is highly toxic. For a spirit to consume it, it must hold the mamba seed in its mouth to neutralize the fruit's poison. Thus, to ascertain whether Psyduck had ingested mamba fruit, one need only check for the presence of the seed in its beak. The crowd was momentarily enlightened. Indeed, this was the simplest method to determine if Psyduck had consumed mamba fruit. Gongsun Chu, have your Psyduck open its mouth for all to see. Fang Zheng affirmed Yi Yun's reasoning, turning to Gongsun Chu. Instantly, Gongsun Chu's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat trickling down his back. Both he and Yi Yun were acutely aware that Psyduck had indeed consumed mamba fruit. President, Gongsun Chu began to stammer, hesitating to command Psyduck to open its mouth. Observing his reluctance, Fang Zheng's face darkened, and he coldly inquired, what is the matter? Have you truly fed Psyduck mamba fruit? Gongsun Chu found himself in a dilemma, unsure how to respond. Yet, he knew that if it were revealed that he had fed Psyduck mamba fruit, his life would be irrevocably ruined. With this thought, Gongsun Chu's resolve hardened. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not fear a lack of firewood. In a moment of desperation, he covertly commanded Psyduck to swallow the mamba fruit. Though Psyduck hesitated, it ultimately obeyed its master's command. Gongsun Chu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and have Psyduck open its mouth. Fang Zheng warned, his expression growing increasingly grim. Just then, Psyduck had already swallowed the mamba fruit. Sensing this, Gongsun Chu's face gradually regained its composure, and he looked up at the crowd with a faint smile, declaring, all right, Psyduck, open your mouth and let them see whether you have consumed the mamba fruit. Psyduck slowly opened its beak, drawing the gaze of the crowd. Strange, there is nothing inside. Laughter erupted. Haha, I told you. How could a student of Huadu Spirit University engage in such sordid acts? This is nothing but blatant slander. Yi Yun is simply disregarding Huadu Spirit University. He must be taught a severe lesson. The chant grew louder. Make him kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. The cries rang out in a surprisingly unified chorus. Both Fang Zheng and Huang Xiaojun exhaled in relief. The absence of the mamba seed confirmed that Gongsun Chu's Psyduck had not consumed the mamba fruit. Yi Yun is slandering Gongsun Chu. Yi Yun, do you have anything else to say? How dare you defame a student of Huadu Spirit University? Hurry and kneel to apologize. Huang Xiaojun was the first to voice his disdain, sneering repeatedly. Fang Zheng looked at Yi Yun with a detached expression, awaiting his apology. Even Zhou Yin furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Yi Yun, could it be that this young man was indeed slandering Gongsun Chu? Yet, that seemed implausible. He did not strike one as such a person. As the crowd turned against Yi Yun, he merely smiled nonchalantly. The absence of the mamba seed only indicates that it has been swallowed. This statement left the crowd momentarily stunned, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. That would be pure madness. Any sane person would never do such a thing. Yi Yun was deemed hopeless, his evident guilt ignored as he persisted in denial. His audacity astonishing. Stubborn and unrepentant, such a person deserves to be scorned by all. Clearly, no one believed Yi Yun's words. Huang Xiaojun erupted into a boisterous laugh, pointing at Yi Yun and taunting, "Kid, cease your futile resistance at once and kneel to apologize. If you find yourself incapable of doing so, I shall gladly assist you." Yi Yun cast Huang Xiaojun a cold glance, retorting with derision, "You, old rascal, barking like a dog, if you relish kneeling so much. Why don't you start by kneeling before me? How dare you insult me? Truly arrogant and utterly hopeless." Huang Xiaojun struck again, this time without any intervention from Fang Zheng. Observing the scene, Zhou Yin let out a bitter smile and positioned himself in front of Yi Yun. "Yi Yun, are you absolutely certain that the Golduck has ingested the mamba fruit?" Zhou Yin inquired softly. "Without a doubt," Yi Yun replied with confidence. "Very well." Zhou Yin refrained from further questioning and engaged Huang Xiaojun in battle, choosing to place his trust in Yi Yun. "Zhou Yin, do you intend to protect him?" Huang Xiaojun bellowed. "Yi Yun has brazenly defamed the students of Huadu Pokémon University. This is inexcusable. He must kneel and apologize today. Should you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhou Yin's strength was on par with Huang Xiaojun's, and neither could gain the upper hand. If Zhou Yin continued to shield Yi Yun, Huang Xiaojun would indeed be at a loss regarding how to deal with Yi Yun, whether it is defamation or not. "I shall determine that myself. It is not your place to instruct me." Zhou Yin stood his ground, clashing with Huang Xiaojun. Fang Zheng's expression turned cold, his eyes narrowing into slits. Watching the two combatants, he too felt a surge of restlessness. At that moment, Golduck suddenly began to bleed from its mouth, its body trembling violently before collapsing to the ground. "Look, what has happened to Golduck?" someone exclaimed. "It's bleeding from its mouth, its eyes are bloodshot, and it's convulsing uncontrollably. It's been poisoned, and with a lethal toxin at that." In an instant, everyone snapped back to reality. Could it be that Golduck truly ingested the mamba fruit and swallowed the pit as well? If that is the case, Golduck is surely doomed. Damn it! How could I have been so deceived? I never imagined Gongsun Chu to be such a treacherous individual. I can't believe I trusted him so completely. It makes me feel nauseous. Ha, you fools. I warned you long ago that something was amiss with Golduck. Golduck's distress also caught the attention of Fang Zheng and Huang Xiaojun. Fang Zheng narrowed his eyes, fixating on the trembling Gongsun Chu, and asked in a low voice, "Gongsun Chu, what is going on?" However, Gongsun Chu was now in a state of utter shock, completely disoriented. He collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself as if lost in a fevered dream. "I'm sorry, Golduck. It wasn't intentional, I swear. I merely sought to deceive them. And then I would have you spit out the fruit. But that damned Yin didn't he give me a chance. He didn't he give me a chance at all. It's all his fault. He is the one who harmed you. He is the one who has ruined my future, my entire life. I cannot accept this. I am filled with rage. I will take revenge. Yes, I will take revenge. That damned Yi Yun, return my future. Return my Golduck." Gongsun Chu had gone mad, his eyes bloodshot like a beast bent on destruction, unleashing all his Pokémon and charging toward Yi Yun. Yet, Yi Yun merely sneered in response. To him, Gongsun Chu's Pokémon were nothing more than mere jesters. "Lucario, I leave them to you." Yi Yun recalled Darkrai and released Lucario. Lucario nodded, swiftly merging into the throng of Pokémon. Whoosh! Bang! In a flash, blue energy erupted continuously. One by one, the aura spheres detonated, illuminating the entire arena. In less than half a minute, Lucario had dispatched all of Gongsun Chu's Pokémon. As blue flames enveloped the area, Yi Yun strode toward Gongsun Chu and placed his foot upon his face. Scum! You cannot even protect your own Pokémon. You are utterly unworthy of being called a trainer. Gongsun Chu lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, tears streaming from his eyes. It was unclear whether it was due to the pain of being stepped on or the remorse within his heart. Chapter 63, The Journey Resumes. Yi Yun, what are you doing? How dare you publicly assault a student of Huadu Pokémon University? You show utter disrespect for our institution. Huang Xiaojun, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, berating Yi Yun without hesitation. Yi Yun did not acquiesce. He replied with scorn, Old rascal, are your eyes blind? Do you not see Golduck's condition on the ground? Shall I enlighten you, the so-called mentor of Huadu Pokémon University, on the fate of Pokémon that consume the Mamba fruit? I warn you, do not provoke me further, or I shall deal with you as well. Yi Yun's tone was far from courteous, launching a tirade against Huang Xiaojun that left him utterly bewildered. For a long time, Huang Xiaojun could only stand there in shock, his heaving chest betraying the tumult of emotions within. Meanwhile, Golduck's muscles had begun to wither, akin to a dehydrated creature. Its color darkened, emitting a faint stench of decay. Fang Zheng merely glanced at it and recognized this as the consequence of consuming the Mamba fruit. Immediately, his expression darkened. Gongsun Chu, from this day forth, you are expelled from Huadu Pokémon University. Furthermore, I shall report your actions regarding the Mamba fruit to the Alliance. Consider your future. Fang Zheng proclaimed before turning away, his face etched with cold resolve. He could no longer bear to remain in this place. As for the mess left behind, it was now Huang Xiaojun's responsibility to clean up, being the lead mentor for this outing. Huang Xiaojun, finally coming to his senses, looked at Golduck's lifeless body, his expression darkening to an extreme. He had never anticipated that Gongsun Chu would indeed administer the Mamba fruit to Golduck. Even he, whose character was often criticized, found such actions utterly despicable. Gongsun Chu's conduct would undoubtedly earn him the scorn of all. You two, remove Golduck's body. You three, apprehend Gongsun Chu and await the Alliance's judgment. Huang Xiaojun ordered those beside him. The two tasked with carrying the body did so without hesitation, moving swiftly to lift Golduck's remains. However, the three assigned to capture Gongsun Chu hesitated, standing frozen, unwilling to approach. After all, Gongsun Chu lay beneath Yi Yun's foot, and they felt too embarrassed to confront him. Moreover, they were intimidated by Yi Yun's displayed power, fearing that approaching him might provoke his ire. What are you all dawdling for? Get going. Huang Xiaojun bellowed, his anger palpable. Huang mentor, Gongsun Chu is with Yi Yun. The three stammered, unable to summon the courage to approach, even avoiding Yi Yun's gaze. Huang Xiaojun, exasperated by their lack of initiative, glared at them and scolded, You worthless idiots. What are you afraid of? Do you think he can beat all three of you? Without further protest, they steeled themselves and trudged forward. At worst, it would simply mean enduring a beating. Compared to incurring the wrath of Huang Xiaojun, they would rather take a thrashing. After all, they were still students of Huadu Elf University and would inevitably have to interact with Huang Xiaojun in the future, should he truly hold a grudge against them. A few minor inconveniences would be more than enough to make their lives miserable. As the three approached to retrieve the fallen, Yi Yun did not make things difficult for them. With a casual kick, he sent Gongsun Chu rolling away. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he turned and departed from the arena. The audience in the stands, beholding Yi Yun's commanding silhouette, immediately erupted into discussions. This kid is far too arrogant, isn't he? Huh. If I possessed his strength, I would be even more audacious. Indeed, it's simply outrageous. Who would have thought that such a prodigy would emerge from Modu Elf University? It's making me consider transferring there. I feel the same way. How about we both drop out and enroll at Modu Elf University together? Do you think they'd accept students like us? No worries. My aunt's cousin's brother-in-law is a mentor at Modu Elf University, so it's bound to work out. Not only the male students, but the female students also gazed adoringly at Yi Yun's retreating figure, their eyes sparkling with infatuation, wishing they could leap into his arms. Oh my gosh, I think I'm in love again. Squeal. That handsome guy is exactly my type. I must call my daddy right now and tell him I want to transfer to Modu Elf University. Oh, Yi Yun, dear, please do ravage me. I am willing to do anything for you. Hee hee, my darling. I'm going to conquer you with all my charms. Well done, young man. That slap you delivered has left Huadu Elf University utterly humiliated. Not only that, but we at Modu Elf University have also gained a significant sense of pride. Once we return, I will report this to the higher-ups and strive to secure the greatest reward for you. Upon seeing Yi Yun's return, Zhou Yin seized him excitedly, exclaiming, Yi Yun, you mustn't be so modest. You've brought glory to our school. Yi Yun, however, calmly shook his head, replying, Director Zhou, it was merely a small effort. There is no need for such praise. Besides, I am a student of Modu Elf University, so it is only natural to bring honor to my school. As for any rewards, I would be satisfied with just a semi-divine offspring. Initially, Zhou Yin felt gratified by Yi Yun's words. But the last statement made him involuntarily twitch his mouth. You sly lad, so you've been holding back your true strength for my sake. Nevertheless, given that Yi Yun had brought embarrassment to Huadu Elf University while elevating the prestige of Modu Elf University, asking for a semi-divine offspring did not seem excessive. I will do my utmost. I should be able to secure that for you, Zhou Yin stated earnestly. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Really, Director? I cannot thank you enough. Although Yi Yun had merely been jesting, he had not anticipated the possibility becoming a reality. Zhou Yan's promise brought him immense surprise. But don't rejoice too soon. I can only strive for it. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain, Zhou Yan chuckled. Yi Yun patted his chest, his eyes resolute. Have faith, Director. I believe you will succeed. Zhou Yan merely sighed. After departing from Huadu Elf University, Zhou Yan led everyone onto the school bus, eager to return to Modu Elf University. He was keen to share this wonderful news with everyone. Chapter 64, New Classmate. Wang Defa. At Modu Elf University, after bidding farewell to Zhou Yin and the others, Yi Yun proceeded to his class. The educational system at Modu Elf University is notably humane, allowing students to select their courses freely, attending those they prefer. However, the university does maintain certain expectations from its students. At the end of each academic year, every student must accumulate sufficient credits to advance. Failure to do so results in being held back a year. Thus, even though Yi Yun had no immediate intentions of attending classes, he still needed to choose some courses. As for whether he would attend them later, that would depend on his mood. As long as he passed the final assessments, he would earn the necessary credits. So he was not overly concerned about being unable to advance. Deciding to first check on his class, Yi Yun, though not fond of socializing, felt it prudent to familiarize himself with his new classmates. With that thought in mind, he made his way to his classroom. Yi Yun's class was the elite Class 1, the finest in the entire Modu Elf University. Given Yi Yun's status, entering such a prestigious class was hardly a loss of face. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yi Yun arrived at his classroom, where several students were already mingling and getting acquainted. His arrival drew considerable attention. Wow, a handsome new guy has arrived. My prey has appeared. Ah, is he looking at me? Oh my. It seems he really is looking at me. How embarrassing. Damn, this guy is strikingly impressive, nearly on par with me. The pressure is overwhelming. Have some modesty. What audacity. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words, or else don't blame me for being rough. Yi Yun found an empty seat and sat down. Just then, a somewhat plump, good-natured boy approached him. Yi Yun surveyed him. The boy had exceptionally smooth skin, reminiscent of a baby's, soft and radiant, albeit with a slightly rotund figure, a noticeable belly, and 2 rolls of excess flesh that might make some girls feel self-conscious. Nevertheless, the boy's features were quite refined, with large eyes sparkling brightly, akin to Yi Yun's sister, Yi. Hello, buddy. Let us get acquainted. I'm Wang Defa. May I ask what you go by? The boy introduced himself, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. He seemed to have lost some of his innocence and gained a hint of lewdness. Yi Yun, he replied politely, though with a slightly peculiar expression. The boy's name struck him as amusing. Huh, why do I feel like you're stifling a laugh? Wang Defa noticed Yi Yun's odd demeanor and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Yi Yun quickly denied it. No, you must be mistaken. Oh, Wang Defa nodded skeptically. Not pressing further. Buddy, anyone who can enter this class is remarkable. Care to share your strength level? Yi Yun pondered for a moment, sensing the need for humility. He spoke, it's quite low. I can only manage to spar with a few old-timers. Wang Defa looked unconvinced, waving his hand dismissively. Come on, don't be modest. Anyone in this class is at least a senior trainer. How could you only be up against old-timers? Unlike me, who is an elite trainer. There are hardly any like us in this class. Wang Defa raised his thumb, a proud expression on his face. He then looked at Yi Yun with the demeanor of an elder imparting wisdom to a junior, earnestly advising, Buddy, if your strength really isn't high, don't be disheartened. After all, encountering a genius like me is quite rare. Yi Yun nodded noncommittally. Wang Defa then inquired with an air of bravado. How formidable is your strength? Yi Yun gazed at the ceiling, gesturing with his hand, approximately as high as a dozen stories. Could you be more specific? Well, I could easily overpower all of you. Wang Defa's lips twitched, clearly suspecting Yi Yun was bragging. Don't believe me? Yian raised an eyebrow and asked. Not a chance. Wang Defa shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Then let us step outside for a few rounds. Come on, whoever backs down is a coward. In the student arena, Wang Defa and Yi Yun prepared for their duel, attracting a considerable number of onlookers, many of whom were from their class. Who do you think will win? It's definitely Yi Yun. That goes without saying. Why? Because he's handsome. Oh, brother Wang Defa is pretending to be a simpleton again. It seems that pretty boy is in for a rough time. Is Wang Defa really that strong? Absolutely. Just wait. He will astonish you. Brother, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll send out my Pokémon first to give you an advantage. Wang Defa declared with confidence. Yi Yun did not refuse. After all, why not take advantage of a free gift? Hee, let me show you my mighty King of Leave. With that, a flash of white light erupted from the Pokeball. Almost immediately, a Pokémon of colossal stature appeared in the arena, known as the King of Leave, reputed to challenge legendary beasts. The King of Leave, a normal-type Pokémon, boasted an astounding base stat total of 680, rivaling that of first-tier deities. Had it not been for its rather lackluster ability, it would undoubtedly be classified as a first-tier god-level entity. Yi Yun felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Wang Defa possessed such a formidable Pokémon. An intriguing battle awaits. Lucario, go confront it, Yi Yun said nonchalantly. Utilizing the system's capabilities, he assessed the strength of the King of Leave, discovering it was at level 38. Quite impressive, yet still lacking in comparison to Lucario. Moreover, Lucario had a distinct advantage in type and could undergo Mega Evolution, making the prospect of defeating a mere King of Leave trivial. Lucario. When Lucario emerged, the smile on Wang Defa's face abruptly froze. The Wave Guide Warrior? Brother, impressive, but still lacking when compared to me. Wang Defa laughed heartily, exuding arrogance. Even in the face of the Wave Guide Warrior Lucario, he was confident that his King of Leave could end the battle with a single punch. Chapter 65. Can your Lucario lay eggs? Oh, so you think you're quite something, huh? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wang Defa puffed out his chest pridefully, declaring, I'm incredibly awesome, you know. Yi Yun chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. If that's the case, let me raise the stakes a bit. Come on, I can handle it all. Wang Defa boasted, his chest puffing out as several nearby girls lowered their heads in embarrassment. Lucario Mega Evolve. Yi Yun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he placed his finger on his ring. Instantly, a cascade of multicolored light surged from the ring, transforming into a radiant crimson ribbon that enveloped Lucario. A Wu Lucario howled to the heavens, its form beginning to transform. What the Mega Evolution? Are you kidding me? Wang Defa exclaimed, leaping from the ground in shock. If it were merely an ordinary Lucario, he would have felt unbothered. After all, Lucario's base stats were just over 500, still significantly lower than the King of Leave. However, once Mega Evolution was activated, Lucario's base stats would soar above 600, narrowing the gap with the King of Leave. Coupled with the advantage of type, the King of Leave might not be able to dispatch Lucario after all. Wang Defa began to panic, the earlier confidence evaporating. The spectators around them widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions revealing their surprise. While they could comprehend Lucario's presence, the concept of Mega Evolution was bewildering. A student wielding the power of Mega Evolution was nearly unfathomable, especially since many instructors at the Magical City Pokémon University had yet to master it. Jealousy, admiration, and awe permeated the air, complicating the atmosphere around them. So handsome and powerful, how I wish he could be my boyfriend. Sister, I think I'm in love with him. Little sister, I think I might be in love with him too. Darn it, sisters are so lucky. Why can't such fortune fall upon me? King of Leave. Use Hammer Arm. In a bid to seize the initiative, Wang Defa chose to strike first, commanding the King of Leave to unleash its most potent move. Roar. The King of Leave bellowed, leaping into the air. With arms raised high, it brought them crashing down. The sheer force generated a tempest, akin to a mountain descending from the heavens, intent on crushing Mega Lucario. Dodge it, then unleash Wave Bomb. Yi Yun commanded calmly. Lucario retreated half a meter, coalescing a wave bomb in its hand. Boom. The King of Leave plummeted, its powerful arms smashing into the ground, creating a crater beneath. A gust of wind surged forth, forcing Mega Lucario to stagger back. Mega Lucario, braving the fierce winds, managed to launch the wave bomb. Whoosh. The wave bomb soared through the storm towards the King of Leave, who lay motionless on the ground, having succumbed to sleep due to its ability, which triggered after each move it executed. Bang! An explosion echoed as the wave bomb's energy impacted the King of Leave. Despite its massive form, akin to a small mountain, it was sent flying. Yet Yi Yun was undeterred and commanded Mega Lucario to unleash another wave bomb. The second wave bomb was even larger, containing greater energy than the first. Meanwhile, the King of Leave remained in slumber. Boom. The second wave bomb radiated a dazzling blue light, hurtling toward the King of Leave. Just then, the King of Leave suddenly awakened. Heavens, it actually woke up. I wonder if it can withstand Mega Lucario's strike. Almost in a split second, the King of Leave raised its fist, a manic expression crossing its face as it struck out at the oncoming wave bomb. This is utterly insane. It's going to take the wave bomb head on. Truly, the King of Leave was formidable, a real-life one-punch man. Wang Defa, in a voice strained from exertion, bellowed, "King of Leave, shatter it for me." Boom. The explosion reverberated through the heavens, as azure energy cascaded across the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. Roar. Two furious howls erupted simultaneously, and a tempest of blue energy engulfed the arena. The storm rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes, shrouding the outcome of the battle in a thick fog. Who emerged victorious? This was the unspoken question echoing in the hearts of all present. As the tempest subsided, the crowd involuntarily turned their gazes toward the arena. The King of Leave was nowhere to be found. Only the dog god remained. The Super Lucario triumphed. There was nothing surprising about that. Indeed, this was the inner thought of Yi Yun. Others, however, held a different perspective. What the heck? Such ferocity. The Super Lucario managed to topple the King of Leave in just 2 moves? What? The King of Leave was vanquished by Lucario in a single blow? Huh. The King of Leave was done in by Lucario? My goodness, the King of Leave and Lucario just. Wang Defa stared blankly at the composed Yi Yun, his eyes gradually brightening with excitement. In the next moment, he jiggled his ample flesh and dashed toward Yi Yun. In the midst of Yi Yun's astonished gaze, Wang Defa clung to his thigh, looking pitifully at him and adorably pleading, "Big shot, please take me along." Yi Yun immediately felt a wave of despair. Can you imagine a chubby fellow weighing over 200 pounds clinging to your leg while trying to act cute? No, you cannot. Get off, get off. I'm not into that, Yi Yun said, his face darkening as he forcibly pulled Wang Defa from his thigh. Wang Defa, undeterred, clung to Yi Yun with a fawning expression. "Yi Go, your Lucario is simply incredible. Where did you get it? Can you spare one for me?" Yi Yun shook his head. "It's a rare find." A hint of disappointment flickered across Wang Defa's face, but then a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Yi Go, can your Lucario breed? My King of Leave is in need of a companion." "Yi Yun? Lucario? Is this something a person can even ask? Perhaps I am not human, but you are undeniably a dog." Chapter 66. He is getting anxious. My Lucario is male, so don't even think about it. To prevent Wang Defa from pursuing the topic endlessly, Yi Yun decisively quashed his hopes. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Wang Defa's face as he muttered to himself. What a pity, if only my King of Leave were female. Wang Defa's King of Leave was a bona fide male, incapable of mating with the same-sex Lucario. I wonder if that would even work. After one plan failed, Wang Defa concocted another and looked again at Lucario. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. Yi Yun and Lucario exchanged glances, both recognizing Wang Defa's intentions. Instantly, their faces paled, and a cold sweat broke out on their brows. Without a word, Lucario turned and dove into its pokeball, refusing to emerge. Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly as he bolted away, distancing himself from Wang Defa. Birds of a feather flocked together, Yi Yun mused, deeming Wang Defa's thoughts perilous. No, not just his thoughts. Even Wang Defa himself was exceedingly dangerous. For the sake of his future, Yi Yun resolved to keep his distance. Should he ever find himself in a situation where he was truly turned, who would save his sister? No way, no way. For his sister's sake, Yi Yun had to draw a clear line with Wang Defa. However, Yi Yun underestimated the tenacity of Wang Defa's persistence. He had not anticipated that Wang Defa's audacity had reached such heights. To put it metaphorically, a missile could explode against his face without leaving a mark. Don't follow me. I heard there's a female Lucario at the Pokémon breeding center. If you truly want one, you can try there. Yi Yun concocted a flimsy excuse to dismiss Wang Defa. Yet, Wang Defa was not easily fooled. He did not believe Yi Yun's words. "Humph, I'm the one who frequents the breeding center daily. How could I not know if there's a female Lucario?" Wang Defa scoffed internally, then looked up at Yi Yun with a grin. "Yi Go, can we negotiate a bit more? I believe we shouldn't be so rigid. Times are changing, and thoughts are evolving. We mustn't cling to outdated ideas. I think it's worth a try. Besides, since Lucario isn't in a hurry to refuse, I believe it's inconsiderate of you not to take Lucario's feelings into account." Wang Defa cited examples and argued his case. Yi Yun's face turned as dark as coal, and the corners of his eyes twitched incessantly. At that moment, He felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Wang Defa. Damn it. Why doesn't Lucario come out of its Pokeball? Can't you gauge the situation? However, he restrained himself, returning to the classroom in silence. Debating with someone incorrigible would only drag him down to their level. Ye good, don't leave. Wait for me. Wang Defa called out, trailing after him. Upon returning to the classroom, Yi Yun finally found a moment of peace. It dawned on him just how delightful the teacher's voice was. In the afternoon, after the instructor outlined the important points regarding course selection, the time for selecting courses arrived. Yi Yun had no intention of attending classes. Thus, he selected his courses solely based on credit value. High credit courses were all within his grasp. Low credit ones? Well, they were not entirely off the table. Among them was a course that piqued his interest, Appreciation of Beautiful Pokémon, Lowly Edition. The course content was straightforward, focusing on a comprehensive appreciation of female Pokémon that were charming and cute in appearance. Yi Yun found this course quite appealing. Whether it was about Lolas or not was irrelevant. He simply enjoyed appreciating Pokémon. This will do, he murmured as he finalized his course selections. Just then, the lecherous-looking Wang Defa sidled up to him. Oh, so it turns out you're into that kind of thing, huh? Wang Defa's voice was laced with mockery. Yi Yun remained unperturbed, adopting an upright demeanor. Please refrain from projecting your sordid thoughts onto my noble soul. I selected this course solely to fulfill my credit requirements. Wang Defa scoffed, hands clasped behind his head, whistling nonchalantly as he muttered, My brother is named Shunlu. He adores little Lolas, yet he just won't admit it. Pretending to find excuses. Slap. Yi Yun landed a kick squarely on Wang Defa's backside, sending him sprawling to the ground. That's what you get for being annoying. For being so talkative. For looking for trouble. Yi Yun launched a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Wang Defa dazed. Hey, I was talking about my brother Shunlu. I didn't mention you. Why are you getting so worked up? Wang Defa protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Although he had been somewhat insinuating, he genuinely did have a brother named Shunlu who had a penchant for little Lolas, especially those with white hair. However, he could never have anticipated that Yi Yun would suddenly become agitated and proceed to give him a sound thrashing. Fortunately, Yi Yun merely intended to intimidate him and did not exert his full strength. Otherwise, his eyes would undoubtedly have swelled. After this lesson, Wang Defa became considerably more subdued. Standing quietly to the side without uttering a word, Yi Yun was quite satisfied, patting him on the shoulder. A promising student indeed. Although I have just given you a beating, you shall come to thank me in the future. Your temperament is rather poor, making you prone to being bullied. My actions today are intended to make you reflect, to prevent you from suffering in the world outside. After all, individuals like me, who genuinely care for their friends, are few and far between. Are you moved? Yi Yun looked at Wang Defa with a smile. Wang Defa, frightened, hurriedly waved his hands, too intimidated to move. Huh. Oh. I'm touched. I'm always touched. As he spoke, a few genuine tears welled up in his eyes. As long as you're moved. In that case, you owe me a favor now. I am not one who enjoys having debts of gratitude hanging over me. You must repay me. Yi Yun spoke earnestly. Wang Defa swallowed hard, struggling to respond. How do I repay you? Yi Yun smiled slightly. How about a lazy king? Please fetch me one as well. Yi Yun had long been coveting the lazy king. After all, it possessed a rarity comparable to that of a top-tier mythical beast. If he could capture one and then leverage the system's power to alter its characteristics, it would be tantamount to possessing a first-tier mythical beast of the general type. Such an opportunity was certainly not to be missed. Wang Defa breathed a sigh of relief, his tension easing slightly. He had thought that Yi Yun desired something else. Brother Yi, if you want one, you could try your luck in the wild forest. I captured my lazy king there. Wang Defa explained. The wild forest? Yi Yun squinted, murmuring to himself. Moments later, he suddenly turned to Wang Defa. Are you busy at the moment? Wang Defa shook his head. Then come with me to the wild forest. To the very spot where you first encountered the lazy king. Yi Yun was also keen to try his luck and see if he could capture a lazy king to play with. Chapter 67. An Adventure in the Wild Forest. After selecting his classes, Yi Yun dragged Wang Defa to the wild forest. Let us head this way. I entered from here and traveled north, where I encountered the lazy king amidst a patch of grass taller than half a person. Wang Defa recounted, though his expression was far from pleasant. Clearly, this expedition was not of his own volition, but rather a result of Yi Yun's insistence. Initially, he had intended to spend his afternoon off in a foot spa, indulging in a full service to enjoy himself. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Yun had brought him here, under the pretext of an adventure. Life is akin to being taken hostage. If one cannot resist, they might as well enjoy it. Wang Defa had reluctantly chosen the latter. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Yi Yun, unfamiliar with the habitat of the lazy king, chose to trust Wang Defa wholeheartedly, thus giving him due respect. Wang Defa was also someone who understood when to concede. And throughout their journey, he refrained from complaining, leading Yi Yun deep into the wild forest. It was noon, and the wild forest was bustling with adventurers. After walking a short distance, they received numerous invitations from others hoping to form teams for exploration, all of which Yi Yun politely declined. TCH, what is the big deal? Just because you have a Lucario? You're acting like you're a champion-level expert. Some voiced their dissatisfaction with Yi Yun's attitude. Yi Yun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in conflict. Brother Yi, why didn't you showcase your strength to silence those noisy folks? Wang Defa questioned, perplexed by Yi Yun's silence. Yi Yun glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke profound wisdom. A lion does not concern itself with the provocations of wild dogs. A kuanpung does not heed the clamoring of ants. Engaging with them would only diminish one's own worth. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa felt enlightened and could not help but silently give a thumbs up. Brother Yi, impressive. This bravado certainly elevated Yi Yun's image in Wang Defa's eyes significantly. As they exchanged idle chatter, they soon ventured deeper into the wild forest. The vegetation here was even denser, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass. Golden sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, adding warmth to the shaded area. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted by, causing Yi Yun's nostrils to twitch as he caught a whiff of a sweet aroma. This scent felt so familiar. It resembled honey. Yi Yun closed his eyes, attentively trying to capture the enchanting sweetness. Wang Defa pretended to sniff the air as well, his face revealing a hint of astonishment. Indeed, I can smell it too. Wang Defa, enchanted by the sweet fragrance, inhaled deeply. So refreshing. He trembled slightly, as if experiencing a euphoric sensation. At that moment, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light shining through, his lips parting as he spoke. If I am not mistaken, this should be the scent of Vespiquen honey. Vespiquen honey is a premium honey, distinct from ordinary wildflower honey. It is produced by the bug-type Pokémon, Vespiquen, and is not only delicious but fragrant. Moreover, it possesses immense nutritional value, enhancing beauty and skin for women and bolstering vitality for men, making it a rare high-end health product. Yi Yun could hardly believe that they had stumbled upon such a rare treasure. It must be said, when luck comes, it is unstoppable. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry over. If others get there before us, it would be a loss. Upon hearing that it was Vespiquen honey, Wang Defa's eyes lit up, his plump face brimming with uncontainable excitement. Let us go. First, we must secure that Vespiquen honey, and then we can search for the lazy king. Yi Yun, too, felt a surge of anticipation, his tone growing more urgent. The allure of Vespiquen honey held significant temptation for him as well. Following the scent, Yi Yun and Wang Defa altered their course and pressed forward in a different direction. Half an hour later, after navigating through a dense thicket, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. Right in front of them, a beehive as large as a truck tire hung from the cliff, emanating an enticing fragrance. Both Yi Yun and Wang Defa couldn't help but lick their lips and swallow hard. The delicacy lay tantalizingly within reach, yet they could not grasp it, igniting an itch in their hearts akin to 1,000 ants crawling over them. Brother Yi, we need to devise a plan to divert those Vespiquen, otherwise, we won't be able to get to the honey. Wang Defa scratched his head, pondering. He could charm the ladies with an array of techniques. But when it came to thinking of a clever solution, it was as if he were being put to the sword. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he entrusted this sacred and formidable task to Yi Yun. Possessing a keen intellect, Yi Yun quickly devised a commendable plan. However, all preparations were in place, save for the crucial catalyst. To execute this scheme, he required an impetus. Yi Yun silently invoked the system within his mind. System, grant me 3 ordinary draws. Lacking any tangible means, he resorted to the system, hoping for a stroke of fortune to procure the desired items. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Super Ball X1. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10,000 Alliance coins. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received a Everstone X1. Yi Yun's expression darkened. His luck appeared to be rather dismal. He had not drawn what he yearned for. Nevertheless, the third reward, the Everstone, piqued his interest slightly, uplifting his spirits. The Everstone could halt a Pokémon's evolution, a true treasure for certain species. Although its current utility was limited, it might prove advantageous in the future. Murmuring to himself, Yi Yun stowed the rewards into the system backpack. Glancing at his points, he resolutely decided to take another chance. This was a gamble for survival. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Dragon Fruit X1. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Strange Flower X1. Yi Yun's face brightened. Success. He had drawn the item he desired, the strange flower. This exceedingly rare bloom exuded a unique fragrance, incredibly alluring to Beedrill. It was rumored that a single strange flower could attract all Beedrill within a 5-kilometer radius. Yi Yun was uncertain of the veracity of this claim. But one thing was clear. The strange flower had a remarkable effect on Beedrill. He planned to use the flower to lure the Beedrill away, subsequently pilfering their honey. Chapter 68. Ingenious strategies to divert the tiger from its mountain lair. Yi Yun left Lucario behind and instructed Wang Defa, "Wait here while I draw the Beedrill away." Once they depart, swiftly gather the honey with Lucario. Wang Defa was taken aback, astonished by Yi Yun's willingness to undertake the perilous task himself, while assigning him the safest and easiest job. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Defa was moved by Yi Yun's selflessness and dedication. "All right, from now on, you are my true elder brother," he earnestly proclaimed, his voice brimming with sincerity. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Wang Defa had misunderstood his intentions. And it was a beautiful misinterpretation, one that warmed his heart. He chose not to clarify. Sometimes, benevolent misunderstandings are truly precious. "I must go now, stay vigilant," he advised before disappearing into the dense foliage. Wang Defa gazed after Yi Yun's retreating figure, determination shining in his eyes. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will secure the honey." 5 minutes later, Yi Yun felt it was time and released the Iron Mask Ninja. "Stay here with this flower and wait for the Beedrill to arrive. Once they do, flee with the flower, and we shall reconvene at the southern entrance of the forest." Yi Yun handed the strange flower to the Iron Mask Ninja, who nodded in understanding. To mitigate any potential risks of the Iron Mask Ninja being cornered by the Beedrill, Yi Yun produced the previously drawn dragon fruit and administered it to the Iron Mask Ninja. "Consume this. The dragon fruit will temporarily enhance your speed, aiding your escape from the Beedrill's pursuit." The Iron Mask Ninja did not hesitate, swallowing it whole. Instantly, a surge of pure, mysterious energy coursed through its body, invigorating every cell as they eagerly absorbed the energy. The Iron Mask Ninja felt the transformation, its wings vibrating with increased frequency, resulting in a swifter flight speed, precisely the outcome Yi Yun desired. "Be cautious. We shall meet at the southern entrance," Yi Yun reiterated before departing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Defa anxiously observed the gathering swarm of Beedrill. At that moment, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Wang Defa instinctively inhaled. "What is that delightful scent?" Buzzing. Before he could contemplate further, he noticed the Beedrill swarm growing restless, agitated by the increasingly potent aroma. The swarm began to flit about, seemingly in a state of indecision. Could this be Brother Ye's doing? Wang Defa pondered, recalling Yi Yun's earlier suggestion on how to lure the Beedrill. As the swarm's agitation escalated, it aligned perfectly with Yi Yun's plan. However, Wang Defa was puzzled about how Yi Yun had concocted such an enchanting scent that drove the Beedrill into a frenzy. As he contemplated, the Beedrill swarm, overwhelmed by the alluring fragrance, began to vacate their hive en masse. In mere moments, nearly 23 Beedrill had departed from the nest, while the remaining few fought against the overwhelming temptation. A few minutes later, the scent intensified further, and the last of the Beedrill could no longer withstand the allure, succumbing to the temptation and soaring away. In an instant, the Beedrill's nest stood deserted, save for the golden honey glistening in the sunlight, akin to a maiden's revealing attire, enticing passers-by to partake. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Yi is truly remarkable. He has indeed lured away the Beedrill. Now, it is my turn to act. With a mischievous grin, he hurriedly approached the Beedrill nest, exclaiming, "Delicious little treasures, I'm coming for you." Wang Defa, in a flurry of excitement, dashed toward the hive. Yet, as he attempted to reach for the Beedrill's nest, he realized he was too short to reach it. Lucario. Seeing this, Lucario gestured for Wang Defa to crouch down. Although puzzled, Wang Defa complied with Lucario's suggestion. Lucario assessed the Beedrill nest perched on the cliff, then glanced back at Wang Defa, nodding in approval. In the next moment, to Wang Defa's bewilderment, Lucario leaped onto his shoulder and soared into the sky. Smack! Lucario's speed was remarkable, and its leaping ability was outstanding. With the assistance of Wang Defa, it successfully reached the Beedrill's nest. Wang Defa felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that Lucario might have seen him merely as a stepping stone. However, upon witnessing Lucario's achievement in accessing the Beedrill's nest, he decided to let go of his grievances. The nest was immense, particularly laden with an unusually heavy nectar. It was cumbersome for Lucario to manage alone, prompting Wang Defa to step forward to lend a hand. "We should leave this place at once," he said with concern. "If the Beedrills return, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Lucario nodded in agreement, marking a tree to ensure that Yi Yun could locate them later. Just as they were about to depart, an unexpected rustling erupted from the bushes. A sense of dread washed over Wang Defa, and his expression grew grave. Could it be that the Beedrills have returned? He thought anxiously, instinctively reaching for the pokeball at his back. Suddenly, the underbrush parted, and a figure leapt from within. To his astonishment, it was Yi Yun returning. Yi Gu, what brings you back? What about the Beedrills? Yi Yun did not directly answer Wang Defa's questions, but instead urged, there's no time for questions. We must leave this place immediately. Although the Oddish had temporarily diverted the Beedrill swarm, their return was still uncertain. Yi Yun was keen to vacate the area. If the Beedrills came back, they would be in serious trouble. All right, Wang Defa replied, understanding that now was not the moment for inquiries. Together with Lucario, they hoisted the Beedrill nest and hastily retreated. Chapter 69, The Flight. They had not traveled far when the ominous buzzing sound emerged from behind them. Both felt a chill run down their spines, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Yi Gu, do you think the Beedrills are on our trail? Wang Defa's voice quivered as he glanced back nervously. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, we need to hurry. They are likely following the scent. The Beedrills possessed an acute sense of smell, able to detect floral fragrances from miles away, let alone the rich scent of honey. Understood, Wang Defa replied solemnly, quickening his pace. If the Beedrills caught up to them, they would undoubtedly face a painful fate. After a while, the buzzing grew increasingly distinct, and their faces turned as pale as sheets, partly from exhaustion, partly from fear. I can't go on, Yi Gu. My legs feel like they're about to give out. Wang Defa gasped, unable to hold on any longer. His stout frame made the journey arduous, and carrying the heavy Beedrill nest had pushed him to his limits. Let us hold on a bit longer. Stopping now could mean disaster if the Beedrills catch up, Yi Yun urged, though he too felt the toll of fatigue. At the mere mention of the Beedrills, Wang Defa's complexion drained of color, and he trembled involuntarily. We must hurry. I refuse to be stung into a swollen mess, he exclaimed in a panic. Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Defa's sudden change in demeanor. It was evident that the potential for a stout individual to summon unexpected reserves of energy was remarkable. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the iron-faced ninja, waiting in place, grew increasingly anxious as the Beedrills remained absent from sight. It surmised that the swarm might not have been drawn away by the Oddish, but were instead searching for its master, Yi Yun. After all, Yi Yun's actions could easily provoke the wrath of the Beedrills. Concerned for Yi Yun's safety, the iron-faced ninja wrestled with its thoughts before deciding to seek him out. Should Yi Yun find himself in peril, its strength could provide some assistance. Remaining behind while heading south to await Yi Yun felt unsettling. Resolute, the iron-faced ninja set off in the direction Yi Yun had taken. Just as it prepared to leave, a graceful pink butterfree fluttered toward it, dancing playfully in the air. The iron-faced ninja was instantly captivated. The beauty of this butterfree was breathtaking, its large, sparkling eyes resembling two radiant stars, exuding a luminous glow. Its delicate pink wings flapped gracefully, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that enchanted the senses. The iron-faced ninja found itself entranced, lost in the splendor of the butterfree. The butterfree emitted a melodious call, swirling around the iron-faced ninja. Unconsciously, it began to sway along, caught up in the moment. They danced in harmony, playfully chasing one another, momentarily forgetting their original intentions, including Yi Yun, who was left behind. Suddenly, a realization struck. They are upon us. In the depths of the forest, Yi Yun turned to see the swarm of Beedrills charging toward them, his expression shifting dramatically. The Beedrills had indeed caught up. Lucario, Superior, Darkrai, stop them. Yi Yun called out, unleashing 3 Pokémon. Wang Defa's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Yi Yun's Pokémon. Wow, Yi Gu, you're incredible. You even have a legendary Pokémon, he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Legendary Pokémon were exceedingly rare, often elusive even to the most skilled trainers. Yet here was Yi Yun, possessing one of the most formidable, Darkrai. It was utterly astonishing. Stop gaping. Do you want to be stung by the Beedrills? Yi Yun admonished, exasperated. This is not the time for awe. Though he appreciated the admiration, there were more pressing matters at hand. Wang Defa snapped back to reality, glancing back before taking off in a panicked sprint. The Beedrill swarm loomed ominously, transforming the sky into a dark cloud overhead. The buzzing of their wings filled the air, dimming the forest's light. Lucario and the other Pokémon unleashed powerful moves to fend off the Beedrills, but their numbers were overwhelming, pouring in from all directions. Despite their valiant efforts, Lucario and the others found themselves outmatched, unable to halt the relentless advance of the Beedrills. Seizing the fleeting opportunity created by Lucario's defense, Yi Yun and Wang Defa dashed deeper into the forest, while the Beedrills, having breached their line, followed closely behind, brandishing their sharp stingers in pursuit. Brother Yi, continuing to run like this is not a solution. You must think of a way, Wang Defa exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. He had been tirelessly traversing the path without a moment's respite, and now he was utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. Yi Yun's mind raced as he observed the surrounding environment, and he spoke up. If I recall correctly, there should be a lake nearby. If we can locate that lake, we may yet find salvation. Having previously studied maps of forested areas, he held some familiarity with the terrain. Wang Defa's eyes brightened as he quickly responded. This is simple. I have Maril, which can help us find that lake. He released Maril from its pokeball and asked, Maril, can you locate a lake in this vicinity? Maril wagged its tail, sniffed the air intently, and suddenly pointed excitedly in a specific direction, letting out a cheerful cry. Yi Yun and Wang Defa exchanged glances, both brimming with exhilaration. If they could find the lake, they would be able to evade the onslaught of Beedrills. Chapter 70. The Rescue by the Iron-Faced Ninja. Maril wiggled its round body and dashed ahead. Yi Yun and Wang Defa carried the Beedrill nest, closely trailing behind. Brother Yi, those creatures are catching up. Wang Defa cried out. Ouch, my backside. He yelped, suddenly sprinting past Yi Yun, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. You said you were out of energy. The Beedrill gives you a little sting, and suddenly you're full of vigor? Yi Yun muttered. You glutton, slow down. The honey's going to spill. Reluctantly, Yi Yun quickened his pace. It seemed Wang Defa had been stung by a Beedrill, as he was hopping around in front, wailing loudly. Yi Yun's voice was drowned out, and his expression darkened. A significant amount of honey began to spill due to the violent movements. Meanwhile, Wang Defa, that clumsy ally, continued to slap his backside, creating a cacophony of sounds. Lucario, use Aura Sphere to stabilize the honey. Yi Yun had no choice but to summon Lucario back to his side. Lucario, the creature responded, enveloping the honey's surface with a pale blue aura, sealing it within. Yi Yun exhaled in relief, for otherwise, they would have certainly lost a considerable amount of honey. Just then, more and more Beedrills broke through the blockade and charged towards them. Yi Yun's previously improving expression darkened once more. Brother Yi, there's a lake ahead. Ha ha, we're saved, Wang Defa shouted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Yun was startled by his exclamation and quickly looked ahead, indeed spotting a clear lake. Speed up, jump in. With hope within reach, Yi Yun's voice grew urgent. With a splash, Wang Defa leaped into the water, sending waves soaring half a meter high. Yi Yun followed closely behind, pulling the Beedrill nest into the water with him. As the nest was enveloped in aura, it remained impervious to the lake water, preventing any intrusion into the honey. The Beedrill nest was significantly denser than the lake water, and while the buoyancy produced by the nest counteracted some of the sinking force, it still continued to descend. Yi Yun clung tightly to the Beedrill nest, determined to prevent it from sinking to the bottom of the lake. However, this required immense physical effort, and before long, Yi Yun felt his arms growing sore, struggling to hold on. At that moment, a swarm of Beedrills descended upon them. Sensing that Yi Yun and Wang Defa were hiding underwater, the Beedrills became frantic, circling the lake's surface in a frenzy. Moments later, a significantly larger Beedrill emerged from the swarm, clearly the Beedrill Queen. Upon spotting the intruders lurking beneath the water, the Queen was furious and commanded her swarm to charge with reckless abandon. Receiving the order, the Beedrills did not hesitate. Like determined warriors, they thrust their sharp stingers into the lake. In their world, the Queen's command was absolute, and retreat was not an option, even at the cost of their lives. Swish, swish. One by one, the Beedrills dove into the lake like arrows, creating a shower of water. While they could not harm Yi Yun and Wang Defa, the psychological impact was indelible. As time passed, both Yi Yun and Wang Defa began to struggle, their lungs feeling as though they might burst from the lack of oxygen. This cannot continue. I have underestimated their resolve. If they refuse to leave, can we remain submerged indefinitely? Yi Yun contemplated alternative strategies. He would rather face the swarm of Beedrills than suffocate underwater. Such a fate would be far too humiliating for him. If necessary, he would resort to releasing his shiny Rayquaza. With a determined grit, Yi Yun acknowledged this as a last resort. Wang Defa glanced toward the shore once more. Apart from the Beedrills, there were no other Pokémon in sight. It seemed Lucario and the others were also entangled in a struggle. Yi Yun's complexion grew increasingly purple, nearing his limit. Just then, the Beedrill swarm on the shore suddenly erupted into chaos, as if confronted by a grave threat. A flicker of hope flashed across Yi Yun's face. This could be our chance. Though he was unaware of what had caused the Beedrill's panic, their frantic demeanor suggested they were facing a formidable challenge. Even the normally composed Beedrill Queen began to exhibit signs of agitation, frantically ordering her swarm to attack, attempting to flush Yi Yun and Wang Defa out. The more frantic the Beedrills became, the more exhilarated Yi Yun felt. It indicated that the swarm might soon disperse. Suddenly, melodious sounds wafted from the shore. Yi Yun strained to see, astonishment washing over his face. A swarm of Butterfree was approaching, their numbers overwhelming the Beedrills. Among them was a particularly charming pink Butterfree, accompanied by an imposing foreign Pokémon. Initially, Yi Yun thought the Pokémon looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. That foreign Pokémon was none other than his own, the iron-faced ninja. This fellow. Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. Even a shiny Butterfree was drawn to him. Truly, it was a testament to his own charm. Yi Yun, with a hint of self-admiration, mused inwardly. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of gratitude. It was evident that the arrival of the Butterfree swarm was the handiwork of the Iron Mask Ninja. Yi Yun had not anticipated that. In his moment of dire peril, the Iron Mask Ninja would so flamboyantly orchestrate such a rescue, truly dazzling him. This fellow certainly deserved a proper reward upon their return. A knowing smile graced Yi Yun's lips as he sighed in relief. In the face of the overwhelming numbers of Butterfree, the Beedrill swarm stood no chance. He believed it would not be long before the Beedrill fled in disarray. They only needed to endure a little longer. Chapter 71. The Thief Hakuran? The Butterfree, like a locust plague, surged forth, darkening the sky and dimming the surrounding light. Faced with such a multitude, the Beedrill were thrown into a state of disarray. Reluctantly emitting low, mournful cries, the Beedrill Queen resolved to fight back, commanding her swarm to charge at the Butterfree. Buzzing. In an instant, two formidable factions clashed, causing the very heavens to dim further. The Beedrill, fierce and reckless, charged forth like desperate marauders, recklessly brandishing their poisonous stingers in a desperate battle against the Butterfree. However, the Butterfree opted to evade the Beedrill's frontal assault, employing a more sophisticated strategy. From within the butterfly throng, a pink Butterfree emitted a delicate call, prompting the swarm to align in an orderly formation, continuously flapping their wings to release paralysis powder and hypnosis powder. Meanwhile, the Butterfree at the rear vigorously stirred the air, summoning a tempest. Suddenly, a fierce gale, laden with paralysis and hypnosis powder, swept toward the Beedrill swarm. The Beedrill barely had time to react before numerous members plummeted from the sky, some succumbing to paralysis, others falling into a deep slumber, incapacitated. Within moments, the Beedrill's ranks had dwindled by more than half. Seeing the tide had turned, the Beedrill Queen dared not linger any longer and retreated with the remnants of her forces. Concealed beneath the water, Yi Yun, witnessing the end of the battle, breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to surface for air. Just then, an unexpected undercurrent surged beneath him, propelling him upwards. In a moment of instability, Yi Yun's grip faltered, causing the Beedrill nest to slip from his grasp. Now desperate for air, he opted to resurface rather than pursue the nest. Squeak! At that moment, the Iron Mask Ninja transformed into a streak of light and flew to his side, swirling around him in a display of excitement. Well done. You were magnificent. Once we return, I shall reward you handsomely. Yi Yun could clearly sense the Iron Mask Ninja was reveling in its glory, and he chuckled in response. The Iron Mask Ninja, evidently pleased, circled Yi Yun a few more times before pulling over the pink Butterfree, seemingly eager to introduce its new companion. Where did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Yi Yun teased, his words laced with playful matchmaking intent. The pink Butterfree appeared to understand Yi Yun's remarks, immediately lowering its head in shyness and retreating behind the Iron Mask Ninja. The latter's face flushed red as it chirped in what seemed to be a defense, almost as if to argue its case. All right, you are the one who says so. But let me remind you, if you do not cherish such a wonderful partner, she may very well be whisked away by another. Yi Yun remarked earnestly, eliciting a protective instinct from the Iron Mask Ninja, which shielded the Butterfree as if it were a precious treasure. Seeing this, Yi Yun rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Tisich. Bold enough to act, but too timid to admit it? You are leagues behind me. If you like her, just go for it. What is there to fear?" At that moment, Lucario and the others returned. Upon seeing Yi Yun unharmed, the Pokémon collectively exhaled in relief. Does anyone here know how to dive? Yi Yun suddenly inquired of the group. The Beedrill nest was still submerged, and someone needed to retrieve it. The three Pokémon exchanged glances, each shaking their heads. There was no need to mention Servine. As a grass-type Pokémon, it was far from adept in water. As for Darkrai, it was evident that a creature soaring in the skies could not swim. Ultimately, Yi Yun's gaze settled on Lucario. Can you dog paddle? Yi Yun asked abruptly, leaving Lucario speechless. Lucario thought to itself, I truly cannot believe this. I am a warrior of aura, not a dog. Please do not compare me to one. Yi Yun chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed. But you must know how to dog paddle, right? Before Lucario could respond, Wang Defa suddenly rushed over, exclaiming loudly, Yi Go! Our honey has been stolen. Yi Yun's expression shifted, and he inquired gravely, Isn't the honey at the bottom of the lake? How could it have been stolen? Wang Defa, panting, explained, I just sent Maril down to retrieve the honey, but unexpectedly, it didn't bring any back and ended up getting thrashed instead. Yi Yun was taken aback, realizing that there existed creatures beneath the lake interested in the Beedrill honey. To ascertain the identity of the intruder, he hurriedly asked, What kind of Pokémon was it? Wang Defa smiled wryly, replying, Maril couldn't identify it, but based on its description, I speculate it might be a Hakuron. Hakuron! Yi Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Hakuron was the secondary evolution of Dragonite, a rare sight indeed. As a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Dragonite's strength was beyond question, boasting a vast array of attacks and skills that secured its place among the elite. If they could indeed capture a Hakuron, it would be an extraordinary gang. With this thought, excitement coursed through Yi Yun's veins. Shall we go take a look? If it truly is a Hakuron, capturing it would be a tremendous opportunity. Yi Yun exclaimed eagerly. Wang Defa sighed, helplessly raising his hands. Yi Go, this time I won't contest with you. None of my Pokémon, aside from Maril, can swim, so I can't go down to catch it. If you manage to capture it, it shall be yours, I promise not to dispute it. Yi Yun smiled slightly. With Wang Defa's assurance, he felt emboldened to pursue the capture. All right, you wait here and watch as I bring it up. Yi Yun declared confidently. Lucario, come with me into the water. Yi Yun grabbed Lucario and pulled it along. Don't tell me you can't swim. You won't fool me. Reluctantly, Lucario was dragged into the water by Yi Yun. Stop resisting. Later, I'll make sure you spend more time with Ralts. Yi Yun teased, using the prospect of bonding to motivate Lucario. Lucario's ears perked up at the mention of Ralts, instantly invigorated by the thought. With a resounding splash, Lucario plunged into the lake without a moment's hesitation. Its graceful dog paddle was executed with such finesse that it could rival the most skilled of canines. Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly in bemusement. Here he was, a paragon of virtue, abstaining from both tobacco and alcohol, yet somehow he had accumulated a motley crew of lecherous companions. It was truly baffling, incomprehensible even. Perhaps it was a flaw in the system. Chapter 72. Is this what you call a Haxorus? Submerged in the water, Lucario inhaled deeply and summoned the power of aura around itself, safeguarding its dapper fur from the encroaching lake waters. Yi Yun, on the other hand, was less concerned with appearances and dove headfirst into the depths. Soon, both man and Pokémon descended beneath the surface, where Yi Yun's gaze fell upon the creature that Wang Defa had referred to as a Haxorus. This was not a Haxorus at all. The visibility underwater was murky, but Yi Yun could discern enough to form a judgment. In his mind, Haxorus was characterized by a slender, elongated physique. Yet the creature before him, while serpentine in form, bore a notably plumper midsection. Could it be a gluttonous dragon? He recalled its penchant for pilfering honey from Beedrill and speculated inwardly. If that were the case, this Haxorus would indeed be an oddity, a true gourmand of the dragon lineage. Yi Yun couldn't help but grimace slightly. To ascertain the true identity of this creature, he swam closer. As he approached, the figure came into clearer view, revealing a form that diverged significantly from his initial assumption. This was no Haxorus, nor a portly one at that, but rather a Milotic. Milotic, the evolved form of clownfish, was resplendent and elegant, possessing a striking resemblance to Haxorus. It was understandable why Wang Defa had made an error in identification. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Yun's features. While Milotic was indeed a commendable Pokémon, it paled in comparison to Haxorus. Moreover, Milotic, being more of a decorative creature, did not align with his personal preferences. Nonetheless, having encountered it, Yi Yun resolved not to abandon the pursuit. Although Milotic did not particularly pique his interest, he was certain that his sister, Yi, would be enamored with this splendid creature. Yi Yun activated the system's detection feature to glean information about Milotic. Pokémon, Milotic. Qualification, 3 stars. Affinity, 0. Gender, female. Level, 40, advanced. Type, water. Ability, Marvel Scale. When affected by a status condition, this ability boosts its defense. Hidden ability, Captivating Body. May occasionally charm opponents that make contact. Held item, none. Moves, bind, water gun, refresh, splash, water pulse, sing, hurricane, aqua ring, attract, dragon tail. Recover, waterfall, charm, mystical guard. Astonishingly, this Milotic was at the pinnacle of advanced strength, quite intriguing indeed. Furthermore, its hidden ability, captivating body, suggested that this Milotic was far from ordinary. It would serve perfectly as a bodyguard for Yian smiled softly and waved to Lucario. This is your domain now. Remember to drive it up to the surface. I intend to capture it. And don't forget the honey. I'll ensure you get a few extra bites later. After giving Lucario these instructions, he swiftly swam to the shore, knowing he could not linger beneath the water for too long. Lucario, with drooping eyelids, felt exasperated beyond words. It had never encountered a master quite as dogged as Yian, who seemed even more canine than it itself. Wait a moment, wasn't it a Pokémon too? Alas, it had been led astray by Yian's antics. Tears of sorrow welled in Lucario's eyes. Thus, in this world, another sorrowful Oro warrior was born. Brother Yi, how did it go? Did you capture that Haxorus? On the shore, upon seeing Yian emerge, Wang Defa hurried over to pull him from the water. Yian shook his head, weariness etched on his face. There was no Haxorus to begin with. No Haxorus? Wang Defa looked utterly perplexed. Then what did my Marill encounter? Yian clarified, it was a Milotic. Wang Defa racked his memory to recall Milotic's appearance and reflected on what Marill had conveyed. A sheepish expression dawning upon his face. Hee, my mistake. It seems my foundational knowledge is a bit shaky, mistaking Milotic for Haxorus. Yian paid it little mind as he stepped into the sunlight to dry his clothes. Wang Defa scampered over, inquiring, Brother Yi, while Milotic may not measure up to Haxorus, it is still a splendid Pokémon. Why not capture it? Yian replied, it's challenging to capture underwater. So I sent Lucario to flush it out first. Once it's driven to the surface, I can capture it with ease. Wang Defa's face lit up with realization, giving Yian a thumbs up. Brother Yi, your foresight is commendable. Meanwhile, beneath the water, Lucario and Milotic were embroiled in an intense skirmish. Waves of aura spheres coalesced in Lucario's hands, and it spared no effort in launching them at Milotic. Although Milotic was stunning and possessed a captivating allure, Lucario remained resolute. Its heart unwavering. In its eyes, Ralts was the ultimate companion. Lucario sliced through the water towards Milotic, but the latter, astute and aware of Lucario's formidable prowess, opted to evade instead of engage directly, utilizing its aquatic advantage to tire Lucario out. Seeing this, a flicker of anger ignited within Lucario, intensifying the ferocity of its attacks. Larger aura spheres began to form, and this time, it conjured 8 spheres in total. They surged forth from all directions, surrounding Milotic. Milotic emitted a melodic cry, conjuring shields of water to protect itself. With a thunderous explosion, the 8 aura spheres detonated simultaneously, sending torrents of blue energy cascading outward, creating ripples and waves that propelled even Lucario backward. Although Milotic was shielded by its water barrier, it sustained considerable damage, letting out a pained cry. In that instant, a rich surge of life energy enveloped it, mending its wounds. Lucario, recognizing that it could not vanquish this Milotic at present, retreated to the surface to catch its breath before re-engaging. On the shore, a sudden surge of water drew Yian and Wang Defa's attention. How fierce, Wang Defa remarked. Concern etched on his face. Brother Yi, do you think Lucario can handle it? Yian, brimming with confidence, assured him, rest easy. I have complete faith in my Pokémon. A mere Milotic is no match for it. When the moment arrives for its emergence, it shall coincide with the day I capture the elusive Manaphy. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Lucario surfaced from the depths of the lake. Chapter 73, Capturing Manaphy. Its form appeared somewhat disheveled, lacking the elegance of Manaphy. Yian felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, experiencing the stinging sensation of having been soundly rebuffed. The feeling of being slapped in the face is truly unpleasant, especially when it comes from one's beloved friends and close companions. With a gaze filled with reproach, Yian looked at Lucario, yearning to inquire, where is Manaphy? Why could you not best it? Lucario seemed to grasp Yian's unspoken thoughts and disdainfully curled its lip, the implication unmistakable. If you're so capable, why don't you try? Yian. As Lucario gracefully ascended onto the shore, it shook its fur with nonchalance. Although it was not wet, it could not help but exhibit a certain restlessness, perhaps a consequence of its innate genes. Lucario, underwater combat is not conducive for me. I require Mega Evolution. Lucario approached Yian directly, articulating its intent for surfacing. Yian did not refuse. He harnessed the power of the Mega Stone, facilitating Lucario S transformation. With its Mega Evolution complete, Lucario's strength surged, and its confidence and spirits soared. If you fail again this time, you might as well throw yourself against the wall, Yi Yun remarked with a hint of exasperation, simultaneously hoping to spur Lucario into demonstrating its true capabilities with utmost seriousness. The Mega Lucario waved its paw reassuringly, exuding an air of confidence, and leaped back into the lake with poise. Another display of elegant dog paddling ensued. Yi Yun remained patiently on the shore, his Pokeball ready in hand. The instant Manaphy appeared, he would not hesitate to cast his Pokeball. 3 minutes later, the water surface began to roil violently. It's coming. Yi Yun focused intently, his expression grave, his eyes fixed upon the lake. Suddenly, a splash erupted from beneath the surface, shooting skyward. Almost immediately, a resplendent figure emerged from the depths, albeit in a somewhat ragged manner. It was none other than Manaphy. This time, there was a semblance of reliability. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. With precision, he aimed and forcefully hurled the Pokeball. Whoosh! Crack! The Pokeball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing directly atop Manaphy. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped Manaphy. It struggled briefly before being drawn into the Pokeball. Yi Yun, however, did not let his guard down. He produced another Pokeball, prepared for another throw at a moment's notice. Capturing a Pokémon is no simple feat. To achieve success with a single throw is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Unless, of course, one is possessed by the spirit of a prodigy. As expected, after a few shakes, the Pokeball snapped open with a resounding pop, reminiscent of a maiden's garments being torn asunder. Yi Yun was quick-witted, seizing the moment. Manaphy, still catching its breath, was swiftly ensnared once more within the Pokeball. At this juncture, Manaphy was likely cursing under its breath. You wretched human, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? For the second time, the Pokeball ceased its trembling, as if the matter were settled. Everything had reached its conclusion. Yi Yun approached, retrieving the Pokeball from the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his features. At that moment, Mega Lucario emerged from the water, cradling a battered Beedrill nest. The nest was in tatters, a significant portion missing, likely devoured by Manaphy. A flicker of sorrow crossed Yi Yun's face. That was prime honey, now ruined by Manaphy's mischief. His heart ached. Curse you, Manaphy. Just wait until I return and punish you with a little whip, Yi Yun declared vehemently. Approaching the shattered Beedrill nest, Yi Yun crouched down, extracting a glass jar, essential for wild expeditions, and began to collect the honey within. Observing this, Wang Defa joined in, producing a jar of his own to gather honey. Once one jar was filled, Yi Yun turned to Wang Defa and inquired, "Do you have any more jars?" Wang Defa nodded, retrieving a significantly larger jar from his bag. "Is it that large?" Yi Yun expressed his surprise. "If I use this, what will you use?" Wang Defa waved his hand nonchalantly. "I'm fine with anything." He then quietly produced an even larger jar. Yi Yun. 10 minutes later, the two had thoroughly depleted the honey supply, dividing it quite reasonably. Both feeling satisfied, Yi Yun then glanced at the entwined iron-faced ninja and shiny Butterfree above. Clearing his throat, he interrupted, asking, "So, what is it going to be? Will you accompany me, or shall you remain with your little girlfriend for a while longer?" Without hesitation, the iron-faced ninja tightened its embrace around shiny Butterfree, its intentions clear. Yi Yun felt a twinge of abandonment wash over him. "Very well, I shall return for you later, at the usual spot," Yi Yun advised, hastily departing with Wang Defa. Out of sight, out of mind. He had no desire to witness the two insects flaunting their affection in front of him. With the distraction of the Beedrill gone, their journey progressed much more smoothly. Approximately half an hour later, they finally arrived at the patch of grass Wang Defa had mentioned. "Yigo. This is the place I spoke of. It was here that I first encountered the Lazy King." Wang Defa pointed to the waist-high thicket ahead. Yi Yun gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of dense grass, feeling a rush of emotions. He had never expected such a wondrous place to exist in the wilderness. Wang Defa nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I was equally astonished when I first arrived here." Suddenly, as the two conversed, an unusual sound emanated from the adjacent thicket. Yi Yun and Wang Defa exchanged glances, instantly falling silent. "Yigo, could it be that your luck is extraordinary, and you've stumbled upon the Lazy King right away?" Wang Defa whispered. Yi Yun shook his head in amusement. "Do you take me for the chosen one? How could I possibly be that fortunate?" As if to mock his words, a fuzzy, adorable creature poked its head out from the grass just as they finished speaking. "And you say you're not the chosen one?" Wang Defa observed Yi Yun silently. "What? Am I truly having a stroke of luck today?" Yi Yun was equally taken aback. The fluffy little creature was none other than the offspring of the Lazy King, a sloth Pokémon. The sloth Pokémon eyed Yi Yun and Wang Defa curiously, surveying them with its bright, inquisitive eyes. Yi Yun, upon seeing this, beamed a warm and inviting smile. Slowly approaching the sloth Pokémon. "Little darling, come here to your big brother. I have some delicious treats for you," Yi Yun coaxed gently, reminiscent of enticing a neighbor's little sister. The sloth Pokémon blinked its animated eyes, tilting its head as it regarded Yi Yun. In its presence, Yi Yun sensed no hint of fatigue. Rather, it radiated shrewdness. It seemed almost overly excited. This piqued Yi Yun's curiosity. His intuition told him that this sloth Pokémon was quite extraordinary. Chapter 74. The Sloth Pokémon with the Strength Ability. In order to verify the information regarding this slothful otter, Yi Yun harnessed the power of the system. Soon, details about the slothful otter appeared before his eyes. Spirit, slothful otter. Qualification, 5 stars. Affection level, 0. Gender, male. Level, 12, beginner. Type, normal. Ability, strongman. The attack power of spirits with this ability will double. Hidden ability, none. Held item, 0 fruit, upon consumption. It enters an excited state and will not fall asleep. Skills, grab, yawn, try again, laze, critical hit. Upon seeing the slothful otter's qualifications, Yi Yun realized that the situation was far from ordinary. Although the species value of the slothful otter equated to that of a first-tier deity, its potential had been significantly diminished by its lazy trait, making a 5-star qualification, typically reserved for divine beasts, seem implausible. Unless, of course, its ability had undergone a transformation. With this thought, Yi Yun's breath quickened. If this were the case, he would have struck gold. He eagerly continued to scrutinize the details. When he beheld the slothful otter's ability, he was utterly astounded. Good heavens, it possessed the legendary strongman ability. Yi Yun's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his complexion flushed. One might think he had just engaged in a vigorous bout of amorous exercise. Normally, a slothful otter would exhibit the lazy trait. The appearance of one without such a characteristic was already exceedingly rare, but the existence of one with the strongman ability was something that could only be dreamt of. Yi Yun had not anticipated encountering such a marvel. It was well known that the final evolutionary form of the slothful otter, the Leave of Absence King, possessed a terrifying attack power that surpassed many first-tier deities, earning it the title of One Punch Man in the Pokémon realm. Now, with the strongman ability, its attack potential would be further magnified. What would that imply? It could effortlessly defeat a divine beast with a single blow, no matter how many moves one unleashed. It would simply be shattered by a single punch. This was the epitome of invincibility. Yi Yun's heart roared, his blood boiling. His gaze upon the slothful otter was filled with fervor and greed. He had to capture this slothful otter, striving to maintain his composure, lest he frighten the creature away. Yi Yun cautiously approached it step by step. The slothful otter remained vigilant, unwilling to draw closer despite Yi Yun's seemingly harmless demeanor. This little fellow possessed quite a strong sense of caution, Yi Yun mused inwardly. To successfully entice this slothful otter, Yi Yun had spared no expense. He retrieved a delectable energy cube from his backpack, a creation of his own meticulous crafting, a testament to his successful experimentation. The aroma was rich and tantalizing. Initially, it was meant as a reward for his fiery Sky Rider, who had been tirelessly training with Mutwo and the primal fiery Sky Rider, needing nourishment to recuperate. However, he now had to use it to lure the slothful otter. That smells amazing. Yigo, what kind of energy cube is this? Wang Defa, who was closer to Yi Yun, inquired curiously, having caught a whiff of the enticing scent. Yi Yun simply replied, a secret recipe, crafted by myself. A look of astonishment appeared on Wang Defa's face as he widened his eyes and incredulously asked, Yigo, you can also make energy cubes? Yi Yun nodded but clearly did not wish to dwell on the matter. We'll discuss it later. I need to capture this slothful otter. So keep an eye out and ensure no wild spirits scare it away. The area was lush with flora, providing an excellent habitat for wild spirits. Consequently, a multitude of wild spirits resided there. In Yi Yun's line of sight, there were no fewer than 5 or 6. Got it. You can count on me, Wang Defa assured, thumping his chest as he turned to watch for any approaching wild spirits. Meanwhile, Yi Yun focused intently on attempting to close the distance to the slothful otter. Want a treat? Come here, little one, and I'll share it with you, Yi Yun coaxed. However, the slothful otter remained cautious. Even aware of the deliciousness of what Yi Yun held, it did not approach immediately. Yi Yun was not anxious. He continued to tempt the slothful otter while secretly conferring with his own spirits. Once everything was agreed upon, Yi Yun lost patience, deciding against further coaxing the slothful otter and instead opting for a more direct approach. Let us go. Release. Yi Yun commanded, unleashing Lucario, Superior, and Darkrai simultaneously. Darkrai first employed hypnosis, lulling the slothful otter into slumber. Lucario teleported to the back, cutting off the slothful otter's escape route, while Superior unleashed its vines to ensnare the creature. The three spirits worked in perfect harmony, displaying remarkable synergy. The slothful otter was taken aback, attempting to flee, but Lucario forced it back. The onslaught of hypnosis made the slothful otter's head spin, enveloping it in a haze of drowsiness. Vines erupted from the ground, rapidly growing and entangling the slothful otter. In an instant, the slothful otter was subdued. Yi Yun wasted no time, pulling out a high-grade ball and relishing the exhilarating sensation of capturing a spirit with a single throw. Excellent, I've captured it, Yi Yun exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Wang Defa, seeing Yi Yun had successfully captured the slothful otter, rushed over to congratulate him. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the underbrush. The sound was laden with rage and deafening, just from the noise. It was evident that whatever creature was responsible would not be easily trifled with. Could it be the slothful otter's mother has arrived? Wang Defa speculated, his heart tightening with apprehension. I don't know. Let South just leave this place, Yi Yun replied. With the slothful otter in hand, he had no desire to linger. Roar! Roar! Yi Yun had barely finished his sentence when several more angry roars reverberated through the air. A mass of underbrush began to topple, dust rising from the ground and swirling towards the two. The grass is not its mother, it is its kin. Yi Yun's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to flee. Behind them, a throng of white-furred spirits gave chase, including slothful otters, hyper-monkeys, and leave-of-absence kings, an overwhelming and spectacular sight. Lucario and the others, upon witnessing this, dared not confront them head-on, and instead chose to retreat. However, in a bid to buy Yi Yun some time to escape, they hurled their skills at the advancing slothful otter clan as they ran, attempting to impede their progress. Chapter 75. The Fiery Sky Rider repels the foes. The iron-faced ninja goes missing. The roars echoed incessantly, nearly deafening Yi Yun. Lucario and the others recklessly unleashed their skills, turning the forest into a scene of devastation. Yet they could not halt the approach of the slothful otter clan. Yigo, you didn't capture their young master, did you? Why are they pursuing us as if possessed? Wang Defa exclaimed, panic evident in his voice as he felt his shoes nearly smoking from the effort of running. Yi Yun shook his head. How would I know? However, it seems that they will not relent until they have caught us. Therefore, let us split up. I shall see if I can shake them off. Yi Yun spoke calmly. Wang Defa, thoroughly frightened and exhausted, did not refuse. All right, Brother Yi, take care. We will regroup outside, Wang Defa said before darting off in another direction. Yi Yun, in turn, ran in the opposite direction. The lethargic otter clan, seeing the two separate, hesitated for a moment before dividing into two groups. A small portion pursued Wang Defa, while the majority continued their relentless chase of Yi Yun. Glancing back, Yi Yun noticed that the number of otters behind him had hardly diminished, causing his expression to darken. These creatures are truly resolute. Did I not merely capture one little fellow? Is it necessary to pursue me with such fervor? Frustrated by the relentless pursuit of the otter clan, Yi Yun felt his temper rising. Damn it, if you dare to chase me further, do you believe I won't turn the tables and annihilate you? Yi Yun bellowed fiercely at the otter clan, yet his words had no tangible effect. After approximately 10 minutes of running, Yi Yun was utterly exhausted, akin to a puddle of mud, and could no longer continue. He finally decided to stop. When the tiger does not roar, do you take me for a sickly cat? Lie calm. Come forth and teach them a lesson so they know who the true master is. Yi Yun dropped his pretense and summoned Lie calm. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Through rigorous honing, Lie Kong's strength had transcended its former self. The echo of its roar alone was sufficient to send thousands into retreat. The cacophony from the otter clan diminished significantly, their morale crushed beneath Lie Kong's imposing presence. Though the enemy loomed near, they dared not advance an inch. A standoff ensued. At that moment, the otter clan parted, and an elderly king otter stepped forward. Without a doubt, it was the leader of this otter clan. Yi Yun pondered for a moment, refraining from urging Lie Kong to attack, and stepped forward himself. You have seen my strength. It shall not be a detriment to accompany me, Yi Yun stated, knowing he could not return the otter. The king otter let out a deep growl, glancing between Yi Yun and Lie Kong circling overhead, lost in thought. After a brief moment, the king otter growled again, seemingly eager to express something. Yi Yun understood its intent and did not refuse its request, releasing the captured otter. Although their bond was not particularly strong, with a familiarity rating of about 50 to 60, the otter would not harbor hostility towards him. Go on, Yi-Yun encouraged as he sent the otter forth. Excited, the otter bounded to the king otter's side and leaped onto its back. The king otter affectionately stroked its little head, emitting a low, rumbling sound. The two engaged in a dialogue. Yi-Yun, not one to eavesdrop, refrained from deciphering their conversation. 10 minutes later, the otter returned, reluctant to leave Yi-Yun's side. While Yi-Yun was unaware of the specifics of their exchange, the otter's demeanor indicated that the king otter intended to keep it close. Roar. The king otter directed another low growl at Yi-Yun, seemingly conveying its emotions. Yi-Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured I shall. The king otter did not elaborate further and led its clan away. Yi-Yun exhaled in relief. All right, little one, do not be disheartened. Come along with me. Yi-Yun smiled gently at the dejected otter, which climbed reluctantly onto his shoulder. To comfort it, Yi-Yun offered the energy cube that rightfully belonged to Lycong. Are you really going to use my belongings to bribe other creatures? Is that reasonable? Lycong expressed its discontent. Yi-Yun shrugged nonchalantly. I'll make you another later. Lycong refused to accept this. No, my things are my prerogative. Yi-Yun sighed, testing the waters with, what if I buy you a magazine as compensation? Lycong's expression brightened immediately. Deal. Once out of the forest, Yi-Yun found Wang Defa. Brother Yi, you're safe. That is wonderful. Wang Defa exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yi-Yun return unscathed. Yi-Yun waved his hand, wearing a smug expression. Huh, do you not know who your brother Yi is? A man favored by the heavens. A mere otter clan is but child's play. Wang Defa was utterly convinced. His admiration for Yi-Yun having ascended to a level of unwavering faith. Even if Yi-Yun claimed that pigs could climb trees, he would believe it wholeheartedly. Well, you should head back. I still need to look for that iron-faced ninja. We agreed to meet at the usual spot. I wonder where he has wandered off to. Yi-Yun remarked. Wang Defa didn't press the matter. All right, brother Yi, I shall return first. With that, he bid farewell to Yi-Yun. After parting ways with Wang Defa, Yi-Yun began searching along the outskirts of the forest for the iron-faced ninja. Could he be off gallivanting with his little lover? Yi-Yun speculated. If so, he would truly be worrying for nothing. Not far into his search, Yi-Yun detected the presence of the iron-faced ninja. What on earth was he doing here? Seeking excitement, perhaps? That seemed unlikely. Yi-Yun found it hard to believe, as he considered the iron-faced ninja to be a man of integrity, not one to engage in such frivolities. Following the lingering scent, Yi-Yun soon made a new discovery. He sensed the fluctuations of the iron-faced ninja's aura. Yet, this revelation did not fill him with joy. The instability and faintness of the aura signified that the iron-faced ninja was likely injured. The realization darkened Yi-Yun's expression. Could he have been ambushed by other trainers? After all, the iron-faced ninja was often accompanied by a shiny Butterfree, a favored target for many trainers. It was entirely plausible that a conflict arose in his efforts to protect the shiny Butterfree from capture. I must investigate. Yi-Yun felt a surge of concern for the iron-faced ninja. Sensing the wavering aura, he quickened his pace. Just a few steps further. The aura suddenly weakened to an alarming degree, flickering like a candle flame in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yi-Yun's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The iron-faced ninja is in grave danger. Chapter 76. The Black Market Organization reemerges. Following the fluctuations of the aura, Yi-Yun hurried towards the iron-faced ninja's location with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the iron-faced ninja found himself encircled by a group of strangers clad in black robes. Behind him lay an injured shiny Butterfree. Previously, he had gone to the southern entrance as agreed upon with Wang Ming, only to unexpectedly encounter this group of unfamiliar faces along the way. For reasons unknown, this group of individuals appeared to be familiar with the iron-masked ninja, insisting on taking it back with them. Naturally, the iron-masked ninja refused, leading to a confrontation with these strangers. Ultimately, it found itself overwhelmed, as two fists could not contend with four hands, and it was besieged by the combined might of their Pokémon. In a bid to protect its beloved shiny Butterfree from harm, it was compelled to fight with all its strength, leaving no room for evasion. This relentless determination, however, resulted in grievous injuries. Here is your final chance. Return with us, or we shall end your life, one of the cloaked figures stated coldly. This iron-masked ninja was deemed property of their black market organization, having gone missing during a mission. Initially, they believed it had perished alongside its trainer at the hands of their enemies, yet they were taken aback to encounter it here. What puzzled them further was the fact that the iron-masked ninja seemed to have no recollection of them, nor any inkling of their identities. Nevertheless, their objective remained clear: to reclaim the iron-masked ninja. After all, nurturing such a formidable creature required substantial resources. Whether the iron-masked ninja remembered them or recognized its true master was of little consequence. With unwavering resolve, the iron-masked ninja shook its head defiantly, rejecting the black-clad figure's proposition. In its heart, it acknowledged but one master, Yi Yun. To forsake its loyalty in exchange for survival would be tantamount to betrayal, an affront it could not bear. Such an act would surely lead its beloved shiny Butterfree to regard it with disdain. It was a sacrifice it could not entertain, even at the cost of its own life. How stubborn you are! If that is the case, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. If we cannot reclaim our property, its fate shall be destruction. The black-clad figure spoke icily, gesturing to the others. The remaining members of the group understood the cue and commanded their Pokémon to close in on the iron-masked ninja, preparing to strike. A deluge of terrifying attacks rained down upon the iron-masked ninja. It could not evade, for behind it stood shiny Butterfree. The only course of action was to unleash its most powerful move, a devastating beam of energy to counter the onslaught. The collision of energies erupted into a blinding white light that illuminated the forest, creating a tempest that swept through the surroundings. Trees were uprooted, and those that stood firm were severed in two, a truly fearsome display. The immense backlash from the explosion rendered the iron-masked ninja nearly incapacitated, its wings almost shattered, its breath faltering. "This is your own doing. You cannot blame us," one of the black-clad figures sneered, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Do not hold back, Blastoise. Finish it." Blastoise let out a steady, powerful roar, unleashing a torrent of water that surged toward the iron-masked ninja with ferocious intent. At this juncture, the iron-masked ninja had lost the capacity to fight back, leaving it resigned to its fate. Its heart ached profoundly. It was not the fear of death that troubled it, but the sorrow of leaving its newly found love, shiny Butterfree, behind. Accepting its fate, the iron-masked ninja closed its eyes, awaiting the inevitable. In that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the tension, causing the iron-masked ninja to pause, a tear slipping from its eye. "I dare anyone to lay a hand on it." Yi Yun had arrived. His words dripped with icy resolve as an aura of lethal intent enveloped him, chilling the very air around. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Lucario. In an instant, Lucario materialized before the iron-masked ninja, conjuring a wave of energy to counter Blastoise's water blast, thus rescuing both the iron-masked ninja and shiny Butterfree. "Who are you?" one of the black-clad figures inquired, sensing Yi Yun's hostility. Yi Yun chuckled derisively. "How absurd. You seek to murder my Pokémon, yet you question my identity?" The black-clad figure suddenly realized the truth. This was the new master of the iron-masked ninja. "Oh, so you've come to us. How fortuitous, saving us the trouble of finding you. Tell us, how did the iron-masked ninja end up in your possession? What have you done to it that it no longer remembers its past?" Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. These individuals were indeed acquainted with the iron-masked ninja, suggesting a connection to its former master. Yet, their affiliation remained a mystery. Yi Yun pondered, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "If you wish to know the iron-masked ninja's story, I fear you may lack the strength to uncover it." At this proclamation, one of the black-clad figures could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Huh, you dare to claim we lack strength? Our black market organization is formidable." Yi Yun grinned, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, so you belong to the black market. That explains much. No wonder you were able to track me down during my visit to the Sky Pillar ruins. I had thought you all perished. Yet it seems some have evaded capture." The black-clad figures recognized their blunder and fell silent. Yi Yun's curiosity piqued. He pressed on. "I am genuinely intrigued. How did you manage to escape back then?" It was well known that while the black market operatives had narrowly escaped, Mutwo had arrived only afterward. With Mutwo's prowess, it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of their presence. Moreover, Mutwo possessed the ability to read thoughts and memories, making it effortless to discern their identities. Given Mutwo's evident alignment with Yi Yun, it was perplexing that the black market operatives had returned unscathed. Could it be that Mutwo had simply overlooked them? Yi Yun mused, perplexed. That seemed improbable. Mutwo's capabilities would have detected even the smallest of insects. Could it be that Mutwo was playing tricks? Yi Yun's countenance darkened at the thought. But why would Mutwo do such a thing? Was it merely to test him? Reflecting on Mutwo's previous demands, Yi Yun found a semblance of understanding. However, the notion left him unsettled. He felt Mutwo's actions were uncharacteristically underhanded, prolonging a situation that could have been resolved swiftly, leaving him to navigate the aftermath. Such behavior was unbecoming of a true ally. In ancient times, such individuals would undoubtedly face the grim fate of being submerged in a pig cage. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yun endeavored to divert his thoughts from this matter. Otherwise, he would only become increasingly enraged. to the point of being utterly infuriated. He redirected his gaze towards the members of the black market organization. This time, the individuals from the black market had learned their lesson. They no longer engaged with Yi Yun, but instead launched their assault directly. Villains perish through excessive chatter, and evidently, they were unwilling to squander their breath any longer. Blastoise, eliminated. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. Gardevoir, utilize future sight. An array of attacks cascaded down like a torrential downpour, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Confronted with the combined assault of the black market organization, Yi Yun remained utterly unfazed. To him, this was merely a trifling skirmish, utterly inconsequential. With but a flick of his finger, he could resolve the situation. Arceus, come forth, Yi Yun uttered nonchalantly, pressing the button on the Pokeball. Instantly, a beam of white light erupted from the ball, blinding all who beheld it. Roar. Following that, a resonant dragon's roar echoed, as Arceus descended with an overwhelming aura of authority. What? It is Arceus. How can it be? A level 1 divine beast like Arceus in the hands of a mere boy. The black market members were rendered speechless with terror. Clearly, they were oblivious to Yi Yun's possession of Arceus. The emergence of Arceus instilled fear in their hearts, stripping them of the confidence and composure they had previously exhibited. Yi Yun wasted no words and commanded Arceus to attack. Eliminate them, leaving no survivors. Remember, do not use Draco Meteor. I still have use for those Pokémon. Recalling his earlier experiences, Yi Yun felt compelled to offer this reminder. The Pokémon of the black market organization were formidable, otherwise, they would not have so easily bested the Iron Mask Ninja. Although Yi Yun currently lacked a Pokémon Resurrection card to convert them into his own, having them on hand was certainly advantageous. Roar. Arceus bellowed in agreement. If you wish to refrain from using Draco Meteor, then allow me to employ my signature move instead. A verdant glow emanated from Arceus's surface, resembling a lustrous emerald. In an instant, Arceus transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, a series of explosions erupted. Blastoise and the other Pokémon were obliterated before they even had a chance to react, instantly dispatched by Arceus's might. The entire battle unfolded within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. The members of the black market were left dumbfounded, forgetting to flee, even if they had wished to escape. It was too late. Arceus showed no mercy, unleashing a dragon breath that decimated the remaining foes. Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction. Well done this time. I shall reward you with a magazine later. Upon hearing this, Arceus was overjoyed, swiftly coiling around and depositing the incapacitated Blastoise and others beside Yi Yun. Yi Yun prepared to retrieve them into their Pokeballs for future use when he suddenly received a notification from the system. Detected excess Pokémon that cannot be utilized. Would you like to recycle them for system points? Yi Yun was taken aback, astonished. These Pokémon can be exchanged for points? Indeed. Yi Yun was astounded. You should have mentioned that sooner. You never inquired. Are you implying that I am ignorant? What do you think? I am not foolish, but I do tend to be rather naive. Very well, let us exchange all these Pokémon for points. Yi Yun had no intention of keeping them for himself. Thus, he generously opted to convert them all into system points. Beep. Exchange completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,325 points. Your current point balance is 3,857. Yi Yun's face revealed his astonishment. So many? Goodness, did I not suffer a great loss previously? Reflecting on the Pokémon that Arceus had annihilated, a wave of regret washed over him. Those were tangible points. Yi Yun cast a moody glance at Arceus. Resembling a forlorn maiden, Arceus felt a pang of anxiety and quickly communicated telepathically, "You must not shortchange me on my magazine." Yi Yun. After recalling Arceus, Yi Yun endeavored to shift his focus away from that issue, temporarily deactivating the system and approaching the Iron Mask Ninja. How are you holding up? Can you persist? The shiny Butterfree, having been well protected by the Iron Mask Ninja, appeared largely unscathed. However, the Iron Mask Ninja had fared poorly, its wings were nearly shattered, and its body was marred with numerous wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. The shiny Butterfree blinked its large, tearful eyes, glistening like jade, as it nestled beside the Iron Mask Ninja, steadfastly guarding it. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yun sighed with sympathy. I shall heal its injuries now. You should rise. The shiny Butterfree, fearing that the Iron Mask Ninja might truly falter, wasted no time. Yi Yun placed his hand upon the Iron Mask Ninja, channeling his power to heal its wounds. While healing, he inquired of the shiny Butterfree, "Will you join us, or return to your kin?" The shiny Butterfree pondered for a moment before resolutely choosing to stay by the Iron Mask Ninja's side, unable to sever the bond that had formed between them. The Iron Mask Ninja's actions had profoundly touched it, ensnaring its heart. For the two Pokémon to part ways would be the most agonizing scenario imaginable. Observing this, Yi could not help but reveal a triumphant smile. In truth, had the shiny Butterfree opted to remain, he would have chosen to let the Iron Mask Ninja stay for its happiness. However, candidly speaking, he did not wish to lose the Iron Mask Ninja. Thus, he had taken the initiative to apply pressure on the shiny Butterfree. Fortunately, shiny Butterfree chose to side with love. Otherwise, he would have been on the verge of losing a precious Pokémon. Chapter 78, Triple Draw, Arceus Bewildered. Come into the ball. Having received the shiny Butterfree's consent, Yi stored it within the Pokeball. With a new shiny Butterfree in hand, Yi felt elated. Stop grinning like a fool. You come in too. Once we return, I shall create a cozy little nest for you both, and you can frolic to your heart's content. Yi remarked to the Iron Mask Ninja, who was still grinning on the ground. The Iron Mask Ninja, feeling bashful, fluttered its wings shyly and swiftly dove into the Pokeball. Yi then reopened the system, initiating the Supreme Lottery. 3 rounds of the Supreme Lottery, shall we? With points, I can indulge. Yi declared boldly. Beep. Rewards are being drawn. Please hold on. Yi patiently awaited the outcome. A second later, the system's voice echoed once more, causing Yi-Yun's heart to race with anticipation. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 super experience candy. Yi-Yun's expression instantly darkened. Could you please be a bit more generous? Earning points is quite exhausting. Although the super experience candy significantly elevates a Pokemon's level, it pales in comparison to other rewards. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Yun prepared for another attempt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 super experience candy. Yi-Yun's expression darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. After 2 supreme draws yielding nothing but 2 candies, it felt as though he had lost everything, leaving him utterly disheartened. System, I advise you to tread carefully. I am not one to be trifled with. Yi-Yun's voice brimmed with a hint of fury as he threatened the system. 3rd draw commence. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a... I curse your mother. 1 psychic plate. Yi-Yun's furious shout abruptly ceased, replaced by a broad smile. This is splendid. The psychic plate, a coveted artifact associated with the creator deity Arceus, is of considerable worth and possesses formidable effects. When equipped by a Pokémon, it not only enhances the power of psychic-type moves by 20%, but also grants immunity to such moves, making it a sacred relic against psychic-type Pokémon. Initially, Yi-Yun had expected yet another super experience candy, only to be pleasantly surprised by the psychic plate. The unexpected joy left him feeling quite exhilarated. However, a troubling thought lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. If this psychic plate originated from Arceus, how did the system acquire it? System, where did you obtain this psychic plate? Surely you didn't steal it from Arceus? This matter pertains solely to the system and is of no concern to the host. The system reserves the right to refrain from answering this question. Yi-Yun was left speechless. To be prudent, he inquired once more. If I possess this psychic plate, will Arceus come after me if he finds out? The system is authorized to distribute rewards, but any consequences stemming from the item will be solely borne by the user. Well, the more it explained, the more dubious it seemed. Yi-Yun began to feel a twinge of anxiety. What if this psychic plate was indeed stolen from Arceus and handed to him as a reward? Wasn't he that purely unscrupulous behavior? If Arceus came seeking retribution, he would surely bear the brunt of it. Nonetheless, the thought of relinquishing the psychic plate was equally unbearable, as it was something he had genuinely earned through points. It should not be tied to Arceus. When the system had drawn the legendary Pokémon, it had no connection to this world's version. Thus, the psychic plate should also be unrelated to this world's Arceus. After conducting a brief analysis, Yi-Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that case, I shall reluctantly accept it. With a contented smile, he tucked the psychic plate away. As for why he wouldn't equip it, the reason was simple. He lacked a suitable Pokémon. Hence, he chose to wear it himself. Surprisingly, it suited him rather well. From this moment forth, I too am a being immune to psychic-type Pokémon. Yi-Yun grinned broadly, brimming with pride. After some playful antics, Yi-Yun retrieved 2 super experience candies and administered them to his sloth Pokémon. Instantly, a surge of pure energy radiated within it, propelling its level upward. In the blink of an eye, it reached level 45, evolving directly into a Sloth King, no less. A Sloth King endowed with the ability of a super strength trait. Truly impressive, it could even hold its own against a first-tier deity. This is the stature that a Sloth King ought to embody. Yi-Yun chuckled, roaring with exuberance. The Sloth King pounded its chest and let out a thunderous cry, releasing the pent-up energy within. With a powerful punch, it struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Its strength was clearly formidable. Indeed, the title of One Punch Man is well-deserved. Wang Ming beamed with delight. To assess the Sloth King's prowess, Yi Yan sought out several formidable wild Pokémon for battle. The results were predictable. The Sloth King dispatched them effortlessly, moving with grace and ease. No matter how powerful the wild Pokémon, none could resist the might of its punch. All right, let us head back. Satisfied with the Sloth King's performance, Yi Yan made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Yi, who emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a white towel. Brother. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she skipped toward him, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an irresistible allure. Be careful, the floor is slippery, don't fall. Yi Yan warned with a smile, only to inadvertently tempt fate. Yi lost her footing and, in an elegant arc, the towel fell away from her. Yi, be cautious. Yi Yan rushed to catch her, but she landed heavily against his arm. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. Blushing, Yi softly replied, I'm fine. Go put on some clothes first. Oh. A rustling sound followed as Yi slipped into a loose shirt that fell just above her thighs. Chapter 79. Brother. Don't you like it? Why aren't you wearing pants? Yi Yan questioned, perplexed. With her developing figure and attire, she was undeniably alluring. Pouting, Yi responded. It's too hot. I don't want to wear them. Yi Yan made no further demands, reasoning that since they were alone at home, it mattered little whether she was dressed or not. By the way, I brought you some Beedrill honey. You should try it later. He produced 2 large bottles filled with golden honey, the sight of which was quite tempting. Wow, brother, you're amazing. I want to eat honey. Yi's eyes sparkled like gems, filled with eager anticipation as she gazed at the honey. Yi Yan smiled tenderly, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose, and affectionately said, just wait, I'll get it for you. Raw Beedrill honey cannot be consumed immediately after harvesting. It requires processing to ensure safety. No, I want to help. Yi insisted, shaking her little head fervently, her big eyes pleadingly looking up at Yi Yan. Yi Yan chuckled, unable to refuse her. All right, we'll do it together. He took her hand and led her into the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, the fragrant honey was nearly ready. Brother, hurry up, faster. Yi urged impatiently, her eagerness palpable. Look at how greedy you are. Yi Yan found himself in a state of amused exasperation as he pinched the delicate face of Yi. All right, it's time to eat. After adding a final touch of seasoning, the delectable honey was deemed complete. Yi, brimming with anticipation, scooped a generous spoonful and eagerly tasted it. So delicious. Her face radiated pure enjoyment. Look at your face. Eat slowly. There's no one competing with you. She was covered in honey, with sticky sweetness spilling from the corners of her mouth. Yi Yan gently took a napkin to wipe it away. Brother, you should try some too. Yi scooped another large spoonful and personally fed it to Yi Yan, who accepted it without hesitation, relishing the rare experience of being pampered by his sister. Thus, they shared their meal, feeding one another in a delightful exchange that lasted a full hour until the honey was entirely consumed. Once satiated, Yi found herself in a sticky predicament, feeling uncomfortable in her honey-coated state. Let's go take a shower, suggested Yi Yan. Yi nodded eagerly and dashed into the bathroom. Inside, laughter and joy echoed amidst a misty atmosphere, creating an atmosphere of bliss. An hour later, Yi emerged from the bathroom, fresh and radiant. Yi Yan produced a pokeball containing a Milotic. Ding ding ding, Yi, look what this is. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed Yi Yan's gesture. Wow, it's a pokeball. Is it a gift for me? Yi Yan smiled indeed. This Pokemon is exquisite, and only you are worthy of it. Yi's cheeks flushed with shyness from the flattery. The more Yi Yan praised her, the more curious she became about the creature inside. Shall we see if I like it? Taking the pokeball from Yi Yan, she gently pressed the button. A beam of white light shot forth, revealing the beautiful Milotic. Wow, so stunning. Yi's eyes sparkled like the stars as she ran to embrace the Milotic, affectionately rubbing against it. Milotic, somewhat bewildered, wondered where this charming girl had come from. She appeared so delightful, far superior to her stern master. Milotic, in turn, nuzzled Yi in a gesture of friendship. Yi Yan observed the scene with a knowing smile, initially worried that Milotic might choose to remain with him rather than accept Yi. However, it seemed he had overthought the matter. While he felt a pang of jealousy at how quickly Milotic had accepted his sister, he reminded himself that she was, after all, his Pokemon. Milotic, from now on, she will be your master. My only request is to keep her safe. Yi Yan spoke with a serious tone. His primary intention in entrusting Milotic to Yi was to ensure her protection. Milotic nodded enthusiastically, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Wonderful. I can finally escape from this stern master. This little one is kind and affectionate, unlike my grumpy owner who only uses his powerful Lucario to intimidate me. Yi Yun interjected, you needn't mutter to yourself. I can hear you. All right, come back. Yi Yun recalled Milotic and handed the Pokeball to Yi Yi. Thank you. Brother, you're the best. I love you the most. Yi Yi exclaimed, throwing herself into Yi Yun's arms, her face flushed with excitement. This caught Yi Yun off guard, leaving him feeling slightly bashful. Doesn't brother like this? She questioned softly, having seen similar scenarios in books. Yi Yun shivered involuntarily, realizing something was amiss. Did someone corrupt your innocence? He asked with concern. Yi, where did you see those books? Yi innocently replied, in your room upstairs. There are several, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, his face turning crimson as he cleared his throat and explained, ahem. Those aren't actually mine. I detest reading. Yi, puzzled, retorted, but I found them in your room. Those were for my Rayquaza. It loves reading such books. Yi Yun replied. Yi nodded, albeit skeptically. Isn't Little Black the one? Referring to Rayquaza with the nickname she had given. Yes, that's it. Yi Yun confirmed, nodding repeatedly. After a brief conversation, Yi began to feel sleepy and returned to her room. Only after she had entered did Yi Yun let out a sigh of relief. This little girl has grown increasingly bold, he mused, preparing to retire to his own room. Just then, he felt a sudden chill behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find Rayquaza silently watching him. Brother Kong, let me explain. Chapter 80, Under the Warmth. Undercurrents stirring. The morning always evokes the aroma of malt beer. A sip leaves a lingering taste on the palate. Milk, bread, a sumptuous breakfast. Brother, what is this? Can I have a taste? Yi inquired, her gem-like eyes wide with curiosity as she climbed beside Yi Yun. Yi Yun firmly pushed her away, stating sternly, no, little ones cannot drink alcohol. Yi pouted in displeasure, her small mouth forming a sulky expression. Brother, you're a kid too. Why can you drink? Yi Yun shook his glass of wine with a slight smile. Brother is a big kid, not a little one. Yi, indignant, placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest defiantly. I'm a big kid too. I'm not little at all. Yi Yun glanced at her slightly protruding chest and chuckled softly. Silently, he picked up a piece of bread, playing with it rather than eating. Initially, Yi did not understand his implication, but upon glancing down at herself, comprehension dawned. You naughty brother, you're bullying me again. With tears welling in her eyes, she playfully punched his arm with her tiny fists. Perhaps due to her gentle strength or Yi Yun's unique abilities, her punches felt more like a soothing massage than an attack, causing him to feel quite comfortable. Come on, hit here, but with a little more force, Yi Yun encouraged, pointing to his shoulder. Yi, her teeth clenched in frustration, puffed out her cheeks, resembling a doll. I'll bite you for bullying me. She was incensed by Yi Yun's teasing and playfully sank her teeth into his arm, leaving behind a faint imprint. Yi Yun shook his head in exasperation, lifting her effortlessly. No more fussing, let us eat. You have school to attend soon. Yi pouted no. I want to drink malt beer. Yi Yun resolutely declined, stating, no. Yi, in a fit of pique, retorted, if you won't allow me to drink wheat beer, then I shall refuse to eat. Yi Yun, unyielding, handed her a glass of milk. Here, drink this milk, it is beneficial for your health. Yi scrunched up her face in distaste. I won't drink it, the taste is peculiar. Yi Yun sniffed the milk and detected no odd flavor. After tasting it himself, he confirmed it was perfectly fine. Stop making excuses and drink up. Yi Yun's expression grew increasingly stern. Yi mumbled a few protests, fearing Yi Yun might genuinely become angry, and ultimately chose to relent. After finishing breakfast, Yi Yun escorted Yi to school. Brother, goodbye? At the school gate, Yi waved and skipped joyfully into the building. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Yun shook his head with a wry smile before merging into the throng. He, too, had classes to attend. What Yi Yun was unaware of was that shortly after his departure, a group of cloaked figures emerged stealthily from a narrow alley. One of the figures, glancing at a photograph on his phone, curled his lips into a lecherous grin. TSK, she is truly youthful, I must say. Her beauty rivals that of the moon and flowers, evoking deep affection. Once she matures, she will undoubtedly become a devastating beauty. Regrettably, it seemed she was destined to fall into the hands of that wealthy man. The cloaked figure chuckled ominously, sending the photograph to the affluent individual. He then dialed his superior's number. Hello, boss, we've located the little girl. By lunchtime, we can proceed with our plan. Do you have any further instructions? After a brief silence, a slightly hoarse voice responded from the other end. Be expedient and ensure no one notices. And remember, do not harm the little girl. Her perfection must be preserved. The client is very particular about this. The cloaked figure nodded, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will handle this matter flawlessly. He hung up the phone and turned to the person behind him, instructing, stay vigilant. Once the target appears, act immediately. Understood. At the Magical City Elf University. During the beautiful elf appreciation, lowly edition class, Yi Yun sat attentively, engrossed in the lecture. He had never realized how eager he was to learn. Good students. Seeing your enthusiasm for this course brings me great joy. Without further ado, let us commence our lesson. First, please take a look at this image. The classroom image appeared. Can anyone identify which type of elf this lowly representation depicts? A cacophony erupted from the audience. I know, it's Lililai. No, that's my wife. How about some decorum? Clearly, that is my wife. Yi Yun, too, was captivated by the lowly picture displayed by the teacher, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Though not a white-haired variant, it was still quite to his taste. He was astonished that Lililai's anthropomorphized form could be so adorable, completely shedding the image of a water rat. He couldn't help but wonder how charming a Lalo Lassie or a Kairu Lien would be. Just then, a rotund figure sneaked in through the back door and plopped down beside him. You rascal, did you come to crash the class? It was his good friend Wang Defa. Wang Defa chuckled. I had nothing else to do. I heard the students in this course are all talented and articulate, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Yi Yun was speechless. Wang Defa was quite the bore, believing such absurd rumors. Were all the students here truly exceptional? Not at all. Most were merely driven by their own desires. Were their conversations truly delightful? Hardly. Such claims were utterly ridiculous. In truth, the class was rather mundane, save for the images, or so Yi Yun believed. By the way, have you heard? The school is going to commend the students who participated in this year's freshman exchange competition. I heard the prize is quite extraordinary, supposedly a quasi-divine level elf egg. TSK. 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 Though I don't know if it's true, just hearing about it makes one envious. I wonder who will benefit from it. It truly pains the heart. Wang Defa rambled on, oblivious to Yi Yun's darkening expression. Chapter 81. A bet? Don't joke, I'm extremely brave. Noticing Yi Yun's displeasure, Wang Defa assumed something was amiss. Bro, what's wrong? You wouldn't be getting excited over a little lowly picture, would you? Please don't scare me. Brother, Yi go. Stop it, I'm not into that. Yi Yun's face grew even darker, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Wang Defa. There was no other reason. The guy simply asked for it. Yi Yun took a deep breath, striving to suppress his inner fury and regain his composure. Do you think there's a possibility that I might actually be the recipient of that quasi-divine elf egg? Wang Defa was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yigu, don't joke around. I admit you're impressive, but to claim you're the winner of that quasi-divine elf egg? That's a stretch. Seeing Wang Defa's incredulous expression ignited Yi Yun's temper. He concocted a plan, declaring, how about we place a bet? Let us wager whether I am indeed the recipient of that quasi-divine elf egg. Wang Defa paused, his expression suddenly serious. Yigu, you're not joking, are you? Yi Yun sneered. Do I seem like I'm joking? Wang Defa shook his head, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of excitement. Bets were his forte. He had never lost. As a child, he had wagered with the neighbor's little sister and won a whole bag of spicy strips, leaving her in tears. When her sister came to seek vengeance, she too lost to him. Such victories over the sisters had remained his secret. Why? Simply for the sake of modesty. Wagering against him was nothing short of a misfortune. All right, but since it's a bet, we need stakes, Wang Defa said, grinning as he prepared to extract a hefty sum from Yi Yun. Yi Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, what do you propose as a stake? Wang Defa pondered for a moment, then replied, I still have plenty of the Beedrill honey left from yesterday. How about we wager that? Yi Yun agreed. Of course, that works for me. Beedrill honey is indeed a marvelous treat and is highly nourishing. After sharing a Beedrill honey feast with my sister, Yi, yesterday, I've been longing for another taste. And now I have the chance. Plus, Yi is quite fond of Beedrill honey as well. If we could indulge once more, it would surely delight her. Upon hearing Yi Yun's agreement, Wang Defa couldn't help but wear a smug smile and countered, so, what are you willing to stake? Yi Yun pondered for a moment before earnestly inquiring, do you have any female elves from the terrestrial or humanoid groups? Wang Defa was taken aback and asked with confusion. Why do you ask that? Yi Yun replied with a smile. Haven't you always wanted to mate with my Lucario? I am now prepared to fulfill your wish. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation, yet he managed to suppress his enthusiasm and clarified, just to be clear, it's not me. It's my Pokemon that wishes to mate with Lucario. Yi Yun shrugged nonchalantly. It's all the same. Although I can't let you have Lucario. Producing a Pokemon that inherits Lucario's skills is still quite remarkable. Wang Defa nodded in agreement, accepting the wager. As it happens, I have a female Rockruff. Let us settle this happily. Yi Yun chuckled. Thus, the two reached an accord. Meanwhile, within its Pokeball, Lucario was expressing its indignation towards Yi Yun. How could you? You sly one. Expect me to mate with a dog? Have you considered my feelings? Let me reiterate. I am a wolf, a brave wielder of the aura, and should not be compared to a mere dog. Furthermore, the notion of mating is utterly out of the question. Yi Yun unfazed, let out a sigh and mused to himself. I initially intended to arrange a marriage proposal for you with these Ralts. It seems that is no longer feasible. If you lack the desire, then I shan't concern myself further. Lucario promptly silenced itself, altering its demeanor. Ahem, well, actually, a marriage proposal isn't entirely out of the question. Considering you are my master, I cannot defy your wishes. You may proceed as you see fit. I am rather indifferent to the whole affair. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting, really indifferent? After much hesitation, Lucario finally managed to stammer out a few words, a little bit. Indeed, just a smidgen, Yi Yun scoffed, muttering under his breath. I ask you, can you not trust me a little more? Do you not know what kind of person I am? Would I engage in such treachery against my own brother? You know full well whose Pokemon egg that is. It's not a secret to you. I brought you out merely for formality, and look at how agitated you've become. Such a lack of composure. After several admonitions, Lucario found itself at a loss for words. All right. I admit I was hasty and did not think things through. Lucario lowered its head in apology. Yi Yun did not take advantage of the situation but quietly remarked. As long as you acknowledge your mistake, that is sufficient. However, I too had my oversights. Next time such a matter arises, I will inform you beforehand. Lucario nodded but soon sensed something amiss in Yi Yun's words. What did he mean by next time? Shouldn't it be a discussion? Surely. He should not have trusted Yi Yun. His words were often deceptive. Yet, for the sake of his own future, Lucario decided to endure. About that marriage proposal. Yi Yun chuckled, fully aware that Lucario was preoccupied with the matter. Rest assured, I have already prepared everything for you. With Yi Yun's assurance, Lucario felt a sense of relief and ceased their mental exchange. Just then, the class bell rang. Yi Yun, accompanied by Wang Defa, made their way to the reporting hall. Moments ago, he had received a message from Zhou Yin, requesting him to visit the hall for an important matter. Although Zhou Yin had been rather secretive, Yi Yun had already surmised the reason. What else could it be but the Pokemon egg of a demigod? Still curious about the demigod Pokemon egg Zhou Yin had procured for him, he wondered which one it might be. With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Wang Defa and Yi Yun swiftly arrived at the reporting hall. Chapter 82, The Demigod Pokemon Egg. Inside the reporting hall, numerous school officials had already taken their seats. Upon entering, Yi Yun collided directly with Zhou Yin, who was approaching. Yi Yun, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you. Zhou Yin, surprised to see Yi Yun, expressed his astonishment. Yi Yun grinned. I heard you had secured the demigod Pokemon egg for me, so I came to take a look. Zhou Yin chuckled at Yi Yun's cleverness, pointing at him. You rascal, you're sharper than anyone else. Yi Yun humbly replied. No, it's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Mentor Zhou Yin, amused yet exasperated, said, all right, enough banter. Quickly find a seat. It will soon be your turn to present. Yi Yun put away his smile, nodded, and said, all right, I'll head over now. Yes, go ahead. As Yi Yun and Wang Defa prepared to take their seats at the front, he noticed that Wang Defa had frozen in place, his face contorted with worry, as if he might cry. What is this fatso up to now? Yi Yun muttered, turning back to him. He overheard Wang Defa sorrowfully asking Zhou Yin, Mentor Zhou, is that demigod Pokemon egg truly being awarded to Yi Yun? Zhou Yin confirmed, indeed. Did you not know? Yi Yun is a great hero of our school, single-handedly taking on all the elite competitors from Huadu Pokemon University. Hearing Zhou Yan's response, Wang Defa emitted a strange sound, as if he were a distressed animal. Are you all right? You seem unwell. Do you need to visit the infirmary? Zhou Yan, noticing Wang Defa's pallor, inquired with concern. Wang Defa shook his head, lamenting, no need, my heart is wounded. With that, his eyes glazed over, and he shuffled forward like a zombie. Wounded? How peculiar. Zhou Yan thought. Wait, could it be? He glanced between Yi Yun and Wang Defa, his gaze darting back and forth. Ah, the youth of today truly know how to have fun. Zhou Yin smacked his lips, seemingly recalling some unsavory image, and hastily exited the scene. Seated, Wang Defa felt despondent, casting a forlorn glare at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, feeling uneasy under Wang Defa's gaze, retorted, Could you not stare at me like that? I have no interest in men. Wang Defa sighed. Did you already know I would lose this bet? Yiyan chuckled, rolling his eyes. Isn't that obvious? If I weren't the recipient of the demigod Pokemon egg, would I have wagered with you? Wang Defa felt even more aggrieved. Then why would you put your brother in such a predicament? Is that how you treat me? Yiyan countered. Hey, don't play the victim. I specifically asked you if you wanted to take the bet. You insisted on going through with it. You can't blame me for that. Also, remember, a bet is a bet. Even though you are my brother, the stakes remain unchanged. Once we receive the demigod Pokemon egg, I will accompany you to your home to collect the Beedrill honey. Wang Defa sighed. You truly are a brother like no other. He fell silent, sitting gloomily in his chair, beginning to question his existence. Time ticked by slowly. Soon, the ceremony approached its conclusion. The grand finale is about to commence. Please welcome the illustrious Yi Yun from the esteemed Spirit University of Magic City. As the host's voice resonated through the hall, a wave of excitement surged and applause erupted. Yi Yun, with a serene smile and radiant spirit, confidently strode onto the stage. Ah, is that the legendary Yi Yun from our Magic City Spirit University? How splendid. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I would love to be in a romantic relationship with him. TSK, look at you, so infatuated again. Oh please, your drool is practically flowing. And yet, your face is flushed. Meanwhile, the host continued extolling Yi Yun's remarkable achievements. Just a few days prior, at the freshman exchange competition, Yi Yun had valiantly taken on 100 opponents, showcasing his formidable prowess and leaving the representatives of Huadu Spirit University utterly defeated. As the host's fervor grew, the audience below was left in astonishment. Although Magic City Spirit University and Huadu Spirit University have been long-standing rivals, such matters are typically handled discreetly and never brought to light. Yet, here was the host, audaciously insulting Huadu Spirit University in front of the entire faculty and student body. A commendable display of courage. Young Wang, mind your words. Ultimately, the host's impassioned rhetoric drew the ire of the leaders on stage, one of whom, a rather portly bald figure, furrowed his brow and cautioned him. Realizing his faux pas, the host hastily changed his tone. Now, let us invite our esteemed Dean, Zhuo Dangfeng, to present an award to Yi Yun. With that, a dignified gentleman clad in traditional attire approached, cradling a Pokemon egg. Well done, keep up the good work. Zhuo Dangfeng, with a benevolent smile, handed the egg to Yi Yun. Yi Yun graciously accepted it, bowing in thanks. Thank you, Dean. The two exchanged smiles and posed for a photograph. The ceremony concluded swiftly, and Yi Yun departed the auditorium with the somewhat dejected Wang Defa. Just as they stepped outside, a throng of girls pursued them. Handsome, wait for me. Can we exchange WeChat? Please accept my affection. Can we go on a date tonight? I've already booked a room. Quick, let us go. Yi Yun's expression shifted as he hastily fled with Wang Defa. After finally shaking off the girls, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the Pokemon egg in his arms. From Dean's with Dangfeng, he learned that this egg was that of a quasi-deity Pokemon, the Dragonite. While Dragonite may not be the pinnacle of strength among quasi-deities, it certainly ranks among the more formidable. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that Dragonite possesses the potential for mega evolution. Its possibilities are boundless. I need to purchase an incubator, Yi Yun murmured. Without an incubator, the dream of hatching the Pokemon within would be nothing short of folly. However, before that, Yi Yun had a more pressing matter to attend to, retrieving his spoils, the Beedrill honey, from Wang Defa's home. Chapter 83. A mishap befalls Yi. After acquiring the Beedrill honey from Wang Defa's home, Wang Defa returned to school temporarily due to classes. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, having no classes in the afternoon, decided to visit a nearby Pokemon shop to procure an incubator. After entrusting the Dragonite egg to the system, Yi Yun entered the shop. Excuse me, do you have an incubator? He was greeted by a young lady clad in black stockings, whom Yi Yun recognized as a familiar face from his days at the Buyuan Service Center. She had once hoped for a romantic liaison with him, only to be coldly rebuffed. It's you, the young lady exclaimed in surprise as she recognized Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded with a gentle smile. Aren't you working at Buyuan? What brings you here? Her cheeks flushed. She felt a tinge of bashfulness in the presence of her idol. Buyuan is on break. I heard their essay competition being prepared. Since I have some free time, I thought I'd take on additional work to help with family expenses. Her head lowered, her voice barely above a whisper, revealing her insecurities stemming from her humble upbringing. Yi Yun responded nonchalantly, that's commendable. Could you help me choose a good incubator? I need one to hatch a Pokemon egg. The young lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, please follow me. The two approached a counter filled with an array of incubators. What do you think of this one? It offers great value and is one of our best sellers. It features multiple functions, automatically adjusting temperature, humidity, and nutrient concentration. With just a touch of your finger, you can achieve hatching freedom. The young lady enthusiastically presented the product. Her voice sweet and her logic clear, skillfully highlighting its features to entice potential buyers, a natural in sales. Yi Yun examined it, finding it indeed impressive, but he inquired, "Do you have something more expensive?" He had heard that employees at the Pokémon shop earn commissions, with higher-priced items yielding greater rewards. The young lady paused. Her lips slightly parted in surprise at Yi Yun's question, instinctively blurting out, "Are you quite wealthy?" Yi Yun pondered for a moment before replying, "I suppose so." Her eyes sparkled anew. A man both handsome and affluent. Her ideal. How wonderful it would be if he could be hers. Alas, Yi Yun showed no interest. "We do have this option. What do you think?" She suggested another model, slightly pricier, yet still reasonable. Clearly, she remained considerate of Yi Yun's needs, focusing on value rather than mere cost. Yi Yun shook his head with a smile, saying, "Just bring me the most expensive one." He was not lacking in funds. His intention was not to flaunt his wealth, but rather to ensure the young lady earned a little extra. The young lady's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I said I want the most expensive one," Yi Yun reiterated, ensuring clarity. The young lady hesitated, trying to dissuade him, "But that's not very cost-effective, and—" Yi Yun smiled gently. "No, it's quite advantageous for me." The young lady was taken aback, unsure why he would assert that. Nevertheless, seeing Yi Yun's determination, she acquiesced and retrieved the most expensive incubator for him. "We will provide the nutrient solution free of charge. Would you like to take the incubator with you, or have it shipped?" Yi Yun contemplated briefly, then replied, "Please have it shipped." He provided her with an address before leaving the Pokémon shop. With midday approaching, Yi Yun pondered his next move. He decided to visit the elementary school where Yi Yi studied, hoping to surprise her. Upon arriving at Yinqing Elementary School, he found that students had already been dismissed. A queue of children lined up at the school gate, eager to purchase street snacks. Yi Yun scanned the area, but did not spot Yi Yi. "Is he not out yet?" Yi Yun murmured to himself. Yi Yi despised the cafeteria food, so Yi Yun had been giving her money daily to buy meals outside. He settled onto a nearby bench, patiently awaiting her arrival. Suddenly, he spotted Yi Yi's classmate and close friend emerging from the school gate. Yi Yun approached her and greeted her. "Little sister, where is Yi? Did she not come with you?" The young girl, having met Yi Yun a few times before and recognizing him as Yi Yi's handsome older brother, replied, "No, Yi said someone was looking for her, so she went ahead." Yi Yun furrowed his brow and murmured, "Someone is looking for Yi? That shouldn't be the case. Does Yi know anyone outside of school?" With a sense of unease, Yi Yun inquired further, "Do you know who was looking for Yi?" The girl shook her head, indicating she was unaware, as Yi hadn't mentioned anything to her. Yi Yun's expression darkened. He sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, the girl seemed to recall something and spoke up. "By the way, when Yi left, I think I heard her say it was your friend, big brother." "My friend?" Yi Yun's confusion deepened. Aside from Wang Defa, he had no other acquaintances. Wang Defa had always been by his side, so it couldn't have been him. At that moment, Yi Yun's heart was seized by a chilling premonition. Someone was impersonating his friend to deceive Yi Yi. If that were true, then Yi Yi was in grave danger. Yi Yun's face turned pale as he quickly questioned, "Little sister, do you know where Yi went?" The girl pouted in thought before pointing to a narrow alleyway that crossed the street, saying, "The last time I saw Yi, she went that way." "All right. Thank you," Yi Yun replied, and without hesitation, he dashed toward the alley. Upon crossing the street, Yi Yun soon arrived at the dimly lit alley. It was dark and damp, a place that exuded an unsettling aura. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a putrid stench. Amongst the foul odor, there lingered a hint of blood. The scent of blood? Yi Yun's heart tightened as terrifying images flooded his mind. "Yi," he called out, sprinting deeper into the alley. Fear gripped him. He was terrified that something had happened to Yi Yi. She was his only family in this world and his closest companion. If anything were to befall her, he would be utterly alone. At that moment, he could hardly assure himself that he wouldn't resort to extreme measures. "Yi, you must not come to harm." Yi Yun prayed silently, his eyes bloodshot and reddened, resembling a frenzied beast. Chapter 84. More than one person is seeking death. Navigating through the dark and cramped alley, when Yi Yun reached the end, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. Scattered across the ground lay a number of individuals, curled up in agony, seemingly having just survived a brutal conflict. Yi Yun scanned the surroundings and noticed numerous signs of battle, water stains, and charred marks left by electrical currents. From these clues, he deduced that at least water element and electric element spirits had been involved in the skirmish. The thought of the water element spirit, Milotic, which he had gifted to Yi Yi for self-defense, crossed his mind. That Milotic was at level 40, a a formidable strength at the pinnacle of advanced capability, capable of protecting Yi from most threats. Yet, at this moment, Yi could not find Yi anywhere. Thus, two possibilities remained. First, Yi had defeated her assailants and left unscathed. Second, she had been overpowered, and Milotic had failed to protect her, leading to her abduction. Yi gaze shifted to the individuals lying on the ground. If his conjecture held true, then what were these people's circumstances? He approached one of the fallen youths, crouching beside him, and asked, "Have you seen a silver-haired little girl, about this tall, very cute?" A flicker of panic crossed the young man's face as he averted his gaze and stammered, "No, I haven't." Yi recognized the lie immediately, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he placed a foot on the young man's head, threatening, "I will count to 3. If you refuse to speak, you will experience the sensation of your head bursting. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, the young man, trembling, seemed ready to divulge everything. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man nearby coldly interjected, "If you dare to speak, I guarantee you won't survive the night." Yi chuckled derisively, retorting, "If you don't speak, I'll ensure you don't survive the next second." The young man, pale with fear, found himself in a harrowing predicament, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. The middle-aged man glared at Yi with a venomous look, threatening, "You better think this through. You wouldn't want your mother and sister to suddenly disappear one day, would you?" The man's words struck a nerve in the young man, causing him to tremble violently, his face paling. "No, please don't harm my family. I won't say anything. I swear I won't." Yi brows knitted together, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The middle-aged man was truly courting death, even now. He could not discern the gravity of the situation and dared to oppose him. Yi's anger surged to a boiling point. He slowly advanced toward the middle-aged man, who had injured his right leg during the earlier confrontation and could no longer stand. Realizing the impending danger as Yi approached, the man began to retreat, his earlier arrogance replaced by sheer terror. What are you going to do? I warn you, murder is illegal." Yi smiled faintly, "Of course. I am aware that murder is against the law." Then, he lifted his foot and brought it down. This blow, infused with wave-guiding power, howled as it struck the man's left leg. Crack! Ah! The middle-aged man's right leg was shattered under Yi foot, accompanied by a scream. The others present watched in horror, their fear intensifying. Yi's ruthless demeanor sent chills through them, and dread spread among the crowd. None knew if they would be next. Ignoring the man's agonized cries, Yi struck again. The arm broke. A third strike landed, and the neck snapped. The middle-aged man never imagined Yi would so decisively conclude his life. Yi turned to the young man, a smile gracing his lips. Yet beneath that facade lay a terrifying demon. "Why you killed him," the young man stuttered, his face drained of color. Yi smiled slightly, calm and composed. "Indeed, I have killed. Do you believe I would spare you?" The young man's heart raced as the shadow of death loomed over him, causing his spirit to crumble. "Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It was Huang Xiaojun, the mentor from Huadu Spirit University, who sent us. He instructed us to kidnap a girl named Yi and deliver her to a wealthy businessman in Modu." Upon hearing Huang Xiaojun's name, Yi's fists tightened involuntarily. That old fool truly had no sense of his own mortality. Yi's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. "Where is that little girl?" He did not see the silhouette of Yi here. The young man swallowed hard and continued, "We had succeeded in luring her here, poised to take action, when suddenly a group of individuals clad in black robes and wearing masks emerged. Their strength was formidable within mere exchanges. They defeated us and abducted the little girl. She attempted to resist, summoning a powerful Milotic, but alas, the prowess of those cloaked figures was overwhelming, and her Milotic succumbed within just a few exchanges." Upon hearing the young man's account, Yi's eyes instinctively narrowed into a slit. Black robes, masked faces, and a vendetta against him. He could conjure no other possibility than that of the black market organization. "Huh, truly courting death," he mused. "I had no intention of entangling myself with you again, yet you insist on provoking me. If that is the case, let you all vanish from this world." Yi's expression darkened ominously, rendering the young man pale with fear, unable to utter a word. With a swift turn, Yi departed without striking them, a gesture that allowed the young man and his companions to breathe a sigh of relief. Surviving was preferable to anything else. However, their relief was short-lived when a Lucario appeared before them, and they quickly realized their grave mistake. Yi had never intended to spare them. His reluctance to act earlier stemmed solely from his wish to avoid direct confrontation. "No, please. I don't want to die. Someone save me." The cries echoed incessantly, yet curiously. From an external perspective, the alley seemed eerily quiet, as if it were cut off from the outside world. Chapter 85, An Alliance. The Black Market Organization. Fueled by fury, Yi Yun arrived at his destination. At this moment, the gates of the black market were firmly shut, as it did not operate during daylight hours. Yi Yun was indifferent to their operating hours, delivering a powerful kick that forcefully swung the doors open. The personnel on duty within the black market were left dumbfounded, pondering the audacity of this fool who dared to storm in uninvited. One of the guards discreetly pressed the alarm button and stepped out of the duty room, pointing at Yi Yun with a stern voice. "Who are you?" However, he barely finished his sentence before a fist, akin to a sandbag, struck his face, sending him flying. At that moment, the alarm blared overhead, and numerous members of the black market organization surged toward Yi Yun from all directions, encircling him in an instant. Yi Yun surveyed the gathering crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips as he slowly produced an Ultra Ball, releasing his Kingler. Roar! Kingler pounded its chest, unleashing a thunderous roar that nearly ruptured the eardrums of those present. The members of the black market instinctively covered their ears, finding some relief from the cacophony. Sensing Yi Yun's seething rage and murderous intent, Kingler wasted no time launching an assault on the black market personnel. With a single punch, dozens fell grievously injured or lifeless. The members of the black market were left in a state of shock, hastily retreating from Yi Yun. Kingler was overwhelmingly powerful. Just then, as Yi Yun prepared to continue his onslaught, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged from the crowd. "Young hero, please show mercy." The crowd parted to allow the middle-aged man passage. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, instinctively drawn to the man. He could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Clearly not an ordinary individual. Just as Yi Yun was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the young girl trailing behind the middle-aged man, and he froze. "Brother." The girl's eyes sparkled with tears, transforming into a radiant smile as she rushed toward Yi Yun, throwing herself into his embrace. It was Yi Yi, his long-cherished sister. Seeing Yi Yi safe and sound filled Yi Yun with unparalleled joy. "Are you hurt?" he asked gently, wiping away her tears. Yi Yi shook her head, nestling against Yi Yun's chest, her face aglow with a blissful smile. "Please return, Kingler." Yi Yun tenderly stroked Yi Yi's hair, recalling Kingler back to its ball. From Yi Yi's demeanor, he surmised that he had misunderstood the black market organization. Yi Yun turned to the middle-aged man, awaiting an explanation. The man smiled faintly and invited. "I have long admired the name of Brother Yi. Shall we converse inside?" Yi Yun nodded, following the middle-aged man into the grand hall of the black market organization. Yi Yun felt no trepidation regarding potential deception. If they had intended to strike, they would have done so long before this moment. Upon entering the hall, both parties took their seats. The middle-aged man sipped a modest cup of tea and began to introduce himself. Through his words, Yi Yun learned that the man was named Xia Yan, the vice leader of the black market organization, responsible for most of its operations. "Vice Leader Xia, might I inquire about my sister's situation?" Yi Yun pressed, still grappling with uncertainties. Xia Yan smiled lightly, acknowledging, "I understand your confusion. Allow me to recount the entire sequence of events, and all will become clear." Yi Yun listened intently. Xia Yan took another sip of tea, cleared his throat, and began. "This story begins with your two adversaries. One is Huang Xiaojun from Huadu Pokémon University. I have investigated him discreetly. After you offended him, he has been plotting revenge, ultimately setting his sights on your sister. He dispatched individuals to lie in wait near Yinxing Primary School, intending to lure your sister out and capture her. However, he did not anticipate that his plans would be thwarted." At this point, Xia Yan smiled mysteriously and continued. "This brings us to your second adversary, the leader of our organization. The leader learned of a treasure box in your possession and sought to seize it, following you in pursuit. I do not know what transpired between you, but it is certain that upon returning, the leader harbored a deep-seated hatred for you, constantly devising ways to retaliate, albeit with some reservations. To implement this plan, the leader began to monitor you day and night, ultimately targeting your sister. Upon learning of the enmity between you and Huang Xiaojun, the leader intended to abduct your sister through him to achieve his goals. This explains the intervention of another group during Huang Xiaojun's mission." Yi Yun furrowed his brow, still beset by many questions. Xia Yan seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and patiently said, "Do not rush. Let me continue. The leader's men seized your sister from Huang Xiaojun's associates, intending to use her as leverage against you. However, they did not realize that I was observing their every move. Once your sister was taken, my people sprang into action, laying an ambush to rescue her from their clutches." At this point, Xia Yan ceased his narrative. Yi Yun grasped the implications, stating directly, "I owe you a favor. What do you wish for my assistance?" Xia Yin erupted into hearty laughter, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Brother Yi, truly a genius of your time. You are as astute as they say. Since you have already discerned my intentions, I shall no longer conceal them. To speak candidly, I aspire to become the leader of a black market organization, and I require your assistance. Although I am uncertain of the full extent of your capabilities, I am convinced of your ability to aid me. Otherwise, the current leader would not harbor such trepidation towards you, resorting to such despicable tactics to intimidate you. Yi Yun smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. What do you propose we do? Xia Yin leaned closer to Yi Yun, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes as he whispered, eliminate him. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow and replied, he is the leader of the black market organization. Are you certain that this course of action will not plunge the organization into chaos? Xia Yin confidently assured, rest easy. The vast majority of the black market members are already in my pocket. As you can observe, they are all under my command. As for the remaining individuals, they have accompanied the leader to ambush you in the forest. They are of little concern, save for a few old-timers who may prove troublesome. But I can deal with them. However, the leader must be confronted by you personally. Yi Yin pondered briefly before a subtle smile graced his lips. It is settled. Those who have harmed my sister must perish. Chapter 86. Conspiracy. After temporarily securing Yi within the black market organization, Yi Yun set off to the forest with Xia Yin. At that moment, deep within the forest, Liang Wan, the leader of the black market organization, awaited the arrival of his subordinates with patience, only to receive dire news. Leader, we have been intercepted, came the panicked voice from the other end of the line. Liang Wan's expression grew increasingly frosty as he gravely inquired, speak. What has transpired? His subordinate swallowed hard, forcing calmness as he recounted the incident. We had successfully seized the young girl from that group, but unexpectedly, a cadre of mysterious individuals emerged, snatching the girl from our grasp. We were no match for them and had no choice but to retreat. Liang Wen's fists clenched involuntarily, the sheer force causing his knuckles to turn white. Have you ascertained their identities? He asked, suppressing the fury boiling within. And no, we have not, his subordinate stammered. With a furious shout, Liang Wen hurled his phone to the ground. Incompetence. A pitiful lot. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what use are you to me? Just then, the phone on the ground rang again. Someone was calling. Liang Wen glanced down and saw it was not one of his subordinates, but rather his second-in-command, Xia Yin. What could this rascal want? Liang Wen furrowed his brow, contemplating before picking up the phone. Hello, what is it? After a long silence, Xia Yan's voice finally came through. Leader, where are you? We have captured the boy you mentioned. Liang Wen was taken aback, and after a moment, he incredulously asked, you mean to say you have apprehended the youth named Yi Yin? Indeed, it is him, Xia Yin affirmed. Liang Wen's excitement surged as he exclaimed, huh? Splendid. Truly. I have searched far and wide only to find my quarry without effort. Where is he now? He is in my custody. I heard you were in the forest, so I brought him to you and am en route to your location, Xia Yin replied. Unable to contain his elation, Liang Wen's lips curled into a broad grin. He struggled to rein in his excitement and instructed Xia Yin, excellent. Bring him here. I shall send you my coordinates. After ending the call, Liang Wen dispatched his location to Xia Yin. Meanwhile, upon receiving Liang Wen's precise location, Xia Yin could not suppress a cruel smile. Now that we know where he is, the next steps are ours to take. Xia Yin turned to Yi Yun, a sly grin spreading across his face. Yi Yun nodded nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Following the provided directions, they soon arrived at Liang Wen's location. Xia Yin, where is the boy? Liang Wen eagerly approached as Xia Yin arrived. Xia Yin chuckled softly, patience. Leader, just look over there. Liang Wen followed Xia Yan's gaze and indeed spotted Yi Yun. The mere thought of Yi Yun ignited an uncontrollable fury within Liang Wen. Ha ha, you little brat. At long last, you have fallen into my clutches. Liang Wen bellowed gleefully as he strode towards Yi Yun. At this moment, several elders of the black market organization emerged, trailing behind Liang Wen. Esteemed elders, please hold. I have matters to discuss with you, Xia Yin interjected, halting them. The elders exchanged puzzled glances and turned to Xia Yin. One elder queried, what is it you wish to say? Xia Yin smiled subtly, stepping closer to them and whispering conspiratorially, I have something to reveal. Suddenly, a gleaming dagger appeared in Xia Yan's hand, plunging into the side of one elder. With a sickening squelch, the blade was stained crimson, blood gushing forth. Ah! The elder cried out in agony, instinctively clutching his wound and staggering backward. Xia Yin, what are you doing? Another elder shouted in shock, pointing an accusatory finger. Xia Yin scoffed coldly, what am I doing? Why, I am sending you to the afterlife. As the words left his lips, Xia Yin produced a Pokeball, unleashing a blinding light that revealed a white, Mega Gengar before the astonished crowd. This was Xia Yan's prized Pokemon, which had undergone Mega Evolution prior to their arrival. Upon its emergence, it was in its most formidable form. Gengar, eliminate them. Xia Yin commanded icily, his murderous intent palpable. The followers accompanying him swiftly unleashed their own Pokemon, charging at the elders. The first elder, pale and trembling, whether from fear or blood loss, attempted to summon his own Pokemon in retaliation, but was promptly struck down by Gengar's powerful blow to the forehead, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining elders, witnessing this, hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Xia Yin and his cohort, summoning their own Pokemon to engage in battle. On the other side, Liang Wan, witnessing the chaos unfold, was seething with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Xia Yin, he roared, his expression grotesque. He temporarily abandoned Yi Yun, intent on avenging himself on Xia Yin. However, at that moment, Yi Yun, with a cold smile, leapt forward, placing himself directly in Liang Wen's path. I am afraid your opponent is me. Liang Wen's chest heaved with fury as he pointed accusingly at Yi Yun. You are all in cahoots. Yi Yun remained unperturbed. I believe it is time we settled our grievances. Had you not harmed my sister, I would have left you be. But you made the grievous error of targeting her. For anyone who dares to harm my sister, there is but one fate that awaits them, death. With that declaration, Yi Yun unleashed his legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza. With his current strength, he had no fear of the black market members discovering Rayquaza's presence. After all, this is no longer a secret worth concealing. Moreover, with his current prowess, he possesses adequate capability for self-preservation. Those who harbor intentions against the legendary Rayquaza are destined for demise. Boom. Upon laying eyes on Rayquaza, Liang Wen's mind was struck as if by lightning. A forgotten memory, long buried within the recesses of his mind, was suddenly rekindled. It's you. I remember now. Ha ha ha, I remember. Liang Wen babbled excitedly. Yi Yun, however, paid him no heed and promptly commanded Rayquaza to launch an assault. Sensing his master in peril, Liang Wen's Pokemon instinctively burst forth from its Pokeball. Chapter 87, Point Skyrocket. A Charizard, a Blastoise, and a Venusaur. The trio of starters had all assembled. Aware of Rayquaza's formidable nature, the three Pokemon simultaneously underwent Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard X, Mega Blastoise, and Mega Venusaur. Three Mega-evolved Pokemon do possess a measure of strength. Alas, they have encountered Rayquaza. Yi Yun did not belittle the trio post-evolution. Rather, Rayquaza's might was overwhelmingly superior, rendering it nearly invincible against any Pokemon. Have you not heard how Mega Rayquaza once stood undefeated against 6 adversaries? Finish this battle swiftly, do not prolong it. Remember, do not eliminate them. I wish to keep them for points, Yi Yun reminded with emphasis. The 3 potential Mega Pokemon could yield quite a substantial amount of points. Soon, he would be able to engage in the Supreme Lottery once more. Roar! Rayquaza responded with a thunderous roar. In the face of the 3 Mega-evolved Pokemon, Rayquaza initiated its assault with Dragon Ascent, a formidable Dragon-type move. Coupled with Rayquaza's exceptional special attack, the result was cataclysmic. With a single strike, the 3 Mega Pokemon found themselves in dire straits. Mega Charizard unleashed torrents of blue flames, desperately trying to counter the falling meteorites. Mega Blastoise, meanwhile, launched a barrage of water cannons to deflect the fiery meteors aiming for it. As for Mega Venusaur, it endured, the flowers upon its back gathering a terrifying white light, preparing to retaliate against Rayquaza. Rayquaza, sensing Mega Venusaur's intentions, swiftly utilized its signature move, drawing first blood and sending Venusaur hurtling away. After enduring the combined assaults of Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent and Dragon Ascent, Mega Venusaur was the first to succumb, rendered unable to continue fighting. Observing from the sidelines, Yi Yun acted swiftly, dashing toward the dazed Liang Wan, conjuring a wave-guided projectile that struck him fiercely, sending him flying. Ordinary bodies could scarcely withstand such a powerful blow, and Liang Wan fell unconscious on the spot. Yi Yun then approached him, delivering a final blow to ensure he was incapacitated, before retrieving the Pokeball of Mega Venusaur and subsequently capturing it within. System, I wish to exchange this for points, Yi Yun silently called out. Soon, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Recovery successful. Congratulations on acquiring 3,500 points. Yi Yun was taken aback. So much. 3,500 points were sufficient for him to engage in 3 rounds of the Supreme Lottery. Moreover, with Mega Charizard and Mega Blastoise in tow, it meant that upon concluding this battle, he could indulge in a luxurious 10 consecutive Supreme draws. The exhilaration was beyond compare. Turning his gaze back to the battle above. Having dispatched Mega Venusaur with ease, Rayquaza now set its sights on Mega Blastoise, its disdain palpable. It found Blastoise's attack style exceedingly vexing. Akin to being assaulted by liquid projectiles. Rayquaza could hardly tolerate this. A faint azure glow enveloped it as it unleashed another dragon ascent, this time directed at Mega Blastoise. Bang! Although Mega Blastoise boasted formidable defenses, the impact from Rayquaza was still overwhelming, leaving its head drooping in a weakened state. This strike did not incapacitate Mega Blastoise entirely, but it was significantly injured, now leaning against a tree in a semi-conscious state. Seeing this, Rayquaza prepared to deliver a finishing blow. However, Yiyun intervened, asserting, "Leave this one to me. You handle Mega Charizard." Rayquaza cast a dubious glance at Yiyun, as if questioning his capability. "Can you manage?" Yiyun, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, insisting, "Just go, and stop with the unnecessary chatter." For the sake of the magazine, Rayquaza complied, turning its attention to Mega Charizard. Once Rayquaza departed, Yiyun stepped forward, eyeing the incapacitated Mega Blastoise with eager anticipation. "Perfect, just the practice I need to test my prize technique." A mischievous smile crept across Yiyun's face as he focused intently, positioning himself correctly. Gradually, a pale blue wave-guided projectile began to form in his hand. "Go!" Yiyun commanded, launching the projectile with precision. Smack! It landed squarely on Mega Blastoise, albeit lacking sufficient power, akin to a mere tickle. Yiyun remained unperturbed, repeating the process. While his wave-guided projectiles were certainly inferior in power compared to Lucario's, their range was commendable, easily reaching over 10 meters. Smack! The second projectile struck Mega Blastoise, reducing its health by 1. Another smack. The third struck, and once more, the fourth. Smack! 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 The fifth, sixth, and seventh projectiles landed upon Mega Blastoise, depleting its health by 3. Yiyun, thoroughly engrossed in his practice, even developed new techniques. However, Mega Blastoise could endure no more. "You may slay me, but please spare me this torment. I beg you to finish me off in one swift blow. Do not subject me to this inhumane suffering." Mega Blastoise lamented, its patience waning under the relentless assault. Just as it thought of surrendering into unconsciousness, another wave-guided projectile jolted it back to awareness. This cycle continued, and even Mega Blastoise's remarkable endurance met its match. Thud! Mega Blastoise's head drooped, and it succumbed to unconsciousness, not from a lack of health, but from sheer exasperation. Yiyun observed this with satisfaction. Excellent, a noticeable improvement. He could indeed take down a Mega Blastoise. He retrieved the Pokeball from Mega Blastoise, capturing it before instructing the system for recovery in exchange for points. Ding! Recovery successful. Congratulations on acquiring 4,000 points. Yiyun was taken aback. This was 500 points higher than Mega Venusaur. This little turtle had some merit. He clicked his tongue in surprise and turned his attention back to the battle with Mega Charizard in the sky. He began to anticipate the substantial points that the Super Charizard would bestow upon him. Judging by its performance, Yiyun speculated that the Super Charizard could at least be exchanged for 5,000 points. Its strength was evidently superior to that of the Super Blastoise and Super Venusaur. The mere fact that it managed to withstand the might of the Rayquaza for such an extended duration was a testament to its prowess. Chapter 88. Agreement reached. 14 consecutive draws. After enduring for 3 minutes, the Super Charizard finally succumbed to the pressure and plummeted from the sky. Yiyun was not idle either. He swiftly retrieved it with a Pokeball and exchanged it for points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 5,500 points. Gasp! Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yiyun could not help but inhale sharply in astonishment. 5,500 points? This was truly extraordinary. This Super Charizard was quite remarkable. Yiyun marveled at his fortune, his face glowing with joy like the resplendent dawn. The trio of Pokémon had netted him a total of 13,000 points. Enough for him to partake in 13 supreme draws. Yiyun felt certain that he would be able to draw another level 1 deity this time, especially since his Rayquaza had been obtained through a 10 consecutive draw. Under normal circumstances, he expected the same outcome this time as well. Just as Yiyun reveled in his delightful fantasies, the battle on Xia Yan's side concluded. They gazed at the Rayquaza soaring in the sky, their eyes reflecting incredulous astonishment. This creature was extraordinarily powerful, to the extent that even the leader was no match for it. It was no wonder that the leader harbored such trepidation towards it. The Rayquaza, a true monarch of the skies, willingly chose to follow a mere youth. He was no ordinary individual. Such a person should be befriended, never offended. Xia Yan silently pondered. Upon returning, he would announce to all members of the black market organization to keep their wits about them and never provoke Yi Yun or anyone associated with him, especially Yi. Xia Yin took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts, and approached Yi Yun. Brother Yi, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for you, we could not have so easily dealt with Liang Wan and his crew. Yi Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding coolly, no need for thanks. We merely sought mutual benefit. Xia Yan's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed quite unique and not easy to deal with. However, he asserted with sincerity, no, in my eyes. You are the greatest benefactor of our black market organization. Yi Yun cast a surprised glance at Xia Yan, sensing his attempts to forge a closer rapport. Could it be that witnessing his strength had inspired him to draw nearer? Yi Yun contemplated the possibility. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the black market organization's secrecy and their reckless approach, prompting a sly grin. Leader Xia, might I request a favor from you? Xia Yan paused, somewhat perplexed. How was it that the person who had previously ignored him was now seeking his assistance? Nevertheless, he dismissed any doubts, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. Speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall see it done. Yi Yun smiled lightly, expressing his gratitude beforehand. I need you to eliminate someone. Whom? The mentor Huang Xiaojun from Huadu Pokémon University. Upon returning to the black market organization, Yi Yun took Yi with him. Brother Yi, just wait at home for good news. Tomorrow, you shall witness my sincerity. He departed with a smile. Eliminating a mentor was a task relatively simple for the black market organization. Although Huang Xiaobin was a mentor at Huadu Pokémon University, in terms of status, he was merely a petty clown. Back at home, after lulling Yi to sleep, Yi Yun returned to his room. Opening the system, he suppressed his excitement and slowly stated, System, I wish to draw. Ding. Detecting your current total points at 14,138, would you like to proceed with consecutive draws? Yi Yun was astonished to find that his points had accumulated to such a degree. It must have been the points earned from the previous battles, he mused aloud. Before declaring, activate Supreme Consecutive Draw. Rewards are being drawn, please wait. Yi Yun patiently awaited the outcome, his heart racing with anticipation, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. 10 seconds later, the system's adorable voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Master Ball. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Ultra Ball. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Luxury Ball. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 fragment of the Life Gem. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the special ability Dragon's Might. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Cosmic Pokemon Dialga. Yi Yun gathered his thoughts and realized he had received the following rewards. 1 fragment of the Life Gem, Dragon's Might, 1 Dialga, 5 Super Experience Candies, 3 Luxury Balls, 1 Master Ball, and 2 Ultra Balls. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. However, how could the Life Gem, a creation of the deity Arceus, suddenly become a fragment? Moreover, where had the system procured it? Could it have been pilfered from Arceus? Yi Yun gazed at the Life Gem fragment before him, lost in contemplation. The tale of the Life Gem traces back to an ancient legend. It is said that long ago, the world suffered a cataclysmic meteor strike, nearly obliterating the Pokémon world. To safeguard the Pokémon realm from the impending disaster, Arceus selflessly scattered its plates to shield the Earth from the residual impact, retaining only its original normal type. This act drained Arceus of its strength, causing the plates to disperse across the globe. And it was humanity that ultimately aided Arceus in recovering its lost plates. In gratitude for humanity's assistance, Arceus fused 5 of its plates, electric, grass, water, ground, and dragon, into the Life Gem, bestowing it upon humanity to enrich the land, with the agreement to return it on the day of the lunar eclipse. This is the origin of the Life Gem. Thus, the existence of the Life Gem signifies that Arceus is missing 5 plates. With the fragment in Yi Yun's possession, that totals to 6. Losing a third of the 18 plates would undoubtedly be a severe blow to Arceus. Yi Yun was unaware of the turmoil that had befallen Arceus. But one thing was certain, its power had significantly diminished. Furthermore, the system's act of presenting him with the Life Gem fragment could imply that he was destined to collect the remaining fragments. If that were the case, it would mean he possessed 6 plates all to himself. Was this the beginning of a challenge against Arceus? Yi Yun dared not imagine. Yet, the system remained audacious, seemingly peering into his thoughts, and issued a task he could not refuse. Task description: collect the remaining fragments of the Life Gem and synthesize the Life Gem. Task type: mandatory task. Task deadline: 3 months. Task reward: time-space crystal. Failure penalty: All rewards already issued will be revoked. Yi Yun, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Chapter 89. A blessing or a curse system. Am I allowed to refuse this task? Yi Yun felt an unsettling suspicion that the system was leading him astray. This task is mandatory. The host has no authority to decline. Then I suppose I must acquiesce silently? Yi Yun inquired with a furrowed brow. Life is akin to being bound. If one cannot resist, then one should learn to savor it. Damn, it has truly ensnared me. Yi Yun inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Surely you can at least enlighten me about the temporal crystal reward? He conceded. For your safety, the host is currently not permitted to know. Yi Yun sighed, feeling utterly deprived of any useful information. Moreover, the system allotted him merely 3 months, a timeline that amplified his anxiety exponentially. Should he fail the task, all rewards would be rescinded. Rayquaza, Lucario, Darkrai. Yi Yun felt tears welling in his eyes. Regret washed over him. Had he not succumbed to the impulse of a 14 draw, he might not have acquired the life gem fragment, and thus, this current predicament would not exist. Ultimately, he had brought this upon himself. Yi Yun took another deep breath, resigning himself to fate. After all, one must look forward in life. He shifted his gaze to the other rewards, hoping to derive some joy from them. The second reward was the power of dragon mastery. This was indeed a commendable gift. He could now consider himself a dragon trainer. The power of dragon mastery, akin to the aura force and the power of eternity, was a unique ability. Furthermore, it conferred the ability to forge a closer bond with dragon-type Pokémon, facilitating their control, while also slightly enhancing the potency of dragon-type moves. It could be said to be the coveted ability of every dragon trainer, epitomized by the well-known figure, Mr. Dodrio. As for why it was called Dodrio and not Dragon Dodrio, one could only say, those who understand, understand. Returning to the matter at hand. Possessing the power of dragon mastery would allow Yi Yun to wield greater control over Rayquaza, although he could achieve this merely through a magazine. After experimenting with the power of dragon mastery, Yi Yun turned his attention to the remaining rewards. The third reward was a cosmic Pokémon, Deoxys. It was indeed formidable. But would this creature clash with Rayquaza? Yi Yun harbored doubts that once he released Deoxys, it would surely be met with a beating from Rayquaza that would leave it unrecognizable. After all, these two Pokémon were sworn adversaries. Once, Rayquaza had been thoroughly thrashed by an alien Deoxys, losing face as a legendary Pokémon. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Yun's Pokémon. Rayquaza's lost dignity was of no concern to his shiny Rayquaza. Yi Yun retrieved a Pokeball from the system, within which resided Deoxys. Rayquaza, you are not to act out, nor are you to burst forth. Otherwise, I shall confiscate all your magazines. He cautioned, intent on averting a confrontation. Rayquaza scoffed, secretly disdainful. Uffed, why would I stoop to quarrel with an insect? Rayquaza was not boasting. Indeed, its power was leagues ahead of Deoxys. Rayquaza was nearing level 80, while Deoxys languished at a mere 40. The disparity in strength was utterly incomparable. All right, you're the best, you're the greatest, Yi Yun replied, exasperated. Rayquaza's lips curled into a small smirk, feeling quite pleased. Yi Yun's words rang true. With a sharp crack, Deoxys emerged from the Pokeball, and its information materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. Pokémon, Deoxys, friendship, 60, gender, none, talent, 4 stars, level, 40, type, psychic, ability, pressure, inflicts pressure on opponents, significantly reducing their move usage. Held item, none, moves, bind, glare, nightshade, teleport, knock off, pursuit, psychic, steal, taunt, superpower, spikes, shadow clone, hyper beam. Deoxys possesses 4 forms: normal, attack, defense, and speed. In the game, Deoxys can only retain 1 form, limiting its combat effectiveness. However, in reality, Deoxys can freely alter its form during battle, gaining a significant advantage, which is why it could easily overpower Rayquaza. Thus, Yi Yun held great hope for Deoxys. Well, not bad. Come back. Yi Yun nodded in satisfaction, recalling Deoxys. Deoxys was somewhat baffled. So you released me merely to admire my magnificent visage? Hentai. Yi Yun then examined the remaining rewards, all of which were decent, yet paled in comparison to the previous ones. He reserved the super experience candies for Rayquaza. Not forgetting the assessment with the original Rayquaza and Mewtwo, his priority remained enhancing Rayquaza's strength. As for the other Pokémon, he was already well equipped. Yi Yun administered all 5 super experience candies to Rayquaza, who successfully leveled up to 80. Wow, 5 candies only netted a single level. It truly becomes exponentially harder as one progresses, Yi Yun mused. Who among you desires a change of environment and to reside in a luxury ball? Yi Yun communicated with his Pokémon. The luxury ball offered no particular advantage other than enhanced comfort. Rayquaza was the first to express his disinterest, shaking his head in affirmation that the original was true love. Lucario promptly echoed his sentiments, proclaiming himself a devoted Oro warrior, steadfast in his loyalty. Darkrai and the others were indifferent, believing a change would make no difference. Thus, Yi Yun happily facilitated their transition to new quarters. Darkrai, superior, and the newly arrived Deoxys would first savor the experience of a standard Pokeball. Chapter 90, Mu Qingqiu's Request. In the early morning, within the confines of the living room, Yi Yun and Yi Yi were indulging in the delightful taste of honeyed milk. At that moment, a news report on the television unexpectedly captured Yi Yun's attention. Our station reports that this morning, Huang Xiaojun, a mentor at Huadu Fairy University, was found dead in his home, with preliminary police findings suggesting suicide. A hint of astonishment flickered across Yi Yun's face. The efficiency of the black market organization was indeed remarkable. Yi Yun held no belief that Huang Xiaojun had taken his own life. That old man cherished his life more than anyone else. Even if the sky were to fall, Huang Xiaojun would never resort to suicide. His sudden and mysterious demise was likely connected to the transaction he had with Xia Yin the previous day. Brother, isn't this the old man who used to bully you? Yi Yi queried, recognizing Huang Xiaojun from his photograph, her fingers curling inquisitively. Yi Yun nodded, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Do you see, Yi? This is what we call karma. Yi Yi, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed, nodded gently and uttered a soft "oh." With a slight smile, Yi Yun affectionately ruffled her tousled hair, choosing not to elaborate further. Is my honeyed milk delicious? He asked. Yi Yi's eyes, reminiscent of sparkling gems, transformed into crescent moons as she eagerly nodded. I love brother's honeyed milk. Yi Yun, satisfied, gently pinched her delicate cheek, saying, good. I'll make some for you again tonight. There was still some large bee honey left in the kitchen, sufficient for another meal for the siblings. Yay, I love my brother the most. Upon hearing that she could enjoy honeyed milk again, Yi Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as she opened her arms and leaped into Yi Yun's embrace. Hey, you're drooling. Hurry and tidy up for school. Yi Yun remarked with mock disdain, though inwardly he felt a wave of happiness. With a playful grimace, Yi Yi darted away. After sending her off, Yi Yun, noting that he had no classes for the day, decided to visit BUN, intending to create more energy cubes for sale. However, upon arriving at BUN, he discovered that it was closed. How strange, it hadn't even opened yet. What could have happened? Just as he pondered this, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the screen, he saw that it was a call from Mu Qingqiu. Upon answering, her voice quickly came through. Little brother Yi, could you do your sister a favor? Yi Yun felt a surge of exasperation. What did she mean by little brother? Though sharing the same surname, he was no mere child. Clearing his throat, he corrected her. Just call me Yi Yun. He then inquired, what do you need help with? I hope nothing has gone awry at your end. Your shop hasn't been open for several days, has it? Mu Qingqiu chuckled awkwardly, sighing in resignation. Well, you see, I've been preparing for the Mu family's energy cube manufacturing competition, so I haven't had the time to manage the shop, which is why it's temporarily closed. Yi Yun finally understood. So what is this favor you mentioned? It wouldn't happen to be related to the energy cube competition, would it? Mu Qingqiu offered a wry smile. You're quite astute. Congratulations on guessing correctly. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He did not view this as a cause for celebration. Speak, how can I assist you? After a moment of silence, Mu Qingqiu finally said, I would like to invite you to be my partner and participate in this competition together. To prevent any misunderstanding, she elaborated on the rules of the competition. This event differed from typical contests. It employed a duo format where two energy cube makers collaborated to produce energy cubes. There were no restrictions on participants from the Mu family, which meant she could choose someone outside her family to compete with. Yi Yun found this somewhat amusing. The Mu family was a prominent clan, evident from Mu Qingqiu herself. How could such a distinguished family fail to find a companion for the competition? He felt a twinge of skepticism. Why not find someone from the Mu family? After a pause, he voiced his curiosity. Mu Qingqiu replied with a smile. Because you are the most suitable candidate, both in terms of capability and my impression of you. Yi Yun fell silent. Upon reflection, there was some merit to her reasoning. Fine, but I'm not particularly interested. He was about to gently decline her offer when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a new mission. Mission objective. Participate in the Energy Cube Manufacturing Competition hosted by the Mu family and secure the championship. Mission type. Regular mission. Mission deadline. 3 days. Mission reward. 500 points. Intermediate energy, cube manufacturing recipe. Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. This mission was quite timely. Since you've earnestly issued a task, I suppose I shall reluctantly agree. He gestured to the system, aware that the system was akin to a little girl. All right. I accept your invitation to participate in the competition. With Yi Yan's assent, Mu Qingqiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. A heavy burden lifted from her heart. At that moment, Yi Yan suddenly added, however, I can't participate for nothing. You must offer me some form of compensation. Mu Qingqiu smiled gently. The top 3 in the competition will receive a soothing bell and a choice of high-grade energy cubes. How does that sound? Yi Yan shook his head. That doesn't count. I want a reward from you, not one that I earn through my own abilities. Mu Qingqiu seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting Yi Yan to be this demanding. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated before suggesting, would you like to explore a secret realm? Recently, a large secret realm has appeared on Phoenix Mountain, and I happen to have a spot available that would allow you entry. If you join me in the competition, I can reserve that spot for you. Yi Yan's eyes brightened, instantly sparking his interest. He had heard whispers of secret realms before. Allegedly, these were mysterious spaces existing independently of the real world, harboring countless opportunities yet fraught with peril. Due to the confidential nature of secret realms, they were swiftly seized by various factions upon emergence, leaving little information to circulate publicly. Yi Yan had only learned of their existence by happenstance. Now, with the chance to personally enter a secret realm, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Chapter 91. Relationships are cultivated. All right, I agree. Let us go with that, Yi Yan said with a cheerful smile. The opportunity to enter a secret realm was far more valuable to him than the competition rewards. Great. It's settled then, Mu Qingqiu responded with a slight smile, relieved to have Yi Yan's agreement. Had Yi Yan been overly insistent or demanding, she would have found herself at a loss. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Are you free tonight? We could practice together and enhance our synergy. Immediately after, Mu Qingqiu inquired once more. Yi Yan shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I cannot, for I must accompany my sister tonight. Clearly, Yi held greater significance in his heart than Mu Qingqiu. How about this afternoon? I happen to be free and can practice then. It was now Mu Qingqiu's turn to smile bitterly. I have no time this afternoon. There are some matters I need to attend to. A brief silence enveloped them. After a moment, Yi Yan took the initiative to break the stalemate, suggesting, what about tomorrow? It's Saturday, and I will have time during the day. Mu Qingqiu pondered for a moment before responding. All right, let us go with tomorrow then. You can come directly to my house. I will send you the address shortly. Okay. After confirming the time, Yi Yan hung up the phone. Before long, he received the address from Mu Qingqiu, Tianfu Garden. As he gazed at the address on his phone, Yi Yan murmured to himself. Although he had never been to Tianfu Garden, he was aware that it was the most upscale community in the entire Magic City. To reside there, one needed not only wealth but also influence. This fact alone attested to the extraordinary nature of Mu Qingqiu. After departing from Bun, Yi Yan made a stop at a magazine shop to purchase several magazines for his Latios. With some free time on his hands, he decided to unwind and cultivate the bond between himself and his Pokémon, making his way to the Pokémon Paradise. Pokémon Paradise is the largest entertainment venue in the Magic City. However, this establishment differs somewhat from what one might typically envision as a place of entertainment. As the name suggests, Pokémon Paradise is indeed a haven for Pokémon, leaning more toward a recreational space for them. Here, Pokémon can enjoy various amusement facilities that offer a unique experience. Let us all come out. Today, I'll ensure you all have a splendid time, Yi Yan said with a gentle smile, releasing his Pokémon. Among them were his superior, Lucario, Darkrai, Cresselia, and Bisharp. Naturally, he dared not release his Latios, fearing it might incite unnecessary chaos and trouble. I can only offer you the magazines I just bought as compensation for your confinement, Yi Yan silently communicated to Latios. To his relief, Latios showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Rather, it appeared quite pleased, for magazines were akin to life itself for it. What would you all like to play? Feel free to voice your desires. I shall grant them, Yi Yan said with a smile. Bisharp and Cresselia were the first to speak up, expressing their wish to play the game of double flying. Upon glancing over, Yi Yan realized that this so-called double flying was merely a carousel with wings affixed to the horses that could move up and down. With a light smile, he agreed. Very well, I shall indulge you. He approached the ticket booth and purchased 2 tickets for Bisharp and Cresselia to enjoy. From below, Yi Yan watched as his Pokémon reveled on the carousel, their affection for each other evident, and a warm smile spread across his face like that of an indulgent ant. I wonder when these 2 little ones will produce an egg? Yi Yan pondered with growing anticipation. What extraordinary traits might emerge from the offspring of Bisharp and Cresselia? As he was lost in thought, Lucario appeared somewhat dejected. Yi Yun, puzzled by this, inquired, "What is the matter? Don't you enjoy it?" Lucario shook its head, a look of regret on its face. "Had I known, I would have brought Ralts along as well." Yi Yun responded, "Ah, so you were hoping to have Ralts join in the fun? Master, may I go elsewhere?" Watching those two display their affection is rather disheartening, Lucario replied weakly. Yi Yun nodded, "Of course you may. What would you like to do?" Lucario surveyed the area before its gaze settled on the swimming pool, where numerous Pokémon were gracefully gliding through the water. "I wish to go swimming," Lucario stated earnestly. Yi Yun agreed. "No problem. Wait here while I get you a ticket." Before long, Yi Yun procured a swimming pass for Lucario. After expressing its gratitude, Lucario dove into the water and, before the eyes of many, executed a stylish dog paddle. Why does this Lucario swim like a dog? Yi Yun pondered. Is there a possibility that Lucario is, in fact, a dog? That was an astute observation. Let us refrain from mentioning it again. Yi Yun felt his face flush with embarrassment, utterly unprepared for Lucario's display in front of the crowd. Well, this certainly solidifies the notion of its canine-like demeanor. Yi Yun averted his gaze, pretending not to recognize Lucario, as he felt too humiliated. Unfazed, Lucario swam back to Yi Yun after completing a lap, beaming with pride. "What did you think of my unique swimming style?" Was everyone astounded? Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly as he replied. "Indeed, everyone was quite astonished. But have you considered that your swimming technique resembles a dog paddle?" Lucario vehemently denied it. "Impossible. As a noble Aura Guardian, how could I possibly swim like a dog?" Yi Yun chose not to argue, instead pulling out his phone to search for a video of dog paddling. After watching, Lucario fell silent, retreating into its pokeball, contemplating its existence. Yi Yun sighed and offered some comfort. "Don't be disheartened. The truth can often be harsh." Yi Yun then took Superior, Cresselia, and Darkrai around to various attractions. Superior engaged in rock climbing, Cresselia tried her hand at boxing, while Darkrai indulged in hypnosis. After a delightful day of activities, the bond between Yi Yun and his Pokémon deepened. "How did you all enjoy today?" Yi Yun asked with a gentle smile. Superior and the others nodded, their faces beaming with happiness, while Lucario remained in its Pokeball, still questioning its life choices. Chapter 92, The Gorgeous Contest. To uplift Lucario's spirits, Yi Yun decided to partake in a group activity, a gorgeous contest. This can also be referred to as a fashion competition. Trainers can select outfits for their Pokémon from a wardrobe, then choose the perfect angle and pose for a photo shoot. Ultimately, the judges will score based on the quality of the photos and the effectiveness of the outfits. Those with higher scores shall be crowned the winners of the gorgeous contest. What do you all think? Are you interested? Yi Yun asked his Pokémon. Superior and the others exhibited keen interest, as it was their first experience with fashion, sparking their curiosity. Even Lucario expressed great enthusiasm, bursting out of its Pokeball to participate in the contest. "Haha, let us go. I'll take you there." Yi Yun laughed heartily as he led his Pokémon into the dressing room. Inside, the wardrobe was filled with an array of splendid outfits, even including black and white stockings and bikini sets, leaving Yi Yun in awe. Suddenly, a blue scarf caught his attention. "Lucario, I think this would suit you perfectly." Yi Yun approached and removed the scarf. Lucario cast a glance, finding it visually appealing, and thus did not refuse, allowing Yi Yun to drape it around his neck. Quite splendid. It almost rivals my own handsomeness," Yi Yun remarked, stroking his chin as he surveyed Lucario with satisfaction. However, he felt that something essential was still lacking. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Of course, a hat. After much deliberation, Yi Yun finally selected a Western cowboy hat for Lucario. With this ensemble, Lucario's charm surged to new heights. If he were to stroll about, he would undoubtedly captivate many of the enchanting female Pokémon. Lucario was equally pleased with his new attire, preening in front of the mirror with a sense of self-admiration. He believed that with his newfound allure, he could easily enchant that particular Ralts. Just as Lucario was lost in his daydreams, a Superior slithered over to Yi Yun, expressing a desire for a makeover as well. After some thought, Yi Yun chose a pink bow tie and a delicate, gossamer white dress for Superior. Following this transformation, she resembled a beautiful little princess. Seeing both Lucario and Superior transformed and exuding increased charm, the other Pokémon could no longer contain themselves, eagerly requesting Yi Yun to style them as well. Yi Yun chuckled heartily. "Hold your horses, one at a time." 10 minutes later, he had dressed all his Pokémon. Finally, he devised a dashing pose for them to strike. Lucario and he stood back to back, arms crossed over their chests, striking a regal 45-degree angle, exuding an air of rebelliousness. King Gambit stood behind them, fists raised in a playful clash, grinning widely, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. Darkrai and Superior flanked them, one bowing modestly like a shy maiden, while the other radiated an aura of majestic power with a black void hovering behind. Excalibur and Iron Valiant perched on King Gambit's shoulders, wearing blissful smiles. The perfect composition and picturesque scene drew the attention of numerous passers-by. "Wow, that Superior is stunning, like a fairy," exclaimed one. "Oh no, my standards are changing," another remarked. "That Lucario is so handsome, I adore his cool demeanor," someone else chimed in. With a snap, the moment was captured in a photograph. Half an hour later, the results of the competition were announced. Yi Yun and his team emerged victorious. Although there were no prizes, that photograph was more precious to them than any trophy. As soon as the competition concluded, many people encircled Yi Yun, eager to add him on WeChat, hoping to facilitate friendly interactions between their Pokémon. Naturally, Yi Yun did not decline, understanding the importance of his Pokémon's happiness. Unfortunately, his Pokémon were rather proud and found no suitable matches among the others. Reluctantly, Yi Yun had to graciously decline. At that moment, a striking young man emerged from the crowd. With sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, fair skin, and a tall stature. He was an exceptionally handsome youth, rivaling Yi Yun in appearance. "Hello, I am Mu Chun," the boy introduced himself politely, though a hint of arrogance in his gaze suggested he was not of the gentle sort. "Greetings, I am Yi Yun." Adhering to the principle of not striking a smiley face, Yi Yun responded amicably, not wishing to appear unfriendly. It seemed Mu Chun was indifferent to Yi Yun's name and words, as if his prior introduction was merely a display of his own superiority. "I just observed your superior. She is quite lovely, and I find her appealing. I am willing to trade my Galate for her. What do you think?" As he spoke, Mu Chun released his Galate. It must be said, after some grooming, the Galate was indeed striking, undeniably deserving of its title as a stunning Pokémon. It possessed both the youthful innocence of a girl and the alluring charm of a mature woman. In simpler terms, it was both pure and enticing, captivating onlookers. Surrounding spectators were visibly entranced. Even Yi Yun, who prided himself on being a gentleman, found himself momentarily dazed. Mu Chun's Galate was exceptionally beautiful, a true gem among gems. Observing the captivated audience, Mu Chun's lips curled into a smirk, filled with a sense of superiority. His Galate deserved to be the most beautiful, the center of attention. "Apologies, but I am not interested in trading," Yi Yun responded almost immediately upon regaining his composure. It was absurd. Superior was his Pokémon, and he would never part with her for another. While Mu Chun's Galate was indeed stunning, it held no allure for him. He was not interested in Pokémon for their appearance, but rather had a penchant for young girls, specifically, those with white hair. Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback, unable to process Yi Yun's steadfast refusal. He initially believed Yi Yun might be attempting to drive a hard bargain, so he sneered. "How about I add an extra 10,000 Alliance coins?" Confidently, Mu Chun was certain Yi Yun would not reject such an offer. After all, 10,000 Alliance coins could sustain an ordinary family for several months. Plus, who could resist the temptation of a breathtaking Galate? However, Mu Chun was gravely mistaken. Yi Yun scoffed at the proposition. "Heh, is 10,000 Alliance coins a substantial amount? Even if it were 100,000 or 1,000,000. I wouldn't bat an eye in altering my decision." Superior was not merely a Pokémon. She was his companion. Yi Yun would never sell out his partner. Ignoring Mu Chun, Yi Yun regarded him as a fool and began to turn away with his Pokémon. At that moment, Mu Chun interjected. "What, do you find the offer too low? Name your price." It was clear that Mu Chun remained keenly interested in Yi Yun's superior. Yi Yun halted, casting a mocking glance at Mu Chun, and retorted, "Pokémon are not commodities to be traded." This statement drew astonished looks from the surrounding trainers, who regarded Yi Yun with admiration and respect. Integrity cannot be swayed by poverty, nor can it be broken by power. Yi Yun's words elevated his standing in their eyes significantly. Mu Chun's expression darkened, feeling insulted. In essence, Yi Yun was mocking his inadequacy as a trainer, insinuating that he was unworthy of the title. To Mu Chun, the measure of a competent trainer was not based on superficial conduct or the intimacy with Pokémon, but rather on one singular criterion: strength. At this juncture, Mu Chun brimmed with confidence. "Halt," he commanded coldly, bringing Yi Yun to a stop. Yi Yun responded with a derisive smile. "What? Are you challenging me?" Mu Chun lifted his chin slightly, pride etched on his face as he replied, "Yi Yun, do not indulge in mere verbal sparring. Dare you to duel with me?" Yi Yun regarded Mu Chun as if he were a fool, mocking, "Why on earth would I engage in a duel with you? What do I stand to gain from it?" Before Mu Chun could respond, an elder behind him could no longer contain himself. "You insolent wretch, for our young master to offer you a duel is a blessing you could only dream of." To refuse is one thing, but to openly mock him is utterly intolerable. Initially, the elder had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the youth. However, witnessing Yi Yun's relentless humiliation of Mu Chun, he could no longer remain silent. Thus interjecting with reproach. Yi Yun was unyielding, retorting sharply, "Where did this wild dog come from? If the chain isn't secure, it's better to stay put than to wander and bite indiscriminately." The elder was incensed, his chest heaving, white hair bristling. An uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of his heart, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. "You dare insult me? You seek death." The elder prepared to strike at Yi Yun, but was halted by Mu Chun. "Step back. This duel is between him and me. You have no place here." The elder was taken aback, but as he opened his mouth to protest, Mu Chun coldly interrupted, "I do not wish to repeat myself." Sensing the gravity in Mu Chun's tone, the elder dared not press further, casting a fierce glare at Yi Yun before retreating in silence. Yi Yun scoffed, dismissing the elder entirely. At that moment, Mu Chun produced a pokeball from his waist, evidently intent on compelling Yi Yun into battle without seeking his consent. "Heh, my Pokémon is no ordinary creature. It was captured in a secret realm, its power far surpassing that of other Pokémon. I shall thoroughly defeat you before everyone, trampling you underfoot to demonstrate who is truly worthy of being a trainer." With unwavering confidence, Mu Chun issued a formidable warning before the battle had even commenced. Initially indifferent to the confrontation, Yi Yun's interest peaked at the mention of Mu Chun's Pokémon being from a secret realm. Soon, he too would venture into such a realm, and an opportunity to gain insight into its Pokémon was not one to be squandered. "Very well, let me witness your prowess," Yi Yun provocatively challenged, his expression a blend of mockery and disdain. This infuriated Mu Chun, who wasted no time unleashing his Pokémon. "Houndoom, teach him a lesson and show him our strength," he bellowed, tossing the Pokeball into the air. Instantly, a radiant white light erupted before the onlookers, revealing a towering, pitch-black canine Pokémon. Yi Yun regarded the Houndoom with intrigue. Visually, this creature was distinctly different from the average Houndoom. The typical Houndoom bore a deep gray hue, adorned with white bones on its back and ankles, and sported devilish horns that made it appear as a harbinger of doom. Its tail ended in a long, inverted triangle. However, this Houndoom exhibited an exceptionally deep black sheen, reminiscent of ink or coal. Its bones were not merely white but infused with a sinister red, exuding a chilling aura. Furthermore, the horns were notably more twisted, resembling coiled bone serpents, adorned with mysterious engravings whose meanings remained elusive. Even the tail diverged from the norm, taking the shape of a skull, adding to its fearsome appearance. Yi Yun's curiosity about this secret realm, Houndoom, intensified. "Let us see how strong it truly is," he mused, summoning his own Pokémon, King of the Absentees. Instantly, the towering figure of his Pokémon, several meters tall, emerged, stunning the crowd with its imposing presence. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. You've chosen the King of the Absentees. I expected you to summon the Sovereign Serpent instead," Mu Chun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "But it matters not. My Houndoom will obliterate it regardless. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower," Mu Chun commanded, initiating the assault. A torrent of azure flames erupted from Houndoom's mouth, morphing into two elongated, sharp fangs that lunged toward the King of the Absentees. "No matter the multitude of your attacks, I shall shatter them with a single blow," Yi Yun declared, opting for a straightforward counter. "King of the Absentees, use Hammer Arm." The colossal Pokémon swung its fist, resembling a boulder, directly at Houndoom's head. The sheer force of the punch was tremendous, forcing the air around it to retreat. Sensing the impending onslaught, Houndoom recognized its opponent's might and could not afford to be complacent. With jaws aglow with fiery intensity, it aimed a side attack at the King of the Absentees. Yet, to Houndoom's surprise, the King of the Absentees did not adopt a defensive stance. With a piercing impact, Houndoom's fiery fangs pierced the King of the Absentees' arm. Remarkably, the latter displayed no sign of distress, maintaining an expression of calm indifference as if it hadn't just been bitten. Subsequently, the King of the Absentees retracted its fist and, akin to a meteor, forcefully struck Houndoom's head. Bolstered by its immense strength, the punch reached an astonishing intensity, sending Houndoom flying. The impact nearly fractured its skull, leaving it howling in agony as it spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground. Its mouth askew and teeth scattered. Struggling to regain its footing, Houndoom trembled, finding it a considerable challenge to support its own weight. "Houndoom!" Mu Chen's expression darkened, his voice laced with fury as he shouted. His prized Pokémon had been knocked out of the fight by Yi Yun's King of the Absentees with a single blow, a reality he found difficult to accept. After all, this Houndoom was no ordinary creature. It had been captured from a secret realm, its strength far exceeding that of typical Pokémon. The fact that it had suffered such a dismal defeat at the hands of Yi Yan left Mu Chun grappling with disbelief. If only Yi Yan knew the turmoil within Mu Chun's mind, he would surely scoff at it. Hee, your Houndoom is no ordinary Pokémon. Could my Slacking be any less? One must acknowledge that Slacking boasts a staggering base stat total of 670, surpassing many legendary creatures. Now having overcome its lazy disposition, it has transformed into a powerhouse with enhanced capabilities, rivaling even the mightiest of deities. The only drawback lies in its somewhat lacking attributes and skills. Nevertheless, even legendary Pokémon like Zapdos would struggle against it, let alone a mere Houndoom. Perhaps, Houndoom may have a chance after undergoing Mega Evolution. To think that the ordinary form of Houndoom would dare to challenge Slacking? Hee, it would be wiser to return home and dream of grandeur. After taking a punch from Slacking, Houndoom, while still standing, was on the verge of losing its fighting spirit. Continuing the battle would be futile. Fortunately, Yi Yan decided to recall Slacking. From the recent confrontation, he gained a clearer understanding of the strength of the Pokémon from the Secret Realm. Apart from their distinct appearances, which appear more fearsome than ordinary Pokémon, there was no significant enhancement in their power. Of course, some increase must exist, yet it was less than Yi Yan had imagined. With this realization, Yi Yan felt a sense of peace wash over him, bolstering his confidence in navigating the Secret Realm safely. Departing from the Pokémon Paradise, Yi Yan ignored Mu Chen's boisterous taunts and made his way directly to the school where Yi Yi was located. At this hour, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when school was set to dismiss. Ding ding ding. As the melodious bell chimed, the previously tranquil campus erupted into a lively commotion. Before long, Yi Yi emerged, bouncing out of the school with a Pikachu backpack slung over her shoulders. Upon spotting Yi Yan waiting at the school gate, her eyes sparkled like stars as she hurriedly made her way toward him. Her twin ponytails bobbed rhythmically in the air, adding an extra touch of adorableness to her already charming demeanor. Yi Yan couldn't help but be captivated. Today, Yi Yi looked particularly enchanting, especially with her twin ponytails, which stirred something within him. It was said that twin ponytails could enhance attack speed, though he was uncertain of its veracity. Regardless, Yi Yan had never attempted it. Being a gentleman at heart, "Brother," Yi Yi exclaimed, leaping into Yi Yan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly inquired, "Do you think I look pretty today?" Having heard from her friend that handsome boys favored twin ponytails, she had specifically styled her hair this way to capture Yi Yan's attention. Yi Yan smiled indulgently, gently teasing her nose as he replied, "When has Yi ever not looked beautiful?" Embarrassed by his compliment, Yi buried her face deep into Yi Yan's chest. Yi Yan laughed heartily. "Come, let us head home. I shall prepare your favorite honey meal." "Yay, Yi loves the honey meal you make the most," she exclaimed. "Is it just the honey meal? There's also the milk meal." "Brother, don't stop. Hurry up." In the kitchen, Yi urged excitedly. At that moment, Yi Yan was leisurely squeezing honey and mixing it with cream to create an ice cream-like treat, aptly named honey cream ice cream. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, making Yi's mouth water. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so impatiently urging Yi Yan. Yi Yan chuckled softly, brushing a smudge of cream off her face, leaving a mark of white. "One cannot rush a delicacy. Patience is key." "Wah, but Yi can't take it anymore," she pouted, gazing at Yi Yan with pleading eyes. Yi Yan, amused yet exasperated, replied, "Then go wash your hands first. Look at how sticky they are. How will you eat later?" Upon glancing at her hands, covered in creamy residue, Yi's face flushed, and she playfully stuck her tongue out at him before rushing off to wash up. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. The siblings dug in, relishing this rare delicacy. Yi ate rapidly, finishing her portion first before setting her sights on Yi Yan's plate. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's mine." Yi Yan protectively guarded his food. Yi, with a pitiful expression, sought his sympathy. Yet, Yi Yan remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his meal. Ultimately, Yi grew frustrated and brazenly snatched food from his plate. In the end, Yi Yan chose to surrender, conceding the scant leftovers to her, triumphantly waving her spoils. Yi declared her victory and began savoring her prize. After finishing, she let out a satisfied burp and returned to her room. Yi Wang, bemused, sighed and also retreated to his own quarters. Chapter 95, Method for Crafting Energy Cubes. The following day, as Yi Yan rose from his slumber, he received a parcel from the Pokémon shop. Upon opening it, he discovered the egg incubator he had ordered 2 days prior. At last, it had arrived. Filled with anticipation, Yi Yan unwrapped the package and carefully placed the Dragonite egg into the incubator. After a series of operations, he successfully activated the device. Now, All he needed to do was patiently await the hatching of the Pokémon egg, setting the incubator in a secure location. Yi Yun proceeded to prepare breakfast for Yi Yi, once again, the milk meal. Yi Yi devoured her meal with gusto, her mouth smeared with white milk, evoking quite the imagination. After breakfast, Yi Yun escorted Yi Yi to school before making his way to Mu Qingqiu's home. The Mu family resided in the Magic City, not too far from Yin City. Yi Yun arrived at her residence after a little more than an hour's journey. At that moment, Mu Qingqiu was dressed in yoga attire, exercising in the living room. Noticing Yi Yun's arrival, she paused her workout. "You're here, come in." She welcomed him, rising to greet him. The snug yoga outfit accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her ample bosom swayed with each step, captivating in its allure. Her long legs were perfectly toned, devoid of any excess flesh, tempting one to reach out and touch. Her pert backside exuded a beguiling charm, exuding an irresistible allure to the opposite sex. Yi Yun, a well-read gentleman, found himself momentarily entranced. What's this? Have you developed a crush on your sister?" Mu Qingqiu teased playfully, noticing Yi Yun's gaze lingering on her. Yi Yun cleared his throat, realizing his lapse in decorum, and promptly averted his eyes, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted." Mu Qingqiu chuckled, internally dismissing him as just another man in denial. Yi Yun chose not to dwell on this. Redirecting the conversation, "Didn't you mention wanting to practice making energy cubes together? How shall we proceed?" Mu Qingqiu smiled. "No need to rush. Patience is key. Let us first discuss the details of our collaboration. The dual energy cube crafting competition does not require individual effort. One person alone can complete the entire process. The duet competition profoundly tests the synergy between the two participants, comprising two pivotal phases: the selection of materials and the crafting process. Both stages are of utmost significance. Any mishap in either can thwart the successful creation of the energy cube. The selection phase particularly assesses the contestants' discernment and knowledge. They must sift through a disordered array of fruits to find the desired specimens. Given the plethora of fruit varieties, many of which bear striking resemblances, this task poses a considerable challenge. The crafting phase is no less daunting. This competition notably lacks a fruit mixer, compelling the contestants to engage in manual grinding and mashing to create the energy cubes. Thus, precision in both force and ingredient measurements is paramount. A moment's inattention could lead to failure. After elucidating the fundamental rules of the contest, Mu Qingqiu noticed Yi Yun furrow his brow in contemplation. The competition was not as he had envisioned. Initially, he had thought it akin to crafting fruit cubes in a self-service shop, only to discover it required meticulous manual effort. After a brief moment, Yi Yun looked up at Mu Qingqiu and inquired, "Are you adept at crafting energy cubes by hand?" Mu Qingqiu smiled and nodded, then shifted her tone, saying, "I am, but the crafting must be undertaken by you." Yi Yun, puzzled, blurted out, "Why?" Mu Qingqiu explained with a chuckle, "Because I need your unique recipe to secure victory in this competition. The contest primarily evaluates the speed and quality of crafting the energy cubes. While speed may not be a concern, the quality of the energy cubes is your forte. Though I possess knowledge of various common recipes, they are unlikely to lead to triumph. Your recipes, however, are exceptional and of high quality. Utilizing your formulas significantly increases our chances of winning. As the holder of these recipes, only you know the precise method of crafting the energy cubes. Therefore, the crafting phase is inherently yours, unless, of course, you are willing to share your recipe with me." Yi Yun scoffed at the notion. "You think you can just waltz in and take my recipe? Absurd. Do you wish for my long and thick sausage instead?" But alas, I am not proficient in crafting energy cubes. Yi Yun frowned, expressing his predicament. Mu Qingqiu's lips curled into a sly smile. "So, you believe I summoned you for what?" Yi Yun nodded, grasping her implication. "Very well, let us commence." Mu Qingqiu beckoned. "Follow me." Traversing through the living room, they entered another chamber, vast, spanning approximately 30 to 40 square meters. Within, numerous tables were laden with an array of fruits, while various tools for crafting energy cubes adorned the opposite side. It was evident this was a workshop for the manual creation of energy cubes. "Let us begin by selecting the most basic energy cube for demonstration," Mu Qingqiu suggested, choosing several commonplace fruits and proceeding to the crafting table. To create an energy cube, one must first crush the fruits to extract the essence of their flesh. As she demonstrated, the room was filled with the rhythmic sounds of crushing and the sizzling of viscous liquids, which could evoke fanciful thoughts if not for Yi Yun's focused gaze on Mu Qingqiu's hands. After extracting the fruit essence, it is essential to shape it with the fruit juice and then incorporate various supplementary ingredients. Mu Qingqiu explained with meticulous detail, and given Yi Yun's keen intellect, He quickly grasped the method of manual energy cube crafting. How about you give it a try? Practical experience is the best test of theory, she encouraged, smiling at him. Yi Yun nodded, eager to comply. Taking the pestle from Mu Qingqiu, Yi Yun emulated her actions. However, as this was his first attempt, his results were less than satisfactory. The fruit quickly became a disheveled mess. Observing his efforts, Mu Qingqiu burst into laughter, her amusement evident. Yi Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. His face darkened as he retrieved more fruits for further experimentation. The task, though seemingly simple, proved challenging. After several attempts, Yi Yun struggled to master the technique. While Mu Qingqiu found his endeavors irresistibly entertaining, tears of laughter forming in her eyes. Don't fret. Crafting energy cubes is not a task to be conquered in a single attempt. With practice, you'll improve, she reassured him, though her laughter made her consolation less than comforting. Yi Yun entertained the thought of silencing her mirth with a hefty object, yet he pressed on with his attempts. Although his efforts remained unsuccessful, he gradually discerned a rhythm in the process. It became apparent to him that crushing fruits required a certain cadence. Each individual's strength may vary, thus influencing the rhythm, but Yi Yun began to establish his own. 9 shallow, 1 deep. This became Yi Yun's rhythm. He discovered that adhering to this cadence yielded a more refined fruit flesh and purer juice. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new world. His eyes sparkled with realization. Harnessing this rhythmic insight, he attempted another round of crafting. Indeed, the results surpassed his earlier efforts by leaps and bounds. Mu Qingqiu watched in astonishment, scarcely believing her eyes. Just moments prior, Yi Yun's output had been a chaotic mess, yet now, in the blink of an eye, he produced fruit flesh and juice that were nearly flawless, rivaling her own creations. With a bit more practice to refine the details, he could potentially surpass her. How did you achieve this? Mu Qingqiu gazed at Yi Yun incredulously, her eyes wide. Yi Yun offered a nonchalant smile, feigning humility. Isn't it just about having hands? Mu Qingqiu retorted, I sense you're implying something, but I lack evidence. Her spirit felt significantly dampened. It had taken her 3 months to reach the level Yi Yun achieved in mere hours. After continuing to practice, Yi Yun had perfectly mastered the force and rhythm of crushing. He then focused on the precise addition of ingredients and the shaping of the fruit flesh with juice. The subsequent steps were considerably simpler, and he progressed rapidly, successfully mastering them in less than half a day. At long last, Yi Yun devoted several hours to amalgamating the 3 steps into one cohesive process, successfully crafting a delectable energy cube. Even Mu Qingqiu was taken aback by Yi Yun's formidable capacity for learning. As dusk gradually descended, Yi Yun set aside his tasks, preparing to depart. After all, Yi was still awaiting his return. By the way, could you enlighten me about the secret realms? Just before leaving, Yi Yun suddenly inquired. Mu Qingqiu paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, Of course, while information about the secret realms is considered confidential to the outside world, it is not deemed secret within the Mu family. I will compile what I know and share it with you shortly. Yi Yun felt a surge of joy and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you very much. Mu Qingqiu chuckled softly, adding, But do not rejoice too soon. My knowledge of the secret realms is rather limited, consisting mostly of commonplace information. If you seek more profound insights, I fear I may be of little assistance. As you are aware, many families regard the matters of the secret realms as sacred secrets. Although our Mu family is not as stringent, we still opt for discretion regarding crucial information about certain secret realms. Even if I know something, I may not be able to divulge it. Yi Yun nodded in understanding, assuring her, No worries, just share what you can. All right, I will send it to your phone shortly, Mu Qingqiu affirmed with a nod. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Yun left to pick up Yi from Yinqing No. 1 Middle School. Upon returning home, it was already past 6 in the evening. After the siblings had dinner, Yi Yun spent a little more time playing games with Yi before they both retired for the night. Later, around 10 o'clock, Yi Yun finally received the message from Mu Qingqiu. Eagerly, he opened his phone and began to peruse the contents. 20 years ago, the first secret realm emerged in the world. The sudden appearance of these realms garnered the attention of numerous transcendent powers, including the world's foremost authority, the Elf Alliance. In pursuit of the secrets held within the secret realms, the Elf Alliance collaborated with various family factions to form a team that ventured into the realm to uncover its mysteries. No one knows what they encountered within, but curiously, ever since their return, the major family factions have intensified their scrutiny of secret realm events. Whenever a new secret realm arises, factions scramble to seize ownership rights. Consequently, a fierce battle erupted over the control of these secret realms, with widespread ramifications that adversely affected society. To prevent such occurrences from reoccurring, the Alliance convened leaders from various factions to draft the Secret Realm Treaty. This treaty stipulated that ownership rights to a secret realm should rightfully belong to its first discoverer. This provision was adopted by the major factions and gradually became an accepted code of conduct. Yiyan noted that the preceding sections detailed the history of the secret realms. His interest in this part was somewhat tepid. He merely skimmed through it before continuing to read. Soon, a particular piece of information captured his attention. After years of exploration, the various families had attained a fundamental understanding of the secret realms. In a strict sense, a secret realm is a phenomenon of spatial incursion, representing a parallel world that, for some peculiar reason, overlaps with our own and manifests within it. Thus, the environments within secret realms bear striking resemblances to our reality. Within these realms, wild elves dwell, and one may encounter rare wild fruits. However, both the wild elves and wild fruits possess a distinctly evident divergence from those in our world. Yiyan also grasped this concept, as evidenced by his encounter with the unique elves during his battle with Mooch in the previous day. Continuing down the text, he discovered a segment discussing the rare fruits that appeared within the secret realms. It was said that these realms produced an abundance of extraordinary fruits, many of which were unknown in the real world. The fruits found within the secret realms are highly valuable, conferring significant benefits to elves, enhancing their powers permanently. Upon reading this, Yiyan finally comprehended why various factions were so eager to control the secret realms. Setting aside the formidable elves, the mere existence of these mystical fruits that could enhance an elf's strength was enough to drive them into a frenzy. Who would have thought that the secret realm harbored such treasures? I can hardly contain my excitement at the prospect of entering there, Yiyan murmured to himself, a look of anticipation gracing his face. The remaining information was scant, and Yiyan chose not to delve further. Instead, he envisioned the possibility of leveraging the unique properties of the secret realm to rapidly enhance the strength of his Rayquaza. Given the elusive nature of the secret realms, it meant that upon entering, Yiyan could openly unleash Rayquaza, allowing it to battle the local elves and, in turn, elevate its level. Most importantly, this would likely go unnoticed, a detail that intrigued Yiyan immensely. Moreover, with the presence of mystical fruits capable of bolstering Rayquaza's power, should fortune smile upon him and he managed to gather some, it would undoubtedly provide a tremendous advantage in enhancing Rayquaza's prowess. In such a scenario, when Mutuo and the primal Rayquaza came to assess his strength, they would surely be taken aback. The mere thought of this caused a faint smile to form at the corners of Yiyan's lips. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of thunder erupted outside, startling Yiyan from his reverie. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Yiyan instinctively glanced out the window, murmuring to himself, "It's raining." This night was destined to be an unforgettable one. Meanwhile, in a distant, undisclosed location, an entrance to a secret realm silently materialized within the world. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously. A deluge cascaded down, as if the heavens had burst their banks. The entrance to the secret realm began to vibrate violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Just then, a colossal and terrifying entity emerged from within the realm as its entrance threatened to seal shut. This creature, cloaked in an aura of death, emanated a dark red glow that flickered ominously in the night, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, reaping the lives of the living. Regrettably, all of this transpired in an uninhabited corner, during the deep of night, unnoticed by any soul. The red and black figure emitted a chilling cry, surveying its surroundings before lingering in the air for a brief moment, and then soaring into the distance. Shortly after its departure, the surrounding flora and fauna rapidly withered, as if drained of their life force, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. During this span, Yiyan spent the majority of his time practicing the art of fruit crafting and their intricate combinations with Mu Qingqiu, while the remainder was dedicated to playing various games with Yi. After 3 days of practice, Yiyan and Mu Qingqiu had developed a remarkable synergy. Akin to a key effortlessly sliding into its lock, everything unfolding with an air of inevitability. At this moment, within the Mu family estate, the venue for the Energy Cube creation competition was bustling with activity, teeming with spectators. Upon arrival, Yiyan was taken aback by the grandeur before him. The Mu family, true to its status as a prominent clan, demonstrated immense financial prowess. The scale of this family competition was nothing short of extravagant. Yiyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At that moment, a strikingly tall and graceful beauty emerged from the crowd. "Yiyan, over here." It was none other than Mu Qingqiu. Today, as competition held particular significance for her, prompting her to don a sharp short skirt paired with black stockings, complemented by a form-fitting short-sleeve top. At first glance, she appeared polished and radiant, but upon closer inspection, she resembled a lustrous, rosy apple, plump and glistening, exuding a visual allure that made one yearn to take a bite. It was undeniable. Mu Qingqiu's physique was simply stunning. This ensemble attracted the attention of every male present, stirring a palpable excitement among the crowd. Miss Mu, Yi Yun greeted with a smile. Well-versed in literature, Yi Yun's demeanor had transcended the mundane, rendering the superficial allure of appearances incapable of stirring his tranquil heart. What is this? This is what one might call a sage. Shall we go? I'll take you over. Mu Qingqiu replied with a charming smile, linking her arm with Yi Yun's as they departed, prompting envy among the onlookers. Who is that brat? How could he be so close to Mu Qingqiu? Is he perhaps her kept boy? I never imagined she would fancy someone so youthful. Such a pity. I am more of a jester, otherwise, I might have stood a chance. Wait a minute, I've never seen this kid before. He can't possibly be from the Mu family. Can he? Likely not. He is probably a helper Mu Qingqiu brought in for this competition. Huh. It seems anyone can join the competition these days. Just wait, soon. I shall humiliate him on the field. Count me in. I've been displeased with that kid for a while now. Chapter 98. Fallen Opponents, Narrow Paths of Enmity. Do you feel confident about securing the top spot this time? Mu Qingqiu casually inquired, her right leg crossed over her left. Yi Yun smiled faintly, exuding confidence. Of course. 3 days prior, he had learned from Mu Qingqiu that this competition was specifically designed for novice energy cube creators. Thus, the cubes produced would all be of the beginner level. While he would not claim superiority in all aspects, in the realm of creating basic energy cubes, he indeed faced no rival. This was not arrogance, but rather a steadfast belief in his own capabilities. That is good to hear. Mu Qingqiu nodded, patting her ample chest. Visibly relieved, the two fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance, his expression dark, pointing directly at Yi Yun. You, what are you doing here? Who allowed you to come to the Mu family? The youth angrily accused, his voice cold. Yi Yun glanced up, recognizing the familiar face. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled it was the individual he had clashed with at the fairy paradise, named Mu Chun. At that time, Yi Yun had thought little of it, but now, piecing it together, he realized that both Mu Chun and Mu Qingqiu shared the same surname, indicating that Mu Chun was indeed a member of the Mu family, and evidently held a significant position within it. Just as Yi Yun prepared to respond, Mu Qingqiu stood up first, fixing a cold stare on Mu Chun. He is my invited assistant, accompanying me for the competition. Is there a problem? Mu Chun flinched, unable to meet her gaze, clearly intimidated by her presence. Just wait. I will defeat you in the competition. With Mu Qingqiu backing Yi Yun, Mu Chun dared not act against him, leaving with a parting threat. Mu Qingqiu resumed her seat, regarding Yi Yun with keen interest. Do you have a grudge against him? Yi Yun chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, not exactly a grudge. He just sought trouble with me once, and I gave him a good thrashing. Mu Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Yun. His seemingly casual remark carried an astonishing implication. He had indeed fought Mu Chun and emerged victorious. Though she harbored no fondness for Mu Chun, she was aware of his prowess, having once claimed the championship in a family contest, his strength unquestionable among his peers. Moreover, she knew he possessed a powerful Pokémon captured from a secret realm, making him a formidable opponent for most. The fact that Yi Yun had defeated Mu Chun, and seemingly with ease, spoke volumes of his capabilities. By the way, that guy isn't planning to compete as well, is he? Yi Yun suddenly recalled Mu Chun's earlier threat. Inquiring, Mu Qingqiu nodded. Yes, he, like you, is a rare talent, both a trainer and an energy cube creator. Yi Yun was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Mu Chun was indeed quite skilled. Too bad he crossed paths with me. Noticing Yi Yun's silence, Mu Qingqiu playfully teased. What? Are you afraid of him? Yi Yun scoffed, huh? There isn't a soul in this world who could instill fear in me. They haven't been born yet. With that, he rose from his seat, departing with purpose. The competition is about to commence. At the center of the competition stage, an array of fruits and materials essential for crafting energy cubes was displayed. Judging by their quality, they were all top-tier selections. Soon, the contestants would select the necessary items from this assortment. Surrounding the stage were numerous stone platforms, each equipped with various tools for participants to utilize in their cube-making endeavors. All contestants, please take your positions. The referee's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Yi Yun and Mu Qingqiu approached their designated contestant area. The final results of the competition would be determined by the quality of the energy cubes produced. In the event of a tie, the one who completed the task in the shortest time would be declared the winner. The theme of this competition was sweetness. Contestants, begin your crafting. The moment the referee's words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. In contrast, Yi Yun remained contemplative, deliberating on the selection of his recipe. Observing Yi Yun still lost in thought, Mu Chun could not help but sneer, a look of derision crossing his face. "Ha, worthless. I bet you can't even conceive of how to create a sweet-type energy cube. Today, I will show you what true talent looks like. I will crush you underfoot." Each word dripped with venom, as the humiliation from his previous defeat weighed heavily upon him. He had yet to emerge from the shadow of that encounter, attributing all blame to Yi Yun. Now, his resentment towards Yi Yun was beyond mere words. What, still at a loss? Seeing that Yi Yun still had no intention of taking action, Mu Qingqiu felt a pang of urgency and couldn't help but inquire. Yi Yun smiled faintly and replied, "No. I am merely contemplating which formula would yield the best results." At that moment, his mind was flooded with numerous recipes for sweet energy cubes. Yet he hesitated over which one would be most advantageous for the competition. A formula that was too obscure might arouse suspicion and invite unnecessary trouble, while one that was too commonplace would make it difficult to stand out and claim victory. After careful deliberation, Yi Yun finally reached a decision. "This is the one," he thought, a determined smile gracing his face as he turned to Mu Qingqiu and instructed, "Please fetch me 3 guashi fruits, 1 Zhili fruit, 2 wuqing fruits, 3 blackberry fruits, and 1 yuli fruit." "All right, I shall retrieve them immediately," Mu Qingqiu responded, promptly making his way to the fruit grove. He was well aware of the fruits Yi Yun mentioned, some of which were exceedingly rare, and he couldn't help but worry that others might snatch them up first. Upon arriving at the fruit grove, Mu Qingqiu quickly located the guashi fruits, Zhili fruits, and blackberry fruits. However, the wuqing fruits and yuli fruits were nowhere to be found. Alas, they must have been taken by someone else. Mu Qingqiu's expression soured as he recalled having seen both the wuqing and yuli fruits mere moments ago while observing the grove during Yi Yun's contemplation. Now, in the blink of an eye, both varieties had vanished. Anxiousness began to creep in. Without the wuqing and yuli fruits, crafting the energy cubes would be impossible, unless Yi Yun changed his formula on the fly. However, this would likely diminish the quality of the energy cubes, casting doubt on their chances of securing first place. Chapter 99. Pretending with me? I'll kill you. Mu Qingqiu scanned the surroundings, hoping to find any surplus wuqing and yuli fruits. Suddenly, the fruits on Mu Chen's table caught her attention. He had an array of fruits displayed, including several rare varieties, among which were the wuqing and yuli fruits she desperately needed. Clearly, crafting a single basic energy cube would not require such a multitude of fruits. Mu Chen's partner was evidently hoarding them to sabotage other competitors, preventing them from gathering the necessary materials for high-quality energy cubes. After all, when it comes to crafting superior energy cubes, the use of rare fruits is indispensable. Consequently, Mu Chun's partner had aggressively collected sweet-flavored rare fruits from the outset, regardless of their immediate utility. Without hesitation, Mu Qingqiu made her way toward Mu Chun. Although their relationship was not particularly close, she felt confident that borrowing a few fruits wouldn't pose much of a challenge, especially since Mu Chun had no use for them. "Mu Chun, may I borrow a few wuqing and yuli fruits?" "Consider it a favor owed," Mu Qingqiu stated coldly. Mu Chen's face darkened as he glanced at Yi Yun, who remained silent. He was unwilling to assist someone affiliated with his adversary. "Are you even listening?" Mu Qingqiu pressed, her brow furrowing with irritation as anger flickered across her features. This competition was not solely about the quality of the energy cubes. Speed was equally crucial, and she couldn't afford to waste time with Mu Chun. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chun resolved to assert himself, believing that as a man, he should stand firm. He steeled his courage and began, "No, I." But before he could finish, his partner interjected impatiently, waving dismissively at Mu Qingqiu. "No borrowing, just get lost." Following this, he scrutinized Mu Qingqiu with a derisive glare, adding, "Humph, dressed like that. It's clear you're trying to seduce our Qingqiu. How shameless." Mu Qingqiu's face darkened immediately. Throughout her life in the Mu family, she had always been revered, and no one had ever dared to insult her, let alone humiliate her. Enraged, she raised her right foot and delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. A sickening crack echoed as if something had shattered. Mu Chen's partner turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, clutching his groin in agony as he writhed on the ground, unable to utter a sound. The sheer intensity of pain rendered him mute, and Mu Chun stood frozen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his own limbs trembling with fear. "Borrow? I'll borrow. Take whatever you need. No need to be polite," Mu Chun blurted out, forcing a smile as memories of past encounters with Mu Qingqiu resurfaced. intensifying his trepidation. Mu Qingxiu gently patted Mu Chen's ashen face and smiled. What a good little brother you are. I promise not to bully you next time. With that, she took the Wuqing and Yuli fruits and returned to Yi Yun's side. Meanwhile, the elders of the Mu family at the judge's table witnessed the scene unfold, unable to suppress their grimaces. Elder 3, isn't this a bit excessive? Mu Qingxiu has gone too far, hasn't she? One judge remarked with a furrowed brow. The third elder of the Mu family slightly twitched his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the judge. Perhaps you should go and teach her a lesson? The judge's expression stiffened, and he forced a chuckle, promptly falling silent. The atmosphere returned to calm. Yi Yun observed the triumphant return of Mu Qingxiu, his demeanor slightly uneasy as he inquired, what is your relationship with Mu Chun? Mu Qingxiu casually replied, he is my cousin. Yi Yun was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Typically, cousins shared a close bond, and he often saw news reports of cousins getting along famously. Then why is he so afraid of you? After a moment's reflection, Mu Qingxiu replied earnestly, perhaps it's because I used to bully him when we were younger. Yi Yun, you are certainly not the most responsible cousin. Unlike me, I have always taken meticulous care of my sister, attending to even the smallest matters such as bathing and sleeping. He mused silently, wary of speaking aloud lest Mu Qingxiu turn against him and deliver a crippling blow. Cough. Quite good. Yi Yun chuckled awkwardly, shifting his focus back to the task of crafting energy cubes. Meanwhile, Mu Chun began frantically producing energy cubes. His instincts told him that his sister and Yi Yun were involved, leaving him too intimidated to confront Yi Yun. He feared that if his sister discovered his actions, she would not hesitate to retaliate, just as she had done to the unfortunate man now writhing on the ground. Though that individual had since been taken for treatment, it was likely he would never regain his former prowess, losing the very tool necessary to conquer women. Thus, all Mu Chun could do was channel his pent-up rage into the competition, vowing to defeat Yi Yun and thoroughly trample him beneath his feet. Only in this manner can he redeem himself, quell the fury within his heart, and avoid receiving a sound thrashing from Mu Qingxiu. 10 minutes later, someone completed the task ahead of others. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qingxiu felt a twinge of anxiety and urged, someone has already finished. We must hasten our pace. Yet, Yi Yun merely offered a calm smile, unperturbed. Do not fret. Everything is proceeding as I anticipated. Mu Qingxiu was rendered speechless. How could he still be so nonchalant at such a critical moment? Yi Yun explained, I am not being pretentious. I am simply stating the truth. Mu Qingxiu retorted, men often boast about their prowess, yet it rarely turns out to be true. 3 minutes passed, and the second group emerged, neither Yi Yun nor Mu Chun. How much longer do you need? Mu Qingxiu was beginning to fidget. 3 seconds? Judge, I have completed it. Yi Yun proclaimed, brandishing his card, becoming the third group to finish. So quick. Mu Qingxiu was somewhat astonished. Yi Yun smiled subtly, exuding an air of superiority. Mu Qingxiu quipped, are you always this fast? Yi Yun shot her a look of exasperation. While one may indulge in sausages, one must not speak carelessly. Why sausages? Such a peculiar metaphor, Mu Qingxiu mused. Chapter 100. Champion, is it not enough to simply have hands? After Yi Yun's announcement, Mu Chen followed suit, declaring, Judge, I have finished as well. Mu Chen became the fourth group to complete the task. Cursed be it, he surpassed me. Mu Chun raged inwardly, akin to a furious lion. However, upon noticing Mu Qingxiu's gaze upon him, he instantly transformed into a docile little wildcat. Yi Yun felt a pang of sympathy for Mu Chun. Clearing his throat, he remarked to Mu Qingxiu, if you frighten him like that, he may become utterly dazed. Mu Qingxiu raised her chin defiantly. Why should I care what you think? Yi Yun chuckled. Miss Mu, I doubt you wish for your cousin to become a fool, do you? Mu Qingxiu paused. Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned strange? Damn. That odd tone reminds me of my experiences in the land of cherry blossoms. With a cold smile, Mu Qingxiu adjusted her demeanor and countered, so, you and your sister share a close bond, then? When Mu Qingxiu first met Yi Yun in the Bai Yuan, she had encountered his sister, Yi Yi. Speaking of which, Yi Yun puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Of course, my relationship with my sister is intimate, seamless, and indistinguishable. Mu Qingxiu remarked, those words sound rather odd. Nevertheless, she thought, whatever, it's not my sister. Is that so? Can you guarantee that you have never bullied your sister? Mu Qingxiu clearly doubted Yi Yun's words. She was well aware that a man's words could be deceptive. Yi Yun, with unwavering confidence, replied, of course. Although Yi Yi often claims I bully her, such playful sibling banter cannot be deemed bullying. All I do is for her benefit. Alas, Yi Yi fails to comprehend my good intentions. However, recently she has ceased making such claims, and our relationship has flourished, We frequently dine, attend school, and share a bed. Mu Qingxiu, uninterested in further arguing with Yi Yun, had come to realize that he was nothing but a rogue. Despite appearing to be a paragon of virtue, he was, in fact, quite mischievous at heart. Half an hour later, the competition concluded. The judge inspected each group's energy blocks in the order of completion and ultimately selected the top 3. Now, I announce that the champion of this competition is. The judge deliberately elongated his announcement, leaving the audience in suspense, their faces alight with anticipation. Mu Qingxiu felt a flutter of nerves, her hands fidgeting restlessly. In contrast, Yi Yun appeared remarkably composed, his demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake, as if merely an observer. Among the crowd, Mu Chan cast a discontented glance at Yi Yun, perceiving his expression as sheer arrogance. Although he had finished slightly behind Yi Yun, he still held a glimmer of hope for victory, believing in the superior quality of his energy block. He considered the creations of others to be inferior, Yi Yun included. Yi Yun, sensing Mu Chen's gaze, allowed a taunting smile to grace his lips, as if to say, "What if I am being arrogant? Dare you challenge me?" Infuriated by Yi Yun's provocation, Mu Chen gritted his teeth, nearly bursting into a fit of cursing. Yet he refrained, for Mu Qingxiu stood beside Yi Yun. Just then, the judge's voice rang out once more. "The champions are Yi Yun and Mu Qingxiu." "Ha ha, wonderful. We are the champions. We are the champions." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxiu joyfully danced, aiming to express her gratitude with a hearty kiss for Yi Yun. Unfortunately, he deftly dodged her advance. "Huh. Woman, do you think to smear your saliva upon my face? Dream on." Mu Qingxiu was taken aback, surprised by Yi Yun's evasiveness. "Humph, typical man." To mask her embarrassment, she let out a huff and remained contentedly lost in the euphoria of victory. Meanwhile, Mu Chun was struck as if by lightning, his mind blank. He felt like a fool. Yi Yun not only exhibited audacious arrogance, but succeeded as well. How could he not be infuriated? The eyes of those around them inevitably turned toward Yi Yun and Mu Qingxiu. Naturally, everyone was aware of Mu Qingxiu, the genius and goddess of the Mu family. Her reputation was known to all. As for Yi Yun, however, he was less familiar to the crowd. In fact, prior to this event, many had never even heard of him. This Yi Yun fellow is quite impressive, having triumphed over all competitors. Indeed, a previously unknown individual has claimed the top spot. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Wow, both handsome and capable. I find such a man immensely appealing. I wish to share a symphony of love with him. Even the higher-ups of the Mu family on stage were taken aback. Does anyone know this Yi Yun? I've heard he's a student from the Magical City Elven University, previously representing the university in a decisive victory over the elite of the Huadu Elven University. He is quite a prominent figure there. Oh, so he is a dual-talented genius like Mu Chun, both a trainer and an energy block creator? Indeed. However, compared to this fellow, Mu Chun seems considerably inferior. Not only in the creation of energy blocks, but, as far as I know, even in Pokémon battles, Mu Chun is no match for him. So formidable, I must make his acquaintance. If possible, I might even consider having him join our Mu family, especially since Qingqiu seems to have a good rapport with him. On the podium, the 3 groups stood apart. The champions, Yi Yun and Mu Qingqiu, wore radiant smiles, utterly elated. The runner-up was Mu Chun, standing alone in solitude, his visage etched with sorrow. He stood in stark contrast to Yi Yun and Mu Qingqiu. "Oh, Mu Chun, cheer up. No need to wear such a gloomy expression. Though you may not be a match for Yi Yun, and you couldn't prevail in the elven duel, you still ought to face life with a smile," kindly advised the senior members of the Mu family. Tears of heartache streamed down Mu Chen's face as he retorted, "Fifth Elder, I sincerely thank your entire family. Being wounded is not truly terrifying. What is truly dreadful is when someone rubs salt into your wounds while telling you not to fear the pain and to face life with a smile." Such individuals provoke Mu Chen's ire, compelling him to unleash a torrent of curses. Chapter 101, The Permit to the Secret Realm. As the competition concluded, Yi Yun received an invitation from the senior members of the Mu family to remain temporarily. "Young man, I see great potential in you. You are a rare talent with dual-type development. Would you be interested in joining our Mu family?" inquired the elder Mu Yun with a warm smile. Yi Yun's aptitude in training and energy cube creation sparked the elder's desire to recruit him. However, Yi Yun politely declined, shaking his head. "Elder Mu, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary mortal, unworthy of such esteem. Moreover, I am accustomed to my independence and dislike the feeling of being constrained." Elder Mu smiled lightly, unfazed by the refusal, and warmly remarked, "Oh, young man, there's no need to rush into refusal. People often find themselves regretting their choices. Who knows? You might change your mind one day." I notice you have a good rapport with Qingqiu. Perhaps you could nurture that relationship further, just in case. Before Elder Mu could finish, Mu Qingqiu pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Old man, I can make my own decisions regarding my affairs. I don't need you meddling. If you enjoy matchmaking others so much, why not find a partner for your precious daughter?" Mu Qingqiu's words were sharp and incisive, infuriating Elder Mu, who scowled and admonished her for her lack of respect towards her elders. In response, Mu Qingqiu was equally unyielding, challenging Elder Mu under the guise of respecting the elderly. The argument escalated for over 10 minutes before they parted ways in discontent. Upon leaving the Mu residence, Yi Yun intended to offer a few words of gentle advice to Mu Qingqiu about tempering her fiery disposition. However, she seemed to anticipate his thoughts, turning to him with a piercing gaze and saying, "Are you trying to comfort me? There's no need. I'm not some fragile girl." Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly, and he ultimately swallowed the words he had almost spoken. "Would you like to come to my house for a rest?" As they were about to part, Mu Qingqiu sincerely invited him. Yi Yun politely declined. "No need. I still have classes at school today." Mu Qingqiu nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. She had hoped to create a cozy atmosphere, watching documentaries or action films together to understand each other better, but it seemed that plan was dashed. Yi Yun was the first male she felt a connection with, and she didn't want to let him slip away easily. Yet, Yi Yun appeared indifferent towards her, maintaining an elusive distance that left her feeling vexed. "Very well then. This is the permit for entering the Phoenix Mountain secret realm. It is now yours. If you wish to go, simply take it to Phoenix Mountain tomorrow," Mu Qingqiu said as she retrieved a black crystal token from her bosom and handed it to Yi Yun. The token felt cool to the touch yet bore a hint of warmth, reminiscent of a maiden's skin, delightful to hold. Glancing at the token in his hand, Yi Yun noticed a swirling character inscribed on its front, piquing his curiosity. "Does this character signify the secret realm?" he inquired. Mu Qingqiu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The secret realm permit is the sole credential for entering the secret realm, monopolized by various clans. Our Mu family possesses only 20 of them, meaning that in a public secret realm, a maximum of 20 individuals can enter at once." Yi Yun pondered this and then asked, "Is the secret realm on Phoenix Mountain also a public one?" Mu Qingqiu grinned mischievously. "Indeed. Which means you will encounter not only members of our Mu family, but others from different clans as well." A new thought crossed Yi Yun's mind, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "If you've given me this secret realm permit, how will you enter the realm?" Mu Qingqiu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's quite simple. Mu Qin has another one, so I can use his." Yi Yun was taken aback. "Then what will Mu Qin use?" Mu Qingqiu pouted. "That's his problem, not mine." Yi Yun sighed, offering a silent tribute to Mu Qin for 3 seconds. At that moment, Mu Qingqiu grew serious, admonishing Yi Yun, "Do not lose this token. You must return it to me once you're done." Yi Yun nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, as long as I'm here, the token will be safe." "Good. Your word gives me peace of mind. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye," Mu Qingqiu said, bidding farewell before driving off in her red Porsche. Yi Yun returned to the Magic City Elven University, where one of his favorite classes was about to commence. The class on Elven Appreciation, featuring the topic of Loli, was underway. This time, the instructor showcased an adorable image of a dream eater. How should I put it? It's decent, though it pales in comparison to Yi Yi. Most importantly, it's not white-haired. Yi Yun took out his phone, capturing the image and saving it. Keeping class records is an essential method for effective learning. As a diligent student with a passion for learning, he certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to boost his academic efficiency. Engaging courses are always delightful yet fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yun, who had been immersed in the screen moments before, found the class bell ringing abruptly. Still yearning for more, he stood to leave when a hefty figure suddenly leaped out from behind him. "Hey, Yiga, I knew you'd be here." The newcomer was none other than Wang Defa. Yi Yun swatted his hand away, exasperated. "Where else would I be? I'm a student. I have classes to attend." Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. "Ah, right. Yi Yun remarked. "So you came to bother me on purpose?" Noticing Yi Yun's displeasure, Wang Defa hastily shifted the topic, saying, "Yiga, I'm here to tell you something important." Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he asked, "What is it?" Wang Defa replied, "The annual Demon God Cup trainer competition is about to begin, and I have a way for you to enter the main event without participating in the preliminary rounds. Are you interested?" Yi Yun was taken aback. Wang Defa's reminder jogged his memory of the grandest trainer competition in Magic City, the Demon God Cup, which was fast approaching. This prestigious tournament attracted numerous trainers each year, and the rewards were exceptionally generous. It was said that the champion of the previous Demon God Cup trainer competition received a Mega Evolution Stone and a Mega Evolution Bracelet as prizes. Chapter 102, The Demon God Cup Competition. Yi Yun could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. What would this year's championship prize be? However, based on past experiences, he surmised that the rewards for this competition would be nothing short of impressive. At the very least, it would likely be an Ultra Evolution Stone. The mere thought of this filled him with excitement. If he were to claim the championship of the Demon God Cup, not only would he reap substantial rewards, but he would also attain boundless fame and reputation, becoming the most dazzling new star in the entirety of Magic City. Yi Yun relished the feeling of being revered by the masses. He firmly believed that participating in this competition was essential, and securing the championship was a necessity. His gaze fixated intently on Wang Defa. If he could gain direct entry into the main event, it would certainly ease his path considerably. Every year, countless trainers participated in the Demon God Cup, leading the organizers to hold a preliminary round to filter out the competitors for the main event. The rules of the preliminary round were quite simple. Each participant could only use one Pokémon and would be matched randomly against other trainers. A victory would earn a point, while a defeat would incur no penalty. Each contestant would compete in a total of 10 matches, after which the organizers would tally the total points for each participant. Based on these scores, the top 30% would advance to the main event, due to the random nature of the opponents. Some individuals might find themselves facing exceptionally skilled trainers in all 10 matches, resulting in a complete sweep of losses. Even if their abilities were commendable, they could still be excluded from the main event. Conversely, others might encounter weaker opponents, leading to a higher score and a better ranking, despite their actual skill level being less impressive. Thus, while the preliminary round appeared straightforward, it was, in truth, fraught with hidden depths. Without absolute prowess, one could not guarantee their advancement into the main event. Consequently, trainers of moderate skill often sought ways to bypass the preliminary round, using special channels to gain direct access to the main event. It seemed that Wang Defa had such a means. With a sly grin, he teased, "Brother Yi, this route was procured by my father at great expense." Just look. Yi Yun, well acquainted with Wang Defa, knew precisely what he was hinting at and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Spit it out. What do you need me to help with?" Wang Defa chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. After all, he genuinely regarded Yi Yun as a brother. It felt rather inconsiderate to approach his friend in such a manner. Yet, he truly needed Yi Yun's assistance, and with no other choice, he decided to proceed. "I heard you have a silver-haired, black-eyed sister. Do you think you could introduce me to her?" Yi Yun was taken aback, his brows knitting together involuntarily. "I consider you a brother, yet you wish to be my sister's brother-in-law? Young man, that is quite a bold thought." Noticing Yi Yun's displeasure, Wang Defa quickly clarified, "Brother Yi, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I've simply always wanted a sister, to experience the feeling of being an older brother." Wang Defa lowered his head shyly, revealing his true intentions without any malice. As the saying goes, what belongs to a brother is mine. A brother's sister is also mine. Wang Defa had longed for a sister to dote upon, but his father had consistently thwarted that desire. Upon learning that his brother Yi Yun had a sister, he set his sights on her. Observing Yi Yun's silence, Wang Defa hesitated to press further. "Brother Yi, if it's inconvenient, then never mind. You needn't worry about how to enter the main event. I will certainly inform you. After all, we are brothers," he said, speaking with casual bravado. He had never intended to coerce Yi Yun. He merely sought to inquire. Regardless of Yi Yun's response, he was determined to assist his friend in reaching the main event. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he asked gravely, "Is that truly how you feel?" Wang Defa paused, instinctively nodding. "Of course. You know I cannot lie. I stutter and blush whenever I do." Yi Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Although Wang Defa often engaged in capricious antics that left others speechless, he had never been deceitful, which was why Yi Yun trusted him. He preferred the companionship of those with simple hearts over that of cunning individuals cloaked in facades. "All right. I am not entirely unreasonable. Prepare yourself. We shall be going out shortly," Yi Yun said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Wang Defa was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Where to?" "Yinqing Primary School." That evening, at the entrance of Yinqing Primary School, two young men were crouched outside, engaged in conversation. The stout figure was Wang Defa, while the lean one was Yi Yun. Through Wang Defa's account, Yi Yun had learned of the means to gain direct entry into the main event. It turned out that Wang Defa's father had leveraged connections to procure 2 tickets that granted immediate access to the main event. With these tickets in hand, they could bypass the preliminary round altogether. "Brother Yi, this is for you. Keep it safe," Wang Defa said as he produced a ticket for the main event and handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun accepted the ticket, finding it somewhat amusing. Such a flimsy piece of paper, adorned with a few printed words, could represent the lifetime earnings of an ordinary individual. Your father must have spent quite a sum to obtain these tickets, hasn't he? Do the league officials really operate this way? Wang Defa nodded, a smirk of disdain crossing his face. League officials are not much different from those profit-driven Pokémon merchants. They are merely a group of individuals who have fortuitously found themselves in positions of power, exploiting their authority to squeeze us. In some aspects, they may even surpass the merchants. Wang Defa's family was involved in business, with his father being a quintessential Pokémon merchant. Initially, he had resented this fact and aspired to break free from the shackles of his family's trade by joining the League. However, frequent exposure to the inner workings of the League, courtesy of his father, had opened his eyes to many undisclosed truths. His perspective on the League shifted significantly. He came to see it as merely a coalition of Pokémon merchants wielding control over the world, fundamentally no different from the merchants themselves. Yi Yun smiled noncommittally, indicating his tacit agreement with Wang Defa's viewpoint. Just as they were conversing, a silver-haired, twin-tailed little girl suddenly bounded towards them. The adorable child was none other than Yi Yi. "Brother!" Yi Yi exclaimed, bounding towards Yi Yun like a lively little rabbit. Yi Yun affectionately ruffled the tuft of hair atop her head and introduced her to Wang Defa. "Allow me to introduce you," Yi said. "This is my friend Wang Defa. The honey from the giant hornets that you enjoyed was gathered by him and me during our outdoor excursion." Upon hearing the word honey, Yi Yi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she instinctively turned to Wang Defa, regarding him with a curious gaze. Her two gem-like eyes twinkled incessantly, complemented by her innocent, cherubic face and the playful tuft of hair dancing in the breeze, a sight so endearing that it could melt anyone's heart. Wang Defa stood transfixed, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Yi Yun couldn't help but twitch her lips, shaking her head in exasperation. At that moment, Wang Defa resembled a lovesick fool. Those unaware might mistake him for a lecherous man. "Ahem, stop gaping and express yourself," Yi Yun coughed, offering a subtle reminder. Only then did Wang Defa realize his lack of decorum. He hastily composed himself, a shy greeting escaping his lips. "Hello, little sister. I am Wang Defa, 19 years old." Residing at it was unclear what had compelled Wang Defa to speak in such a disjointed manner. However, this clumsy display unexpectedly elicited laughter from Yi Yi. "Ha ha, big brother is so funny." Wang Defa paused, momentarily believing Yi Yi was complimenting him, his complexion flushing with excitement. Yi Yun, feeling somewhat displeased, interjected, "What about me? Am I not funny?" Yi Yi shook her head innocently, a hint of shyness gracing her delicate cheeks. "Not funny, big brother is handsome." Wang Defa, a sudden deflation of joy. It was then that Yi Yun comprehended the true meaning behind Yi Yi's laughter. She was not referring to Wang Defa's words, but rather to his amusing appearance. Perhaps, in Yi Yi's innocent worldview, funny was a term of endearment. With childlike candor, Yi Yi's words left Wang Defa with nothing but sorrowful tears, devoid of any blame towards her. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Yi Yun suggested, "The timing is just right. Let us go out for a meal. I have heard of a newly opened restaurant in Yinqing that is quite commendable. We should pay a visit." At the mention of food, both Yi Yi and Wang Defa's eyes lit up in unison. "Let us go. What are we waiting for? Yay, off to feast." It was evident that both were true food enthusiasts. The following day, after escorting Yi Yi to school, Yi Yun made his way alone to Phoenix Mountain. Situated in H City, Phoenix Mountain was not too far from the bustling metropolis. Yi Yun arrived at the foot of the mountain in merely 3 hours. At that moment, a considerable number of staff clad in the Alliance's uniforms were stationed at the mountain's base. "Halt! Phoenix Mountain is currently under lockdown. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Do not blame us for our rudeness if you proceed." One of the guards barked coldly, blocking Yi Yun's path. Yi Yun, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar, promptly produced his secret realm permit. Upon seeing the permit, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, a sycophantic smile replacing his earlier sternness as he bowed slightly, saying, "Please. Right this way. The paths above are slippery. Do watch your step." Yi Yun chuckled softly as he ascended Phoenix Mountain. Such is the reality of this world. Individuals invariably bow before those more powerful, indulging in flattery, while they exercise utmost contempt towards those they perceive as inferior. Phoenix Mountain towered majestically, shrouded in mist. As Yi Yun reached the halfway point, he noticed the humidity had increased significantly, causing his clothes to become damp. "Yi Yun?" Just then, a melodious voice called from behind him. Turning around, he recognized the approaching figure to be Mu Qingqiu. "You arrived quite early," Mu Qingqiu greeted with a smile. Yi Yun nodded, "And you are not late. Where are the others? Did you not come with the Mu family?" Observing Mu Qingqiu's solitary ascent, he inquired, puzzled. No. She replied, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. They went ahead. I had some matters to attend to, hence my late arrival. Oh, I see. Yi Yun acknowledged, realization dawning upon him. Mu Qingqiu tugged at her thin shirt, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. The humidity here is quite intense. My clothes are soaked. She complained. The moisture weighed down her garments, clinging to her form and accentuating her flawless figure and alluring curves. Chapter 104. The Super-Large Secret Realm. Yi Yun nodded in agreement, his gaze not lingering on Mu Qingqiu's figure, but rather turning skyward as he murmured, "It seems rain is imminent." Dark clouds loomed in the distance, rolling toward Phoenix Mountain, accompanied by sporadic rumbles of thunder. Indeed, we should hurry up. I would rather not become a drenched chicken. Mu Qingqiu shivered slightly, evidently averse to being caught in the rain. The two quickened their pace towards the mountain's summit. 10 minutes later, they reached the peak of Phoenix Mountain. Mu Qingqiu, out of breath, appeared quite fatigued, her bosom rising and falling dramatically, providing a striking visual spectacle. In contrast, Yi Yun maintained his composure, his breath steady, as if unaffected. At this point, a considerable crowd had gathered at the mountain's summit. Scanning the area, Yi Yun was taken aback by the sheer number of people. There must have been nearly 100. So many? He exclaimed in surprise. As Mu Qingqiu caught her breath, she leaned closer to Yi Yun to explain. According to the Alliance's reconnaissance, the secret realm that has appeared this time is a super-large one, thus attracting numerous prominent families eager to partake in the opportunity. What you see now is merely a fraction. Even more will arrive shortly. Yi Yun's understanding deepened, and he inquired, if we enter the secret realm, will we all remain together? Mu Qingqiu flicked a strand of hair away from her forehead, smiling as she shook her head. No, the secret realm's space is independent. Once someone enters, it triggers the spatial protection mechanism, randomly transporting individuals to different locations within the realm. So that means even if an entire family enters, they would ultimately be dispersed by the power of the realm and unable to stay together? Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely, Mu Qingqiu confirmed with a gentle nod. However, over the years, each prominent family has extensively researched secret realm spaces and has discovered methods to mitigate the realm's influence. For instance, in our Mu family, each member entering the secret realm wears a specially crafted crystal pendant. This crystal can interfere with the realm's power, ensuring that family members are not too widely scattered, but rather transported to nearby regions. Yi Yun was filled with admiration, realizing the formidable strength of the prominent families, capable of producing items that could disrupt the realm's forces. If you wish to accompany our Mu family, I can speak to the elders and arrange for you to receive a crystal pendant as well, Mu Qingqiu offered. Concerned for Yi Yun's safety in the secret realm, Yi Yun smiled gently, politely declining. No need, I am quite capable on my own. Under the protection of the formidable Sky Ruler, it could be said that no family or faction present stood as a rival to him. Wandering alone felt far more secure than remaining in the company of the Mu family. The primary reason being, Yi Yun wished to avoid entangling himself too deeply with the Mu clan, as it invariably imparted a sense of being shackled in his freedom. Well then, should you change your mind, feel free to inform me at any time, Mu Qingqiu said softly, her eyes cast downwards, revealing a hint of disappointment. Yes, I will. Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Just then, the head of the Mu family, Mu Feng, noticed Mu Qingqiu's arrival and beckoned her over. Qingqiu, come here quickly. Mu Qingqiu glanced at Yi Yun and said, I shall go over now. All right, Yi Yun replied with a smile. Mu Qingqiu returned to her family, while Mu Feng cast a meaningful glance at Yi Yun. Though he remained silent, his gaze was anything but friendly. He had heard from others in the family that Yi Yun was quite a remarkable talent, thus he had a vague impression of him. However, what he found utterly unacceptable was Yi Yun's audacity to refuse the Mu family's invitation. The Mu family was a prestigious lineage, a top-tier power in the entire Magic City. Countless individuals yearned to join the Mu clan, yet Yi Yun, a mere commoner with slightly better-than-average talent, dared to spurn their goodwill, which he found utterly incomprehensible. In Mu Feng's eyes, there were always two types of people in this world, friends of the Mu family and enemies of the Mu family. By rejecting their invitation, Yi Yun had forfeited any chance of friendship. Since he was not a friend, he could only be regarded as an enemy. Thus, Mu Feng had no intention of treating Yi Yun kindly. Were it not for his consideration of Mu Qingqiu's close association with Yi Yun, he would have unhesitatingly dealt with the presumptuous Yi Yun, making it clear that in the presence of the Mu family, one must either bow like a dragon or lay low like a tiger. Henceforth, keep your distance from him. If he is not a friend of the Mu family, he is destined to be our enemy. Mu Feng coldly admonished Mu Qingqiu, causing her face to pale in fear. But father, Yi Yun. Mu Qingqiu attempted to defend him, believing that although he had declined the Mu family's invitation, it did not imply that he was an enemy. However, Mu Feng interrupted her sharply. I am commanding you, not seeking your opinion. His words plunged Mu Qingqiu into an icy despair, leaving her trembling. In the distance, Yi Yun witnessed this scene, furrowing his brow in discontent. Is this fellow unwell? Why the hostility towards me? Yi Yun disliked feeling indebted to others, and the thought of causing trouble for Mu Qingqiu weighed heavily on his conscience. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed her relationship with that man was rather complicated. As an outsider, he felt it best to remain silent and exercise restraint. In the future, it would be wise to maintain a distance, lest he inadvertently bring her trouble. Yi Yun also realized that Mu Qingqiu's reprimand stemmed from her association with him, although he was unclear as to why Mu Feng harbored such disdain for him. Keeping his distance from Mu Qingqiu appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Diverting his attention from the Mu family, Yi Yun turned his focus to a nearby spatial rift. It was a slender crack suspended in midair, with a substance resembling flowing water swirling within, exuding an enchanting glow. Suddenly, the rift trembled violently, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted forth. Following this, the fissure expanded outward, rapidly transforming into a large circular opening. Just as Yi Yun marveled at this sudden change, someone in the crowd shouted, "It has opened. The secret realm passage has been activated." Instantly, chaos ensued as members of various families scrambled towards the secret realm. Without hesitation, Yi Yun harnessed the power of his aura, concentrating it beneath his feet to enhance his speed, swiftly surpassing the majority of individuals and reaching the entrance of the secret realm first. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the speed Yi Yun displayed, their faces reflecting shock. This kid runs incredibly fast. Did he practice sprinting in his past life? Which family does he belong to? How can there be such an extraordinary talent? I have heard tales of individuals possessing unique abilities capable of achieving what others cannot. Could this youth be one of them? Even Mu Feng narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Yi Yun. Interesting, quite intriguing indeed. If I encounter you within the secret realm, I shall thoroughly investigate the mysteries that surround you. Feeling the chilling gaze directed at him from behind, Yi Yun frowned and turned, locking eyes with Mu Feng. With a disdainful snort, he chose to disregard him. Due to Mu Qingqiu, he was reluctant to engage in conflict with Mu Feng, but should Mu Feng provoke him intentionally, it would be a different matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun stepped into the secret realm. Immediately, he felt his body enveloped by a mysterious force. Before him lay a blank expanse, devoid of anything. Yet he could distinctly sense the surrounding space distorting, an uncomfortable sensation that left him feeling dizzy. In an effort to alleviate this discomfort, Yi Yun closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the enigmatic force of the secret realm to guide him within. 5 seconds later, upon reopening his eyes, Yi Yun found himself amidst a vast forest stretching as far as the eye could see. A gentle breeze caressed his face, imparting a refreshing sense of tranquility. The dizziness he had previously experienced had significantly diminished. The environment here seemed not vastly different from the outside world, save for the fact that the vegetation grew more abundantly and grandly. Yi Yun surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself. He noted that the flowers, grasses, and trees were far more lush and towering than those outside. For instance, the grass beneath his feet was a deep green, thriving vigorously, nearly reaching his knees. Suddenly, Yi Yun sensed a disturbance beneath his feet, as if the earth was boiling, and it began to surge outward. Something lies beneath? Yi Yun frowned and instinctively took a few steps back, his expression turning grave. Simultaneously, he summoned Lucario to his side for protection. Boom. The moment Lucario emerged from its pokeball, the ground erupted violently. A creature cloaked in dark purple fur burst forth from the earth. This creature possessed blood-red eyes, emanating a savage aura. Its mouth displayed 2 rows of sharp fangs, glinting ominously in the dim light, sending chills down one's spine. A long tail trailed behind it like a whip, promising to inflict severe injury if it struck a person. Is this a Rattata? Yi Yun muttered, furrowing his brows. He endeavored to utilize the system's functions to analyze this peculiar sprite, ultimately validating his suspicions. It was an evolved form of the level 40 mystical sprite, Rattata, known as Raticate. However, in Yi Yun's recollection, only Rattata possessed purple fur, while upon evolving into Raticate, it would transform into a brownish-yellow hue. The mystical Raticate before him was evidently distinct from the ordinary variant. This disparity was not merely superficial, as it manifested in both fur and form. In terms of size, this mystical Raticate was considerably larger than a typical one, approximately the size of 2 or 3 standard Raticates combined. Just as he was contemplating, the Raticate caught the scent of Yi Yun and became frenzied. Its eyes bulged with bloodlust, resembling a crazed beast, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged at Yi Yun. "Lucario, deal with it," Yi Yun commanded calmly, exuding an air of tranquility. Despite the fact that mystical sprites were generally far more formidable than their counterparts in the outside world, this particular Raticate was evidently no match for Lucario. Therefore, Yi Yun remained composed, showing no signs of panic. Lucario nodded and dashed forward in a blur. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Raticate. Gathering a wave of aura, Lucario mercilessly struck down towards Raticate's head. Raticate's reflexes were sharp. At the instant Lucario attacked, it slightly tilted its head and evaded the blow. Subsequently, it opened its foul, bloodied maw, attempting to bite off Lucario's head. Lucario's expression remained unfazed, as if no adversary could elicit fear upon its visage. It conjured a bone club from the aura, spinning it rapidly to shield its head. Crack! Raticate's gnashing teeth clashed against the aura-formed bone club, the immense force shattering it into fragments. However, Lucario had successfully evaded danger. With the threat neutralized, Lucario unleashed its hidden claws, ripping into Raticate's face. The claws gleamed with a brilliant metallic luster, exceptionally sharp, leaving Raticate's visage a bloody mess. Squeak! 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 Raticate shrieked in agony. Torrents of hot blood gushing from its face, staining its fur crimson, reminiscent of a creature emerging from a sea of corpses, a truly terrifying sight. Enraged, Raticate's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, burning with wrath as it fixed its gaze on Lucario. In the next moment, it launched another assault with blinding speed. Lucario, employing the same tactic, retaliated with a flurry of bone strikes that forced Raticate back. Then, it executed a quick dash, rapidly closing the distance, and unleashed a powered-up punch. The air crackled with energy as Lucario's punches landed on Raticate, each blow eliciting cries of pain. With each strike, Lucario's strength intensified, and one final punch struck Raticate with such force that it created a large dent in its body. Boom! At a certain moment, Raticate could no longer withstand the onslaught. Akin to a kite severed from its string, it flew backward, crashing into a towering tree. The tree, as thick as a person's embrace, splintered at the waist, highlighting the tremendous impact. After sustaining consecutive injuries, Raticate met its end. Just as Yi Yun thought the battle had concluded, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, an eerie, familiar squeaking sound echoed beneath his feet. Realizing the source was the Rattata swarm, Yi Yun couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, self-deprecatingly noting, "I seem to have disturbed a nest of rats." Chapter 106, The Hidden Crisis. Yi Yun braced himself. The soil beneath him began to churn, and mystical sprites emerged from the ground. Both Rattatas and Raticates filled the area, a dense mass that sent shivers down his spine and cold sweat trickling down his back. Upon witnessing the overwhelming number of Rattatas, Yi Yun's expression turned serious. "Lucario, do not linger. We must retreat," Yi Yun instructed, taking the lead into the forest. Lucario covered their rear. Gathering aura spheres in both hands, Lucario hurled them at the approaching Rattata swarm without hesitation. With a thunderous explosion, the aura spheres detonated mid-air. The violent energy transformed into a terrifying shockwave, sending the Rattata swarm flying. Some unfortunate ones were caught in the blast, their bodies severed in half, leaving a heavy scent of blood in the air. The stench invigorated the Rattata swarm, inciting them into a frenzy as they squeaked incessantly and charged recklessly towards Lucario. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Lucario knew they could no longer remain there. Otherwise, it would surely be reduced to mere bones by this horde. With a graceful leap, Lucario maximized its speed, racing after Yi Yun. The Rattata swarm, relentless, pursued closely, intent on not letting them escape. Yi Yun glanced back, noting the swarm's rapid approach, and realized that if they continued running, they would inevitably be caught. "It seems we must devise another plan," he murmured, releasing Butterfree. "Butterfree, deploy Sleep Powder and Stun Spore. Then summon a gust to obstruct them." Butterfree nodded gently, dispersing the powders as it flapped its wings to create a whirlwind that carried the powders toward the Rattata swarm. In their fervent chase, the Rattatas could not halt their advance in time. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was too late. A multitude of Sleep Powder and Stun Spore enveloped them, plunging them into paralysis and slumber. In mere moments, the once formidable Rattata army was thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Some, with stronger wills, managed to escape, while others hastily burrowed into the ground to evade the onslaught of powders. Seeing the Rattata army in retreat and the danger averted, Yi Yun recalled Butterfree. "Well done, Butterfree. At that moment, Lucario returned to Yi Yun's side, surveying the disarrayed Rattata swarm. "Let us depart. There is no need to concern ourselves with them," Yi Yun softly remarked, leading Lucario away from the scene. The jungle was unfathomable, akin to a damp, muddy cavern, requiring meticulous exploration. As Yi Yun and Lucario approached a glistening pool, they suddenly halted in their tracks. Tree fruit. Beside the pool stood 2 lush fruit trees, laden with golden-hued fruits that appeared delectably sweet and enticing. During Yi Yun's participation in the Energy Cube competition hosted by the Mu family, he had triumphed and received the recipe for crafting intermediate energy cubes as a reward. Now, he considered himself a master in the art of crafting intermediate energy cubes. If his memory served him correctly, the fruits from these trees, known as candlewood fruits, could be combined with other fruits to create a special type of intermediate energy cube. After consuming this energy fruit, elves can briefly enhance their resistance to electricity, thus providing a certain degree of protection against electric-type moves. The candlewood fruit is exceedingly rare, and even in the outside world, it is quite difficult to encounter. Whether for crafting energy cubes or for sale, it represents an excellent choice. An excited smile blossomed on Yi Yun's face. The unexpected surprise filled him with joy. However, Yi Yun did not venture to pick the candlewood fruit himself, but instructed Lucario to probe the waters, discerning whether powerful wild elves lurked in the nearby pond. Generally, wild elves tend to guard fruit trees in their vicinity. For instance, when Yi Yun discovered a sandile fruit in the wild forest, it was guarded by a superior. He had subsequently claimed both the fruit and the elf. Nostalgia washed over him at the thought. Lucario approached the pond, coalescing a wave-guided orb in its hand before tossing it into the water. Splash! A towering column of water erupted, reaching over 2 meters high. Waves surged towards the shore, crashing against the trees. After a prolonged wait, no signs of wild elves emerged. Instead, a few Magikarp and tadpoles leapt to the surface, leaving Yi Yun rolling his eyes in disappointment. After waiting a bit longer without encountering any formidable wild elves, he finally relaxed. It seemed there were no wild elves guarding the area after all. Yi Yun signaled to Lucario, who nodded in response and approached the fruit tree. With a gentle leap, it ascended to the tree, preparing to pluck the fruit hanging from its branches. However, an odd scene unfolded. Lucario was unable to successfully harvest the fruit. Assuming it lacked strength, Lucario exerted more force. Yet, the fruit seemed glued to the tree, refusing to budge. Growing more determined and somewhat indignant, Lucario intensified its efforts again. The branch bent under the strain, yet the fruit remained stubbornly attached. Observing this from a distance, Yi Yun gradually sensed something was amiss. He called out to Lucario, "Come back. There seems to be something unusual about this fruit tree." Just as Lucario was about to retreat, the fruit tree suddenly began to shake violently. Then, its form twisted and contorted, resembling a chaotic dance. Lucario's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, it executed an agility move, swiftly distancing itself from the tree. Yi Yun's gaze remained fixed on the fruit tree, his eyes narrowing with a glint of cold light. This tree was evidently a living entity, rather than a mere plant. The first thought that crossed Yi Yun's mind was the existence of a ditto. Dittos are remarkable creatures capable of transforming into any object they have seen, whether living or non-living. Yi Yun surmised that this fruit tree was likely a ditto in disguise. Lucario's earlier actions had roused it, revealing its true nature. Otherwise, Yi Yun would never have suspected the tree was a ditto. Soon, the fruit tree morphed into a new form, one that confirmed Yi Yun's suspicions. Indeed, it was a ditto, and now it had taken on the appearance of Lucario. Chapter 107, Pursuit. Lucario gazed at the transformed ditto, now resembling its own kind. With confusion, unable to comprehend the bizarre occurrence before it, Yi Yun explained, "This is a ditto, a rather unique Pokémon capable of assuming the form of any creature it has observed. The fruit tree was merely its disguise. Now that it has seen your appearance, it has taken on your likeness." Lucario was astounded, never expecting such a wondrous being existed in the world, and examined Ditto with newfound curiosity. Just then, Ditto's shape shifted once more, and the new form it adopted astonished Yi Yun. It transformed into a Mega Blaziken. This time, Ditto had taken the shape of one of the powerful final evolutions of the Fire-type starter, Torchic. This suggested that previously, this Ditto had indeed encountered a Mega Blaziken. Could it be that a Mega Blaziken roamed nearby? Yi Yun mused, excitement gradually blooming on his face. The prowess of Mega Blaziken is unquestionable. It is a top-tier combatant. And moreover, as a creature within a hidden realm, its strength surpasses that of an ordinary Mega Blaziken. Capturing it would undoubtedly yield a formidable ally. Yi Yun contemplated how to extract information about the Mega Blaziken from Ditto, preparing to utilize the powers of the Evergreen Force to communicate with it. However, Ditto suddenly moved. Yi Yun's demeanor instantly turned serious as he discreetly communicated with Lucario, instructing it to be ready for Mega Evolution to confront the Ditto. To his surprise, Ditto did not launch an attack. Instead, it turned and ambled away into the distance. Yi Yun felt bewildered. Where could this Ditto be heading? After some reflection, he decided to follow it. If fortune favored him, he might just encounter the Mega Blaziken. With that thought in mind, Yi Yun hastened after it. Meanwhile, Lucario, under Yi Yun's guidance, approached another fruit tree and efficiently harvested the fruit from its branches. Yi Yun had already assessed that this tree was indeed genuine, not a Ditto's disguise. After collecting the fruits, Lucario swiftly navigated through the forest, catching up with Yi Yun in no time. Well done, Yi Yun praised as he gathered the fruits Lucario had collected. Meanwhile, the Ditto ahead continued its leisurely pace, showing no signs of stopping, which made Yi Yun impatient. An hour of walking later, the environment around Yi Yun had transformed significantly, shifting from the previous jungle to an expansive, verdant grassland. In the distance, a valley lay nestled at the edge of the prairie. The Ditto was heading towards that valley. Could it be that the Mega Blaziken resided within that valley? A flurry of questions and speculations swirled in Yi Yun's mind, haunting him like restless spirits. As they neared the valley, Lucario suddenly halted, its expression turning grave. Lucario tugged at Yi Yun's sleeve, seemingly urging him to stop. Yi Yun, puzzled, glanced back at Lucario and asked, "What's the matter?" Lucario replied, "I sense great danger in that valley." Yi Yun was taken aback, casting a wary glance at the Ditto that continued to advance. Could it be that his suspicions were correct, and a Mega Blaziken truly dwelled there? Yi Yun's heart surged with excitement, wishing fervently for 2 additional legs to dash into the valley and uncover its mysteries. No worries, let us venture forth. If it proves too perilous, we shall retreat. With the protection of his Rayquaza, he felt no fear of the dangers ahead. Lucario, sensing Yi Yun's boldness, was inclined to voice his concerns, deeming his companion overly audacious. Suddenly, Rayquaza, resting within its Pokeball, spoke up. "Doggy, I recognize your limitations, but must you be so timid? To me, all dangers are but trifles. Proceed, Little Leaf. Leave the rest to me." Rayquaza's tone was imperious, exuding the majesty befitting a legendary creature. Lucario's expression darkened, wishing to deliver a punch to Rayquaza's forehead. There was nothing more irksome to Lucario than being treated like a mere pup, and Rayquaza's casual reference to him as Doggy was intolerable. However, recognizing that he was no match for Rayquaza, he refrained from acting rashly, knowing it would only result in unnecessary punishment. Yi Yun, unencumbered by hesitation, reprimanded Rayquaza without reservation. "What did you just call me? Little Leaf? You must be jesting." Rayquaza quickly backtracked, asserting, "I meant master. You must have misheard me, undoubtedly." Yi Yun, uninterested in further quarreling, inquired seriously, on a serious note, "How do you perceive the dangers within the valley?" Rayquaza scoffed softly, extending a solitary finger. "In my presence. It is but this," it indicated. Reassured by Rayquaza's declaration, Yi Yun felt emboldened to enter the valley. Following the lead of the preceding Ditto, he and Lucario swiftly made their way into the valley. Suddenly, Ditto halted, transforming into a rock and lying still among the stones. Yi Yun and Lucario exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Yun deemed it necessary to awaken Ditto, imparting a life lesson. Why linger in slumber while alive when eternal rest awaits after death? However, as he gazed upon the pile of rocks, his expression shifted dramatically. Utilizing his aura powers for inspection, he discovered that the aura emanating from the rocks was far from stable. It fluctuated ominously. Such instability was characteristic only of living organisms, an impossibility for inanimate stones. Thus, what appeared to be mere rocks were, in truth, a dire concern. Yi Yun could not suppress a gasp. Across the modest expanse of land, there were no fewer than dozens of these rocks, heaped together to form something akin to a small burial mound. The consequences of awakening them were unfathomable. After careful deliberation, Yi Yun resolved against waking Ditto. Even though he believed that, with all his Pokémon released, the Dittos would pose no challenge, he preferred not to risk it. Firstly, he had already reached his destination, no longer requiring Ditto's guidance. Secondly, the nature of the dangers lurking in the valley remained unknown. To ensure he was adequately prepared for any unforeseen crises, he needed to maintain his Pokémon in peak condition. Therefore, awakening Ditto was not a judicious course of action. Yi Yun prepared to delve deeper into the valley alone. At that moment, a brilliant white light suddenly pierced the dim sky, akin to a meteor plummeting from above. encircled by a faint protective halo. Yi Yun looked up, squinting to discern the spectacle. He felt a sudden searing sensation in his chest. Upon inspection, he discovered that the psychic plate he bore was reacting, flickering with a dim crimson glow. What is this? He pondered. Why would the psychic plate respond? His gaze returned to the swiftly descending meteor. Could it be a plate descending from the heavens? A bold hypothesis ignited within Yi Yun's mind. If that were indeed the case, it would explain the changes occurring in his psychic plate. Indeed, it must be a plate, though its specific attributes remained unknown. Excitement ignited within Yi Yun, his entire being trembling with anticipation. Should he acquire that plate, it would be tantamount to possessing 2 plates. He wondered if Arceus would come seeking retribution upon discovering this. Yet, Yi Yun was determined to set aside such concerns for the moment. When faced with challenges, one must adapt. First, I must seize that plate. Just as he prepared to release Rayquaza to retrieve the plate, a gaping rift suddenly tore through the somber sky. The fissure stretched over 10 meters long, as though an invisible hand had forcefully rent it asunder. Something else is emerging? Yi Yun muttered, momentarily frozen in place. The vast crack in the sky evoked thoughts of a secret realm's entrance. It was a spatial rift. As the rift gaped wide, a figure clad in a radiant, multicolored gown, exuding an aura of purity like an untainted celestial being, descended from the heavens. Her presence was transcendent, akin to a pristine lotus, standing apart in the sky. Is that a shiny Gardevoir? Yi Yun gasped, incredulously. Due to the distance, he could not see clearly, only discerning a general outline. However, this was his first encounter with a Gardevoir dressed in such vivid hues. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a Gardevoir at all, but rather a human. Yi Yun's perspective shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment. Initially, he had assumed it to be a Gardevoir adorned in colorful attire, but soon he recognized the discrepancies. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a human female, both in form and visage. Most strikingly, she lacked the characteristic prominent features associated with Gardevoir. This detail solidified Yi Yun's conclusion that she was not a Gardevoir, but indeed a human. However, he found it perplexing that this human woman could traverse the skies, yet exhibited numerous traits akin to Gardevoir. This conundrum perplexed Yi Yun. The only conceivable explanation would be that this human was a psychic adept who had chosen to emulate Gardevoir, intentionally dressing in such a manner. Nonetheless, Yi Yun deemed this possibility exceedingly slim, akin to winning the lottery, a mere whimsy. What a peculiar situation, he mused, brow furrowed in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, Lucario trembled beside him, pale as a sheet, lacking the courage to even glance at the celestial figure above. For Lucario sensed the extraordinary nature of the being. An aura so terrifyingly powerful that it eclipsed even that of Rayquaza. He wondered if the system could glean her information. Suddenly, Yi Yunling's mind flashed with inspiration as he recalled the system's information detection feature. If the human woman in the sky was indeed an elf, then logically the system should be able to detect her information. With this thought, Yi Yun summoned the system and directed it towards the woman above. In the next moment, lines of information began to materialize before him. Yi Yun was taken aback. Indeed, she was an elf. Elf. Dimension Super Flash Gardevoir. Affinity, 0. Potential, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, 150. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability 1. Synchronize, transmits its own poison, paralysis, or burn status to the opponent. Ability 2. Trace, copies the opponent's ability upon entering, becoming identical to it. Hidden ability. Telepathy, reads the trainer's thoughts and evades their attack damage, connects mentally with the trainer. Held item, Mega Stone. Moves, Sing, Psychic, Teleport, Shadow Clone, Wish, Shadow Clone, Helping Hand, Misty Terrain, Play Nice, Wish, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Draining Kiss, Captivate, Meditate, Psychic, Future Sight, Sealing, Hypnosis, Aura Sphere, Shadow Ball. Upon seeing the extraordinary information of this Gardevoir, Yi Yun's mind went blank, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The term Super Flash Gardevoir was understandable, but what was this dimension concept? To his knowledge, there was no notion of interdimensional evolution in the Pokémon world. Yi Yun was perplexed. From this Gardevoir's potential, he could also discern that the dimensional breakthrough had significantly enhanced her abilities. Normally, Gardevoirs possess a potential rating of only 3 stars, while those achieving 4 stars are typically semi-divine or mythical in caliber. The fact that this Gardevoir attained 4 stars indicated that she must at least be a semi-divine or mythical being. However, compared to the 5-star level of a true deity, there remained a considerable gap. Nonetheless, even at this level, it was enough to instill fear. Furthermore, she could undergo mega evolution. Once she did, her power would rival or even surpass that of a true deity. Moreover, this Gardevoir's level astonishingly reached a terrifying 150. It was Yi Yun's first encounter with a Pokémon of such elevated level in the wild. It was likely that even in the entire Pokémon world, few trainers could elevate their Pokémon to level 150. This Gardevoir's power had completely exceeded Yi Yun's current limits. As Yi Yun marveled at the extraordinary Gardevoir, the Dimension's Super Flash Gardevoir suddenly shot across the sky like a shooting star, heading straight for the descending stone tablet. She was pursuing that tablet, Yi Yun exclaimed, immediately discerning the Gardevoir's intent. Could it be that she had followed the stone tablet here? Suddenly, Yi Yun considered a possibility, finding it quite plausible. The stone tablet and the Gardevoir appeared almost simultaneously, both plummeting from the sky. Yi Yun speculated that this Dimension's Super Flash Gardevoir and the stone tablet likely did not originate from this world, but rather from elsewhere. No, more precisely, they did not belong to this secret realm. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, producing a deafening roar. The entire valley seemed to awaken, becoming exceedingly lively. Roar. Immediately thereafter, a deep growl reverberated from within the valley, signaling the extraordinary nature of this place. Something terrifying was about to awaken. Yi Yun, positioned within the valley, felt an overwhelming presence beginning to stir, swelling ominously. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. Beside him, Lucario trembled, fear glimmering in its eyes. Clearly, it too sensed the overwhelming strength of that presence, one that was not meant to be trifled with. At that moment, even the legendary Pokémon hidden within its Pokeball, Rayquaza, grew serious. As a divine beast, it could perceive the strength of that presence far more clearly than Yi Yun and Lucario. It was formidable, perhaps even surpassing its own might. Rumble. The mountains began to shake as a colossal peak surged forth from the ground, emitting a furious roar. Yi Yun's heart quaked, his gaze fixed intently on the rising mountain, his expression transforming gradually from astonishment to sheer terror. That was not merely a mountain, it was a Pokémon of colossal size. The gigantic creature roared skyward, its crimson eyes blazing like twin infernos, suspended in the air, exuding an aura of dread. Whoosh! The creature then flapped its enormous wings, conjuring a tempest that sent dust and debris swirling into the air. The surrounding flora bowed low, unable to stand upright, kneeling in submission as if loyal subjects welcoming the awakening of their king. Was that a Dragonite? Yi Yun gazed at the terrifying entity before him, overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of shock and fear. Observing the form of this colossal being, he involuntarily linked it to the image of a semi-divine Dragonite. The similarities in their forms were striking, especially the dragon whiskers atop its head, which solidified Yi Yun's conclusion. The colossal Pokémon before him was undeniably a gigantic Dragonite. In his past life, Yi Yun had seen such colossal Dragonites on television, known as ancient Dragonites. Their size was impressive, towering over 50 meters. Yet, compared to the one before him, they paled in comparison. This was likely due to its prolonged existence within the secret realm. As the giant Dragonite awakened, it captured Gardevoir's attention. However, Gardevoir merely glanced at it, and then redirected her focus toward the stone tablet, seemingly unperturbed by the giant Dragonite's presence. This made Yi Yun sigh in admiration. Truly, a being of level 150 had no fear of even a giant Dragonite. It was indeed formidable. As he reflected, the giant Dragonite suddenly soared into the air, unleashing a beam of black energy towards Gardevoir. Clearly, it had sensed the stone tablet's presence and sought to claim it for itself. Naturally, Gardevoir would not allow this to transpire. She vanished in an instant, evading the giant Dragonite's attack. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind the giant Dragonite and struck its head with a powerful move, Moonblast. The signature attack of fairy-type Pokémon. A pale purple energy sphere coalesced in front of Gardevoir, then detonated upon impact with the giant Dragonite's head, resulting in a violent explosion. Roar! The giant Dragonite howled in pain, its cries echoing tragically. The fairy-type attack proved to be effective against it. The formidable offensive power of Shinado is truly terrifying, and the resulting force from their interaction is beyond imagination. The colossal Dragonite prides itself on its tough hide and multiple layers of scales, but finds itself somewhat overwhelmed by Shinado's assault. Enraged by Shinado's sneak attack, the enormous Dragonite retaliates by opening its gaping maw, transforming it into an endless abyss, seeking to engulf Shinado within. Shinado, however, remains composed and unhurried. With a swift teleportation, it evades Dragonite's subsequent attack. The colossal Dragonite, now furious, continues to be thwarted by Shinado's evasive maneuvers, feeling its pride slightly bruised. Gathering a surge of overpowering energy in its mouth, Dragonite unleashes it towards Shinado without hesitation. This time, Shinado does not retreat, but instead confronts the oncoming attack head-on. Dragonite sneers repeatedly, its expression gradually growing frenzied, as it envisions Shinado being vanquished by its move, dying tragically before its eyes. Yet, in the next moment, the laughter fades, and its countenance shifts to one of utter disbelief. The powerful move it executed has had no effect on Shinado whatsoever, not even a single strand of hair harmed. Dragonite is left bewildered, having lived in this region for so long. It possesses unwavering confidence in its strength and has never encountered a Pokémon that could withstand its move unscathed. Shinado is the first. Although Dragonite cannot comprehend the reason behind this anomaly, Yiyun, observing from the sidelines, understands perfectly well. The key to Shinado's resilience against Dragonite's attack lies in their respective types. While Dragonite is no ordinary Pokémon, its type remains unchanged, dragon and flying. Similarly, Shinado retains its psychic and fairy typing. The crux of the matter lies within the fairy type. It is well known that fairy types are immune to any attack from dragon types. Thus, even a powerful dragon-type move like Draco Meteor striking Shinado would inflict no harm. The move Dragonite executed moments ago was indeed a dragon-type skill, which explains why Shinado emerged unscathed. From this, Yiyun gathers valuable insight. It seems that Dragonite has likely never encountered a fairy-type Pokémon before. Otherwise, it would not have made such a rudimentary error. Chapter 110, The Clash of Titans. Realizing that Shinado is not to be trifled with, Dragonite refrains from making hasty attacks and opts instead for a strategy of steadfastness. In response, Shinado takes the initiative to strike. It stands majestically in mid-air like a goddess, its rainbow-hued gown billowing gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. A series of brilliant rays of light coalesce around it, growing increasingly radiant and magnificent. In the next moment, it erupts with a resounding brilliance that illuminates the heavens. Even the diamond-encrusted 24K titanium eyes would dare not open, lest they be blinded. The colossal Dragonite, too, is rendered unable to open its eyes under the dazzling moonlight, instinctively turning its head away. The resplendent moonlight not only blinds those who gaze upon it, but also inflicts considerable damage. For instance, at this moment, the moonlight rains down upon Dragonite's massive form, akin to countless ants gnawing at its flesh, inducing unbearable pain and itching. Unable to endure this torment, Dragonite lets out a heart-wrenching roar, thrashing its body in vain. It dares not open its eyes, resorting instead to aimless flailing in the hope of evading the moonlight's glare. However, while dreams may be enchanting, reality is stark. The moonlight is omnipresent, and no matter how it attempts to flee, there is no refuge. Ultimately, at a certain moment, Dragonite can bear it no longer. Ignoring the risk of blindness, it resolves to open its eyes and engage Shinado in battle to end this confrontation. Yet, the instant it opens its eyes, it is taken aback. Shinado has somehow appeared beside it, brandishing an energy sphere the size of a small meteor, poised to strike. In a panic, Dragonite hastily conjures a dragon flame in an attempt to counter this seemingly insurmountable situation. However, it has gravely underestimated the horror of Shinado's attack. Before it can fully summon the dragon flame, the massive energy sphere surges forth like a torrent. Boom! The colossal energy sphere collides with the incompletely formed dragon flame, resulting in a violent explosion. A terrifying wave of energy radiates from the blast, surging outward like tumultuous ocean waves, unstoppable in its momentum. The first to be affected is the colossal Dragonite, which has no opportunity to react before being thrown back by the force of the shockwave. Its tough hide is brutally cut open by the explosive winds, a gruesome gash extending from its neck to between its hind legs. A sight to behold. A deluge of blood spills forth like a breached dam, cascading uncontrollably. Dragonite emits a gut-wrenching howl as it crashes into a distant mountain, shattering it to pieces. Rocks tumble down, burying Dragonite's form beneath a cloud of debris. For a long while, the ruins remain silent, as if the colossal Dragonite has fallen into a deep slumber underground. Observing this, Shinado chooses not to pursue Dragonite any further and instead walks toward the place where the stones fell. Just then, as Shinado moves on, the ruins collapse with a thunderous roar. Dust fills the air once more as a massive dragon claw emerges from the rubble, stained with blood and scars, an ominous sight. Yiyun initially expected Shinado to turn back and decisively deal with the colossal Dragonite, but to his surprise, Shinado continues forward, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene behind it. Crack! Just as Yiyun is filled with confusion, the pokeball at his waist suddenly opens on its own. A pitch-black, dragon-like creature roars as it soars into the sky, heading straight for the colossal Dragonite. It is none other than the shiny Rayquaza. Could this creature be planning to challenge the enormous Dragonite solo? As he watches the shiny Rayquaza charge forth, a wild thought races through Yi Yun's mind. And he cannot help but feel a surge of concern for the shiny Rayquaza. The colossal Dragonite is immensely powerful. Its level, although not as high as Shineido's, reaches a fearsome 130. This puts it a full 50 levels above the shiny Rayquaza, placing their strengths in entirely different realms. Although Dragonite is severely injured, its level alone commands respect. With a moment's inattention, the shiny Rayquaza could be struck down by Dragonite's attack, resulting in severe injury or worse. Nonetheless, the shiny Rayquaza does not falter. Rather, it is filled with fervor. The intense battle between Dragonite and Shineido has ignited its spirit, stirring a desire to join in and compete. However, the shiny Rayquaza is also self-aware, understanding that with its current strength, it would only be serving as fodder. Thus, although the sight stirred a yearning within, it was resisted, and no engagement in the battle between the colossal Dragonite and the shiny Gardevoir ensued. However, the circumstances have now shifted. The colossal Dragonite lies grievously wounded by the shiny Gardevoir, narrowly escaping death, which ignites a flicker of hope within the shiny Rayquaza, leading it to believe that perhaps it could seize the opportunity to vanquish its foe. The rationale for the shiny Rayquaza's focus solely on the colossal Dragonite, rather than confronting the Gardevoir, is rather straightforward. It simply cannot match the latter's power. The prowess of the Gardevoir is widely acknowledged, even as a ruler of the skies. It would be futile for the Rayquaza to engage without the requisite level, which would only lead to its own demise. This, it possesses a keen awareness of. At that moment, the colossal Dragonite emerged from the rubble, incensed to find a small, pitch-black creature, resembling a mudfish, daring to challenge its might. Infuriated, it roared in indignation. I may not triumph over Gardevoir, but surely I cannot be outdone by a mere mudfish. The Dragonite unleashed a torrent of dragon fire toward the shiny Rayquaza, yet the latter remained unperturbed, conjuring a radiant pillar of flame that clashed with the Dragonite's fiery assault. The two formidable energies collided, resulting in a brief stalemate, neither yielding ground. Before long, the tide shifted overwhelmingly. The Dragonite's dragon fire surged forward, overpowering the shiny Rayquaza's flame. Undeterred, the Rayquaza intensified its output, pushing back the Dragonite's flames. The Dragonite, unwilling to concede, redoubled its efforts, reclaiming the upper hand. Thus, the two exchanged blows, each scoring victories in turn. At a climactic moment, their energies collided with such intensity that they erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Fiery tongues licked the sky, engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of flames. The shiny Rayquaza and the colossal Dragonite were both forced back by the shockwave of the explosion. Observing this spectacle from below, Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement evident in his expression. The shiny Rayquaza was holding its ground against the colossal Dragonite. It seemed the training with the primal Rayquaza and Mutwo had yielded remarkable results. Yi Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding the shiny Rayquaza's current capabilities. Chapter 111. The Might of the Super Rayquaza. The colossal Dragonite was incensed. The audacity of a small, dark mudfish to stand on equal footing with it was a bitter pill to swallow. It was the sovereign of this valley, an invincible force. First, it had been incapacitated by a humanoid Pokémon, and now it faced humiliation at the hands of a mere mudfish. Such indignity was intolerable. The Dragonite resolved to teach this black mudfish a lesson, demonstrating that the authority of the strong is not to be trifled with. With a resounding roar that echoed its inner fury, the Dragonite unleashed a beam of energy toward the shiny Rayquaza. The Rayquaza coiled its body into a ring, allowing the Dragonite's attack to pass harmlessly through the center. This peculiar method of evading the attack left the Dragonite momentarily bewildered. Is this truly possible? It pondered, astonished by the mudfish's unexpected skill and resilience. Intrigued, the Dragonite decided to engage further with this tenacious adversary. However, the shiny Rayquaza had no intention of indulging in games. Recognizing the true combat prowess of the colossal Dragonite, it promptly chose to Mega Evolve. A cascade of iridescent light enveloped it, transforming its form. Golden tendrils sprouted from its body, imbuing it with an aura of regal power. Moments later, the shiny Rayquaza emerged as the super shiny Rayquaza, its presence now markedly elevated, a stark contrast to its previous form. Sensing the shift in the Rayquaza's energy, the colossal Dragonite adopted a more serious demeanor, abandoning its previous playful attitude. It recognized that the super shiny Rayquaza now possessed the strength to challenge it. With a deafening roar, the super shiny Rayquaza radiated a green luminescence that enveloped its entire being. Yi Yun understood its intent. It was about to unleash its signature move, the Dragon Ascent. In an instant, the super shiny Rayquaza surged forth as a streak of green light, its speed so formidable that the colossal Dragonite could scarcely react. By the time it sought to defend itself, the Rayquaza was already upon it. The collision of their powers sent the colossal Dragonite hurtling away, crashing into a mountain and becoming buried beneath the rubble. However, unlike the Gardevoir, the super shiny Rayquaza did not disregard the Dragonite's fate. Instead, it chose to deliver a final blow. A massive fireball coalesced in its mouth, a terrifying orb of flame suspended in the air, radiating overwhelming might. The fireball continued to swell, growing to the size of a small hill. At last, it ceased expanding, and with a fierce roar, the Rayquaza hurled the colossal fireball toward the debris that entombed the Dragonite. The fireball plummeted like a meteor from the heavens, igniting the sky with its blazing flames as it descended toward the buried Dragonite. Sensing impending doom, the trapped Dragonite struggled against the debris, but the weight of the rubble rendered it immobile, leaving it with little hope of escape. With a thunderous crash, the fireball struck the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. A colossal pillar of flames surged into the sky, turning the darkened heavens crimson. A mushroom cloud billowed upwards, shrouding the sky in dense smoke. The earth trembled violently, fissures radiating outward from the epicenter of destruction. Even Yi Yun, positioned at a distance, felt the tremors reverberate through him. The shockwave obliterated trees and shattered stones, leaving devastation in its wake. Despite blocking his ears, Yi Yun could still feel the explosion's deafening roar, nearly overwhelming his senses. Yet, the chaos was far from over. The super shiny Rayquaza prepared to unleash a devastating final assault, the Dragon Meteor. It expelled a surge of energy skyward, which erupted into countless flaming meteors that rained down upon the earth. The ruins were soon engulfed in a sea of fire, leaving the landscape scarred beyond recognition. The colossal Dragonite had already been rendered feeble by the previous explosion, and now, under the relentless assault of the Draco Meteor, it could endure no longer. With a final, defiant roar, it succumbed and collapsed, never to rise again. At that moment, witnessing their victory, the shiny Rayquaza reverted from its mega evolution state, unleashing a triumphant cry that proclaimed its might. Standing on the ground, Yi Yun felt a genuine joy for the shiny Rayquaza. On one hand, the shiny Rayquaza had proven its strength, having transformed into an unequivocal powerhouse. On the other, vanquishing the massive Dragonite had bestowed upon it an immense wealth of experience. Utilizing the system's detection feature, Yi Yun discovered that the shiny Rayquaza had ascended from level 82 to an impressive level 85, a notable advancement of 3 levels. The progress was indeed remarkable. Just as the exhilaration enveloped both Yi Yun and the dragon, shiny Gardevoir re-entered the battlefield, holding a peculiar tablet in her hand. Upon closer inspection, Yi Yun noticed that the tablet exhibited a faint pink hue, somewhat similar to the psychic plate he possessed, albeit lighter in color. After a moment's contemplation, he realized the nature of the tablet in Gardevoir's possession, the fairy plate. Although he comprehended the significance of the tablet, Yi Yun harbored no intention of seizing it. Despite the shiny Rayquaza having demonstrated its prowess, it would inevitably yield if it were to confront Gardevoir. At this juncture, Yi Yun merely hoped that Gardevoir would refrain from making any aggressive moves towards him. After all, he currently possessed a psychic plate, and he feared that Gardevoir might sense it and develop an inclination to claim it for herself. Watching Gardevoir approach with deliberate steps, Yi Yun's heart raced with trepidation. It remained unclear whether she was friend or foe, compelling him to exercise caution. Chapter 112, The Mysterious Pokémon Egg. As Gardevoir advanced, the shiny Rayquaza lost its earlier bravado and hastily retreated into its Pokeball, refusing to emerge regardless of Yi Yun's entreaties. Yi Yun couldn't help but grimace. You little rascal, acting tough when all is well, but retreating into your ball when danger looms? With no alternative, Yi Yun steeled himself to face Gardevoir. Fortunately, she did not attack. Instead, she halted 10 meters away, gazing directly at him. Gardevoir spoke slowly. Continue forward. There lies what you seek. Her words left Yi Yun in a state of bewilderment. Sensing no malice from Gardevoir, he summoned the courage to inquire about her cryptic message. However, before he could voice his question, Gardevoir turned and vanished without a trace, as if she had simply dissipated into thin air. Yi Yun was taken aback. Such an extraordinary display was a first for him. At that moment, the shiny Rayquaza cautiously peered out from its Pokeball. surveying the surroundings before exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming Gardevoir's absence. Seeing the expression on the shiny Rayquaza's face ignited Yi Yun's frustration, and he gave it a firm tap on the head, exclaiming, "What was that all about? She wouldn't harm us." The shiny Rayquaza retorted defiantly, "Who says? She may not harm you, but that doesn't mean I'm safe." Yi Yun found it amusing. After all, since Gardevoir posed no threat to him, how could she possibly endanger his Pokémon? The shiny Rayquaza shook its head, a flicker of fear in its eyes. "You don't understand. I distinctly saw something different in her gaze." Curiosity piqued, Yi Yun inquired, "What did you see?" The shiny Rayquaza replied earnestly. Her eyes clearly conveyed an intent to strike me. Yi Yun could only sigh in exasperation. "Enough of this. I can't be bothered to argue. Help me decipher her message." She said to keep moving forward, "that there's something I need." What could she mean? The Rayquaza paused, responding, "It means precisely what she said. What else could it imply?" Yi Yun shook his head, "But I don't even know what I truly need. How could she possibly know?" The Rayquaza chuckled lightly. "Isn't your greatest need merely trivial matters?" With a swift motion, Yi Yun delivered another smack, retorting, "That's absurd. I have no need for such things." The shiny Rayquaza glared at him, seething with indignation. "Dare you lay another hand on my noble head?" Yi Yun promptly responded with another slap. "You dare act tough? Do you really want to forfeit those magazines?" The Rayquaza immediately lost its temper. "You can touch my head, but my dignity is non-negotiable." After delivering a couple of slaps, Yi Yun offered it a piece of candy. "I acknowledge my earlier mistake. I'll buy you a couple more magazines to make amends." Thus, he employed a mix of discipline and reward. The shiny Rayquaza, being a magnanimous dragon, graciously forgave him. "Do you think I should heed her advice and venture forward?" Yi Yun returned to the previous topic. The Rayquaza, in a pleasant mood, replied, "Of course. There is no harm in it." Yi Yun hesitated, "But I fear the potential dangers." The Rayquaza confidently asserted, "With me by your side, what is there to fear?" Yi Yun gazed at it with skepticism, remaining silent. "Wasn't he it you who hastily dove into your Pokeball, feigning death?" The Rayquaza chuckled awkwardly. "That was merely an unfortunate coincidence." It then assured, "Rest assured. Should danger arise again, I will undoubtedly protect you." With such a promise, Yi Yun felt it unnecessary to press further. "Very well, let us proceed." He stepped forward, traversing the path where the valley had been ravaged, thus allowing him to pass unhindered. After a span of 10 minutes, Yi Yun arrived at a hollowed area. Here, once resided the colossal Dragonite. At the center of the hollow lay a grand nest, within which rested an intact Pokémon egg. Yi Yun's excitement surged as he dashed towards it. Could this be the egg of the massive Dragonite? Yet, with only one Dragonite, how could it have laid an egg? His mind swirled with questions regarding the origin of this egg. Dragonite was not a hermaphroditic species. It could not reproduce independently. Suddenly, an enlightening thought struck Yi Yun. Recalling the peculiar Ditto he had encountered outside the valley, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. Could it be that those Dittos were specifically employed to assist the colossal Dragonite in reproduction? It was well known that Ditto could transform into any Pokémon. The Pokémon they transformed into could engage in normal mating with members of the opposite sex from the same species. If that were indeed the case, the Dragonite's reproductive issues would be effortlessly resolved. Nevertheless, Yi Yun remained somewhat skeptical. Could Ditto truly morph into a Dragonite of such size? If not, wouldn't the act of reproduction be rather awkward? Yi Yun cleared his throat, realizing he was overthinking. Such minutiae were hardly matters for a gentleman to ponder. Once again, he focused on the egg, and the more he observed, the stranger it appeared. Wait a minute, this egg seemed rather small in size. This does not imply that this particular Pokémon egg is significantly smaller than a typical Pokémon egg. Rather, in comparison to the massive size of a colossal Dragonite, it appears rather diminutive. To illustrate simply, the excrement produced by a gigantic Dragonite would likely surpass the size of this Pokémon egg by a considerable margin. This discrepancy led Yi Yun to question the true identity of the egg. Pondering this conundrum, he sought to utilize the capabilities of the system to uncover information regarding the egg, but regrettably, he gleaned nothing of value. Intrigued, Yi Yun sensed that this egg was far from ordinary, possibly concealing a great and unknown secret. Thus, he promptly stored the egg within the system, eagerly anticipating further investigation upon his return. A radiant smile graced Yi Yun's face. The acquisition of such a mysterious Pokémon egg filled him with delight. After securing the egg, he surveyed his surroundings once more, confirming the absence of any other valuable items before resuming his journey. Chapter 113. The Crisis of the Swamp Traversing the Valley. Yi Yun spent approximately 2 hours on his journey. At this moment, he stood before a verdant expanse of grassland that was almost unnaturally green. The grass felt soft beneath his feet, reminiscent of sand, yet even more akin to sponge. With a mere step, a slight pressure would cause water to seep forth. The harder he pressed, the more water would ooze out. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, reluctant to move further. It appeared he had inadvertently stumbled upon a swamp. Indeed, after conducting a series of tests, he was almost certain that beneath the green grass lay a marshy quagmire. A misstep could lead to being swallowed by the mire. Thus, the question of how to safely navigate this treacherous terrain became a pressing dilemma. The first solution that came to Yi Yun's mind was to summon Rayquaza. If he could not traverse it on foot, then surely he could simply fly over it. After all, carrying him was no great feat for Rayquaza. However, he pondered whether Rayquaza would consent, considering it was a legendary Pokémon with its own sense of pride. With this thought, he released Rayquaza from its Pokeball. Rayquaza, who had been peacefully slumbering within, was suddenly roused by Yi Yun's summons and expressed its displeasure, sulkingly asking, "Why have you called upon me when there is no danger?" With a chuckle, Yi Yun pointed to the ground beneath him and explained, "Isn't this a swamp? I cannot pass through. I must rely on you to carry me over." Rayquaza's expression turned serious as it inquired, "Are you suggesting that you wish to ride me across this swamp?" Yi Yun offered a harmless smile and nodded, affirming his intent. Rayquaza's demeanor darkened as it immediately rejected the notion, asserting, "Absolutely not. I am a proud sky sovereign, a legendary beast. How could I allow a mere human to ride upon me?" Yi Yun attempted to persuade it further, but Rayquaza preemptively declared, "Enough. My answer is no. Even if I were to perish in this swamp, consumed by the muck, I would never allow you to ride me." Rayquaza's stance was resolute, akin to bamboo anchored in stone, impervious to the tempests that might assail it. Undeterred, Yi Yun simply uttered a single phrase that caused Rayquaza's attitude to shift dramatically. "I'll buy you a magazine." Instantly, Rayquaza's mood brightened, and it extended 2 fingers, declaring, "2 magazines, and they must be of different types. Otherwise, you shall not appease me." Yi Yun, bemused, acquiesced. "All right, 2 it is. Who could refuse their brother?" Satisfied, Rayquaza nodded in agreement, indicating its consent to Yi Yun's request. Once again, Yi Yun was reminded of the age-old adage, "Yi Gong loves dragons," now replaced with Rayquaza loves luxury. "Climb aboard," Rayquaza proclaimed with an air of dignity. Although it had agreed to carry Yi Yun as a legendary Pokémon, it retained its majestic aura. Yi Yun, respecting this, gracefully leaped onto Rayquaza's back. "Let us proceed," he instructed, and with that, Rayquaza soared into the sky, ascending into the clouds. As Yi Yun rode atop Rayquaza, he felt a swell of pride. Throughout history, few had managed to tame a Rayquaza, let alone ride one across the world. Yi Yun was the first, and thus he felt a sense of satisfaction. It must be noted that Rayquaza's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, they traversed a vast stretch of the swamp. Below, the marshland raced past Yi Yun's gaze, blurring into a dizzying whirl. At that moment, he noticed a distinct change in the scenery below. The once flat grassland suddenly heaved into a mound, as if something were preparing to burst forth from beneath. "Be cautious, there is movement below," Yi Yun warned. Rayquaza, having also perceived the disturbance, remained unperturbed. After all, it had vanquished colossal dragonites. How could it fear an ant lurking underground, waiting to ambush? Boom! Just as Yi Yun's warning fell from his lips, the bulging mound erupted violently. A wave of foul-smelling sludge transformed into projectiles, hurtling toward Yi Yun and Rayquaza. Yi Yun's expression changed as he hastily urged Rayquaza to evade. Rayquaza, ever prepared and possessing extraordinary prowess, deftly dodged the incoming onslaught of muck bombs with ease. With swift maneuvers, Rayquaza deftly evaded the assault. As Yi Yun glanced down again, he identified their assailant, a massive Whiscash. Yi Yun recognized this Pokémon. It was the evolved form of Mudkip, a water and ground-type Pokémon. Known for its significant strength, albeit rather repulsive in nature. Should one encounter a Whiscash in a swamp, misfortune would surely follow. It would exploit the terrain to relentlessly bombard its opponent with muck bombs, making even survival a nauseating ordeal. Rayquaza, incensed by the sudden attack from Whiscash, unleashed a devastating dragon pulse. A fiery red beam of energy erupted from its maw, piercing the heavens and hurtling toward the Whiscash below. The Whiscash attempted to evade, but its bulk hindered its speed. In contrast, Rayquaza was renowned for its swiftness, with an unparalleled attack speed. The Whiscash had no chance to escape, and as it dove into the swamp, it was struck by the dragon pulse, resulting in a catastrophic gaping wound from which it would not recover. Rayquaza let out a triumphant roar, proclaiming its victory. However, this very roar summoned calamity. The entire swamp began to churn violently, bubbling as if it were boiling water, with bubbles erupting from below. Yi Yun observed this unforeseen upheaval, his brow furrowing in concern. Trouble loomed ahead. It seemed they had encountered a swarm of mudskippers. As the evolved form of the mudskipper, the Catfish King signified the presence of its lesser counterparts. Mudskippers are inherently social creatures, typically appearing in large numbers. Now that Lai Kongzhua had vanquished the Catfish King, it was likely that he had incited the wrath of the mudskipper swarm. As this thought crystallized in Yi Yun's mind, the submerged mudskipper swarm began to emerge, confirming his suspicions. The sight of thousands of these creatures sent shivers down Yi Yun's spine, exacerbating his fear of densely packed groups. Even with Lai Kongzhui's protection, he could not shake the feeling of dread, for the sheer number of mudskippers was overwhelming. Chapter 114. The Fate of the Life Gem Fragments. Lai Kongzhua, upon witnessing the multitude of mudskippers below, could not suppress a low growl, seemingly warning them not to take action against him, lest they bear the consequences. The mudskipper swarm, however, disregarded the warning, spitting out mud and launching a barrage of mud bombs toward Yi Yun and Lai Kongzhua in the sky. The overwhelming onslaught of mud bombs darkened the sky, casting a shadow over everything. As Yi Yun beheld the myriad of mud bombs resembling a starry sky, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In a moment of clarity, he devised a strategy: unleash the Dragon SI technique, and then follow up with the meteor shower attack. With the mud bombs hurtling toward them, Yi Yun's mind raced, and within seconds, he had formulated a plan. At this critical juncture, Lai Kongzhua heeded Yi Yun's counsel, executing the Dragon SI technique to maximize his speed, bursting forth before the mud bombs could ensnare them. Soaring high into the sky, he released a torrent of meteor energy, deploying the formidable meteor shower technique. Countless fiery meteors plummeted from the heavens, striking the marshland below. The mudskippers, witnessing this display of power, were thrown into a panic, emitting frantic cries as they scurried for cover. Realizing the might of the meteor shower, the mudskipper swarm retreated underground. Fearing for their safety, the ground erupted as meteors crashed into the marsh, sending mud and debris soaring several meters into the air. Some unfortunate mudskippers were blasted into oblivion, reduced to mere fragments. In an instant, the previously passive situation transformed into one of advantage for Yi Yun and Lai Kongzhua. Roaring triumphantly from the sky, Lai Kongzhua proclaimed his strength, while the mudskippers, paralyzed with fear, fled in disarray. With the crisis averted, Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Let us depart. Lingering here would be unwise, he advised Lai Kongzhua. The marsh still harbored unknown dangers, and it was certain that threats beyond the mudskippers awaited them. This was not the outcome Yi Yun desired. With a mighty dragon cry, Lai Kongzhua took to the skies, carrying Yi Yun away. True to Yi Yun's intuition, they soon encountered numerous mystical spirits obstructing their path. Fortunately, Lai Kongzhua's extraordinary strength made quick work of them. Thank you for your efforts. Let us descend, Yi Yun remarked. After half an hour, he finally traversed the marsh and arrived in a dense forest. Upon landing, he returned Lai Kongzhua to his pokeball. Yet, before entering the ball, Lai Kongzhua offered a final reminder. Do not forget the 2 magazines. Yi Yun chuckled, assuring him, rest assured, I won't forget. Only then did Lai Kongzhua settle comfortably into his pokeball. With Lai Kongzhua safely stored away, Yi Yun meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The area was a lush forest, with towering ancient trees and vibrant greenery. A few glances revealed a notable phenomenon. The vegetation thrived vigorously, pulsating with abundant life energy. Approaching a wildflower, Yi Yun gently pinched it, plucking it from the earth. Inhaling its fragrance, he was immediately enchanted, the aroma invigorating his spirit. This place is extraordinary, he mused, his eyes narrowing in wonder. Such a flourishing environment defied logic. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the air, heightening Yi Yun's vigilance. He scanned his surroundings, but detected nothing unusual. Upon closer inspection, he focused on the wildflower he had just harvested. To his astonishment, it was gradually regenerating. The severed stem already half restored, suggesting that it would soon bloom anew. Yi Yun was taken aback. Such marvels were beyond his previous experience. This prompted memories of Shinedo's words. Continue forward. What you seek lies ahead. Could it be that the fragments of the life gem were indeed what she referred to? The rich vitality of this place led Yi Yun to contemplate the life gem fragments. A complete life gem could rejuvenate a wounded earth into a flourishing forest. And while the fragments might not wield such immense power, they could certainly infuse the forest with life. Yi Yun, now in pursuit of the life gem fragments, felt a spark of excitement. They must be hidden deep within this forest. With this realization, a thrill surged through him. He had previously grappled with the question of where to search for the fragments, but now, as if fate had aligned, he found himself on the brink of discovery. How could he not be exhilarated? Without hesitation, Yi Yun ventured into the heart of the forest, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the forest, a group clad in dark blue attire entered the same woods. Lord Satohara, the instruments indicate that the life energy concentration here is significantly higher than normal. This may very well be our destination, an elderly scholar, gaunt and wizened, exclaimed, holding a square device with evident enthusiasm. Satohara surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this place's life energy is exceptional. The flora here thrives far more robustly than in the outside world. We should be able to locate that item we seek. At his words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of his companions. Their purpose for venturing into the secret realm was to uncover the sought-after artifact and return it. Dr. Nishi, please conduct a detailed analysis to pinpoint the source of this life energy. It would spare us from aimlessly wandering through the forest like headless chickens, Satohara instructed. Understood. I shall begin assessing the surrounding data immediately, Dr. Nishi replied, eager to commence his investigation, as he circled the area with his instrument, analyzing the fluctuations of life energy. 10 minutes later, Dr. Shimu suddenly halted in one direction. His murky eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated intently on the instrument in his hands, exclaiming, I found it. I've truly found it. Chapter 115. The Enigmatic Fruit, the Gem Revealed. Sahuan Benzi hurriedly approached with the group. Where? Dr. Shimu, beaming with confidence, pointed toward a narrow path ahead, saying, Look, the life energy along this path is extraordinarily dense, several times more potent than in the surrounding areas. I surmise that the source of this life energy lies at the end of this trail. If we follow it, we are bound to uncover the origin of this life force. Sahuan Benzi glanced at the readings on the instrument, his face mirroring Dr. Shimu's excitement. Bravo, Dr. Shimu. You've done splendidly. Once this matter concludes, you shall be duly rewarded by the higher-ups, he declared, patting Dr. Shimu on the shoulder with a solemn tone. Dr. Shimu, taken aback by the praise, quickly replied, Thank you, Lord Sahuan, for your kind words. Satisfied, Sahuan Benzi nodded and waved his hand, leading the group along the narrow path. Meanwhile, Yi Yun paused as he passed through a thicket of weeds. What is that? He mused. His curiosity piqued as he spotted a peculiarly shaped fruit nestled within the foliage. Approaching the thicket, he pushed aside the surrounding weeds and was greeted by a vibrant, seven-colored fruit that resembled a rainbow, its hues strikingly vivid. Its unique spiral shape, connecting at both ends, lent it an odd appearance. Having never encountered such a fruit before, Yi Yun's curiosity compelled him to utilize the system's capabilities to glean information about it. Immediately, an information panel materialized before him. Name, Enigmatic Fruit. Category, Enhancement Fruit. Effect, consuming it elevates a Pokémon's level by 1. Wow. Yi Yun gasped, taken aback by the effect of the enigmatic fruit. Elevating a Pokémon's level by 1 is indeed astonishing. It's worth noting that the higher a Pokémon's level, the more challenging it becomes to advance further. For instance, a level 89 Pokémon may require an entire year just to reach level 90. Yet now, with a single enigmatic fruit, one can directly elevate their level to 90, equivalent to several years of arduous training for a Pokémon. Of course, such a miraculous effect applies solely to higher-level Pokémon. The higher the level, the more pronounced the effect. Using it to elevate a low-level Pokémon or one at level 10 would be tantamount to wastefulness. Fortunately, Yi Yun currently possesses a high-level Pokémon, Rayquaza. At present, Rayquaza is at level 85, with each advancement proving exceedingly arduous. With the aid of these enigmatic fruits, elevating Rayquaza's level would become significantly easier. Moreover, the deadline for the agreed-upon month-long evaluation is rapidly approaching. If Yi Yun can utilize the enigmatic fruit to enhance Rayquaza's strength now, his chances of excelling in this assessment will undoubtedly increase. With that thought, Yi Yun, brimming with excitement, quickly plucked the enigmatic fruit. He then released Rayquaza and fed it the fruit. Just a second later, upon glancing back, Yi Yun saw that Rayquaza's level had already surged to 86. Rayquaza, sensing its newfound power, expressed its exhilaration with low growls. Inquiring if there were any more of such fruits, Yi Yun shrugged, shaking his head. The entire vine bore but this one enigmatic fruit, now consumed by Rayquaza. Rayquaza appeared a tad disheartened. However, Yi Yun was undeterred. He began to search the vicinity for more enigmatic fruits. Finding even one more would be a tremendous boon. Here's another. Soon, Yi Yun discovered yet another enigmatic fruit. Rayquaza scampered over eagerly, devouring the fruit and successfully elevating its level to 87. Another one here, and another. Half an hour later, Yi-Yun had thoroughly scoured the area, ultimately unearthing a total of 10 enigmatic fruits. Thanks to these miraculous fruits, Rayquaza's level had soared from 85 to an impressive 95. At level 95, Rayquaza now possessed strength akin to that of a master. Yi-Yun smiled softly, a surge of pride swelling within him. Rayquaza, too, felt the magnitude of its transformation, raising its head in a display of pride. Once Yi-Yun confirmed that no further enigmatic fruits remained in the vicinity, he and Rayquaza continued their journey. Half an hour later, they arrived at the heart of the forest. Before them stood a towering giant tree, majestic and imposing. The tree was so lofty that its top was obscured by the clouds, its branches stretching skyward, seemingly unyielding. The trunk was thick and robust, piercing the sky as though it had created a gaping hole. Even with Rayquaza encircling it, they could not encompass the trunk entirely. Gulp! Witnessing this breathtaking sight, Yi-Yun couldn't help but exhale in awe. It's remarkably tall and broad. If one wishes to climb this tree, it would indeed take a decade or more of effort. As Yi-Yun gazed upward, his eyes suddenly brightened. Embedded within the trunk was a shard of a gem. Resplendent in its verdant hue, the gem radiated a potent life energy, continuously nourishing the tree's growth. It was precisely this life gem shard that Yi-Yun had been tirelessly seeking. Excitement flickered in Yi-Yun's eyes as he yearned to ascend and retrieve the gem shard. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Yi-Yun's expression shifted, and he stealthily retreated a few paces, concealing himself amidst the foliage. He sensed a large group hastening toward his location. With the situation still uncertain, Yi-Yun refrained from making any abrupt moves, opting instead to assess the newcomer's strength before deciding on his course of action. Lord Sahuan, look! We've arrived! One of the newcomers exclaimed. Behold that towering tree ahead. It must be several hundred meters high, undoubtedly due to the abundant life energy here. I hypothesize that the object we seek is surely in the vicinity of that great tree. Dr. Shimu, brimming with excitement, spoke with hands trembling from exhilaration. Sahuan Benzi gazed at the colossal tree, his heart pounding with awe. He, too, could sense the tree's extraordinary presence, the rich life energy emanating from it. Perhaps, as Dr. Shimu suggested, what they were searching for truly lay near that magnificent tree. Chapter 116, The Arrival of Deoxys. Let us proceed and take a closer look. Sahuan Benzi commanded, leading the group forward. Upon arriving at the great tree, Sato Haruko and her companions gazed upward, their faces illuminated with excitement. There it was, that coveted treasure, enshrined upon the trunk. Sato Haruko soon spotted the shard of the life gem, and with palpable enthusiasm, she pointed at it and exclaimed. Dr. Nishiki, too, could hardly conceal his exhilaration, his eyes glinting with fervor as he fixated on the life gem fragment embedded in the bark. You, go and retrieve it. Sato Haruko commanded a man skilled in climbing who stood beside her. The man nodded in acknowledgement and approached the tree, stretching his limbs in preparation to ascend. At that moment, a rustling sound erupted from behind the group. Sato Haruko's heart raced. She pivoted sharply and shouted, Who goes there? Yi-Yun stepped forth from the underbrush with a faint smile. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sato Haruko's demeanor shifted to one of severity, her eyes narrowing like those of a venomous scorpion as she demanded, What business do you have here? Yi-Yun hesitated, the tone imbued with an air of authority reminiscent of certain action films from the land of cherry blossoms. From the land of cherry blossoms? Yi-Yun mused, arching an eyebrow as he scrutinized Sato Haruko. Realizing her identity had been exposed, Sato Haruko's expression faltered slightly. How dare you utter the name of our homeland? You lowly wretch? She retorted. Jing Chuan, deal with this brat. We cannot allow our secrets to be compromised. She instructed a man beside her. Yes, he affirmed, stepping forward. He then placed a hand on his waist and retrieved a pokeball, releasing the creature within, a Greninja. Yi-Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even a mere minion possessed such a formidable and rare Pokémon. Clearly, these individuals were not to be underestimated. Driven by curiosity, Yi-Yun utilized his system's capabilities to investigate the Greninja's details. Pokémon, Greninja. Affinity, 0. Talent, 3 stars. Level, 50. Type, Water Dark. Ability, Torrent. Power of Water type moves increases when health is low. Hidden ability, none. Held item, Focus Sash. Moves, Water Shuriken, Pound, Growl, Quick Attack, Mist, Bubble, Mimic, Night Slash. Flip Turn, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Shadow Sneak, Spikes, Critical Hit, Substitute, Telekinesis. A level 50 Greninja indeed boasted considerable prowess. With that in mind, let me test your strength. Arise, Deoxys. Indeed, Yi Yun summoned his old rival, Deoxys. Since acquiring Deoxys, he had yet to witness its might. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. In a flash, a blinding light erupted as Deoxys materialized in midair. The man, upon seeing Deoxys, was struck dumb, his eyes wide with confusion and shock. What kind of Pokémon is this? It resembles an alien, and the aura it radiates is so overwhelming that even my Greninja feels intimidated. Sato Haruko, too, was taken aback, astonished by the emergence of Deoxys. A cosmic Pokémon. Who on earth is this person to possess such a rare creature? Even some prestigious families might not own a Deoxys. Could he be associated with one of the 4 great families? In that moment, Sato Haruko's mind raced with thoughts, and she regarded Yi Yun with a newfound wariness. She even began to hesitate about confronting him. After all, the mere possession of Deoxys implied that his background was nothing ordinary, likely tied to the esteemed families. Provoking him could spell disaster, not just for her, but for the power backing her as well. Yet, considering they were in a secret realm with no one else around, Sato Haruko's expression turned steely once more. Eliminate him. No one will know it was us. Resolutely, she solidified her intention. Dr. Nishiki, standing nearby, wore a grave expression, unnerved by the presence of Yi Yun's Deoxys. Lord Sato, we should refrain from provoking him. Deoxys is not an adversary to be trifled with. Moreover, this youth's identity is quite formidable. Should we antagonize the forces behind him, it could lead to unimaginable peril for our organization. Nevertheless, Sato Haruko remained obstinate, huffing dismissively, no. This matter is non-negotiable. That treasure is mine by right. I must ensure no one else learns of it or obtains it. This boy's presence here simply signifies his misfortune. Yet, she added with a chilling smirk, you need not worry excessively. I will handle this discreetly, ensuring that his allies remain oblivious to our involvement. She then turned to the man, commanding, attack. The man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate the youth before him and promptly issued a command to Greninja. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Greninja complied, conjuring a Water Shuriken and launching it toward Deoxys. Evade with speed for me, then close in. Yi Yun calmly instructed Deoxys. Its form began to shrink, adopting a sleek and agile appearance, its elongated appendages reducing to 2. Its oval head morphed into a sharper silhouette, and the protrusions resembling airplane wings enhanced its aerodynamic efficiency, significantly augmenting its speed. In an instant, Deoxys and speed for me vanished from sight. The sheer velocity produced a sonic boom through the air, rendering it invisible to all present, who could only glimpse a fleeting light. Within less than half a second, Deoxys effortlessly evaded Greninja's Water Shuriken, reappearing behind it. Yi Yun sensed the moment and unhesitatingly commanded, shift to attack for me and unleash Hyper Beam. Deoxys transformed once more, channeling a brilliant white beam of light from the gem on its chest. Upon reaching its zenith, it erupted forward, piercing through Greninja's form. Greninja had no time to react, and in an instant, it fell, reduced to ashes. Chapter 117. Do you think Rayquaza was defeated by me so easily? The trainer of Greninja stood in shock, his face overtaken by terror. Though he sensed that Yi Yun's Pokémon was extraordinary, exuding an oppressive aura, he had never anticipated that his Greninja would be obliterated in such a manner. It was crucial to note that his Greninja had reached the pinnacle of elite strength, merely a step away from gym leader status. Such prowess was formidable, qualifying him as a force to be reckoned with in any arena. Little did he expect that, in the presence of Yi Yun, he would appear as insignificant as a mere chicken or dog. Zui Yuan Benzi, witnessing the defeat of his subordinates, felt a shadow cross his face. He cast a glance at the other men beside him and, in a low voice, instructed, you all go and deal with him. The men nodded in unison, stepping forward to encircle Yi Yun. Subsequently, they summoned their Pokémon. Come forth, Gungue. Arise, Hudi. Erupt, Lienma. Yi Yun glanced over and noted that the Pokémon of the 3 men were formidable, with levels ranging from 51 to 55, all possessing the strength of gym leaders. With such power, most would have already succumbed. Yet, alas, they had encountered Yi Yun. As a prodigious student of the magical capital Pokémon University, Yi Yun's prowess was not to be underestimated. Even when faced with 3 gym-level Pokémon, he remained utterly unperturbed, wearing an expression of serene composure. Dialga, shall we elevate the challenge? Can you withstand it? Yi Yun inquired of Dialga, seemingly indifferent to the presence of those around him. Dialga nodded, its countenance as unyielding as ancient ice, devoid of any emotion. Very well, let us proceed. Yi Yun exclaimed, a surge of indomitable spirit erupting from within him. Soaring to the heavens, the three men, infuriated by Yi Yun's blatant disregard, glared with fiery eyes, their tempers flaring. As gym-level experts, they had never before been so openly scorned, especially not by a mere youth. Anger clouded their judgment. Without further ado, they launched a coordinated assault on Yi Yun. Gung-Gue, use Shadow Ball. Hu-Di, employ Psychic. Li Yin-Ma, execute Overheat. The three Pokémon unleashed a combined attack against Dialga. Yi Yun smiled faintly, remaining unfazed, and calmly instructed Dialga, evade their attacks with utmost speed, then shift to offensive mode and unleash Hyper Beam. Dialga, already swift, transformed into its speed form and vanished in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Ball struck the spot where it had been 3 seconds later. Soon after, Overheat and Psychic followed suit, colliding with tremendous force and resulting in a violent explosion. Flames soared as psychic energy intertwined with shadowy power, spilling forth from the inferno and cascading outward. Waves of force radiated from the epicenter of the explosion, toppling trees in their wake. However, Dialga emerged unscathed. At this moment, it appeared on the opposite side of the three Pokémon, gathering a robust bolt of lightning at its chest, preparing to unleash the mighty electric attack, Hyper Beam. With a whoosh, the Hyper Beam surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, saturating the air with electricity and scorching the earth. Boom. A fraction of a second later, the Hyper Beam struck Li Yin-Ma, sending it hurtling away. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching scream, engulfed in a tempest of lightning. Its form was engulfed, subjected to the onslaught of countless bolts. When the electric light faded, Li Yin-Ma lay lifeless on the ground. Its trainer, filled with shock and fury, stared at the fallen Pokémon, anguish etched across his face. This was the companion that had journeyed alongside him, now departing from this world. No. The trainer howled to the heavens, his eyes bloodshot with rage and despair. He glared at Yi Yun with a venomous intensity. If looks could kill, Yi Yun would have been reduced to mere ashes. Yi Yun chuckled softly, unperturbed. Dialga, not idle, took advantage of the moment to strike again. As Gung-Gue and Hu-Di were still reeling from the previous events, Dialga unleashed its formidable psychic attack, Thought Hammer, dispatching Gung-Gue with a single blow. It then teleported beside Hu-Di, executing a Dark-type move that manifested as a colossal hand, descending upon Hu-Di. As a top-tier Psychic-type Pokémon, Hu-Di was no slouch in its own right. The moment Dialga made its move, Hu-Di anticipated the attack and swiftly prepared to evade. It vanished in a split second, narrowly escaping Dialga's onslaught. The two engaged in a relentless chase, darting through the forest. One moment they were in the northwest, and the next, they materialized in the southeast. Just then, Dialga suddenly appeared before Hu-Di, seemingly having foreseen its trajectory. It concentrated energy into a sphere and hurled it at Hu-Di. Hu-Di, however, was quick-witted and anticipated this move, swiftly altering its course and dashing in the opposite direction. Yet, just as Hu-Di reveled in its foresight, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped it. Hu-Di's expression shifted dramatically as it looked up to see a massive hand descending from the heavens. Realization struck. It had been outsmarted. Dialga had predicted its prediction. A fleeting sense of despondency crossed Hu-Di's face. It was cornered, with no escape in sight. Boom. The massive hand descended like a mountain, crashing down upon Hu-Di, rendering it unconscious, its life force ebbing away. In less than 3 minutes, Yi Yun had vanquished 3 gym-level adversaries with astonishing speed, leaving even the swiftest of trainers in awe. Even Zuo-Yuan Benzi was taken aback, realizing that Yi Yun's strength exceeded his wildest expectations. Initially, he had believed Yi Yun's power to be comparable to that of his subordinates, perhaps only slightly superior. However, he had not anticipated that even their combined might would be insufficient against Yi Yun. It dawned on him that Yi Yun's prowess had reached a level akin to that of a quasi-champion, and even among them, he was not to be trifled with. With this realization, Zuo-Yuan Benzi's expression darkened. He stepped forward, resolving to no longer waste time, and to personally confront Yi Yun. Chapter 118. A death wish I have yet to encounter. As the leader prepared to engage, his subordinates hastily retreated, clearing a path for Zuo-Yuan Benzi. Confronting Yi Yun directly, a chilling malice flickered across Zuo-Yuan Benzi's face. The murderous intent coalesced into an invisible blade, aimed straight for Yi Yun's head. Yet Yi Yun stood firm, calm, and composed. With a mere tremor of his body, the lethal aura shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Young one, I concede that you possess some skill, but remember, there are realms beyond your own, and individuals beyond your measure. You are not invincible in this world, many surpass you. Such arrogance will inevitably lead to your downfall. Sakuhara's cold voice reprimanded, laced with a hint of menace. Yi-Yun let out a derisive laugh and taunted. Someone stronger than me. Are you referring to yourself? A trace of arrogance flickered across Sakuhara's face, his confidence in his abilities unwavering. Indeed, it is I? Yi-Yun chuckled mockingly, retorting, I'm sorry, but to me, all of you are nothing but refuse. Boom. At this declaration, Sakuhara erupted in fury, a formidable aura surging upwards. Arrogant. How dare you insult me? He bellowed, pointing a finger at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun sneered in defiance. What of it if I insult you? Sakuhara, seething with rage, reached for his waist, poised to deliver a lesson to Yi-Yun. You shall pay a grievous price for your hubris. In an instant, a flash of white light manifested, revealing a towering greenish-blue spirit before Yi-Yun. This spirit, standing firmly on the ground, clad in resplendent armor, resembled a walking Godzilla. Yi-Yun instantly recognized this spirit as Banjira's, one of the quasi-deities, commonly known as the Desert Monarch. How intriguing. Indeed, the quasi-deity Banjira's is a formidable opponent. Yi-Yun did not rush to strike, but instead withdrew Deoxys. Banjira's, a rock and dark-type spirit, possessed immunity to all psychic-type moves, rendering Deoxys incapable of showcasing its true prowess in battle. Thus, Yi-Yun contemplated switching to another spirit. To counter the rock and dark-type Banjira's, the optimal choice would be to deploy a fighting-type spirit or one with fighting-type moves, as fighting types not only counter rock types, but also dark types. Under this dual advantage, a fighting-type spirit would possess a fourfold edge in battling against Banjira's, making victory a simple endeavor. Should I summon Lucario, or perhaps bring forth Kingambit? Yi-Yun mused, lost in contemplation. Lucario, being a fighting-type spirit, boasted numerous fighting-type moves, while Kingambit, though merely a normal-type spirit, wielded impressively powerful fighting-type skills. Moreover, Kingambit's attack power was nothing short of monstrous, even at comparable levels. It could not be rivaled by a first-tier deity, although Kingambit's level was lower than Lucario's. Its unique abilities and exceptionally high base stats might still render it stronger than Lucario. Yi-Yun leaned towards unleashing Kingambit to grant it more practical experience. Just as Yi-Yun was deep in thought, Sakuhara interjected, What's this? Are you so intimidated by my Banjira's that you've lost the courage to fight? He sneered. If you kneel and bow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life. Sakuhara surveyed Yi-Yun with derision, inwardly scoffing. I thought you were formidable, yet here you are, trembling before my Banjira's? The rest of his subordinates joined in laughter, unabashedly mocking Yi-Yun. Previously defeated by him, they harbored a pent-up fury now seeking release. Witnessing Yi-Yun's apparent fear of unleashing his spirit, their courage surged, and they eagerly sought to trample him in revenge for their earlier humiliation. Amid the incessant ridicule, Yi-Yun merely sighed, shaking his head in resignation. How pitiable, the soon-to-be departed. Li Kongzuo, come forth and handle this trouble. Make them vanish from my sight, Yi-Yun said impatiently, summoning Li Kongzuo. Kingambit, you promised to let me out for practical experience. Yi-Yun, next time, I assure you. Kingambit, originally, Yi-Yun intended to release Kingambit to play with these individuals. Yet, their incessant clamor became intolerable, their taunts echoing, as if challenging, come and kill us, you insignificant wretch. If you don't, you're a coward. How could Yi-Yun resist such unreasonable demands? It's not easy to seek life, yet you wish for death so readily? With a thunderous roar, Li Kongzuo appeared, its colossal form astonishing everyone present. Even Sakuhara, who had been so boastful and confident, now stood frozen in place, his body rigid with fear, eyes glued to the swirling figure of Li Kongzuo above. Li Kongzuo. How is this possible? How could he possess Li Kongzuo? Nearby, Professor Shimu was equally dumbfounded, seemingly bereft of soul, his gaze vacant and devoid of light. The dragon sovereign is finished. We have provoked the master of Li Kongzuo. As he looked back at Yi-Yun, his expression had shifted from disdain to one of shock and reverence. Meanwhile, the subordinates were so terrified they lost control. Collapsing to the ground, their spirits utterly shattered. Seeing them in such disarray, stripped of their previous bravado, Yi-Yun smiled gently. Fear not, I shall be quick. Upon uttering this, Li Kongzuo sensed his intent. With a fierce roar, it soared into the sky, unleashing its dragon star shower upon the crowd. Boom! A meteor engulfed in flames erupted in the sky, subsequently disintegrating into countless fiery fragments. These fiery shards, encased in flames, transformed into blazing orbs, hurtling towards Sakuhara and his cohorts. The scene was catastrophic, filled with cries of anguish and despair, each louder than the last. The flames soared, consuming the area in a hellish inferno, reducing Sakuhara and his followers to mere ashes. Chapter 119. Acquiring the Shard of the Life Orb. The battle came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The wailing lasted but moments before abruptly ceasing. The fire crackled and popped as it burned. Yi Yun stood beside the flames, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. The firelight cast a crimson hue upon his cheeks, making it appear as though he too was engulfed in the inferno. His gaze remained cold and indifferent, his expression unperturbed, as he watched the flames dance until they extinguished. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Detected strong signals from your recovery facility. All spirits have been automatically reclaimed. Ding. All spirits have been successfully reclaimed. Congratulations, you have earned 2,000 points. A slight smile graced Yi Yun's lips, a subtle yet discernible expression of satisfaction. 2,000 points represented a significant fortune for him at this juncture. He had no intention of saving them, opting instead to indulge himself with a double draw immediately. Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully upgrading the system. The malfunction has been unlocked for your perusal. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. Could the system also undergo upgrades? Indeed, once the host accumulates a certain number of points, the system will automatically upgrade. Yi Yun nodded thoughtfully and opened the mall system. Instantly, a dazzling array of goods appeared before his eyes, including various items, Pokémon eggs, and consumables, essentially everything one could desire. However, a source of frustration for Yi Yun was the steep prices of these rewards, often reaching thousands of points, which left him feeling somewhat powerless. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to accumulate points henceforth, he murmured to himself. Although the items in the system mall were expensive, their guaranteed nature stood in stark contrast to the unpredictability of lottery draws, which were fraught with too many variables and entirely reliant on luck. Given the choice, he preferred certainties over uncertainties. Thus, after discerning his true needs, Yi Yun inclined towards purchasing from the mall rather than gambling on luck through a lottery. Abandoning the notion of participating in the lottery, Yi Yun decided to save the remaining 2,000 points for future contingencies. Upon closing the system, his gaze returned to the Life Gem Shard. Following an intense battle, the shard remained untouched, while the surrounding foliage, previously devastated, was now revitalized by the life force emanating from the Life Gem Shard, becoming more vibrant than ever. Observing this phenomenon, Yi Yun couldn't help but marvel at the Life Gem Shard, a true treasure of the Pokémon world, exuding a terrifying vitality that could only be described as extraordinary. Yi Yun exchanged a knowing glance with his Pokémon, Rayquaza, who instantly understood his intent, soaring forward to retrieve the Life Gem Shard embedded in the colossal tree before returning to its Pokeball. As Yi Yun took possession of the Life Gem Shard, it swiftly transformed into a streak of green light and merged into his body. More precisely, it fused with another Life Gem Shard he possessed. The transformation resulting from the fusion was far from a simple arithmetic equation of 1 plus 1 equaling 2. Yi Yun could distinctly sense that the life force radiating from the fused Life Gem Shard was exponentially stronger than before. Moreover, the emitted glow was more brilliant, a vibrant emerald hue brimming with abundant vitality. While Yi Yun intently observed the evolution of the Life Gem Shard, the towering tree before him began to undergo a transformation of its own. Deprived of the Life Gem Shard's sustenance, the majestic tree rapidly succumbed to decay. In the blink of an eye, the once lush green leaves began to yellow and wither, as if all vitality had been drained from it. When Yi Yun noticed this change and looked up again, he was astounded to find the great tree had transformed into a lifeless stump. Not only had the tree perished, but the entire forest began to change as well. The once verdant woodland swiftly appeared shrouded in a pall of death, with flowers, grass, and trees wilting at an observable rate. Yi Yun furrowed his brows in contemplation, realizing that the existence of this forest hinged upon the life force granted by the Life Gem Shard. Once its supply ceased, the flora could not adapt to their environment and would wither away. Coming to this understanding, Yi Yun felt a sense of acceptance. However, he had no intention of returning the Life Gem Shard. Stowing it away, he prepared to depart. Just then, a series of piercing sounds broke through the air from a distance. Yi Yun looked up to see several figures riding upon flying Pokémon, approaching swiftly. These individuals were not to be underestimated. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed instinctively. From afar, he could sense the formidable auras of the Pokémon beneath them, indicating that they were likely skilled individuals, not to be trifled with. Yi Yun wished to avoid entanglements, thus he sought to leave the area quickly to evade their notice. However, fate had other plans, as the figures had already keenly detected his presence. Observing the rapid decay of the vegetation and the cessation of life, They surmised that something significant had transpired here, with Yi Yun positioned at the epicenter of the event, making him a subject of interest. Consequently, they attempted to block his path to inquire about the incident. "Friend, please hold," one middle-aged man called out, as Yi Yun made to depart. Yi Yun had no desire to linger or heed the commands of others. Thus, he chose to disregard the man's shout and continued on his way, unperturbed. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. As a figure of considerable strength, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to disregard him. The audacity of this youth to blatantly ignore his words felt like a slap in the face in front of others. A spark of anger ignited within him, and he raised his voice again. "Young friend, I implore you to stay." Yet, Yi Yun remained unfazed, resolutely continuing his departure. This time, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. His countenance grew increasingly grim as he addressed the two family members beside him. "Dawa, Erwa, apprehend that boy." The youths named Dawa and Erwa nodded, urging their Pokémon forward towards Yi Yun. "You there, our steward commands you to remain. Are you deaf?" Dawa, the youth clad in blue, stood resolutely before Yi Yun, his voice cold and commanding. Erwa swiftly followed suit, positioning himself to block Yi Yun's path. "How dare you disregard our steward? Do you even know who he is?" Yi Yun appraised the two with a dismissive glance, scoffing, "What you are matters not to me. This is not your territory, and my comings and goings are not dictated by you." Dawa puffed out his chest, exuding arrogance, his nostrils flaring. "Naturally, we are members of the Lin family, and our steward is none other than our Lin family's representative. Even the mayor of Phoenix City must bow to our steward, granting him some measure of respect. Tell me, shouldn't you heed our steward's words?" Erwa chimed in, his demeanor equally haughty. "The Lin family is one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. We are respected figures wherever we go, drawing the attention of thousands. And you, a mere commoner, dare to ignore our steward? What punishment do you deserve?" Yi Yun finally grasped the situation. It became clear that these individuals were members of one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, exhibiting their arrogance and disdain for those they deemed beneath them. Given their status, it was unsurprising that they looked down upon ordinary citizens. However, they had gravely miscalculated Yi Yun's identity. He was far from an ordinary commoner. Despite his simple attire, which belied his formidable strength, few could rival him. Even the patriarchs of the 4 great clans might struggle to subdue him. After all, he currently possesses a terrifyingly powerful Shining Sky Scorpion, which has reached an impressive level of 95, equivalent to a master level. Though the individuals before him are members of the 4 great clans, he holds them in little regard. Should a head of a clan arrive, he might be slightly wary. But as for these insignificant figures, if they dare to provoke him further, he would not hesitate to deliver a sharp slap. Yi Yun, disinterested in further banter with the trio, coldly commanded, "Step aside, or bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Dawa and Erwa were instantly infuriated, laughing in disbelief. "What? Did I hear correctly? You, a mere commoner, dare to threaten our Lin family? You must truly be seeking death. Come, here I stand, and I challenge you to touch even a single hair on my head." Dawa boasted arrogantly, leaning his face closer to Yi Yun, confident that Yi Yun would not dare to retaliate. With a cold smirk, Yi Yun refused to indulge him. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap. How amusing it is to encounter someone so eager for punishment. With a loud crack, Dawa was sent reeling, spinning 3.5 times before his teeth were knocked out, mingling with blood and splattering across the ground. Dazed and disoriented, he collapsed, mumbling incoherently, his expression one of utter agony. Witnessing this, Erwa erupted in fury. "You dare lay a hand on my brother? You are truly courting death," Erwa shouted, brandishing a pokeball and hurling it at Yi Yun. "Scorpion King, teach him a harsh lesson. Let him understand the consequences of provoking the Lin family." A beam of white light shot forth from the pokeball, releasing a blue-black scorpion Pokémon, the Scorpion King, boasting both ground and flying attributes. It was rumored that the Lin family excelled in utilizing flying-type Pokémon, and it appeared the rumors held true. Yi Yun, however, felt little trepidation and curiously observed the Scorpion King, muttering to himself. He had heard whispers about the 4 great clans and possessed some understanding of them. As he knew, the 4 clans comprised the Lin family, the Gongsun family, the Shangwan family, and the Yun family. The Lin family specialized in flying-type Pokémon, the Gongsun family in psychic types, and the Shangwan family in dragon types. As for the Yun family, he was less informed, having heard they employed a diverse array of Pokémon without focusing on a particular type. Nonetheless, being one of the 4 great clans attested to the Yun family's prowess. Activating the system's scanning function, Information about the Scorpion King materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. Pokémon, Scorpion King. Quality, 3 stars. Affinity, 200. Gender, male. Level, 45. Elite. Type, ground flying. Ability, Sand Veil. Increases evasion in sandstorm weather. Hidden ability, none. Held item, Sharp Fang. Sharp teeth that sometimes intimidate opponents when inflicting damage. Moves, Pin Missile. Sand Attack, Harden, Knock Off. Poison Sting, Thunder Fang. Ice Fang, Fire Fang. Quick Attack, Slash, Critical Hit. Acrobatics, Night Slash, Quick Return, Screech, Cross Cut, Sky Uppercut, Swords Dance. Earthquake, Sandstorm, Steel Wing. Indeed, the configuration of this Scorpion King was quite impressive, reflecting the strength of the 4 great clans. While Yi Yun did not regard his opponents highly, he acknowledged that, in terms of Pokémon configurations, they were superior to ordinary trainers. Scorpion King, it seems you are to be my sparring partner today. Yi Yun smiled lightly as he released his own Pokémon. With a thunderous crash, the arrival of the Sloth King exuded an overwhelming presence. Its massive form landed with such force that the ground trembled. Seeing the formidable aura of Yi Yun's Sloth King, Erwa's expression shifted. He sensed that Yi Yun's Pokémon was far from ordinary. Yet, considering the Sloth King's lazy nature, he felt some relief. As long as I can withstand one of its attacks, my next move will surely finish it. Erwa calculated inwardly. Just then, Lin Jishur approached. Uncle Lin, please do not interfere. I wish to avenge my brother myself. Upon Lin Jishur's arrival, Erwa quickly implored. He felt that taking revenge personally would be far more satisfying. Lin Jishur nodded in agreement, not refusing. Very well. Just be cautious and do not let this boy outmaneuver you. He too was curious about Yi Yun's strength. As Erwa sought to punish Yi Yun, it presented a perfect opportunity for Lin Jishur to gauge Yi Yun's abilities. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Erwa expressed his gratitude, redirecting his focus to Yi Yun. Prepare to pay the price for your earlier actions, brat. Scorpion King, unleash Sandstorm. Although Erwa spoke fiercely, dismissing Yi Yun, he was notably cautious in battle. First, he summoned a sandstorm to alter the weather, fully exploiting the Scorpion King's advantages, thereby enhancing its survival odds. Following that, he executed Sand Attack to further decrease the Sloth King's accuracy. Consequently, the Sloth King's attacks would become increasingly difficult to land. However, as a creature with stats comparable to a legendary being, the Sloth King would not fall easily into traps. When Erwa initiated the sandstorm, Yi Yun had already anticipated his intentions. Thus, before Erwa could issue his next command, he had instructed the Sloth King to prepare for evasive maneuvers. As expected, Erwa's next move was Sand Attack, aiming to diminish the Sloth King's accuracy once more. Unfortunately for him, the Sloth King had already been prepared. As the Scorpion King executed Sand Attack, the Sloth King seemed to have sensed it in advance, elegantly sidestepping to the right and evading the Scorpion King's assault. Then, without hesitation, it swung its massive fist toward the Scorpion King's head. If this punch connected, the Scorpion King would undoubtedly suffer devastating consequences. Scorpion King, soar into the sky to evade. Erwa reacted swiftly, issuing commands as the Sloth King launched its strike. As a flying-type Pokémon, the Scorpion King was inherently swift, and leveraging its aerial advantage, dodging the Sloth King's punch was not a daunting task. Yet, the Sloth King's sheer power was staggering. The gust from its punch felt like countless blades slicing across the Scorpion King's face, causing it considerable pain. Thus, while the Scorpion King successfully evaded the Sloth King's fist, it still sustained injuries. Ha ha, you are finished. Erwa exclaimed excitedly, witnessing his Scorpion King escape the Sloth King's attack. The sole characteristic of the lazy king is its indolence. Whenever it employs a move, it must inevitably rest in the following turn. This implies that in the subsequent round, the Scorpion King's attack will unerringly strike the lazy king, which will neither evade nor retaliate. Erwa sensed that his opportunity had arrived. With a mocking grin, Yi Yun looked at Erwa with a raised eyebrow and said, "Oh, is that so?" Under Erwa's puzzled gaze, Yi Yun issued another command to the lazy king. Lazy King, unleash a critical hit. Upon hearing Yi Yun's intention to attack, Erwa could not contain his laughter, taunting. Ha! Someone like you dares to be a trainer? Do you not know that the lazy king's ability is indolence? It must rest for a turn after every action. How can you call yourself the master of the lazy king when you are so utterly ignorant? It's truly embarrassing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his laughter abruptly ceased. His expression turned blank, eyes wide with disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. How is this possible? Why is your lazy king not rested? It was then that Erwin noticed, to his utter shock, that the lazy king not only had not rested but was instead brimming with vigor. appearing in the blink of an eye behind the Scorpion King. Gathering a surge of malevolent energy in its fist, it struck down upon the Scorpion King like a meteor. The Scorpion King, unable to dodge, was sent crashing into the ground. A deep crater formed upon impact, with the Scorpion King lying helplessly within it, already devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Heh, who told you that the lazy King's ability must be indolence? A smirk of mockery danced on Yeyun's lips. Though he did not directly ridicule Irwa, the expression alone conveyed a profound sense of derision. Impossible. No one understands the lazy king better than I do. Aside from its lazy disposition, it cannot possess any other abilities. Irwa asserted with unwavering confidence, disbelieving Yeyun's words. I understand now. You must have fed it a berry beforehand, putting it in an excited state during battle, thereby negating the negative effects of its indolence. He muttered to himself, his sanity beginning to unravel. Yeyun shook his head and sighed, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. What significance does it hold, whether true or false? Will the outcome change? It will not. Noticing that Yeyun did not refute his claims, Irwa became ever more certain of his deductions. Ha ha, I knew I was right. There is simply no possibility of a lazy king possessing any other abilities. He laughed heartily, as if this had become his sole victory in spirit. Humph, what an embarrassment. Get back here at once. At that moment, Lin, the observer, spoke coldly. Initially, he had intended to use Irwa to gauge Yeyun's strength, but he was taken aback by how easily Irwa had been defeated in a single move. Startled, Irwa fell silent, too frightened to utter a word, and could only slink back to Lin's side. Yeyun remained unfazed, gazing at Lin, and slowly spoke. What is this? Do you intend to strike at me as well? Lin shook his head, exuding an air of superiority. No, as an elder, I find it beneath me to attack someone of your generation. He then shifted his tone. However, you have harmed a member of the Lin family. It is only proper that you express some form of acknowledgement. Yeyun scoffed and retorted, Oh, how do you think I should express this? Lin's gaze deepened, fixing on Yeyun as he spoke. I suspect you have acquired a treasure here, correct? If you present that treasure for my inspection, we can consider our grievances settled. What do you say? Although Lin was unaware of the specifics of the events that had transpired, his extensive experience in secret realms allowed him to surmise that something valuable had occurred. Yeyun, who had initially appeared harmless, narrowed his eyes at the mention of treasure, his aura shifting to exude a barely perceptible killing intent. He could not allow anyone to learn of his possession of the fragment of the life gem, for it would invite endless trouble. You are mistaken. I have not acquired any treasure. Yeyun replied nonchalantly, wishing to gauge Lin's reaction before deciding on his next course of action. Lin was a cunning fox and was not easily swayed by Yeyun's deception. Heh, young man, this is rather disappointing. I have traversed more secret realms than you have had romantic encounters. Do you think I cannot discern whether there is a treasure? His demeanor darkened ominously. If you are wise, you will hand over the treasure swiftly, or you shall not escape my wrath. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Lin, chilling the air around them. Irwa, emboldened by Lin's presence, joined in the threats. Did you hear that? Hand over the treasure immediately, or you will find no place to rest in death. Yeyun scoffed repeatedly, regarding the two as if they were mere specters. It seems I must prepare for slaughter once again. How tiresome. Why are there so many oblivious individuals in this world? Yeyun lamented inwardly, having already kept a low profile. Yet some still chose to provoke him. Given no other choice, he would reluctantly claim their lives. Chapter 122, The Mightiest Shield of Defense. Rayquaza, emerge. I must once again call upon your assistance. Yeyun spoke resignedly. It was evident that Lin's strength was formidable. After all, he hailed from a prestigious family, and even the likes of Irwa and Dawa were nearly on par with him. Thus, Lin's prowess was beyond question. If Yeyun were to summon a regular level Pokémon, victory would not be guaranteed, making the endeavor far from simple. Yeyun was unwilling to squander time on such meaningless confrontations. Thus, he summoned Rayquaza directly, aiming to resolve the situation swiftly. Roar. The moment Rayquaza appeared, the expressions of Lin and Irwa shifted dramatically. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the shimmering Rayquaza soaring above. Impossible. I must be seeing things. He is of similar age to me. How could he possibly possess a shiny Rayquaza? Dawa murmured, shaking his head in denial of the reality before him. He was unwilling to accept that a peer could earn the recognition of a shiny Rayquaza. Even Lin appeared momentarily stunned, his gaze somewhat vacant. His heart was equally shaken, no less than Irwa. The only difference was that Lin, being well-versed in extraordinary occurrences, had encountered numerous prodigies throughout his life. Thus, upon witnessing Yeyun summon Rayquaza, he did not deny the truth before him or deceive himself with lies. Instead, he acknowledged the reality. Recognizing Yiyun as a talent akin to those he had previously encountered, extraordinary individuals who, at such a young age, possessed the audacity to gain the favor of a divine beast. I have inadvertently provoked a terrifying genius. This is going to be a monumental problem. Lin felt a flicker of regret within, lamenting his choice to challenge Yiyun. However, it is now too late for words. He could distinctly sense that Yiyun harbored murderous intent towards him. The enmity between him and Yiyun today was unlikely to reach a peaceful resolution. Yet, having lived to this age, he cherished life more than anyone else. Even in the face of a genius like Yiyun and the so-called ruler of the skies, like Hongzhua, he still refused to relinquish his resistance or entrust his life to his adversaries. No, I must escape from here. I must survive. Once I leave this place and return to the Lin family, I will find a way to deal with him. Even Lai Hongzhua will not be able to protect him. Lin Zhishi's eyes flickered as his expression darkened, contemplating his next strategy. At that moment, Yiyun suddenly issued a command to the radiant Lai Hongzhua. Lai Hongzhua, unleash the Dragon Star Barrage to eliminate them. With a roar, Lai Hongzhua tilted its head skyward and expelled a fiery red energy. The energy detonated high above, transforming into countless meteor fragments enveloped in flames, descending from the heavens. Whoosh! The flames burned ever more fiercely as they plummeted, resembling a massive fireball hurtling from the sky. Confronted with the destructive power of the Dragon Star Barrage, Lin Zhishi was fully alert, retrieving a pokeball and releasing the creature within. Come forth, Sheldon. Switch to shield form, and utilize King's shield to withstand Lai Hongzhua's assault. With a resounding clang, a sharp sword sliced through the air, swiftly transforming into a shield that soared into the sky, interposing itself before Lin Zhishi, shielding him from harm. Yiyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Employing Sheldon's defensive form and the move King's shield to counter Lai Hongzhua's attack was indeed a commendable strategy. As a dual-form Pokémon, Sheldon's defensive capabilities were exceptionally high in shield form, and coupled with the ultimate move King's shield, it could withstand the majority of attacks even in scenarios of significant level disparity. Moreover, following the recent system scan, Yiyun discovered that this particular Sheldon possessed a spirit boost ability, which meant that even if Lai Hongzhua's attack breached its defenses, it might still be mitigated by the spirit boost. One must admit that Lin Zhishi's choice of Sheldon afforded him a fleeting chance of survival. Yet, it was merely a fleeting chance. Although Sheldon could withstand an attack for a time, it could not do so indefinitely. Ultimately, it would fall to Lai Hongzhua's overwhelming power. Thus, Yiyun remained untroubled. To him, the outcome was already predetermined, much like a vehicle bound for the gallows. Whether it stopped along the way bore no significance to the final fate. Yiyun turned his gaze back to Sheldon. Large meteors crashed down upon Sheldon. Yet none penetrated its defenses. All were successfully thwarted. For the time being, Lin Zhishi was safe. Seizing this hard-won moment of safety, Lin Zhishi did not resign himself to inaction. Instead, he tightened his grip on the bracelet encircling his wrist, hesitating over whether to activate it. The bracelet, known as the Spatial Bracelet, was a Lin family heirloom capable of forcibly creating a spatial rift within the secret realm, aiding Lin family members in emergencies to escape. However, the Spatial Bracelet had significant drawbacks. The rifts it produced were unstable. Those who exited through the rift would not return to their original entry point, but would be randomly teleported to any location, potentially in the sea, on a cliff, or in an open field. In short, it was a matter of luck. If fortune turned against them and they were teleported to a perilous location, they could only resign themselves to their fate. This uncertainty meant that, barring dire situations, most individuals would refrain from employing it. Now, Lin Zhishi found himself in such a predicament. To use it might lead him to a dangerous place, plunging him into despair. To refrain from using it, however, would almost certainly lead to his demise at the hands of Lai Hongzhua. Weighing his options, Lin Zhishi gritted his teeth and resolutely pressed the switch on the bracelet. Teleportation offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Abstaining would simply lead to waiting for death. In an instant, a mysterious force emanated from the bracelet. Under its influence, the space around Lin Zhishi began to distort. Shortly thereafter, an invisible hand forcefully tore open a rift. Yiyun's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. This individual intended to flee. Although he did not know what method Lin Zhishi had employed to forcibly open a spatial rift, he was certain that if he did not stop him, the consequences would be dire. Lai Hongzhua impede him. Yiyun roared at the skyward Lai Hongzhua, while he himself charged towards Lin Zhishi. Chapter 123, The Land of Silence. With a roar, Lai Hongzhua lunged forward, transforming into a green streak aimed at Lin Zhishi. Shildon stood resolutely in front of Lai Kongzhua, shielding its master. Lin Zhisher glanced back, seeing Yi Yun and Lai Kongs were rushing towards him, and no longer dared to linger. He took a step forward and dove into the spatial rift. Damn it, he managed to escape. As Lin Zhisher's figure vanished into the rift, Yi Yun's expression darkened to its utmost. Allowing Lin Zhisher to flee would spell great trouble for him. Thus, he resolved that, by any means necessary, he must kill Lin Zhisher. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun steeled himself and also stepped into the spatial rift. The radiant Lai Kongzhua, seeing Yi Yun follow suit, certainly would not hesitate either. Without a moment's thought to deal with Shildon, it too plunged into the rift. Shildon, witnessing this, sought to follow and protect its master. Alas, it was too slow. By the time it reached the rift's entrance, the opening had already sealed shut. In the desolate city of the wasteland lay the Land of Silence, a place deemed a forbidden zone of life, seldom trodden by any living being. None who entered this realm ever emerged alive. Once, an arrogant leader brought a 100-man team to probe its secrets, only to disappear without a trace. Over time, this place was designated a no-go zone by the Alliance. Even the mightiest of trainers dared not approach it. For centuries, no living creature had graced this land. Yet today, the Land of Silence stirred with signs of awakening. Within its depths, the space began to convulse violently, and a fissure over a meter long materialized in the air. With a thud, a shadow emerged from the spatial rift, crashing to the ground. The figure reacted swiftly, rising immediately and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Upon realizing he had safely landed, his heart overflowed with joy. Wonderful! I am alive. However, before he could revel in his elation, his expression suddenly turned pale. It felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his neck, his eyes glazing over, his body trembling uncontrollably, and a look of profound agony etched across his face. The shadow struggled to turn its head, surveying the surrounding scenery in an attempt to comprehend the situation at hand. However, upon glimpsing the inky black mountain peaks in the distance, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, his eyes wide with terror and cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The Land of the Dead Silence. A horrifying place sprang to mind, eerily reminiscent of his current surroundings. It was rumored that once one set foot in that dreadful realm, death was all but certain. The thought sent shivers through the shadow, rendering him as jittery as a leaf in a tempest. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his spirit, the Coffin of the Reaper. He possessed considerable knowledge about the Land of the Dead Silence. It was said that by transforming into a specter, one could gain the realm's acknowledgement and be spared from its malevolence. Thus, he resolved to conceal himself within the Coffin of the Reaper, harnessing its power to escape this forbidden ground. Whether he would succeed remained uncertain. Yet, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth the attempt. Without a trace of hesitation, he rolled into the Coffin of the Reaper. At that very moment, the spatial rift quivered violently once more. Yi Yun tumbled out immediately after. Fortunately, his years of training endowed him with the agility of a swallow, allowing him to adjust his posture slightly and land gracefully. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Lin, the steward, lying within the Coffin of the Reaper. Come out and meet your demise. Yi Yun sneered, striding forward. However, as soon as he took his first step, he sensed an unusual aura in this place. A suffocating dread enveloped him, sapping his vitality. The dark energy coalesced into a colossal hand, gripping his throat and rendering his breath labored. Other tendrils of darkness ensnared his limbs, binding him in place, immobile. With a resounding thud, the Coffin of the Reaper sealed shut, leaving Yi Yun with a lingering, enigmatic smile from Lin. Subsequently, the coffin drifted deeper into the Land of the Dead Silence. Indeed, it was the depths of the Land of the Dead Silence, rather than its outskirts. Had Lin witnessed this scene, he would likely have erupted in fury, for he had painstakingly sought to distance himself from the Land of the Dead Silence, only to find the coffin leading him deeper into its clutches. Was this not akin to igniting a lantern in a cesspool, courting death? Regrettably, Lin remained oblivious to the unfolding events. All he knew was that he was in motion. The Coffin of the Reaper sheltered him, shielding him from the realm's sinister influence. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, ensnared and threatened by the dark energy, found himself devoid of the strength to confront Lin, forced to watch helplessly as the coffin drifted further away. Nevertheless, endowed with the power of eternity, he sensed something amiss with the coffin, as if it were under some external control. Thus, he speculated that perhaps the coffin was not transporting Lin to safety, but rather to an even more perilous location. However, he could not afford to concern himself with Lin's fate at this moment. His immediate priority was to extricate himself from the clutches of the dark energy. Should this stalemate persist, his vitality would inevitably be consumed, leaving him no more than a lifeless husk. Just then, The fiery creature, Lycongzwa, burst forth from the spatial rift. Upon entering the land of the dead silence, it sensed something attempting to siphon away its life energy. With a fierce roar, Lycongzwa emanated a formidable aura, its body radiating a brilliant green light, forcefully repelling the encroaching dark energy. As the sovereign of the skies and an absolute powerhouse, it possessed an innate pride. Under Lycongzwa's influence, Yi Yun too exuded a rich vitality, pushing back the dark energy that ensnared him. At last, he managed to break free. Is this the energy of the life gem? Surrounded by the vibrant life force, Yi Yun was astonished. This vitality felt familiar, akin to the life energy emitted by the fragments of the life gem. To confirm his hypothesis, Yi Yun retrieved a shard of the life gem. Indeed, the shard emitted a radiant green light in his grasp, driving away the dark energy that sought to consume him. To think that the fragment of the life gem possessed such wondrous capabilities. It seemed his understanding of it had been far too superficial. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with realization, and he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. With the aid of the life gem shard, he could now move freely in this realm and pursue the whereabouts of the coffin of the Reaper. Chapter 124, Yi Yun's Speculation. Shielded by the life gem shard, Yi Yun and Lycongzwa ventured deeper into the land of the dead silence. He sensed that this area was anything but ordinary, perhaps concealing significant secrets. If he could glean even a fragment of knowledge, it might prove immensely beneficial. The life energy formed a protective barrier around him, safeguarding him from the corrosive dark energy. Lycongzwa, possessing sufficient strength, did not require the protection of the life gem shard. Yet, as they delved deeper, even it began to feel the mounting pressure. The further they ventured, the denser the dark energy became. The dark tendrils infiltrated every nook and cranny, relentlessly assaulting Lycongzwa's imposing presence. The faint sounds of impact echoed in Yi Yun's ears, agitating Lycongzwa. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its fury, repelling the encroaching dark energy. However, within moments, the dissipating dark energy regrouped, intent on consuming them anew. At this juncture, Yi Yun too felt the immense strain. The protective barrier forged from the life gem shard was no longer sufficient to ensure his safety. The dark energy relentlessly battered against the barrier, attempting to shatter it and devour the life energy emanating from Yi Yun. "Let us take a pause," he said, furrowing his brow after 10 minutes had passed. He sensed that the protective barrier was on the verge of collapse. If they pressed on, they risked being wholly consumed by the dark energy. In such an environment, he dared not take any chances. Lycongzwa was circled above, its radiance dimming significantly. It was evident that the density of the dark energy here was on an entirely different level compared to the outside world. If the dark energy outside was but a droplet of water, then within this realm, it was akin to a vast ocean. "Can you endure?" Yi Yun inquired. Gazing up at Lycongzwa, he found himself unable to advance, yet he was reluctant to abandon his quest for knowledge in this place. Moreover, he had yet to glimpse the shadows of the coffin of the Reaper and Lin. Until he had definitively confirmed Lin's demise, he could not leave. With a low growl, Lycongzwa conveyed its current condition to Yi Yun. After hearing this, Yi Yun furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. If even Lycongzwa, so formidable, could not withstand the dark energy here, what terrifying existence lurked in the depths of this realm? The thought of the swirling dark energy, devoid of any signs of life, brought to mind a specter, Yveltal, also known as the god of death, the harbinger of demise. As it unfurled its wings and tail, radiating a crimson glow, it would absorb the life essence of all surrounding beings, petrifying them into statues. Should life be threatened, the vicinity would transform into a realm of death, with all life energy being utterly consumed by it. In turn, it would encase itself in a cocoon, succumbing once more to slumber. The environment of this desolate land bore striking resemblance to the powers of Yveltal. Could it truly be Yveltal? Yi Yun pondered to himself. If it were indeed Yveltal, the peculiar circumstances here would be explicable. Simultaneously, it would signify a drastic elevation in the perilous nature of this locale. As a primary deity, Yveltal stood on par with the legendary Rayquaza. In a confrontation, the outcome would be uncertain. However, considering that Yi Yun's Rayquaza could undergo mega-evolution, the odds might lean slightly in its favor, provided the disparity in their levels was not vast. The crux of the matter lay in Yi Yun's ignorance regarding Yveltal's true strength, which rendered him cautious. Let us retreat. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yun resolved to deliberate further. The strangeness of the desolate land was too alarming. A misstep could lead to his demise here. Furthermore, he could not ascertain with absolute certainty that the bizarre environment was linked to Yveltal. Thus, without sufficient assurance, Yi Yun would not venture deeper. Of course, With his current strength, he could not proceed further anyway. The protective barrier formed by the fragments of the life gem had ceased to offer him any substantial safeguard. To delve deeper, he would require additional fragments of the life gem. At that moment, a cacophony of wails echoed from the distance. Yi Yun turned to behold a sight that sent chills down his spine. Countless ghost-type wild Pokémon surged forth from the depths of the desolate land, like a tidal wave, rushing towards him. Each of these ghostly creatures bore a fearsome visage, among them the likes of Shuppet, Ghastly, and Mismagius. At a glance, there were no fewer than several hundred. The sheer number of ghost-type wild Pokémon posed a formidable challenge for Yi Yun, even with the assistance of Rayquaza. This was not to say that Rayquaza could not contend with them, but rather that during the fray, it would likely be unable to prioritize Yi Yun's safety. Retreat now. Yi Yun's expression turned grave, and he dared not linger, hastening his escape. Rayquaza unleashed a burst of energy, executing Dragon Ascent to impede the advance of the wild Pokémon, serving as a rearguard for Yi Yun. Boom, boom, boom. Countless meteors rained down from the heavens, crashing into the throng of wild Pokémon, resulting in explosive detonations. Pillars of fire erupted, coalescing into vast seas of flames that incinerated the filth of the world. Nevertheless, the wild Pokémon showed no signs of retreat, persistently surging towards Yi Yun. At this juncture, Yi Yun had already distanced himself significantly. Upon seeing Yi Yun escape the immediate peril, Rayquaza chose not to engage further, soaring towards the exterior of the desolate land. The relentless army of wild Pokémon pursued closely, a shroud of death gathering above their heads, amalgamating into a cloud of darkness that exuded an aura of profound danger. Yet, curiously, the wild Pokémon appeared unaffected. The death energy seemed to regard them as kin, refraining from any attacks against them. This perplexity stirred doubts within Yi Yun. If the death energy stemmed from Yveltal, such a scenario should not exist. Yveltal showed no favoritism to any attribute of Pokémon. As long as one possessed life energy, it would inevitably be consumed. Could it be that my assumptions are flawed? Yi Yun began to question whether this truly had any connection to Yveltal. If it did, why did the death energy not absorb the life essence of the ghost-type wild Pokémon? If it did not, then who could possibly conjure such a terrifying domain? Questions loomed over Yi Yun like ominous clouds, refusing to dissipate. Yet, he had no luxury of time to contemplate. The pressing matter at hand was to escape from this place. Fortunately, the wild Pokémon were not exceedingly swift. After Yi Yun had run a considerable distance, they halted, no longer pursuing him. They stood in a row, a mere few dozen meters away, glaring intently at Yi Yun. Should he dare to step forward, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. A standoff ensued, with Yi Yun refraining from making any hasty moves. The wild Pokémon also remained still, seemingly content to let Yi Yun pass as long as he did not encroach upon their territory. Could these creatures be the guardians of this desolate land? If so, did that imply that as long as he did not overstep their boundaries, they would not attack him? This thought crossed Yi Yun's mind. To test his hypothesis, he cautiously took a step forward. Upon doing so, the wild Pokémon made no move, their vigilant gazes still fixed upon him. Relieved, Yi Yun took a second step, and still, they remained motionless. Yi Yun began to feel perplexed. Was he yet to encroach upon their threshold? Musing to himself, he took a third step. As his foot touched the ground, the wild Pokémon finally stirred. The death energy above them reignited with vigor, becoming restless. Yi Yun discerned that his assumption was indeed correct. As long as he did not venture too deeply into the desolate land, the wild Pokémon would not trouble him. With this realization, a smirk crept onto Yi Yun's lips as he conceived a brilliant plan to deal with the assembly of wild Pokémon before him. Since they refrained from attacking, he would not hold back. Yi Yun grinned widely, releasing all of his Pokémon: the King of the Skies, the Sovereign Serpent, Lucario, Dialga, and Darkrai. While the other Pokémon exhibited no unusual reactions, when Dialga and Rayquaza met, an inevitable clash of animosity sparked between the two. They glared at one another, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if on the verge of battle. Fearing an all-out brawl, Yi Yun quickly intervened. "Gentlemen, let us not lose our tempers. We are all family here. There's no need for a deadly confrontation. I understand that there may be some past grievances between you, but those are trivial matters. Wouldn't it be better to put aside our differences with a smile?" Upon hearing this, Rayquaza bristled with discontent. Its enmity with Dialga ran deep. How could it simply let go? Fortunately, it had encountered Yi Yun and had not immediately attacked Dialga. Had it been the primal Rayquaza, Dialga would have likely been reduced to fragments long ago. "I must tell you, my enmity with it cannot be set aside. No counsel will avail," declared Rayquaza with an unwavering tone. Although Dialga remained silent, its demeanor spoke volumes, mirroring Rayquaza's resolute stance. Yi Yun's expression darkened. You refuse to engage in civil discourse, forcing me to resort to anger, is that it? He initially directed his impatience towards Rayquaza, inquiring, let me ask you plainly, can the two of you coexist peacefully? Rayquaza categorically denied, no. Is there absolutely no room for negotiation? Not in the slightest. Very well, then you can forget about your magazine. Rayquaza? So you intend to wait here for me to say that, do you? I anticipated you would say as much. Rayquaza retorted defiantly, on what grounds? You may strike or scold me, but you cannot withhold my magazine. That pertains to my dignity. Yi Yun chuckled. You, a mere glutton, speak of dignity? However, observing Rayquaza's serious demeanor, he surmised that if it were deprived of its magazine, he would not fare well either. Thus, Yi Yun decided to take a step back and proposed, how about this? I will grant you 3 additional magazines, if you cease your quarrel with Dialga. Do me this favor, and let the two of you reconcile. Rayquaza felt a surge of delight within. In truth, when Yi Yun had mentioned the possibility of withholding its magazine, it had been contemplating compromise. Yet, its inner pride had initially prevented it from submitting to Yi Yun's intimidation. Little did it anticipate that it would now be rewarded with 3 magazines, a windfall indeed. Understanding the wisdom of knowing when to retreat, Rayquaza's expression shifted, and it smiled broadly, saying, absolutely, I shall comply. Yi Yun, bemused by Rayquaza's temperament, turned his attention to Dialga and remarked, do you know? I not only know this Rayquaza, but I am also acquainted with a primal Rayquaza, the one with divine authority. Perhaps I could arrange for you to meet it one day? A tremor coursed through Dialga, who quickly shook its head. If it were merely an ordinary Rayquaza, it would have felt untroubled, ready to engage. However, a Rayquaza imbued with divine power was an entirely different matter, one that promised only suffering. Thus, it dared not entertain the thought of meeting the primal Rayquaza. No need, master. Since both Rayquaza and I are your Pokémon, we should treat each other with the sincerity of brothers. As for our past grievances, they are of little consequence. I believe that in the days to come, Brother Ray and I can surely coexist harmoniously. Yi Yun smiled in satisfaction, for this was precisely the outcome he had desired. Well then, since you both agree, I shall refrain from further discourse. He then glanced towards the other Pokémon, pointing towards a distant group of wild ghost-type Pokémon. Do you see those rascals over there? The assembled Pokémon nodded in unison. Eliminate them, but do not approach. Simply unleash your skills from a distance. Lucario and the other Pokémon appeared puzzled, uncertain as to why they were to release their skills here rather than charging into battle. Yi Yun elucidated, if you strike from here, they will not retaliate. Your objective is merely to deplete their energy. Should you rush in to engage directly, their numbers may overwhelm you, and you risk injury. The Pokémon collectively grasped the reasoning. At this juncture, the Pokémon known as King of Absences stepped forward, expressing distress. Master, what should I do? I lack any long-range skills. Yi Yun paused, realizing that the King of Absences, being a physical attacker of the normal type, indeed possessed predominantly melee skills, with scarcely any ranged abilities. Its solitary ranged move was a throw, wherein it could hurl an item it carried to inflict damage upon an opponent. However, such an approach would be exceedingly wasteful, especially since the King of Absences bore no items. Leave your dilemma to me. The rest of you should proceed with your attacks. Yi Yun pondered briefly before stating. Normally, if one were to rely solely on level increases to learn skills, the King of Absences would indeed lack any long-range attacks. Yet, through the use of a TM, technical machine, to acquire skills, this issue would be effortlessly resolved. Among the skills available for the King of Absences to learn, numerous ranged attack options were present. For instance, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, and others. However, these were special attack skills, not particularly suited for a physical attacker like the King of Absences. After some contemplation, Yi Yun identified a highly suitable ranged attack move for the King of Absences. It was a physical move with commendable power, Rock Slide. Rock Slide boasts a power of 75, classified as a rock-type physical attack. It launches a massive boulder at the opponent. If it strikes, there is a 30% chance of causing the target to flinch. This will do perfectly for the King of Absences. Yi Yun resolved to exchange for a TM of Rock Slide, enabling its acquisition. Having previously vanquished numerous Pokémon alongside Rayquaza, his points had significantly increased, granting him ample capability to redeem a TM from the shop. Opening the shop, Yi Yun navigated directly to the TM section, subsequently selecting the Rock-type category. Soon enough, he found the desired Rock Slide TM. TM, Rock Slide. Power, 75. Type, Rock. Damage, Physical. Price, 1,000. Description, launches a massive boulder at the opponent. If it strikes, there is a 30% chance of causing the target to flinch. 1,000 points is reasonable. Not excessively costly, Yi Yun murmured, before clicking the purchase button. Instantly, a charming, youthful voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the Rock Slide TM. It has been detected that your Pokémon, King of Absences, can learn this skill. Would you like to proceed with the learning? Yi Yun smiled faintly, jesting. System. You truly know me well. Learn. Beep. Your Pokémon, King of Absences, has successfully learned the Rock Slide skill. Yi Yun turned to observe the King of Absences, who stood transfixed, as if absorbed in a moment of enlightenment. A wave of unfamiliar memories surged into its mind. In but a moment, the memories were assimilated, and it had mastered Rock Slide. Go forth and test your new skill, Yi Yun encouraged with a smile. The King of Absences, filled with excitement, eagerly nodded before rushing off to attempt the Rock Slide skill. Focusing its thoughts, it sensed the power of the rock. In the next moment, a colossal boulder materialized out of thin air. With a mere thought, the massive rock was propelled forward like a cannonball, exploding amidst the group of wild ghost-type Pokémon. Countless fragments flew outward, resembling a multitude of arrows striking the wild ghost types, inflicting significant damage upon them. After just one attack, a substantial number of wild Pokémon were affected. The King of Absences, witnessing such evident results, could not contain its exhilaration and let out a triumphant roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The King of Absences unleashed 3 more gigantic boulders in succession, showcasing its prowess, determined to dominate the battlefield. As the majestic Rayquaza spiraled through the heavens, it noticed that its brilliance had been overshadowed, even capturing the attention of the Sovereign Superior, which immediately displeased it. With a thunderous roar, Rayquaza unleashed a torrent of energy from its maw, resulting in a powerful explosion in the sky. Countless meteors, ablaze with fierce flames, cascaded down upon the wild ghost-type Pokémon, inflicting substantial damage. In a single move, a significant number of these Pokémon were rendered incapacitated, lying defeated on the ground. Satisfied with the outcome of its display, Rayquaza cast a triumphant glance at the Sovereign Superior, as if to say, "Sister, did you see that? I am indeed the mightiest." The Sovereign Superior, noticing Rayquaza's gaze, shyly lowered her head, her supple body undulating as she gracefully approached Rayquaza's side. With hopeful eyes, she looked up at Rayquaza and asked, "Brother Ray, do you think I am impressive?" As she spoke, an abundance of leaves materialized around her, intertwining and swirling to form a tempest that surged toward the wild ghost-type Pokémon. This was none other than the grass-type move Leaf Storm. With a staggering power of 130, it would inflict recoil, causing a 2-level drop in special attack. However, due to the unique ability of this particular superior, the special attack would not only remain unaffected but actually be enhanced. Thus, each use of Leaf Storm would elevate her special attack by 2 levels. Truly remarkable. If she were to use it consecutively 3 times, her special attack could soar to an impressive 6 levels, allowing her to dispatch her foes with ease. Even the formidable Overlord would be brought to its knees. The winds howled fiercely, sweeping away the remnants of the battlefield. Leaf Storm lifted the wild ghost types into the air, only to let them crash down violently, resulting in devastating consequences. The once orderly ranks of Pokémon were scattered chaotically by the tempest, with some unfortunate souls never to return, left at the mercy of the raging winds and the razor-sharp leaves, experiencing a torment worse than death. "How remarkable, dear sister," Rayquaza exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Now allow me to showcase an even more formidable display." A column of fire erupted from Rayquaza's mouth, hurtling toward the wild ghost types. The inferno was unstoppable, leaving nothing but silence in its wake, turning the struck ghost types to mere ashes. Even those caught in the periphery were severely wounded by the overwhelming force. The Sovereign Superior's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Rayquaza. "Wow, Brother Ray, you are truly incredible. But I must also perform an even greater feat for you to witness." Once more, she unleashed Leaf Storm, and due to her prior enhancement, this iteration was even more potent. It swept through the ranks of ghost types like a harrowing hurricane, reaping their lives with merciless precision. The wild ghost types lamented in despair, their spirits crumbling as they cast resentful glances at Rayquaza and the Sovereign Superior. "You are so magnificent, so lofty. Must you flaunt your affection while pummeling us?" Leaf Yun, observing the affectionate display between Rayquaza and the Sovereign Superior, felt a twinge of annoyance. "Can't you see there are onlookers? If you're so enamored, why not marry right here?" The sensation of being a third wheel was less than pleasant. Leaf Yun couldn't help but reminisce about Yi. Surely that little girl missed him after all these days apart. Upon returning, he vowed to shower her with affection. Coincidentally, Lucario, witnessing the tender interaction between Rayquaza and the Sovereign Superior, shared similar thoughts. However, his affections were directed toward Ralts. It was no surprise that Lucario and Leafeon formed such a close partnership. Their sentiments resonated deeply. Chapter 127. The Return to a Warm Home. The battle raged on for over an hour before finally drawing to a close. It was not that all the wild ghost types had been vanquished, but rather that Rayquaza and the others had grown weary. Come, everyone, let us take a moment to rest, Leafeon announced, having prepared energy cubes and fruit juices extracted from berries. These energy cubes were exchanged from the system's marketplace, a newfound discovery for Leafeon. The marketplace offered not only Pokémon and items, but also provisions for them. After an hour of battle, Rayquaza and the others had accrued a considerable amount of points for Leafeon, who decided to use a portion of them to reward his companions. Rayquaza and the Sovereign Superior, entwined and giggling, approached him. Leafeon observed Rayquaza's peculiar gait and couldn't help but feel bemused. Why is a dragon like you crawling on the ground? Rayquaza twisted its lengthy body, mimicking the Sovereign Superior's graceful movements. You see, this is an expression of love through imitation, Rayquaza retorted. Leafeon sighed, realizing he was perhaps a bit out of touch. He distributed some juice and energy cubes to them, which they savored together. At that moment, Lucario and the others joined them. Observing the affectionate display between Rayquaza and the Sovereign Superior, Lucario exhibited a look of envy. Just hold on a little longer, and we'll soon be home, Leafeon remarked. Amusement mingled with exasperation. Lucario cleared his throat, attempting to mask his own feelings. Master, please don't say such things. I have no thoughts of Ralts. Leafeon raised an eyebrow. Did I ever imply you were thinking of her? How curious. You seem to be confessing. He chose not to expose Lucario's feelings further, allowing him a semblance of dignity. The Pokémon gathered together, indulging in a feast. Among them, the gluttonous king of gluttony devoured with the most appalling manners, swallowing everything in a single gulp. Before long, an entire platter of energy cubes was completely consumed. Burp. King of Gluttony let out a long belch, presenting the empty plate to Leafeon. Not satisfied, Leafeon inquired. The king nodded eagerly. Leafeon exchanged more energy cubes, and the glutton resumed his voracious eating. This scene left the distant wild ghost types drooling with envy. Alas, they could not breach the barrier. Had Leafeon and his companions been within the barrier, they would have undoubtedly rushed in to snatch food without hesitation. Watching his Pokémon relish their meal filled Leafeon with warmth. Such moments spent with his companions were truly cherished. Eat well, and we'll continue our endeavors after. Leafeon waved at the wild ghost types with a harmless smile, offering a preemptive greeting. 2 hours later, after feasting and resting, Rayquaza and the others resumed their intense task of battling wild ghost types. This continued throughout the day. Time flew by. 3 days later, Leafeon began to feel fatigued. The ghost types seemed endless, with waves upon waves appearing without cease. Moreover, during these 3 days, Leafeon had not spotted any sign of the Grim Reaper's coffin or the Steward Lin. After careful consideration, he concluded that Steward Lin had likely met his demise within. Not to mention the issues of sustenance and hydration, the pervasive aura of death in that place alone was sufficient to overwhelm Deacon Lin. Unless he remained ensconced within the confines of the coffin of death, the only fate awaiting him would be demise. To ensure all contingencies were addressed, Yian waited an additional 3 days. After this period, he departed from that place, accompanied by his spirits, convinced that Deacon Lin had perished within the realm of desolation. The following day, in Salt City, Yian spent an entire day navigating his way back to his hometown. As evening approached, he returned home directly. Upon entering, he found Yi seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. With her cascading silver hair and loosely draped white attire, she resembled a breathtaking work of art. Her large, expressive eyes blinked playfully, exuding an extraordinary charm. Upon hearing the door, Yi instinctively turned her gaze towards the entrance, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Discarding the remote control, she dashed toward Yian, leaping into his embrace and clinging to him tightly. You naughty brother. It's all your fault for not coming back for so many days. I've been so worried about you. She pouted, playfully punching his chest with her tiny fists, tears shimmering in her eyes, clearly reflecting her concern. Yian gently wiped away her tears, smiling tenderly as he reassured her, with my prowess. How could anything possibly happen to me? Yi pouted in response. Humph, you're not that impressive. Yian pinched her cheek playfully, feigning irritation. Oh, have you grown wings? Do you dare to challenge me? Yi retorted, brandishing her tiny fists. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Yian chuckled, bemused by her growing confidence after just a few days apart. All right, enough of this playful banter. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll go prepare a meal for you. He gently set her down. Yi tilted her head proudly, declaring, I want honey. Yi Yun, with a doting smile, replied, No problem, just wait a moment, I'll whip it up for you. The system shop also had a selection of honey from bee drill, boasting superior quality compared to what they had gathered previously. Yay, I'll help too. Yi exclaimed joyfully, skipping merrily into the kitchen. She donned a little apron and began showcasing her culinary skills. Yi Yun shook his head in amusement and followed her into the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, Yi emerged from the kitchen, panting and with flushed cheeks. Phew, I'm exhausted. I won't step into the kitchen again, she complained as she plopped down into a dining chair. Yi Yun emerged with a plate, teasingly asking, Now you understand your brother's hardships, don't you? How do you plan to repay me? Yi pondered seriously for a moment before responding, I can give you a massage. Yi Yun was taken aback. You can massage? With a proud expression, she replied, Of course. Our teacher taught us. Just before you returned, I finished massaging Lurantis and Milotic. Yi Yun's interest peaked as he praised her. Impressive. What about Lurantis and Milotic? Bring them out so I can see your handiwork. Yi took a bite of honey, mumbling. They're lying on the bed right now and can't come down. Yi Yun felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 128. Yi's massage technique. To ascertain the results of Yi's efforts, Yi Yun ventured into her room. When he opened the door, he was utterly astounded. Lurantis and Milotic lay on the bed, appearing utterly depleted, as if they had suffered immense grievances. A chill ran down Yi Yun's spine as he began to fear Yi's massage techniques. Cough. Perhaps we should skip the massage and play a game instead, he suggested. Yi pouted, fixing him with a discontented gaze. Brother, do you not trust my massage skills? Yi Yun shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. With a huff, Yi placed her hands on her hips, demanding, Then why won't you let me massage you? My technique is exceptional and will surely make you feel wonderful. Yi Yun's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, You nearly drained Lurantis and Milotic. I dare not risk it. However, he could not articulate this fear. He needed to avoid upsetting her, so he concocted a flimsy excuse. My body is simply too rigid. You might not be able to manage. Upon hearing this, Yi immediately protested. I can manage. She clung to his arm, determined not to relent. Yi Yun sighed in resignation. Fine, but if you can't manage, you must promise not to try again. He secretly resolved to subtly employ the power of aura to ensure she would back down. All right, Yi declared with fervor, her smile radiant. Then let's go to my room, Yi Yun said, heading downstairs. Yi looked puzzled. Aren't we going to the bathroom? Yi Yun paused. Why would we go to the bathroom? Yi, with innocent eyes, replied, to take a bath. The next day, Yi Yun lay in bed, feeling utterly drained, as if all his vitality had been sapped. Yi, clad in loose nightwear, entered the room and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Brother, it's time to cook. Yi Yun turned his head, looking at her with a weary gaze that conveyed everything. Yi immediately felt wronged, leaning against him and pouting. Brother, I know I was wrong. Yesterday was my fault. You can punish me however you like. Yi Yun was exasperated. What do you think I can do in this state? Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as she poked her fingers together in silence. Yi Yun sighed, unable to bear her distress. All right, I'll reluctantly forgive you. But you must promise not to give me any more massages, understood? Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Okay. Yi Yun, satisfied, added, Now go wash up. I'll prepare your meal. Yay, long live brother. Yi cheered, bounding out of the room. Yi Yun chuckled at her exuberance. Just then, Lucario emerged from his pokeball, asking softly, Master, is it really wise to deceive her like this? In truth, Yi Yun's expressions of despair and exhaustion were merely a ruse. He simply wished to avoid further encounters with Yi's massage techniques. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to try her massage techniques? Lucario suddenly shivered, recalling the terrifying scene from the previous night, and without looking back, left the place. I went to summon Ralts and the others for dinner. Yi Yun looked on with disdain. Humph, I thought he was impressive, but isn't he just like me? Muttering a few words, Yi Yun got up to prepare breakfast. After having breakfast, Yi Yun made his way to the magical city Pokemon University, where he found Wang Defa. Hey you've put on some weight after just a few days. It's time to lose some, Wang Ming remarked, unable to resist commenting on Wang Defa's plump physique. Wang Defa grinned nonchalantly. Heh, what is wrong with being a bit chubby? I think my current figure is just perfect. Yi Yun twitched the corners of his mouth, unsure of how to respond. The main event of the Demon God Cup is starting tomorrow. Do we just need to bring our admission tickets to participate? Yi Yun inquired, pulling out the ticket Wang Defa had given him earlier. Wang Defa nodded yes. Just hand over the registration form and the admission ticket to the event organizer. Yian was taken aback. Registration form? I don't think I've registered yet. It dawned on him that he had spent too much time in the Phoenix Mountain secret realm, causing him to miss the registration deadline. Wang Defa flashed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, my friend. I've taken care of it for you. He then produced a registration form and handed it to Yian. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yian patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Good buddy. Wang Defa waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was nothing. By the way, Yigo, it's truly a pity that you haven't been watching the matches these past few days. Yian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What? Did a dark horse emerge in the preliminary rounds? Wang Defa nodded seriously, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Someone swept through the rounds, achieving 16 consecutive victories, and directly entered the main event. Chapter 129, The Mysterious Dark Horse. Yian was astonished upon hearing this. The preliminary rounds employed a single elimination format, where each participant could only send out one Pokémon per match, totaling 16 matches. The competitors were a mixed bag, making it impossible to gauge their true strength. Furthermore, it was common to encounter type disadvantages in 16 matches, where a slight misstep could lead to defeat. Thus, achieving 16 consecutive victories seemed almost impossible. Even if Yian were to compete, unless he utilized his Rayquaza, he wouldn't have absolute confidence in accomplishing such a feat. This required not only formidable strength, but also a stroke of luck. Only when both conditions were met could one hope for a perfect 16-win streak. Hearing Wang Defa's revelation that someone had actually managed this was astonishing to Yian. It also ignited a deep curiosity within him. He was eager to discover how this individual had achieved 16 victories in a row. Noticing Yian's surprise, Wang Defa couldn't help but smirk with pride. Then, he boasted, what do you think? Surprised, right? Actually, that's not all. Let me tell you something even more shocking. Yian was left speechless. What could possibly be more astonishing than achieving 16 victories in a row? Wang Defa cleared his throat, adopting an air of mystery, and slowly said, did you know? This person won all 16 matches using only one Pokémon, and defeated each opponent with a single move. Yian's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping. To win 16 matches relying solely on one Pokémon, and to do so with just one move, was indeed extraordinary. Was this individual a master of the champion level? Yian looked at Wang Defa, waiting for further explanation. Wang Defa, with a smug grin, elaborated, once you learn about his battle technique, you might not be so surprised. How so? Yian raised an eyebrow. Wang Defa continued, the move he employed is a Z move, whose power is cataclysmic, making it virtually impossible for anyone to withstand his assault. Yian was taken aback. Z move? Are the competitors this formidable this year? Even Z moves are in play. Yian found it hard to believe. After all, even he, a participant known for his prowess, had yet to master a Z move. Most of the contestants were merely students from various universities, not much older than him, yet they could wield Z crystals to unleash powerful Z moves. This was indeed enviable. From this, Yian deduced that the identity of this person was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps they were affiliated with some transcendent force. Could they be from one of the four major families? Yian suddenly recalled the steward Lin, who belonged to the Lin family, one of the four major families. Though merely a steward, his displayed strength was remarkably powerful, rivaling that of champions from the outside world. At that moment, Wang Defa interjected, Yigo, I know you aim to win the championship, but I feel it's a bit of a stretch. With that person's strength, it's likely that no one in our entire Magical City University can match him. Yian waved his hand dismissively. That's not a problem. By the way, what's that person's name? Wang Defa replied, I think it's Yin Tianming. Yian's heart skipped a beat, and he murmured, Yin? Could he truly be from the Yun family of the four major families? The Yun family, known for their secrecy, had their favored Pokémon rarely known to outsiders. If Yin Tianming were indeed from the Yun family, it would add an intriguing twist to the matter. Logically speaking, members of the Yun family had no reason to participate in such competitions, as they deemed them meaningless and looked down upon engaging with the alliance, unless they had ulterior motives. Yian squinted, sensing the scent of a conspiracy. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed unrelated to him, so he decided not to dwell on it further to avoid unnecessary troubles. Which Z move did he use? Yian reined in his thoughts and continued to inquire. Wang Defa responded, the universal Z move, all-out pummeling. Z moves are classified into universal Z moves and exclusive Z moves. Universal Z moves can be learned by any Pokémon that meets the Z move criteria, while exclusive Z moves can only be used by specific Pokémon. For instance, Solgaleo-S Sunsteel Strike and Lunala-S Lunar Blessing. So he used a fighting-type Pokémon? Yian pondered, All-out pummeling is a fighting-type Z move, and only Pokémon with fighting-type attack skills can learn it. Wang Defa nodded. It's a Blaziken, a fire fighting type. Yian was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Blaziken is one of the starter Pokémon, and its strength is formidable. To possess a Blaziken and equip it with a fighting-type Z crystal is no mean feat. This further substantiated Yun Tianming's extraordinary identity. He was very likely someone from the Yun family of the four major families. It seems that this competition has become rather intriguing. I wonder if I will encounter him ahead of schedule? Yi Yun murmured to himself. There is no doubt about Yun Tianming's strength. He is formidable, and there are few who can stand against him. The most critical aspect is that, thus far, Yun Tianming has only deployed a single Pokémon, leaving one to ponder whether he possesses even more powerful cards up his sleeve. However, Yi Yun is no ordinary contender. Even a single Pokémon with the ability of a Mytina is enough to give many competitors a headache. Not to mention the presence of formidable beings like Deoxys and Darkrai. Even if he were to face Yun Tianming early on, Yi Yun felt confident he might emerge victorious. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down. This is merely the preliminary round, and Z moves have already made an appearance. Who knows if Mega Evolutions or Dynamaxing will follow suit. Therefore, to ensure he secures a commendable performance, Yi Yun concluded that he should exercise caution. Sigh. It seems I must prepare to equip Lucario and the others with Z crystals and Dynamax bands. Otherwise, I risk being left far behind by the prodigies from those prestigious families. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The pressure from the scions of noble families weighed heavily upon him, reminding him that he was not the only contender of note in this world. In fact, those from esteemed lineages are, in certain respects, far more formidable than he. However, with his current points tally, he was not yet in a position to exchange for what he truly desired. Perhaps, once he accumulates more points, he could achieve that. Chapter 130. Is it an early disadvantage? After learning about the competition from Wang Defa, Yi Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation for the match scheduled for the following day. Under the influence of such eager expectations, time flew by, and before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Around 8 in the morning, Yi Yun met Wang Defa at the Magic City Arena. Brother Yi, over here. Wang Defa waved to him through the crowd. Yi Yun offered a faint smile and approached. How's it going, Brother Yi? Have you submitted the registration form and the entry ticket for the main event? Wang Defa inquired cautiously. Without those two items, participating in the competition would be impossible. Yi Yun nodded, confirming that he had submitted both. By the way, do you know the rules for the main event? He suddenly asked. It seemed that no one had discussed this matter with him until now. Wang Defa looked astonished. Really? You haven't checked? Yi Yun responded, perplexed. Where can I find that information? Wang Defa pointed towards a bulletin board obscured by the crowd. The rules for each competition are always posted on that electronic bulletin board. Given the current situation, you likely won't be able to get close. But don't worry, I've already seen it. Let me summarize the rules for you. Yi Yun expressed his gratitude. Thank you. That would be a great help. Wang Defa waved his hand dismissively. With our friendship, you needn't be so formal. Clearing his throat, he began to explain the rules of the main event. The rules for the main competition are quite simple, resembling those of the preliminary rounds, utilizing a point system. Each contestant will participate in a total of 10 matches. Winning a match earns 1 point, while a loss does not affect the score. Contestants may use only one Pokémon per match, and in each match, they may employ only one of the following: Mega Evolution, Dynamax, or a Z move. Once the 10 rounds are concluded, rankings will be determined based on the points accumulated. The top 18 will form Group S, the next 999 will comprise Group A, and those ranked from 1000 onward will be placed in Group B, with everyone ranked below that assigned to Group C. The grouping will significantly influence a contestant's ability to advance in subsequent matches. The final showdown will take place among the top 8 contestants in Group S. In other words, to reach the finals, one must secure a place in Group S. After hearing Wang Defa's explanation, Yi Yun felt a sense of clarity. The structure of the Magic Cup bears a striking resemblance to that of the World Championships. Having previously watched videos of the World Championships, he was somewhat familiar with this format. After the first round of grouping, the list will still be subject to change, right? Yi Yun asked. In the World Championship format, the grouping list is not static. Subsequent matches will continue to influence the groupings. In other words, someone who starts in Group C may ascend to Group S, while an elite in Group S could plummet to Group C. Wang Defa nodded in agreement. Yes, there will be placement matches later on. That will be the decisive moment for determining the group listings. Thus, if they wish to reach the finals, they must secure a position in Group S after the placement matches. Yi Yun acknowledged this, affirming that it aligned with his thoughts. Brother Yi, I don't aspire to reach the finals. My father has set the goal of making it to the top 16. However, I have high hopes for you. I sincerely hope you can reach the finals, Wang Defa said, scratching his head and grinning sincerely. Yi Yun nodded earnestly, rest assured. I will definitely make it to the finals. I believe in you, brother Yi. Wang Defa replied earnestly. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the arena. Attention, all contestants. The competition will officially commence at 8:30 a.m. The schedule has been distributed to each contestant's match recorder. Please prepare accordingly. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Is the competition starting this soon? I'm so nervous. Stay calm. I'll just do a quick warm-up with my Shinado to ease the nerves. I wonder who my first opponent will be. Oh, it's someone named Yi Yun. Never heard of him. He has probably an easy target. Heh, luck is on my side to face an easy opponent. A great start is inevitable. Yi Yun glanced at his watch and noted it was already 8:25 a.m., with only 5 minutes remaining until the competition began. So, when is your first match? Yi Yun asked Wang Defa. Wang Defa checked his battle recorder and replied, at 8:40 a.m., my opponent is Shyleek. Never heard of him either. Not sure about his strength. Yi Yun patted Wang Defa on the shoulder, offering reassurance. No need to be nervous. Just do your best. Yeah, Wang Defa nodded earnestly. Brother Yi, when is your match? Yi Yun responded, at 8:30 a.m., my opponent is called Black Tiger. Judging by the name, he should be quite formidable. Wang Defa's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Brother Yi, you must be cautious. The first match's momentum is crucial. Winning will greatly benefit your subsequent matches. Yi Yun chuckled. You know my strength. If I lose the first match, I might as well not compete at all. Wang Defa nodded in understanding, scratching his head awkwardly. True enough. Best of luck, brother Yi. All right, I'll head over now. The match is about to start. Yi Yun exchanged farewells with Wang Defa and made his way to the small arena number 3. These small arenas are specifically designed for solo matches. Upon seeing the referee already standing on the stage, Yi Yun did not hesitate further and ascended the platform directly. Shortly thereafter, his opponent, He Da-hu, made his appearance. After the referee verified the identities of both competitors, the match officially commenced. With the referee's command, both sides released their Pokémon. Come forth, Lucario. Appear, Ninetales. Upon witnessing Yi Yun summon Lucario, He Da-hu could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, your luck is quite poor. In this round, I hold the advantage. Ninetales, a fire-type Pokémon, had the upper hand against Lucario, who was a steel and fighting type. Although fire-type attacks do not inherently counter fighting types, they do possess a distinct advantage over steel types. Consequently, in terms of elemental attributes, Lucario was indeed at a disadvantage. Yet, Yi Yun merely smiled faintly, unfazed by the situation. Pokémon battles are not solely determined by elemental types, while type advantages play a role. The ultimate factor in determining victory lies in the inherent strength of the Pokémon itself. Utilizing the system's detection capabilities, Yi Yun was already aware of the specifics regarding his opponent's Ninetales. Chapter 131, Ninetales vs. Lucario. Pokémon, Ninetales, Affinity, 255, Talent, 3 stars, Gender, Female, Level, 35, Advanced, Type, Fire, Ability, Flash Fire, absorbs fire-type attack damage and enhances the power of its own fire-type moves. Hidden Ability, None, Item, Charcoal, enhances the power of fire-type moves by 20%. Moves, Ember, Tail Whip, Roar, Confuse Ray, Quick Attack, Fire Spin, Revenge, Will-O-Wisp, Critical Hit, Misfortune, Flamethrower, Psychic, Mystical Shield, Flamethrower, Odd Light, Seal, Trick. In Yi Yun's assessment, Ninetales was inferior to his Lucario. Despite Ninetales having the elemental advantage, the disparity in levels between the two Pokémon was substantial. Lucario's level had reached 52, signifying a gym leader-esque caliber, while Ninetales lagged at a mere 35, presenting a significant gap that could not be bridged merely through type advantages. Therefore, Yi Yun had no intention of allowing Lucario to Mega Evolve. He believed that even in its base form, Lucario could easily handle Ninetales. Ninetales, unleash Will-O-Wisp and let it feel our fervor. In an instant, He Da-hu initiated the offensive, aiming to inflict a burn status on Lucario. A strange, unpredictable flame suddenly appeared beside Lucario, burning fiercely. Fortunately, as a wielder of aura, Lucario could sense the incoming attack and deftly evaded the Will-O-Wisp. Wow, the kid has some skills, managing to dodge that. He Da-hu's eyes widened in astonishment. Ninetales, use Flamethrower and turn it into charcoal. I refuse to believe it can dodge this. He Da-hu commanded Ninetales to attack again. With fiery determination in its eyes, Ninetales' 9 tails swayed rhythmically. A menacing fire dragon coalesced in its mouth, swelling larger by the moment, before it was released with a resounding blast. Close in and finish this with Aura Sphere. Regarding Ninetales' forthcoming attack, Yi Yun remained entirely composed. He had faith that Lucario could evade Ninetales' onslaught, not to mention the inherent delay in Flamethrower's execution. The significant difference in their speeds ensured that Lucario would seize the opportunity. With a swift slide, Lucario narrowly avoided the incoming Flamethrower and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Ninetales. Subsequently, it delivered a powerful kick that sent Ninetales soaring into the air. Gathering energy into a sphere, Lucario unleashed an Aura Sphere at the airborne Ninetales. Boom. A direct hit. The Aura Sphere exploded midair, singeing Ninetales' fur to a crisp. Thud. Ninetales crashed heavily onto the ground, incapacitated by Lucario's decisive blow. The referee, noting Ninetales' inability to continue fighting, declared Yi Yun the victor. Hada, who could hardly believe his eyes. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat. Initially, he thought he was up against an easy target, only to realize he himself was the one being outmatched. Yet, what pained him most was witnessing his beloved Ninetales reduced to such a pitiful state. The term miserable hardly encapsulated the scene. Having lived alongside Ninetales for so long, its current condition stripped away a significant joy from his life. How could he carry on? In his despair, Hada who lamented, "Woe is me, my precious Ninetales." Meanwhile, Yi Yun departed the arena with Lucario, returning to the waiting room. His schedule was tightly packed. The next match was set to commence in merely 10 minutes, requiring him to maintain his energy. He contemplated who should take the stage next. Lucario had dispatched its opponent with ease, and allowing it to continue would not pose a problem. However, it was equally viable to consider other Pokémon. Serperior, Kingler, or even Darkrai possessed prowess on par with Lucario. Yi Yun found himself in a quandary. Sometimes, having an abundance of Pokémon could be a double-edged sword, though such a dilemma was one not easily understood by the average person. During Yi Yun's contemplation, outside the arena, Hada who was intercepted by a rather unsavory-looking man. "Hey, wait a moment, brother." The dubious individual approached Hada who with a grin, inquiring, "Brother, was your opponent just now Yi Yun?" Taken aback, Hada who nodded and asked in confusion, "Yes, is there a problem?" A glint of intrigue flashed in the man's eyes as he chuckled. "Could you enlighten me on which Pokémon he used? What is its strength?" Suspicion flared within Hada who, "What do you intend to do?" The man, still smiling, explained, "You see, my next opponent is him, and I wish to gather some intel to prepare in advance." Realization dawned on Hada who, "Oh, I see now. You aim to exploit his type advantage. Based on his Pokémon's attributes, you're determining which Pokémon to use against him." With his intentions laid bare, the man showed no signs of annoyance, simply grinning. "Indeed, that is my plan." Raising an eyebrow, Hada who crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. "But why would I divulge that information to you? While the league does not prohibit sharing match details, doing so would certainly draw disdain from other competitors. I have no desire to become the pariah of the tournament." The lecherous man seemed to have anticipated that the imposing Black Tiger would respond in such a manner. Unperturbed, he produced a bundle of cash from his bosom, stating, "A token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect." Instantly, Black Tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly accepted the stack of bills, his complexion transforming to a rosy hue after counting it. Fair enough, fair enough. In truth, it wouldn't hurt to inform you. The Pokémon he employs is Lucario, a formidable force. Even my Ninetales, boasting advanced capabilities and possessing a type advantage, could not vanquish it. I surmise that his Lucario possesses at least elite-level strength. The lecherous man's expression shifted slightly, a wave of trepidation washing over him. If even an advanced Ninetales could not prevail against it under advantageous conditions, then how powerful could that Lucario truly be? His countenance turned grave, for this was not auspicious news for him. Chapter 132, Unconventional Strategies. All right, thank you. Having gleaned the information he sought, the lecherous man hastily departed. Contemplating the imminent battle with Yi Yun, he knew he must secure a victory over Yi Yun. Otherwise, his expenditure would be in vain. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and as Yi Yun emerged from the lounge, he was met with the prospect of his second match. Feng Sheng. He pondered who among him and the previous opponent, Black Tiger, would possess greater prowess. Despite his own formidable strength, caution was imperative. This time, his objective was Group S, where every point earned was crucial. A moment's negligence could result in a missed opportunity for advancement. Upon ascending the arena, Yi Yun beheld his adversary, Feng Sheng. To describe Feng Sheng's appearance as unique would be an understatement. It was strikingly peculiar. If one were to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be extremely unsightly. With thieving brows, beady eyes, and a face marred by pockmarks, he possessed a hunched physique, emaciated and frail. Fang Sheng embodied every characteristic one would associate with a lecherous man. Although Yi Yun preferred not to judge based on appearances, Fang Sheng's countenance and his shifty gaze suggested he was not of good character, leaving Yi Yun with an unfavorable impression. Coincidentally, Fang Sheng harbored similar sentiments towards Yi Yun. He was consumed with envy over Yi Yun's striking looks. His own grotesque and unsightly visage had subjected him to isolation and ridicule throughout his childhood. Humiliation and violence had been frequent companions, rendering his formative years anything but joyful. Rather, they were steeped in darkness. This tumultuous past had twisted his character, fostering jealousy towards anyone who outshone him in appearance. Such jealousy morphed into resentment, compelling him towards unsavory actions. For instance, he had once meticulously orchestrated the ruin of a girl's beauty out of sheer envy for her striking looks. Fortuitously, his methods were so adept that he remained undetected, which only emboldened his reckless demeanor. At this moment, he was plotting how to disfigure Yi Yun's visage once the battle concluded. The match commenced. With the referee's voice resonating, both competitors were pulled back to the present. Each summoned their respective Pokémon, a level 40 Zubat and a Slack King. When Fang Sheng beheld that Yi Yun had chosen Slack King rather than Lucario, he was momentarily taken aback. He had deliberately selected a Pokémon capable of quadruple resistance against fighting-type moves to counter Lucario. Yet, his efforts appeared futile, as Yi Yun had not deployed Lucario for battle at all. Impossible. Why isn't your Pokémon Lucario? Fang Sheng exclaimed, bewildered. This exclamation drew frowns from both Yi Yun and the referee. Oh, how did you know I had a Lucario? Did someone divulge my battle information to you? Yi Yun's brow arched, his gaze piercing into Fang Sheng, as if seeking the truth from his very eyes. Fang Sheng's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he realized his grave error. If the League were to discover his dealings with Black Tiger, both would face dire consequences. With disqualification being the least of their worries, a year-long ban was not out of the question. In a flurry, Fang Sheng stammered, I was merely guessing. Don't slander me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Yi Yun chuckled, his eyes narrowing. His instincts informed him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. It was likely that someone had leaked details of his previous battle, revealing his use of Lucario. The only individuals privy to that information, aside from the referee, were Black Tiger and himself. It must be him, Yi Yun concluded hastily. However, he refrained from voicing his suspicions immediately, as it was merely conjecture without concrete evidence. Yet, he was resolute not to let the matter rest. After this match, he intended to confront Black Tiger for clarification. Yi Yun's gaze returned to Fang Sheng, growing progressively colder. The latter, sensing the intensity of Yi Yun's stare, became increasingly perturbed, fearful of revealing any incriminating evidence. The referee, too, turned his attention to Yi Yun, awaiting his inquiry. Should Yi Yun question the legitimacy of Fang Sheng's knowledge regarding his battle information, he could halt the match and initiate an investigation by the League. However, Yi Yun did not voice any such concerns. With decisive action, Yi Yun commanded, Slack King, unleash a surprise attack. Zubat's speed was remarkable, making it difficult for standard moves to connect. Yi Yun aimed to compensate for the speed disparity with this unconventional tactic. Roar! Slack King bellowed, swiftly appearing behind Zubat. It then swung its massive fist, propelled by a gust of wind, towards the airborne Zubat. Dodge it. If we evade its attack, it will be our turn to strike back. Fang Sheng shouted fervently. Although he was irked that Yi Yun had not sent Lucario into battle, he still felt confident. Given Slack King's lazy nature posed a significant vulnerability, Zubat utilized its ultrasonic waves to pinpoint Slack King's location, darting aside with astonishing speed. While it successfully evaded the attack, the sheer force of Slack King's punch created a wind akin to a blade, sending Zubat spiraling through the air and inflicting considerable damage. Zubat struggled to stabilize itself mid-flight. Well done. The opponent is now in a resting state. It's time for us to counterattack. Having witnessed the successful evasion of the Lazy King's attack by the largemouth bat, Fang Sheng could not contain his exhilaration. He was well aware of the Lazy King's lethargic nature. Once it executed a move, it would inevitably succumb to rest in the subsequent turn. This period of repose represented the opportune moment for his counterattack. Fang Sheng glanced over at the Lazy King and, to his delight, discovered it lying on the ground in a state of rest. Ha ha ha, it's over for you. Not even a divine intervention could alter the outcome of this match. For victory is destined to be mine. Fang Sheng erupted into laughter, envisioning the goddess of victory beckoning to him. Chapter 133. Surely not. Are you serious about this performance? Yi Yun feigned concern, appearing genuinely apprehensive as if Fang Sheng's words had struck a chord. In this match, he found himself ensnared in an absolute predicament. Observing the deep worry etched upon Yi Yun's face, Fangsheng's laughter grew ever more unrestrained. Ha ha ha. Prepare to accept the judgment of failure. Largemouth bat. Unleash your cross-poison blade. The largemouth bat screeched as it expelled a purple X-shaped symbol composed of gathered venom. The X symbol, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth to crush the lazy king. Yet, just as the largemouth bat was about to close in on the lazy king, the latter suddenly opened its eyes. From those bell-like orbs emanated a chilling gaze that struck the largemouth bat, causing its body to tremble violently and break out in a cold sweat. Subsequently, the lazy king sprang up and delivered a punch that collided directly with the cross-poison blade. Bang! The cross-poison blade erupted in an instant, sending venom splattering everywhere, hissing as it emitted acrid smoke, showcasing its potent corrosive properties. Some of it splashed onto the lazy king, yet it failed to breach its formidable defenses. Tough skin and dense flesh can sometimes serve as a vital shield for survival. The force of the lazy king's punch did not wane. After shattering the cross-poison blade, it struck the largemouth bat squarely in the face. The impact was so powerful that it caved in the bat's visage, snapping its sharp teeth and causing blood to gush forth. That single blow had effectively sealed its fate. Thud! The largemouth bat collapsed to the ground, quivering a few times before falling utterly still. The victor is Yi Yun. The referee promptly announced the results of the match. Unable to accept this reality, Fangsheng pointed at Yi Yun in a fit of rage, shouting, "I report you. You're cheating." The referee's expression darkened as he admonished, "Speak only with evidence. Unfounded accusations against other competitors will incur penalties." Fangsheng, undeterred by the referee's words, retorted with conviction, "It is common knowledge that the lazy king possesses the trait of laziness, which causes it to enter a state of rest after using a skill. Yet, your lazy king was clearly pretending to be asleep and did not rest at all. This is utterly impossible. Unless, of course, your lazy king has taken drugs. I demand a urine test." The referee furrowed his brow at this assertion. In truth, he had noticed this anomaly earlier. However, observing the lazy king's demeanor, which did not exhibit excessive excitement, he dismissed it. Now, with Fangsheng raising the issue again, he felt compelled to reconsider. The referee looked up at Yi Yun, eager to hear his explanation. Yi Yun replied, "My lazy king does not possess the trait of laziness, hence it does not enter a state of rest after an attack." At this, Fangsheng scoffed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, do you think everyone else is as foolish as you? The lazy king has but one trait of laziness. Are you jesting when you claim yours does not? If you're going to fabricate excuses, at least make them somewhat credible to avoid embarrassing yourself." Yi Yun chuckled softly. "I see now that not only are you a fool, but a short-sighted one at that. Who says the lazy king's trait must be laziness? My lazy king has, through innate training, overcome its lazy trait and transformed into one with the trait of a powerhouse. Is there a problem with that?" Fangsheng's fists clenched tightly, his complexion turning a shade of iron, yet he refrained from confronting Yi Yun, wary of his prowess. "You're talking nonsense. The lazy king's trait of laziness cannot be altered." As the two appeared poised to argue once more, a shadow crossed the referee's face, and he interjected sternly, "Enough. No more bickering. I have a Pokémon detection device here that can ascertain the Pokémon's traits. We can determine if it has the lazy trait or not." Upon hearing this, Fangsheng's face twisted into a sinister grin as he provocatively gazed at Yi Yun. "What's the matter? Are you afraid of a test?" Yi Yun laughed dismissively, "Fool." He then ignored Fangsheng and addressed the referee, "I have no objections." The referee nodded, "Very well, I will conduct the test." He approached the lazy king with the detection device, and the lazy king willingly donned the instrument. In short order, the results emerged. Fangsheng watched Yi Yun with a mocking expression, eagerly awaiting his judgment. However, when the referee spoke, he was left dumbfounded. "No issues here. This lazy king's trait is indeed not laziness, but rather that of a powerhouse," the referee declared, glancing at the information displayed on the device. Were it not for the results before him, he would have found it hard to believe that a lazy king could possess the trait of a powerhouse. Given that the lazy king's base stats are already exceptionally high, combined with the powerhouse trait, it would surely stand toe-to-toe with the most elite legendary Pokémon. Contemplating this, the referee's gaze towards Yi Yun shifted. This young man's potential was boundless. Moreover, he had a premonition that Yi Yun was likely to clinch the championship in this iteration of the Demon God Cup tournament. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fangsheng, unable to accept the reality, dashed toward the referee in a frenzy. Upon seeing the information displayed on the device, he froze in place, his mind spiraling into shock. How can this be? How can a lazy king possess the trait of a powerhouse? Yi Yun paid no heed to Fang Xiang's turmoil, exchanging pleasantries with the referee before leading the lazy king away. Upon exiting the singles arena, Yi Yun began his search for the whereabouts of the Black Tiger. After inquiring around, he finally located the singles arena where the Black Tiger was situated. At that moment, the Black Tiger emerged, visibly dejected. His opponent had not been particularly formidable, yet a moment of carelessness had cost him the match, leaving him in a foul mood. Black Tiger. Yi Yun called out to him. Get lost, don't bother me, I'm in a bad mood. The Black Tiger, still wallowing in his discontent, had no patience for interruptions. However, he quickly halted, realizing the voice was somewhat familiar. As he pondered, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward a crowd. Yet, just as he moved, a powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder, immobilizing him despite his frantic struggles. The Black Tiger's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had previously known Yi Yun to be a master in Pokémon battles, but he had not anticipated that he himself would be so formidable. With just one hand resting on him, he found himself utterly powerless. If Yi Yun were to strike him, he feared he would end up looking like a battered mess. As this thought crossed his mind, Heidahu broke into a cold sweat. He turned with great difficulty, revealing a grimace that was more painful than tears, and stammered, "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have divulged your Pokémon information to others. I beg you spare me. It was that fellow Fang Xiang who coerced me. If I hadn't told him, he would have killed me." Fang Xiang desperately shifted the blame away from himself. Chapter 134. Did Yi hit someone? Yi Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. So, you're admitting to it? Initially, Yi Yun had lacked absolute certainty that it was Heidahu who was responsible. He merely intended to intimidate him. To his surprise, the man turned out to be spineless. Before Yi Yun could even press for more details, Heidahu had blurted everything out. Of course I admit it. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was all Fang Xiang's coercion. The moment I saw you approach, I knew you must be here about this. I had been wanting to inform you earlier, but lacked the opportunity. Now that you are here, I shall speak candidly. Heidahu proclaimed with exaggerated sincerity, making it seem all too real. Yi Yun found his antics amusing and retorted with a chuckle, "Very well, since you have confessed, I shall refrain from further discussion. Given your good behavior, I will not report this incident to the Alliance." At once, Heidahu sighed in relief, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Yi Yun. Had Yi Yun been obstinate and insisted on reporting the matter, both he and Fang Xiang would have been doomed. However, just as Heidahu thought the ordeal was over, Yi Yun suddenly changed his tone, smiling as he said, "You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment cannot be avoided. Your actions have caused me significant emotional distress and material loss. You must compensate me." Heidahu, on the verge of tears, gritted his teeth and replied, "Just tell me your demands. I will comply with anything." Yi Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. "I want." Just as he was about to speak, his pocket began to vibrate violently. "One moment, please." Yi Yun retrieved his phone and glanced at the caller ID, only to find it was a call from Yi's homeroom teacher, causing his heart to skip a beat. Had something happened to Yi at school? This was his immediate thought. Filled with concern, Yi Yun answered the call. A gentle female voice came through the line. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi Yun?" "Yes, this is he. May I inquire what the matter is?" "Oh, it's about Yi. She has encountered a situation at school. Could you come to the school at your earliest convenience?" Yi Yun's heart sank, and his expression darkened instantly. His fears were confirmed. Something had indeed happened to Yi. "Teacher, what exactly has happened to Yi?" Yi Yun asked anxiously. "This is a bit complex, and it's difficult to explain over the phone. It would be best if you could come in person." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat helpless. "All right, I will be there shortly." Without a second thought, Yi Yun agreed. To him, Yi was far more important than any competition. Even if the finals awaited him, he would unhesitatingly choose Yi over anything else, let alone a mere regular match. He cast aside thoughts of Heidahu entirely and left the arena without looking back. Meanwhile, Heidahu stood frozen in place, bewildered. What just happened? What about the compensation? Why did he suddenly leave? An hour later, at Yinqing Primary School, teacher's office, Yi Yun hurriedly arrived. Upon entering, he spotted Yi standing nearby with red-rimmed eyes. His heart twisted in anguish, and anger surged within him. It seemed evident that Yi had been bullied. At home, Yi Yun had always showered her with affection, never once raising a hand against her. So how could he tolerate someone else doing so? Suppressing his fury, Yi Yun approached her. "Yi, are you all right?" he asked with concern, pulling out a tissue to wipe away her tears. Seeing her brother arrive, Yi broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. All her grievances poured out at that moment, and she could no longer maintain her composure. In front of others, she could be strong, never revealing her vulnerable side. Yet before Yi Yun, she was merely a fragile girl in need of protection and understanding. Yi Yun felt his heart ache as if countless knives were twisting within him, slowly tearing him apart. "It's all right, don't cry. You have your brother here." He comforted her by gently patting her shoulder. Once Yi Yi's emotion stabilized, he turned to the middle-aged woman beside her, who was Yi Yi's homeroom teacher. "Hello. You must be Yi Yun, Yi Yi's brother," the teacher, Gao Fengxia, remarked, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, her face adorned with heavy makeup, and her gaze filled with disdain. She was dressed in designer clothes, and the gemstone necklace around her neck accentuated her ostentatious demeanor. Yi Yun nodded. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Fengxia, Yi Yi's homeroom teacher. You may call me Teacher Gao." Gao Fengxia spoke with an air of superiority, hardly deigning to look at Yi Yun. In her eyes, the siblings were merely a pair of impoverished orphans, lacking both wealth and influence. They were unworthy of her respect, as she harbored no inclination to bestow gifts upon them during holidays. In his youth, Yi Yun had been rather naive, unaware of the complexities of human nature. However, after years of navigating society, he had grown wise to the ways of people. It became clear to him, in the short time they had been together, what type of person Gao Fengxia truly was. He had encountered many of her ilk, those who ingratiated themselves with the powerful while belittling the weak, driven solely by profit. Such individuals were easily manipulated. A mere token of benefit would have them wagging their tails like dogs in submission. "Hello, Teacher Gao. Could you please clarify what exactly transpired?" Given her condescending attitude, Yi Yun felt no need to offer her the respect she sought, his voice cold. Gao Fengxia frowned slightly, irritation flickering across her face. Yi Yun's tone was distasteful to her. "Humph, what does a penniless student think he is doing?" She scoffed inwardly before recounting the events to Yi Yun. "Your sister got into a fight. It turned out that during a physical education class, Yi Yi had a conflict with a classmate, Nye Sinyu, leading to a physical altercation. During the scuffle, Yi Yi's Pokémon had intervened, injuring Nye Sinyu. The situation was straightforward, yet the underlying details were quite intriguing. Just look at what condition Nye Sinyu is in." Gao Fengxia pointed at a chubby girl nearby, her voice laced with fury. Chapter 135. A dog's eye sees no further than its own master. The plump little girl referred to by Gao Fengxia as the victim is Nye Yusin. Her face bears several scars, her clothes are drenched, and there are signs of being slashed by a sharp object. Bruises mar her knees, likely from a fall. It is evident that her injuries are quite severe. Based on the external wounds, Yi Yun deduces that this is the handiwork of Milotic and Lurantis. The garments, soaked with water stains, indicate that a water-type attack is responsible. Apart from Milotic, there are no other possibilities. The gashes on her clothing must have been inflicted by Lurantis' magical prowess. The fact that both Lurantis and Milotic resorted to such violence highlights the gravity of the situation. Either Yi Yi was under life-threatening circumstances at that moment, or Nye Yusin had committed an egregious act that prompted both Lurantis and Milotic to intervene. Regardless of the outcome, the fault does not lie with Yi Yi. With this clarity, Yi Yun's mind began to settle. "Teacher Gao, we cannot determine who the victim is solely based on one person's injuries. Have you investigated why they fought?" Gao Fengxia scoffed, clearly displeased with Yi Yun's presumptuous attitude. "What do you mean investigated? I have been a homeroom teacher for many years. Are you questioning my ability to handle matters?" She huffed. "Let me tell you. The truth is that Yi Yi is envious of Nye Yusin's superior clothing and beauty, which incited her malicious intent to deliberately provoke Nye Yusin." At this proclamation, Yi Yun chuckled. This reasoning was evidently flimsy, as Yi Yi was not the type to be vain. In the past, when Yi Yun had acquired wealth, he had taken Yi Yi to upscale clothing stores to buy new outfits, but she had adamantly refused, preferring the garments from budget-friendly shops. Yi Yun acknowledged that her reluctance stemmed partly from a desire not to squander money. However, it was sufficient to illustrate that Yi Yi would never instigate conflict over a beautiful dress. This was clearly a frame-up. "What are you laughing at? Do you find my words ridiculous?" Gao Fengxia's expression darkened. She detested those without power or influence who pretended to be morally superior, dismissing their own worth. Yi Yun merely smiled, finding not only her words absurd, but also her very persona amusing. At that moment, Yi Yi, biting her delicate little tiger teeth, exhibited an expression of anger and retorted, "That's not true. She was the one bullying me. You are lying." Yi Yi hid behind Yi Yun, gripping his right hand tightly. Yi Yun could distinctly feel her trembling. It required immense courage for Yi Yi to voice such accusations in front of her homeroom teacher, especially given her history of being unfairly treated by Gao Fengxia. "Yi Yi, have you now learned to lie and defy your teacher?" Gao Fengxia exclaimed. "You better apologize immediately, or I will record this incident." and you can expect expulsion. Gao Fengxiao abruptly stood from her chair, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi. Seething with anger at her blatant disrespect, Yi, determined to stand her ground, had tears shimmering in her eyes but refused to let them fall. I did not lie. Seeing Yi's emotional turmoil, Yi gently patted her back, comforting her. All right, Yi, leave this matter to your brother. Do not let it upset you. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Yi nodded, wiped her tears, and fell silent. Yi turned his icy gaze back to Gao Fengxiao, the atmosphere around him chilling significantly. Some individuals, unaware of their own limitations, dared to challenge his boundaries. Teacher Gao, I suggest you conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Should I hear another disparaging remark about my sister, do not blame me for being unyielding. Gao Fengxiao trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Yun and shouting. What do you intend to do? My cousin is a police officer. Do you believe I want to have him arrest you right now? Yi sneered. By all means. Feel free to try. Not even the district police can intimidate me, let alone the higher-ups of the alliance. Anyone who dares to bully my sister will regret it. Gao Fengxiao was left speechless by Yi Yun's retort and prepared to make a phone call for backup. Just then, a middle-aged couple unexpectedly entered the room. The woman rushed towards Nie Yusin, enveloping her in an embrace, weeping as she examined her injuries. Upon seeing her daughter's battered state, tears streamed down her face. Meanwhile, Gao Fengxiao's demeanor shifted as she approached with a facade of concern, saying, Mrs. Nie, I sincerely apologize for the distress your daughter has endured. However, rest assured, the perpetrator has been apprehended. How we proceed now depends on your wishes. Mrs. Nie wiped her tears, her eyes ablaze with fury as she solemnly inquired. Where's the culprit? Gao Fengxiao pointed at Yi, stating, It is her. The one beside her is her brother. Before Gao Fengxiao could finish, Mrs. Nie sprang to her feet and marched towards Yi, raising her right hand to deliver a resounding slap. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent emanating from him, causing Mrs. Nie to freeze in place, her hand suspended midair, fear seeping into her expression. Try touching her. Yi Yun's cold voice reverberated, sending chills down Mrs. Nie's spine, rendering her pale as a ghost. At that moment, Mr. Nie approached, casting a wary glance at Yi Yun and pulling his wife back. He too had sensed the ominous aura and felt a shiver of apprehension. It was incomprehensible how such a terrifying presence could emanate from a mere youth. From this, he realized that Yi Yun was not someone to be trifled with. Once Mrs. Nie regained her composure, feeling her dignity at stake, she pointed at Yi and spat. You little wretch, how dare you strike my daughter? I will see you ruined. Slap. The sharp sound echoed as Yi Yun unhesitatingly struck Mrs. Nie across the face. Mind your tongue. If you speak like that again, it won't be just a slap, he warned. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in shock, unable to fathom that Yi Yun had the audacity to physically retaliate. Chapter 136, A Dramatic Turn of Events. Mrs. Nie's eyes widened in disbelief, cupping her stinging cheek as she stared incredulously at Yi Yun. A moment later, her fury erupted. You little brat, how dare you hit me? I will kill you. Mrs. Nie lunged at Yi Yun, claws bared. Yi Yun squinted, a glint of cold steel in his eyes. He began to channel his energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Mrs. Nie to put her in her place. Just then, Mr. Nie, perceptive to the shift in Yi Yun's aura, paled slightly and swiftly restrained his wife. He was not afraid of Yi Yun, but wished to avoid escalating the situation, knowing that this was a school and such a confrontation would benefit no one. You coward. Why are you holding me back? Do you know that someone has assaulted your wife? Upon feeling herself restrained, Nie's mother erupted like a tempest, directing her fury at Nie's father. His countenance darkened like a stormy sea as he coldly commanded, Silence. Instantly, she was rendered mute, bewildered in her place. Once the shock subsided, she turned her wrath upon him, exclaiming, You wretched creature. Your wife has been attacked, yet you do nothing to avenge her. You only dare to bully me in our own home. I shall seek out our son, so he may witness the indignities his mother has suffered. Disregarding her husband's objections, Nie's mother dialed her son's number. Meanwhile, Gao Fengxiao, witnessing the escalating chaos, realized the situation had spiraled beyond her control and discreetly contacted the principal. 10 minutes later, the principal arrived at the office. Observing Nie's mother still lamenting and raging, he curtly admonished, Madam, please mind your behavior. This is a school, not a place for your outbursts. Fueled by the embers of her indignation, Nie's mother could no longer contain herself upon being chastised yet again. Without regard for the identity of her reprover, she unleashed a tirade. Who do you think you are to confront me? I'll have you know my son works at the police station. We have connections. Do you believe I can't have you arrested with a single call? However, As soon as the words left her lips, regret washed over her, for she recognized the individual before her as Principal Zhang Xiang of Yinqing Primary School. Principal Zhang, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. Her face drained of color, and she stammered, struggling to regain her composure. A stark contrast to her earlier bravado. Zhang Xiang scoffed, ignoring her further, and turned to Gao Fengxia, inquiring, Teacher Gao, what transpired here? Gao Fengxia hastily recounted, Principal. It is as follows. Yi, due to her own issues, clashed with Nie Xinyu, resulting in injuries to Nie Xinyu. Initially, I believed it a minor matter. So I summoned both sets of parents to discuss a resolution. Unexpectedly, Yi's brother, Yi Yun, irrationally refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing on her part and even resorted to violence, striking Nie Xinyu's mother, which escalated matters beyond control. Gao Fengxia adeptly shifted all blame onto Yi Yun, placing an enormous stigma upon him. Infuriated by this blatant defamation, Yi's brother, Yi Yun, clenched his teeth and retorted, You lie? They initiated the confrontation, attempting to bully my sister. At this, Principal Zhang's brow furrowed in contemplation as he glanced at Gao Fengxia. Is that true, Teacher Gao? A flicker of panic crossed Gao Fengxia's eyes as she hurriedly defended herself. That is not the case. Principal, do not heed her nonsense. Yi is known for her fabrications. Her words cannot be trusted. Yi Yun could no longer endure Gao Fengxia's incessant slander against Yi, having reached his breaking point. Individuals like you are unworthy of being teachers. With a subtle gesture, he summoned a surge of energy that struck Gao Fengxia's knee. She screamed, collapsing before Yi. Apologize. Yi Yun's voice was ice cold, echoing with a chilling resonance that sent shivers down Gao Fengxia's spine. At that moment, Principal Zhang noticed Yi Yun, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Are you the legendary figure, Yi Shun, from Yinqing Secondary School? He had heard his older brother, Zhang Tianzheng, speak of Yi Yun as a prodigy and a source of pride for their institution. Yi Yun waved his hand dismissively, replying, I am no legend. Merely somewhat more capable than others. Zhang Xiang was taken aback, astonished to stand before the illustrious student his brother had mentioned. What truly astonished him was the revelation that Yi was Yi Yun's sister, enrolled at their school. Had he known of this connection, he would have ensured that all teachers treated her with utmost care, preventing the present predicament. If this incident led to any rift between Yi Yun and their school, Zhang Tianzheng would surely hold him accountable, compromising his standing with his elder brother. Furthermore, he knew Yi Yun was not the type to act irrationally. If this were genuinely Yi's fault, he would not have reacted with such fury or resorted to violence. Unless, of course, something more sinister was afoot. Contemplating this, Zhang Xiang's face darkened. He turned to Yi, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, could you elucidate what transpired? Yi, hiding behind her brother, gazed at Zhang Xiang with trepidation, unsure whether he was friend or foe. Yi Yun gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Fear not. Speak your truth, for your brother is here. Nodding, Yi took a deep breath and recounted the events as they unfolded, her narrative starkly contrasting Gao Fengxia's account. Upon hearing her version, even the most oblivious of listeners would discern that something was amiss. One of them was certainly lying. Gao Fengxia's reputation at the school was far from stellar, having been reported by numerous students and teachers for her conduct. Yet, due to her long-standing tenure, Zhang Xiang had turned a blind eye to her transgressions and refrained from dismissing her. Reflecting on this, he realized he had been too lenient. Such a person had no place in the educational sphere. Zhang Xiang's gaze bore into Gao Fengxia, leaving her pale with fear. Teacher Gao, you would do well to explain yourself. Gao Fengxia trembled, her eyes darting away. Principal, she faltered, struggling to articulate her defense. At that moment, a student unexpectedly entered the office. Yi Yun recognized her as Zhu Yi, Yi's close friend, whom he had met briefly at the school entrance. Reporting. Her timid voice rang out in the office, drawing everyone's attention. Zhu Yi, what brings you here? Upon seeing her, Gao Fengxia's expression soured as if confronted with something distasteful. Zhu Yi, like Yi, came from a single-parent household, and her economic situation was less than favorable, leaving her without a cherished spirit companion. Consequently, she often felt ostracized by Gao Fengxia. Due to her circumstances, Zhu Yi struggled with self-esteem issues and hesitated to engage with her peers. Only Yi treated her with kindness, fostering a close friendship. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, Zhu Yi trembled but was spurred by a surge of courage. Driven by the injustice faced by her dear friend, steeling herself, she faced the assembly with unwavering conviction. Teacher, I am here to report. Gao Fengxia's heart sank, a sense of impending doom washing over her. Report whom? Zhu Yi fixed her determined gaze upon Nie Xinyu. I am reporting Niesinu for bullying Yi. Excuse me? Upon the utterance of those words, Gao Fengxia's body trembled violently, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Zhang Xiang narrowed his eyes, aware that the truth was on the verge of revelation. Niesinu's parents displayed a flicker of skepticism, pondering if there were hidden layers to the matter. Yi's face broke into a long-lost smile. The warmth of having friends stand by her side during such a tumultuous moment brought her solace. As for Yi Yun, he felt genuine joy for Yi, grateful that she had a friend courageous enough to weather storms alongside her. Zhu Yi, you must consider your words carefully. There are so many witnesses present. Gao Fengxia's countenance darkened, her tone laced with menace. Zhang Xiang furrowed his brow and shot her a glare, instantly silencing her. He then turned to Zhu Yi and said, "Please recount the true events. Fear not, for I am the principal, and I shall protect you." Zhu Yi nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly began. It was Nie Yusin who initiated the confrontation. As it turned out, during physical education class, while Zhu Yi and Yi were engaged in a game of badminton, Nie Yusin arrived with a few female classmates, shoving Yi and hurling insults at her, calling her an unwanted little harlot who dressed ostentatiously to entice the boys in class. Zhu Yi attempted to aid Yi, but was impeded by the group, rendering her helpless. In desperation, Zhu Yi sought the teacher's assistance, and by the time she returned, Yi had already dealt with Nie Yusin and her entourage. Upon hearing Zhu Yi's account, Zhang Xiang could not help but furrow his brow. If you were aware of the truth, why did you not speak sooner? Zhu Yi lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. I feared expulsion. Zhang Xiang was taken aback, bewildered as he inquired, expulsion? Who would expel you? Zhu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Gao Fengxia, unable to meet her gaze. Teacher Gao said that if I dared to disclose this matter, the school would expel me. Zhang Xiang's anger surged upon hearing this, his eyes blazing as he directed his fury at Gao Fengxia. She, in turn, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Principal, I was momentarily foolish. I beg you to spare me this time. Zhang Xiang kicked her aside, his eyes aflame with rage. Begone. You are unworthy of being a teacher. Yi Yun regarded Nie Xinyu with cold disdain. The audacity to insult Yi had crossed a line for him. At that moment, the previously silent Nie Xinyu erupted in a fit of rage, resembling a deranged woman much like her mother before her. She deserves it. Did I say anything wrong? She's just a worthless little slut, always trying to lure the boys in class. Even Xiao Ming is infatuated with her. I can't stand her. I want to hit her and scold her. Not only that, I want my brother to imprison her. Before she could utter more, a swift slap from Yi Yun sent her flying. Such malevolent thoughts from a child needed to be corrected. My Xinyu, you little wretch, I will not let this go. Nie Xinyu's mother, witnessing her daughter's humiliation, charged at Yi Yun, her expression twisted with fury. Yi Yun offered no leniency, delivering a resounding slap that sent her sprawling. The saying like mother, like daughter rang true in this instance. Nie Xinyu's father stood frozen, his eyes burning with rage and venom, glaring at Yi Yun as if he wished to consume him whole. In his haste, he had not brought his Pokeball, otherwise, he would have unleashed his Pokemon to teach Yi Yun a harsh lesson. Approaching Nie Xinyu and her mother, he said nothing as he led them out of the school. However, just as they reached the exit, Yi Yun called out, "Stop! Did I permit you to leave? You must apologize to my sister." Yi Yun's voice was resolute and brooked no dissent. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Nie Xinyu's father suppressed his anger and turned to Yi. "I am sorry, we wronged you." Yi Yun sneered, shifting his gaze to Nie's mother and Nie Xinyu. And they must apologize too. Having received 2 slaps from Yi Yun, Nie Xinyu was already cowed. Stumbling through her apology to Yi Yun then allowed them to depart. Zhang Xiang, having contemplated how to address the situation, looked at Yi Yun and said, "Leave this matter to me. I will ensure justice for Yi." Yi Yun nodded, indicating that Yi would not attend class that afternoon, needing rest. Zhang Xiang replied, "Very well, you may take her home." Yi Yun said little as he escorted Yi away. Before departing, she exchanged a few words with Zhu Yi. Upon returning home, Yi Yun instructed Yi to rest in her room while he prepared lunch for her. It was then that Wang Defa called. "Yigo, what is going on? You've missed several matches. If this continues, you'll drop to Group C." Yi Yun explained, "I have matters to attend to and will not participate in today's match." Wang Defa, alarmed, responded, "But what about your ranking? This will certainly drop you to Group C." Yi Yun merely smiled, his demeanor calm. "No worries. Starting from Group C will be far more interesting." Chapter 138, Yi's Plans. "Yi, dinner is ready." After preparing the meal, Yi Yun approached Yi's room, gently knocking on the door, but received no response. "Yi, may I come in?" He called again, but silence prevailed. Frowning slightly, he opened the door and found Yi lying on her bed, forlornly tugging at the tail of her Pikachu plush toy. "Yi, what troubles you? Are you still upset?" Yi inquired, taking a seat beside her, his concern evident. Yi shook her head, her expression wavering as she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Sensing her turmoil, Yi smiled gently. "Is there anything you cannot share with me? If you keep this up, I might just get upset." Yi pouted slightly, muttering, "It's not that I can't tell you, it's just..." Struggling to articulate her feelings, she felt a stir within as she met Yi-yun's tender gaze. "Brother, I mean, if I were to say that I no longer wish to attend school, would you agree?" Her eyes darted away, unable to meet Yi-yun's. The events of the day had profoundly affected her. Yi-yun, understanding the gravity of her words, adopted a serious expression and asked earnestly, "Do you mean you do not wish to attend school at all, or that you do not want to continue at Yinqing Primary School?" The disparity between the two paths is immense, signifying the divergent lives that await Yi. Regardless of the choice she ultimately makes, Yi-yun will steadfastly support her. However, considering Yi's future, Yi-yun harbors a preference for her to continue her education. After all, Yi is still quite young, at an age where education is paramount. The school imparts not merely knowledge about Pokémon, but also essential life skills and wisdom regarding interpersonal relationships. With her head bowed, Yi fidgeted with her fingers, and after a moment of hesitation, she murmured, I wish to change my environment." Yi-yun breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Yi did not dislike school per se. Rather, she was disenchanted with the atmosphere of Yinqing Primary. It was understandable, considering the unfortunate circumstance of having such a teacher and classmates afflicted by jealousy and rivalry. "Why not try Yinqing No. 1 High School?" Yi-yun suggested. Yi was taken aback. "Isn't that your school, brother?" "Indeed," Yi-yun replied with a smile. "I share a good rapport with the principal there. I can ask him to keep an eye on you, ensuring no one bullies you." Yi lowered her head, fiddling with her small hands. "But I'm not a middle school student yet." Currently, she was in the 6th grade and would only officially advance to middle school after the entrance examination next year. Yi reassured her, "No worries. With my connections to the principal, it would be quite simple to facilitate your admission, given your current abilities. Entering middle school should pose no significant challenge." Yi's expression brightened. "Really?" Yi offered a slight smile. "Of course. However, you must first pass a test I will set for you to attend Yinqing High School." This test was, in fact, devised by Yi to help Yi acclimate to the middle school learning environment. Yi looked at him expectantly. "What kind of test?" Yi explained. "In a few days, our town will host a primary school trainer competition. If you can secure a place in the top 10, I will enroll you in Yinqing High School." Yi eagerly agreed. "No problem. With Minus's help, winning this competition will be a breeze." Yi anticipated her reaction and, with a mischievous smile, added another condition. "However, there is one stipulation. You cannot use Minus in the competition." Minus had already attained elite status, placing it far beyond the level of the other elementary contestants. If Minus participated, it would easily overpower the other Pokémon. Yi puffed up her cheeks in defiance. "Why not? Minus is my Pokémon too. Why can't I use it in the competition?" Yi playfully tapped her forehead, teasing. "Because it was a gift from me for your protection, not one you raised yourself, so it cannot be used." Yi's expression turned woeful, her large eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Yi with a pitiful gaze. "Brother, please let me use Minus in the competition." Yi firmly refused, stating, "No means no. Even if you call Dad, it won't change anything." Yi, now visibly upset, huffed and revealed her small fangs, giving Yi a playful bite. "You stinky brother, I won't talk to you anymore." Yi couldn't help but laugh. Yet, in order for Yi to successfully pass his test, he reminded her, "You should train Ralts well over the next few days. Aim for it to evolve into Curlia. This will significantly enhance its strength and increase your chances of passing the test." Yi pouted. "I know, brother is the worst." She continued to sulk in annoyance. Yi sighed with a smile. "Come on, let us head down for dinner. If we wait any longer, it will get cold." Yi pouted. "Carry me down. I'm tired." Yi, bemused, replied, "Didn't you just say you disliked me?" Yi stuck out her tongue. "Humph, brother is such a dense guy. Doesn't he know that girls' angry words are often just the opposite?" After their meal, Yi commenced rigorous training with Ralts. In the yard, her practice partner was Lucario, a loyal companion. Yi settled onto a stool beneath a large tree, leisurely sipping tea while observing Yi's battle. Yi stood a short distance away, commanding Ralts against Lucario. "Little Ralts, use Shadow Clone." Ralts quivered, and several duplicates of itself materialized in the arena. Lucario, bewildered, found it hard to focus. "Hee hee." Ralts has so many clones. I wonder if I can handle this. It mused, appearing rather comical. Yi Yun turned his head away, feeling a flush of embarrassment. How did he end up with such a quirky Lucario when he considered himself a paragon of virtue? Was it possible that his excessive righteousness had led to this unexpected peculiarity in Lucario's behavior? Yi Yun pondered this with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Little Ralts, use charming voice. Yi commanded again. Ralts began to sing, its sweet, melodious voice resonating with enchantment, captivating Lucario and causing it to stumble, losing its footing and collapsing to the ground. What a fantastic victory! We defeated Lucario. Yi exclaimed, leaping with joy and embracing Ralts, spinning in delight. Yi Yun's lips twitched as he conjured a small aura sphere and lightly flicked it at Lucario. With a whoosh, Lucario sprang back to life, as if electrified, leaping into the air with renewed vigor. It appeared energized, as though it had just consumed a stimulant. Lucario sheepishly approached Yi Yun, muttering, "That was a mistake. I slipped up." Yi Yun chuckled, "Oh really? It seemed more like you were going easy on her." Lucario, caught in the act, felt a pang of embarrassment. Yi Yun teased, "If you keep this up, I might have to find someone else." At the mention of a replacement, Lucario panicked, No, please don't. I can handle this. I promise not to hold back again." Lucario vowed earnestly as it returned to the battlefield. Yi, shocked by Lucario's sudden resurgence, asked, "Brother, what just happened?" Lucario looked at Yi Yun with pleading eyes, silently begging him not to reveal its earlier blunder. With a sigh, Yi Yun thought to himself, "Such is the fate of the deeply affectionate." Lucario was not immune to this truth. Nevertheless, he decided to lend a hand, reasoning that it was his Pokémon after all. "I used the power of Tokiwa to heal its injuries." Yi Yun provided a reasonable explanation. Yi tilted her little head, perplexed, and inquired, "What is the power of Tokiwa?" Yi Yun elucidated, "It is a unique ability that can heal the wounds of Pokémon." A spark of understanding illuminated Yi's eyes. "So, if my little Lala gets injured, it can also receive healing?" Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Overjoyed, Yi danced around in delight. "Wonderful. Now I won't have to worry about Lala getting hurt anymore." Yi Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl seemed to regard him as a mere healing machine. The battle resumed. Lucario stood poised for action. Yi employed her previous tactic, utilizing shadow clones in conjunction with the move charming voice. A melodious sound resonated. Yet Lucario remained resolute and unwavering. Lucario, with a powerful push from its legs, it transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Lala. Little Lala, use telekinesis to stop it. Yi, being close with Lala, was aware that it was not adept in close combat. Thus, to secure victory, they needed to maintain distance from Lucario. Lala, with a delicate call, brought its hands together, and an invisible force exerted itself upon Lucario, impeding its speed. Crack! Lucario shuddered lightly, and the telekinesis that had been cast upon it crumbled instantly. Yi's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Lucario had effortlessly countered Lala's telekinesis attack. Was this the same Lucario that had been defeated in a single move before? A surge of defiance welled up within Yi. She clenched her fists and issued another command. Use teleport to evade. Lala's form flickered and vanished from its position, reappearing elsewhere on the battlefield. However, this strategy proved futile against Lucario, which possessed the ability to sense auras. As Lala materialized, Lucario was already behind it, enveloping it in a warm embrace. Then, with a powerful leap, it soared into the air. Yi Yun, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but recall a certain move reminiscent of a dramatic descent. Is this fellow secretly learning new techniques behind my back? He pondered suspiciously. He had no recollection of Lucario ever employing such a move. Yet, it quickly dawned on him that he was overthinking it. Lucario cradled Lala as if they were celestial lovers, gracefully descending from the sky. If only a few cherry blossoms could drift down, it would be even more poetic. Yi Yun felt a pang of annoyance as he watched. After all that, Lucario was not executing some grand technique, but merely indulging in romance. Just like the song goes, I want to take you to a romantic sky, where we can admire the most beautiful you together. It was quite the display of affection, indeed. Yi also recognized this, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Initially, she feared that Lala would be bested by Lucario, only to witness such a romantic scene unfold. As she gazed at the seemingly enchanted couple, envy flickered in her eyes, and she shyly glanced at Yi Yun, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. With a soft thud, Lucario set Lala down, gazing at it with deep affection. Lala, however, appeared utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? And who is this silly dog? It was quite the conundrum. Yi Yun cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Lucario, finally realizing the inappropriateness of its actions, reluctantly released Lala. Lala remained frozen, unsure of what to do next, a rather embarrassing predicament. Yi Yun, slightly exasperated, remarked as he retrieved Lucario into its Pokeball. He then released his Servine to accompany Lala in training, reasoning that two female Pokémon should not cause any trouble. After all, the lilies of their hometown were not so easily bloomed. That evening, after a day of rigorous training, Lala's strength had significantly improved, yielding remarkable results. Yi and Lala's synergy had become increasingly adept, and their utilization of skills was more versatile than ever. Who knew battling could be so enthralling? Yi wiped the sweat from her brow, her face adorned with an excited and satisfied smile. Yi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, battling is quite fascinating." Yi, cradling Lala, hurried towards the bathhouse. Yi followed closely, puzzled by her haste. "Why the rush?" he asked. Without turning around, Yi replied, "I'm all sticky and need a bath." Yi chuckled, teasingly suggesting, "Shall I join you then?" Yi turned back, sticking her tongue out playfully and retorting, "Absolutely not. I'm going in alone." With that, she proudly tilted her head and entered the bathroom. Yi, both amused and reflective, couldn't help but think, this little girl has truly grown up. Chapter 140, C Group's Bottom Feeder, the Chinibu Boy. The following day, at the Magic City Arena, Yi gazed at the public list displayed on the large screen, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his lips. The group results had been announced. As he anticipated, he had been assigned to Group D without any surprises. Name, Yi. Points, 2. Ranking, 35-37. Group, C Group. This ranking was not merely low, it was practically subterranean. Brother Yi, what on earth happened to you? You didn't show up all day? Now you've been assigned to Group C, and at the bottom no less. I'm genuinely worried you won't be able to enter Group S. Wang Defa exclaimed anxiously from the side, his words tumbling out in a torrent. Yi waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile on his face. "It's nothing really, not a big deal. But enough about me. What about you? What is your ranking?" Wang Defa, grinning widely, replied with a hint of pride, "Oh, just over 500, and I've been placed in Group B." Yi raised an eyebrow, patting him on the shoulder in admiration. "Not bad. Have you been secretly studying hard without me?" Speaking of hard work, Wang Defa's expression turned sour. "Isn't it my old man who is pushing me? Otherwise, with my personality, I'd never bother with such exhausting tasks. Why work so hard? If it gets too tough, I can always go home and inherit the family fortune." Wang Defa pouted, clearly embodying the traits of someone born into wealth, as evidenced by his somewhat rotund figure. Yi shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy for Wang Defa. Being born into a good family, free from the worries of future survival, able to live joyfully every day, such a life was enviable. Unlike him, without parents, but with a sister and a house, he could only rely on the system, remaining a largely unnoticed presence in this world. A simple yet unadorned life. Yet upon reflection, it was surprisingly intriguing. Just then, a handsome young man approached them. "Yi, I never expected you to have fallen so low, reduced to a mere C Group waste. I truly misjudged you. From now on, you are unworthy to be my rival." Above was a merciless mockery that left Wang Defa and Yi utterly bewildered. "Who is this guy?" Wang Defa inquired with suspicion. Glancing at Yi forced a smile, responding, "He's my friend's younger brother, a bit of a delusional type, just ignore him." The newcomer was none other than Mu Qingqiu's younger brother, Mu Chun. Yi had not anticipated that Mu Chun would also participate in the Demon God Cup competition, nor that they would cross paths here. "Oh," Wang Defa nodded, not dwelling on it further. After all, being a delusional type was an experience almost everyone had gone through at some point. Yi then turned to Mu Chun and asked, "Where's your sister? How has she been?" Since parting ways in the Phoenix Mountain Secret Realm, he had not seen Mu Qingqiu again. Mu Chun snorted disdainfully. "She hasn't returned yet." Yi was taken aback. Mu Qingqiu was still in the Phoenix Mountain Secret Realm? It had been over a week, hadn't it? Had she encountered some trouble? Just then, Mu Chun addressed Yi Yun's unvoiced concerns, saying, "The Phoenix Mountain Secret Realm is a massive one. Exploration typically takes longer, around half a month. I estimate it will be a while before my sister returns. What about you? How did you come back so quickly? Afraid of the wild spirits in the secret realm? So you didn't even enter?" Mu Chen's words dripped with disdain. "It's a pity that you wasted your opportunity, causing me to miss out on this secret realm journey and leaving me bored to attend this trivial competition." As Mu Chen's tirade continued, his ire towards Yi only intensified. Yi merely chuckled. He had begun to understand why Mu Chun had come to participate in the Demon God Cup and why he harbored such animosity towards him. It all stemmed from that secret realm token. Upon hearing that Yi Yun had ventured into the Phoenix Mountain secret realm, Wang Defa was taken aback. He turned to Yi Yun, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother Yi, you really went to the Phoenix Mountain secret realm?" Yi Yun nodded. "Yes, due to some unforeseen circumstances. I returned early." Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Yi Yun. "Wow, Brother Yi, you're incredible. You dared to challenge a secret realm. My dad wanted me to explore a smaller secret realm, but I was too scared to go. To think you had the courage to enter a massive one. Truly worthy of my admiration." Yi Yun felt a bit bashful from the praise. Truth be told, without the protection of his Likangzi, he too would have likely perished within the secret realm. After this experience, he had gained a clearer understanding of the dangers posed by such realms. Should he venture into another secret realm in the future, he would be better prepared. Mu Chen scoffed at Wang Defa's words, mocking, "Puffed, keep dreaming. A sea-level waste like you dares to enter a massive secret realm? What do you mean returned early? I doubt you even went in." Before Yi Yun could respond, Wang Defa could no longer hold his tongue. "Are you looking for trouble?" Brother Yi was only placed in Group C because he didn't participate in the later matches. If he had, he would have easily dominated and moved up to Group S. Mu Chen was taken aback, his mind racing. He had not known that Yi Yun hadn't participated in the subsequent matches. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his disdain, sneering, "A true warrior never finds excuses for their failures. Only trash does. The fact that you are in Group C will never change, and thus, your image as garbage in my eyes will remain. If you wish to earn my respect, prove your worth in the upcoming matches." With that, Mu Chen turned on his heel and departed. Wang Defa was enraged, his chest heaving. "Brother Yi, why don't you teach him a lesson? That kid is too arrogant and really needs to be put in his place." Yi Yun shrugged. "With so many people around, how can I act? Don't worry, we will meet again eventually, and then it will be time to settle scores." Yi Yun sneered. Wang Defa's spirits lifted. "Great. I'll be looking forward to the spectacle." After exchanging a few more words, the two bid farewell and prepared for their respective battles. The current round was the placement matches, determining who could continue competing in the arena. The rules were straightforward. Matches would occur within each group, consisting of 10 rounds, with each match limited to 2 Pokémon. Winners would score a point, while losers would receive none. After 10 rounds, rankings would be determined based on points. The top 2 from each group would have the opportunity to participate in the placement matches and challenge for higher tiers. In other words, if Yi Yun wished to ascend to Group S, he first needed to achieve a top 2 finish in Group C. Yi Yun glanced at the match schedule, noting its intensity. Perhaps the organizers had reduced the rest periods due to the high number of participants. This meant that the recovery abilities of the Pokémon were crucial to the battles. The quicker they could recover, the more advantageous it would be. Conversely, slower recovery would only make later matches increasingly difficult. As someone possessing the power of Tokiwa, this was undoubtedly a significant advantage for Yi Yun. With the right timing and conditions, losing would be a challenge. The first match was against a contestant named Zhou Xiang, currently ranked 2500, which was over 1,000 places higher than Yi Yun. He wondered how formidable his opponent might be. Since Yi Yun had not participated in the later matches, he was unaware of the significance of his own ranking and thus could not gauge Zhou Xiang's strength. However, he was not overly concerned about this battle. If he couldn't even win in Group C, he might as well give up entirely. What a disgrace. Upon entering the arena, Yi Yun was soon confronted by his opponent, a boy of average appearance, with a standard face, a prominent nose, and thick lips, possessing a somewhat plump physique. He seemed to exude a naive charm. Let the match begin. With the referee's call, both sides released their Pokémon simultaneously. Yi Yun sent forth his King Snake, while his opponent unleashed a Beedrill. Pokémon, Beedrill, qualification, 2 stars, affinity, 235, gender, male, level, 30, intermediate, type, bug poison, ability, swarm, increases the power of bug-type moves when health is low. Hidden ability, none, item, none, skills, twin needle. Fury attack, rage, pursuit, charge, poison sting, final gambit, toxic spikes, pin missile, a level 30 Beedrill, lacking a hidden ability and any items, seemed rather underwhelming. Yi Yun clicked his tongue in discontent. If his opponent had been of a higher level or possessed a hidden ability like Sniper, he might have felt a spark of interest. But as it stood, he felt none whatsoever. His King Snake boasted a counteractive ability and an impressive signature move, Leaf Storm, coupled with a level of 52. Although the type disadvantage was present, their strengths were on entirely different planes. The Monarch Serpent utilized Coil. Yi Yun refrained from rushing into an immediate attack, instead opting to first command the Monarch Serpent to employ the Coil ability, thereby enhancing its attack, defense, and the accuracy of its skills. Although Leaf Storm possessed immense power, its accuracy was rather lacking. Hence, Yi Yan devised this strategy. Once the accuracy was sufficiently improved, he would unleash Leaf Storm, aiming for a swift defeat of the Beedrill. Zhou Yan, observing the situation, discerned the opponent's intent. However, he was unaware that Yi Yan's Monarch Serpent possessed the ability Contrarian. Mistakenly believing Yi Yan sought merely to bolster the accuracy of his skills in preparation for a formidable attack. Beedrill unleashed Pin Missile. Though Pin Missile lacked significant power, its strength lay in its capacity for consecutive strikes. If it hit fully, it could inflict considerable damage on the Monarch Serpent. Whoosh! A flurry of sharp spines transformed into lethal arrows, hurtling towards the Monarch Serpent. Monarch Serpent, sever them with Leaf Blade. Unfazed, Yi Yan issued another command to the Monarch Serpent. Crack! 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 The Monarch Serpent wielded two leaves as if they were grand blades, effortlessly slicing through the incoming pin missiles. Zhou Xiang's expression shifted as he was taken aback by the prowess of Yi Yan's Monarch Serpent. The speed of the pin missile was already formidable, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Yet, the Monarch Serpent effortlessly dispatched each and every one, not allowing a single strike to land. In terms of reflexes and striking speed, it was undoubtedly a top-tier entity. Persisting with pin missile, Zhou Xiang was resolute. Commanding Beedrill once more, Beedrill brandished its sharp stingers, launching several more projectiles. Yet, Yi Yan had no desire to engage in a war of attrition and promptly commanded the Monarch Serpent to unleash its grass-type ultimate move, Leaf Storm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tempest roared, swirling a myriad of green leaves into a verdant emerald dragon that spiraled toward Beedrill. The flying needles appeared insignificant before the storm, akin to a solitary boat amidst a raging sea, swiftly obliterated by the gale. The tempest surged forward, striking Beedrill directly. Boom! Beedrill was hurled away, crashing against the distant protective barrier, rendered unable to continue the fight. How infuriating, such strength! Zhou Yan recalled Beedrill, a solemn gravity settling upon his countenance. Initially, upon seeing Yi Yan's rank, he had assumed he had encountered an easy target, only to discover he was up against a formidable adversary. Given the strength Yi Yan had displayed, his rank could not possibly be so low. I concede. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yan opted for an immediate surrender. He still had one Pokémon yet to battle, but he lacked confidence in defeating Yi Yan's remaining two Pokémon consecutively. Just this Monarch Serpent was already a considerable challenge. Moreover, he had keenly observed that after executing Leaf Storm, the Monarch Serpent's abilities diminished rather than improved. Thus, he surmised that the Monarch Serpent possessed the ability Contrarian. With the Monarch Serpent already a difficult opponent, coupled with the Contrarian ability, it became even more challenging to contend with. Zhou Yan did not wish to squander his opportunity on a battle devoid of hope, thus he chose to surrender. Yi Yan, in response to Zhou Yan's concession, displayed no overt surprise, instead recognizing the opponent's decision as remarkably rational and astute. Given the tight schedule of the tournament, ensuring his Pokémon remained unscathed while minimizing energy expenditure was indeed a strategic consideration. Had Zhou Yan insisted on continuing the fight, only one outcome awaited him: the loss of both his Pokémon's combat capabilities, which would undoubtedly spell disaster for his subsequent battles. Thus, surrendering became the wisest choice. Yi Yan emerged victorious, the referee declared. Glancing at his battle record device on his wrist, Yi Yan noted his points had risen from 0 to 1. A smile gracing his face. The first round secured. Withdrawing the Monarch Serpent, Yi Yan departed the arena. Time to check on Wang Defa. Wondering if that fellow had emerged victorious. Noticing he had ample time before his next match, Yi Yan made his way to Wang Defa's battleground. Upon arrival, he spotted Wang Defa seated at the entrance, a look of despondency etched across his face. Yi Yan was astonished. How had this fellow exited so swiftly? Had he encountered a formidable opponent? From Wang Defa's demeanor, it was evident he had likely lost. Chapter 142, The Snake Master. Yi Yan approached directly, patting Wang Defa on the shoulder, jesting, "Lost, have you?" Wang Defa nodded glumly, overwhelmed by a sense of existential doubt. "Was your opponent particularly formidable?" Yi Yan inquired casually. Wang Defa lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he declared, "You would never guess who I faced in my first match." Yi Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seemed Wang Defa's initial adversary had left a profound impression on him. After a moment's thought, Yi Yan ventured, "It wasn't Mu Chun, was it?" They had just encountered Mu Chun, and given Mu Chun's prowess, Wang Defa would indeed be outmatched. However, Yi Yan found it somewhat implausible. He was well aware of Mu Cheng's capabilities, and while Su Ri had struggled to enter the S group, Joining an A group posed no significant challenge, suggesting they wouldn't have been placed in the same group. Logically, their paths should not have crossed. Wang Defa shook his head, lamenting, "No, I faced Yin Tianming." Yi Yan was taken aback. The name rang a bell. After careful recollection, he realized that Wang Defa had mentioned this individual the day before the tournament commenced. Allegedly, this person had dominated his opponents in the preliminaries with a Blaziken, advancing to the finals with an invincible aura. Ordinarily, someone of such caliber should not have been assigned to Group B. Wang Defa seemed to have discerned Yi Yun's confusion and, in his dejection, explained, "He, like you, missed several matches and ended up placed in Group B." Upon saying this, Wang Defa was overcome with tears. Why must my luck be so abysmal? To encounter such a freak right from the start, how am I to proceed? Yi good, do I still have a chance? Yi Yan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. There are 9 more matches ahead. As long as you put forth the effort, the prospect of advancing remains bright. But all my Pokémon were defeated by him. Wang Defa lamented. Initially, he had wished to gauge Yun Tianming's strength, only to be blindsided by a single attack that rendered his lead Pokémon incapacitated, leaving him no opportunity to react. Now, Wang Defa was filled with regret, wishing he had chosen to forfeit instead. At least then, he could have preserved his lead Pokémon. Now severely injured, his lead Pokémon was crucial, making it difficult for him to participate normally in the upcoming matches. Yi Yan merely smiled gently, assuring him, "Rest easy. I will handle this matter and ensure your lead Pokémon is revitalized before the next match." Wang Defa blinked in surprise, perplexed. "What do you plan to do?" Yi Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, radiating a sense of pride. "I am indeed a man endowed with the power of eternal life." 10 minutes later, Wang Defa gazed at the lively figure of the Leaf King before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Wow, Brother Yi, this is simply astounding. It's like a magic trick. I've heard of the mysterious power of eternal life, but I never imagined you possessed it, and so adeptly at that. This truly opens my eyes." Wang Defa exclaimed, filled with gratitude and admiration for Yi Yan. Yi Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing remarkable. "All right, my match is about to begin. I must take my leave. Remember, do not disclose my possession of the eternal life power to anyone." With that, Yi Yan turned and strode towards his arena. Wang Defa raised his hand, fervently assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Yi, my lips are sealed." Upon returning to the arena, Yi Yan was greeted by his second opponent, Xiao Yan. The sight of this name elicited a smile from Yi Yan. Could this fellow possibly be a snake charmer? As fate would have it, when Yi Yan beheld the creature released by his opponent, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, those named Xiao Yan seemed to have a penchant for snakes. The creature before him, a female and shimmering aber, was of rather mediocre strength, only at level 32. In contrast, Yi Yan summoned his Leaf King, boasting a formidable level of 50. One punch would suffice for this little one. "Aber, use bind," Xiao Yan commanded. Seizing the initiative, with a flick of its crimson tongue, the aber swiftly slithered to the side of the Leaf King, climbing up its sturdy thigh and wrapping its body around the Leaf King's massive form, constricting its arms tighter and tighter. Throughout this ordeal, the Leaf King offered no resistance, and Yi Yan remained entirely unperturbed. Seeing the aber succeed, a glimmer of excitement flickered across Xiao Yan's face. "Well done, aber. Tighten it further, until it surrenders." Xiao Yan was confident in his strategy. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. Sensing the opportune moment, Yi Yan spoke calmly to the Leaf King, "Show it your true strength." The Leaf King nodded, inhaled deeply, and in an instant, expanded significantly, causing the aber to gasp in shock. "Huh!" With a commanding shout, the Leaf King exerted a tremendous force outward, and with a resounding bang, the aber was flung away as though it were a mere ragdoll, crashing against the protective barrier with enough force to cause it to tremble perilously. Thud! The aber lay limp on the ground, its body twitching. The power exhibited by the Leaf King was overwhelming, far beyond what the aber could withstand. Had it not relinquished its grip in time, it might have been utterly shattered. Xiao Yan, witnessing the defeat of his longtime companion, the aber, felt a flicker of anger. "Return, you've done well." After recalling the aber, Yi Yan unleashed his second Pokémon, a small serpent, Milotic. Notably, Xiao Yan's Milotic was exceptionally well kept, its skin and luster impressively radiant. One could only wonder how Xiao Yan achieved such care. Seeing Milotic, Yi Yan was somewhat surprised. This Milotic was reasonably strong, at level 35. Under normal circumstances, such strength could have challenged Group B. However, Xiao Yan found himself in Group C, indicating a streak of unfortunate luck in facing several skilled opponents. Yi Yan felt a twinge of sympathy, but had no intention of holding back. "Leaf King, Seize the moment and use Hammer Arm to finish it. Wang Ming commanded the Leaf King. The Leaf King nodded, its gaze sharpening. Seeing Yi Yun remain unyielding, Xiaoyan chose to initiate the attack. Milotic, use Water Pulse. Milotic, with a graceful flourish, first cast a healing buff on itself before unleashing a swirling vortex towards the Leaf King. Whatever your myriad moves, I remain steadfast. The Leaf King stood resolute, impervious to the violent whirlwinds that sought to push it back. Realizing the futility of his first attack, Xiaoyan swiftly altered his strategy. Milotic, use Water Wave. Milotic swayed its elegant form, sending forth a wave of water that spread rapidly, slicing through the air like a sharpened scythe, striking the Leaf King. Ah! The Leaf King involuntarily let out a cry, though the sound was laden with implications. Continue using Water Wave, Xiaoyan commanded, hoping to exploit the unique effect of Water Wave to disorient the Leaf King, increasing the chances of self-harm during its attacks. As a seasoned combatant, Yi Yun instantly discerned Xiao Yan's intentions. He promptly instructed the Leaf King, jump to evade the Water Wave, then close in and use Hammer Arm. With a fierce roar, the Leaf King bent its legs and propelled itself skyward like a spring. Its massive form obscured the light, casting a shadow over the battlefield. The Leaf King descended like a mountain upon Milotic. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Milotic's heart raced. Xiaoyan, equally shocked by Yi Yun's audacious maneuver, hurriedly commanded, Milotic, evade it, don't let it hit you. Milotic swiftly maneuvered to the side, but the Leaf King matched its speed effortlessly. Upon landing, the impact sent tremors through the ground, shaking Milotic's form. The Leaf King lunged forward, its colossal fist raised to strike. In a moment of desperation, Milotic contorted its body, spiraling into a ring to narrowly avoid the Leaf King's blow. Yet, the ferocious gust of wind from the punch still grazed its skin, leaving behind several crimson marks. Xiaoyan watched in anguish, his heart aching for his beloved Pokémon. The Leaf King, however, showed no mercy. One punch was not enough, it followed up with another. The intervals between its strikes too brief for Milotic to react. The second punch landed squarely on Milotic's abdomen, sending it flying. With a resounding crash, Milotic collided with the protective barrier, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Simultaneously, the referee's voice rang out, declaring Yi Yun the victor. Xiaoyan rushed over, his face etched with concern as he checked on Milotic's condition. Seeing its frail form, his heart broke. Milotic, I'm so sorry. With a face full of guilt, Xiaoyan hurriedly departed with Minas. If not treated promptly, Minas could very well face life-threatening dangers. Indeed, he had garnered yet another point. Yi Yun's mood appeared particularly buoyant as he left the arena with a confident and composed stride. Shortly after the conclusion of the second match, Yi Yun found himself preparing for his third battle. The name of his opponent was rather peculiar, Tang San. Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Who were these characters he had encountered? First Xiaoyan, then Tang San. Would the next challenger be Shi Hao or Yi Fan? More pressing on Yi Yun's mind, however, was whether this fellow named Tang San had a penchant for rabbits, and if his most proficient skill was called Blue Silver Bind. If he wished to uncover the truth, he would have to engage in combat. This time, let us bring you into the fray, Yi Yun declared as he released Lucario. As for Dialga and Darkrai, he had no intention of deploying them just yet. Their identities were unlike any other Pokémon, and their appearance could stir unnecessary commotion. Furthermore, both possessed extraordinary strength, which Yi Yun intended to reserve as trump cards for later use. Once Lucario was on the field, Tang San summoned his own Pokémon. To Yi Yun's bemusement, his hunch had proven correct. Tang San's Pokémon was indeed a long-eared bunny. It was Yi Yun's first encounter with someone utilizing such a Pokémon, and curiosity piqued. He employed the system's detection function to probe the long-eared bunny's basic information. Pokémon, long-eared bunny. Qualification, 2 stars. Affinity, 255. Gender, female. Level, 32. Type, normal. Ability, charming body. May occasionally mesmerize opponents that come into contact with it. Hidden ability, none. Held item, soothing bell. A melodious bell that calms the Pokémon carrying it, making it more inclined to bond with its trainer. Skills, gratitude, cry, pound, round, jump, detect, mirror reflect, magic reflect, bounce, healing wish, tilling, endure, round eye, quick attack, flying kick, switch, quick movement, shadow clone, charm, self-motivation, bind. Upon observing the maximal affinity and an array of peculiar skills, Yi Yun's expression turned decidedly strange. Was this Tang San truly a legitimate trainer? Could a serious trainer possibly teach a long-eared bunny to learn cry, bind, charm, shadow clone, and self-motivation, skills that were utterly questionable? Clearly not. Moreover, judging by the long-eared bunny's fit physique, it was evident that it had undergone extensive training, further solidifying Yi Yun's suspicions. The mere thought of such unsavory images sent a chill down his spine, eliciting contempt within him. This Tang San is truly repugnant. Since fate has brought us together, I shall take it upon myself to deliver a proper lesson. Yi Yun scoffed. Perhaps it stemmed from his deep-seated disdain for the name Tang San, or perhaps from his disagreement with the individual's methods. Regardless, Yi Yun felt a profound aversion towards the man before him. Unpleasant in his eyes, it was only natural that he would seek to confront him. Chapter 144. 10 consecutive draws, peculiar rewards. Lucario, unleash Aura Sphere. Yi Yun commanded, eager to conclude the match swiftly. Lucario. Lucario responded with a cry, condensing a brilliant blue Aura Sphere in its grasp and launching it towards the long-eared bunny. Tang San, unfazed, wore a confident smile, exuding an air of arrogance as he calmly instructed, long-eared bunny, use bounce. The long-eared bunny leapt high into the air, as if equipped with powerful springs, evading Lucario's Aura Sphere. Then, transforming into a meteor, it descended with both feet aimed squarely at Lucario's face. Yi Yun, however, remained composed, biding his time. As the long-eared bunny drew near, he finally issued his command. Dodge and engage in close combat. Lucario bent low, aligning its body parallel to the ground, narrowly avoiding the long-eared bunny's descent. Then, in a stunning display, it executed a nimble flip and lunged at the long-eared bunny, delivering a powerful blow that sent it flying. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Yi Yun urged as Lucario darted back to the long-eared bunny's side. Follow up with a series of force palm strikes. Bam! 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 Lucario first landed an uppercut that sent the long-eared bunny soaring back into the air, followed by a relentless flurry of punches that struck its body from both sides. With the advantage of type effectiveness and additional special effects, the long-eared bunny quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this unfold, Tang San felt a pang of anguish. Little bunny. My little bunny. Ignoring the match, he quickly retrieved the fainted long-eared bunny into its pokeball and produced a healing item to tend to it. Awaken, my beloved. Yi Yun. Referee. Contestant Tang San, do you wish to continue the match? The referee inquired, brow furrowed. A sinister expression flickered across Tang San's face as he retorted angrily. I curse your mother. The referee was taken aback, his demeanor darkening. In all his years of officiating matches, he had never encountered someone so audacious as to insult him in such a manner. Without hesitation, he declared Tang San's disqualification due to his disrespectful behavior. Yet Tang San remained unfazed, focused solely on the well-being of his long-eared bunny. You wait, brat. I, Tang San, will not let you go. Dare to lay a hand on my little bunny, and I shall make you taste my wrath. Tang San glared at Yi Yun, his voice hoarse and chilling, akin to a beast ready to pounce. Yi Yun merely scoffed, taunting, Oh, are you planning to use blue silverbind? Were it not for the arena's regulations against brawling, he would have certainly taught Tang San a lesson, making him understand the reason behind the blooming flowers. Lucario, let us depart. Yi Yun turned away, not sparing Tang San a glance as he walked off with Lucario. To him, Tang San was but an inconsequential nuisance. By afternoon, Yi Yun had completed all his matches, emerging victorious without exception. A total of 10 points, rightfully claiming the top position in Group C. Naturally, there was a possibility of others tying with him. In such a case, if more than 2 individuals were involved, further one-on-one battles would ensue. However, Yi Yun harbored no worries. His primary focus remained on the upcoming placement matches, which promised to be a rigorous challenge. With a wealth of points now accumulated, it was time for another round of 10 consecutive draws. After several days of accumulation, his points had reached a staggering 30,000. A mere 10 consecutive draws, equating to a mere 1,000 points, was insignificant. Opening the system, Yi Yun addressed it. System, initiate 10 consecutive draws for me. Ding. 1,000 points deducted. Conducting the lottery, please wait. 10 seconds later, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Master Ball. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Super Experience Candy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Miracle Fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Miracle Fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Hell Ball. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Normal Type Z Crystal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Miracle Candy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Dark Ball. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Miracle Fruit. In total, Yi Yun had acquired 5 miracle fruits. 1 Master Ball, 1 Super Experience Candy, 1 Normal Type Z Crystal, 1 Dark Ball, and 1 Hell Ball. Staring at the rewards before him, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. For 2 of the rewards were entirely unfamiliar to him. One was the Dark Ball, and the other was the Hell Ball. He had heard of the Dark Ball, which could facilitate capturing Pokémon in shadowy places, but the Dark Ball was a novelty to him. Could it be a special Pokeball produced by the system? Yi Yun murmured to himself. Filled with curiosity, he clicked on the introduction regarding the Dark Ball. Dark Ball, a rather unique Pokeball that can capture certain specific Pokémon. The description was exceedingly succinct, amounting to almost nothing. What made the Dark Ball so special? Which specific Pokémon did it refer to? The system disclosed not a word. Yi Yun, somewhat speechless, questioned the system. Can you elaborate further on the function of the Dark Ball? Unfortunately, the system coldly refused him. No. Yi Yun sighed. Well, perhaps I shall ponder it later. When confronted with the unknown, Yi Yun typically opted to set it aside for a time, believing that answers would eventually reveal themselves. Abandoning his inquiries into the Dark Ball, Yi Yun turned his attention to another uniquely shaped Pokeball, the Hell Ball. Just the name alone sounded formidable. It surely was not a simple item. Yi Yun muttered to himself, expressing his approval of the Hell Ball. Upon clicking on it, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Hell Ball, an exceptionally unique Pokeball capable of capturing Pokémon in special conditions while isolating their aura. After reading the system's description of the Hell Ball, Yi Yun felt utterly disheartened. Great, yet another ambiguous description. The precise function would likely require personal exploration. Stowing away the 2 peculiar Pokeballs, Yi Yun then scrutinized the remaining rewards. The Miracle Fruits and Super Experience Candy could be administered to Rayquaza, allowing it to ascend in level. The Master Ball had no immediate use, so he decided to keep it for now. As for the Normal Type Z Crystal, it was indeed a splendid item. A smile crept onto Yi Yun's lips, revealing his satisfaction. Among all the rewards, the one he cherished most was this Normal Type Z Crystal. Chapter 145, Slot Competition. Yi Yi's Progress. If bestowed upon the Slacker King, it would undoubtedly result in a decisive victory against even the smallest of challengers. Yi Yun burst into laughter, envisioning the Slacker King dominating the battlefield. It is well known that the Slacker King possesses a terrifying attack power. With Yi Yun's Slacker King, that power would be doubled. Coupled with the formidable might of Z moves, it would become an existence capable of cataclysmic destruction. With a single punch, the very void would shatter. Even legendary Pokémon would likely falter before its might. However, to unleash the Z move's full potential, Yi Yun needed to undertake one more task, to teach the Slacker King a powerful normal-type move. The greater the move's power, the more formidable the corresponding Z move. Ultimate Invincible Collision would become. First, he would examine the Slacker King's skill learning list. Yi Yun opened the Slacker King's information panel, and instantly, all the skills it could learn appeared before him. After a thorough selection, Yi Yun ultimately focused on the move Ultimate Impact. Should the Slacker King learn Ultimate Impact, when executing the Z move, it would transform into Ultimate Invincible Collision. Given that Ultimate Impact has an initial power of 150, the power of Ultimate Invincible Collision would thus rise to 200, reaching its zenith. Yi Yun murmured to himself, the light in his eyes growing increasingly fervent. A power of 200 could only be described as cataclysmic. Even without the Berserker ability, the Slacker King, armed with this move, would certainly be capable of dispatching challengers with a single blow. This was the one. Yi Yun made his decision with barely a moment's hesitation. He accessed the system shop, spending 5,000 points to purchase the Ultimate Impact skill learning device, successfully allowing the Slacker King to learn it. Subsequently, he equipped it with a normal Z crystal. Instantly, the Slacker King's information underwent a dramatic transformation. Pokémon, Slacker King. Qualification, 5 stars. Affection, 180. Gender, male. Level, 52. Type, normal. Ability, Berserker, possessing divine strength. Attack power is doubled. Hidden ability, none. Item held, normal Z. Once equipped, normal type moves transform into the Z move Ultimate Invincible Collision. Skills, bluff, try again, grab, yawn. Slack off, arm thrust, throw, punish, critical hit, amnesia, desire, gradual breakthrough, double return, frenzy, punish, rock slide, ultimate impact. It was all perfect. Yi Yun was quite satisfied. With it, the slot competition was assured. Yi Yun brimmed with confidence, a smile of assurance gracing his face. Just then, Wang Defo emerged. Upon his arrival, Wang Defo wore a glum expression, his head hung low. Noticing his dismal demeanor, Yi Yun surmised that the competition results were not favorable, and thus refrained from inquiring further. merely placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Wang Defa sighed deeply, fixing a serious gaze upon Yi Yun as he said, "Brother Yi, I'm afraid I've reached my limit. From here on, it's all up to you." Yi Yun nodded, responding, "Don't worry, I've got this." Seeing Yi Yun's unwavering confidence, Wang Defa felt a sense of relief. "By the way, Brother Yi, you must be first in Group C, right? With your strength. Isn't it just a stroll in the park?" Yi Yun non-committally nodded. 10 consecutive victories should, under normal circumstances, secure the top spot. Wang Defa silently gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. I wish you the best of luck in tomorrow's slot competition." "Thanks." After bidding farewell to Wang Defa, Yi Yun returned home. Upon entering, he found Yi Yi emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel, with damp hair cascading haphazardly over her fragrant shoulders. Her petite cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She appeared irresistibly adorable. "How was your training today?" Yi Yun inquired with a smile, as the countdown to the Salt City Trainer competition dwindled to a mere day. Yi Yi, aspiring for a commendable performance, had been diligently honing her skills in the preceding days. A radiant smile illuminated her face, revealing 2 sparkling little fangs. "Brother, look," she exclaimed, as she grasped a pokeball from the table and released its contents. "Come out, Xiaonan, let brother have a look at you." In an instant, a burst of white light materialized, and a small, charming Pokémon appeared before Yi Yun. Kyrillian. Yi Yun's face registered a tinge of astonishment upon witnessing the Pokémon's appearance. "Your Ralts has evolved?" A flicker of pride danced across Yi Yi's face as she lifted her chin, exuding an air of triumph akin to that of a swan. "Indeed. Yi, aren't I impressive?" Yi Yun replied nonchalantly, "Not bad, but you still lag behind me by several tiers." Instantly, Yi Yi's countenance darkened, clearly displeased. She approached Yi Yun and playfully nipped at his arm. Turning her face away, she huffed, "Humph, brother, you're so mean and naughty. I'll ignore you." Yi Yun chuckled, pinching her soft cheek and feigning indignation. "Have you grown wings? You dare to bite me?" Yi Yi opened her rosy lips, playfully lunging at him. "Oh, naughty brother, don't pinch my face." Yi Yun laughed heartily, one hand gripping her cheek while the other pressed down on her head, teasing her. To his delight, her delicate form made it impossible for her to retaliate. "Whoa, you big bad brother, you're bullying me again." With no means of retaliation, Yi Yi resorted to a playful pout, feigning tears. Yi Yun hastily released his grip. All right, I was wrong, okay?" Yi Yi's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as she lunged at him, seizing his arm and biting down hard, leaving a faint mark. Before Yi Yun could react, she spun around and darted towards her room. "Hey, you little rascal." Yi Yun was left both amused and exasperated, reaching out to grab her. In his clumsiness, he inadvertently seized the towel draped around her. With a swish, the towel fell away. Perhaps it was due to Yi Yi's smooth skin or the towel not being securely fastened, but it slipped away effortlessly. Yi Yun stood frozen in place, while Yi Yi felt a sudden chill and quickly realized what had transpired. Her face flushed crimson, and her ears burned with embarrassment. Turning away, she swiftly snatched the towel from Yi Yun's hands and scampered upstairs. Yi Yun remained in a daze, his mind lingering on a singular image. Chapter 146, The Positioning Match. Demon God Arena. The following day, at the Demon City Arena, the rankings for each group were announced. Unsurprisingly, Yi Yun secured the first position in Group C. The second place was occupied by a young girl named Gongsun Yutong, with a score of 9, just 1 point shy of his. This indicated that she had triumphed in 9 matches, appearing to be of a similar age to Yi Yi. It was quite remarkable for someone so young to possess such prowess. "Big brother, I'm heading out. Would you like to join me?" At that moment, a girl clad in a pink jacket approached, her face adorned with an adorable smile. She possessed a cascade of cherry blossom-colored hair that danced in the gentle breeze. A white butterfly hairband adorned her right side, enhancing her already charming appearance. Her eyes, a captivating shade of yellow-green, sparkled like stars, resembling 2 precious gems set against her rosy complexion. In her hands, she held a bouquet of cherry blossoms, her large eyes crescent-shaped as she beamed at Yi Yun. She was none other than Gongsun Yutong, the second in Group C. Utilizing her family's influence, she had learned of the rankings ahead of time and had been eagerly awaiting Yi Yun's arrival to catch a glimpse of the individual who had achieved 10 consecutive victories. Surpassing her, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly glancing around before pointing to himself and asking, "Are you calling for me?" Gongsun Yutong pouted playfully, "Yes. I know you are Yi Yun, the top of Group C, 1 rank above me." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun understood. The talented girl he had just been pondering was indeed this little sister before him. Noticing Yi Yun's somewhat dazed expression, Gongsun Yutong couldn't help but laugh. Tugging at his arm and leading him outside. "Come on, The draw is about to begin. Yi Yun, with a resigned smile, followed her. The draw she referred to concerned the seeding for the positioning matches. Unlike the previous two competitions, the seeding matches were determined by a drawing system. The top two from each group would participate in the matches, starting with Group C. If they continued to win, they could challenge higher tiers. If they lost, they would remain in their original group. The rules for the matches were straightforward, following a 3v3 format. Each participant could deploy 3 Pokémon for battle, with victory awarded to the trainer whose Pokémon remained standing last. Within each match, Mega Evolution, Dynamax, and Z-moves could only be utilized one at a time, ensuring balance within the competition. Before long, the pair arrived at the drawing venue. Our opponents will be determined by this draw. If luck is not on your side and you draw the top of Group B, then I might have the advantage, Gongsun Yutong teased. Yi Yun waved dismissively, feigning indifference. It doesn't matter to me. It's all the same who I face. You're the little sister, so you draw first this time to avoid accusations of bullying. Gongsun Yutong made a playful face at him. Humph, you were just bragging. Just wait until I draw the second position. We'll see if you're still smiling then. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, not bad for someone so young. Her competitive spirit is quite fierce. If given the chance, I'll have to teach her a lesson and show her my strength. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yutong had already scampered up to the stage. She reached into the box and retrieved a yellow orb. Upon opening it, she discovered the number 2 written inside. This meant her opponent was the second in Group B. Gongsun Yutong leapt for joy. Yay, this is fantastic. I drew the second position. See, big brother, I wasn't lying. She ran over to Yi Yun, waving the small orb in front of him. At that moment, the referee announced, in the first round of the positioning matches, Gongsun Yutong will face Zhuge Zhan, and Yi Yun will compete against Mu Chun. Upon hearing Mu Chen's name, Yi Yun felt a sudden surge of surprise. He had presumed that with Mu Chen's prowess, he would undoubtedly advance to Group A, yet he found himself relegated to Group B. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Chun had indeed been placed in Group A originally. However, after encountering Yi Yun, he had a change of heart, secretly leveraging his family's influence to swap rankings with a competitor from Group B. Given that the Mu family was one of the sponsors of this event, and considering the agreement was mutually beneficial, one might argue that Mu Chun had somewhat of a disadvantage in the arrangement. Consequently, the organizers turned a blind eye, allowing Mu Chun to return to Group B, where he indeed dominated, achieving an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss, successfully securing the top spot in Group B. Had it not been for his Pokémon's exhaustion, he would have achieved a remarkable 10 consecutive victories. In the waiting room, upon receiving the list of matchups, Mu Chun could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Oh, Yi Yun, at long last, I meet you again. This time, I shall not repeat past mistakes, but will decisively defeat you to avenge our previous encounter. With resolute steps, Mu Chun strode out of the waiting room. Meanwhile, Mr. Yi Yun, please follow me. As you drew number 1, your match will commence first. Miss Gongsun Yutong, please bear with us. After Mr. Yi Yun's match concludes, it will be your turn, the referee patiently informed both participants. Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement, while Gongsun Yutong beamed. All right, thank you, referee. Curious about the competition venue, Yi Yun inquired. What is the location for this match? The referee chuckled heartily. The true Demon God Arena. The Demon God Arena is the most luxurious venue in the Magic City, situated at the heart of the Magic City Sports Center, a unique architectural marvel. Spanning an area comparable to 2 football fields, it boasts nearly 10,000 spectator seats. Moreover, the venue employs cutting-edge holographic technology, allowing for seamless alterations to the competitive environment via a central computer. Surrounding the arena is a state-of-the-art protective barrier, impervious even to powerful attacks like the destructive Death Ray or Dragon Star Cluster, ensuring the utmost safety for the audience. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that the Demon God Arena is a flawless blend of technology and artistry. And now, Yi Yun was about to compete there, with nearly 10,000 spectators eagerly watching. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Inside the arena, a sea of spectators filled the stands, buzzing with anticipation for the upcoming matches. At that moment, Yi Yun entered through the left entrance with a relaxed demeanor, while Mu Chun simultaneously made his entrance from the right. Their eyes locked, igniting fierce sparks of rivalry. Their long-standing enmity was palpable, although Yi Yun dismissed it lightly. Mu Chun had no intention of doing so. Today, old grievances would be settled. I have finally awaited your arrival. Did you ever imagine we would meet here? I have put in tremendous effort for this battle. Mu Chun sneered, his gaze piercing and intimidating. Yi Yun chuckled mockingly. Oh, did you really exert yourself? I must thank you for your unwavering dedication to delivering yourself to me. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. His words incensed Mu Chun, igniting his fury. Yi Yun, you can only boast with words. Do you dare to face me directly? Watch as I trample you before everyone. Yi Yun retorted with a scoff. Just make sure you don't end up on the ground first. The atmosphere between them was electric, teetering on the brink of conflict, as both competitors exhibited their eagerness. The referee, equally charged with excitement, swiftly introduced their details before declaring, "Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than the arena erupted with sound. The ground began to transform, towering trees sprouting from the earth. The once barren terrain now morphed into lush grassland, teeming with vitality. "Look, it's a grassy arena," a voice in the audience exclaimed, indicating familiarity with the venue's various competitive environments. Yi Yun observed the forest setting and felt a flicker of surprise. As a creature accustomed to the woodland, his Pokémon, the King of Leaves, was well suited for this environment. In a sense, it conferred a certain advantage upon him. It seemed even fate was conspiring to assist him in victory. What reason did he have to refuse? Slowly, Yi Yun retrieved the Pokeball containing the King of Leaves. Preparing for the first match, Mu Chun, upon seeing the forest arena, had initially intended to release a grass-type Pokémon to capitalize on the terrain. However, he feared that Yi Yun might anticipate his strategy and counter with a fire-type Pokémon. What should he unleash? Caught in a dilemma, Mu Chun pondered whether to gamble and assume Yi Yun would predict his prediction by sending out a grass type or to play it safe with a Pokémon unrelated to either grass or fire. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Chun resolved to take a bold risk and release a grass-type Pokémon. He would wager that Yi Yun would indeed anticipate his move. With a decisive snap, both competitors simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Yi Yun summoned his level 53 King of Leaves, while Mu Chun unleashed a level 45 Venusaur. See, I knew someone would choose a grass-type Pokémon. This Mu Chun is quite impressive for selecting a starter Pokémon. But Yi Yun, what a fool. If I were him, I would have directly sent out a fire-type Pokémon to counter. The disparity between groups C and B was evident. Ultimately, Yi Yun was still lacking. If I were in this match, I would surely defeat Yi Yun. Indeed, Yi Yun is a genius from the Magic City Pokemon University. How could he possibly be compared to someone like Mu Chun? Exactly. Yi Yun is invincible. Let's defeat that pretty boy. Even before the battle commenced, the audience had already divided into factions, rallying for their preferred competitors. Wang Defa, on stage, fervently waved his glow stick, shouting, "Go Yigo! Yigo is unbeatable. Yigo forever." Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of his enthusiastic supporter. Shifting his focus back to the arena, he prepared to commence his performance. "I wonder how long you can endure?" Yi Yun taunted Mu Chun. Mu Chun, taken aback, soon felt a surge of anger. "You underestimate me? I demand retribution. Venusaur, unleash Vine Whip." Whoosh. The tendrils transformed into powerful appendages, lunging toward the Slacker King. Crack. The Vine Whip struck the Slacker King with vigor. Yet it bore no tangible consequence, akin to merely scratching an itch. The Slacker King sneered, raising its middle finger at Venusaur, as if to mock. "Is that all you've got? Did you skip breakfast? Can you muster a bit more force?" This comical spectacle sent the audience into fits of laughter. Mu Chun's expression darkened. He longed to deliver a punch to the Slacker King's face. At that moment, Yi Yun commanded the Slacker King, use ultimate impact. Roar. The Slacker King bellowed, furiously pounding its chest with both fists. Then, like a colossal beast, it charged at Venusaur, its momentum instilling fear in the very fabric of the arena. Even more alarming was its extraordinary speed. Mu Chun's countenance changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Yi Yun's fierce determination from the outset. It is well known that while Ultimate Impact boasts formidable power, it comes with a fatal flaw. The user becomes immobilized for one turn post-usage, effectively placing their fate in the hands of their opponent. Such a move is considered a grave error in the arena, especially at the onset of battle. Even if one could take down their adversary in a single blow, what of the next turn when the opponent counters with a Pokémon specifically designed to exploit their weaknesses? The exchange would simply equate to a one-for-one trade. Or, in a more devious scenario, the opponent could employ Sleep Powder, rendering you a mere tool for enhancing their own abilities. How embarrassing would that be? Mu Chun pondered in vain why Yi Yun would make such a reckless decision. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to anchor yourself to the ground and elevate into the air to evade its charge. Mu Chun's mind raced, cleverly utilizing Venusaur's abilities. Vine Whip. Venusaur retracted its tendril and drove it into the earth below. Using it as leverage, it propelled itself into the air. Alas, it was a moment too late. Just as it ascended halfway, the Slacker King barreled forward, colliding directly with Venusaur's abdomen. Bam! Venusaur was sent flying, incapacitated. Muchun, his face darkened, withdrew Venusaur with a scowl. Your Slacker King is now paralyzed. Let us see how you manage this predicament, he sneered. Preparing to unleash his second Pokémon to swiftly dispatch the Slacker King and simultaneously bolster his own attributes. This would ensure a one-for-one exchange, leaving him unscathed. Perhaps even profiting slightly. Chapter 148. You thought I was on the first layer? In truth, I reside in the stratosphere. Arise, Houndoom. Muchun summoned forth his prized Pokémon, the one he had nurtured the longest. After being defeated by Yi Yun's Slacker King, Houndoom had tirelessly trained, yearning for the day it could exact revenge and reclaim its lost honor. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Although Houndoom did not have a type advantage over the Slacker King, its inherent strength should not be underestimated. Especially after enduring Muchun's grueling training, its overall prowess had skyrocketed. It now possessed peak elite-level capabilities. Coupled with Houndoom's arsenal of potent attacks, facing the immobile Slacker King presented a real possibility for a decisive blow. Perhaps, if fortune favored them, Houndoom could even enhance its capabilities in the process. Thus, Muchun opted to release Houndoom. I thought it was some grand Pokémon, but it's merely that former mystical Houndoom. Huh, a mere loser who once fell to the Slacker King. I hardly regard it as a threat. Under Muchun's icy gaze, Yi Yun withdrew the Slacker King into its Pokeball, substituting it with Lucario. This maneuver left the audience baffled. What was he attempting? Why withdraw the Slacker King? Even if he recalled it, its paralysis would remain. When he eventually released it again, it would still be immobilized. Perhaps he intended to forfeit the Slacker King? After all, he had already lost one Pokémon, and currently held a numerical advantage. Whispers circulated among the spectators. Muchun stood frozen, bewildered by Yi Yun's intentions. Even if he recalled the Slacker King, it would not alter its paralyzed state. Eventually, he would still confront this insurmountable dilemma. Unless, of course, Yi Yun planned to forego releasing the Slacker King altogether. Did he intend to challenge me with merely the remaining two Pokémon in a 2v2 battle? How audacious. Very well. Allow me to showcase Houndoom's true strength. A glint of determination flashed in Muchun's eyes as he issued a command. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Houndoom opened its jaws, lined with menacing fangs, and unleashed a torrent of fire, roaring fiercely as it surged toward Lucario. Lucario, utilize Aura Sphere. Yi Yun commanded calmly. Lucario conjured an Aura Sphere and hurled it, colliding with Houndoom's Flamethrower. Boom. The two forces of energy clashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A searing inferno erupted, sending waves of scorching heat radiating outward. The massive energy fluctuation struck the protective barrier, causing it to tremble violently. The sheer magnitude of the power was palpable. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. Your Houndoom has certainly grown stronger. He recalled their previous encounter, where Houndoom had been far less formidable. Muchun's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Ah, are you feeling intimidated? Too late now. Even if you concede, I shall not accept your surrender. With Yi Yun's acknowledgement, Muchun's confidence soared, and he commanded Houndoom once more. Houndoom, continue with Flamethrower. Let it submit in terror. Roar. Houndoom growled low, gathering another flame before directing it at Lucario. Observing this, Yi Yun swiftly altered his strategy. Lucario, evade it, then use Double Team to confuse its vision. Lucario nodded, deftly leaping to avoid Houndoom's Flamethrower, swiftly creating numerous duplicates that surrounded Houndoom. Sensing the threat, Houndoom emitted a low growl. Realizing that identifying Lucario's true form was crucial to avoid being put on the defensive, Muchun commanded, use Inferno. Houndoom howled to the heavens, flames erupting around it. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the arena in a blazing inferno. Additionally, flames flared beneath Lucario's feet, threatening to incinerate its duplicates. It appeared that Lucario's illusions were on the verge of being obliterated. Simultaneously, Yi Yun issued an attack command. Utilize the wave missile to resolve this. 10 Lucario leaped in unison, coalescing their energy into wave missiles. Like celestial deities descending from the heavens, they hurled their wave missiles towards Black Rayquaza. In that moment, Black Rayquaza was momentarily disoriented, unsure of which Lucario to defend against. At that juncture, the effects of Inferno merely allowed it to discern 3 of Lucario's duplicates, while 7 more charged towards it, leaving it uncertain as to which was the true Lucario. Muchun, realizing that further attacks were futile, commanded Black Rayquaza. Quickly evade and burst through the gap. With 3 of Lucario's illusions shattered, a vulnerability was revealed on Black Rayquaza's left side. Not daring to hesitate, Black Rayquaza leaped towards the opening, prepared to break free. However, unbeknownst to it, Lucario had anticipated this move and awaited it at the breach. as Black Rayquaza rushed forward. A smile crept across Lucario's lips, and it swiftly slammed the wave missile down upon Black Rayquaza's head. With a pained cry, Black Rayquaza was sent flying. Lucario relentlessly pursued, moving swiftly to Black Rayquaza's side, and before it could touch the ground, executed a low kick that struck its abdomen directly. Instantly, Black Rayquaza felt a surge of agony, its head tilting as it succumbed to unconsciousness. A gentle melancholy enveloped the scene. Thud! Black Rayquaza's body plummeted from the sky, akin to a meteor crashing to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. The referee, witnessing this, promptly declared, Black Rayquaza has lost its combat ability. Mu-Chen's expression darkened considerably. Having lost 2 out of 3 matches, he realized that another defeat would mean bidding farewell to the tournament. Yet, what grieved him most was the realization that despite his arduous training, he remained no match for Yi Yun, who had completely overwhelmed him. He could not accept such an outcome. Then I have no choice but to send it out, Mu-Chen stated with a hint of resignation. In truth, he possessed a far more formidable Pokémon that had yet to be unleashed. However, that particular Pokémon was exceedingly powerful, surpassing even Black Rayquaza, and was notoriously unruly, often disregarding his commands. Under normal circumstances, he would refrain from bringing it into play. Given its unpredictable nature, even he, its trainer, could not exert complete control over it. Should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 149. What can you use to block a punch with a power of 200? After weighing his options for a moment, Mu-Chen steeled himself. He did not wish to exit the arena in such a manner, nor did he wish to suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of Yi Yun. He was determined to win. Taking a deep breath, Mu-Chen retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Please, I entrust you with this, he said earnestly before tossing the Pokeball into the air. Come forth, Blaziken. With a flash of white light, a magnificent Pokémon materialized before the onlookers. Enveloped in flames, its piercing eyes bore an intimidating gaze, akin to 2 sharp blades thrusting into the souls of those who met its stare. Upon seeing Blaziken, Yi Yun could not help but express surprise. The dark stripes adorning Blaziken indicated that it was no ordinary creature, but rather a Pokémon from a secret realm, specifically, a secret realm Blaziken. Pokémon from the secret realm generally possess superior combat capabilities compared to their normal counterparts, but they also tend to exhibit bloodthirsty and volatile temperaments, making them prone to losing control. The Blaziken before him exuded a powerful aura, signaling that it was indeed formidable, causing Yi Yun to sense a dangerous presence. Involuntarily, Yi Yun activated the system's capabilities to assess the basic information of this secret realm Blaziken. Pokémon, Blaziken, qualification, 3 stars, affinity, 70, gender, male, level, 62. Type, firefighting. Ability, blaze, power of fire type moves increases when HP is low. Hidden ability, none. Item, charcoal, increases fire type move power by 20. Moves, scratch. Double kick, fire punch, fire kick, sand attack, growl, ember, high jump kick, flare blitz, peck, overheat, quick attack, bulk up, focus energy, brave bird, sky uppercut, sunny day. Low kick. Upon discovering that this Blaziken was at level 62, Yi Yun understood that matters were becoming increasingly complicated. This was proving to be rather challenging. It appeared that Mu-Chen was serious, unleashing a Pokémon with such low affinity. One could only wonder if he could control this Blaziken effectively in battle. Yi Yun harbored doubts, considering this might be his opportunity to secure victory. Before him lay 2 choices. First, he could continue utilizing Lucario in battle, albeit requiring Mega Evolution to gain an advantageous position. Secondly, he could deploy his slacking. Due to the effects of paralysis, he would need to withstand Blaziken's attack for 1 round before executing a Z move, which could potentially resolve the conflict in 1 blow. Although Blaziken boasted an impressive level of 62, its defenses were not particularly robust, coupled with Slacking's monstrous offensive capabilities and the immense power of Z moves. Dispatching it in 1 strike would be more than sufficient. After careful contemplation, Yi Yun recalled Lucario. He preferred a decisive victory over a drawn-out battle. Moreover, he was eager to test the power of his Z move. Slacking, this time it's your turn, he declared as he summoned Slacking onto the battlefield. Upon witnessing Yi Yun's choice to reintroduce Slacking, Mu-Chen could not contain his laughter. Huh, you do realize my Blaziken possesses fighting attributes, which counter your Slacking. Yet you still choose to send it out? Are you conceding to me? With a scoff, Yi Yun retorted, and what of your attribute advantage? Do you truly believe that will suffice to defeat me? You shall be sorely disappointed. This match is destined for your defeat. Mu-Chen's expression hardened, darkening with rage. How dare Yiyan look down upon him? This was intolerable. I will make you pay for your arrogance. Blaziken, charge in and use Sky Uppercut. Teach him a lesson, so he understands our might. Mu Chen bellowed, fury blazing in his eyes. With a dismissive grunt, Blaziken ignored Mu Chen's command. Its fists engulfed in searing flames as it charged towards Slacking. Clearly, it had no intention of adhering to Mu Chen's orders, driven by its own instincts. Yiyun, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress his laughter, mocking, "Is this truly your strategy? You've summoned a Pokémon you cannot control. How utterly embarrassing." Fuming with rage, Mu Chen clenched his fists, his face turning a shade of deep crimson. "Mind your own business. As long as we can win, that is all that matters." Although Blaziken did not heed his commands, at least it was not standing idly by. The ability to attack was something he could be grateful for. Bang! The blazing chicken unleashed a powerful punch upon the Sloth King, the searing flames singeing the fur adorning its body. However, the Sloth King, with its robust physique, remained largely unscathed by the blow. In swift succession, the blazing chicken executed a fiery kick that struck the Sloth King. At that moment, the Sloth King broke free from its momentary rigidity. Stretching its limbs, it let out a furious roar and retaliated with a punch that pushed the blazing chicken back. The blazing chicken's expression turned icy. Rather than retreating, it pressed forward, its fists engulfed in flames as it launched a rapid flurry of strikes. Bang! 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 The two combatants exchanged blows, locked in a fierce contest, neither willing to yield. Yiyan could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Truly, it was an entity rivaling the legendary beings, displaying no signs of weakness despite a significant level disparity of around 10 levels. Bang! 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 The two continued their relentless exchange, each demonstrating their fervor, unwilling to concede. At this juncture, Yiyan seized the opportunity. Gradually raising his right hand, he revealed the Z-ring adorning his wrist. Upon seeing the Z-ring, Mu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. What? He actually possesses a Z-ring. This implies that the Sloth King is equipped with a Z-crystal? A thunderous realization struck Mu Chen's mind as he anticipated the imminent developments. This is bad. He intends to unleash a Z-move to conclude the battle. Aware of Yi Yun's intentions, Mu Chen disregarded whether the blazing chicken would heed him or not. He hastily shouted at the blazing chicken, "Create some distance." The blazing chicken furrowed its brow, perplexed by Mu Chen's command. Its inherent pride compelled it to defy Mu Chen, choosing not to distance itself from the Sloth King, but rather to engage even more fiercely. Observing this, Yi Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Knowing that the outcome of this battle had become inevitable, ultimate invincible charge, Yi Yun pressed the button on his Z-ring and vociferously declared. Instantly, a blinding white light erupted from the Sloth King, resembling the descent of a deity. Roar! A series of thunderous roars ensued as the Sloth King pounded its chest, transforming into a colossal ape of divine might, radiating immeasurable white light as it charged towards the blazing chicken. The blazing chicken's expression changed dramatically, finally comprehending why Mu Chen had urged it to distance itself from the Sloth King. Regret washed over it for not heeding Mu Chen's advice. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was no room for regret now. Bang! The Sloth King's immense form collided violently with the blazing chicken's frail body. The blazing chicken felt as though it had been struck by a mountainside, its entire being threatened to shatter. And a wave of dread engulfed its mind as it succumbed to the overwhelming force, losing consciousness in an instant. Chapter 150, The Strength of Gongsun Yutong, Part 1. Mu Chen stood in stunned silence, observing his once proud blazing chicken being effortlessly defeated by Yi Yun's Sloth King with a single blow, disbelief etched across his face. Although the power of a Z-move was formidable, his blazing chicken was a secret realm Pokémon, a creature far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary blazing chicken. Moreover, it was a Pokémon of nearly champion-level strength, which should not have been easily vanquished. Even if it were to falter against the opponent, it should not have been defeated in a single strike. Unless, of course, the opposing Pokémon was extraordinarily strong. With this thought, Mu Chen's gaze shifted to the Sloth King. His eyes now filled with a profound sense of trepidation. This Sloth King was undoubtedly more formidable than it appeared. He also noted something peculiar. After executing the Z-move, the Sloth King did not immediately succumb to slumber. This was strange, given the Sloth King's lazy nature. It should not have been capable of such a feat, unless this particular Sloth King possessed a different ability altogether. A sudden realization dawned upon Mu Chen, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. As a genius of the Mu family, he was privy to many secrets. He had some understanding of the Sloth King's abilities. It was rumored that certain exceptionally rare Sloth Kings could indeed overcome the lazy trait. transforming into an alternate ability, coupled with the Sloth King's ability to defeat the Blazing Chicken in one blow. Muchin couldn't help but speculate that its ability might very well be the strongman trait. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If this Sloth King truly possessed the strongman trait, combined with its inherent stats, it could be considered a being comparable to a legendary Pokémon. While it may not surpass the true legendary beings in overall strength, it wouldn't be far off. He was facing a Sloth King that rivaled legendary status. Mu Chun was astounded, looking at Yi Yun with disbelief. In that moment, jealousy welled up within him. Here he was, a prodigy of the Mu family. Yet he did not possess such a remarkable companion. Yi Yun, an orphan without parents, had managed to acquire such a powerful Pokémon, igniting a deep sense of envy within Mu Chun. Yet, faced with this situation, he could only harbor jealousy, powerless to change his circumstances. After all, Yi Yun was simply too formidable. He was no match for him. Just as Mu Chun was lost in thought, the referee's voice rang out in the arena. The victor of this match is Yi Yun. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in rapturous cheers. Many hailed Yi Yun, exhilarated by the electrifying battle. Wang Defa, witnessing his good friend's victory, exuberantly leaped up, waving his cheer stick and sharing his joy with everyone. Look, that's my brother. My brother has won. In the waiting room, Gongsun Yutong watched in astonishment as Yi Yun triumphed with overwhelming prowess. Surprise adorned her adorable face. Wow, big brother is so amazing. Yutong will have to work hard too. Suddenly, the door to the waiting room swung open. The referee stepped inside, reminding, little girl, it's your turn to compete. Gongsun Yutong's face lit up with anticipation, her large eyes curving into crescent moons as she turned to the referee with a bright smile, saying softly, okay, uncle. In the arena, Yi Yun strode away, returning to the waiting room, under Mu Chin's watchful and dazed gaze. Next up would be Gongsun Yutong's match. Would she emerge victorious? Glancing at the large screen on the wall of the waiting room, Yi Yun murmured softly. Soon, two figures appeared on the screen. One was petite and adorable, Gongsun Yutong. The other was a scruffy middle-aged man named Zhuang Yan. As the referee's voice faded, both competitors released their Pokémon. Gongsun Yutong summoned a Milotic, while Zhuang Yan unleashed a Machoke. The tension mounted as both sides prepared for battle. Little girl, don't cry if you lose. The middle-aged man, not rushing to attack, instead teased Gongsun Yutong with a smile. Gongsun Yutong beamed like a blooming flower, innocently replying, I won T. Yutong is very strong, so please don't go easy on me, uncle. Zhuang Yin was momentarily taken aback, charmed by Gongsun Yutong's cuteness, and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, don't worry. Uncle will give it his all. With that, his expression turned serious as he commanded Machoke, getting close and use Karate Chop. With a whoosh, Machoke charged forward. In a flash, the creature appeared before Minas. Raising its right hand, it struck downwards with a palm like a blade towards Minas's head. Minas emitted a melodious cry and exhibited remarkable reflexes, twisting its body into an S shape, leveraging its elasticity to evade the powerful assault. Undeterred by the failed strike, the creature launched another offensive, this time employing both hands, its palm strikes swift as the wind, raining down from all directions. Minas maintained an exquisite sense of distance, deftly sidestepping the creature's onslaught, never allowing it to land a blow. Yi Yun, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. This Minas was extraordinary, showcasing formidable strength, evidently honed through rigorous training. The average Minas could not boast such flexibility or agility. At that moment, Gongsun Yutong issued a command to Minas. Minas, you sing. Minas unleashed a captivating melody, its enchanting tones weaving an irresistible allure that infiltrated the creature's ears like invisible tendrils. The creature felt a dizzying sensation, suffering a significant mental blow. As a fairy-type move, the effectiveness of Sing, while rated at 40, held a decisive advantage over the fighting-type creature, effectively doubling its impact to 80. The results were evidently staggering. The creature experienced excruciating pain, as if its head were to explode, and instinctively clutched its skull. Its expression twisted in agony. Seizing this opportune moment, Gongsun Yutong commanded once more, use Water Pulse. Minas conjured a robust column of water, transforming it into a surging water dragon that surged forth, crashing directly into the creature. Overwhelmed by the throbbing pain in its head, the creature found no chance to evade and could only brace itself against the impact. With a resounding crash, the creature raised its arms defensively to block Minas's water pulse. Yet the force was overwhelming, sending it soaring through the air. Steady yourself, you can do it, Zhuang Yan urged, his brow furrowed in concern for the creature. Sensing Zhuang Yan's fervent encouragement, An inexplicable surge of power erupted within the creature, allowing it to withstand the onslaught. It retaliated with a punch that shattered the water dragon, executing a graceful 360-degree spin before landing on the ground. "Well done. You shall be rewarded tonight," Zhuang Yan exclaimed, relieved that the creature had persevered. However, his joy was short-lived as Venus suddenly reappeared before the creature, delivering a merciless waterfall attack that struck it squarely. Just as the creature had dispelled Venus's water pulse, it found itself in a weakened state with no energy left to resist the oncoming waterfall. A sharp crack echoed as the attack landed, and the creature fell to the ground, its vision fading. At that moment, the referee announced, "The creature has lost its ability to battle." Zhuang Yan's expression darkened. He recognized that he had underestimated the first match. Without uttering another word, he silently recalled his creature. Turning to Gongsun Yutong, he smiled, "Little sister, I must admit, I underestimated you. You are quite impressive." Gongsun Yutong beamed back, "Uncle, I told you, I am indeed formidable." A glint of cold determination flickered in Zhuang Yan's eyes. Indeed, he would now unleash his full power, and he warned, "You best not shed any tears." With a flourish, Zhuang Yan retrieved a pokeball from his waist and bellowed, "Come forth, Raikou." In an instant, a yellow-green creature resembling a dog materialized on the field. This was none other than the electric-type Pokémon, Raikou, which held a significant advantage over the pure water-type Venus. "Raikou, use electric terrain," Zhuang Yan commanded, bestowing an electric terrain buff upon his Pokémon. Instantly, the arena transformed, enveloped in crackling energy, affecting all Pokémon within its bounds. Firstly, ground-based Pokémon would not succumb to sleep. Secondly, the power of electric-type moves would increase by 50%. This was not favorable news for Venus. "Should we switch Pokémon?" Yeyun murmured to himself as he glanced at Gongsun Yutong. If she chose not to switch, this battle would be a fierce challenge for Venus. "Venus, use coiling," Gongsun Yutong commanded, opting not to replace Venus. Intrigued, Yeyun was eager to see how she would navigate the battle with Venus. Venus coiled into a defensive stance, simultaneously boosting its attack, defense, and accuracy. Zhuang Yan, seeing this, wasted no time in ordering Raikou to attack. "Raikou, use Thunderbolt." Raikou roared to the sky, channeling a thick bolt of yellow lightning directed at Venus. With a deafening crash, the lightning streaked through the air. Venus attempted to evade but was caught off guard, struck by the bolt. An explosion of electric energy erupted, and Venus let out a pained cry. When the lightning dissipated, Venus stood charred but defiant, refusing to fall, steadfastly holding its ground. Had it withstood the blow? Was it relying on sheer willpower? Given Raikou's offensive capabilities, combined with the effects of electric terrain, a single thunderbolt should have been enough to incapacitate Venus. Yet, it remained standing, a flicker of life still within it, raising suspicions. Unfortunately, Yeyun was not present to utilize the system's power to probe into Venus's status. On the battlefield, Zhuang Yan was equally astonished that Venus had not been felled. In the midst of his astonishment, Gongsun Yutong swiftly commanded, "Use Ice Beam." Venus unleashed a frigid beam of ice, striking Raikou directly. Raikou felt as though it had been plunged into a winter wasteland, the temperature plummeting, sending shivers through its body. The ice began to coalesce upon Raikou, its very blood seeming to freeze, halting its flow. Realizing the dire situation, Raikou struggled against the icy grasp, but to no avail. The chilling currents enveloped it, encasing it in a prison of ice. Frozen? Yeyun, watching from the waiting room, was taken aback, astonished by Gongsun Yutong's fortuitous turn of events. The first time she used Ice Beam, and she triggered the freezing effect. Indeed, those who smile often have good fortune. What would she do next? Yeyun's interest peaked as he awaited to see how Gongsun Yutong would triumph over the immobilized Raikou with her battered Venus. "Venus, use Heavy Slam." Gongsun Yutong's face radiated with a brilliant smile, as if the goddess of victory were beckoning her. Venus leaped into the air, descending like a mountain from the sky, crashing heavily down upon Raikou. As a ground-type move, Stomp inflicts double damage on the electric-type Pokémon, Raichu, with Stomp's intrinsic power already formidable. And compounded by Raichu having previously endured an Ice Beam, its health was already precarious. Consequently, after being struck by the doubly effective Stomp, Raichu succumbed, falling prey to the swift attack of Milotic. At that moment, the referee declared, "Raichu has lost its fighting capability." Zhuang Yan's expression darkened further, for he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Gongsun Yutong in such a manner. Anger surged within him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Now, he was left with but a single Pokémon. Should he lose again, he would have to bid farewell to the arena. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Yeyun observed Gongsun Yutong's victory with a look of astonishment. The combination of Ice Beam and Stomp, both moves learned through a TM, technical machine, showcased Gongsun Yutong's remarkable prowess. Yi Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. TMs are exceedingly rare, typically held by prominent families, and seldom found on the market. Even when available, they usually feature moves of mediocre power and exorbitant prices, often reaching several million, far beyond the means of the average trainer. Now, Gongsun Yutong's Milotic had demonstrated 2 TM moves, each potent in its own right, revealing her exceptional capabilities. Reflecting on her family name, Yi Yun speculated that Gongsun Yutong must belong to one of the 4 great families, specifically the Gongsun clan. The occurrence of 2 elite trainers from the 4 great families in a modest tournament like the Magic Cup was indeed extraordinary. Why would members of such prestigious families participate in the Magic Cup? Yi Yun sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Perhaps a grand conspiracy lay hidden within it. Chapter 152. Is Gongsun Yutong about to fall? In the arena, Zhuang Yin summoned his final Pokémon. The only glimmer of hope he had left to turn the tide. If he lost this last Pokémon, all hope would be lost. Come forth, Hippowdon. This time, Zhuang Yin released a rare water and psychic-type Pokémon, Hippowdon. It is said that the evolution of Psyduck into Golduck is a rare phenomenon, occurring only when a Shelder clamps on a Psyduck's tail, leading to its transformation. Such encounters are exceedingly rare in the wild, making Hippowdon a seldom-seen Pokémon. However, with human intervention, the chances of encountering Hippowdon significantly increase. Upon seeing her opponent's Hippowdon, Gongsun Yutong chose not to continue with Milotic, opting instead to recall it. With Milotic now in a weakened state, a single psychic move from Psyduck could easily defeat it. Keeping it in battle would serve no purpose and would only result in the loss of a capable fighter. It's your turn now, Lurantis. Gongsun Yutong sent forth her second Pokémon, Lurantis. Lurantis is the final evolution of Bounsweet, one of the grass-type starter Pokémon, showcasing considerable strength, albeit with a defensive focus rather than an offensive one. Hippowdon use Yan, Zhuang Yin commanded, initiating a cunning strategy to lull Gongsun Yutong's Lurantis into slumber, thus laying the groundwork for Hippowdon's victory. With a great yawn, Hippowdon's lazy demeanor easily captured Lurantis' attention. Merely glancing at it caused Lurantis to feel drowsy. What was once a spirited Lurantis was now succumbing to sleepiness. Although it hadn't yet fallen asleep, it was inevitable that the next round would see it unable to evade slumber. After a moment's contemplation, Gongsun Yutong instructed Lurantis to erect a light screen, reducing the special damage inflicted by Hippowdon. The light screen would endure for 5 turns, diminishing the opponent's special damage by 1/3. Given that Hippowdon's attack power was already modest, the resultant damage to Lurantis would be significantly limited. Gongsun Yutong surmised that Lurantis could withstand the sleep until it awakened. Once the light screen was established, Lurantis promptly fell into a deep slumber. Observing this, Zhuang Yin seized the opportunity and commanded Hippowdon, Hippowdon, use Curse. Curse is a special status move that inflicts 1/4 of the target's health each turn. Thus, even if Hippowdon did nothing further, merely enduring for 4 turns would see Lurantis fall without a fight. However, since Hippowdon does not possess ghost-type attributes, its speed would diminish by 1 stage while its attack and defense would increase by 1 stage. While this might be a calamity for other Pokémon, it was a boon for Hippowdon. Given its naturally low speed, any reduction in speed was inconsequential. Thus, the enhancement of its attack and defense was paramount. The use of Curse effectively placed Hippowdon in a position of advantage. Though Gongsun Yutong felt a sense of urgency, she found herself powerless. With Lurantis still asleep, any attempt at resistance was futile. Zhuang Yin, wearing a smug expression, couldn't help but revel in his perceived victory. Ha ha ha, your Lurantis is firmly under my Hippowdon's control. Victory is assured. Gongsun Yutong, indignant, pouted defiantly, retorting, I won't let you win. My Lurantis will surely awaken. Zhuang Yin scoffed, dismissing her words with disdain. Then let us see how this unfolds. Rather than attacking Lurantis, Zhuang Yin continued to bolster Hippowdon's capabilities for the forthcoming battle. Hippowdon, use Amnesia. Hippowdon tilted its head, a look of confusion washing over its not-so-bright visage as if it had forgotten its surroundings and purpose. This was the effect of Amnesia, clearing its mind and significantly enhancing its defense. Meanwhile, under the curse's influence, Lurantis' health began to wane. Zhu, perhaps due to the curse's toll, Lurantis miraculously awoke from its slumber. Gongsun Yutong breathed a sigh of relief, exhilarated by the prospect of counterattacking. With Lurantis awake, she could finally strike back. Zhuang Yin, realizing Lurantis had regained consciousness, wasted no time in commanding Hippowdon to attack. Hippowdon, use Confusion. With a resonant call, Hippowdon unleashed a powerful psychic wave aimed at Lurantis. Unfazed, Gongsun Yutong stood ready to retaliate. Given the curse's impact, the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for her. Thus, she must resolve the battle swiftly. The large sunflower unleashed the solar flare. Gongsun Yutong commanded the large sunflower to unleash its formidable grass-type move, Solar Flare. The power was truly terrifying. A brilliant white sunlight gathered around the large sunflower, becoming dazzling and radiant, resembling a miniature sun radiating intense light. Boom! The force of the psychic power acted upon the large sunflower. But due to the presence of the light wall, it did not inflict significant damage. Continue to use psychic force. Zhuang Yan's expression twisted with rage as he shouted at the dopey hippo. Meanwhile, the solar flare of the large sunflower was ready. Whoosh! The solar flare transformed into a white beam of light that shot forth. The terrifying force pushed the surrounding air back, clearing a path in its wake. Boom! The solar flare collided with the psychic force, resulting in a standoff. However, the psychic force was clearly inferior, being utterly obliterated by the solar flare, which shattered into countless sparkling fragments that dissipated into the air. The solar flare continued unabated, racing towards the dopey hippo. The dopey hippo, being rather slow, could not evade and could only brace itself for this catastrophic blow. Boom! The solar flare struck the dopey hippo, sending it flying through the air. The dopey hippo let out a wretched cry, suffering significant injury. With a thud, it crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhuang Yan's heart sank as he anxiously watched the battlefield. Could the dopey hippo withstand such a dreadful blow? Chapter 153, But I Really Like Lolis. Amidst the swirling dust, a comically clumsy figure staggered to its feet. That was none other than the dopey hippo. Having preemptively activated its momentary amnesia, its special defense attribute had been significantly enhanced, allowing it to barely withstand the large sunflower's solar flare. However, even though it had not lost its fighting capability, its condition was far from ideal, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Well done, dopey hippo, Zhuang Yan shouted excitedly, feeling proud of the dopey hippo's resilience. Use the lazy move to recover. Zhuang Yan quickly issued the command, a glimmer of light in his eyes. It was as if he could already envision the goddess of victory shedding her garments, awaiting his favor. The dopey hippo lay down on the spot to rest. A rich vitality enveloped it, beginning to mend its injuries. Gongsun Yutong, witnessing this scene, realized she could no longer afford to wait and directly commanded the large sunflower, use magical leaf. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of verdant leaves, seemingly enchanted, floated beside the large sunflower. They then transformed into sharp blades, shooting forth at a speed hardly perceptible to the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. Since the dopey hippo had succumbed to slumber, all those green leaves struck its body, resulting in considerable impact. The dopey hippo, still not fully recovered, collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the large sunflower also exhausted its final ounce of strength, losing its fighting ability and fainting. The battle ended in a stalemate. However, as Zhuang Yan had no other Pokémon to deploy, the ultimate victor remained Gongsun Yutong. The referee then announced the results of the match. The victor of this round is Gongsun Yutong. Congratulations on advancing to the next round of the qualifiers. In the waiting room, Yiyun gazed at the screen, where Gongsun Yutong smiled radiantly like the dawn, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This little sister truly brings forth a plethora of surprises. Initially, he had thought the large sunflower would falter, yet unexpectedly, it made a last-ditch effort that took down the dopey hippo. Next up were the top two contenders from Group A. He wondered how formidable their strengths might be. With ample time to rest before the next match, Yiyun seized the opportunity to ponder his strategy for the upcoming battle. Just then, the door to the waiting room swung open, and Gongsun Yutong entered with a beaming smile. She approached Yiyun, playfully exclaiming, "Hee hee, big brother, how about it? Am I impressive?" Yiyun nodded with a smile, silently giving her a thumbs up. Truly impressive. Receiving Yiyun's praise, Gongsun Yutong's joy intensified. She dashed to his side, plopping down and cheekily inquiring, "So, big brother, who do you think is stronger, you or me?" Yiyun contemplated seriously, gazing intently into Gongsun Yutong's eyes, and replied, "Me." Gongsun Yutong pouted, clearly unconvinced. "Humph, I think I'm stronger than you." Yiyun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to dispute her claim. Gongsun Yutong inched closer to Yiyun, tilting her head with innocent curiosity. "Big brother, do you think I'm cute?" Yiyun nodded, affirming, "Cute." This was undeniable and unnecessary to conceal. Gongsun Yutong's large eyes curved into crescent moons, her face radiating a contented smile. Then for the next match, can I draw lots first? Yi Yun turned to her with a slight smile, replying no. Gongsun Yutong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating Yi Yun's refusal. Feeling a bit petulant, she began to plead, "Big brother, just agree to me, okay? If you let me draw lots first, I promise to fulfill one of your requests." "Any request?" Gongsun Yutong mischievously tempted Yi Yun, a cunning smile playing on her lips. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain any request is acceptable?" Gongsun Yutong shyly lowered her head, fidgeting. She softly replied, "Mm." Yi Yun chuckled. "You are from the Gongsun family, right? Can you tell me why your family is participating in the Demon God Cup competition? As far as I know, such minor competitions are beneath your family's interest." Su Yun smiled innocently, yet his mindset had shifted drastically from before. He was uncertain of Gongsun Yutong's true intentions, but was convinced it was far from simple as it appeared. Gongsun Yutong was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard by Yi Yun's inquiry. She had thought he was about to broach a more intimate subject. "You figured it out?" Yi Yun nodded, not denying it. "When did you realize?" Yi Yun replied calmly, "Just now." "Gongsun Yutong, you lack chivalry. Even a little girl like me is not spared from your ambush." Previously, Yi Yun had not been entirely certain of his suspicions, but now it was clear. The moment Gongsun Yutong admitted her identity validated his previous assumptions. "Indeed, I am from the Gongsun family. However, my participation in the Demon God Cup is purely for enjoyment. It is not as complicated as you imagine." Gongsun Yutong shrugged, pouting slightly, seemingly annoyed that Yi Yun had tried to deceive her earlier. Yi Yun chuckled, "It was a pleasure meeting you. Farewell." Even a fool could see that Gongsun Yutong was lying. As Yi Yun turned to leave, Gongsun Yutong hurriedly followed. "Hey, where are you going?" "To the restroom. Would you like to join?" Yi Yun replied without looking back. "Gongsun Yutong, I am but a child. May I implore you to show some respect?" Upon exiting the combat chamber, Yi Yun encountered Wang Defa. Noticing a charming little girl gazing at Yi Yun with an expression of deep melancholy, Wang Defa's face contorted with a peculiar expression. "Yi brother, you beast. You even prey upon the little lowly. Woe is me. Can't you leave one for me?" Wang Defa lamented enviously, nearly drooling. Yi Yun shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "Enough of this. Do not be fooled by her endearing appearance. She is far from simple." Wang Defa, taken aback, instinctively blurted out, "What do you mean?" Yi Yun replied, "She hails from the Gongsun family. Do you truly believe that someone from one of the 4 great families would take the time to participate in a trifling competition like the Magic Cup here in Magic City?" Upon hearing this, Wang Defa was momentarily stunned, and upon reflection, he too sensed the oddity of the situation. It is indeed a bit strange. However, I truly adore Lolis. Chapter 154. Do you think you are Ash Ketchum? Yi Yun looked at him with disdain. Unable to restrain himself, he lectured Wang Defa. "A mere little lowly has you so completely ensnared. Are you not a man?" He gestured to himself with pride, declaring, "Look at me, unfazed by praise or scorn, indifferent to my comings and goings. To me, Lolis and mature women are merely ephemeral shadows." Wang Defa smirked, gazing at Yi Yun with a hint of melancholy. "You may be lofty, and you may have a lowly sister, but I do not. Can you fathom the agony of living without a lowly by your side? No, you cannot." Yi Yun cleared his throat, smacking his forehead in sudden realization. "Ah, the competition is about to commence. I cannot tarry any longer. I must take my leave." With that, he vanished in a flash. Wang Defa, momentarily stunned, seemed to have recalled something of great importance. "Oh no, I nearly forgot. Today is also the lowly lecture. My head may roll, but I cannot forsake the lowly. Ye brother, forgive me, but for the sake of Lolis, I must abandon you. Do your utmost in the arena. I shall silently cheer for you in my heart." With that, Wang Defa too vanished in the blink of an eye. In the drawing room, Yi Yun stood side by side with Gongsun Yutong. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, gazing at Yi Yun with a pitiful expression. "Oni-chan, may I?" Yi Yun shivered involuntarily at the sound of her voice. That utterance of Oni-chan rendered him weak in the knees. It was terrifying. He resolved to keep his distance from this little lowly in the future. Stealing his emotions, Yi Yun forced a smile and looked at Gongsun Yutong. "Since you chose first last time, it is only fair that I go first this time, yes?" Gongsun Yutong blinked in surprise, her large eyes filled with confusion, seemingly taken aback by Yi Yun's refusal. She then puffed out her cheeks, placing her delicate hands on her waist, and huffed, "Humph. Go ahead then. I shall ignore you from now on." Yi Yun, undeterred, approached the drawing table. Rolling up his sleeves, he plunged his hand into the cavity within, stirring it before finally retrieving his sphere. Upon opening it, he found a large number 1 printed on it, and his expression immediately soured. "Damn it, cursed goddess of fortune. Do not let me catch sight of you, or I shall make you regret it." With a scowl, Yi Yun stepped down from the platform. Observing his demeanor, Gong Sun Yutong realized he had likely drawn a one, and she erupted into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Ha ha, big brother, your face is so dark. You must have done something bad. Yi Yun ignored her and strode out, muttering to himself, I do not wish to linger in this wretched place for even a second. 10 minutes later, in the arena, Yi Yun found himself facing his second opponent, Guang Haoyu, the top-ranked contender in Group A. The match begins with the referee's command. Both sides unleash their Pokémon. Come forth, Monarch Serpent. I choose you, Pikachu. Yi Yun summoned Monarch Serpent. His strategy simple, to leverage its powerful moves to swiftly conclude the match. Moreover, luck was on his side. His opponent's Pikachu, an electric type, was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Yi Yun, as was his habit, checked the information on his opponent's Pikachu. Pokémon, Pikachu. Qualifications, 2 stars. Affection level, 200. Gender, female. Level, 48, elite. Type, electric. Ability, lightning rod, attracts electric type moves to itself, nullifying damage and boosting its special attack. Held item, Everstone, prevents evolution. Moves, tail whip. Thunder shock, growl, charm, quick attack, electroweb, thunder wave, feint, double team, thunder, volt tackle, iron tail, and agility. A yellow-haired rodent? And a female at that? How intriguing. Yi Yun's expression was somewhat peculiar. A trainer who chose not to evolve their Pikachu was indeed a bit unconventional. Could it be that this fellow sought to emulate Ash Ketchum? Yi Yun grinned. Unfortunately, I must apologize. In this world, I am the protagonist. With a sudden gleam in his eyes, he commanded Monarch Serpent, use Leaf Storm. Monarch Serpent twisted its body, conjuring a spiraling tempest. The storm enveloped leaves that surged toward Pikachu. Guang Haoyu furrowed his brow, originally hoping to leverage Pikachu's lightning rod ability for a stroke of luck in this match. However, as fate would have it, Yi Yun had unleashed a grass-type Pokémon, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Guang Haoyu commanded. Come what may, I shall confront this battle with all my might. Consider it a special training session. Zzz. A powerful electric current cascaded from the sky, clashing with Monarch Serpent's Leaf Storm, igniting a fierce confrontation. The lightning struck with the precision of 1,000 blades, cleaving through the storm and targeting the leaves within. Yet, the storm retaliated fiercely, transforming into sharp sides that shredded the lightning bolts. In mere moments, the exchange reached its climax. The lightning was ruthlessly obliterated, while the leaf storm surged forward relentlessly. Neither in terms of attributes nor power could Thunderbolt contend with Leaf Storm, especially since it was being unleashed by a Pikachu that had yet to evolve. Dodge it with agility. Seeing the situation unfold, Guang Haoyu remained calm, continuing to issue commands. Pikachu took a step back, deftly evading the onslaught of Leaf Storm. However, at that moment, an even more formidable Leaf Storm surged forth. Guang Haoyu's expression changed dramatically. How could this be? How had its attack grown stronger? He could sense that the power of the Leaf Storm unleashed by the superior this time was significantly greater than before. Yet, it was well known that the special effect of Leaf Storm was a -1, lowering special attack rather than enhancing it. Strangely, the special attack capability of the superior appeared to have been elevated. A drop in ability was not expected, unless it was suddenly. Guang Haoyu recalled a potential explanation for the superior's circumstances. Its hidden ability was Contrary. Chapter 155, The Superior's Achilles Heel. Contrary, the superior's hidden ability, reverses the effects of ability modifications. In essence, moves that were intended to enhance abilities would lead to a decrease, and moves meant to lower abilities would instead result in an increase. While it may seem to have both advantages and disadvantages, it is, in fact, an extraordinary trait. The superior's ultimate move was designed to reduce abilities substantially, and with the contrary ability in play, this reduction transformed into an enhancement. The more it lowered the ability, the greater the enhancement became. It was akin to the saying, the more you resist, the more excited I become. In summary, with the combination of Contrary and Leaf Storm, the superior could be likened to an invisible artillery, growing ever more powerful with each attack. Upon realizing this, Guang Haoyu's expression darkened. Damn, how devious, he thought. Yi Yun is truly intent on defeating him. Pikachu, use Shadow Clone. Faced with the superior's overwhelming assault, Guang Haoyu hesitated to confront it head-on and opted for a more cunning approach. Swish, swish, swish. With a single Shadow Clone, Pikachu instantly multiplied into numerous replicas. The arena was soon filled with the likenesses of Pikachu. However, Leaf Storm was an area of effect move. It did not matter how many Pikachus were present, any within proximity would be affected. In no time, The number of Pikachus dwindled rapidly, many of the illusions dispelled. Guang Haoyu, unwilling to delay further, immediately commanded Pikachu to attack. Use Quick Attack to close in, then unleash Volt Tackle. Clearly, Guang Haoyu intended to create confusion, employing this trickery to achieve his goal. A clever plan, yet he overlooked an important detail. Yi Yun possessed the power of aura. Although the superior could not discern which Pikachu was the real one amidst the chaos, Yi Yun was fully aware. Yi Yun slowly raised his head and communicated with the superior telepathically. At 2 o'clock, unleash Leaf Storm. The superior trusted Yi Yun's judgment implicitly and did not hesitate to cast Leaf Storm once more, directing it towards the specified location. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce gale roared forth, manifesting as a ferocious dragon that howled towards Pikachu. Both Pikachu and Guang Haoyu's expressions shifted, a question forming in their minds. How did the superior know which one was the true body? However, they had no time to ponder this query any longer. Leaf Storm was upon them. Pikachu had no choice but to unleash Thunderbolt to confront the impending storm. Yet, the current superior had already raised its special attack by 4 levels, reaching a terrifying magnitude that a mere Pikachu could not withstand. Pika! Pikachu cried out in agony, caught within the tempest, suffering the torment of Leaf Blade. Pikachu! Guang Haoyu's heart ached painfully, yet he was powerless to intervene. At this moment, Pikachu was ensnared within the storm. Even if he wished to recall it, he could not. Moments later, as the storm subsided, Pikachu lay unconscious, plummeting from the sky. The referee then declared, Pikachu has lost its ability to battle. Guang Haoyu, filled with sorrow, returned Pikachu to its Pokeball. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze back at Yi Yun, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Yi Yun's strength far surpassed his expectations. Very well. Then it's your turn to take the stage. Guang Haoyu slowly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Blaziken. As his voice echoed, a Blaziken materialized in the arena. With sharp beak and fierce fangs, flames erupting from its back, its fiery exterior made it unmistakably a Fire-type Pokémon. Yi Yun regarded the Blaziken, and immediately, a series of clear and distinct statistics materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Blaziken. Potential, 3 stars. Friendship, 255. Gender, male. Level, 52. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. When health is low, the power of Fire-type moves increases. Held item, Charcoal. Increases the power of Fire-type moves by 20%. Moves, Tackle, Flare Blitz. Leer, Ember, Smokescreen, Quick Attack, Rolling Kick, Fire Spin, Solar Beam, Flame Charge, Overheat, Fire Blast, Sunny Day, Will-O-Wisp. Upon examining the information of the Blaziken before him, Yi Yun couldn't help but click his tongue. This Blaziken was no ordinary specimen. It seemed to be his main battle Pokémon. With Charcoal, Blaze, and the move Sunny Day, it could be said that the power of Fire-type moves was maximized. This would not be an easy battle for the superior. Currently, at level 56, although the superior held a 4-level advantage, it did not guarantee victory. Yi Yun contemplated whether to recall the superior. If he did so, the enhancements it had gained would reset, a scenario Yi Yun wished to avoid. However, if he did not recall it, there was a real possibility the superior could lose this match. After much deliberation, Yi Yun resolved to push forward. He would ascertain the superior's limits first. If it became insurmountable, he could always recall it later. During his contemplation, Guang Haoyu had already commanded Blaziken to use Sunny Day. Instantly, the sky cleared, the blazing sun shining down. The power of Fire-type moves surged by 50%, augmented by the additional 20% from Charcoal, totaling a staggering 70% increase. Completing this sequence, a smug expression crept onto Guang Haoyu's face. Now, let us see what you will use to counter this. Blaziken, unleash Inferno. Guang Haoyu roared passionately, intent on repaying Pikachu's earlier suffering in full measure. Boom! Blaziken expelled a torrent of flames, which coalesced into a massive net descending from above, aiming to ensnare and incinerate the superior. Yi Yun, witnessing the unfolding chaos, dared not underestimate the situation. He quickly commanded the superior, use Leaf Storm to break through it. With the superior's special attack elevated to level 6, coupled with Leaf Storm's power of 130, even a Fire-type move could be countered. Whoosh! The Sovereign Serpent reared its head towards the heavens, unleashing a tempest of flying leaves. This tempest resembled a colossal pillar reaching towards the sky, forcefully piercing through the fiery web, creating a substantial breach. Now was the moment to escape, leveraging the power of the Vine Whips. Taking advantage of the brief window before the fiery net could close, the Sovereign Serpent plunged 2 Vine Whips deep into the earth, using them as support to propel itself outward. Just as it emerged, the fiery web began its counterattack. A single spark can ignite a prairie. A flicker of flame ignited the verdant leaves within the storm, transforming the wind column into a pillar of fire. Had the sovereign serpent delayed even a moment longer, it would have been ensnared by its own technique, trapped within the fiery net. Chapter 156. Counterattack? Surrender. The pillar of fire blazed fiercely, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. Leaf Cloud, not daring to be complacent, urgently commanded the sovereign serpent to descend to the ground, evading the onslaught of the flaming tempest. Simultaneously, Zhuang Yin issued a command to the Fire Fury Beast. Fire Fury Beast, unleash your jet of flame to thwart it. With a roar, the Fire Fury Beast opened its maw, expelling a robust stream of fire towards the descending sovereign serpent. Utilize the flying leaf tempest. Leaf Cloud, seeing the situation, had no choice but to command the sovereign serpent to confront the attack head-on. Suspended in midair, the sovereign serpent lacked a point of leverage, making it difficult to evade the jet of flame from the Fire Fury Beast. The flying leaf tempest morphed into a verdant wind dragon, roaring fiercely as it collided with the fire dragon. Boom! The moment their energies clashed, an explosion ensued, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Both the sovereign serpent and the Fire Fury Beast were uncontrollably pushed back by the incoming waves. Particularly for the sovereign serpent, still airborne and lacking stability. The gust struck it like colossal waves, sending it soaring. Do not panic, stabilize your body, Leaf Cloud urged. Fortunately, the sovereign serpent displayed remarkable reflexes, swiftly adjusting its form for a smooth landing. A moment of tension had Leaf Cloud wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Well done. Trap it and execute the ultimate absorption, Leaf Cloud commanded calmly. The sovereign serpent, now injured, needed to draw life energy from its opponent to recover. With a series of swift movements, several vine whips extended from the sovereign serpent, astonishingly ensnaring the Fire Fury Beast. It began to absorb the life energy emanating from within the Fire Fury Beast. A vast amount of life energy surged forth, flowing along the vines toward the sovereign serpent. As the energy converged within it, the sovereign serpent could not suppress a soft moan of satisfaction. Fire Fury Beast used the flame wheel to break free from its binds. Zhuang Yin realized he could not allow the sovereign serpent to regain its life energy, or it would inevitably drain the Fire Fury Beast to its demise. Enveloped in raging flames, the Fire Fury Beast coiled tightly, initiating a rapid spin to escape the sovereign serpent's grasp, transforming into a fiery wheel that charged towards the sovereign serpent. The flame wheel approached with astonishing speed, colliding with the sovereign serpent. Bam! The sovereign serpent was sent flying, gliding several meters before skidding to a halt on the ground. Leaf Cloud observed that the sovereign serpent bore singed marks across its chest, indicating that the flame wheel inflicted considerable damage. However, given that this was a physical attack and the Fire Fury Beast excelled in special attacks, the impact was not as formidable as anticipated. At least, the sovereign serpent remained in good health. Employ the Flying Leaf Tempest. Leaf Cloud initiated his counterattack. While the Flying Leaf Tempest struggled with type disadvantages, its inherent power, coupled with the sovereign serpent's enhanced special attack, rendered its potential formidable. Whoosh! The winds howled as green leaves danced in the air. Facing the same tactic, Zhuang Yin resorted to his previous strategy. Fire Fury Beast, unleash your jet of flame. With a roar, the Fire Fury Beast expelled a thick stream of fire, clashing with the Flying Leaf Tempest. The two forces met in a standoff, each vying for supremacy. Initially, the jet of flame held the advantage, but it was soon overwhelmed and pushed back by the Flying Leaf Tempest. Zhuang Yin, taken aback, realized the immense power of the sovereign serpent's Flying Leaf Tempest. He immediately commanded the Fire Fury Beast, hold on, do not yield to it. The Fire Fury Beast, sensing its master's urgency, intensified the output of its fire energy, pushing back against the Flying Leaf Tempest. As the two sides remained locked in combat, Leaf Cloud communicated with the sovereign serpent telepathically, instructing, watch for the right moment, when I tell you to evade. Do so immediately and rush in at full speed to use the Flying Leaf Tempest at close range. Understood, Master. Leaf Cloud nodded discreetly, his gaze towards Zhuang Yin tinged with mischief. By feigning a weakness and lowering the output of the Flying Leaf Tempest, he intentionally allowed it to appear ineffective. Once more, Leaf Cloud commanded the sovereign serpent, which began to comply. In an instant, the energy of the Flying Leaf Tempest waned, and the jet of flame surged forward, overpowering the tempest. Zhuang Yin's expression brightened with triumph, believing victory was at hand. Fire Fury Beast, give it your all. Victory is within reach. The Fire Fury Beast, invigorated, poured all its energy into the jet of flame. At that moment, Leaf Cloud suddenly called to the Sovereign Serpent, "Now? Strike!" The Sovereign Serpent wasted no time. Abruptly retracting the energy of the flying leaf tempest, sidestepping, and swiftly crawling along the ground. The diminished flying leaf tempest was effortlessly obliterated by the jet of flame, which surged forward unimpeded. Having anticipated the evasion, the Sovereign Serpent avoided the jet of flame and swiftly maneuvered towards the Fire Fury Beast. Zhuang Yan's excitement instantly froze upon witnessing this turn of events. He had thought victory was assured, unaware that it was all part of Leaf Cloud's scheme. "Fire Fury Beast, get away from there!" Zhuang Yan screamed in desperation as he realized his folly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Having exerted itself fully moments earlier, the Fire Fury Beast could not instantly cease its jet of flame or move quickly. In those fleeting seconds, the Sovereign Serpent had already closed the distance. With a powerful leap, the Sovereign Serpent opened its maw wide, delivering a flying leaf tempest directly to the Fire Fury Beast's face. Boom! The tempest's formidable energy struck the Fire Fury Beast, driving it into the ground. To ensure the Fire Fury Beast was utterly incapacitated, the Sovereign Serpent did not cease its assault, continuing until it was certain that the beast lay motionless. As the flying leaf tempest dissipated, a battered and disheveled Fire Fury Beast emerged before the onlookers, its visage unrecognizable and pitiful. "Fire Fury Beast, I am so sorry. My negligence has brought you to this fate." Zhuang Yan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, filled with remorse for his earlier mistakes. At this moment, the referee coldly announced the outcome of the match. The fiery beast had lost its combat capability. Yi Yun's expression remained impassive, as he did not immediately recall the Monarch Serpent. Zhuang Yan still had another Pokémon at his disposal, and the Monarch Serpent was in decent condition, capable of continuing to face the ensuing battles. Chapter 157, The Arrival of the Fairy EV. I concede. However, what surprised everyone was that Zhuang Yan chose not to continue the fight, but instead opted for an immediate surrender. Even Yi Yun was taken aback. Although Zhuang Yan had lost 2 Pokémon, there remained a glimmer of hope for a comeback. His premature concession was indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, for Zhuang Yan, conceding was perhaps a blessing in disguise, for it spared him from further combat. The referee, seeking confirmation, solemnly inquired, "Competitor Zhuang Yan, are you certain you wish to concede?" Zhuang Yan remained silent, opting to cradle his fiery beast and depart, his actions speaking volumes. The referee shook his head in regret and turned to Yi Yun, proclaiming in a clear voice, "The victor of this match is Yi Yun." On the way back to the waiting room, Yi Yun encountered Gong Sun Yutong, who was on her way to compete. "Big brother, you are amazing," she exclaimed, her hands clasped behind her back, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Yi Yun. "Say, big brother, can we make a bet? If I win, you become my boyfriend. If I lose, I'll be your girlfriend. What do you think?" Yi Yun chuckled. "That sounds rather punitive, almost like a prison sentence." He firmly declined, stating, "I have no interest in Lolis." Gong Sun Yutong froze, a look of confusion crossing her face. "You don't like me like this?" Yi Yun turned his face away, replying, "Not at all." Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Gong Sun Yutong lowered her head. However, her smile quickly returned. "How about I introduce you to my sister? She's the mature type, and I believe you would find her appealing." "Your sister, Gong Sun Ling?" Su Yin interjected. "Do I look desperate? Spare yourself the trouble. I have no such intentions at the moment." With that, he walked away without looking back. Gong Sun Yutong stood there, somewhat bewildered. Did I upset him? She glanced down at her little bunny, squeezing it in her hands, her confusion deepening. He doesn't tea like Lolis, nor does he fancy mature types. Big brother is truly strange. Oh no, this is bad. I want to be able to complete the task assigned by my family. And when I return home, my father will surely punish me. Pouting, she felt wronged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With her head drooping, Gong Sun Yutong made her way toward the arena. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her large eyes sparkled with excitement. I know. Big brother must prefer strong girls. Father once said that strong individuals recognize each other's worth, just like he and mother do. That must be it. As long as I demonstrate sufficient strength, big brother will surely come to like me. With a smile that made her eyes crescent-shaped, she skipped into the arena, determined to prove herself strong enough. In the arena, Gong Sun Yutong faced her opponent, a girl named Zhao Kursin. Yet, in terms of attire and appearance, Zhao Kursin paled in comparison to Gong Sun Yutong. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the battle officially commenced, and Yi Yun watched from the waiting room. Based on Gong Sun Yutong's previous display of strength, it seemed likely she would be eliminated in this round. Yet, When Yi Yin saw the Pokemon Gong's son Yutong chose to summon, he was taken aback, incredulity flooding his gaze. Elegant, poised, adorable, enchanting, and breathtakingly beautiful. This was the fairy Eevee, universally hailed as the most exquisite fairy. Wait, it's the fairy Eevee. Has she been concealing her true strength? Yi Yin was astounded. The fairy Eevee was an exceedingly rare Pokemon, difficult to obtain. To evolve an Eevee into a fairy Eevee, a robust bond between the Pokemon and its trainer was essential. Only under such conditions could the Eevee learn fairy-type moves, thus enabling its evolution into a fairy Eevee. However, meeting any of these requirements was notoriously challenging. Gong's son Yutong appeared to be merely 12 or 13. Establishing such a profound bond with an Eevee would necessitate nurturing the Pokemon from a young age, coupled with a close relationship forged through shared, significant experiences. As for the learning machine for fairy-type moves, it was even more elusive. Fairy-type Pokemon were already scarce, let alone the machines that allowed them to learn these moves. Yet, being from one of the 4 prominent families, acquiring a fairy-type learning machine should not pose a significant challenge for the Gongsun family. However, it was unlikely they would freely distribute such precious resources among family members, as each use diminished their quantity. The fact that Gongsun Yutong had utilized one indicated her considerable standing within the Gongsun family. Such a person participating solo in the Demon God Cup tournament raised further suspicions. Yi Yin pondered, his eyes narrowing. What could her true objective be? As he mulled over this, the battle commenced. Gongsun Yutong's opponent, Zhao Kursin, unleashed a cheerful Kappa, sporting a large green lotus pod atop its head. Its physique appeared somewhat rotund and awkward. Indeed, its speed was not impressive. Fairy Eevee, use Moonblast. Gongsun Yutong initiated the attack right away. Employing the signature move of fairy-type Pokemon, Moonblast, known for its formidable power. Mia, the fairy Eevee emitted a melodious cry, gathering a brilliant sphere of energy above its head and launching it toward the cheerful Kappa. Zhao Kursin, witnessing this, swiftly commanded her Kappa, cheerful Kappa, use water gun to counter it. The Kappa opened its mouth, releasing a jet of water that collided with the incoming Moonblast. The energy sphere, potent and resolute, shattered the water gun and struck the Kappa directly. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated upon impact. A violent energy storm enveloped the Kappa. By the time the tempest subsided, the cheerful Kappa lay unconscious on the ground. The cheerful Kappa has lost its combat ability. In just one move, the fairy Eevee had dispatched the cheerful Kappa. Such strength? Yi Yin marveled at the fairy Eevee's prowess, astonished. Given that the Kappa had mastered the water gun move, it was evident that its level was considerably high, at least above level 45. However, the fairy-like Eevee dispatched it with a single strike, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. Unless, of course, there was indeed a significant disparity in their strengths. Yi Yin couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity regarding the level of this fairy Eevee. Chapter 158, The True Power of Gong's Son Yutong. Regrettably, he was not present at the scene, otherwise he could have utilized the system's capabilities to probe into the level of this fairy Eevee. The lucky Kappa has lost its combat ability. With the announcement of the referee's voice, the first small match came to an end. Zhao Kursin was also astounded by the prowess of Gong's son Yutong's fairy Eevee, her expression turning grave. After recalling the lucky Kappa, Zhao Kursin pondered for a moment before releasing her second Pokemon. Come forth, Gem Starfish. It was a water-type and psychic-type Pokemon. From the attributes of the 2 Pokemon Zhao Kursin had summoned, Yi Yin could discern a hint of information that Zhao Kursin had a particular fondness for water-type Pokemon. Both the previous lucky Kappa and the current Gem Starfish bore water attributes. Gem Starfish, unleash water cannon. Zhao Kursin commanded, immediately directing the Gem Starfish to execute a powerful water-type move. The Gem Starfish leaped into the air, conjuring a thick stream of water from the gem on its chest. The water dragon roared menacingly as it surged toward the fairy Eevee. Seeing this, Gong's son Yutong remained unperturbed, employing the same tactic as before, instructing the fairy Eevee to counter with moonlight power. Boom. Instantly, 2 formidable energies collided once more, reminiscent of their earlier clash. The only difference was that this Gem Starfish was evidently much stronger than the previous lucky Kappa. Even in a direct confrontation with the fairy Eevee, it did not falter. Well done, Gem Starfish. Zhao Kursin sighed in relief, realizing that if even the Gem Starfish could not match this fairy Eevee, she would truly be in despair. Bang! The collision of water cannon and moonlight power resulted in an explosion, showering countless droplets like a torrential rain from the heavens. The Gem Starfish thrived in the downpour, becoming even more invigorated. Use Bubble Beam. Zhao Kursin commanded again, altering the attack strategy. The gem starfish expelled numerous bubbles that converged at an astonishing speed, striking the fairy Eevee and subsequently exploding. Pop! The sound of bubbling explosions was crisp and melodious, inflicting considerable damage. Dodge it and use light screen. Gongsun Yutong instructed the fairy Eevee to erect a light screen to mitigate the damage from the gem starfish's attack. The light screen offered a 33% damage reduction, albeit only effective against special attacks. Ironically, the gem starfish was indeed a special attacker. Once the light screen was set up, the power of the gem starfish's moves was significantly diminished. At that moment, Gongsun Yutong commanded the fairy Eevee to launch an attack. Fairy Eevee, use Draining Kiss. Draining Kiss, a fairy-type skill, could restore its own health, enabling the Pokémon to endure longer in battle. The fairy Eevee winked with its left eye, pouting its lips slightly, sending a flying kiss toward the gem starfish. Due to the fairy Eevee's charming physique ability, the gem starfish was immediately captivated, blushing profusely. When Draining Kiss struck it, the gem starfish merely stood there, grinning foolishly, showing no intention of resistance. Zhao Curson, witnessing the gem starfish's infatuated demeanor directed at the fairy Eevee, felt her face flush with anger. Gem starfish, what are you doing? Hurry up and counterattack. The gem starfish shook its head, startled by Zhao Curson's shout, and finally realized it had been mesmerized by the fairy Eevee's allure. It immediately felt embarrassed. Regaining its composure, the gem starfish rekindled its fighting spirit. Meanwhile, through Draining Kiss, the fairy Eevee's condition had improved. Use Moonlight Power. Gongsun Yutong commanded once more. A magnificent wave of moonlight power illuminated the entire arena, more potent than before, hurtling toward the gem starfish. Gem starfish, use Psychic. Zhao Curson, unwilling to back down, ordered the gem starfish to employ a psychic-type move. Boom! The two contrasting energies collided, creating a standoff. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Gem starfish, give it your all. We cannot lose this battle. Zhao Curson shouted fervently, rallying her gem starfish. Encouraged, the gem starfish intensified its output, the gem on its chest glowing with a bright red light, as if on the verge of igniting. Simultaneously, Gongsun Yutong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Fairy Eevee now? Use Quick Attack. The fairy Eevee abruptly retracted the moonlight power. With a powerful leap, its body transformed into a streak of lightning, surging forward. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the gem starfish. The gem starfish had no chance to react. Witnessing the fairy Eevee shimmering with radiant moonlight, as if it were a full moon suspended above. Magic Shine, a formidable fairy-type move. The gem starfish was struck at close range by the Magic Shine, enduring tremendous damage and being sent flying. Drip drop, the gem starfish collapsed on the ground, its chest gem flickering incessantly, already slipping into unconsciousness. The gem starfish has lost its combat ability, the referee announced. In the waiting room, Yi Yun observed this scene. Astonishment etched on his face. This little girl, is she imitating me? Indeed. Gongsun Yutong's decision just now mirrored the strategy Yi Yun had employed with the Monarch Snake against the Fire Beast in the previous match. It was likely that Gongsun Yutong had been watching that battle from the waiting room, prompting her to mimic Yi Yun's tactics, achieving an element of surprise. Gongsun Yutong seemed to know that Yi Yun would be watching her match, as she playfully stuck out her tongue at the camera, making a silly face. Yi Yun was momentarily stunned, caught between laughter and frustration. This rascal is truly mischievous. If Gongsun Yutong were beside him, he would undoubtedly spank her without hesitation, one of those resounding slaps, to make her aware that his authority was not to be trifled with. Returning to the arena, despite suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Zhao Curson did not become disheartened. She resolutely decided to continue with the 3rd match. This time, she released a cannon arm shrimp, further corroborating Yi Yun's earlier conjecture about her penchant for water-type Pokémon. Unfortunately, the strength of this cannon arm shrimp was not as formidable as that of the gem starfish, rendering it incapable of challenging the fairy Eevee. Within 5 rounds, the cannon arm shrimp succumbed. Consequently, Gongsun Yutong emerged as the logical victor, advancing to the S group's qualifying matches alongside Yi Yun. Chapter 159, pressing Gongsun Yutong for her intentions. The S group qualifying matches differed from the previous ones. In Group S, there are a total of 9 contestants. Yet only 8 shall advance to the next round of competition. This implies that once the rankings are established, the last 2 contenders will face challenges from the participants in a placement match, engaging in one-on-one duels. The victors of these encounters will subsequently compete against each other to determine the ultimate champion. The final winner will assume the position of the 8th contestant from Group S, qualifying for the ensuing quarterfinals. After concluding her match, Gongsun Yutong returned to the waiting room, where Yi Yun was also present. Big brother, am I not impressive? Gong's son Yutong inched closer to Yi Yun, tilting her head up to inquire, her eyes twinkling with innocence and charm. Yi Yun nodded subtly, maintaining his composure. Then will you agree to be my boyfriend? Gong's son Yutong asked eagerly. Her demonstration of formidable prowess was all in pursuit of Yi Yun's acknowledgement. To fulfill a task entrusted to her by her father. Yi Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. Why are you so insistent on having me as your boyfriend? Despite my dashing good looks, with a charm that captivates all, Gong's son Yutong interjected playfully, Big brother, you're quite shameless. In that moment, Yi Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. Am I not handsome? He retorted, believing himself to be more appealing than the others present. Gong's son Yutong nodded. Affirmatively, you are handsome. She then shifted her tone, adding, but not to the extent you claim. At least in my family, there are several who surpass you in looks. Yi Yun's expression fell, feeling dejected. Then why do you want me to be your boyfriend? Is it because of my charm? Gong's son Yutong shook her head. Is it because I possess great strength, and you prefer powerful boys? Again, she shook her head. Could it be because of me? She continued to deny. Suddenly, Yi Yun grasped her small face and hoisted her onto his lap, playfully demanding, speak. What is your true intention in wanting me as your boyfriend? What schemes does your family have in mind? His hand hovered perilously close to Gong's son Yutong's rear, threatening, if you don't tell me, I might just have to spank you. Gong's son Yutong's cheeks flushed crimson, her body becoming weak, yet her resolve remained firm. I won't tell you. Will you speak or not? Yi Yun pressed, his tone intensifying. No. Gong's son Yutong crossed her arms defiantly. A sharp sound echoed as Yi Yun's hand landed without mercy. Ah, she squealed, turning back to him, her face bright red as if it were an apple. You hit me? Woe is me. I shall tell my sister. She will punish you. Gong's son Yutong pouted, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Yi Yun chuckled coldly. Don't even think about it. I wouldn't hesitate to do the same to your mother. Gong's son Yutong, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, averted her gaze. This was precisely the effect Yi Yun desired. Now tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Pouting, Gong's son Yutong replied. If I tell you, my father will punish me. Seeing that gentle persuasion was ineffective, Yi Yun resolved to be firmer. Just then, the door of the waiting room swung open abruptly, and the referee entered, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. Yi Yun and Gong's son Yutong exchanged startled glances, both taken aback by the awkwardness of the situation. You too. The referee gulped, his expression a mix of confusion and incredulity. Yi Yun awkwardly chuckled, hastily releasing Gong's son Yutong. Oh, we were just joking around. It's not what it seems. The referee smirked knowingly. Do you take me for a fool? I was even wilder than you in my youth. I can see what's happening here. Gong's son Yutong wiped her tears, furiously stomping on Yi Yun's foot before storming out of the waiting room. To Yi Yun's surprise, Gong's son Yutong refrained from reporting his behavior to the referee. Had she done so, he would undoubtedly have faced considerable trouble. This led him to ponder the implications. Despite her anger at his actions, she seemed reluctant to truly offend him, fearing his wrath. A young lady from one of the four great families, wary of an ordinary student like him. Yi Yun found this hard to believe. Unless there were underlying motives at play. Reflecting on Gong's son Yutong's earlier insistence that he become her boyfriend, a realization dawned upon him. The Gongsun family was attempting to win him over. Or perhaps, they sought something from him. Yet, what could he possibly offer them? He was merely an ordinary student with a hint of talent. He resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire further with Gongsun Yutong. Until he clarified this matter, he would remain unsettled. Yi Yun, please follow me. The drawing of lots is about to commence. The referee's voice broke through his thoughts. Acknowledging the rules of the placement match, Yi Yun nodded, following the referee without further comment. Moments later, he arrived at the drawing room, where 6 individuals were gathered, 1 supervisor, 1 referee, and 4 contestants. Among them, in addition to Yi Yi, were 2 others, a tall, slender young man, strikingly handsome, and a kawaii girl with large eyes and a round face, though her figure was surprisingly voluptuous, a stark contrast to her childlike appearance. Has everyone arrived? Let us commence the drawing, the referee announced. Challengers will draw first. He gestured toward Yi Yun and Gongsun Yutong, who approached the front. Yi Yun waited patiently as Gongsun Yutong, seemingly incensed by his earlier actions, stepped forward first to draw. Finally, their results were revealed. Gongsun Yutong drew number 1, facing Zheng Junzi, while Yi Yun drew number 2, set to compete against Luo Jelly. Yi Yi's exclusive news. Qin Hao, cover the temple, the wine waste 0. The marshal too, my pie is waiting for you here. Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. What does this signify? It illustrates the notion that what is destined must come to pass, while what is not cannot be forced. Despite Gong Sun Yutong's precedence, she did not draw her desired opponent, whereas Yi Yun, with minimal effort, had drawn the very challenger she wished to face. Fate is indeed inexorable. Humph, what are you laughing at? Gong Sun Yutong questioned Yi Yun, indignant. Oh, I just suddenly thought of something amusing, Yi Yun offered as an excuse. Gong Sun Yutong tilted her head, a look of perplexity gracing her features as she inquired, "What is so amusing?" Yi Yun replied, "My little warm pig is about to give birth." After the draw, the match commenced swiftly. The first battle pitted Gong Sun Yutong against Zheng Junzi, with their respective Pokémon being the Fairy-type Eevee and the Bug and Steel-type Scizor. In terms of attributes, Scizor held the advantage. The moment the battle began, a fierce clash ensued. The Fairy Eevee exhibited commendable prowess, yet regrettably fell short, succumbing to Scizor's decisive strike. Despite the defeat of her Eevee, Gong Sun Yutong remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence. She first recalled her Eevee, then unleashed her Ninetales. As a Fire-type Pokémon, Ninetales held a fourfold advantage over Scizor, which was both Bug and Steel-type. With a disdainful tone, one might say that a single burst of flames would spell doom for Scizor. Thus, Zheng Junzi prudently opted to switch out his Pokémon for another. Gengar. Ninetales versus Gengar. The battle is about to ignite. Zheng Junzi commanded, "Gengar, use Shadow Ball." In an instant, Zheng Junzi unleashed Gengar's signature move. Gengar, grinning with a sinister smile, conjured a dark purple Shadow Ball and hurled it towards Ninetales. "Ninetales, use Flamethrower." Gong Sun Yutong countered defiantly, commanding Ninetales to unleash a torrent of flame. A thick and long stream of fire erupted from Ninetales, as scorching as molten lava and crimson as blood, expanding and colliding with the approaching Shadow Ball. Boom! The explosion resonated, sending shockwaves that forced both Gengar and Ninetales to shield themselves. The initial clash yielded no clear victor. However, in terms of base stats, if both Pokémon were of similar levels and disregarding held items, Ninetales should have been at a disadvantage against Gengar. Yet, the current stalemate suggested one undeniable truth. Gong Sun Yutong's Ninetales was of significantly higher level, at least surpassing Gengar by a considerable margin. Is this girl still concealing her true strength? Yi Yun mused, watching intently from the waiting room, his brow furrowed. He had initially believed that her Fairy Eevee was her strongest Pokémon, only to discover that her Ninetales was even more formidable. If this Ninetales was not her most powerful Pokémon, just how potent was her true strength? Yi Yun couldn't help but glance at Gong Sun Yutong on the screen. She appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, yet possessed such extraordinary abilities, truly a daunting prospect. Was it the case that all scions of illustrious families were similarly extraordinary? Yi Yun could not ascertain. However, one thing was certain: Gong Sun Yutong might prove to be a formidable adversary on his path to Group S. The battle persisted on screen. After a brief exchange to gauge each other's strengths, both Zheng Junzi and Gong Sun Yutong ceased holding back and launched fierce assaults. Ninetales, use Confusion. Ninetales emitted a low hum, channeling an enigmatic and invisible force that assailed Gengar. Faced with such an unpredictable attack, Gengar had no chance to evade and was struck hard. As a Ghost-type Pokémon, Gengar was particularly vulnerable to Psychic-type moves. With this decisive blow, Gong Sun Yutong's confidence surged. At that moment, Gengar, gritting its teeth, charged towards Ninetales, forming another Shadow Ball to strike. Ninetales reacted swiftly, leaping backward just in time to avoid Gengar's attack. Bang! Gengar's Shadow Ball crashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Meanwhile, Ninetales unleashed another burst of flames, forcefully repelling Gengar. The distance between the two Pokémon widened once more. Continue using Confusion, Gong Sun Yutong declared, relishing the taste of victory. The same move was deployed again. Zheng Junzi, unwilling to remain idle, commanded Gengar to attack. Gengar, rush in and slam it with Shadow Ball. Gengar darted forward with remarkable speed, skimming just above the ground. As Ninetales' Confusion descended, it surged ahead, appearing before Ninetales and unleashing a Shadow Ball with unwavering resolve. Ninetales was caught off guard, struck by the Shadow Ball, and fell into a state of severe injury. In response, Gong Sun Yutong swiftly commanded Ninetales to alter its tactics. Use Inferno. With a mighty howl, Ninetales erupted in flames, surrounding both Gengar and itself in a fiery embrace. The intense heat of the flames acted like a vast net, ensnaring the two Pokémon within. Feeling the searing heat, Gengar could not suppress a cry of anguish, attempting to escape, but the fierce tongues of fire drove it back. In stark contrast, Ninetales stood resolute within the flames, resembling a fiery deity, impervious to the flames and instead growing stronger, with its firepower intensifying. Upon witnessing this, both Zheng Junzi and Yi Yun deduced the truth. Gongsun Yutong's Ninetales possessed the ability Flash Fire. Flash Fire, when attacked by Fire-type moves, instead of taking damage, it absorbs the flames, enhancing the power of its own Fire-type moves. Chapter 161, Gongsun Yutong's Decision. Enveloped in flames, Jengar ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground after a brief struggle. Come back, Jengar. Zheng Junzi's face darkened as he recalled his Pokémon. He then sent forth his third Pokémon, Excadrill. Excadrill, a ground and steel-type Pokémon, held a distinct advantage over Ninetales. Moreover, its own power was formidable, placing it among the elite tier of Pokémon. Faced with Excadrill, Ninetales found itself at a disadvantage. Excadrill used Stone Edge. As soon as Zheng Junzi took the stage, he commanded his formidable Tyranitar to unleash a rock-type move with a staggering power of 100. With a deep, resonant roar, Tyranitar conjured a sharp stone before it, resembling a spear, which hurtled towards the Ninetales. Gongsun Yutong, not daring to underestimate the situation, swiftly ordered Ninetales to evade. Ninetales, dodge it, and then employ your psychic abilities. Being a fire-type Pokémon, Ninetales' fire moves would not inflict significant damage on Tyranitar. In contrast, its psychic abilities would prove more effective. Whoosh! The sharp stone spear cut through the air with a piercing sound as it advanced towards Ninetales. Although Ninetales possessed remarkable speed, Tyranitar's assault was equally swift. At that moment, as the stone spear descended, Ninetales realized that attempting to retaliate with psychic power would lead to its own impalement. Reluctantly, Ninetales redirected its psychic energy towards the stone spear instead. Boom! The psychic force collided with the stone spear, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Junzi commanded Tyranitar to execute Rock Blast. Instantly, the shattered stone fragments transformed into formidable projectiles. Bang! 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 The fragments exploded midair, creating a cascade of minor yet cumulative explosions that, while not overwhelmingly powerful individually, collectively unleashed a terrifying force. Ninetales, caught in the midst of the explosions, endured relentless torment. The shockwaves generated by the blast struck it like powerful fists, leaving it severely injured. Most alarmingly, the tiny stone shards propelled by the explosive energy rained down upon it like bullets, inflicting considerable damage. With a defeated roar, Ninetales collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the battle. The referee promptly announced the outcome. Ninetales had lost its fighting capability. Gongsun Yutong's expression soured as she silently recalled her Pokémon. At this juncture, she had lost 2 Pokémon, while Zheng Junzi had only lost 1. Gongsun Yutong found herself in a precarious situation. Should she fail to defeat Zheng Junzi's remaining 2 Pokémon, her hopes in the tournament would be dashed. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, waiting in the battle room, felt a surge of curiosity about Gongsun Yutong's next decision. After a moment of contemplation, she did not immediately release her third Pokémon. With her head bowed, she slowly retrieved a necklace from her chest. Adorning the necklace was a delicately crafted Pokeball, minuscule in size, resembling a glass bead. However, as Gongsun Yutong removed it, it instantly expanded to a standard Pokeball size. Yi Yun, witnessing this transformation, couldn't help but feel intrigued. He had heard of Pokeballs capable of changing size, rumored to be exceedingly expensive and typically custom-made for the elite. Only those of immense power and wealth could possess such items. As a member of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Yutong's ownership of such a rare and precious artifact did not surprise Yi Yun. What truly piqued his curiosity was the Pokémon contained within the ball. The fact that she carried it like a treasure signaled that the Pokémon inside was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, its true power would remain a mystery until Gongsun Yutong chose to release it. Caught in a moment of indecision, Gongsun Yutong gazed at the Pokeball in her hand, deliberating whether to unleash it. Although doing so would almost guarantee her victory in the battle, it would also risk exposing certain family secrets. A trade-off she deemed not worth the potential consequences. I concede. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Gongsun Yutong returned the Pokeball to her possession. Her decision left Yi Yun, waiting in the battle room, momentarily stunned. She conceded? Why not release the Pokémon within? What was she apprehensive about? Yi Yun surmised that the Pokeball in Gongsun Yutong's hand was indeed remarkable. He pondered whether, if he agreed to be her boyfriend, she might show him the contents of that Pokeball. His thoughts were not driven by any romantic desires for Gongsun Yutong. Rather, he was simply intrigued by the Pokémon inside the ball. His heart would always belong to one. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yutong had exited the arena without returning to the battle room, leaving Yi Yun's plans in disarray. Resigned, he sighed and made his way towards the competition stage, for it was now his turn to perform. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Gongsun Yutong retrieved her pink fairy-type EV mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, sister. I'm sorry, but I failed. That guy wouldn't agree, no matter what I tried. Even mentioning you, but he stubbornly refused. And, oh sister, that mean guy even spanked me." Gongsun Yutong vented her frustrations, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her teeth clenched. Clearly, she remained aggrieved by Yi Yun's earlier antics. Initially, Gongsun Ling had not thought much of her sister's predicament, having not expected her to succeed. However, upon hearing that Yi Yun had spanked Gongsun Yutong, her anger flared. She had always been protective of her sister, refusing to allow her to suffer any slight. Now, to learn that a boy had struck her, she could not bear the thought. Gongsun Yutong had been wronged, and as her sister, she felt compelled to seek vengeance. "Yutong, do not fear, I am coming right away. Rest assured, sister will avenge you and teach that boy a lesson," Gongsun Ling said, suppressing her rising fury with a gentle tone. "Really?" Gongsun Yutong asked, excitement bubbling within her. "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" Gongsun Ling replied with an affectionate smile. "Yay, that's wonderful. Finally, I can get my revenge. Sister, hurry over. I can't wait to spank that mean guy," Gongsun Yutong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Gongsun Ling paused, taken aback by her sister's fervor. Something seemed amiss with Gongsun Yutong. Chapter 162, Advancing to Group S. In the arena, Yi Yun faced his opponent, Luo Jelly, a stunning beauty. Once both parties were ready, they released their Pokémon. Yi Yun sent forth his Lucario to lead the charge, while Luo Jelly unleashed her Gyarados. Gyarados, an evolution of Magikarp, was a water-type Pokémon, known for its fearsome appearance. Yi Yun was rather taken aback by Luo Jelly's choice, as it was uncommon for a girl to favor such a monstrous-looking Pokémon. The enormous vine creature, despite possessing a multitude of tendrils, lacked any significant advantages. Yi Yun found it perplexing how a girl could be enamored with such a creature. However, he deemed this matter unworthy of further contemplation and thus dismissed it from his mind. "Lucario, use Aura Sphere," Yi Yun commanded, initiating the offensive. In response, Luo Jelly boldly countered, "Giant Vine, use Vine Whip." The battle between them was exhilarating, with each side exchanging blows and victories. Ultimately, Lucario delivered a decisive Aura Sphere strike to the Giant Vine's head, rendering it incapacitated. Following this, Luo Jelly released her second Pokémon, an Electrike, which Yi Yun noted was a female at level 53. It exhibited commendable strength, yet still fell short when compared to Lucario. After a fierce exchange lasting 3 rounds, Electrike succumbed to Lucario's might. The string of defeats caused Luo Jelly's expression to darken, her chest heaving with indignation, inciting audible reactions from the audience. In a final attempt, Luo Jelly unleashed her third Pokémon, a Snorlax. Regrettably, it proved no match for Lucario, who held a type advantage. Within 3 rounds, Yi Yun easily secured victory in the match, successfully advancing to the next round of singles competition against Zheng Junzi in a 1v1 battle. The victor would earn a place in Group S for the upcoming Top 8 tournament. Before departing, Yi Yun received an invitation from Luo Jelly. Although she was unable to best him on the battlefield, she sought to challenge him to a solo match that evening to regain her pride. Unfortunately, Yi Yun dismissed her with a curt, "I am not interested in women." This left Luo Jelly stunned, and upon regaining her composure, she fled in panic, having encountered what she believed to be a legendary gay individual. Little did she know, Yi Yun was not gay. He merely had a singular interest in white-haired Lolas, with no desire for anything else. Why, you may ask? Because white-haired Lolas are forever supreme. By afternoon, Yi Yun faced off against Zheng Junzi. Having previously observed Zheng's matches, Yi Yun had some understanding of his opponent. The battle commenced with intense fervor. Yi Yun sent forth his King of Vacation, while Zheng unleashed a Scyther. Though Scyther boasted high attack power, it was unfortunate for it to meet the formidable King of Vacation. Among all assassins, the King of Vacation was their worst nightmare. Scyther's attacks felt like mere tickles against the stout defense of the King of Vacation. Furthermore, Zheng's Scyther did not possess the ability of light metal, rendering it slower than Yi Yun's King of Vacation. The result was inevitable. The King of Vacation seized Scyther by the head and slammed it into the ground with a force that was almost unbearable to behold. The match concluded in under 3 minutes, prompting many online viewers to exclaim, "That was far too swift." Zheng Junzi then released his second Pokémon, a Rampardos. Yi Yun was aware that Zheng's third Pokémon was a Jengar. However, due to the ghost-type nature of Jengar and its immunity to normal-type moves, It stood no chance against the king of vacation. This explained why Zheng opted for Rampardos instead of Jengar. Moreover, it suggested that if Yi Yun's king of vacation triumphed, Zheng would have no choice but to concede in the next round. Recognizing this, Zheng approached the second battle with utmost seriousness, knowing that a loss would mean an early exit from the arena. Rampardos, use Stone Edge, Zheng commanded, initiating a powerful rock-type move, clearly aiming to replicate the previous match's glory. Yi Yun, however, would not grant him such an opportunity. He instructed the king of vacation to leap and use Hammer Arm to shatter the stones. In the instant the rocks were obliterated, the king of vacation propelled himself upward, akin to a cannonball descending from the heavens, aimed directly at Rampardos. Rampardos, evade, Zheng ordered urgently, his demeanor grave. Rampardos quickly maneuvered away from its position. With a thunderous crash, the king of vacation landed, akin to a mountain collapsing, causing the ground to tremble. Seizing the moment, Yi Yun commanded the king of vacation to unleash its Z move, the ultimate invincible charge. With a mighty roar, the king of vacation pounded its chest, transforming into a ferocious beast as it charged toward Rampardos at blinding speed. Realizing there was no escape, Zheng steeled himself for a confrontation, ordering Rampardos to execute its ultimate move, Last Resort. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, sending Rampardos flying. It was the first to face the king of vacation head-on. I concede, Zheng Junzi uttered weakly. With only Jengar remaining, he had no realistic chance of overcoming Yi Yun's king of vacation. Thus, the battle concluded, and Yi Yun successfully advanced to Group S. The day's competitions came to a close, with the top 8 tournaments scheduled for the day after tomorrow, granting the competitors a day's respite. After the match, Yi Yun exited the arena, preparing to return home. Tomorrow marked Yi Yi's competition day, and he intended to return early to offer her support. Just as he stepped outside the arena, he noticed 2 young maidens standing by the roadside. One possessed vibrant golden curls and an adorable, innocent appearance, while the other had long, straight black hair and an icy demeanor, resembling a true ice queen. One of them, Yi Yun recognized as Gongsun Yutong, who had previously sought to approach him. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Gongsun Yutong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grabbed the hand of the other girl, exclaiming, "Sister, it's him. He's the one who bullied me and spanked my bottom." Yi Yun immediately sensed trouble and swiftly attempted to make his escape. The Gongsun family had come looking for him. Chapter 163, The Gongsun Sisters. Just as he attempted to flee, a pair of delicate, pale hands pressed him firmly in place. Turning around, Yi Yun was confronted by a breathtakingly cold visage, none other than Gongsun Yutong's elder sister. Gongsun Ling. Yi Yun was taken aback. The distance between them had been at least 20 meters. How had she closed the gap so swiftly? More alarmingly, she had done so without making a sound. As Yi Yun pondered this, a chilling voice shattered his thoughts. "So, you are the one who bullied my sister?" Gongsun Ling's expression was as frigid as her tone. As a man, Su Yun naturally could not appear weak. He removed the hand resting on his shoulder and declared with righteous fervor, "I did not bully her. We were merely engaging in playful antics." Gongsun Ling furrowed her delicate brows. "Playful antics require a large backside? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Yi Yun chuckled softly. "At the time, my hand was a mere 0.01 centimeters from her backside. Strictly speaking, I did not touch her. Furthermore, my intentions were not to bully her, but rather to discern the true motives behind your Gongsun family's approach towards me." He emphasized the word motives with intent. Gongsun Ling turned to Gongsun Yutong, her eyes reflecting confusion. "What motives? Why am I unaware of this?" Gongsun Yutong lowered her gaze, her small hands nervously clutching her clothing as she whispered, "It's because father instructed me to bring him home, to make him our Gongsun family's son-in-law." Both Yi Yun and Gongsun Ling were taken aback. "Goodness, your father truly is something else, sending you out at such a tender age to seek a son-in-law." Yi Yun quietly thought to himself, "Fortunately, I am well-read and resolute. Otherwise, I might have been led astray." Gongsun Ling regarded Gongsun Yutong with incredulity, asking in astonishment, "Is what you say truly the case?" Gongsun Yutong nodded affirmatively. "Then why hasn't father mentioned this to me?" Gongsun Yutong stuck out her tongue and replied, "Sister, since you have no interest in men, father certainly would not discuss this with you." A blush crept onto Gongsun Ling's face, her eyes evasive, clearly flustered. Yi Yun, on the other hand, looked on with wide eyes, his expression reflecting utter astonishment. At that moment, it was as if a pure lily was blooming softly upon Gongsun Ling. For reasons unknown, a classic line suddenly echoed in Yi Yun's mind. "The lilies of my hometown have bloomed once more." He swallowed hard, lamenting inwardly, "What a pity. Such a beautiful woman with a splendid figure, yet she is a lily. If it were not for that, he could have introduced her to his brother Wang Defa. As for himself? Entirely unnecessary. Gong Sun Ling's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with a resentful glimmer. Seemingly blaming Gong Sun Yutong for revealing this matter in front of Yi Yun. Your affairs are of no concern to me. Do as you please. Gong Sun Ling huffed, dramatically flicking her sleeves and leaving Gong Sun Yutong standing there, dazed. A mischievous grin spread across Yi Yun's face as he rubbed his hands together, observing Gong Sun Yutong with a predatory gaze. Little sister. Do you wish to come to your older brother? Woo, so scary. Sister, wait for me. Before she could finish her words, Gong Sun Yutong had been frightened off. Once both sisters had departed, Yi Yun finally retracted his smile. TCH, what of the sisterly duo? Is a prominent family truly so impressive? They are still firmly within my grasp. Yi Yun's fingers curled like claws as he pinched the air. But why does the Gong Sun family wish for me to become a son-in-law? Is it because of my striking appearance? Yi Yun shook his head. Unlikely. Individuals from prestigious families cannot be so superficial. Perhaps it is due to my strength? Yet thus far, I have not demonstrated any particularly formidable prowess. It shouldn't have drawn their attention. Yi Yun found himself utterly perplexed. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled Yi and made his way home. Indeed, upon entering, he found Yi seated on the sofa, awaiting him. Beneath her thin bathrobe, her fair skin peeked through enticingly. Particularly, the subtle movements of her modest bosom were enough to stir one's desire to indulge. How was practice today? Yi Yun inquired with a smile. Yi's lips curled into a proud smile as she raised her small fist, declaring her strength. I will surely secure first place. Yi Yun feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Are you truly that formidable? Yi placed her hands on her hips, one foot perched upon the sofa, pointing dramatically at the sky. Of course. However, just as she finished speaking, she lost her balance and tumbled from the sofa. Yi Yun, witnessing her sprawled out like a starfish on the floor, felt no sympathy. Rather, he struggled to suppress a laugh. Unable to contain himself, Yi Yun let out a chuckle. Immediately, Yi raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. Whoa, big brother, you wicked bully, always laughing at me. I shall never speak to you again. With that, she picked herself up from the floor and sat cross-legged, bursting into tears. One might think Yi Yun had been the one to torment her. Yi Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Women truly are made of water. The saying holds true. They cry at the drop of a hat. As though tears were free. His heart ached. After all, she was his beloved little sister. Yi Yun approached her, wiped her tears away, and embraced her, soothing her with kind words until her sobs subsided. Humph, you shall not bully me again, Yi declared, playfully punching Yi Yun's chest and pouting. Yi Yun raised 3 fingers in a vow, declaring, Very well, if I ever bully you again, let me be struck by divine retribution. As for why it was 3 fingers? Because 4 fingers might invite a lightning strike. Yi then hugged Yi Yun tightly, her temper quelled. Brother, I wish to take a bath. Moments later, Yi suddenly looked up at Yi Yun with an innocent expression and said, I want to take a bath with you. Yi Yun was taken aback. Did you not just bathe? Yi shook her head, replying, It's different this time. I want to bathe together with Gigi. It's much more enjoyable. Yi Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Is that really appropriate? Yi looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Is it not allowed? Yi Yun turned his head away, feeling flustered. Well, it's not that it's entirely out of the question. 1 minute later, the living room was empty. The sound of running water and laughter echoed from the bathroom. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Chapter 164, Yinxing Trainer Competition, Part 1. The following morning, the Yinxing Trainer Competition commenced. At the competition venue, Yi Yun accompanied Yi to participate. The rules of the competition were quite simple. Each contestant was permitted to use only 1 Pokémon per match, adhering to a 1v1 single combat format. Moreover, the preliminary rounds would adopt a mixed competition format, wherein all contestants would be randomly paired against one another, relying solely on luck to determine their opponents. The preliminary round consisted of 3 matches. Each victory would earn a contestant 1 point. Ultimately, rankings would be determined based on points, with only the top 8 contestants advancing to the subsequent rounds. Thus, if Yi wished to secure her place in the next match, she would need to achieve 3 consecutive victories. Losing even 1 match would place her in a precarious position. Are you ready? Soon. Yi was about to face her first match. Yes, brother, cheer for me. Yi raised her small hand, eager to high-five Yi Yun. Yi Yun offered a slight smile, exchanging a high-five with her, and encouragingly said, Do your best and strive for a triumphant victory. Watch my performance. Yi playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly dashed towards the competition arena. Yi stood below, observing her match. This time, Yi's opponent was also a petite girl named Shen Zihan. The match commenced. With the referee's voice ringing out, both sides unleashed their Pokémon. Come forth, Cerulean. Yi sent out her Cerulean. As Yi had prohibited her from using Minas in the competition, she could only rely on Cerulean. Fortunately, the fairy-type Cerulean had commendable resistance, thus avoiding particularly passive situations. Come forth, Meow. Shen Zihan summoned her Meow. Yi was not surprised. It was quite normal for young girls to adore little kittens, much like his own fondness for white-haired Lolas. Soon, the battle commenced, with Yi making the first move. Cerulean used telekinesis. Cerulean clasped its hands, and an invisible force acted upon Meow. Meow suddenly felt as though its body was losing control, and it began to float upwards. Subsequently, like a fallen meteor, it plummeted from the sky. Meow? Fortunately, Meow was agile and, just before hitting the ground, managed to flip and land safely. Cats are renowned for their remarkable balance. No matter how they are thrown from heights, they typically land gracefully. One could test this theory if they wished. As a feline Pokémon, Meow's balance was exceptional, allowing it to stabilize itself even when affected by telekinesis. Well done, Meow. You'll earn a reward of fish biscuits tonight. Now, let her see our prowess. Use Scratch. It was now Shen Zihan's turn to attack. Meow extended its sharp claws towards Cerulean. The claws glinted coldly in the air, akin to sharp blades that could easily slice through Cerulean. Should it be struck, Cerulean would likely bear several ghastly gashes. Yi, recognizing the impending danger, did not allow Cerulean to remain idle. Instead, she commanded, Cerulean, use teleport to evade it. In a flash, Cerulean vanished from its spot, reappearing on the opposite side. Meow's attack missed, its long claws raking the ground and leaving several marks. In their first confrontation, each side had its victories. Seizing the brief moment of pause, Yi utilized the system's features to assess Shen Zihan's Meow's information. Pokémon Meow. Potential, 2 stars. Friendship, 150. Gender, male. Level, 20. Type, normal. Ability, pick up. Occasionally picks up items used by opponents. Can also find items during adventures. Hidden ability, none. Held item, Rice Ball. Restores a small amount of health each turn. Skills, Scratch, Growl, Bite, Quick Attack, Scratch, Hyper Voice. Only level 20? It seems that Yi's chances of victory are quite substantial. If all goes as expected, this match should conclude swiftly, Yi mused. Yi's Cerulean was at level 23, 3 levels higher than Shen Zihan's Meow. Moreover, there were no type advantages at play, which significantly bolstered Yi's likelihood of success. As Yi pondered, Yi commanded Cerulean to launch another assault. Cerulean, use Magical Leaf. Cerulean. With a delightful cry, Cerulean summoned several vibrant green leaves that floated around it. These leaves, seemingly enchanted, transformed into sharp little blades that shot towards Meow. Meow's expression changed dramatically as it hurriedly attempted to dodge. However, the sheer number of leaves was overwhelming, coming from all directions, leaving it with no viable escape. After evading several, a number of magical leaves struck Meow, eliciting a painful cry as it was propelled backward. Shen Zihan's face turned anxious, her hands clenched tightly together. Almost on the verge of tears. Meow, you can do it. Hearing her master's call, Meow, fueled by its indomitable spirit, struggled to rise from the ground. Shen Zihan exhaled in relief. As long as Meow could stand, it still had the capacity to fight. However, she did not anticipate that just as Meow regained its footing, Yi commanded Cerulean to attack once more. Cerulean, use Magical Leaf to finish the match. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More magical leaves were launched, striking Meow once again. This time, Meow could not withstand the assault and collapsed, losing its ability to battle. At that moment, the referee declared, Meow has lost its ability to battle. The winner of this match is Yi. Yay, I did it. I won. Yi joyfully leaped into the air, then rushed towards the stands to share the good news with Yi. Brother, did you see? I won. Yi, bubbling with excitement, looked at Yi with eager anticipation, hoping for his praise. Yi smiled and nodded, ruffling her hair, and remarked, indeed, quite impressive. To defeat your opponent in such a short time is no small feat, though you still have a ways to go compared to your brother. Initially, Yi felt elated to hear the compliments, but when he mentioned the vast difference in their skills, her expression immediately soured. Humph, brother always exaggerates. She crossed her arms, turning her head away from Yi in a huff. Yi chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. Yi frowned slightly. Be gentle, that hurts. She opened her mouth to bite Yi Yun's hand, but he deftly dodged. I knew you would try to bite me again. Yi, indignant, huffed, humph. Who told you to keep bullying me? The two engaged in a playful scuffle before Yi soon faced her second match. This time, her opponent was a young boy who appeared to be about her age. Upon seeing Yi's adorable demeanor, the boy was instantly captivated. His eyes fixated on her as he stood there dazed, grinning foolishly. Yi Yun's expression darkened. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront the boy. Laughing like a fool, huh? At such a young age, you should be focusing on your training, not acting like a lovesick fool. Yet, considering they were in a public setting, he restrained himself. Hey, are you going to compete or not? The referee furrowed his brow and couldn't help but utter a remark. It was only then that the young boy snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile to the referee. Let the battle begin. Soon, the duel commenced. Yi sent out her cherished Cerulean, while the young boy unleashed his Butterfree. Yi glanced at Butterfree's information. Pokemon Butterfree. Qualification, 2 stars. Affinity, 200. Gender, female. Level, 22. Type, bug flying. Ability, compound eyes, increases accuracy of moves. Hidden ability, none. Held item, none. Moves, gust, confusion, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, Psybeam, silver wind. The level 22 Butterfree was only one tier below Yi's Cerulean, suggesting that this match would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yi began to worry about Yi. After all, Butterfree was a fully evolved Pokemon, while Cerulean was merely in its second evolutionary stage, marking a significant disparity in their base stats. Yi sensed the prowess of her opponent and chose to strike first. Cerulean, use confusion. Cerulean unleashed a wave of psychic energy directed at Butterfree, inflicting a measure of damage. The young boy retaliated in kind, commanding Butterfree to utilize confusion against Cerulean. Unfortunately, the damage was minimal, as the fairy psychic Cerulean possessed a double resistance to psychic-type moves. The boy, perhaps lacking in knowledge of type advantages, made this rookie mistake, inadvertently granting Yi an opportunity to turn the tides. Cerulean, continue using confusion, Yi instructed, secretly hoping the boy would persist in employing confusion, allowing her to gain an advantage in type matchup and secure victory. However, the boy was no fool. Upon realizing that the psychic-type moves were not particularly effective against Cerulean, he quickly altered his strategy. Butterfree, use gust. Butterfree flapped its wings, summoning a fierce wind that swept toward Cerulean. Cerulean was caught in the gale, its skirt billowing, exposing a swath of alabaster skin to the air. Unwilling to concede, Yi commanded Cerulean amidst the tempest. Cerulean, use charm. Cerulean faced the wind, producing a melodious song that resonated like a young maiden showcasing her enchanting voice, captivating all who heard it. Butterfree was no exception, under the influence of charm. It sustained some psychological damage, though not enough to be incapacitated. The two Pokemon exchanged blows over several rounds, their health dwindling to critical levels. At this juncture, the contest hinged on the swiftness of their attacks. Without hesitation, Yi commanded Cerulean to unleash confusion, while the boy instructed Butterfree to utilize gust. Ultimately, confusion proved superior, striking Butterfree first and rendering it unable to continue the fight. With a soft thud, Butterfree's petite form plummeted from the sky. The referee glanced at the scene and announced, Butterfree has lost its combat ability. The victor of this match is Yi. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, Yi exhaled in relief, patting her chest and muttering to herself, that was close. I almost lost. Yi clicked his tongue in agreement, nodding. That was a bit too close for comfort. After the match concluded, as Yi stepped down from the arena, the young boy who had battled her swiftly approached, gazing at her with eager admiration. Hello, classmate. I'm from Yinxing Guangming Primary School. May I get to know you? Just as Yi was about to decline, she noticed Yi approaching with a dark expression and an air of menace. He fixed a fierce stare upon the young boy, who, without uttering a word, fled as if confronted by a ghost. Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Ha ha ha, brother, you're quite terrifying. Yi scoffed, how could that be? I look so righteous and handsome. How could anyone find me frightening? Yi giggled uncontrollably. But you just scared that person away. Yi Yun, with an air of disdain, explained, humph, that's merely because he lacks courage. Yi continued to laugh. Yi Yun pinched her cheek, feigning anger as he warned, be cautious when you're out. Don't talk to strangers carelessly. What if one day you are abducted? I won't know where to find you. Yi pouted and muttered, humph. I would never be taken by a bad person. Yi Yun chuckled, you're so adorable that countless villains would want to stuff you into a sack. If you continue being so carefree, someone could easily whisk you away in a sack. Yi chose to ignore the latter part of his statement, only hearing Yi Yun praise her cuteness. Brother, am I really that cute? She asked uncertainly. Yi Yun ruffled her soft cheeks, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? Yi instantly blushed, lowering her head in shyness. So do you like what? Like Jiling jelly? Yi's face darkened, and she stomped on Yi Yun's foot in frustration. You silly head. I'm going to compete now. I'm not talking to you. With that, she stormed off in a huff, leaving Yi Yun looking bewildered. Yi is acting strangely. Chapter 166. Are you dumb? I was just kidding. Not long after, Yi's final match commenced. This time, her opponent was a girl, slightly taller than her peers, with a well-developed figure that indicated her maturity. Wu Yun. Yi glared at her opponent's upper body, then glanced at her own, jealousy flickering across her youthful face. Humph, it's all my brother's fault for bullying me that I ended up like this. Pouting, Yi attributed her grievances to Yi Yun. Yi Yun protested vehemently. How is that fair? I'm being unjustly accused here. Come forth, Magnemite. As Wu Yun spoke, she summoned her Pokémon, a level 23 Magnemite, which matched Yi's Cerulean in level. It remained to be seen who would emerge victorious. Magnemite, use Magnet Bomb. Wu Yun initiated the attack right away. With the advantage of type, this battle was expected to be somewhat easier for her. In contrast, Yi wore a grave expression. Regardless of whether it was Psychic, Fairy, or Grass-type moves, they would all be resisted by Magnemite. From the very start, it was evident that she was at a disadvantage. Cerulean, use Teleport to evade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Magnemite launched several magnet bombs toward Cerulean. The magnetic bombs seemed to possess a form of sentience, relentlessly pursuing Cerulean. No matter where Cerulean sought refuge, the bombs were inexorably drawn to her. Ultimately, due to exhaustion, Cerulean found herself unable to utilize her teleportation abilities. In that moment, the magnetic bombs seized their opportunity, converging upon her in a frenzied rush. They adhered to her, followed by a series of explosive detonations. Boom, boom, boom. With several blasts, Cerulean was reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, she had not entirely lost her fighting spirit. Yi, filled with concern, realized that the battle was likely beyond salvaging. However, she was not one to surrender easily. Otherwise, Yi Yun would undoubtedly ridicule her. Cerulean, unleash your magic. With a heavy heart, Yi urged Cerulean to launch an attack. The leaves transformed into a flurry of sharp daggers, striking the little magnetic creature. Although the assault connected, it failed to inflict significant damage. Wu Yun, not granting Yi any opportunity for a comeback, unleashed another magnetic bomb, sealing the outcome of the match. With Cerulean incapacitated, the victor of this contest was Wu Yun, as the referee's voice echoed. It signified the end of Yi's battle. Feeling disheartened, Yi returned Cerulean to her Pokeball and stepped down from the stage with a heavy heart. Approaching Yi Yun, she embraced him tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, dampening his clothing. Yi Yun, initially inclined to console her, reconsidered and simply patted her shoulder without further words. After a moment, Yi's spirits lifted slightly, and she reluctantly released her hold. Taking out a Pokeball, Yi said, "Brother, please help me heal her." She was aware of Yi Yun's possession of the power of eternity. Cerulean had sustained injuries during the battle and required Yi Yun's healing touch. Yi Yun did not hesitate, channeling his power to mend Cerulean. After more than 10 minutes, the final results of the competition were announced. Yi achieved 2 victories and 1 defeat, unfortunately falling short of the top 8. Nevertheless, her rank was commendable, landing her in 15th place, though it still left her short of Yi Yun's goal for her to place in the top 10. Upon learning her rank, Yi clung to Yi Yun and began to cry. At this age, still so prone to tears, aren't you worried about being ridiculed? Yi Yun remarked with a bemused smile, ruffling her hair. Yi, indignant, pouted. I'm sad, I'm upset. Is it wrong to cry? I don't care. You're my brother, you must indulge me. She tightened her embrace around him. Yi Yun could distinctly feel her little bunny ears. All right, he relented, allowing her to indulge in her whims. After a while, Yi ceased her tears, looking up at Yi Yun, wiping her eyes. What should I do next? She asked. Yi Yun paused, momentarily taken aback by her question. What else can you do? Of course, you must continue your studies. Yi lowered her head, her spirits dampened. But I didn't achieve the goal you set for me. Realizing her concern, Yi Yun waved dismissively and smiled. No worries, I was merely jesting. Regardless of whether you make it to the top 10, I will ensure you attend Salt City, First High School. Yi's eyes brightened instantly, filled with eager anticipation as she gazed at Yi Yun. Really? Of course. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Yi Yun chuckled. though he refrained from revealing the lingering doubt he felt about having previously broken promises to her. Yi, undeterred, hugged Yi-Yun tightly and planted a playful kiss on his cheek. "Yay, you're the best, brother." Yi-Yun feigned disgust, exclaiming, "EW, it's all saliva. How gross. Get away from me." Yi, beaming with pride, replied, "I won tea." Upon returning home, Yi-Yun called Zhang Tianzhong to discuss Yi's admission. Zhang Tianzhong, without hesitation, agreed and assured Yi-Yun that as long as he remained principal of the school, Yi would always receive the best treatment. With that reassurance, Yi-Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that he need not worry about Yi facing bullying at school. However, the necessary formalities remained. Yi-Yun found Yi and instructed her to write a letter for her admission speech. The topic was left to her discretion, preferably related to Pokémon. Yi assured him it would be no trouble, and she began to contemplate the content of her speech. Eventually, she settled on a delightful title, "My Genius Brother." My brother is named Yi-Yun. He is a genius currently studying at the magic capital Pokémon University. He possesses many formidable Pokémon, such as King of Leave, Darkrai, Lucario, and a rather dark fellow I often refer to as Little Black. According to my brother, it is a dragon-type Pokémon, but I find it resembles a caterpillar more. Meanwhile, Yi-Yun also composed a letter to present to Zhang Tianzhong, titled My Tsundere Sister. Its primary purpose was to ensure that Zhang Tianzhong would look after Yi and prevent her from causing any trouble at school. Chapter 167, The Top 8 Competition, Strength and Stature. The following morning, Yi-Yun accompanied Yi to Salt City First High School. Before departing, he meticulously reviewed her speech draft. Upon spotting the mention of the dazzling Rayquaza, he was jolted into a cold sweat. "My little ancestor, you truly have a talent for creating chaos," he thought, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. He cautioned Yi against revealing anything about Little Black, thus averting the potential leak of Rayquaza's existence. After entrusting Yi to Zhang Tianzhong, Yi-Yun made his way to the Demon God Arena. Today marked the commencement of the Top 8 competition, and he was required to participate in the contest. Upon arriving at the arena, Yi-Yun encountered Wang Defa, who had arrived before him. "Hey, brother Yi." Wang Defa waved enthusiastically through the crowd, grinning widely as if he were the one competing. Yi-Yun couldn't help but chuckle at his humorous demeanor as he approached. "Brother Yi, I've prepared the battle roster for you. Take a look." Wang Defa pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, detailing Yi-Yun's match schedule. His first opponent was Tian Cici. Should he win, he would advance directly to the semifinals. "Your luck isn't too shabby. You didn't run into that freak, Yin Tianming." Wang Defa continued, "But this guy named Tang Sanxiao is rather unfortunate. His first opponent is Yun Tianming. I reckon he'll be in for quite the beating." Yi-Yun glanced at the paper, chuckling at Wang Defa's assessment. It seems this Tang Sanxiao must have committed quite a few misdeeds to end up facing Yin Tianming. "Don't worry, brother Yi. I've already done some reconnaissance on this Tian Cici competitor," Wang Defa added. Yi-Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "Oh, what is this individual like?" Wang Defa, with a serious demeanor, replied earnestly, "Well, she has an impressive physique." Yi-Yun responded with a puzzled expression. "I asked you about her strength, and you mentioned her physique?" Wang Defa quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken, and hastily corrected himself. No. She possesses considerable strength. As far as I know, one of her current Pokémon is a quasi-divine Dragonite, which should not be underestimated." Yi-Yun nodded, acknowledging the information, and replied, "Understood. Just watch my performance later." After a brief exchange with Wang Defa, Yi-Yun entered the arena. Approximately 10 minutes later, the match officially commenced. The two competitors stood opposite each other, gazing intently. Yi-Yun was taken aback by the remarkable physique of the girl named Tian Cici. It seemed that Wang Defa had a keen eye for talent. Yi-Yun found it somewhat surprising, as participants in the Demon God Cup were typically youths under the age of 18. Tian Cici appeared to be only around 15 or 16 years old, and to possess such an enviable physique at that age was indeed a rare sight. However, he would not allow her appearance to sway his resolve. He was a man of principle, unaffected by the superficial allure of beauty and form. As the referee's voice rang out, the battle began. "Come forth, Lucario." Yi-Yun summoned his Lucario first, aiming to secure victory in the initial round. "Go, Electivire." Tian Cici released her formidable electric-type Pokémon, Electivire. With a mere glance, information about Electivire appeared before Yi-Yun's eyes. Pokémon, Electivire. Qualification, 3 stars. Affinity, 255. Gender, female. Level, 55. Type, electric. Ability, motor drive, when hit by an electric-type move. It takes no damage and instead boosts its speed. Hidden ability, none. Item, power amplifier, contains immense electrical energy, allowing certain specific Pokémon to evolve, and enhances electric-type moves. Fire Punch, Leer, Tackle, Shock, Quick Attack, Plasma Shower, Electric Terrain, Shock Wave, Takedown, Swift, Thunder Wave, Electric Ball, Light Screen, Thunder Punch, Discharge, Screech. Volt Tackle, Thunder, Wild Volt, and Split Tile. A level 55 Electivire is indeed formidable. It is no wonder that she hails from Group S. Her strength far exceeds that of competitors from the earlier groups. Yi Yun acknowledged Tian-Cc's prowess, yet it was merely an acknowledgement. She had much to prove to truly capture his attention. Lucario Mega Evolve. Yi Yun held nothing back, commanding Lucario to undergo Mega Evolution. Instantly, a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Lucario, transforming its form. In a matter of moments, Lucario emerged more majestic and powerful, now a Mega Lucario. Witnessing Yi Yun's immediate use of Mega Evolution, Tian-Cc felt a significant pressure, recognizing that victory was crucial to him. As the saying goes, the first to strike has the advantage. In this passive situation, Tian-Cc chose to make the first move. Electivire used Thunder Punch. Electivire, a physical attacker, was suited for close combat rather than long-range attacks like Thunder or Volt Tackle. With a swift motion, Electivire dashed forward, surrounded by crackling electricity, raising its electrified fist to strike Mega Lucario. Lucario deftly evaded, countering with a power-up punch. Yi Yun remained unfazed, calm in the face of the onslaught. Lucario. Mega Lucario's speed surpassed that of Electivire, and it sensed the flow of energy surrounding Electivire, making it easy to dodge the attack. With a graceful sidestep, Mega Lucario narrowly avoided Electivire's fist, then, like a weeble, sprang up and delivered a power-up punch from an unexpected angle, striking Electivire. Electivire raised its hands to block, but Mega Lucario relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches, striking it repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Mega Lucario landed a series of blows, forcing Electivire to retreat. Seeing this, Tian-Cc quickly commanded, Electivire, create distance. Don't let it get too close. As a trainer, one must not only understand their own Pokémon, but also have knowledge of others. Clearly, Tian-Cc was well aware of this, understanding Power-Up Punch's unique effect and refraining from allowing Electivire to endure it. Electivire retreat. Electivire took a large step back, leveraging the force of Mega Lucario's punches to create distance. However, Mega Lucario's reflexes were remarkably swift. As if anticipating Electivire's retreat, it vanished from sight the moment Electivire moved back. When Electivire realized what was happening, it discovered Mega Lucario had already appeared behind it. Electivire was taken aback and attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Mega Lucario had already swung its fist, landing a powerful blow. Bang! Electivire was sent flying, not away, but upward. The uppercut delivered by Mega Lucario was forceful, propelling Electivire into the air. Following that, a combination of a low kick and a split tile sent Electivire soaring from the ground to the sky, and then crashing back down. The consecutive strikes left Electivire in dire straits. Ultimately, unable to withstand the onslaught from Mega Lucario, it succumbed, collapsing in a daze. Upon seeing Electivire down, the referee confirmed its incapacity to continue, announcing, Electivire has lost the ability to battle. Mega Lucario is the victor. As the words echoed, Wang Defa erupted in exuberant cheers. Brother Yi is amazing. Brother Yi is invincible. Brother Yi forever. Many around him were swept up in his enthusiasm, joining in the fervent shouts. Among them, a bold young woman openly declared her affection for Yi Yun, exclaiming, Great Yi Yun, may I have a chance? I wish to become your form. If you are willing, I could be entirely yours. This elicited ardent gazes and excitement from the surrounding males. Hearing the raucous cheers from the crowd, Yi Yun was both amused and exasperated. Such audacious words tarnished his gentlemanly image and were utterly unacceptable. Amidst the cacophony of applause, the second round of the match swiftly commenced. This time, Tian-Cc summoned a fire and fighting-type Pokémon, Infernape, commonly known as the Elder Brother. Hesitating, the Mega Lucario, a Pokémon of fighting and steel types, holds a significant advantage over the Blaze Monkey, as both fighting and fire types exert a double effectiveness against steel-type Pokémon. Hence, in terms of type advantage, the Blaze Monkey seems to have a considerable edge. However, due to the absence of Mega Evolution for the Blaze Monkey, it inevitably falls short in overall strength compared to Mega Lucario. It is reasonable to conclude that Mega Lucario should emerge victorious in this battle. Although this remains merely a wishful thinking of Yi Yun, the actual outcome will be determined by the final confrontation. As before, Yi Yun utilized the system's features to assess the basic information of this Blaze Monkey. Pokémon, Blaze Monkey. Qualification, 3 stars. Friendship level, 255. Gender, male. Level, 55. Type, firefighting. Ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low. Hidden ability, none. Item held. Charcoal, increases the power of fire-type moves by 20%. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Ember, Mock Punch, Taunt, Close Combat, Fury Swipes, Flame Wheel, Feint, Punishment, Fire Spin, Acrobatics, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower, Solar Beam, Explosion. Curiously, how is it that her Pokemon's friendship level is maxed out? Yian recognized a blind spot. Generally speaking, nurturing a Pokemon's friendship to its maximum is quite challenging, although it is possible for some trainers to achieve this through ample interaction. Yet, raising the friendship levels of 2 Pokemon simultaneously poses a greater difficulty, as a trainer's energy is inherently limited. When one focuses on fostering the friendship of a particular Pokemon, it is inevitable that others will be somewhat neglected, leading to a decline in their friendship levels. Maintaining a constant maximum friendship with all Pokemon is no simple feat, unless one employs special methods. For instance, Yiyun prefers to use Poffins to cultivate friendship with his Pokemon. In truth, he could nurture them himself, but finds it unnecessary when simpler alternatives abound. Why seek the distant when the near suffices? After all, the life of an elite trainer is beyond your comprehension. Moreover, her Blaze Monkey boasts an impressive array of skills, including formidable moves such as Explosion and Flamethrower. Additionally, it possesses the Grass-type move Solar Beam. Is this a precaution against encountering Water-type Pokemon? Quite the thoughtful consideration. After assessing the situation, it is clear that this is a distinctive and affluent Pokemon. Youthful ignorance can lead one to mistakenly undervalue riches, treating a young girl as a mere treasure. Look who I am referring to. Hurry and seek your beloved. Yian, however, had no such needs. He was never short of money and held no particular interest in it. During Yiyun's observation, Tian Cici urged her Blaze Monkey to launch an attack. Blaze Monkey, give it your all. If you win this match, there will be a reward for you tonight. Tian Cici's radiant smile resembled a blooming chrysanthemum in September. Follow my command and use Flame Wheel. The Blaze Monkey ignited in a blaze of fire, leaping into the air and curling into a ball, spinning rapidly to become a flaming wheel, charging towards Mega Lucario. Lucario evaded. Yian hastily commanded Mega Lucario. The latter leapt gracefully into the air, sidestepping the Blaze Monkey's attack. Yet, the Blaze Monkey was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Mega Lucario dodge its strike, it promptly halted midair, pivoting to charge once more at Mega Lucario. This time, Mega Lucario did not evade. Use low kick and send it flying, Yian ordered. Mega Lucario concentrated all its energy into its right foot, and as the Blaze Monkey charged, it executed a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the Blaze Monkey was sent into a dizzying spin, ascending into the air. Mega Lucario swiftly retracted its leg, extinguishing the flames that adorned it. Adjusting its posture, it prepared to unleash a Flare Blitz. Tian Cici remained composed, issuing commands to her Blaze Monkey. After spinning numerous times in the air, the Blaze Monkey momentarily halted at a height, enveloped in roaring flames, transforming into a fiery dragon that descended with a fierce roar. The speed was so astonishing that Mega Lucario could not evade. Boom. Reluctantly, Mega Lucario braced itself for the impact. The Blaze Monkey, engulfed in flames, crashed down upon it like a mountain, propelling them both towards the ground at breakneck speed. Mega Lucario resolutely resisted, channeling its aura to counter the flames. Just before hitting the ground, Mega Lucario released its hold and darted away, while the Blaze Monkey, propelled by inertia, crashed heavily into the earth. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the Blaze Monkey landed face down, extinguished flames, stars dancing in its eyes, feeling as though the world was spinning. Seeing this, Yiyan recognized his opportunity and decisively commanded Mega Lucario, now, use close combat to finish it. Lucario. Mega Lucario surged forward like a whirlwind towards the Blaze Monkey. Tian Cici, in a panic, leapt in place, her excitement causing her chest to bounce as if her heart might leap out. Blaze Monkey, wake up! In an instant, Mega Lucario appeared beside the Blaze Monkey, forsaking defense, and struck the Blaze Monkey, sending it flying. Bang! The Blaze Monkey, like a kite with a severed string, traced an ungraceful arc in the air before crashing to the ground, sliding several meters before finally coming to a stop, unconscious. The referee, observing the Blaze Monkey's state, promptly declared, the Blaze Monkey is unable to battle. Mega Lucario is the victor. Tian Cici, gritting her teeth in frustration, retrieved her unconscious Blaze Monkey, then released her final Pokemon. Should she lose this battle, it would mean saying farewell to this arena. Come forth, Gyarados. Tion Cece touched the necklace around her neck, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Now, two choices lay before her. One, to allow Gyarados to Mega Evolve. However, this would change its type from water and flying to water and dark, rendering it vulnerable to the fighting type Mega Lucario. Alternatively, she could refrain from Mega Evolution. But this would significantly weaken Gyarados, making victory against a fully evolved Lucario nearly impossible. After much contemplation, Tion Cece ultimately decided to allow her Gyarados to undergo Mega Evolution. Gyarados, heed my call. Mega Evolve, she exclaimed, retrieving the Mega Stone from her chest and raising it high. Instantly, a cascade of multicolored light burst forth from the stone, enveloping Gyarados and resonating with the Mega Stone upon its body. Under the influence of this immense energy, Gyarados began to transform, becoming increasingly fearsome, akin to a monstrous flood. Yi Yun's expression grew grave, fully aware that a fierce battle was imminent. During the duration of Gyarados' Mega Evolution, he activated the system's scanning feature to glean information about this formidable Mega Gyarados. Pokémon, Mega Gyarados, qualification, 4 stars, friendship level, 255, gender, male, level, 55, type, water dark, ability, Mold Breaker can ignore the opponent's abilities when using moves, hidden ability, none, held item, Mega Stone, moves, bite, outrage, glare, hurricane, ice fong, water tail, phantom face, dragon rage, crunch, hydro pump, dragon dance, hurricane, rain dance, hyper beam, roar, waterfall, dragon tail. With a full friendship level, what could this creature's origins possibly be? Yi Yun furrowed his brow, his curiosity reaching its peak. All 3 Pokémon had achieved maximum friendship levels. If Tion Cece had no special training methods, Yi Yun would find it utterly unbelievable. Just then, Tion Cece commanded her Mega Gyarados to launch an attack. Gyarados, use Dragon Rage. The Mega Gyarados roared and expelled a torrent of dragon fire. Yi Yun countered decisively, issuing a command to his Mega Lucario. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Boom. The Aura Sphere hurled by Mega Lucario collided with the Dragon Rage, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The impact was evenly matched. Observing the situation, Tion Cece altered her strategy, instructing her Mega Gyarados. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance is not an offensive move, but a buffing one, enhancing both its attack and speed by 1 stage. Gyarados swayed its body, performing an elegant dance. Yi Yun remained unhurried, commanding his Mega Lucario. Lucario, use Swords Dance. His reasoning was simple. While you boost your attack, I shall do the same. And I can elevate mine by 2 stages in one go, outpacing you, even though you enhance your speed alongside your attack. I regret to inform you that Gyarados' woefully low speed stat will never allow it to catch up with my Mega Lucario. This is what one might call strategy. Pokemon battles require intellect, not mere brute force. Though Tion Cece was ample in stature, she was not lacking in acumen and discerned Yi Yun's intentions, her expression darkening. Cunning. I concede. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could devour Yi Yun whole. She decided against further augmenting her Mega Gyarados' abilities. Any additional enhancement would only widen the gap between them. Gyarados, use Water Tail. Tion Cece initiated the offensive. Yi Yun responded with composure. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Mega Lucario conjured 2 bone clubs and charged towards Mega Gyarados. With a furious roar, Mega Gyarados lifted its tail, which was now swirling with water, and struck at Mega Lucario. Dodge its attack. Mega Lucario sidestepped nimbly, swinging the bone clubs, landing several rapid blows on Mega Gyarados. The flurry of strikes inflicted considerable damage. Use Ice Fong. Tion Cece began her counterattack, her emotions running high. Roar. Mega Gyarados opened its maw, conjuring icy fangs to bite at Mega Lucario. Mega Lucario defended with its bone club, but the chilling power quickly froze it. Frowning slightly, Mega Lucario decisively discarded the frozen club and unleashed a barrage of punches towards Mega Gyarados' face. In a deft maneuver, Mega Gyarados tilted its head to evade, then retaliated with a bite aimed at Mega Lucario. Seizing the opportunity, Mega Lucario formed a small aura sphere and tossed it into Mega Gyarados' mouth. Boom. The aura sphere exploded within, causing Mega Gyarados to howl in agony, nearly toppling over from the blast's force. Unrelenting, Mega Lucario followed up with a fierce kick, sending Mega Gyarados into a state of disarray. Roar. In utter frustration, Mega Gyarados unleashed another Dragon Rage, but it veered off course, allowing Mega Lucario to evade effortlessly. Seizing the moment, Mega Lucario landed a punch on the corner of Mega Gyarados' mouth, delivering a tremendous blow that knocked it to the ground. Gyarados. Tion Cece's expression changed dramatically, realizing that even in its mega form, Gyarados was no match for Mega Lucario. Well done, Lucario. Take advantage of its vulnerability and finish it with an Aura Sphere. Yi Yun exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if he could see the goddess of victory beckoning him. Lucario. Mega Lucario conjured 2 Aura Spheres and relentlessly hurled them at Mega Gyarados. Boom. The explosions echoed, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Mega Gyarados lay motionless on the ground, having reverted to its original form. Mega Gyarados had lost its fighting capability, and the referee's voice resonated throughout the arena, declaring Yi Yun the victor. Splendid job, Lucario. Yi Yun praised wholeheartedly. The triumph of this battle was largely attributed to Mega Lucario's prowess. Rest well, we shall soon advance to the semifinals. He recalled Mega Lucario and exited the arena. Upon stepping out, he spotted Wang Defa waiting for him at the entrance. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yi Yun, Wang Defa jumped up, waving vigorously in excitement. Yi Yun smiled faintly and approached. Brother Yi, you were simply incredible. This was the quarterfinals, and your Lucario single-handedly pierced through their team. It was utterly magnificent. You cannot imagine, when I witnessed that scene, many girls around me went wild, boldly expressing their admiration. I must admit, even I, a grown man, felt a bit bashful. Wang Defa's cheeks flushed with excitement as he animatedly recounted the tale. Subsequently, he produced a notebook, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Brother Yi, look here, I've noted down the contact information of those lovely ladies. If you so desire, we could easily gather a group of 18 tonight. Yi Yun's expression darkened, his face resembling a thundercloud as he disdainfully waved his hand at Wang Defa, retorting irritably, away with you. Do you take me for such a person? Am I the kind who is swayed by mere appearances? Wang Defa chuckled. I almost forgot. Brother Yi, your preference leans towards Lolas. But fear not, my brother. For among them, there truly are a few youthful Lolas, so fresh and tender, I must say. As he spoke, Wang Defa's own saliva began to drip. Yi Yun distanced himself, anxious that others might discern their acquaintance. Shoo, spare me your frivolous chatter. I am a sage, impervious to the charms of beauty, understood? Wang Defa pouted, on the verge of saying more, when suddenly, 2 enchanting figures, one tall and one small, approached from afar. Yi Yun, the taller of the 2 ladies, spoke coldly, her expression as frosty as her demeanor, clearly embodying the archetype of an aloof ice queen. The other, however, exuded a charm that was far more endearing, her round, rosy face inviting an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Upon hearing his name, Yi Yun instinctively turned around, momentarily taken aback. Gongsun Yutong? Indeed. The newcomers were the renowned Gongsun sisters, Gongsun Yutong and Gongsun Ling. A sense of foreboding welled up within Yi Yun. He had a nagging feeling that this duo had no good intentions in seeking him out. His brows furrowed in response. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Defa lacked such awareness. His lewd little eyes darting between the Gongsun sisters, then shamelessly scrutinizing Yi Yun, winking suggestively. Brother Yi, impressive. No wonder you dismissed my offers. You have your eyes set on something far superior. I must say, I admire your taste. With that, Wang Defa exchanged pleasantries with the Gongsun sisters before turning to leave, casting one last gesture towards Yi Yun. In an instant, Yi Yun comprehended the implication. Ensure your safety. Damn it, I am not some lecherous fiend. Yi Yun's inner turmoil erupted. His dignity had been severely compromised, and he resolved to clarify matters with Wang Defa upon their next encounter, lest his noble image be irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, the Gongsun sisters approached him. Yi Yun regarded them with exasperation. What do you want from me this time? Gongsun Yutong replied cheerfully, it's regarding the matter from last time. Gongsun Ling nodded in agreement, adding, we wish for you to marry into the Gongsun family. If you are willing, both of us would gladly be yours. What? Yi Yun, initially taken aback, nearly choked on his own disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? You sisters intend to marry me simultaneously? Just to have me marry into the Gongsun family? While the notion of sisterly companionship sounds delightful, it feels suspiciously like a trap. Yi Yun was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty, and thus, he remained steadfast in his decision. No, I refuse. He waved his hand dismissively. He was no fool. He would not naively step into such an obvious snare. Moreover, he genuinely lacked interest in the 2 sisters. Gongsun Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yi Yun as if she could not fathom that he had rejected her sister. Hey, are you out of your mind? 2 stunning beauties personally wish to marry you, and you are unwilling? She continued, furthermore, our Gongsun family is one of the 4 great clans, wielding considerable influence throughout Long Country. Marrying into our family would bestow upon you endless wealth and the devoted service of both me and my sister. How could you possibly turn down such a comfortable life? Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I have 2 other sisters, each possessing remarkable beauty as well. Should you agree to join our Gongsun family, I can negotiate with them to serve you as well. Yi Yun swallowed hard, inwardly lamenting, is there really no such thing as a free lunch? Are you trying to work me to death here? Of course, he would never voice such thoughts in front of the sisters. Clearing his throat, he explained, my refusal stems from a simple fact. As you mentioned, joining the Gongsun family seems beneficial, but have you considered that such fortune does not simply fall from the sky? I am but an ordinary student. The likelihood of such an extraordinary opportunity landing in my lap is slimmer than winning the lottery. If the roles were reversed, would you accept? Gongsun Yutong tilted her head, her naivety shining through as she replied, of course. With so many benefits, why would anyone refuse? Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly, silently mocking her. Simple-minded little lowly, lacking both depth and insight. Gongsun Ling, however, appeared more astute and grasped Yi Yun's concerns. Furrowing her brows, she spoke. Are you worried that our Gongsun family has ulterior motives? Yi Yun shot her a glance, thinking, isn't it obvious? Gongsun Ling smiled faintly. If your concern lies in that direction, you need not worry. I can assure you that the Gongsun family will not harm you. Surely, this should persuade you to acquiesce to our request? Yi Yun shook his head firmly, unwavering in his stance. I cannot agree unless you disclose your family's true intentions for recruiting me. Gongsun Ling's expression soured, her brow furrowing. I'm afraid that might be difficult. Then farewell. Yi Yun retorted, turning to leave. Gongsun Ling swiftly pursued him. Yi Yun was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. He hurriedly distanced himself from her, fixing her with a serious gaze. Are you an Esper? Capable of instantaneous movement? Beyond Espers, I cannot fathom any other explanation. Indeed, Gongsun Ling nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Yi Yun's expression turned grave, though he felt no fear. Even if she were an Esper, he had no reason to be intimidated. After all, he possessed the power of the Wave Guide, which was not inferior to that of an Esper. Moreover, he had the protection of a shining Dialga. If pushed to his limits, he would unleash it, ensuring no one would escape unscathed. Consider this, the Gongsun family indeed has its own motivations, but I am unable to divulge them at this moment. You may propose other requests. As long as I can fulfill them, I will comply. Gongsun Ling spoke with a frosty demeanor, maintaining her goddess-like composure. Yi Yun initially intended to decline, but upon noticing the hand Gongsun Ling had hidden behind her back, he reconsidered. A stunning beauty was humbling herself to seek his favor. He felt it only right to afford her some respect. I'll think it over, Yi Yun replied, feigning contemplation and offering a compromise. Time. Gongsun Ling no longer exerted pressure on him, her gaze piercing as she sought to ascertain the precise duration. Yi Yun pondered for a moment, extending a single finger and slowly articulating, 1 week. Gongsun Ling couldn't help but furrow her brow, her expression tinged with displeasure. It was too lengthy. Yi Yun chuckled softly, I've always taken this long. If you find it intolerable, then there's little I can do. After a brief silence, Gongsun Ling ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall return in 1 week. By then, I trust you will not renege on your word. With that, Gongsun Ling turned and departed with Gongsun Yutong. Yi Yun let out a sigh of relief. What would have happened had I not acquiesced back then? He murmured as he released Lucario. Lucario pointed towards a nearby patch of squashed dog excrement. Yi Yun's expression darkened immediately. Enough, you may return now. I wish to be alone. Lucario, isn't this a game you can't afford to play? In the afternoon, Yi Yun faced his second battle, the semifinals. Only the victors of the previous round could partake in this stage. From here, 2 champions would be chosen to advance to the final showdown. The competition format was straightforward. Rankings were determined by current points, divided into 4 positions. The first ranked faced the fourth, while the second battled the third. As Yi Yun had emerged from the qualifying matches, he held the lowest points, placing him in fourth. The remaining 3 contenders were Yun Tianming, Xiang He, and Lu Xiaoxiao. Yun Tianming, Xiang He, Lu Xiaoxiao. The first position belonged to Yun Tianming. This meant that Yi Yun's opponent was Yun Tianming. The other match featured Xiang He against Lu Xiaoxiao. Upon learning that his adversary was Yun Tianming, Yi Yun felt disheartened. He hadn't anticipated encountering him so soon. It appeared this battle would be exceedingly challenging. Yi Yun smiled wryly. He had assumed he would only meet Yun Tianming in the finals, yet here they were in the semifinals. Nevertheless, since the encounter was unavoidable, he would give it his all. Yi Yun did not believe he would be defeated by Yun Tianming. The true measure of strength could only be determined through direct confrontation. Steeling his emotions, Yi Yun strode into the arena with resolute steps. The two opponents stood opposed, their gazes converging in the air. Yun Tianming's demeanor was cool and detached, akin to an ancient well, undisturbed by ripples of emotion. There was not a hint of emotional fluctuation upon his visage. Moreover, his presence exuded a unique aura of confidence and composure, as if he were orchestrating strategies from afar, ready to seize victory. The initial impression was unmistakable. This individual was a formidable expert. Yi Yun dared not underestimate him. His right hand slowly moved behind him, resting upon the pokeball. The match commenced. At the referee's signal, both competitors simultaneously unleashed their pokeballs. Come forth, Lucario. Arise, Blaziken. Yi Yun summoned Lucario, while Yun Tianming released his undefeated Blaziken. Yi Yun soon noted that Yun Tianming wore not only a Z-ring, but also a Mega Ring. This indicated that he could either facilitate Mega Evolution for his Pokemon or employ a Z-move. As Yi Yun was still uncertain about the nature of Blaziken's capabilities, he could not ascertain the opponent's intentions. Seizing the fleeting moment, Yi Yun hastily utilized the System S scanning function to glean information about Blaziken. Pokemon, Blaziken, quality, 4 stars, affinity, 255, gender, male, level, 60, type, firefighting, ability, speed boost, speed increases at the end of each turn. Item, Fighting Z Crystal, moves, Blaze Kick, Fire Punch, Scratch, Double Kick, Sand Attack, Growl, Ember, High Jump Kick, Flare Blitz, Peck, Overheat, Quick Attack, Bulk Up, Focus Energy, Brick Break, Brave Bird, Sunny Day, Will-O-Wisp, Heat Wave, Low Kick, Shadow Clone, Protect. Upon reviewing the data on this Blaziken, Yi Yun comprehended that his opponent was anything but ordinary. 4-star quality, a rarity indeed. Typically, Blaziken possesses a 3-star quality. Only upon evolving into Mega Blaziken does its quality ascend to 4 stars. However, Yun Tianming's Blaziken demonstrated 4-star potential even in its standard form. This implied that this Blaziken possessed potential rivaling that of demigods. A Pokemon that was not a demigod, yet bore potential comparable to one, was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. It suggested that this Blaziken had undergone extraordinary training, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary Blaziken. Yi Yun felt an unprecedented pressure. Beyond its quality, Yun Tianming's Blaziken's level was also remarkable. A level 60 Blaziken was equivalent to the pinnacle of gym leaders, nearing the threshold of a quasi-champion. Furthermore, the possession of a Fighting Z crystal meant that a single blow could easily dispatch a lesser opponent. This elucidated why Yun Tianming had dominated the preliminary matches. With such a powerful Blaziken at his disposal, who wouldn't excel in the preliminaries? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun opted to have Lucario undergo Mega Evolution. Currently, Lucario was only at level 58, placing him at a disadvantage. Moreover, his opponent possessed Z-moves. If he did not evolve, the likelihood of Lucario prevailing against his adversary was minimal. Lucario Mega Evolve. With a flash of radiant light cascading from Yi Yun's hand, it enveloped Lucario. Moments later, Lucario transformed, emerging as Mega Lucario. Lucario. The newly evolved Mega Lucario emanated an imposing aura, its penetrating gaze fixated intently on Blaziken. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Engage in close combat. Yi Yun initiated the assault, intending to catch his opponent off guard. With a resounding boom, Mega Lucario shot forth like a beam of light, appearing before Blaziken in an instant, lunging at it with predatory ferocity. Blaziken, undaunted, crossed its arms over its chest and retreated with remarkable speed, creating distance between them. As Mega Lucario's attack missed its mark, a look of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's face. It evaded the strike? It was worth noting that after Mega Evolution, Lucario's speed stat had surged to 112, which, while not at the pinnacle, was certainly not slow. This was nearly a 50% advantage over Blaziken's speed stat of 80. Logically, Mega Lucario's attack should have been exceedingly difficult for Blaziken to evade. Yet, the reality was that Blaziken had not only dodged, but had done so with apparent ease. This could not help but leave Yi Yun bewildered. Just how formidable was Yun Tianming's Fiery Chicken? Utilizing Aura Sphere. With no chance for close combat, Yi Yun resolved to engage from a distance. Lucario. The Super Lucario summoned 2 Aura Spheres in each hand and hurled them toward the Fiery Chicken. The Fiery Chicken, however, maintained an air of calm, crossing its arms and deftly evading the Super Lucario's onslaught with swift lateral movements. The continuous evasion of the Super Lucario's attacks caused Yi Yun's expression to darken. This creature's speed was astonishing. How could it possibly evade such strikes? Yi Yun marveled in his heart, having never before encountered such a powerful Fiery Chicken. Considering the inscrutable strength of his opponent, Yi Yun hesitated to strike recklessly. For the moment, he directed Lucario to use Sword's Dance, enhancing its capabilities. It was then that Yun Tianming finally issued a command to the fiery chicken. His voice succinct and decisive. Close in and intimidate. The fiery chicken nodded and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from its position. Its speed was so remarkable that Yi Yun struggled to process it. Such swiftness. Yi Yun gasped and urgently instructed the Super Lucario to evade. The Super Lucario sensed the imminent threat and swiftly retreated. Yet, the fiery chicken relentlessly pursued. In a fleeting moment, the two were engaged in a frenetic chase across the arena. Flame Punch. At this moment, Yun Tianming commanded once more. Yi Yun's astonishment grew as he beheld the fiery chicken, now perilously close to the Super Lucario. With flames coalescing in its hand, the fiery chicken launched a fist aimed squarely at the Super Lucario's face. The Super Lucario instinctively raised a hand to block, only to be blindsided by the fiery chicken's other fist, striking from the opposite side. Bam! The impact felt akin to being struck by a cannonball, sending the Super Lucario hurtling away, leaving a lengthy gash in the ground. Flame Kick. Yun Tianming's demeanor remained icy as he issued his next command. Sensing the impending danger, Yi Yun instructed the Super Lucario, utilize your strengths, harness the power of aura to perceive its movements. The Super Lucario nodded. Its proficiency lay not in mere observation, but in sensing the aura's essence, allowing it to discern the flow of events. Gradually, the Super Lucario closed its eyes, attuning itself to the aura surrounding the fiery chicken. It soon detected an unsettling phenomenon. The fiery chicken's aura seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering it nearly undetectable. Were it not for their previous encounter, the Super Lucario might have believed that the fiery chicken was entirely absent from the arena. A sense of dread enveloped the Super Lucario. This bizarre occurrence was unprecedented for it. Such a situation could only imply two possibilities. First, the fiery chicken possessed some device capable of masking its aura, or second, it had mastered the manipulation of its own aura, blending it with its surroundings. The first hypothesis was unlikely, as the Super Lucario had discerned no peculiar apparatus on the fiery chicken. Thus, the latter explanation was the only viable one. This meant that it was facing a fiery chicken capable of effortlessly controlling its aura. Contemplating this, the Super Lucario's expression turned grave. This indicated that its once prized abilities would find no avenue for expression. Now, with its eyes closed, it had unwittingly placed itself in an even more perilous position. Chapter 173, Darkrai appears. Realizing this, the Super Lucario hastily opened its eyes, but it was too late. The fiery chicken had charged in, its right foot engulfed in flames, striking it with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the Super Lucario felt as though it had been struck by a mountain, propelled backward. The fiery chicken, relentless, did not relent. Just before the Super Lucario collided with the protective barrier, the fiery chicken reappeared at its side, delivering a kick that sent it soaring into the air. Following this, a seamless combination of punches hammered it back to the ground. Bam! The Super Lucario crashed down heavily, creating a deep crater in the earth. Yi Yun watched in disbelief, his eyes wide, unable to fathom the scene before him. The Super Lucario had fallen to a mere fiery chicken, and with such overwhelming disparity, it had offered no resistance. With the Super Lucario incapacitated, the referee prepared to declare the victor of the match. Just then, the Super Lucario on the ground stirred, struggling to stand. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. The Super Lucario had not been defeated, it could still fight. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Tianming's face as well. According to his calculations, the Super Lucario should have been unable to rise. Could it be that its sheer willpower had enabled it to stand again? Perhaps. Yet, none of it mattered now. The Super Lucario was but a flickering candle in the wind, easily extinguished with a mere breath. Fiery chicken, finish it, Yun Tianming commanded coldly. Unwilling to expend excessive energy on the Super Lucario, use Aura Sphere to push it back. Yi Yun, having gleaned insights from the earlier battle, surmised that aura sensing might not be effective against this fiery chicken. Thus, he altered his strategy, opting for a war of attrition at range. As a physical attacker, the fiery chicken lacked notable special attack capabilities. Consequently, it possessed few effective long-range offensive techniques. The Super Lucario, however, was different, though primarily a physical attacker. Its special attack prowess was equally formidable, equipped with an array of excellent special moves for range combat. As long as it could maintain distance, Yi Yun felt a glimmer of hope for victory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Super Lucario, fueled by its determination, unleashed a barrage of aura spheres. forcefully repelling the fiery chicken's attempts to close the distance. "Oh, you wish to engage in a battle of attrition?" Yun Tianming smirked, recognizing Yi Yun's intentions. He then commanded the fiery chicken, "Do not waste time with it. Unleash that move." The fiery chicken nodded, its body igniting with fervent resolve. A golden energy enveloped it, coalescing into its fists. In the next instant, countless shadowy punches filled the air, hurtling toward the Super Lucario. The fiery chicken executed its fighting-type Z move, all-out pummeling. Boom, boom, boom. The deluge of punches rained down, leaving the Super Lucario with no avenue for escape. Though it desperately dodged, numerous punches still landed upon it. The air crackled as the fiery fist of the Blaziken erupted in a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire arena. It surged forward like a ray of sunlight. Bang! The golden fist collided with the Mega Lucario, instantly obliterating it. With a thud, the Mega Lucario fell to the ground, unable to rise again, having lost its fighting capability. The victor of this match was announced as Blaziken. After confirming that Mega Lucario could no longer continue the battle, the referee declared the outcome. Yi Yun maintained a composed expression as he recalled Mega Lucario. Although he had lost this battle, it was not without merit. At the very least, Mega Lucario had managed to draw out the opponent's Z move at the last moment. This was not entirely in vain. In the ensuing battles, Blaziken would be unable to utilize Z moves, which was indeed favorable news for Yi Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yun unleashed his second Pokémon. "Come forth, Darkrai." The embodiment of nightmares, Darkrai. At this moment, the only Pokémon capable of contending with Blaziken were Darkrai and Deoxys. As for the Slaking, its speed was insufficient, and it would likely be outmaneuvered by Blaziken. Darkrai, however, was a strategic choice, while Deoxys was reserved as a trump card. Thus, after careful consideration, Darkrai was the only suitable candidate to enter the fray. Currently, Darkrai stood at level 56, while there was a notable level disparity compared to Blaziken. The synergy with its Dark Void move afforded it a considerable chance to eliminate Blaziken swiftly. Immediately, Yi Yun commanded Darkrai to use Dark Mist, lowering Blaziken's speed. Blaziken possessed the ability Speed Boost, which had significantly enhanced its speed over several rounds of combat. Although it might not surpass Darkrai's current speed, it was still formidable. In the absence of a marked speed advantage, landing Dark Void would prove challenging. Yun Tianming was well aware of Darkrai's combination move of Dark Void and Dream Eater. Few could withstand such an assault, especially given Blaziken's inherently fragile physique, which was further weakened by the psychic-type Dream Eater. One hit would undoubtedly signal its demise. Understanding this, Yun Tianming had no intention of prolonging the encounter. He directed Blaziken to launch an offensive, aiming to incapacitate Darkrai in the shortest time possible, denying it the opportunity to employ Dark Void, close in and use Sky Uppercut and Double Kick to keep it pinned, preventing it from executing Dark Void. Yun Tianming's strategy was straightforward. As long as Darkrai was denied the chance to unleash Dark Void, it would be rendered ineffective against Blaziken, which had a fighting-type advantage over Darkrai's Dark-type. With a powerful thrust, Blaziken leaped forward. However, owing to the speed reduction, its movements were notably sluggish. Utilizing Shadow Clone, Yi Yun was not one to remain passive. He instructed Darkrai to execute its move and disrupt Blaziken's judgment. Such trivial tactics won't work on me. Yun Tianming quickly discerned Darkrai's true form. Pointing towards the 3 o'clock position where Darkrai stood, he commanded Blaziken, "That is its real body." Blaziken nodded, channeling all its strength into its legs and charging towards Darkrai. With a fiery punch aimed at the 3 o'clock position, it struck Darkrai. Bang! Darkrai erupted into a cloud of smoke. Yun Tianming's expression shifted, realizing his oversight. "Cursed it, I was careless." He hastily called out to Blaziken, "Retreat now." Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Yun's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Yun Tianming, you've fallen into my trap." Boom! As Blaziken's fist struck the 3 o'clock position, Darkrai's true form, positioned at 2 o'clock, unleashed Dark Void simultaneously. By the time Blaziken attempted to retreat, it collided with the Dark Void, becoming ensnared within it. Crack! Dark Void began to constrict until it vanished completely. When Blaziken emerged, it plummeted from the sky, succumbing to slumber. Without hesitation, Yi Yun commanded Darkrai, "Now, Darkrai, use Dream Eater." Darkrai manifested a colossal demonic apparition behind it, revealing menacing fangs aimed at Blaziken before snapping down. Crack! With a resounding snap, Blaziken's dream shattered, inflicting severe damage and leaving it incapacitated on the ground. The referee approached, confirming Blaziken's inability to continue before announcing its defeat. Yun Tianming's face reflected admiration for Yi Yun's meticulous strategy and decisive actions. Yi Yun reciprocated with a courteous smile. In truth, during the battle with Lucario, Yi Yun had noted Blaziken's exceptional sensory abilities. Thus, he had intentionally set a trap, concentrating dark energy within Darkray's clone to deceive Yun Tianming. The genuine Darkray lay in wait, ready to execute Dark Void when the moment was right. Indeed, Yun Tianming had been ensnared. When he sensed the overwhelming dark energy emanating from one of the clones, his cognitive bias led him to mistakenly identify it as Darkray's true form. The result was a perfect execution of Yi Yun's cunning plan, as the actual Darkray unleashed a relentless combination attack. Return, Blaziken, you performed admirably. Yun Tianming recalled Blaziken and subsequently released his second Pokémon, Beedrill. Now, both sides stood at a 1-to-1 stalemate, with the outcome of this battle holding significant implications for their respective advantages and disadvantages. It was crucial for both combatants. Yi Yun could hardly fathom that. At such a critical juncture, Yun Tianming would deploy a mundane Pokémon like Beedrill. If it were merely an ordinary Beedrill, victory would be almost assured for Yi Yun. Unless, of course, Yun Tianming's Beedrill could undergo Mega Evolution, which might still present a challenge. While Beedrill was an ordinary Pokémon, its Mega Evolution was anything but. Although its total base stats were not exceptionally high, its distribution was remarkably efficient, maximizing both attack and speed. It could strike first and potentially eliminate an opponent in a single blow. Therefore, against Pokémon with type disadvantages or low defensive capabilities, Beedrill could often achieve a one-hit knockout. Moreover, Darkray, being a Dark-type Pokémon, was inherently vulnerable to both Bug and Poison-type moves, making it susceptible to Beedrill's onslaught. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of Darkray can only be deemed average, lacking in formidable strength. Should it be struck at a critical point by a Mega Beedrill, the likelihood of an instant defeat is substantial. In order to secure victory in this battle, Yi Yun found himself compelled to reassess the formidable Beedrill. Before long, information regarding Beedrill materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Beedrill. Qualities, 3 stars. Affinity, 255. Gender, female. Level, 60. Type, Bug Poison. Ability, Sniper, damage doubles when striking a critical hit. Held item, Mega Stone. Moves, Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, Focus Energy, Poison Jab, Mean Look, Toxic Spikes, Pin Missile, Poison Fong, Quick Attack, Reckless Charge, Toxic Sting. Swords Dance, Shadow Clone, Feather Rest, U-Turn, Quick Return, Cross Poison. It appears my suspicions were correct. It is indeed poised for Mega Evolution. Upon noticing that the opponent's held item was a Mega Stone, Yi Yun grasped their intent. However, this development would also render Beedrill's sniper ability obsolete, transforming it into adaptability, thereby enhancing the power of moves of the same type. This was not particularly favorable news for Yi Yun. Furthermore, Beedrill's array of moves is remarkably diverse. In the heat of battle, its true prowess would undoubtedly be impressive. For Yi Yun to emerge victorious in this contest would likely prove to be a daunting challenge. At that moment, Yun Tianming removed a ring from his hand, signaling his intention to initiate Mega Evolution. Beedrill Mega Evolve. A cascade of iridescent light enveloped Beedrill. In an instant, it successfully transformed into Mega Beedrill, its demeanor shifting from feeble to overwhelmingly powerful. Darkray, use Shadow Clone. Yi Yun commanded, employing a familiar strategy. Darkray quivered, conjuring multiple clones. Observing this, Yun Tianming smirked and commanded, Beedrill, use Shadow Clone. In a flurry of motion, several Beedrill appeared, matching Darkray's numbers. Both Yun Tianming and Yi Yun, as if sharing an unspoken connection, simultaneously issued attack commands. Darkray, Beedrill, unleash Dark Pulse followed by Cross Poison. The battlefield erupted into a spectacle as dozens of figures launched their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, numerous forms were struck, dissipating into nothingness. Darkray and Mega Beedrill were forced to reveal their true selves. What ensued was the authentic clash of titans. Darkray utilized Dark Hole. Yi Yun initiated the offensive, executing the first move of his combination attack. Yun Tianming responded in kind, commanding Mega Beedrill, Beedrill, employ Toxic Sting. A dark orb, brimming with ominous energy, surged toward Mega Beedrill. However, Mega Beedrill's speed was remarkable, evading the attack with a swift teleportation. It then closed in on Darkray, striking with its stinger. Darkray retreated, narrowly evading the onslaught. Chapter 175, An Unfathomable Victory. Mega Beedrill relentlessly pursued, brandishing its twin stingers in continued assault. Darkrai gathered energy for Dark Hole, preparing to counter. The confrontation was fierce and evenly matched. Seizing an opportunity, Yi Yun commanded, utilize its attack to slip behind it. Darkrai capitalized on the residual force from Mega Beedrill S strike, sidestepping to its rear. Use U-turn. Yun Tianming chuckled disdainfully, unperturbed. Mega Beedrill spun rapidly, delivering a retaliatory blow to Darkrai. At that moment, Darkrai successfully coalesced the Dark Hole, striking Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill swiftly dodged, yet this was merely a feint from Darkrai. The true assault was brewing on the opposite side. A larger Dark Hole silently coalesced, unbeknownst to Mega Beedrill. By the time it realized, it was too late. Crack, crack, crack. The Dark Hole successfully engulfed Mega Beedrill, contracting and collapsing until it vanished into nothingness. Beedrill plummeted from the sky, succumbing to slumber. Now, utilize Dream Eater to finish it, Yi Yun declared, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. He had emerged victorious in this contest. In that critical moment, Yun Tianming promptly recalled Mega Beedrill. The joy of victory slipped through Yi Yun's fingers, and he cast an irritable glance at Yun Tianming. A sneak attack? A breach of honor? Yun Tianming merely smiled faintly and addressed the referee. I concede. The referee, taken aback, questioned, you wish to forfeit? Yun Tianming nodded indifferently, as if the outcome held little significance for him. The referee clicked his tongue, lamenting the loss, but said nothing further. The victor of this match is Yi Yun. Congratulations to Yi Yun for advancing to the finals. Yi Yun stood in stunned silence, somewhat bewildered. Had he truly won? It felt almost surreal. Although victorious and advancing to the finals, he was not as jubilant as he had anticipated. He glanced perplexedly at Yun Tianming, unable to comprehend why such a formidable opponent would suddenly choose to concede. Even if Mega Beedrill had fallen, he still had one Pokémon left to battle. To concede now seemed premature. Moreover, this could easily lead others to perceive him as cowardly. Indeed, the audience echoed Yi Yun's thoughts with their jeers. What utter rubbish. This is the so-called top of Group S? Pathetic. I feel like I could do better. Huh, a dark horse? More like a dark donkey. I've never seen such a cowardly man. So what if you lost 2 Pokémon? You're at a disadvantage, but what of it? You still have one left. Just go for it. Yet, oblivious to the audience's scorn, Yun Tianming departed without a word. Yi Yun, equally perplexed by his opponent's demeanor, shook his head and left the arena. The finals were scheduled for the following day. After the match, Yi Yun did not linger at the venue and returned home directly. Upon arriving home around 3 in the afternoon, he found that Yi had yet to return from school. Feeling bored, Yi Yun ventured into the courtyard and released Lucario. Let us talk, little brother. What happened? How did you get taken down by a Blaziken? Have you been playing too much with Cerulean and gotten weak? If this continues, I won't let her play with you anymore. Upon hearing this, Lucario grew anxious and defended, I'm not weak. That creature was simply too peculiar. I couldn't sense its aura at all, which led to my untimely defeat. Furthermore, isn't this all your fault? Who told you to make me close my eyes back then? Yi Yun coughed awkwardly, ahem. Well, you were merely considering the battlefield environment, weren't you? Who could have anticipated that you were oblivious to that guy's aura? Yi Yun smacked his lips. However, to be fair, it's quite impressive that the other party can manipulate their aura so delicately. It clearly shows they have undergone extensive training. Therefore, I believe it's high time to enhance your training. He continued, otherwise, if someone holds you down and strikes you, that would be quite embarrassing. Lucario nodded repeatedly. Ah yes. Yes, you are absolutely right. So how shall we practice? Yi Yun grinned. Well, I haven't quite figured that out yet. Lucario raised an eyebrow. But you could start by working on your perception. Lucario furrowed his brow and inquired. How do we practice that? Yi Yun smiled lightly, standing opposite him. Come, close your eyes. Lucario tensed, eyeing Yi Yun warily. What are you planning to do? Yi Yun replied, I will attack you. And you should try to perceive my movements without relying on your aura. Lucario was taken aback, but then enlightenment dawned. Oh, I understand. If I can do this, then even when facing opponents who can control their aura, I will still be able to sense their actions effortlessly. Yi Yun gave a thumbs up in approval. Precisely. Lucario was filled with excitement, eager to give it a try. He quickly closed his eyes. Come on, train me hard. Yi Yun, exasperated, emphasized, it's training, not training. Same difference. No, it isn't. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. Lucario nodded. Yi Yun took a deep breath and swung his palm forcefully. Smack. Lucario's face swelled up. Did you just slap me? Oops, my bad, I slipped. Let's try again. 3 seconds later, Yi Yun substituted his palm with a fist, delivering a punch. Bang. After the punch, Lucario's eyelids puffed up. That punch had a hint of personal grudge. Don't hit my face. I need this handsome visage to win over Cerulean's heart. Yi Yun chuckled awkwardly. All right, next time for sure. Lucario took a deep breath, adopting a look of unwavering determination, as if to say to Yi Yun, come on. Master, ravage me. Bang. Another punch sent Lucario flying. Yi Yun was utterly speechless. I wanted you to practice perception, not to improve your ability to take hits. Why are you just standing there? Dodge. Lucario rose from the ground, casting Yi Yun a lingering, resentful glance. If you can do it, then you try? Yi Yun chuckled, suppressing his words. Chapter 176. Mewtwo's Arrival, the legendary Pokémon Egg Reward. Left, right. Lower your head. Stick out your chest. Stick out your backside. In order to prevent Lucario from being struck again, and to help him gradually master dodging techniques, Yi Yun altered his training strategy. Before each punch, he would inform Lucario of the general direction to dodge. As a result, Lucario's success rate in dodging indeed saw a notable improvement. After practicing for half an hour, Yi Yun ceased to provide reminders. Lucario gradually adapted, attempting to evade Yi Yun's attacks without any cues. Yi Yun sank his energy and crouched down, throwing a punch. Lucario maintained a faint smile, tilting his head to the left and successfully dodging Yi Yun's strike. Well done, Yi Yun praised. Of course. Who do you think I am? Lucario beamed with pride. Surprise attack. Unfortunately, before he could bask in his triumph, Yi Yun's punch struck him in the eye. Lucario was instantly furious. That's not fair. You attacked me from behind. Yi Yun smiled nonchalantly, extending a finger and shaking it. No, I am imparting a lesson. Lucario paused. What lesson? Yi Yun replied. Never let your guard down, no matter the circumstances. Lucario pondered this, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is a valid point. All right, I shall reluctantly forgive you this time. Yi Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lucario was quick on his feet. Otherwise, things could have gone awry. The duo continued their training. After another half hour, an unexpected visitor arrived in the courtyard. A white humanoid figure appeared before Yi Yun. Mewtwo. Yi Yun was taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. Mewtwo had come to seek him out. For what reason? Was it regarding the earlier assessment? Calculating the time, it indeed seemed about right. As he pondered, Mewtwo spoke. How has your strength improved? Yi Yun thought to himself. As expected, it's about this matter. He gazed at Mewtwo with a calm smile. Thanks to my relentless efforts and dedicated training, everyone has made tremendous progress. Come forth, let Mewtwo witness your strength. Yi Yun produced several Pokeballs, releasing the Pokémon one by one. Superior, Rayquaza, Shaman, Darkrai, and Dialga. In an instant, Mewtwo found itself surrounded. Mewtwo surveyed the scene. And suddenly a powerful wave of energy surged from within, sweeping towards Superior and the others. Boom. Instantly, Superior and the others' expressions changed drastically as they were blown away. Except for Rayquaza, none could withstand the force. Fortunately, they were all quick to react, swiftly adjusting their positions to land safely. Seeing this, Mewtwo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then, turning to Rayquaza, a glimmer of light appeared in its eyes. Especially you. I didn't expect such a significant improvement in just over a month. Rayquaza's face bore a hint of arrogance. Of course, do you not know who I am? Mewtwo raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking. So you think quite highly of yourself, huh? Rayquaza proudly lifted its head. I'm extremely formidable. Thank you very much. Mewtwo beckoned with a finger. How about we exchange a few moves? Rayquaza immediately wilted. Well, I'm a bit tired. I think I'll take a nap now. With that, it swiftly retreated into its Pokeball, muttering under its breath. Who do you think you are? Just wait until I level up more. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Mewtwo scoffed, no longer paying attention to Rayquaza. Instead, it turned its gaze to Yi Yun and said, You have done remarkably well. Congratulations on passing our assessment. Yi Yun's heart soared with joy, and he rubbed his hands together with a grin. About that legendary Pokémon egg. He had not forgotten that upon passing the assessment, both Rayquaza and Mewtwo had promised to reward him with a legendary Pokémon egg. Mewtwo nodded, waving its right hand gently. It summoned a radiant, shimmering Pokémon egg from the void. Yi Yun's eyes widened in amazement, fixated on the egg in Mewtwo's hand. At this moment, Mewtwo elaborated. This is a Lugia egg. The hatching process may be somewhat prolonged and requires your tender care. Upon hearing that it was the egg of the legendary beast Lugia, Yi Yun couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Although Lugia is a first-tier deity with an impressive base stat of 680 and the ability to soar through the skies, its offensive attributes leave much to be desired. Categorizing it as a defensive Pokémon, it simply does not align with Yi Yun's preference for swift and aggressive tactics. Nevertheless, possessing a first-tier deity is already a significant achievement. What more could one desire? Thus, with this thought, Yi Yun felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Gently cradling the Lugia egg in his arms, he was cautious not to drop it and lose it forever. During the ensuing time, Mutuo continued. I have some matters to attend to with Rayquaza. You should focus on enhancing your strength. When we return, I hope to encounter a much stronger version of you. Curiosity piqued. Yi Yun inquired, what are you going to do? Can I accompany you? Mutuo shook its head, replying, you are too inexperienced. Our mission is perilous, and we cannot guarantee your safety. Instantly, Yi Yun's demeanor fell, feeling disheartened. Isn't that a bit harsh? He thought. However, from Mutuo's response, he gleaned the daunting nature of their undertaking. It was at this juncture that Yi unexpectedly returned. Entering the courtyard, she caught sight of Mutuo, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, what an adorable white cat. With a beaming smile, Yi dashed over, her excitement palpable as she examined Mutuo. Mutuo frowned, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Yun. Hastily, Yi Yun interjected, oh, this is my sister. She can be a bit eccentric, so please don't take offense. He anxiously attempted to pull Yi back. Mutuo, who would not dare provoke anyone, found it alarming that Yi was so unabashedly scrutinizing it, and even reached out to touch it. Wasn't this a path to disaster? Mutuo felt a strange discomfort as Yi's fingers brushed against it, but for reasons unknown, it could not muster any anger, leaving it in a somewhat awkward predicament. Yi stood by, utterly astonished. What in the world? The usually stoic Mutuo is actually experiencing embarrassment, and it's not angry? He mused that if he had dared to touch it like that, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Truly, the disparity between individuals is immense. Clearing his throat, Yi Yun announced, I must take my leave for now. I shall return later. Mutuo, visibly flustered, even bore a hint of a blush on its face. After exchanging a hurried farewell with Yi Yun, it hastily retreated. Poor Yi was left dazed, her expression one of utter confusion. Brother, why did it run away? Yi Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, well, with those tiny hands of yours wandering all over, who could possibly endure that? He continued, why would it stick around? Waiting for an embarrassing situation? Chapter 177. Mastering Yi, the final showdown commences. Noticing her brother's disgruntled expression, Yi's eyes twinkled mischievously. Oh, I see. Brother, are you jealous that I have a better relationship with it than you do? Yi Yun chuckled dismissively, not at all. Unconvinced. Yi clung to Yi Yun's arm, her crescent-shaped eyes narrowing as she tilted her head, scrutinizing him. Really? But your eyes are shifting to the right. She teased, you always do that when you lie. A flicker of panic crossed Yi Yun's face, akin to a jester caught in a trick. He feigned irritation and pinched Yi's cheek, saying, oh, so you dare to probe into my thoughts, do you? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. In a fit of playful terror, Yi squealed and scampered away like a little rabbit into the house. Yi Yun, with a smirk tugging at his lips, pursued her like a smitten suitor. Ah, brother, don't. You're hurting me. He caught her and playfully squeezed her cheeks, adopting a fearsome demeanor. Once Yi relented, he finally released her. Yi muttered under her breath, humph, big brother is such a villain, stiff and unpleasant. I won't talk to you anymore. Yi Yun, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, oh, what a pity. I had planned to prepare a bee-drill honey meal for you today. It seems I shall have to enjoy it alone. Upon hearing the mention of the honey meal, Yi's eyes sparkled like jewels, shining bright as stars. She clutched Yi Yun's arm, shaking it fervently. Then, with a pout, she gazed at him with puppy-dog eyes. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me have some. Yi Yun couldn't help but smirk with a hint of satisfaction. Humph, think you can escape my clutches, little girl? With a raised brow, he inquired, so, how do you intend to repay me? Yi pondered seriously for a moment, uncertain, before suggesting, a bath? Or a nap? Yi Yun was momentarily rendered speechless, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Coughing to mask his discomfort, he quickly retreated, saying, this is too much. I think I'll head to the kitchen instead. Yi, left bewildered, wondered, what is wrong with brother? Does he not enjoy doing that sort of thing with me? How odd, he never acted this way before. Pondering further was futile, and the two siblings shared an unspoken understanding to let it go. Soon, laughter echoed through the kitchen. Cooking turned out to be quite an enjoyable endeavor. After the meal, Yi was left sticky and messy. Embracing his helpful spirit, Yi Yun assisted her in taking a bath before tucking her in for a nap. Children should not have to choose. Adults can have it all. The following day, Yi Yun faced the ultimate showdown of the Demon God Cup. His opponent was Lu Xiaoxiao, a silver-haired girl much like Yi, who had styled her hair into a sleek ponytail, radiating an aura of confidence. Due to the finals of the Demon God Cup, The audience was numerous, and among them, Yi Yun spotted Mu Chun and Mu Qingqiu. Mu Qingqiu is back. It seems their expedition in the Phoenix Mountain secret realm has concluded. I wonder how the Mu family's harvest fared. Yi Yun waved, acknowledging Mu Qingqiu, who responded with a smile. Today, Mu Qingqiu appeared exceptionally beautiful, adorned in a black spaghetti-strap dress, with a gem at her chest gleaming brilliantly. Her flowing hair danced in the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Male admirers gazed at her with longing, while envious young women glared, their eyes aflame with jealousy, whispering disparaging remarks about her. Sis, do you think this fellow can clinch the championship? Mu Chan inquired, brushing aside the gazes of those around him. Mu Qingqiu chuckled lightly. Didn't you face him in battle? Why ask me? Mu Chen's expression turned awkward, irritation creeping in as he retorted, this guy is like a mouse. Too elusive to pin down. Each time I presume that he has unveiled his utmost strength, he invariably astounds me with even greater prowess. As if his capabilities are boundless and perpetually unfathomable. Mu Qingqiu chuckled softly. Mu Chen's face instantaneously flushed with embarrassment. Did I say something amiss? Mu Qingqiu shook her head, indicating otherwise. Then what provoked your laughter? I merely recalled a rather amusing incident. What incident? I encountered a little black pig giving birth in the secret realm. Elsewhere, in a corner unnoticed by Yi Yun, another individual was observing the battle. This person exuded elegance and grace, a handsome counterpart to Yi Yun, and had previously crossed paths with him. Yin Tianming. With his strength, he should find victory in this contest quite manageable. However, one wonders if he will unleash that particular Pokémon. A faint smile graced Yun Tianming's lips, enhancing his allure. In another corner of the arena, a pair of sisters were quietly admiring Yi Yun below. Sister, do you think he can win? Gong Sun Yutong inquired, resting her chin on her hand with curiosity. Absolutely. Gong Sun Ling declared confidently, brimming with faith in Yi Yun. I share the same sentiment. Gong Sun Yutong concurred. She then shifted the topic. However, if he triumphs in this match, it seems even less likely for him to join our Gong Sun family, doesn't it? Gong Sun Ling nodded thus. I hope he does not win. Gong Sun Yutong's gaze fell, her mood dampened. Sister, if he still refuses us a week from now, what shall we do? Gong Sun Ling's eyes grew distant as she gazed into the horizon. After a prolonged silence, she spoke slowly. Then we shall take him back by force. Gong Sun Yutong was taken aback, staring at her sister in astonishment. Indeed, her sister remained as domineering as ever. It was uncertain whether they could truly bring Yi Yun back to the Gong Sun family. For some reason, every time she interacted with Yi Yun, she felt that he was an extraordinary individual, deeply inscrutable. If one were to encapsulate him in a single phrase, Gong Sun Yutong could only think of 3 words. Old Inbi. Chapter 178. Yi Yun vs. Lu Xiaoxiao, Part 1. In the arena, as the referee's command echoed, the match commenced. Both sides released their first Pokémon. Lu Xiaoxiao summoned a Croconaw, while Yi Yun unleashed a Servine. Yi Yun's fortune was undeniably favorable, as he immediately secured a type advantage, ideally positioning him to bolster his buffs. Servine, use Leaf Storm. Yi Yun commanded without hesitation, allowing Servine to capitalize on its contrary ability to enhance its stats. A tempest of leaves coalesced into a storm, surging toward Croconaw. Observing the impending attack, Lu Xiaoxiao swiftly recalled her Pokémon just as the storm was about to strike. Given the type disadvantage, Croconaw's chances of victory against Servine were virtually non-existent. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao was reluctant to squander Croconaw against Servine. Although Servine's Leaf Storm did not hit Croconaw, it still elevated its special attack by 2 stages. As Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to send out her second Pokémon, Yi Yun commanded Servine once more to unleash Leaf Storm. This time, evasion was impossible for Lu Xiaoxiao. Come forth. Darumaka. As Leaf Storm struck Darumaka, it sustained damage despite its resistance. After enduring Servine's assault, Lu Xiaoxiao instructed Darumaka to retaliate. Darumaka, use Flare Blitz. Clearly, Lu Xiaoxiao aimed for a decisive blow, unwilling to permit Servine to continue its enhancements. Thus, she opted for this powerful yet self-damaging move. Boom. Darumaka ignited in flames, roaring as it charged toward Servine, who steadfastly maintained its use of Leaf Storm in defense. The ferocious winds battered Darumaka, inflicting considerable damage. Enduring the pain, Darumaka dispersed the Leaf Storm and collided with Servine. Bang! Servine was sent flying, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. With a physical attack base stat of 140, Darumaka's offensive power was formidable, and coupled with the type advantage of Flare Blitz, it resulted in an immediate knockout. However, Darumaka succumbed to recoil, collapsing as well. This round concluded with both sides losing 1 Pokémon apiece. Yi Yun said nothing further, recalling Servine and sending forth Lucario. Lu Xiaoxiao, in turn, re-released her earlier Croconaw. Lucario. Mega Evolve. Yi Yun commanded as soon as Lucario entered the fray. With Mega Evolution, Lucario's strength surged, and he faced Croconaw with renewed confidence. Croconaw was unable to Mega Evolve, and Lu Xiaoxiao lacked Z-Rings or Mega Rings, thus forced to engage in a standard battle against Mega Lucario. Undeniably, Croconaw found itself in an utterly passive position under these circumstances. Close in, use Aura Sphere. Yi Yun directed Mega Lucario. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoxiao commanded Croconaw, use Ice Fang. With the apparent disadvantage, Lu Xiaoxiao sought an alternative route to victory through status effects, such as freezing. If Croconaw could freeze Mega Lucario, she believed it still had a substantial chance to win. Croconaw gathered icy energy and charged at Lucario. Both combatants were melee fighters, eschewing unnecessary complexities. The simplest approach was a direct confrontation. Mega Lucario leaped high, then descended with great force. Croconaw rolled aside to evade, quickly regaining its footing and aiming its gaping maw at Mega Lucario. Lucario sidestepped the attack, delivering a punch from an unexpected angle that struck Croconaw. Bang! The tremendous force sent Croconaw flying 2 to 3 meters away. Mega Lucario swiftly followed up with a flurry of punches. Croconaw raised its arms to shield itself from Lucario's onslaught. At this moment, Yi Yun grinned, issuing the command. Now, use low sweep. Bang! A resounding crack echoed as Croconaw's expression twisted in agony, its legs clamping tightly together in extreme distress, as though enduring immense torment. Lu Xiaoxiao, witnessing Yi Yun's underhanded tactics, flushed with indignation, exclaiming, "You shameless cad." Yi Yun retorted sharply, "How dare you?" Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by Yi Yun's rebuke. By the time she regained her senses, the mighty Croconaw had already been neutralized by the Mega Lucario, with Croconaw rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The victor of this match was none other than Mega Lucario. The referee's voice resonated appropriately in the arena. Lu Xiaoxiao ground her teeth in frustration, wishing she could sink her teeth into Yi Yun. "You wait for me. Just watch how I will teach you a lesson next," she declared vehemently, releasing her third Pokémon. Lucario. Mega Evolve. Lu Xiaoxiao showcased the Mega Evolution bracelet on her wrist, initiating the transformation of her Lucario. Yi Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Thank goodness it's Lucario and not Gardevoir. Otherwise, Lucario would be flaunting that lecherous expression again. Winning is secondary. Preserving my reputation is paramount." It seemed Mega Lucario had heard Yi Yun's thoughts, retorting, "Nonsense. I am not lecherous." Yi Yun nodded vigorously. "Ah yes, indeed, you're not lecherous. You're just an old pervert." "Ah, this infuriates me." Mega Lucario roared, charging at Mega Lucario as it clearly viewed it as a punching bag. Lucario, use close combat. Lu Xiaoxiao was filled with confidence in her Lucario, as it was her longest-standing companion, their bond extraordinarily profound. They had engaged in deep understanding and communication, achieving a level of mutual intuition. Thus, their combat synergy was exceptional. "Lucario, you also use close combat." In truth, Yi Yun could have commanded Mega Lucario to evade Lucario's assault before launching a close combat of its own. Yet, he chose not to, for no reason other than sheer enjoyment. Chapter 179. Yi Yun vs. Lu Xiaoxiao continued. Boom. Both combatants unleashed close combat simultaneously, colliding like two cannonballs. Whether it was due to Mega Lucario's prior use of Power-Up Punch or Mega Lucario's inherent strength, in this encounter, the advantage clearly lay with Mega Lucario, who sent Mega Lucario sprawling across the arena. In contrast, Mega Lucario merely staggered back a few meters, the outcome unmistakable. Even Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. As in her imagination, Mega Lucario should have been the one dominating the battle. At the very least, it should have ended in a stalemate. While others might underestimate Mega Lucario's prowess, as its trainer, she was acutely aware of its capabilities. "Lucario, give it your all. Stop holding back," Lu Xiaoxiao shouted, her chest heaving with emotion. Mega Lucario, upon hearing her call, felt a wave of despair. "I am giving it my all, but that guy is just too formidable. I can't defeat him." Yet, with Lu Xiaoxiao's encouragement, it had no choice but to charge forward, lest it face her wrath later. Roar. Mega Lucario gathered its resolve and charged at Mega Lucario once more. Mega Lucario mirrored this action. Both were exceptional martial artists, eager to prove their mettle against one another. Bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows with fists and feet. In mere moments, both were battered and bruised. They separated, panting heavily. Mega Lucario sported two black eyes, while Mega Lucario's face was marred with bruises. Ultimately, both took a deep breath and charged at each other again. A flash of white light swept across, and they stood apart. Half a second later, with a thud, Mega Lucario collapsed to the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Many male spectators felt a pang of sympathy, eager to rush over and offer her comfort. The winner is Mega Lucario. The champion of this tournament is Yi Yun. A resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. The audience erupted into fervent cheers and applause, chanting, Yi Yun, Yi Yun, Yi Yun. Ah, Yi Yun, I adore you. Please accept my first time. Can Yi Yun add me on WeChat? I wish to experience your prowess. Yi Yun, come and favor me. I want to become your shape. Various crude remarks filled the air, leaving many male onlookers stunned. The seemingly aloof goddess turned out to be quite open. In the audience, Mu Qingqiu cast flirtatious glances at Yi Yun, but unfortunately, he remained oblivious. Beside her, Mu Chun observed intently, his face darkening. He had always thought his sister was a fierce tigress, only to discover she had a gentle side. Sister, can you be a bit kinder to me in the future? Stop hitting me at the slightest provocation. I'm a boy too. I deserve some dignity. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chun made his plea. Mu Qingqiu shot him a disdainful glance, her eyes filled with scorn and mockery. What, do you think I've given you face? Don't even think about it. If I wanted, I could make you lick my toes, and you wouldn't dare utter a word against it. Hitting is affection. Scolding is love. I'm doing this out of concern for you. Many have begged me to hit them, yet they've never had the chance. Mu Chen's mouth twitched, his expression one of existential despair. His life seemed utterly doomed. Meanwhile, the Gongsun sisters were also gazing at Yi Yun with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Sister, why do I feel he's so charming right now? I want to marry him. Gongsun Yutong said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Gongsun Ling remained as frosty as ever, shaking her head, advising, Yutong, heed my counsel. This lad is far too cunning. You're still young and cannot grasp his depth. Let me handle it. Gongsun Yutong stared blankly at her sister, but soon, anger flared on her face as she bared her small fangs, threatening, Sister, you mustn't be selfish. In another corner of the viewing area, Yun Tianming wore a knowing smile, casting a lingering gaze at Yi Yun before turning to leave. You shall be my partner. In the arena, Yi Yun reveled in this rare moment, summoning all his Pokémon that had participated in the tournament to join him in basking in the adoration of the crowd. By the afternoon, he finally managed to extricate himself from the arena. This time, he not only secured the trophy but also received an array of lavish prizes, 3 mythical commemorative balls, 10 million alliance coins, and 3 evolution stones of various types. Although these might not hold much value for Yi Yun, for anyone else, it was a substantial reward. Yi Yun had no complaints. Upon exiting the arena, he intended to share his joy with Yi Yi, only to be intercepted by 2 oblivious individuals, the Gongsun sisters. Gongsun Ling and Gongsun Yutong. No way, not again. Didn't we agree to give you a response after a week? Yi Yun lamented. Can you fathom the sensation of being relentlessly pursued by a pair of extraordinarily beautiful sisters? No, you cannot. Gongsun Yutong shyly lowered her head and said no. We merely came to congratulate you. Oh, thank you then, goodbye. Yi Yun replied indifferently, turning to leave. At that moment, Mu Qingqiu approached, and upon seeing Yi Yun in the company of 2 stunning beauties who were equally captivating, a wave of jealousy surged within her. This infuriating fellow, in just a few days of absence, has entangled himself with 2 more girls. At this rate, won't he ruin all the beauties of Magic City? To this, Yi Yun cried out in injustice. My lady, even if I had the courage, I lack the means. Mu Qingqiu, with a sarcastic tone, sauntered over to Yi Yun, scrutinizing his figure from head to toe, and scoffed. Oh, little brother, you really have become quite remarkable. In just a few days, you've slimmed down so much. It seems you've been engaging in quite a bit of exercise. Yi Yun cast her an exasperated glance, recognizing the double entendre in her words. Enough already. Stop being so sarcastic, just say what you mean. Ever since the rank of his Shining Sky seat reached 100, Yi Yun's tone had grown considerably assertive. What Mu family, what 4 great families? Dare to provoke me, and I shall make you all experience the might of the Shining Sky seat. Chapter 180, Yun Tianming's Request. Island of Star Sea. Mu Qingqiu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Yi Yun to dare speak to her in such a manner. You, what about me? Don't think just because you have a generous bosom, I won't dare to shout at you. Yi Yun asserted with great bravado, leaving the Gongsun sisters utterly astonished. Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Yun. This was the first time he had witnessed someone so audaciously address his sister. At that moment, Yi Yun seemed like a deity in his eyes. I wish I could be as assertive as that. Mu Chen thought, tears welling in his heart. Mu Qingqiu's face darkened with anger. The ample curve she possessed, already on the verge of bursting forth, seemed to rise and fall violently, as though they would leap from her chest. The Gongsun sisters gazed at Mu Qingqiu's figure with unabashed envy. Together, they might not even match her singular endowment. What about me? Let me tell you, don't push me to the brink, for when I unleash my fury, even I fear myself, Yi Yun declared, pointing a finger at Mu Qingqiu's nose. He managed to render her speechless. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Yi Yun decisively made his exit. Before leaving, he couldn't resist issuing a warning. Don't follow me, or I cannot guarantee what unspeakable things I might do to you. His words left the three women frozen in place. Although they all harbored feelings for Yi Yun, the prospect of engaging in such undertakings left them unprepared psychologically. After running a considerable distance, Yi Yun paused at a bus stop, collapsing onto a bench and breathing heavily. I'm exhausted. Fortunately, I'm quick on my feet. As Yi Yun muttered to himself, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, startling him. Hello, we meet again. Yi Yun instinctively jumped from the bench, eyeing the figure warily. When he recognized Yin Tianming, he finally exhaled in relief. You scared me. I thought it was someone from the Gongsun family. Before Yi Yun could finish his sentence, Yin Tianming interjected. Completing his thought, Yi Yun was taken aback, looking at him in surprise. How did you know? Yin Tianming smiled faintly, because I was also looking for you. Yi Yun regarded him with suspicion, uncertainly asking, no way, are you trying to pull me into your Yun family too? Don't say that. I'm not interested in that. Yin Tianming's expression darkened, and he replied tersely, rest assured, I have no such intentions, nor will I involve you with the Yun family. Yi Yun relaxed, that's good. So what do you need from me? Accompany me to a place to retrieve something. Yi Yun furrowed his brow. Isn't that the same reason the Gongsun family wants to bring me into their fold? Yin Tianming shook his head, not entirely. They primarily covet your strength. Yi Yun scoffed. What strength could a mere ordinary student like me possess? A scintillating green caterpillar? Yin Tianming posed a riddle, startling Yi Yun. You. Yi Yun gasped in shock. He naturally discerned the implication of Yin Tianming's words. A scintillating green caterpillar referred to the shining sky seed, didn't he? No need to be astonished. This matter is already known among the four great families. Yin Tianming replied nonchalantly, his tone devoid of fear despite Yi Yun's possession of the shining sky seed. Yin Tianming's words sent a shiver down Yi Yun's spine. The four great families were aware of his shining sky seed. How did they find out? When did they learn? Yin Tianming seemed to read his thoughts and explained, at the Phoenix Mountain Secret Realm, you used the shining sky seed to eliminate members of the Lin family. That footage has circulated wildly among the four great families. Yi Yun cursed under his breath. Damn, I was careless. I didn't conceal it. Who could have imagined that despite his covert actions, the four great families would still discover his deeds? All right, no more pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, the reincarnation of a champion, Yi Yun declared, throwing his hands up in feigned resignation. Yin Tianming chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical of his far-fetched claim. But I still have a question. Wouldn't the four great families be envious and resentful upon discovering I possess the shining sky seed? Wouldn't they send experts to assassinate me and seize my shining sky seed? Yin Tianming nodded. Of course, they would. However, such matters are generally handled discreetly, and they would not reveal their identities. Even if you encounter them, you wouldn't know which family they belong to. Yi Yun's heart raced. Has your Yin family sent someone? Yin Tianming nodded. The four great families have dispatched some experts, seeking to conspire against you. Damn. Yi Yun's expression soured instantly. Then why did you come to find me for help? Yin Tianming smiled slightly. I have already distanced myself from the Yun family, so I am not currently considered one of them. Yi Yun was taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Why? Ideological differences. Yi Yun silently gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Yet, he remained skeptical, thinking, who do you think you're fooling? Am I 3 years old? So, what do you want me to help you with? Yi Yun queried again. Yin Tianming replied, the island of Star Sea has reappeared, and I would like you to accompany me there to help retrieve my sister. Upon hearing the words Island of Star Sea, Yi Yun's thoughts began to race. The Island of Star Sea, a mysterious isle located amidst the starry seas, appears every summer, though its timing is unpredictable. Rumor has it that a powerful, enigmatic spirit resides on the Island of Star Sea, guarding numerous treasures. Should one manage to capture it, they would have the chance to become a top-tier powerhouse in this world, amassing untold wealth. Not only that, but the Island of Starry Seas is also home to many rare fruits and trees. Many of these species have already become extinct, existing solely in the annals of history. If one were fortunate enough to pluck even a couple of these treasures, Whether for sale or for the use of one's own spirit, the benefits would be immeasurable. Thus, the island of Starry Seas is indeed a veritable treasure trove. Countless individuals flock to it each year, yet few manage to set foot upon its shores, let alone seize the opportunity it offers. Your sister is on the island of Starry Seas? Yi Yun inquired. Yun Tianming nodded. The last time his father had taken her to the island, they never returned. I once asked my father about it, but he refused to divulge anything, insisting that I forget my sister ever existed. At this point, Yun Tianming's demeanor grew notably somber. Yi Yun, having a sister of his own with whom he shared a deep bond, could fully empathize with Yun Tianming's feelings. Chapter 181. Reaching an Agreement, 10 Consecutive Draw Rewards. I truly sympathize with you, but I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist in this matter, Yi Yun lamented. Are you joking? The island of Starry Seas is perilous, to say the least. You expect me to accompany you in search of your sister? That would be akin to pouring salt in my own wounds for no reason. Your sister is not my sister. Why should I take such a risk for you? Just because you happen to be slightly more handsome than I am? Absolutely not. I, Yi Yun, would rather perish than accompany you to the island of Starry Seas. I know where to find the shards of the life gem. Yun Tianming seemingly anticipated Yi Yun's reluctance and dangled a tempting bait. Deal. Yi Yun immediately acquiesced without hesitation. As for his earlier vow? He was a devoted follower of the Emperor of True Fragrance. But are you certain your information is accurate and reliable? You wouldn't be fabricating this just to manipulate me into helping you, would you? To be on the safe side, Yi Yun asked cautiously. Yun Tianming shook his head, affirming. I, Yun Tianming, never lie. I am aware that you are in search of the shards of the life gem. The island of Starry Seas is your only hope. Moreover, even if I were to deceive you, do you really think I would escape unscathed? Yi Yun nodded. Indeed, if he dared to trick him, he would summon his radiant legendary Pokémon to deal with him. So it is settled then? Seeing Yi Yun's agreement, Yun Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yun extended his hand for a shake. Very well, when shall we embark? The island of Starry Seas opens in 3 days. You can prepare during this time. Let us meet at the Starry Dock at 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days from now. Good. After finalizing the time and place, Yun Tianming departed, while Yi Yun took the bus home. Around 5 o'clock, the sky suddenly darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. Yi Yun grabbed an umbrella and headed out to pick up Yi Yi from school. However, to his surprise, the rain intensified, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. As he gazed at the dim, overcast sky, Yi Yun's mood grew increasingly heavy. A storm was brewing on the horizon. He couldn't shake the feeling that this journey to the island of Starry Seas might not unfold as smoothly as he had hoped. Before he realized it, Yi Yun had arrived at Yinqing No. 1 High School. By this time, the school gate was mostly deserted. In the pavilion, 2 figures stood together, appearing lonely and forlorn. Yi Yun recognized both. One was Yi Yi, and the other was Zhang Tianzheng. With a wry smile, he realized that Yi Yi had once again caused trouble for Zhang Tianzheng, so he hurried over. Yi. Upon hearing Yi Yun's voice, Yi Yi's pale face immediately lit up with a smile, and she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Principal, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble again, Yi Yun expressed apologetically. Zhang Tianzheng quickly waved his hands. It's no trouble at all. I intended to escort Yi Yi home, but she stubbornly refused, so I had no choice but to wait for you to arrive. I must say, the bond between you siblings is truly remarkable. Seeing you both brings to mind fond memories of my childhood with my sister, Zhang Tianzheng remarked, nostalgia evident in his expression. Yi Yun offered an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, Zhang Tianzheng returned from his reverie. Since you're here, I shall take my leave. My wife and child are waiting for me at home, he said, a content smile gracing his face. All right, take care, Principal, Yi Yun nodded in response, waving goodbye as Zhang Tianzheng departed. Once Zhang Tianzheng was gone, Yi Yun took Yi Yi with him. Why didn't you agree to have Principal Zhang take you home? On the way, Yi Yun playfully pinched Yi Yi's cheek, feigning irritation. Yi Yi pouted her lips, full of pride. No, I only wanted my brother to pick me up. Yi Yun chuckled helplessly. If you cling to me like this, what will you do when you grow up? Yi Yi shrugged nonchalantly. When I grow up, I'll still cling to you. You can forget about escaping. I'm sticking to you for life, humph. Yi Yun was taken aback, shaking his head with a laugh, pondering the implications of her words. Upon returning home, after both Yi Yun and Yi Yi had taken a shower and played some games, they retired to their respective beds. Lying in bed with idle thoughts, Yi Yun decided to check the system. System, how many points do I currently have? Querying, your current point balance is 34,238. Yi Yun was astonished. So many? Then let me have a supreme 10 consecutive draw. Given the dangers that awaited on the island of starry seas, Yi Yun believed it prudent to possess more means of survival. The supreme 10 consecutive draw requires the consumption of 10,000 points. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. Drawing in progress. Please wait. 3 seconds later. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 paradise ball. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 double experience card for 7 days. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 supreme detox fruit. Ultimately, the rewards from the 10 consecutive draws were as follows: 1 paradise ball, 3 super experience fruits, 3 supreme detox fruits, 1 7-day double experience card, 1 2-hour 10-fold experience card, 1 supreme nutritional liquid. Yi Yun examined these rewards one by one. Paradise ball, a highly unique type of Pokeball capable of capturing Pokemon in special states while isolating their aura. Super experience fruit grants a significant amount of experience upon consumption. Supreme detox fruit, a fruit infused with purifying essence. Consuming it eliminates all toxins within the body. 7-day double experience card. When used, doubles the battle experience gained by Pokemon for 7 days. 2-hour 10-fold experience card. When used, increases battle experience gained by Pokemon 10-fold for 2 hours. Supreme nutritional liquid, a liquid rich in energy and nutrients that promotes the hatching of Pokemon eggs. The Paradise Ball seems quite intriguing. Its description is remarkably similar to that of the Hell Ball. Could it be that the two are complementary? Yi Yun sensed that there might be an inexplicable connection between the two. However, the precise nature of this relationship remained elusive to him. The experience card, on the other hand, was quite advantageous, offering a swift elevation of his Pokemon's levels. System, can experience cards be used in conjunction? Yi Yun inquired with curiosity. If they could indeed be stacked, it would mean his Pokemon could potentially gain experience at a rate of 20-fold. Yes. The system's response illuminated Yi Yun's eyes. Well, this is intriguing, he mused. He then glanced at the other rewards. The Supreme Detoxification Fruit was of no immediate use, so he placed it directly into his backpack. He chose to administer the Super Experience Candy to his shiny Rayquaza, as he would require its guardianship for the upcoming adventures. As for the Supreme Nutrient Solution, his gaze shifted towards the Pokemon Egg Incubator on the table. This was precisely what was needed for the hatching of Lugia. Chapter 182, Journey to Star Sea Island. The Peculiar Yun Tianming. Yi Yun retrieved the Supreme Nutrient Solution and poured it into the incubator, hastening Lugia's emergence. Having completed these tasks, he collapsed into bed. Unsurprisingly, Yi climbed into his bed again that night, snuggling up beside him. Thunder rumbled outside, heralding a night fraught with inevitability. 3 days later, Yi Yun informed Yi of his impending departure for a while and entrusted Zhang Tianzheng with her care during his absence. Once prepared, he set off towards the Starsea Dock. The Starsea Dock, located along the coast of Starsea City, served as a bustling trade harbor, with a plethora of vessels available for rental. Should one wish to venture out to sea, this was the essential passage. After 3 hours of travel, Yi Yun finally arrived at the Starsea Dock. He wondered if that fellow Yun Tianming had arrived yet. As he surveyed his surroundings, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was indeed Yun Tianming. You arrived quite promptly. I've always been swift. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Shall we dine together? Let us go. Their brief exchange led them to a breakfast stall. A simple life necessitates simple fare: 10 sticks of fried dough, 6 buns, 4 eggs, and 2 cups of soy milk. I'll cover the bill. I didn't bring any money. Yun Tianming shrugged nonchalantly. Seriously? You're going to eat so much without cash? Yi Yun retorted, exasperated. But you have money. Yun Tianming continued to eat heedlessly. The prize for the Demon God Cup was nearly 10 million, a fact well known among all. As a participant, Yun Tianming was certainly aware of this, hence his carefree demeanor, eating without concern despite his empty pockets. Yi Yun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This guy was shamelessly mooching. After their meal, the two proceeded to the dock to find a boat. Let us not take a boat. Let us rent a Pokemon. Yun Tianming interrupted, halting Yi Yun's advance towards the ship. Why? Yi Yun asked, puzzled. Yun Tianming explained. No vessel that enters the waters of Star Sea Island has ever returned. Yi Yun's heart sank, and his expression grew grave. Is that true? But I see many people renting boats to go to Star Sea. Yun Tianming replied with feigned seriousness. They are mere novices. They just be cannon fodder. Yi Yun found himself at a loss for a moment, but seeing Yun Tianming's earnestness, he decided to trust him for the time being. Under Yun Tianming's guidance, they arrived at a Pokemon rental establishment. The Pokemon here were categorized into 2 types, those for water transport and those for aerial transport. Water transport Pokemon were more economical. while aerial ones commanded a higher price. Should we rent a water Pokémon or an aerial one? Yiyan inquired. The aerial one. Why? Because it's more expensive. Yiyan responded dryly. I see. It's not your money at stake, so you're not concerned, right? Expensive things have their reasons. It's not safe in the water, so we should opt for aerial travel. Yun Tianming thoughtfully suggested, presenting another argument. Yiyan felt a nagging suspicion that this pretty boy was trying to swindle him out of his money. However, upon further reflection, he realized there was some truth to his words. Fortunately, Yiyan was not lacking in funds, so he decided to overlook it. Boss, how much for this Dragonite? Yiyan asked, eyeing a rather charming female Dragonite. Ah, young man, you have a good eye. This is the finest Dragonite in our shop. If you wish to rent it, the price is this much. The plump proprietor held up 3 fingers. 3,000? 300,000. Are you out of your mind? Yiyan exclaimed in disbelief. What are you talking about? This is a legitimate establishment. Why would I resort to robbery? After some haggling, Yiyan settled on 25,000. He mounted the Dragonite to test its comfort and was quite pleased. It was very obedient. Have you made your choice? Yiyan asked, returning to Yun Tianming's side. Yun Tianming nodded, just waiting for you to pay. Yiyan's face darkened. Let me remind you, this is a loan. You must repay me. And don't forget the 12.53 from breakfast. Not a cent less. Yun Tianming shook his head. I have no money. Yiyan glared at his infuriatingly smug face. Nearly tempted to punch him. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Fine, you can pay me back when you have the money. By the way, what about the Pokémon you chose? Yiyan waved dismissively, not wishing to dwell on the matter further lest it drive him mad. That one. Yun Tianming pointed to a large blue bird in the VIP area. Uffed. Yiyan almost spat blood in disbelief. You want to rent an Articuno for a trip to Starsea Island? Yun Tianming had indeed chosen the legendary Articuno. Though it was the least powerful of the legendary Pokémon, its title still held weight. With such a name, its status was anything but ordinary. Even if it were merely a sparrow, its legendary title could command an exorbitant price. Initially, Yiyan had noticed the Articuno but deemed it unnecessary to rent a legendary Pokémon for mere transport. The price was exorbitantly high, and its actual strength was not necessarily superior to that of some semi-legendary Pokémon. I appreciate the icy aura. It resonates with my own temperament. Yun Tianming remarked with an air of refined elegance. Yiyan chuckled. Oh, then you can pay for it yourself. I certainly don't have the luxury for that. He turned to leave. Wait. Yun Tianming called after him. I will pay you back in the future. Consider this a favor I owe you. Yiyan was both amused and exasperated, convinced that this guy's brain must have been stuck in the door. Can't you select a different Pokémon? Absolutely not. 3 minutes later, Yun Tianming emerged with the Articuno in tow, the shopkeeper behind him grinning from ear to ear. The mere presence of these two ethereal beings has already filled his coffers to the brim. Can we depart now? Yiyan inquired, his expression darkening. Yun Tianming nodded in agreement and mounted the back of the Articuno, while Yiyan released his Dragonite and took his place atop it. Thus, the duo, guided by the swift wings of the Articuno and the Dragonite, set forth towards Starsea Island. Chapter 183. Ambush Encounter, Ghosts Beneath the Sea. Shortly after their departure, 2 figures soon emerged in pursuit. Sister, do you think that fellow is actually a gay? It seems like he has an excessive fondness for Yun Tianming. Gong Sun Yutong exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Gong Sun Ling shook her head. I doubt it. Perhaps they have reached some form of accord. Gong Sun Yutong looked at her sister in bewilderment. How do you know? Gong Sun Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile, a woman's intuition. The Starsea region, known as one of the most enigmatic maritime zones of the Dragon Kingdom, is rife with rumors and is often referred to as the Sea of Death, concealing numerous unknown perils. As Yiyan and Yun Tianming journeyed, they encountered many others like themselves, all preparing to embark on an adventure to Starsea Island. Some rode flying Pokémon, while others sat astride aquatic ones, and some utilized modern maritime vessels. Each traveler showcased their unique capabilities. However, despite the multitude of adventurers, the number that actually reached Starsea Island was remarkably scarce. Each year, a significant number of trainers perish while exploring the island, according to incomplete official statistics. Those who lose their lives in the Starsea region account for approximately 1/3 of the national death toll, underscoring the inherent dangers of this area. Yet, as the adage goes, danger coexists with opportunity. In pursuit of legendary treasures and the capture of mythical Pokémon, many trainers still flock to the Starsea region each year. Even the Alliance cannot escape this peril, dispatching skilled individuals to explore Starsea Island annually. After about an hour of travel, the number of people around them began to dwindle. The speed of the Dragonite and Articuno surpassed that of ordinary flying Pokémon, and coupled with the formidable strength of the creatures they had rented, they gradually distanced themselves from the crowd. Wait, Yun Tianming suddenly called out to Yi Yun, who was ahead. What is it? Yi Yun turned back, puzzled. Yun Tianming explained. If I recall correctly, we are approaching the first line of defense of the Star Sea region. Let us hold off for a moment until the others arrive. Yi Yun was taken aback, staring at him incredulously. Are you suggesting we let others act as cannon fodder? You seem deceptively gentle, but you have a ruthless side. Yun Tianming shook his head, correcting her. I am handsome, not weak. Yi Yun chuckled. What a flimsy excuse. Their pace slowed, and soon after, the bulk of the group surged forward. Due to the confidential nature of the information regarding the Star Sea region, most of the individuals here were unaware of the lurking dangers and continued on blindly. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming, however, remained vigilant, trailing behind the throng with heightened awareness. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Help me! An unexpected calamity had unfolded. Following the sound, they beheld a trainer squad aboard a small sailboat being dragged beneath the waves, along with their vessel, by a horde of grotesque, corpulent Pokémon. Is that a Snorlax? Yi Yun's keen eyes recognized the assailants. Yun Tianming concurred. Indeed, it is a Snorlax. The Snorlax, a dual-type ghost and water Pokémon, displays sexual dimorphism, with males sporting a deep azure hue and females a soft pink. Their forms are predominantly composed of seawater, and it is said that sunken ships serve as their castles. They delight in hunting upon the ocean, dragging their prey into the depths. During a full moon, Snorlax gather en masse at the ocean's surface to await unsuspecting victims. They are voracious for life energy, draining the vitality of captured beings until they are forever entombed in the ocean's depths. Thus, those who frequently traverse these waters harbor a profound fear of such creatures, for encounters with them seldom end in survival. At this moment, Yi Yun and his companions found themselves face to face with not just one, but an entire swarm. The sea was teeming with Snorlax surfacing from below. In hues of blue and pink, they launched a ferocious assault on the passing trainers. Within moments, many were dragged beneath the waves, vanishing without a trace. It was all but certain that they had met their demise. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming, being airborne, were spared from the Snorlax's onslaught. But those traversing by water were not so fortunate, plunging into despair. The air was filled with cries of anguish, wails, and pleas for help. The scene was a far cry from the earlier buoyancy. Yi Yun felt a shiver of dread and cast a grateful glance at Yun Tianming. Had it not been for his warning, they might have already fallen prey to the Snorlax swarm. If you truly wish to thank me, then forgive the debt you owe me, Yun Tianming remarked nonchalantly, sensing Yi Yun's gaze. In an instant, her fondness for him evaporated. If you can't speak wisely, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking altogether. Let us move, time is of the essence. If we linger any longer, we too shall find ourselves in trouble. Yun Tianming stated after a brief pause. Before Yi Yun could grasp the nature of the trouble he referenced, she noticed the Snorlax below beginning to unleash attacks on the trainers above. In an instant, she comprehended the imminent peril Yun Tianming had alluded to. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she quickly urged her Dragonite to flee. Just as she thought they could finally breathe easy, Yun Tianming's voice rang out again. Watch out, their attacks are incoming. No sooner had he spoken than the previously tranquil surface of the ocean erupted with a multitude of Snorlax. In a breathtaking display, they began to unleash torrents of water skyward with powerful hydro pump attacks. Thousands of water jets soared into the air. Can you imagine such a magnificent spectacle? Yi Yun felt the awesome power firsthand. Yet, she had no time to admire this grand display. Their priority was to escape swiftly. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through. Yi Yun glanced down to see several thick, long water jets hurtling toward them. Dragonite, evade, she commanded urgently. If it were merely a dozen or so Snorlax, she would not be intimidated and could face them in battle. However, with thousands of them, the sheer sight was enough to send shivers down her spine, let alone the prospect of engaging them in combat. It was clear that their only viable course of action was to flee. It is not a battle against these chubby creatures, but rather a desperate escape from this perilous place. The longer one lingers here, the deeper one becomes ensnared. Chapter 184. The Crisis of the Second Sea Region. The speed of Dragonite is remarkable. It evaded the oncoming water spout in the nick of time. With Yi Yun aboard, it ascended into the skies above. Though the chubby creatures below could unleash formidable water-type moves like Water Gun, their range was ultimately limited. Furthermore, the majority of these chubby creatures were not particularly strong, and as Dragonite climbed to a certain altitude, very few water attacks could reach it. Yun Tianming was considerably more astute than Yi Yun had anticipated. He had recognized this fact early on and had instructed Articuno to carry him to the heights. We must hurry. These chubby creatures are merely the first wave. A more formidable force will soon arrive. When that happens, even with flying-type Pokémon, we will find it impossible to evade their attacks. Yun Tianming's expression was grave, devoid of levity. Yi Yun understood all too well the implications of being surrounded by a horde of chubby creatures, and thus, he did not dare to be complacent. With a solemn nod, he followed Yun Tianming as they departed. The flying-type Pokémon chosen by the two were exceptionally powerful, their speed surpassing that of others. In but a moment, they traversed the realm of the chubby creatures. Meanwhile, those left behind could only faintly hear cries for help and desperate wails. Yi Yun glanced around and noticed that the number of people had diminished significantly, a sigh escaping his lips. They had only just entered the Star Sea region, yet had already suffered considerable losses. It was no wonder this place was dubbed the Sea of Death. The name was evidently well-deserved. Yi Yun could not help but recall the tales Yun Tianming had shared regarding Star Sea Island. If what he had said was true, then many more dangers awaited them ahead. The number of individuals who could successfully navigate those perils and reach Star Sea Island would likely be less than 1 in 10. Henceforth, they must exercise even greater caution, otherwise, they might not even comprehend how they lost their lives. Yi Yun muttered to himself, patting Dragonite's neck to signal it to follow the lead of Yun Tianming. We are about to enter the Second Sea region. Prepare yourself. The dangers ahead will be even more terrifying than those we have faced thus far. Yun Tianming spoke in a calm manner, yet the furrowed brows on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. What kind of Pokémon guard the Second Sea region? To better confront the impending dangers, Yi Yun deemed it essential to glean more information from Yun Tianming. Yun Tianming parted his lips and quietly uttered 3 words, jellyfish swarm. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. Jellyfish? The first thought that crossed his mind was of the stinging jellyfish. This species, a wild Pokémon of the sea, possesses both water and poison attributes. They tend to move in groups and can sometimes be seen near human-inhabited coastlines. While the stinging jellyfish itself is not inherently fearsome, the true terror lies in the toxins and stings they release. For living beings, they pose a significant threat. Should one become infected by the toxins of a stinging jellyfish without prompt treatment, it could very well endanger their life, especially in the wild seas, where their venom is even more potent. Just a few milliliters could threaten a creature's existence, if indeed they encountered a swarm of jellyfish. The best course of action would be to steer clear. As Yi Yun pondered whether the jellyfish mentioned by Yun Tianming referred to the infamous stinging jellyfish, the sea once again surged with colossal waves. The tumultuous waters roared, and in Yi Yun's astonished gaze, a blue Pokémon with ruby-like eyes emerged from the depths, fixating hungrily upon the group. The sight of those densely clustered red eyes sent shivers down Yi Yun's spine. A chilling dread enveloped him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Stinging jellyfish. Moreover, there were quite a number of them, at least thousands, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Who could fathom how many lay concealed beneath the surface? Suddenly, as if sensing intruders, the stinging jellyfish launched an assault upon them. In an instant, thousands of poisonous needles rained down like a torrential downpour of arrows from the sea. Yi Yun was certain that should he not evade, he would be transformed into a pincushion, playing the role of a Pokémon version of Zhou-Tai. Alas, he lacked the skill of resilience. Dragonite. Unleash a gust to disperse those poisonous needles. Roar. Dragonite flapped its wings, summoning a powerful wind that blew towards the incoming needles. The force of the gale was tremendous, sending many of the needles back in the opposite direction. In that fleeting moment, several needles executed a dramatic 180-degree turn mid-air, acting as a surprise attack against the stinging jellyfish swarm below. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous needles struck the jellyfish, yet unfortunately, they inflicted little damage. Being poison-type Pokémon, the stinging jellyfish possessed immunity to toxins, and since these needles had originated from their own bodies, they were unlikely to have any effect. Other than a fleeting sensation of pain, they were otherwise unharmed. Yi Yun's actions had thoroughly enraged the stinging jellyfish. Gurgling sounds emerged as the jellyfish congregated, producing an eerie noise reminiscent of hunger pangs. Yi Yun, intrigued, wondered what they were up to. However, his instincts warned him that their actions were not without purpose. This is bad. You've angered them. They are summoning their king. Yun Tianming observed the unfolding situation, and his expression grew grave. Yi Yun was taken aback, looking at him in astonishment. Their king? Is it formidable? Yun Tianming's eyes glimmered as he regarded Yi Yun for a moment before responding. Well, for you, it would be a mere triviality. He was well aware of Yi Yun's possession of a shiny Rayquaza, a creature of formidable strength. Not to mention, even if the Jellyfish King were to arrive, it would have to kneel in submission. Given the throngs of people surrounding us, I believe it would be prudent to retreat for now. You wouldn't want the existence of your shiny Rayquaza to become known to others, would you? Yun Tianming, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that Yi Yun had refrained from unleashing his Rayquaza due to certain reservations. Yi Yun nodded. No one understood him better than his father. Get lost. Yun Tianming's expression darkened. This insufferable fellow was taking advantage of him. Just as the two prepared to depart, a towering wave, measuring dozens of meters, surged towards them. The sheer force was awe-inspiring and terrifying. The expressions of Yi Yun and Yun Tianming shifted dramatically, not from fear of the wave itself, but from the enormous shadow looming behind it. Chapter 185, The Colossal Stinging Jellyfish. The gigantic stinging jellyfish. In that instant, both Yi Yun and Yun Tianming's faces paled. As a traveler from another world, Yi Yun had previously encountered the fearsome sight of a colossal stinging jellyfish. However, in his memory, that enormous stinging jellyfish was merely the height of a building, utterly incomparable to the colossal creature before them now. Why is that? Because this gigantic stinging jellyfish was of an unfathomable size. No, to be more precise, it might be more aptly termed a supergiant stinging jellyfish. Just its eyes were as large as hot air balloons, emanating an eerie red glow amidst the faint sea mist. It resembled a terrifying sea beast lurking in the fog, poised to harvest the lives of those traversing this maritime expanse. Yi Yun cast a cursory glance, roughly estimating that this gargantuan jellyfish stood about 30 to 40 meters tall, comparable to the ancient deity Groudon. Its long, thick tentacles writhed through the air, appearing dreadfully menacing. With a mere gesture, one could hear the distinct sound of air being cleaved. The massive wave that had just surged was but a casual strike from this supergiant stinging jellyfish. What on earth is this creature? Yi Yun couldn't suppress a gasp, looking at Yun Tianming in astonishment, awaiting an explanation. To his surprise, Yun Tianming furrowed his brow tightly, shaking his head to indicate that he too was at a loss. I am uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such a colossal stinging jellyfish. Yi Yun was taken aback, mouth agape. No way. Haven't you seen it before on your previous visits? Yun Tianming replied with a bitter smile. If I had seen it, would I be so astonished? A grave expression spread across Yi Yun's face. The emergence of the supergiant stinging jellyfish had thrust them into an unprecedented predicament. Just as they pondered how to confront this behemoth, others appeared behind them. These individuals appeared somewhat disheveled, having exerted tremendous effort to reach this maritime region. Just when they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly froze in place upon witnessing the supergiant stinging jellyfish. What in the world is this monster? Its size transcends that of nearly all Pokémon. Impossible. How could a jellyfish of such immense proportions even exist? Gulp. The distinct sound of someone swallowing echoed across the surface of the sea, reaching the ears of the onlookers. Shock, fear, dread, various unsettling emotions spread through the crowd, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. Suddenly, the supergiant stinging jellyfish shot forth two beams of red light from its eyes, its tentacles beginning to thrash wildly without restraint. Then, they transformed into colossal arrows piercing the sky, hurtling towards the crowd. The deafening sound of air being sliced apart spoke volumes of its terrifying power and speed. If one were to be struck, they would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Run. Amidst the chaos, someone in the crowd shouted this command, and pandemonium ensued. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming exchanged glances, both deciding to seize the opportunity amidst the crowd's disarray to flee. If it were just the two of them, Yi Yun might have considered releasing his shiny Rayquaza to confront the supergiant stinging jellyfish. However, given the current circumstances, with so many eyes watching, it was not prudent to unleash shiny Rayquaza into battle. Reluctantly, they opted to take advantage of their speed to escape amidst the confusion. Swish, swish, swish. The massive stinging jellyfish had limited tentacles and could not attend to everyone. Naturally, those adventurers of lesser strength became its primary targets. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, always applies in nature. In contrast, Yi Yun and Yun Tianming, mounted on a quasi-divine Dragonite and a legendary Articuno respectively, possessed formidable strength. This gave the giant stinging jellyfish pause, preventing it from attacking them immediately. No, I don't want to die yet. Help me, someone help me. Cries of despair, screams, and pleas for rescue mingled together, casting an even more chilling pall over the already grim atmosphere. Whoosh! More and more stinging jellyfish emerged from the depths, launching fierce assaults on the airborne crowd. Countless poisonous needles rained down like a dense shower of arrows, sending shivers down the spines of those below. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming found themselves ensnared. Although the massive stinging jellyfish had not immediately targeted them, The smaller jellyfish swarming below were equally formidable. The dark mass of jellyfish unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles, overwhelming them and leaving them in a state of distress. Dragonite, use Hurricane. Articuno, unleash Blizzard. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming acted in unison, blocking the poisonous needles aimed at them. This scene did not escape the notice of the onlookers. Witnessing the extraordinary strength of Yun Tianming and Yi Yun, many felt a glimmer of hope, viewing them as a protective shield. In an instant, a throng of individuals began to surge towards Yi Yun and Yun Tianming, seeking their sanctuary. Some who had been attacked by the giant stinging jellyfish also cried out for help. Big brothers, save me. I don't want to die. You're so powerful. Please protect us. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Did they intend to stand idly by while others perished? Many grew frantic, shouting at Yi Yun and Yun Tianming. This outburst attracted the attention of numerous stinging jellyfish, placing Yi Yun and Yun Tianming under the spotlight, amplifying their burden. Damn it! These rascals have dragged us into this mess. Yi Yun cursed vehemently, his expression dark as if he had just swallowed something vile. Yun Tianming remained silent. Yet his actions were ruthless. He abandoned the stinging jellyfish and commanded Articuno to attack the approaching crowd. What the hell, you little brats? What do you think you're doing? How dare you attack me? Do you want to die? An elderly man, slightly disheveled, shouted angrily, his veins bulging, and his face contorted in rage. They had the advantage in training time and were quite powerful, yet they had exhausted themselves in previous battles, their strength greatly diminished, forcing them to seek refuge among the younger generation. Yet, unexpectedly, Yun Tianming had turned against them. In times of crisis, we should unite. How can you treat us this way? Yes, isn't it your duty as the strong to protect us? How can you attack us instead? Have you no decency? They began to expose Yun Tianming, vowing to reveal his true nature upon returning home. Chapter 186, The Power of Shiny Rayquaza. Heh. In response, Yun Tianming merely scoffed. He had never cared for others' opinions, let alone those who stood on a moral high ground to criticize him. Your lives are none of my concern. If you draw closer, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yun Tianming's voice was chilling, like a demon arisen from the depths of hell, devoid of any sympathy. Despite possessing the capability, yet choosing inaction, do you still consider yourself a trainer? Indeed, we trainers ought to support one another, and now that we find ourselves in peril, should you not extend a hand in assistance? As a formidable individual, lacking the compassion characteristic of true strength disqualifies you from being a true powerhouse. Many were incensed, their fury boiling over. It was one thing for Yun Tianming to withhold his help, but to even contemplate attacking and annihilating them was utterly reprehensible. If we all advanced together, surely he would not dare to strike against us all. I have initiated recording. Should they dare to launch an assault, I will expose this footage, revealing their inhumane actions to the world, subjecting them to universal condemnation. Some began to resort to threats. Yet, before a word could be uttered, blood splattered across the sky. A robust, powerful tendril struck from behind, piercing through his body and chilling him to the core. Witnessing this, all present turned pale, silenced by the horror, and rushed toward Yun Tianming. Quickly, protect us, or you shall inevitably face the scorn of the masses. What valor is there in attacking us? The weak? If you possess true prowess, confront that colossal venomous jellyfish instead. Cowards who prey on the weak, let us charge together. Since he grants us no avenue of escape, we shall take him down with us. The crowd devolved into chaos, thoroughly incited by Yun Tianming's actions. The specter of death loomed over them, having shattered their mental fortitude, leaving them devoid of reason. Yun Tianming's expression remained icy, his words unspoken. If this group remained obstinate, he bore no blame. Articuno, engage. Yun Tianming prepared to eliminate the bothersome adversaries. Just then, Yi Yun, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly interjected, "Step aside. Allow us. We cannot afford to waste time with these fools. The venomous jellyfish are lurking nearby, watching intently." Yun Tianming looked at Yi Yun in surprise, a sense of astonishment stirring within him. Earlier, he had assumed Yi Yun disapproved of his methods, but it seemed he had misjudged. Yi Yun and he were, in fact, of the same ilk. Are you going to unleash it? Yun Tianming inferred Yi Yun's intentions, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Though aware that Yi Yun possessed a shiny Rayquaza, he had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, the opportunity had arrived. A confident smile graced Yi Yun's lips, and though he said little, his meaning was unmistakable. He slowly produced a pokeball, his gaze sharp and predatory, exuding an aura of palpable danger as it swept over the gathered crowd. Since you are so eager for death, let you accompany the venomous jellyfish to the grave. Yi Yun forcefully hurled the Pokeball. Crack! The Pokeball traced an elegant arc through the air before bursting open like a popped bean. Immediately, a thunderous roar echoed from within. Upon hearing this dragon's roar, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, shivers running down their spines. A dragoness roar? Could it be a powerful dragon-type Pokémon? How infuriating that this wretch possesses such a formidable creature, yet chooses not to protect us, and instead turns against us. He is truly inhumane. Striking the weak while cowering before the strong, you are nothing but a band of spineless wretches. Many continued to vociferously condemn Yi Yun and Yun Tianming. Roar! The dragon's cry resounded again. A slender, dark figure erupted from the Pokeball, soaring toward the heavens. With an X-shaped crown, powerful 5 claws, glimmering black scales, and piercing, radiant eyes. Every tangible aspect proclaimed its noble lineage. A shiny Rayquaza. Rayquaza? How could such a despicable person possess Rayquaza? I refuse to accept this. Heaven, have you lost your sight, allowing such a heinous individual to wield Rayquaza? Are you intent on destroying this world? The crowd was rife with lamentations and resentments. In that moment, the gaze of the onlookers toward Yi Yun transformed from fury to envy. They believed that someone devoid of compassion like Yi Yun was unworthy of possessing such a powerful divine beast as Rayquaza. Rayquaza should rightfully belong to those with benevolent hearts. Eliminate them. Yi Yun spoke coldly, indifferent to the crowd's scrutiny. In the past, many had envied and slandered him just as these individuals did now. But those voices had long since faded into the dust. Roar! The shiny Rayquaza unleashed a torrent of crimson energy toward the sky, executing the dragon-type move Draco Meteor. Instantly, countless meteors ablaze with fierce flames descended upon the crowd. No, I'm not ready to die. Why is this happening? You cannot kill us. You should protect us. I will expose you. I will haunt you even in death. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. Yun Tianming, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes. His heart tumultuous like a storm. He was not surprised by Yi Yun's overwhelming force, but rather captivated by the might emanating from shiny Rayquaza. So powerful, so magnificent. Truly the ruler of the skies and a top-tier deity among divine beings. If only I could possess one. Yun Tianming began to envy Yi Yun. In an instant, all present were dispatched. Meanwhile, the lurking venomous jellyfish grew anxious, eyeing shiny Rayquaza with trepidation. Fearful of the formidable presence, they dared not act rashly. Even the previously arrogant colossal venomous jellyfish now hesitated, intimidated into inaction. Protect us from the shadows, but ensure you remain undetected by others. Yi Yun instructed shiny Rayquaza. Sensing their safety, shiny Rayquaza nodded, then vanished into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming strode away confidently, until they vanished. The colossal venomous jellyfish did not dare utter a sound. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming successfully traversed the second sea area. However, those who followed were not as fortunate. The colossal venomous jellyfish unleashed its humiliation and wrath upon the trailing individuals, ensuring they suffered greatly. Among them were the twin sisters of the Gongsun family. Chapter 187. Your sister is my sister? In the third sea area of the Star Sea, when Yi Yun and Yun Tianming arrived, a number of factions had already reached this place ahead of them. The surface of the sea was littered with numerous corpses of wild Pokémon, alongside some human remains. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place, with the surviving wild Pokémon now clearing the battlefield and returning the bodies to the depths of the sea. Some have arrived before us. It appears they have passed through here. Could it be members of the 4 great families? Yi Yun remarked to Yun Tianming, sharing his observations. Yun Tianming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the possibility. As far as I am aware, a considerable number of representatives from the 4 great families have arrived this time. However, why did we not see them earlier? Yi Yun inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Prior to this, they had not encountered any members of the 4 great families on their journey. Yun Tianming shared his perplexity, suggesting, perhaps they have alternative means of reaching this place. I have only visited Starsea Island once, so I am not particularly familiar with the local circumstances. Yi Yun stroked his chin, deep in contemplation as his brow knitted tighter. At that moment, the wild spirits engaged in the grim task of gathering remains noticed the arrival of the two. Their gazes converged upon Yi Yun and Yun Tianming, instantly invoking a sense of impending danger. If such a multitude of Phoeba congregates, we may indeed find ourselves in dire straits, Yi Yun remarked gravely. The Phoeba, a Pokémon dwelling in the ocean, possesses remarkably feeble individual combat abilities and is often regarded as a delectable delicacy for other wild spirits in the sea. For instance, the Warlord consumes thousands of Phoeba daily. However, To underestimate the Fiba due to their individual weakness would be a grave misjudgment. While individually lacking strength, Fiba possess a unique survival mechanism that enables them to thrive in perilous waters, earning them the moniker monsters of the sea. When confronted with danger, Fiba summon their companions for assistance. When a sufficient number of them unite, they transform into a formidable swarm, significantly boosting their collective strength. Even a Warlord would think twice before confronting a swarm of Fiba head-on. Once transformed into a swarm, the Fiba's status in the ocean shifts dramatically, from timid prey to potent predators. This transformation is precisely why they are dubbed the monsters of the sea. Any sighting of a gathering of Fiba warrants caution, as a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming now found themselves in such a predicament. As they surveyed the waters, they were surrounded by Fiba. Although they had not yet formed a cohesive swarm, it was only a matter of time. Once all the Fiba congregated, danger would surely ensue. What shall we do? Perhaps we should have the shiny Rayquaza intervene once more? Yun Tianming suggested, glancing at Yi Yun. In the current situation, only the shiny Rayquaza could provide a solution. Yi Yun nodded, initiating communication with the shiny Rayquaza. Simultaneously, the Fiba began to gather, forming a swarm. They were poised to devour the intruders. A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies as the shiny Rayquaza, a legend in the clouds, emerged, swirling around the cloud cover and conjuring a formidable tempest. The storm engulfed the realm, scattering the clouds as the sea boiled beneath, dragged into the air. Dragon's water spout. A magnificent spectacle unfolded as the swarm of Fiba was drawn toward the tempest. Sensing the impending threat, the Fiba desperately attempted to resist, but the storm's might proved insurmountable. They were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering their escape futile. Countless Fiba were swept into the sky by the tempest. Meanwhile, the shiny Rayquaza unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning lightning to intensify the storm and torment the Fiba swarm. Subsequently, it unleashed a dragon pulse, striking the beleaguered Fiba with a resounding explosion. The massive swarm disintegrated in midair, countless Fiba cascading down like raindrops from the heavens, creating a torrential downpour. The sound of splashes echoed continuously as the swarm was swiftly vanquished. The once feared Fiba swarm, renowned as the monsters of the sea, was rendered powerless before the might of the shiny Rayquaza. Indeed, I knew partnering with you would be a wise choice. Yun Tianming marveled at the shiny Rayquaza's prowess, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Yun teased, do not idolize me. I am merely a legend. With the Fiba swarm defeated, the immediate danger had dissipated. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming pressed on, advancing towards Starsea Island. That swarm of Fiba was the last line of defense we encountered. Now we can truly set foot on Starsea Island. Yun Tianming exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the chance to find his sister on the island. Yi Yun released a sigh of relief, filled with anticipation for Starsea Island. Simultaneously, curiosity piqued regarding Yun Tianming's longed-for sister. What does your sister look like? May I see a picture? She inquired. Perhaps due to Yi Yun's assistance, Yun Tianming generously produced a photograph from his pocket, handing it to her. Here, this is my sister. Yi Yun accepted the photograph and was immediately taken aback. The girl in the picture appeared lively and adorable, with her hair styled in twin ponytails and large, sparkling eyes resembling two radiant stars suspended in the night sky. She was undeniably charming, evoking immediate affection. However, what truly astonished Yi Yun was the striking resemblance between the girl in the photograph and Yi Yi. The only discernible difference was their hair color. Yi Yi's was silver white, while the girl in the photograph sported long, sky-blue locks. Is this truly your sister? Yi Yun asked, his brow furrowing in suspicion as he gazed at Yun Tianming. Of course, if she isn't my sister, who else could she be? Yun Tianming replied, understanding the implication. Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly, exasperated. I actually have a sister, and she bears an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the photograph. Yun Tianming was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in surprise as he regarded Yi Yun. Seeing that Yi Yun was not joking, a sudden shock coursed through him. Could it be true that their sisters bore such a striking similarity? Yet, was it not too coincidental? Could the world truly be so intertwined? Chapter 188. The Demon That Feasts on Life Energy. What is your sister's name? Yi Yi. What is your sister's name? Yin Xiaoxiao. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The striking resemblance was one thing, but the similarity in their names was another matter entirely. Such coincidences could not help but raise suspicions regarding any special connection between Yi Yi and Yun Xiaoxiao. Is your sister your biological sibling? Yun Tianming queried, furrowing his brow. sensing that the universe would not allow for such coincidences without an underlying reason. Yi Yun shook his head. No, my parents found her. Yun Tianming's heart sank, and his expression grew serious. Does that imply a possibility that your sister could actually be a child of the Yun family, taken by your parents for reasons unknown? No way. Yi Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Tianming's words were so astonishing that he found himself momentarily unable to process them. I believe you are overthinking it. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? He suggested. In this world, there are countless individuals who bear a striking resemblance to one another, yet share no connection whatsoever. Moreover, their names do not necessarily imply anything significant. Many people are given such names. Yi Yun defended, her voice gradually dwindling, clearly lacking confidence. Yun Tianming's expression became peculiar as he muttered to himself, what you say is not without possibility. Alas, I have already distanced myself from the Yun family. Otherwise, I could investigate further. For a moment, both fell into silence, refraining from mentioning the matter again. Yet, at that moment, Yi Yun was calculating in her mind. Once this incident concluded, she would thoroughly investigate Yi Yi's origins. If it truly was related to the Yun family, it would indeed pose a troublesome predicament. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ventured deep into the Star Sea region. Suddenly, Yun Tianming pointed excitedly towards a small island ahead, exclaiming, "We have arrived." Yi Yun looked up to see a solitary island shrouded in white mist, standing alone amidst the vast ocean. Due to the mist, she could not discern the specifics of the island. However, based on their journey thus far, it was likely that the island was not particularly safe. Yun Tianming's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions. Be cautious upon disembarking. There will be numerous sleepy mushrooms lying in ambush along the shore. Once we land, they will immediately launch an attack. Remember, do not allow them to ensnare you. If they get too close, they will unhesitatingly siphon the life energy from our bodies. At that point, we would swiftly succumb to unconsciousness, with no opportunity to resist. Yun Tianming's demeanor was grave, filled with trepidation towards the sleepy mushroom horde. Sleepy mushrooms were a peculiar species of Pokémon, preferring to dwell in dark, damp forest areas, primarily feeding on the nutrients and energy from large trees. Typically, they did not pose a threat to humans and would not drain life energy from them. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sleepy mushrooms here exhibited abnormal behavior. They would launch fierce assaults on anyone who set foot on the island. The consequences of being overwhelmed by them were dire. Yi Yun had previously seen segments in the animated series featuring sleepy mushrooms. Initially, Ash and his companions were drained of their life energy by a sleepy mushroom, rendering them gaunt and lethargic. And that had merely been a juvenile sleepy mushroom. The ones on this island had likely existed for countless ages, their strength far surpassing that of a mere juvenile. If they were to be drained by them, it was likely that their lives would be in jeopardy. Indeed. Yi Yun nodded emphatically, fully alert and not daring to let her guard down. 10 minutes later, as they navigated through the mist and approached the island, Yi Yun began to appreciate the island's marvels. It was lush with verdant foliage, with ancient trees standing tall. Even from the shore, one could see the fruit trees on the island, which were significantly grander and more robust than those outside, bearing fruit that was noticeably larger and more succulent. If they could procure some to sell, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. As they circumnavigated the island, they discovered a shallow area suitable for landing. Scanning the surroundings, Yun Tianming found no trace of the sleepy mushrooms and led Yi Yun onto the island. No sooner had they set foot upon the land than they heard rustling sounds emanating from the forest. Instantly, both felt a surge of apprehension and turned their vigilant gazes towards the woods, fully alert. Suddenly, a peculiar creature adorned with 3 mushrooms atop its head sprang forth from the thicket, charging directly at them. It was the terrifying entity they had previously mentioned, the sleepy mushroom. Quick dodge, Yun Tianming shouted as he rolled aside. Yi Yun, however, remained remarkably composed, conjuring a wave missile in her hand and effortlessly obliterating the oncoming sleepy mushroom. Witnessing Yi Yun's effortless defeat of the sleepy mushroom, Yun Tianming gazed at him in disbelief. You can wield the power of the wave. Yi Yun offered a subtle smile, feigning nonchalance. I possess a modicum of understanding. Nevertheless, her expression was anything but relaxed. From the sounds, there are likely many more sleepy mushrooms in the forest. We may be unable to contend with them. Do you have any strategies to deal with this onslaught? Yun Tianming sighed with a wry smile. If I had the capability to handle them, would I still be fearful? The sleepy mushrooms were not particularly strong in combat, yet their attacks were exceedingly peculiar, capable of directly siphoning the life energy from living beings. Furthermore, their speed was astonishing, moving with an elusive grace that made them difficult to evade. Despite Yun Tianming's commendable prowess, he found himself at a loss against the onslaught of the sleepy mushrooms. In the midst of their conversation, an even greater number of sleepy mushrooms surged forth from the woods, charging towards them. A cursory glance revealed at least 100 of them, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. "We cannot remain here. We must flee," Yun Tianming urged urgently, eager to escape this accursed locale. Yi Yun nodded in agreement and followed Yun Tianming as he sprinted further onto the island. The sheer number of sleepy mushrooms was overwhelming. He could scarcely contend with them. Even summoning his glimmering Rayquaza posed a significant risk. Should glimmering Rayquaza unleash a powerful area attack like Dragon Meteor, it would effectively decimate the sleepy mushroom horde. However, such an action carried considerable peril. The island's structure might not withstand the force, and the proximity of the sleepy mushrooms to Yi Yun and himself made it a dangerous gamble. If glimmering Rayquaza resorted to a close-range attack, the likelihood of being overwhelmed by the sleepy mushrooms and having their life energy drained was high. Once drained, even glimmering Rayquaza would likely succumb to weakness and lose consciousness. Faced with such a dire situation, they had no choice but to avoid confrontation. Chapter 189. Entrapped in Peril, Surrounding Way to Rescue Zhao. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming maneuvered swiftly through the forest, besieged from all sides by sleepy mushrooms. Yi Yun, possessing the power of the wave, could not only anticipate the direction of the sleepy mushrooms' attacks, but also defend and counterattack, thus remaining relatively unscathed. Conversely, Yun Tianming appeared somewhat beleaguered, dodging left and right, becoming increasingly surrounded by the relentless sleepy mushrooms. Blaziken. In a moment of desperation, Yun Tianming summoned his Blaziken to ensure his safety. As Blaziken materialized, a torrent of flames surged outward, repelling the sleepy mushrooms that sought to drain him. Just as Yun Tianming felt a moment of respite, danger struck once more. As the flames dissipated, the sleepy mushrooms charged again. "Use overheat," Yun Tianming commanded urgently, his expression grave. With that, a towering inferno engulfed Blaziken, which transformed into a fearsome fire dragon, roaring as it charged towards the horde of sleepy mushrooms. In an instant, a multitude of sleep mushrooms succumbed to the searing embrace of flame, collapsing to the ground. Regrettably, the attack from the fire chicken was unidirectional. Vanquishing the sleep mushrooms in front proved futile. At that moment, the remaining sleep mushrooms surged towards Yun Tianming like a tidal wave as soon as the fire chicken launched its offensive. Left with no choice, Yun Tianming summoned the Super Beedrill. Whoosh! The Super Beedrill moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking fiercely. With each thrust, a sleep mushroom fell. At this moment, it resembled a master swordsman who had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, effortlessly dispatching the foes that approached. In the blink of an eye, countless sleep mushrooms were defeated, lying prostrate on the ground. However, the sheer number of sleep mushrooms was overwhelming. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Despite the prowess of the Super Beedrill, it was ultimately a solitary fighter. Yun Tianming soon found himself encircled once more by the swarm of sleep mushrooms, plunging into a perilous predicament. Suddenly, several sleep mushrooms breached the defenses of the fire chicken and the Super Beedrill, launching an assault on Yun Tianming from unexpected angles. Startled, he rolled aside. The sleep mushrooms, quick to react, altered their trajectory in an instant, pouncing upon him. Just as it seemed that Yun Tianming would be overwhelmed by the sleep mushrooms, a wave of energy surged forth, pulling him back from the brink of death. Yi Yun had intervened. Having been resisting the swarm of sleep mushrooms, he rushed over without hesitation upon seeing Yun Tianming in danger. "What are you dawdling for? Get up quickly," Yi Yun admonished as he noticed Yun Tianming sitting on the ground, dazed. Regaining his composure, Yun Tianming stood up, a hint of embarrassment on his face, before joining forces with Yi Yun to form a formidable defense. "This is unsustainable. The number of sleep mushrooms is far too great. If this continues, we will surely be worn down," Yi Yun remarked solemnly, his expression grave. "You step back. I will summon the shiny Rayquaza for assistance." Reluctantly, Yi Yun acknowledged the necessity of the shiny Rayquaza's aid. Yun Tianming nodded and distanced himself from the sleep mushrooms. Yi Yun began communicating with the shiny Rayquaza hidden in the sky, preparing to call it down for help. Though this might devastate the island, there was no time to ponder the consequences. At that moment, the aggressively attacking sleep mushrooms seemed to sense something, abruptly halting their offensive and fleeing towards the edge of the forest. Only a small fraction remained, continuing to engage Yi Yun and the others. Observing this, Yi Yun felt a spark of curiosity and temporarily abandoned his plan to summon the shiny Rayquaza. "What is happening? Why did they suddenly run?" Yun Tianming inquired, equally perplexed. Yi Yun shook his head, asserting, "Regardless, this is good news for us." Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the number of sleep mushrooms had significantly dwindled, barely 1/10 remaining. Though they still appeared numerous, they were now manageable. "Lucario, superior, assist in eliminating those remaining sleep mushrooms," Yi Yun commanded, releasing both Pokémon to join the fray. With the combined might of 4 Pokémon, the remaining sleep mushrooms were swiftly dispatched. At this juncture, Yi Yun suggested, "Shall we investigate?" The sudden departure of the sleep mushrooms must signify something. Until finding Yun Tianming's sister, he would certainly not divulge the whereabouts of the shards of the life orb. Considering this, Yun Tianming pondered for a moment, deeming it a reasonable plan, potentially leading to the discovery of his sister, and nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they withdrew their Pokémon and proceeded in the direction the sleep mushrooms had fled. 10 minutes later, concealed within the forest, they beheld a fierce battle unfolding upon the beach. A fresh contingent had traversed the Star Sea and arrived here. Yet, this group appeared to be novices, oblivious to the presence of the sleep mushroom guardians on the island. They were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the sleep mushrooms. Scanning the scene, the golden sands lay littered with the emaciated corpses of the fallen. It was evident that their life energy had been siphoned by the sleep mushrooms, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. "Can you discern which faction they belong to?" Yi Yun queried unexpectedly, noticing that a portion of these individuals wore identical attire, suggesting they hailed from the same faction. Yun Tianming observed the same and clarified, "Those clad in blue are likely from the Alliance. Judging by their strength, they must be recent recruits." He smirked, adding, "How foolish of newcomers to venture into Starsea Island. One wonders if they are brave or simply reckless." With a scornful chuckle, he continued, "The group dressed in white, adorned with a sun and moon insignia, belongs to the Gongsun family." Yi Yun, taken aback, felt a surge of surprise. The Gongsun family, wasn't that the family of Gongsun Yutong? If their kin had arrived, then surely the two sisters would not be far behind. "So they have come as well," Yi Yun murmured, and at that moment, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. Though their backs were turned to him, he recognized them solely by their silhouettes. It was indeed the Gongsun sisters, Gongsun Yutong and Gongsun Ling. These two had truly arrived, but regrettably, they must have lagged behind the main force of their family, or else they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Yi Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. In the blink of an eye, numerous individuals had succumbed to the sleep mushrooms, their life energy drained, rendering them unconscious. Even members of the Alliance and the Gongsun family suffered significant losses. However, the Gongsun sisters proved resourceful. Leveraging their considerable strength, they managed to avoid falling into despair. Moreover, Gongsun Ling was a psychic, capable of at least ensuring a safe escape with Gongsun Yutong if the situation turned dire. Yi Yun ceased his worries for them. At that moment, Yi Yun noticed the sleep mushrooms beginning to drag the unconscious individuals towards the forest. Where on earth are they taking them? He wondered, perplexed. Yun Tianming proposed, "Why don't we follow them? My sister was also taken by this group. Perhaps they will lead us to her whereabouts." Yi Yun nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a glance, suppressing their presence as they trailed behind the sleep mushrooms. The dense underbrush and towering ancient trees of the forest provided ample cover, allowing Yi Yun and Yun Tianming to follow without detection. After roughly 10 minutes, they traversed through the thicket and arrived at a valley. Within the valley lay dozens of circular caves, both large and small. The sleep mushrooms were currently dragging the unconscious bodies into the caves. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming refrained from recklessly following, opting instead to conceal themselves at a distance, observing the unfolding scene. Before long, the sleep mushrooms re-emerged, but the bodies they had been carrying had vanished without a trace. Yi Yun and Yun Tianming exchanged a moment of surprise. "The sleep mushrooms have a penchant for collecting human corpses?" Yi Yun gazed at Yun Tianming, uncertainly inquiring. Yun Tianming shook his head, indicating he had not heard of such a thing. After that group of sleep mushrooms departed, only a small number remained to guard the cave. Yi Yun released Butterfree, signaling it to unleash its hypnotic powder upon the sleep mushrooms, inducing them into slumber. Butterfree nodded, ascended into the air, and began to scatter the powder. Then, it flapped its wings, creating a gentle breeze that carried the hypnotic powder towards the sleep mushrooms. In no time, they all succumbed to sleep. Seeing this, Yi Yun and Yun Tianming stepped out from the woods. "We must be swift. If they awaken, it could lead to significant trouble," Yi Yun cautioned. Yun Tianming nodded in agreement, understood. The two hurriedly entered the cave. Inside, faint glimmers of light flickered, with numerous luminous stones embedded in the walls, illuminating the darkness. Following the cave's path, they soon reached its end. However, Upon witnessing the scene before them, they could not help but gasp in shock. The cave's end was filled with a multitude of tightly packed corpses, each separated by thin stone walls, creating intervals. What on earth do these sleep mushrooms intend to do? Yi Yun exclaimed, stepping forward to assess the life status of the bodies, feeling a wave of astonishment. He discovered that the corpses were not strictly dead. They seemed to be in a state of suspended animation. Dead, yet not entirely so. In this condition, most bodily functions were dormant, making them appear indistinguishable from the deceased. Were it not for Yi Yun's possession of the power of aura, he might not have discerned this fact. Are you suggesting these individuals are in a state of suspended animation? Yun Tianming queried, a look of surprise illuminating his features. Yi Yun nodded, responding, indeed. It appears the sleep mushrooms did not intend to kill the intruders. They merely wished to prevent them from entering this place. But what purpose do they have in storing the bodies of the intruders here? Do they intend to one day awaken them and send them back? Yun Tianming posed the pivotal question. Yi Yun shrugged, expressing his uncertainty. You ask me, but who can I ask? As the two fell into contemplation, Yun Tianming suddenly recalled something, his expression turning fervent as he grasped Yi Yun's sleeve, exclaiming, if these sleep mushrooms never intended to kill us, does that not imply that my sister did not perish all those years ago, but was instead taken here by them, stored like these individuals? Yi Yun considered Yun Tianming's words and nodded, acknowledging the possibility. It is not without merit. Overjoyed, Yun Tianming exclaimed, then what are we waiting for? Let us search. The thought that his sister might still be alive ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. Yi Yun fully understood his emotions and refrained from saying more, instead joining him in the search. They spent a full 3 minutes inspecting all the bodies in the cave, but regrettably, they found no trace of Yun Tianming's sister. Do not despair, this is not the only cave. Your sister may be in another one, Yi Yun reassured, patting Yun Tianming's shoulder as he noticed the worry etched on his face. Yes, Yun Tianming nodded, saying little more. The two quickly exited the cave and began to search other caves separately. After half an hour of searching, they reconvened, still empty-handed. At this point, Yun Tianming's heart sank to the depths of despair. Yi Yun estimated the time. The sleep mushrooms would soon awaken. He said to Yun Tianming, now? We have only this cave left. If your sister is not here, we must leave. Yun Tianming nodded in agreement. Recognizing that remaining here would serve no purpose if there was no sign of his sister, they dared not linger, hastening into the final cave. Upon reaching the end, they again found numerous corpses meticulously arranged. Yun Tianming scanned the area but still saw no sign of his sister, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. However, he did not give up. Instead, he began to meticulously examine each body. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly spotted a hidden corpse in the corner. Upon seeing its face, his heart trembled violently. He swiftly turned around and waved to Yun Tianming. Come quickly, your sister is here. Indeed, from her features, the corpse was unmistakably that of Yun Tianming's sister. Yun Tianming's heart jolted with excitement as he rushed toward Yi Yun. He had found his sister. Arriving beside Yi Yun, he gazed at the figure lying on the stone slab, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Xiao, it really is you. At long last, I have found you. Chapter 191, the conclusion. Yun Tianming extended his right hand, gently brushing his fingers across Yun Xiaoxiao's cheek, his tear-filled eyes radiating tenderness. Like the others, she had her life essence drained and was in a state of near death. To bring her back, we likely need to find the fragments of the life gem, Yi Yun stated calmly as he assessed Yun Xiaoxiao's condition. Although he currently possessed 2 fragments, the life force they provided was still too weak to revive her. If only 3 fragments could be fused together, there might be hope. Yun Tianming said little, firmly grasping Yun Xiaoxiao's hand and kissing her forehead before resolutely turning to leave. I will take you to search for the life gem fragment. In the depths of the forest, under Yun Tianming's guidance, Yi Yun accompanied him deeper into the woods. The entire Star Sea Island emanated a rich life force, and along their journey, they encountered numerous wild fruits. Yi Yun had never been a picky eater. He gathered every fruit he saw. When his inventory filled, he simply fed his Pokémon. Wait, someone has arrived before us. Yun Tianming suddenly halted, his expression grave. His keen eyes fixed ahead, seemingly peering through the forest to discern everything. Yi Yun, hearing the whispers from ahead, furrowed his brow. Someone sought to claim the life gem fragment before them. This could pose a problem, he thought. It was not that he feared being outmatched with his shiny Rayquaza. No one could compete with him. However, with Yun Tianming at his side, he felt reluctant to take action against others. The item lies ahead. I have found it for you. Whether you can obtain it depends on your own abilities. But I believe no one here can rival you, Yun Tianming remarked. a knowing smile gracing his face. Sensing Yi Yun's predicament, he proactively suggested, "I will wait for you at the cave. I do not wish for anything to happen to my sister's body. You can find me there when the time comes." Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. Before he could even voice his consent, Yun Tianming had already departed. Watching Yun Tianming's retreating figure, Yi Yun could only shake his head in helpless amusement. This fellow. As he raised his gaze, a cruel smile split his lips. Now, it was my turn to make an entrance. With an indomitable aura, Yi Yun strode forward with unruffled composure. Upon approaching the crowd, he discovered them entangled in a fierce struggle. Their singular aim was to seize the precious gem embedded in the colossal stone tree statue, the very life gem fragment Yi Yun had been seeking. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fray, summoning the dazzling shining Rayquaza to engage in battle. The shining Rayquaza possessed formidable strength, exuding an aura of invincibility. In no time, it had sent the others reeling in retreat. Recognizing that a one-on-one confrontation was futile, the remaining combatants temporarily banded together, uniting their efforts against Yi Yun. Surrounded by a dozen champion-level Pokémon, the shining Rayquaza, while not in immediate peril, found itself locked in a back-and-forth struggle, unable to decisively overcome its adversaries. During the course of their battle, the residual energy surged towards the stone tree, shattering its exterior. When the contents within were laid bare before the spectators, astonishment washed over them. It was none other than a divine beast slumbering within, a being known as Xerneas, the god of life. However, it presently manifested in its arboreal form. Some attempted to capture it with pokeballs, only to discover that ordinary pokeballs were utterly ineffective against the tree form of Xerneas. Even master balls proved futile. In that moment, Yi Yun suddenly recalled the paradise ball he had won from the system lottery. Upon retrieving it and making an attempt, he successfully captured Xerneas. He also seized the life gem fragment resting atop Xerneas' head. Witnessing this, the others erupted in furious exclamations, accusing Yi Yun of greed. They banded together, exerting pressure on him to reclaim Xerneas and the life gem fragment. Observing their aggression, Yi Yun ceased his jesting and commanded Shining Rayquaza to undergo mega evolution, unveiling his most formidable prowess. As a result, he decisively vanquished the opposition. Subsequently, he sought out Yun Tianming and resurrected his sister. As he prepared to depart, he was obstructed by all the Pokémon on the island. Yi Yun understood that they had long been guardians of Xerneas. If he attempted to take Xerneas away, they would surely oppose him. In a moment of desperation, Yi Yun successfully awakened Xerneas using 3 life gem fragments. He then conveyed to Xerneas his intentions and the circumstances surrounding the Silent Land. Upon hearing this, Xerneas speculated that the Silent Land might harbor an old adversary, thus deciding to accompany Yi Yun to investigate further. Before their departure, it revived the humans who had been watched over by the sleeping mushrooms on the island. After leaving Star Sea Island, Yun Tianming temporarily resided in Yinqing, while Yi Yun, alongside Xerneas, journeyed to the Silent Land to uncover the truth. Harnessing the power of the life gem fragments in tandem with Xerneas, they successfully ventured deep into the Silent Land. There, they discovered Yveltal in its cocoon form. Xerneas noted that Yveltal's condition was amiss, seemingly tainted by some strange force, rendering its life state exceedingly unstable, with the potential for a rampage at any moment. Even with its life-giving powers combined with the life gem fragments in Yi Yun's possession, Xerneas was unable to rectify Yveltal's aberrant state. In desperation, Yi Yun resorted to temporarily capturing Yveltal with the Hell Ball, awaiting a more opportune moment for its release. Fearing that Yveltal might awaken suddenly and bring catastrophic consequences to the world, Xerneas voluntarily chose to remain by Yi Yun's side. Due to the events at Starsea Island, Yi Yun found himself pursued and oppressed by various family factions. To mitigate his vulnerabilities, he joined the Pokémon League as a professional trainer. At the recommendation of the Academy's principal, during the novice assessment, Yi Yun inadvertently discovered a secret realm, where he unearthed the 4th life gem fragment. Simultaneously, he discreetly investigated Yi Yi's origins, ultimately uncovering that she was an abandoned child of the Yun family, sharing the same father as Yun Tianming's half-sister, Yun Xiaoxiao. The head of the Yun family, seeking to prevent this revelation from surfacing, approached Yi Yun to discuss the matter. Yi Yun had no intention of reinstating Yi Yi to the Yun family, and they reached a mutual agreement regarding the issue. One day, Mutuo returned to find Yi Yun. Upon witnessing the significant enhancement of Yi Yun's strength, it instructed him to visit a particular location, where he would soon comprehend the current endeavors of both the original Rayquaza and himself. Following Mutuo's guidance, Yi Yun arrived at the space-time altar. There, he discovered a unique secret realm. Within this realm, Yi Yun encountered the super shiny Gardevoir once more and learned of the dark Pokémon's machinations. With the assistance of the super shiny Gardevoir, Yi Yun successfully thwarted the spread of the dark Pokémon into this world, ultimately locating the final life gem fragment. When the 5 life gem fragments coalesced, Yi Yun completed the task assigned by the system, earning the Spacetime Crystal. With the aid of the Spacetime Crystal, Yi Yun glimpsed the wondrous Pokémon world of an alternate timeline. That world was under siege by dark Pokémon, teetering on the brink of collapse. A young man named Wang Ming led the world's champions in a bloody struggle. Perceiving Yi Yun's presence, Wang Ming utilized the powers of the Spacetime Dragon to communicate with him, revealing future events and his own plans. Upon learning of this, Yi Yun resolved to ally with Wang Ming to prevent the dark Pokémon from infiltrating his world, targeting the source of the darkness, the true form of Dark Arceus. After returning from the time-space realm, Yi Yun diligently worked to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, in another timeline, Wang Ming, leveraging the power of the system's simulation, continuously reshaped history, recreating the past to provide Yi Yun ample time for growth. Years passed. Yi Yun ascended to become the most powerful trainer in this world, with numerous divine beasts as his companions. Yveltal, too, regained its health under his guidance, becoming an invaluable ally. One day, Yi Yun traversed the time-space portal, leading his army of Pokémon to Wang Ming's world. Utilizing the last remnants of his simulation power, Wang Ming and Yi Yun successfully eradicated the source of the dark Pokémon. However, due to the constraints of time-space traversal, Yi Yun's return caused temporal chaos in this world, with past and future intertwining. To prevent further disruption of the time-space continuum, Yi Yun sacrificed all the power of the system, earning the opportunity for a new crossing. On the eve of his sacrifice, Yi Yun discovered an abandoned infant in a desolate junkyard. He took the infant to Yanqing, leaving her at the doorstep of a young couple. After gently knocking on the door, he departed quietly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself leaning against a grand tree in a dimly lit forest, beside a familiar corpse. Meanwhile, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The host has successfully traversed. Congratulations on binding the divine lottery system. Upon hearing this well-known voice, Yi Yunqing couldn't help but let a smile dance upon his lips. It has been a while, dear old friend. The end of the tale. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and giving a thumbs up in support. Until we meet again in the next story.